My name is Lu Zhiyao. I was originally an ordinary person in Yangjiang City, Long Country, but now I've been reborn as a stray husky puppy, having just witnessed my dog mother being brutally killed by a psychopath. That perverted man, frustrated with his thesis, first killed my dog mother to vent his anger, then sliced open her belly to take photos. After discovering our litter of puppies, he sneered and said he would return tomorrow to care for us, promising to reunite us with our mother. I desperately tried to clear my mind, but the limbs I stretched out were already stubby puppy paws. Beside me lay 3 siblings who hadn't even opened their eyes yet, whimpering from hunger. My heart was as dead as ashes, resigned to the fact that I had transmigrated into a dog, and realized that tomorrow that pervert would return. In the midst of despair, I overheard the voices of 2 girls talking. To survive, I strained my voice to howl loudly and woke my siblings to cry together, seeking protection from humans. Soon, the 2 girls pushed aside the weeds and discovered us. One of the girls named Xiaoqian noticed we were husky puppies and, after looking around without seeing our mother, suspected we had been abandoned. Xiaoqian quickly brought goat milk and fed it to me using a syringe. Smelling the milk, I immediately opened my mouth to suckle. As the milk entered my stomach, a mechanical voice sounded, "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing energy. The ultimate Devour Evolution System has been activated. My cheat ability, the strongest Devour and Evolve system, has been activated." I quickly drank a few more sips of goat milk, and the system prompted, "Consumed goat milk, gain 0-1 evolution points." It seems that as long as I devour things and absorb energy, I can obtain evolution points. After Xiaoqian stopped feeding us, I was eager to obtain evolution points, but she was hesitant to leave us behind, torn by uncertainty. Seeing her on the verge of relenting, I let out a pitiful howl. My cries had an effect. Xiaoqian decided that no matter what, she would take us back first. She carefully placed us into a cardboard box. When I was picked up, I saw the black and white fur of my dog mother peeking through the grass. For the mother who died protecting us, I secretly vowed, "Dog mom, I will definitely avenge you." As I drifted off to sleep while being carried, I suddenly woke up upon hearing that I needed to be fed 4 or 5 times a day, immediately crying out at the top of my lungs for milk. The crying baby gets the milk, and I soon got my fill. While gaining evolution points, I felt a surge of power altering my physique. Now I've gained 5 evolution points, and even my initially weak and feeble legs can stand steadily. I howled for 2 more tubes of goat milk, earning 2 evolution points, then flopped down with my belly round and full. Eating 1 more meal tonight will gather all 10 evolution points. In my excitement, I lost control and wet the bed in front of everyone. Fortunately, I'm just a harmless little puppy. Just as the 2 girls were discussing names like Wankai or Godan for us, Xiaoqian's mom came home from work. The cardboard box we were in was covered with clothes, and then the door was hastily closed. At night, Xiaoqian secretly fed us milk. I was the first to rush over and greedily drink the milk. As the 3rd tube of milk was finished, the system prompted, "Evolution conditions have been met. The host may choose to evolve. This evolution requires 5 hours of hibernation. Proceed with evolution?" I crawled to the corner and chose to evolve. As the evolution points were deducted, a bizarre, mind-numbing sensation of frenzied growth swept over him. Dazed, I heard an argument. "Xiaoqian, are you trying to kill mom? Throw them out right now." Then my body lifted off the ground, and Xiaoqian said, "I'm sorry." When I woke up again, I realized we had been sent back to the cardboard box in the park. If that psycho who killed the mother dog happens to be here right now, I immediately became nervous. Chapter 3, Let Go of That Ham Sausage. In the pitch-black park, only 2 streetlights provided dim illumination. Lu Zhiyao pushed himself up with his hind legs, rising from the cardboard box and scanning his surroundings warily. Only after confirming the park was completely deserted did he breathe a sigh of relief. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with even the sound of passing cars rare. Judging by this, it must be the middle of the night. It was so late now that the pervert must have come looking for them in the park and left empty-handed. So for tonight, at least, they were safe. Relieved, Lu Zhiyue finally remembered his own evolution. He quickly noticed the changes in himself. His body had grown significantly stronger. He was now twice as big as the other puppies. Even his fur had grown thicker and more abundant. I wonder if my attribute panel has changed. With that thought, Lu Zhiyao focused his mind, and his system panel appeared before him. Ultimate Devouring Evolution System. Host, Lu Zhiyue. Base attribute total, 10. Skills, Bite Basic. Evolution points, 050. There really is a change. Base stats have increased to 10. The skill isn't blank anymore, it has Bite now. Looks like it grew teeth. But is that all? It's still too weak. Congratulations, host, on successful evolution. Evolution rewards acquired. Just as Lu Zhiyao stared at the system panel, muttering to himself, the system alert sounded again. Evolution reward? Lu Zhiyue's eyes lit up. Claim evolution reward? Claim. The moment Lu Zhiyue spoke, an ethereal and elusive animation began to unfold before him. A wisp of mist dissipated, revealing a pair of golden, profoundly mysterious eyes before Lu Zhiyao. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special skill, Eyes of Terror. Eye of Intimidation Basic, fix your gaze upon the target to unleash their deepest fears. Each use consumes a certain amount of stamina. Consume 10 evolution points to upgrade this skill to the next tier. As soon as Lu Xiao finished reading the text, the golden eye in the animation suddenly charged toward his own. Lu Xiao's eyes began to transform rapidly. His signature husky-like beady eyes transformed into golden pupils. Eye of Intimidation. Can it scare off that psychopath? Probably not. That psychopath seemed to have tortured and killed countless animals, possessing mental fortitude beyond the ordinary. And Lu Xiao was still too weak. The deterrent eyes alone wouldn't scare him off. Meow. As Lu Xiao pondered these thoughts, a cat's meow reached his ears. He stood up again and peered outside the cardboard box. A stray cat with orange fur appeared not far away. Lu Xiao then noticed 2 sausages placed outside the cardboard box. It seemed Xiao Qian had placed them there to lure out the mother dog. But what she didn't know was that the mother dog could never appear again. The orange cat continued to approach slowly, its eyes filled with longing for the 2 sausages. Woof! Lu Xiao immediately barked a warning at the orange cat. These sausages have an owner. Get lost. Hearing Lu Xiao's voice, the orange cat merely glanced at him before picking up the sausage from the ground. It clearly didn't take him seriously at all. Watching the sausage about to be snatched away, Lu Xiao panicked. He pushed off with his hind legs and leapt right out of the cardboard box. Woof! Drop that sausage. Let me have it. Seeing this puppy, not even half its size, daring to challenge it, the orange cat's eyes turned fierce. Meow. Looking for trouble. The orange cat lunged at Lu Xiao with its claws extended. Just as the orange cat's sharp claws were about to land on Lu Xiao, a faint glow erupted from his golden eyes. The orange cat, which had been snarling menacingly, immediately wilted under Lu Xiao's glare. Its claws froze mid-air and the ham sausage slipped from its mouth. From its perspective, the little puppy before it had instantly transformed into a ferocious beast towering over it countless times, its entire body engulfed in crimson flames. In the blink of an eye, a wave of overwhelming terror surged from the depths of its being, causing its body to tremble uncontrollably. Meow. The orange cat let out a wail and fled the scene as fast as its legs could carry it, as if it had seen a ghost. Whoa! Thought I was gonna get my face messed up, but this intimidating gaze sure is handy. What a fierce little kitty, you scared the living daylights out of this doggy. Lu Xiao hurried over to the ham sausage, wiped away the orange cat's drool, and took a bite. He feared other stray cats or dogs might snatch it away, so he figured the safest place for it was inside his belly. Consumed low-quality bone paste starch sausage, evolution points plus 0.5. Consumed low-quality bone meat starch sausage, evolution points plus 0.5. Still tastes the same. I wouldn't touch this if there was even a shred of meat in it. After swallowing 1 sausage, Lu Xiao gained 5 evolution points. He quickly devoured the other one as well. Woof, woof. The remaining 3 puppies woke up. As the eldest brother, Lu Xiao quickly jumped into the cardboard box, temporarily taking on the role of a puppy dad. There, little ones. Once it's daylight, Big Brother will find a way to get you something to eat. Hey, this isn't where you drink milk. I'm a boy. A boy. A couple entered Lu Xiao's line of sight. He quickly called out to his younger siblings. Woo woo, whimper whimper. Lu Xiao tried his best to make his cries sound pitiful. Honey, look. There's a litter of puppies here. The girl noticed the puppies in the cardboard box and reached out to pet them, but the boy yanked her hand back. They're dirty, baby. Don't touch them. But the puppies are so cute. Not as cute as you, baby. Ugh. The girl immediately covered her face, blushing coyly. Of course not. Come on, let's go buy some bubble tea for our adorable baby. Yay. I love my baby the most. Lu Xiao watched the couple walk away, sending them his most sincere blessings. Woof. May you have 5 sons in the future. The park bustled with people, many pausing to admire the puppy, but none seemed inclined to take it home. The young mother cautioned her 7-year-old daughter, taking care of a dog is a lot of trouble. A puppy this small requires so much energy to look after. How will you have time for school? And how will I have time for work? A 60-year-old grandmother cautioned her grandson, stay away from these cats and dogs. Who knows how many germs they carry? A recent graduate, now a corporate drone, sighed, I want to adopt you guys, but I can barely take care of myself. By the time night fell, Lu Xiao's voice was hoarse from calling, yet she hadn't found a single soul kind enough to take them in. As darkness deepened, Lu Xiao's heart grew heavier. Almost no one lingered in the park anymore. That pervert might find his way here any second. Anyway, let's move it here first. Lu Xiao jumped out of the box, bit down on one corner, and tried to drag it. Pulling with all his might, Lu Xiao managed to move the box only a few centimeters, while his younger siblings wailed in fright. Where did you little rascals hide? Just then, Lu Xiao heard a faint yet familiar voice. It was that pervert from the other day. Chapter 4, The Pervert Lurking in the Shadows. That demonic voice sent a cold sweat running down Lu Xiao's back. He immediately jumped into the cardboard box, coaxing his younger siblings to stay quiet. The sound seems to be coming from here. The sound grew closer and closer. Lu Jiue suppressed his pounding heart, covering his siblings' mouths to silence them. Come out now, little ones. If I find you, you won't like it. Lu Jiue clenched his teeth tightly. Even if they were discovered and abused by that monster, he'd bite off a chunk of that freak's flesh with his dying breath. He wouldn't let him off easy. Everyone, today's Dare Challenge destination is a park. Just then, Lu Jiue suddenly heard another voice. It was a woman's voice. Hey everyone, the park is pitch black and looks completely deserted. Your streamer is scared. Quick, send me a gift to calm my nerves. It's a streamer. Help! Lu Jiue felt a glimmer of hope for survival. He no longer covered his siblings' mouths. Instead, he added fuel to the fire by pinching them, then let out a blood-curdling scream himself. What's that noise? Oh my god, we can't actually be. Thank you, Brother Haotian, for sending us a Ferrari. What? You want the streamer to check it out? That'll take 2 Ferraris, you know. You guys rock. The streamer is heading out to see what kind of demons and monsters are lurking. Lu Jiue and the others' shrieks successfully caught the female editor-in-chief's attention. Lu Jiue scanned the direction where the pervert was lurking and noticed he'd spotted the female streamer too. But instead of leaving, he hid in the bushes over there. By then, the streamer had followed the commotion and arrived at the spot. Guys, look what I found. A whole litter of puppies. The female host let out a gasp of surprise. Slurp slurp slurp. The streamer played with the puppies, but viewers craving excitement weren't interested in a litter of puppies. They were downright disappointed. Hey everyone, don't leave. I heard there's a lake over there. It looks dark and spooky. I'm heading over now. Hearing the streamer was leaving, Lu Jiue immediately grew anxious. That creep hadn't left yet. She had to keep the streamer here. He leapt out of the cardboard box and wrapped his paws around her pant leg. Ha! Finding the puppy utterly adorable, the streamer pulled a small biscuit from her bag and placed it before him. Woof! I don't want food, I want to live. Don't want food either? Alright, little doggy, don't interrupt your sister's livestream. To maintain her image with viewers, the streamer initially spoke to Lu Jiue in a gentle tone. But Lu Jiue refused to let go, which finally got on her nerves. Let go of me, you little brat. A rough, deep voice burst from the streamer's throat, and Lu Jiue immediately let go of her pant leg. That anti-voice? Where did the soft, girly voice go? The live stream's chat was flooded with comments, all equally baffled by that sudden voice. Oh, you must have misheard. I'm always gentle with little dogs. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the streamer's face. Quick-witted as ever, she swiftly pivoted the camera to focus on the puppy. Come on, good doggy, sit. Hearing the streamer give commands to this tiny puppy, viewers couldn't sit still. How could such a tiny puppy possibly follow commands? And that looks like a husky? Huskies are notorious for being stubborn. It's not going to sit for anything. You're lucky it didn't chew through your pants. Just as everyone was convinced the puppy wouldn't obey, reality struck. Lu Jiue obediently sat down, blinking its innocent little eyes at the screen. It actually sat down. Netizens were taken aback by the scene. It must be a coincidence. Streamer, make it shake hands next. I'll do a headstand while washing my hair if it works. Seeing the heated discussion among viewers about this little puppy, the female streamer promptly obliged their wishes and issued another command to the puppy in front of her. Shake hands. Lu Jiue obediently extended his paw again, placing it in the host's hand. Switch hands, spin around, lie down. The host issued several commands in succession, and Lu Jiue obeyed each one. This time, the viewers watching the livestream couldn't sit still. But it wasn't over yet. The streamer threw down another high-difficulty challenge. Backflip. Hearing this, Lu Jiue paused. Wasn't it a bit much to ask a little puppy to do a backflip? Ah well, it's all for survival. Life's tough dogs must perform. He had to keep the streamer here, that way the creep wouldn't get a chance to strike. After Lu Jiue completed his backflip, not only was the streamer stunned, but the viewers watching the livestream were absolutely blown away. Is this even possible? A puppy too young to hold its bladder has mastered so many tricks. Impossible. My dog says this is staged. I recognize this dog. He sat in front of me during the college entrance exams. This isn't a dog, it's a canine prodigy. Lu Jiue's series of antics sent the female streamer's live chat into a frenzy, and she was now overwhelmed by the flood of gifts and donations pouring in. Now, no one was asking the streamer to leave and seek thrills elsewhere. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the little puppy's next performance. Fortunately, the streamer had been through the grind of online broadcasting. She didn't let Lu Jiue perform endlessly. Instead, she started having viewers in the livestream room like upvote and send gifts. Only after completing the tasks would she continue showing them the puppy. Once certain the streamer wouldn't be leaving anytime soon, Lu Jiue turned her gaze back toward that direction. No one was visible, but sharp-eyed Lu Jiue spotted half a shoe peeking out. That pervert was still there. Chapter 5, The First Lesson in Dog Life. Realizing the pervert was watching from the shadows, Lu Zhiyue's mood darkened. Still, as long as the female streamer was here, he and the little puppies were safe. After all, the entire event was being streamed live. The creep wouldn't dare make a move. Thanks for the gifts, everyone. You guys rock. Want to see the puppies do handstands? How many of you want to see them do handstands? Type handstand on the chat screen if you do. Listening to the streamer's various chat tactics, Lu Zhiyue quickly shoved the biscuit by his feet into his mouth. After all, pleasing humans was exhausting work. Consumed cereal biscuit, evolution points +1. Thank you all for the gifts. The host will have the puppy perform a handstand right now. Good doggy, come on, show the viewers a handstand. This time, Lu Zhiyao didn't comply. Instead, he walked over to the cardboard box. He reached out and nudged the box with his paw, signaling the streamer to look over here. At the same time, the three puppies in the box let out a synchronized howl. The female host instantly understood Lu Zhiyue's meaning. She quickly rummaged through her handbag. All I have is a bottle of yogurt. Can this feed them? Woof. At least it's milk. Hurry up and bring it over. The little ones have been starving all day. The female host quickly opened the yogurt and placed it inside the cardboard box. The three starving puppies, whimpering loudly, immediately swarmed around and began eagerly licking the yogurt. Such tiny puppies, already working to support their family. Quick, show your gaming-addicted husband even puppies know not to starve their babies. The comments section erupted once more. Lu Zhiyue glanced in a certain direction once more. At some point, the half-visible shoe had vanished from view. But Lu Zhiyue dared not slack off or take risks. He had to keep the streamer here longer. Using his own skills, Lu Zhiyue kept the viewers interested in him and successfully kept the streamer there until the wee hours of the night. Throughout, the streamer yawned repeatedly. It wasn't until she could barely keep going and the gift donations dwindled that she finally considered ending the stream. It's almost 4 o'clock, folks. I've got to sign off and head home to sleep. As the streamer shut down her broadcast and prepared to leave, she recalled how much she'd earned in gifts thanks to this little dog. She pulled out the last few biscuits from her bag. Here you go. Thanks for today. My apartment doesn't allow pets, so I'll come find you after I get some sleep. The streamer reached out to ruffle Lu Zhiyue's head before getting up and leaving. After she left, Lu Zhiyue warily scanned his surroundings. Only after confirming there was truly no one else around did he breathe a sigh of relief. Another night had passed safely. Lu Zhiyue devoured every last cookie the streamer had left behind, earning another 4 evolution points. With no one left to protect them, he had no choice but to evolve faster and gain the ability to defend himself. But the food was too scarce. He needed to find a way to eat more and gain more evolution points. Just as Lu Zhiyue was fretting over where a mere puppy like him could find sustenance, someone unexpectedly delivered food right to his doorstep. It turned out that the late-night livestream had made Lu Zhiyue a minor internet sensation. The park where they were staying had also been discovered. People kept coming to the park intermittently to see them. Most of them brought food to feed them. This made Lu Zhiyue feel like happiness had come too suddenly. Consumed a small cake, evolution points +1. Consumed chicken breast, evolution points +3. Consumed beef jerky, evolution points +5. After this series of actions, Lu Zhiyue had once again met the evolution requirements in just 2 short days. Over these 2 days, people kept coming to the park to see him during the day, while the female streamer would come find him for live streams at night. Not a single opportunity was left for the pervert to take advantage of the situation. Given Lu Zhiyue's growing fame during this period, many people wanted to adopt him. The female streamer was the first to step forward. However, she lived in a company-provided apartment that didn't allow pets, so she was urgently searching for a new place. Others, recognizing Lu Zhiyue's value, also sought to adopt him. Some even came to blows over him. But Lu Zhiyue was no ordinary puppy. He obeyed only the female streamer's commands and ignored everyone else. When someone tried to forcibly take him away, he would reveal his ferocious side, scaring the person off. Online rumors spread that this pup had 2 faces, one for strangers and another for his owner. But Lu Zhiyao didn't care, because this approach kept unscrupulous people with ulterior motives from taking him away. Still, the streamer would likely only adopt him alone. So Lu Zhiyue resolved. Before he gets adopted, he'll make sure his brothers and sisters find good homes too. Fortunately, the other puppies had grown considerably thanks to the online community's feeding efforts. They've even outgrown the cardboard box, crawling around everywhere. As their teeth grew in, the innate talents of their husky bloodline awoke. Wherever the 3 little ones went, they left a trail of destruction. Even the large cardboard box they were living in was chewed beyond recognition. Lu Zhiyao was becoming increasingly adept at his role as a temporary foster dad. Not only did he feed and watch over them, but he also had to educate them. Wake up, kids. Today, Big Brother is going to teach you your very first lesson in dog life. Lu Zhiyue aroused all 3 puppies from their snoring slumber. Listen carefully, this is crucial knowledge that will determine how well you live out the rest of your doggy lives. Lu Zhiyue poured out all his knowledge, determined to turn the 3 little ones into well-mannered puppies in the shortest time possible. After all, Huskies are notorious for being top-tier homewreckers. You really wouldn't dare keep one if you didn't have a bit of spare cash. So the three little ones would have to rely on some underhanded tricks to win over human hearts. What should you do if someone wants to pet you? Right, just flop onto your back and make cute little whimpering sounds. Lu Zhiyao couldn't shake the feeling he was coaching his daughters on how to charm customers like a madam training her girls. But wasn't this all for survival? No dad, no mom, no connections. If we don't find a pet owner to lean on, how are we supposed to survive? Now, demonstrate everything I've taught you. Lu Zhiyue adopted a stern expression. Xiao San did wonderfully. Little 2. When I told you to roll over, I didn't mean crawl around in the shadows. Little 4, seriously? Turning over is this hard for you? You really need to cut back on eating. Just as Lu Zhiyue was lecturing the three little ones, he heard a commotion. Then he saw two security guards, wearing gloves and masks, approaching the nearby bushes. After some searching, they pulled out a creature covered in black and white fur, reeking of a foul odor. It was the mother dog's corpse. Lu Zhiyue's expression darkened. After instructing the three pups to stay put, he rushed over. It's the body of a stray dog. Looks like it's been dead for days. No wonder the park has smelled so bad lately. Oh my god, how did this dog's belly get cut open? As the group gasped in shock, Lu Zhiyue arrived and let out a loud bark at the mother dog's corpse. Woof woof woof. All eyes instantly turned to Lu Zhiyue. Chapter 6, Don't Come Over Here. Lu Zhiyue's barking drew the attention of everyone in the park. Why is that puppy barking so pitifully? The dead one looks like a female husky. Could this be its mother? The onlookers immediately noticed this. So this puppy wasn't abandoned by its mother, but how tragic. Wait, didn't you notice? This mother dog was clearly abused to death. Woof woof woof. You finally caught on. Lu Zhiyue barked twice in agreement. A woman in her 50s nearby seemed to recall something, her expression turning grim. I suddenly remember seeing a stray dog's body in the trash bin a few days ago. It died in exactly the same way as this one. I had nightmares that very night. Hearing this, the people nearby began to panic. Good heavens! The killer must be psychologically twisted. If they're abusing animals now, who knows, they might start killing people next. This is terrifying. Just thinking about some sicko like that lurking around this park gives me the creeps. No way. For everyone's safety, I have to call the police. We need to make sure everyone takes this seriously. An enthusiastic elderly man immediately pulled out his mobile phone and started dialing. The young onlookers all pulled out their phones to film the scene and upload it online. The sight of the mother dog's horribly mutilated body and the puppy's heart-wrenching cries filled everyone present with deep sorrow. The video went viral as soon as it was posted. One young man seized the opportunity to start live streaming the scene. This played right into his hands. His goal was to draw as much attention to the incident as possible. By making a big deal out of it, the psychopath wouldn't dare act rashly anytime soon, giving him more time to grow stronger and find a home for the little puppy. Seeing the old man actually call the police, Lu Zhiyue realized this was the perfect moment for his dormant evolution. With so many people present and police soon to investigate, this was the safest moment. He immediately summoned the system. This evolution requires 3 hours of hibernation. 3 hours, 2 hours less than the first time, but still felt too long for Lu Zhiyue. But if he didn't seize this chance to evolve now, he might not get another opportunity like this anytime soon. Evolve! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Zhiyue lay down on the spot and began his hibernation evolution. Just like last time, his consciousness slowly began to blur, yet he hadn't fully fallen asleep. He could still faintly hear the sounds from the outside world. What's wrong with this puppy? Lu Zhiyue felt someone stroking him. Is he asleep? It doesn't look like he's sleeping. It's so noisy here. Could it be that he's so heartbroken he passed out? At those words, the crowd erupted in fury. Even a little puppy is so full of feeling, yet the killer isn't even human. Not even as good as a dog. Such a tiny puppy, forever losing its mother and starting a life of wandering. Sniffle. Several women with sensitive eyes, likely imagining their own children in the puppy's place, began to weep. There are 3 even smaller puppies over there, relying on this slightly bigger one to find food. How heartbreaking. Why doesn't the killer just die? I hope the police find this person and lock them up. Lu Zhiyao heard these words and felt both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected his hibernation to cause such misunderstandings among these people, escalating the incident to a higher level. The death of a stray dog wouldn't normally draw much police attention. Even if they found that monster, he wouldn't be locked up for it. But with so many people paying attention and public outrage mounting, the police would definitely take it more seriously. Perhaps it could even lead to the puppies being adopted by kind-hearted people. Lost in thought, Lu Zhiyao suddenly realized he could no longer hear the sounds around him. His consciousness began to fade completely. A sharp, pungent smell of disinfectant invaded his nostrils, making Lu Zhiyue snort in discomfort. Poof! Doctor, the puppy seems to be waking up. Lu Jiyue opened his eyes groggily just as a man in a white coat approached him, holding an ultra-fine needle. This startled Lu Jiyue into scrambling upright. Woof! Don't come any closer. He's awake? The man in the white coat temporarily set aside the syringe and began examining Lu Jiyue with a set of diagnostic instruments. Woof! Stop tickling me! Stop touching me! Finding nothing unusual, the man relaxed completely upon hearing the dog's full-throated bark. Doctor, what's wrong with this puppy? Can it be treated? Having already surveyed his surroundings, Lu Jiyue realized he was in a pet hospital, and the man in the white coat must be the veterinarian. The anxious question came from an unfamiliar young woman beside him, a rather pretty one at that. Based on my diagnosis, this puppy doesn't have any strange illness. It's just sleeping too soundly. Sleeping too soundly? The girl looked utterly incredulous at the doctor's words. That's right. I just gave it a thorough examination and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just too fat and needs to watch its diet. Woof woof woof. Fat? My ass. Your whole family's fat. Lu Jiyue was thoroughly unimpressed with the vet's explanation. This made the girl laugh. And such a temper too. With that build of yours, who'd believe you're just a little stray dog? Nothing wrong is the best news. Come on, let's go home with me. After saying this, the girl scooped Lu Jiyue into her arms. Home? Wait, what about his dog brothers and sisters? Lu Jiyue instantly dodged the girl's outstretched arms and leaped to the ground. Landing, Lu Jiyue sprinted toward the door at top speed. Just as he was about to dash out the door, a hand swiftly slammed the half-open door shut. Lu Jiyue slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a head-first collision. Where do you think you're going? The pet doctor scooped Lu Jiyue up in one swift motion. Woof woof woof. Let me go. I need to find my dog brothers and sisters. Watching Lu Jiyue struggle frantically, the girl beside him grew anxious. What's wrong with this puppy? Why is he so agitated? Woof woof woof. How could I not be upset? I woke up in this strange place out of nowhere, some unfamiliar girl wants to take me home, and my brothers and sisters are nowhere to be found. The very thing Lu Jiyue dreaded most had happened. He never imagined that during his 3-hour nap, something would go wrong. He had no idea what had transpired during that time. His mother had already been killed. He couldn't let anything happen to his own brothers and sisters. Are you trying to find those 3 little puppies? Just as Lu Jiyue was about to bite to escape, the girl's words made him freeze instantly. Woof woof woof. Tell me where they are. Lu Jiyue stared at the girl with a hint of tension, waiting for her answer. Chapter 7, Where are the 3 little puppies? Li Wanner saw the puppy looking at her and barking twice as if to confirm her suspicion, strengthening her belief. Those 3 little puppies? As Li Wanner spoke, she glanced at the puppy before her. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she looked at it with a tender gaze. My family is quite well off, so you little guy ended up getting lucky. I'll definitely take good care of you. The abrupt, seemingly random words left Lu Jiyue momentarily stunned. Hadn't that look in her eyes just now been pity? And why did she say lucky break? What misfortune? Could it be that her other puppies? Lu Jiyue's heart lurched as if plunging into a deep cellar. Just then, the pet doctor spoke up. Exactly. Everyone thought this puppy had some strange illness, so they all chose other puppies to adopt. But actually, this one is the healthiest of the litter, absolutely no issues. Plus, it has rare golden eyes. The only problem is it sleeps like a log. Nothing can wake it up. Little pup, your luck is yet to come. This young lady has a kind heart and is generous with her spending. With her, you'll be living in luxury from now on. Lu Jiyue, who had heard every word, felt his heart leap again. So that meant all his puppy siblings had been adopted? And because he was so sound asleep that no one could wake him, they thought he was sick, so no one wanted him. Until this self-proclaimed wealthy girl took pity on him and brought him to the pet hospital for treatment? I've added the adopter's contact info for the other 3 puppies. I'll take you to meet your brothers and sisters soon, okay? Li Wanner reached out and gently stroked Lu Jiyue's doggy head, offering him a promise. Lu Jiyue's heart finally settled. So she felt sorry for him because no one wanted him. That scare nearly cost him half his dog life. This level of expression, her Chinese grades must be pretty poor. Seeing the puppy finally calm down, Li Wanner reached out and scooped him into her arms. Lu Jiyue shifted from a flat embrace to one that was both undulating and incredibly soft, leaving him utterly bewildered. He even dared to extend a paw and press down. That bounce. Lu Jiyue's dog face flushed. No one had told him becoming a puppy came with this perk. Doctor, thank you. I'll take the puppy home now. Li Wanner showed no reaction to Lu Jiyue's actions. What kind of mischief could a little puppy possibly get into? After bidding farewell to the doctor, Li Wanner cradled the puppy and headed for the exit. Lu Jiyue, who had nearly gotten lost in the moment, snapped back to reality. Since his successful evolution, he hadn't even checked his attribute panel yet. Lu Jiyue immediately summoned the system. Ultimate Devouring Evolution System. Host, Lu Jiyue. Base attribute total, 20. Skills, bite basic, jump basic, climb basic. Special skill, deterrent gaze basic. Consumes 10 evolution points to advance this skill to the next stage. Evolution points 0-100. 2 new skills after evolution. No wonder he landed so steadily after jumping from such a high platform just now. Lu Xiao, struck by an idea, extended his front paw. As he revealed the claws hidden beneath his paw pads, his eyes lit up. Tiny barbs had appeared on his claws. These tiny hooks allowed him to firmly grip surfaces like walls and climb without slipping. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully evolving. You have obtained an evolution reward. Would you like to claim the evolution reward? Lu Xiao's heart surged with joy. He hadn't expected this evolution to trigger the 50% chance evolution reward. After mentally confirming his acceptance, Lu Xiao felt a surge of anticipation. The previous reward, the dreadful gaze, had proven remarkably powerful. Could this new reward surpass it? Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special skill, Night Stalking. Night Stalking Basic, this skill can only be used at night or in dimly lit environments. Once activated, you become undetectable to the naked eye unless attacking an enemy. Consumes 10 evolution points to upgrade to the next tier. After reading the description, Lu Xiao was overjoyed. This skill is truly remarkable. It could save my skin in critical moments. And Lu Xiao's gaze turned solemn and cold. With this skill, he could investigate certain matters after nightfall. All along the way, Lu Xiao carefully observed the road conditions, trying to memorize the terrain for his departure. This would make it easier for him to leave in the future. Home sweet home. Holy crap! A huge villa. Lu Xiao stared at the enormous house before him, utterly astonished. After Li Wan'er carried Lu Xiao inside, she set him down. Lu Xiao immediately launched into parkour mode. This living room is big enough to play badminton in. And all this furniture is solid rosewood. Aren't these potted plants worth hundreds of thousands each? There are 4 of them here. Lu Xiao was truly amazed. The girl hadn't exaggerated at all, she was far from just having a little money. He never imagined that while he was human, he never got to live in a big villa, but as a dog, he ended up living in one effortlessly. Lu Xiao immediately scampered back to the girl's side, pawing at her pant leg. Woof! Rich lady, I'm hungry. Li Wan'er instantly understood the puppy's plea and turned toward the kitchen. There's not much left in the fridge. You'll have to make do with this meal today. I'll have someone buy some ingredients tomorrow. A delicate porcelain bowl appeared before Lu Xiao. He poked his head forward and was stunned. Beef, abalone, salmon. Lu Xiao ate this simple meal with tears in his eyes. Consumed beef, gained 4 evolution points. Consumed abalone, evolution points plus 5. Consumed salmon, gained 6 evolution points. By the end of the meal, Lu Xiao had gained nearly 30 evolution points. In this household, with such a simple meal, just 2 or 3 more like this and he could evolve again. Woohoo, this was his best possible home. After eating his fill, Lu Xiao was carried by Li Wan'er to the sofa. We haven't named you yet. What should we call you? Let's look up some ideas on my phone. Li Wan'er pulled out her phone and opened the hottest short video app of the moment. The very first recommended video caught her attention. Ha! Isn't that me? Lu Xiao heard this and nudged his doggy head closer. Woof! Isn't that me? Lu Xiao spotted himself in the video too, along with his dog siblings. It turned out someone had filmed the process of those little puppies being adopted and uploaded it to the video platform. Throughout the process, Lu Xiao saw himself lying motionless the entire time, showing no reaction no matter how people handled him. No wonder no one wanted to adopt him. Just as Lu Xiao was about to tuck his head back in, the next frame that appeared in the video instantly made the hair on his back stand on end. Chapter 8, Adopted by a Freak. It really is the internet age now. I actually stumbled upon myself. Li Wan'er sighed after watching the video, about to swipe it away when Lu Xiao reached out a paw to stop her. Ha! You want to see it too? Li Wan'er complied with Lu Xiao's request and replayed the video. Lu Xiao stared intently at the phone screen, waiting for that moment to appear. This is it. That fleeting glimpse of a face in the video. That's right. That pervert. He was one of the adoptive parents. Lu Xiao broke out in a cold sweat instantly. The pervert adopted one of the puppies. It was Xiao San, the only girl among them. Oh no, Xiao San is in danger. Lu Xiao jumped up from the sofa in panic. He never imagined this psychopath had such nerves of steel, not only daring to show up in person, but also adopting his little sister dog. He had to rush to save his little sister, or else. Just as Lu Xiao was about to dash out, 2 hands lifted him up. Stop running around. Come on, cooperate with me for a video. Adopters have to film a daily video and post it online for netizens to see. I think it has to be at least a week straight. Li Wan'er said, opening her phone to start recording, immediately filming Lu Xiao. Hearing this, Lu Xiao, who had been frantic with worry, calmed down a bit. So that meant his dog sister was safe for the time being? But with dog sister in that psychopath's hands, she was in grave danger. He had to rescue her as soon as possible. That night, after confirming Li Wan'er had fallen asleep, Lu Zhiyao activated night stalking. His figure swiftly vanished into the darkness. Soon, Lu Zhiyao came to a halt at the entrance of a university. Coming University. He was fairly certain the psychopath was at this school. On the day the killer murdered the mother dog, he had overheard mentions of something like a thesis. Combined with the fact that the killer could arrive at the scene so quickly during the day, it all pointed to him living nearby. Combining these 2 points, it was highly likely the pervert was a soon-to-graduate student from a nearby university. And there was only one university in the vicinity. Lu Zhiyao steadied his nerves and walked through the school's main gate. The effect of the Night Stalker skill was indeed impressive. The security guard didn't notice him at all. Instead, a small teddy bear at his feet seemed to catch his scent and suddenly lunged forward. The dog sniffed the air intensely, looking puzzled at the empty space before it. Woof! What the hell? I definitely smelled something, but there's nothing here? Wang Kai, come back. At the security guard's call, the dog returned to its owner's feet, still puzzled. The recent incident gave Lu Zhiyue some insight into the skill, night stalking. This skill could only conceal his physical form, unable to mask his scent or the very fact of his existence. For now, though, it was sufficient. Human noses weren't as sensitive as dogs, and as long as he wasn't touched and didn't initiate an attack, he could remain concealed indefinitely. Lu Zhiyue hurried into the school grounds. At this hour, few people were moving about on campus. Overhearing conversations among the students, Lu Zhiyue learned that seniors in their final year had no curfew. This confirmed Lu Zhiyue's suspicion that the predator was within the school. But with the campus so vast and the student body so large, how was he supposed to find him? Right. Lu Zhiyue immediately knew how he would track down the pervert. Instead of heading back to the dorms, he made his way to a small hill behind the campus. As luck would have it, he overheard 2 stray cats complaining about not being able to find food lately. Woof. I can give you food. Meow. Who's there? Lu Zhiyue's sudden voice made the black and white stray cats instantly bristle. They scanned left and right, yet couldn't spot the source of the voice. Fearing he might scare the cats to death, Lu Zhiyao quickly revealed his form. But cats and dogs have never gotten along since ancient times, and his actions did nothing to lower the cat's guard. Seeing the cats poised to attack, Lu Zhiyao hastily struck a deal with them using tempting food as bait. Then he began questioning them. Meow. We haven't seen this person you speak of, but we know a place. The cats described to Lu Zhiyao a place where terrifying sounds frequently echoed in the dead of night, occasionally punctuated by the wails of a small dog. Lu Zhiyue seemed to sense something and grew visibly excited. Could the dog girl adopted by that pervert be there? Soon, guided by the 2 cats, Lu Zhiyue arrived at the place they had described. It was the computer lab, where the school used to administer standardized computer-based exams. But it seemed to have been abandoned for ages. The chains on the iron gate were rusted shut. Meow. We'll only take you this far. We're too scared to go inside. Woof. Thanks, you 2 cats. I'll bring the food I promised tomorrow. After the cats departed, Lu Zhiyue slipped through a crack in the iron gate. Once inside, he began surveying his surroundings. How long has this place been abandoned? The dust on the floor is so thick. Just as Lu Zhiyue was muttering to himself, he suddenly spotted a trail of footprints on the ground. They were large, clearly left by a man's feet. Lu Zhiyue followed the trail to a room door. The door, which should have been locked, was now slightly ajar, and faint rustling sounds seemed to emanate from within. Curiosity got the better of Lu Zhiyue, and he peered through the crack. What he saw nearly scared the life out of him. Chapter 9, Peril. Lu Zhiyue forced himself to calm down. Through the crack in the door, he saw several computers inside. One screen was abnormally lit. The screen's brightness illuminated half a face sitting before it. A face twisted into a hideous, sinister grin. It was that depraved monster. The room was dimly lit, but as a dog, Lu Zhiyue possessed night vision, allowing him to clearly make out the pervert's silhouette. Even with only half a face visible, he could confirm it was him. What truly startled Lu Zhiyue, however, wasn't merely encountering the pervert here, but the fact that he was playing a horror movie on the computer. The grotesque, terrifying ghosts combined with the pervert's eerie expression sent a chill down Lu Zhiyue's spine. After calming down, Lu Zhiyue resumed observing the room's contents. He scanned the room but found no sign of Gomei. Could Gomei already be? No. Impossible. If this freak had acted so soon, he wouldn't be able to deliver to his online followers. Then his dog torturing scheme would definitely be exposed. He wouldn't do that. Dog's sister must be somewhere else. But why would this pervert come here to watch horror movies? Seeking thrills? This guy's mind is seriously messed up. It seems the terrifying sounds those 2 cats made were actually coming from the ghost movie this guy was watching. But didn't they also mention hearing something that sounded like a dog's agonized cry? Just as Lu Zhiyue was puzzling over this, the person inside made another move. He pulled something out of his pocket, and as he did, the object emitted a glow in the dim surroundings. A cell phone. After the pervert fiddled with his phone for a moment, faint sounds began to emanate from it. It seemed like he was playing a video. The pervert's expression grew excited, and even his body tensed up. Wasn't he watching a horror movie? Why did he pull out his phone to watch a video now? Lu Zhiyue wondered silently. Woof. At that moment, Lu Zhiyue, with his keen hearing, caught a faint sound. It was a very weak dog bark. Could it be that the guy was watching? Lu Zhiyue's heart sank. He had to find out what kind of video that pervert was playing on his phone. But from his position, he couldn't see the screen. Lu Zhiyue immediately scanned his surroundings, then fixed his gaze on the window over there. If he could leap to that window, he might see. Lu Zhiyue tiptoed, trying his best not to make a sound, then leaped forcefully onto the windowsill. Once up, Lu Zhiyue dared not move, first observing the situation inside. Seeing that the person inside hadn't noticed him, he breathed a slight sigh of relief and began adjusting his position to get a clear view of the phone screen. He could see it from here. After shifting a few steps, Lu Zhiyue finally managed to see the screen of the pervert's phone. The moment he recognized what was playing, his pupils contracted sharply in shock. The video showed a black and white border collie, bound and gagged, blood trickling from its mouth as it stared fearfully at the camera. Its mouth opened as if trying to make a sound, but its tongue had been cut off, leaving only muffled whimpers. The camera then pans down to reveal a hand holding a dagger. The dagger plunged downward, instantly slashing open the border collie's belly. Woo! A cry of agony emanates from the video. Though faint, its piercing anguish is unmistakable. Lu Zhiyue's body trembled slightly, his eyes reddened. He couldn't even bear to watch anymore. But this wasn't the only video. Several more videos like this played, followed by a series of brutal photographs. In these photos, Lu Zhiyue recognized a familiar figure. It was his dog mom. Damn it! Lu Zhiyue's hatred reached its peak at that moment. He couldn't wait to storm in and kill this monster. But his current strength wasn't enough. Rushing in would only be suicide. Fortunately, none of the videos or photos showed Dog Sister. It seemed his guess was right. Gomei was safe for now. At this point, Lu Zhiyue finally understood why the psychopath had come here. Watching horror movies here was merely a cover, a pretext to mask the sounds he made while viewing these videos. Feels so good. All that pressure just melted away. But this kind of thing really needs to be experienced firsthand. Just watching videos and photos just isn't thrilling enough. Damn it, I finally got my hands on a puppy, and now I have to film it and report back to them. It should be fine after a week, right? Then. Ha ha ha. Hearing the pervert's mutterings, Lu Zhiyue's fury made her claws dig fiercely into the wall. He never imagined these precious lives were merely tools for him to vent his stress. Fury boiled over inside him, his claws sinking deep into the plaster. Crack! A large chunk of plaster instantly fell from the aged wall, crashing onto the floor. What was that sound? Panicked, Lu Zhiyue glanced over and saw the pervert staring right at him. Oh no, the pervert had spotted him. Lu Zhiyue immediately jumped down from the window. He scanned left and right before darting swiftly to the left and hiding beside a floor-mounted fire extinguisher cabinet. Footsteps echoed through the room. Hearing the hurried footsteps approaching, Lu Zhiyue's tense heart pounded wildly. Right. Night Stalker. If I activate this skill, the creep won't be able to spot me. This skill is currently unavailable. Cooldown, 11 hours 45 minutes and 23 seconds. Lu Zhiyue tried to activate the skill, only to hear the system's cold notification. What? There's actually a cooldown? Why didn't it tell me sooner? Squeak. As the door creaked open, footsteps grew heavier. Slurp slurp slurp. Come out. The pervert's voice mimicked the sound of teasing a dog, sending a chill down Lu Zhiyue's spine. He had spotted him after all. Hiding? No worries, I'll find you, ha ha ha. The terrifying laughter, combined with the footsteps drawing ever closer, made Lu Zhiyue's tense body tremble. Chapter 10, It's Dog Sister's Voice. System, consume 10 evolution points to upgrade Night Stalking. Night Stalking Basic successfully upgraded to Night Stalking Intermediate. Consume 50 evolution points to advance to the next stage. Upgrade details, this skill now enters cooldown only after 2 consecutive uses within a short period, and the cooldown duration is halved. Is she hiding here? A pair of feet, roughly 40 yards long, appeared before Lu Zhiyue. The moment he arrived, Lu Zhiyue vanished into the darkness. Ha? Not here? Lu Zhiyue's palms were sweating with nervousness. Fortunately, his mind had raced at lightning speed, realizing that the upgraded skill might be usable again. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. Lu Zhiyue watched the pervert standing mere inches away as he checked both sides of the fire extinguisher cabinet. Finding nothing, the maniac finally got up and wandered off to search elsewhere. Only after the man had moved far enough away did Lu Zhiyue dare to breathe deeply again. The little thing's pretty good at hiding, huh? The pervert had practically searched every possible hiding spot in the area. Where did it go? Did I misjudge the situation? Seeing the pervert return empty-handed, a thought crossed Lu Zhiyue's mind. Should he play tricks to scare him? He quickly dismissed the idea. A creep who watches horror movies and dog torture videos, would he even be scared of ghosts? Having narrowly escaped disaster, Lu Jiyue didn't simply walk away. Instead, he waited right there. Having finally encountered this freak again, he was determined to find out exactly where this guy lived. He wanted to see if he could find the dog girl and rescue her. It seemed the incident had made the pervert wary. After shutting down the computer, he came out. After securely closing the room door, the pervert began walking toward the other side of the main entrance. Confused, Lu Jiyue watched as the creep climbed out through the bathroom window here. Only then did he understand. No wonder he could get in even with the main door locked. He'd climbed in through the bathroom window. The window was quite high. Lu Jiyue sprinted a short distance before leaping up. He struggled to climb up, nearly losing his footing, but managed to steady himself by grabbing the windowsill with his claws. Just then, the pervert, who had been about to leave, seemed to sense something. He turned his head. To his horror, he saw the sliding window slowly moving inward. But there was nothing on either side of the window. Wind? The pervert shook his head immediately. What wind could possibly move a sliding window? Must be my eyes playing tricks on me. As if muttering words of self-reassurance, the pervert sped up and left the area. Lu Jiyue, the culprit behind the entire scene, watched the pervert's retreating figure and fell deep in thought. Seems even this creep isn't psychologically strong enough to be completely unafraid of ghosts. Sure enough, those with guilty consciences still feel uneasy when encountering strange occurrences. Watching the creepy guy walk away, Lu Jiyue immediately followed. The creep turned left and right, eventually arriving at a male dormitory building. This building seemed to house only seniors about to graduate. The dorm doors stood wide open, and there wasn't even a dorm supervisor in sight. No wonder that creep could come and go as he pleased. This school's supervision of seniors is way too lax. Lu Jiyue muttered to himself before slipping inside. The pervert ascended to the third floor and entered the farthest room on the right. By the time Lu Jiyue reached the door, it had already been shut. This outermost dorm room didn't even have a window. Unable to enter, Lu Jiyue pressed his ear against the door, straining to hear any sounds inside. Woof! You bastard, stay away from me. Woof woof woof. You killed my mom. I'll bite you to death. It was little third dog sister's voice. Her voice sounded surprisingly lively and spirited. Reassured that dog sister was safe, Lu Jiyue's heart eased slightly. Tian Jiaqing, why does this dog hate you so much? It bares its teeth at you the moment you show up. Usually when we pet it, it rolls over and acts all cute. At that moment, a man's voice came from inside. Maybe it feels like I took it in and separated it from its family. It'll get used to it in a couple of days. Then, the pervert's voice answered. Tian Jiaqing. Lu Jiyue silently repeated the name in his mind. So that's the pervert's name. You haven't even secured an internship yet, and you're taking in a dog? I really don't know what you're thinking. Forget it. I'll feed it. It's so noisy. Sorry, I'm already looking for a place. I'll move out with the dog once I find it. Lu Jiyue, eavesdropping outside the door, frowned upon hearing this. If dog sister stayed in the dorm, she'd be safe with roommates around. But if that freak takes dog sister out with him, who knows what kind of torture he'll subject her to. It seemed he needed to take action against this pervert soon. But right now, he was still too weak. Perhaps he could seek help from others. Hey, Tian Jiaqing, will you be in the dorm tomorrow night? Lu Jiyue was deep in thought when a voice echoed through the dormitory. I'll be here. What's up? I've got something to do tomorrow night and will be back pretty late around midnight, I think. Remember to let me in. Sure, no problem. Lu Jiyue couldn't help but curse inwardly upon hearing this. That creep really is two-faced. Acting all friendly in front of his roommate? Ugh. Wait, did he just say midnight tonight? Lu Jiyue sensed this was a golden opportunity. Although he hadn't managed to rescue Gome today, at least he'd confirmed she was safe and gathered quite a bit of information on the pervert. After hearing no sound outside the door, Lu Jiyue left the place. Back at the villa, Lu Jiyue entered Li Wanner's room only to find an empty bed covered by a quilt. Did she wake up? Did she notice I snuck out? Lu Jiyue leaped onto the bed, tugging at the covers a few times before confirming Li Wanner was indeed gone. Just as he prepared to leap off the bed, a dark figure suddenly darted out from beside him and sprinted toward the door. Who? Lu Jiyue's alarm bells rang, and he immediately gave chase. Chapter 11, The Pervert is a Senior? Seeing the figure about to open the door and escape, Lu Jiyue leapt up and kicked the person in the back with his hind legs. Ah! A girl's startled cry rang out. Ha! Why did that voice sound so familiar? Ah, don't come near me! Li Wanner plopped down onto the floor, clutching a string of prayer beads tightly in her hands as she flailed wildly at the air before her. As Lu Jiyue recognized the person, his heart sank. Thankfully, he was still just a puppy. That kick probably wasn't too hard. But did she really need to be this scared? It's just a little dog, for heaven's sake. She's acting like she saw a ghost. How could I have forgotten about this? Lu Jiyue suddenly remembered he hadn't ended the shadow stealth skill yet. Li Water had seen him jump onto the bed and pull back the covers while invisible. Lu Jiyue immediately ended the skill and barked at the trembling Li Water. Woof! It's me, your poop scooper. Lu Jiyue extended his tongue and gently licked Li Water's hand, trying to calm her nerves. When Li Water looked up and saw Lu Jiao, she screamed in excitement. Xiao Ha! Where'd you go? I thought I saw a ghost just now. Xiao Ha? So after all that time searching on her phone, this is the name she came up with? Woof! It's not a ghost, it's me. Look! Lu Jiyue immediately jumped onto the bed in front of Li Water and began pulling back the covers. Li Water frowned at the sight. So it wasn't a ghost just now, it was you? But I didn't see you there just now. Could it be too dim? Did I see wrong? Woof! Yes, you did see wrong. So it was you little rascal, making all that noise. Li Water stood up, bent over, and said with feigned anger. Bad doggy. You scared the life out of me. Li Water wore a sheer silk nightgown, the V-neck kind, and when she bent over like that, it was simply. Anyway, Lu Jiao hadn't heard a single word Li Water had just said. Because he was wondering, can puppies get styes? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Li Water declared, lifting Lu Jiyue into her arms and giving his bottom a gentle pat. Lu Jiyue's entire body pressed against Li Water's chest. Through the sheer fabric, he sensed something unusual. Holy crap! Lu Jiyue screamed inwardly. She wasn't wearing any underwear. Why does it feel damp? Li Water looked down and saw bloodstains on her chest. Ah! Xiao Ha, why are you bleeding from your nose? Li Water frantically grabbed some paper to wipe the blood from Lu Jiyue's nostrils. Lu Jiyue felt utterly embarrassed, well, dog embarrassed. He was still a puppy, the thing hadn't even developed yet, so why was he getting a nosebleed? Did I hit you too hard? I'll buy you some canned food tomorrow to make it up to you. At the mention of tasty treats, Lu Jiyue perked up, giving a little bark of approval. Alright, now it's your turn to make it up to me. I'm still a little scared, so you have to sleep with me. Sleep with me? That's a whole different price. Ignoring Lu Jiyue's protests, Li Water picked him up and carried him to bed. Lu Jiyue, who had expected to feel uncomfortable, slept soundly until dawn. He didn't even know when Li Water beside him had gotten up. Senior, feel free to look around. I'll go make you a cup of tea. Lu Jiyue had barely stepped out of the bedroom when he heard the voice from outside. A visitor at home? Curiosity piqued, Lu Jiyue approached. After walking a short distance, Lu Jiyue spotted a man in a plaid shirt examining a potted plant. The more Lu Jiyue looked, the more familiar the man seemed. Just then, the man looked up. The moment Lu Jiao saw his face, he froze solid in his tracks. It was him. At that very moment, the man's gaze also fell upon Lu Jiao. Man and dog locked eyes. Lu Jiyue saw him raise an eyebrow clearly, he recognized him too. Senior Jiacheng. Li Water, carrying tea, interrupted the moment. Did you manage to save this little dog? Tian Jiacheng accepted the tea Li Water brought him, but his gaze remained fixed on Lu Jiao. Oh, little Ha, you're awake? Little Ha wasn't sick at all. The doctor said he just slept too soundly. I see. Tian Jiacheng nodded, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked at Lu Jiyue, seemingly deep in thought. The figure he had glimpsed in the computer lab yesterday seemed to resemble this puppy before him, but... By the way, what about that puppy you adopted? You could bring it over to play. It could even meet its big brother. Li Water's words interrupted Tian Jiacheng's train of thought. It's a bit unstable emotionally and doesn't like being touched, so I left it in the dorm. I see. Well, Xiaohai is quite good. Yesterday it... Was it at home yesterday? Though slightly puzzled by the abrupt interruption, Li Water still answered Tian Jiacheng's question. Yes, I held it while I slept last night. Lu Jiao, who had been feeling a bit tense, finally relaxed upon hearing Li Water's answer. He sensed that the pervert seemed to have realized something. Is that so? The pervert muttered, setting down his teacup before approaching Lu Jiyue and crouching down. Xiaoha, may I pet you? Tian Jiacheng regarded Lu Jiyue with an inscrutable gaze. Sure, Xiaoha has a great temperament. Woof. Get lost. Don't touch me. Li Water's words had barely left her mouth when Lu Jiyue gave her a sharp slap across the face. Xiaoha, this is my senior. Don't be mean to him. Xiaoha, right? Xiaoha, can't you smell it? I have your sister's scent on me. Tian Jiacheng reached out his hand toward Lu Jiao. Woof. Lu Jiyue growled from his throat, warning the man before him. Li Water looked embarrassed. He's usually so friendly. I don't know what's wrong with him today. Tian Jiacheng smiled. It's fine. He probably doesn't recognize me yet. Let me get acquainted with him first. Li Water nodded, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I bought it lots of canned food and treats. I'll go get them so you can feed it a little. Maybe that'll help it warm up to you. With that, Li Water stood up to fetch the items. After Li Water left, Tian Jiacheng suddenly leaned closer to Lu Jiyue and lowered his voice. You saw it that night, didn't you? Chapter 12, Do You Hate Me or Fear Me? When I killed that, you saw it with your own eyes, just like your sister did, right? Lu Zhiyue froze. The man before him had shed his earlier amiable expression, replacing it with a sinister, twisted grimace. The speed of this transformation was truly astonishing. So, do you hate me? Or do you fear me? A hint of amusement flickered across Tian Jiacheng's lips. I watched the live stream that day. After that S-body was discovered, you tried to draw attention to yourself and had someone call the police. But you never imagined I'd show up at the scene and adopt your sister away. Too bad. If you hadn't feigned illness back then, I would have chosen to adopt you instead. Woof. Bastard, what are you so cocky about? Angry? You're smarter than your average puppy. But I find it quite amusing. Woof woof woof. I'll bite you to death. Lu Zhiyue couldn't take it anymore and lunged forward, ready to sink his teeth into the freak. But the freak seemed prepared. As Lu Zhiyue charged, he grabbed him by the throat. Trapped, Lu Zhiyue struggled desperately, still searching for an opening to bite him. He's surprisingly strong. Tian Jiacheng was taken aback. Seeing the puppy about to break free from his grasp, Tian Jiacheng, fearing he might actually get bitten, quickly flung the dog away. Woof woof woof. The moment Tian Jiacheng tossed the puppy away, it let out a pitiful, agonized yelp. I didn't even use much force. Tian Jiacheng frowned in confusion, only to look up and see Li Wan'er standing nearby, holding a can of food and some treats. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyue was wailing with all her might, screaming as if she were tearing the heavens apart. Li Wan'er immediately dropped everything in her hands and rushed to Lu Zhiyue's side. Xiaoha, are you okay? Where did you get hurt? It was because it tried to bite me, so I. Tian Jiacheng tried to explain, but his words were completely drowned out by Lu Zhiyue's wails. Senior, you should go back first. Li Wan'er's gaze toward Tian Jiacheng clearly held reproach. A dog this small, even if it opened its mouth to bite, how hard could it possibly bite? Besides, she could see he hadn't been bitten for real. But her little haha was yelping in such agony, maybe it had injured its insides from the fall. Tian Jiacheng knew he couldn't defend himself. He was as good as guilty. He hadn't even used much force. So this little beast was just faking its loud cries. Tian Jiacheng stared in disbelief at the puppy in Li Wan'er's arms, only to catch its gaze. That look in its eyes, it was clearly one of triumph, wasn't it? Tian Jiacheng never imagined he'd be outsmarted by a mere puppy. But who would believe him if he told anyone? Senior, please leave. I need to take Xiaoha to the vet. Li Wan'er's dismissive voice rang out once more. Tian Jiacheng couldn't explain himself, so he slunk away dejectedly. The moment the creep left, Lu Zhiyue stopped howling. Woof. Water. I need water. My throat is killing me from all this barking. Xiaoha, feeling better? Shall we take you to the vet? Li Wan'er still looked deeply concerned for him. Lu Zhiyue quickly shook his little head, pointed with his paw at the canned food on the ground, and smacked his lips. Li Wan'er instantly understood his meaning and opened a can. Lu Zhiyue immediately began devouring it in big bites. Consumed premium pet meat canned food, evolution points plus 7. Consumed premium pet meat canned food, evolution points plus 7. Lu Zhiyue polished off one can in 2 or 3 bites, then turned his gaze to the freeze-dried food over there. Do you want this too? Li Wan'er gazed at Lu Zhiyue with affection, opening the freeze-dried food and pouring out a few pieces. Consuming premium freeze-dried food, evolution points plus 2. Consumed premium freeze-dried food, evolution points plus 2. After consuming all that, Lu Zhiyue gained over 20 more evolution points. He needed more evolution points. He had to quickly gather enough points to evolve and grow stronger, so he could defeat that freak sooner. Just as Lu Zhiyue was about to open another can, Li Wan'er intervened. Enough. The doctor said you need to control your portion sizes. You can't eat anymore. Li Wan'er gathered up the canned food and freeze-dried rations, stowing them away in a nearby storage box. Come on, I'll take you to see the doctor. Li Wan'er scooped Lu Zhiyue up in her arms. After returning from the pet hospital, Li Wan'er sat down on the sofa holding Lu Zhiyue, silent the whole time, lost in thought. Woof. I told you I was fine. Now we've wasted money on another checkup. I was a bit harsh with my senior this morning. I should call him and apologize. Lu Zhiyue heard this and immediately refused to comply. Woof woof woof. Why apologize to scum like that? You merely kicked him out. Such people deserve to be flung out with a dung scoop. Seeing the puppy in her arms so agitated, Li Wan'er suddenly thought of something else. Oh, right. We could ask the senior to bring over Xiaoha's sister so the 2 little ones can meet. Lu Zhiyue, who had been so worked up moments ago, fell silent at once. Li Wan'er's idea was brilliant. Have that pervert bring over the puppy sister. Then he could figure out a way to keep her here, so he wouldn't have to worry about her being in danger. Woof. Hurry up and call them over. Lu Zhiyue even began urging Li Wan'er. Li Wan'er immediately made the call. No time at all? Alright, see you later, senior. After hanging up, Li Wan'er muttered to herself as if to console herself. It's normal for him to be busy as graduation approaches. I'll just reschedule for tomorrow. Lu Jiyue, who had been listening nearby, fell deep in thought. Suddenly, he regretted his actions from earlier that morning. That psychopath might take it out on Dog Sister instead. He couldn't wait until tomorrow. Gomei, hang in there. I'll come rescue you tonight. All Lu Jiyue could do now was hope the night would come quickly. Chapter 13, Rescuing Gomei. 11 p.m. Lu Jiyue finally waited until Li Wanner fell asleep before heading to the living room. He found a bag, packed the canned food and freeze-dried meals from the storage box, then left the place with the bag in his mouth. Behind the hills of Kunming University. Woof. Hey, guys, are you there? Meow. Two cat meows answered his call as a black cat and a white cat emerged from the grass. Lu Jiyue set the bag down and emptied the canned food and freeze-dried treats inside. The cats were stunned by the abundance of canned food and freeze-dried treats. Woof. Hey cats, I've got another favor to ask. For the sake of the food, the two cats agreed without a moment's hesitation. As midnight approached, a man familiar to Lu Jiyue appeared. He immediately gave the white cat beside him a meaningful look. The white cat understood instantly, picked up the red banknote Lu Jiyue had stolen from Li Wanner, and positioned itself in front of the man's path. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? 100 yuan bill? The man halted abruptly upon seeing what the cat held in its mouth. To give the man a clearer look, the cat even dropped the object from its mouth onto the ground. The man was about to rush over excitedly to pick it up. But just then, the white cat picked up the bill again and darted away. Good kitty, don't run away. Give me what's in your mouth, and I'll buy you 3 hot dogs. Seeing the white cat successfully distract the man, Lu Jiyue immediately began his plan with the black cat. Lu Jiyue led the black cat to the dormitory door. He then placed the stone he'd been holding in his mouth down, gripped it with both paws, and began tapping it against the door repeatedly, creating the illusion that someone was knocking. Sure enough, a voice soon called out from inside the dorm room. Coming right up. Hearing the sound of the lock turning, Lu Jiyue nodded to the black cat. The black cat immediately leaped onto the security window beside them, using its appearance to blend seamlessly into the darkness. Lu Jiyue, meanwhile, activated his shadow stealth ability. Soon, the dorm room door swung open. Spotting Tian Jiaqing behind the door, Lu Jiyue immediately slipped through the gap beneath his feet. Ha! Where is he? Tian Jiaqing swung the door wide open, scanning left and right, but found no sign of his roommate. Weird. Did I hear that wrong? Just as Tian Jiaqing turned to close the door, the black cat that had been lurking nearby suddenly leaped up. Meow. Tian Jiaqing saw a dark shadow lunging straight at his face. A sharp pain instantly shot across his face. Damn it! Tian Jiaqing roared in anger. He stared in disbelief, realizing the attacker was nothing more than a black cat. You little beast, daring to provoke me here. Enraged, Tian Jiaqing ignored the fact that he was in the dormitory. He grabbed a broom nearby and lunged toward the black cat. The agile black cat leapt and dodged, evading Tian Jiaqing's attack. While the commotion raged outside, the dorm room itself was far from calm. Upon entering the room, Lu Jiyue was shocked to find no sign of Gomei. He didn't even hear her slightest sound. Fortunately, relying on his keen sense of smell, he detected Gomei's scent emanating from a box tucked beneath the bed. After struggling to drag the box out, Lu Jiyue saw Gomei sleeping inside. But her state seemed unusual despite all the noise, she showed no signs of waking up. Lu Jiyue guessed she must have been drugged with something like sleeping pills. Woof. Dog sister, wake up. Lu Jiyue began shaking Gomei with his paw. After several shakes, Gomei finally showed signs of waking up, opening her eyes groggily. But she didn't see Lu Jiyue, who had hidden himself using a skill. Dog sister, pull yourself together. Big brother's here to save you. Hearing that familiar voice again, Gomei twitched her nose. It was Big Brother's scent. Her big brother had come to rescue her. Woof. Big brother. Gomei weakly let out a sound, but her raised head swayed unsteadily, threatening to fall back down. Woof. Wait for me. Lu Jiyue ran to the toilet, filled his mouth with water, and spat it onto Gomei, trying to revive her. After this, a glimmer of clarity slowly returned to Dog Sister's eyes. Woof. Listen to me. When I say go, just run straight ahead toward the main gate, then head toward the back mountain. Got it? Seeing Dog Sister's condition improve slightly, Lu Jiyue immediately began instructing her. He watched as Gomei nodded. Lu Jiyue resumed searching the dormitory. His mission wasn't just to rescue Gomei, he also needed to find something. Clang! As he jumped onto the desk to search, he accidentally knocked over a water cup nearby. The noise immediately caught Tian Jiaqing's attention outside. Lu Jiyue was still in stealth mode. Tian Jiaqing turned around and immediately spotted Gomei over there. How did she get out? Seeing this, Tian Jiaqing immediately dropped the mop in his hand and reached out to grab Gomei off the floor. Seeing the dog about to be grabbed by the creep, Lu Jiyue instantly lunged forward and bit down hard on the creep's hand. Ah! Tian Jiaqing let out a pained howl. Pulling his hand back, he saw 2 gaping holes in his flesh. Having dealt with dogs frequently, he knew this was a dog bite, but he hadn't seen the dog bite him at all. The puppy he'd adopted had only recently grown its teeth, they couldn't possibly be this sharp. What the hell? Just as Tian Jiaqing was baffled, a figure appeared before his eyes. Lu Zhiyao revealed his presence by initiating the attack. It's you! Tian Jiaqing was utterly astonished upon seeing Lu Zhiyao. There was clearly nothing there. How could? Taking advantage of Tian Jiaqing's shock, Lu Zhiyue immediately shouted at Gomei. Woof! Gomei, run! Gomei sprang to her feet and stumbled out. By then, Tian Jiaqing had regained his senses. Though he didn't know how it did it, if he could just catch it, everything would become clear. Tian Jiaqing reached out to grab Lu Zhiyao. Lu Zhiyue leapt aside, successfully evading him. Realizing he couldn't catch this dog, Tian Jiaqing instantly shifted his target, turning to grab Gomei as she neared the doorway. Woof! Damn it! Lu Zhiyue immediately called for backup. The black cat Sang Biao burst in, lunging once more toward Tian Jiaqing's face. With his vision blocked, Tian Jiaqing was forced to halt his pursuit. Seeing Sang Biao successfully buy time for Gomei's escape, Lu Zhiyao silently gave it a mental thumbs up, thinking his canned food hadn't been wasted. Damn it! Tian Jiaqing was thoroughly enraged. He reached out and grabbed wildly, catching Sang Biao's tail. He yanked it toward him. Meow! Sang Biao let out a pained cry as his body was yanked forward. Oh no! Watching Sang Biao get caught, Lu Zhiyue inwardly screamed in horror. Chapter 14, Evidence in the Phone. Die! Tian Jiaqing clamped down on the black cat's tail, hoisting it up to slam it hard onto the ground. Meow! Sang Biao let out a startled cry. The situation was critical. Lu Zhiyue immediately lunged forward, sinking his teeth into Tian Jiaqing's leg. Ah! The pain made Tian Jiaqing's grip loosen. Sang Biao seized the chance to yank his tail free and darted to the side. You little beast, I'll kill you right now. Lu Zhiyue successfully drew the psychopath's attention to himself. Seeing the man lunging for him, he instantly released his grip and circled behind the man. As the man turned around, Lu Zhiyue opened his mouth and bit down again on the same spot he had bitten before. This time, he bit down with all his might. Ah! Lu Zhiyue's tactic of pain countering pain caused the pervert to writhe in agony. Just then, something fell out of Tian Jiaqing's pocket, glinting brightly on the ground. Spotting the object on the ground, Lu Zhiyue's eyes lit up. Found it! Lu Zhiyao immediately released his grip and picked up the fallen object. Woof! Sang Biao, retreat now! Meow! The cat and dog darted away from the dormitory. Give me back my phone! Tian Jiaqing, snapping back to his senses, realized his phone had been taken and immediately gave chase. Woof! Sang Biao, you're faster, go find my dog sister first. Once it's done, I'll reward you handsomely. Meow. Got it. Leave it to me, Sang Biao. Stop running, you little beast. When I catch you, you're dead meat. The maniac's voice echoed behind him. Lu Zhiyue quickly chose the nearest large tree and scrambled up its trunk. After stashing his phone, he swiftly descended and approached the maniac. To ensure Sang Biao and Gomei's safety, he had to reveal himself and lure the maniac away first. Woof. Lu Zhiyue barked at Tian Jiaqing. Tian Jiaqing immediately noticed Lu Zhiyao and began chasing after him. Lu Zhiyue led him away toward the opposite direction of the back mountain. Surprisingly, despite his leg being bitten, the man ran incredibly fast. Every time Lu Zhiyue glanced back, he saw Tian Jiaqing closing in. Running frantically, Lu Zhiyue lost his footing and suddenly found himself at the school's outer wall, his path blocked by the towering barrier. Let's see where you run now. The maniac's voice was right behind him. Lu Zhiyao halted abruptly and spun around. He saw the man about to grab him. He darted to the side, his figure vanishing instantly. Tian Jiaqing watched helplessly as Lu Zhiyao vanished before his eyes, his face contorted with madness. Where's the dog? It was just here a moment ago. He frantically lashed out at the surrounding air, his entire being bordering on madness. Lu Zhiyue, nearly colliding with him, quickly tiptoed back several steps. Fortunately, Lu Zhiyue activated the night stealth skill at the critical moment. Look, what's wrong with that guy? Could he have lost his mind from graduation stress? Let's get out of here, this is too scary. Just then, two female college students passing by on their way back to the women's dormitory noticed the commotion. Tian Jiaqing froze upon hearing their voices. Watching the pervert retreating, Lu Zhiyue dared not linger and immediately broke into a fast run. He had to get back before the creep did to retrieve his phone. Returning to the tree where the phone was hidden, Lu Zhiyue grabbed it in his mouth and dashed toward the back mountain. Woof! Damn it! Meow! But it was the white cat Thanos who emerged. Woof! Thanos, where's Sang Biao and my dog sister? Meow! Sang Biao told me to wait here for you. Quick, follow me. Realizing something was off, Lu Zhiyue immediately followed. Soon after, Lu Zhiyue was led to a spot. Sang Biao was lurking nearby. It really is a purebred dog. Worth 1,000 or 2 yuan. Old Son's Wangkai was only worth 500. Just wait till I show off to that guy. 2,000 yuan. What a lucky day. Watching as the security guard was about to take dog sister away, Lu Jiyue grew increasingly anxious. Just then, the phone clamped between Lu Jiyue's teeth lit up and began to ring. A call. It was almost certainly that creep calling. If he heard the sound, he'd be exposed. Lu Jiyue quickly hung up the call using his paw pads. He wanted to turn off the phone, but his paws made it difficult. What was that sound? The security guard seemed to have heard the phone ring just now and was about to look this way. Meow. That pervert would definitely call again. He couldn't stay here any longer. At least dog sister was safer in this guard's hands than with that creep. He'd figure out a way to get her back tomorrow. Sangbiao, Thanos, please watch over Gome for me. Lu Jiyue instructed the two cats before sprinting out at top speed. He didn't stop until he'd left the school grounds and reached a box on the next street over. His phone rang incessantly the entire way. Lu Jiyao set down his phone and hung up the call before attempting to unlock it. This phone contained all the evidence of that pervert abusing dogs. He might not yet have the strength to take down this monster himself, but with this evidence, he could get the authorities to punish him first. Lu Jiyue tapped the phone twice with his fingertips, and it displayed a prompt requiring a passcode to unlock. He first tried common combinations like 8 8s, 8 zeros, and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. But they were all wrong. With the phone ringing incessantly, Lu Jiyue began to grow impatient. I got the phone, but if I can't unlock it, isn't this all for nothing? What should I do? Just then, Lu Jiyue thought of a brilliant solution. He picked up the phone again and turned out of the alley. Once on the main road, Lu Jiyao casually tossed the phone onto the pavement. Before long, a passing man with a receding hairline spotted the device. Picking it up and seeing it was perfectly intact, a smile spread across his face. Damn, I'm awesome, I actually found a phone. Just then, the phone rang again, startling the man. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Seeing no one nearby, he immediately turned off the phone, stuffed it into his pocket, and walked away. Lu Jiyao immediately followed him. Chapter 15, The Taste of Being Gutted. Hey, boss, how much to unlock this phone? Lu Jiyao followed the Mediterranean man who had picked up the phone and saw him enter a phone repair shop. The shop owner glanced up at the man with the receding hairline. 80. How long will it take? About half an hour. The man with the receding hairline sat down nearby to wait. After collecting the payment, the shop owner began working on the phone. During the wait, the man grew drowsy. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyao, hidden from view, kept his eyes fixed on the shop owner unlocking the phone. Done. 80 in the bag. The boss, who had finished the unlock in just 5 minutes, glanced over at the Mediterranean guy snoring away. Better wait half an hour before waking him. He'll just start complaining that $80 wasn't worth it. Watching the boss place the phone on the counter, Lu Jiyue immediately lunged forward, snatched it up with his teeth, and turned to leave the shop. Ha! Where's the phone? The boss, who had seen the phone disappear with his own eyes, was stunned. It was right here a second ago. There's a ghost. Lu Jiyue had no time to concern himself with the aftermath. He carried the phone back to the alleyway he'd been in earlier. He tapped the screen with his paw. Opening the photo album, he once again saw the images that filled him with rage and heartbreak. It's time he got some payback. Lu Jiyue thought to himself before opening a social media app. He then proceeded to mass share every single one of those heartbreaking videos and photos from his phone across every group chat he belonged to. But he wasn't done yet. Lu Jiyue opened a video sharing app, selected a clip, and uploaded it. After finishing these actions, Lu Jiyue casually tossed his phone aside and walked away. Now all he had to do was wait. Tomorrow was bound to be an absolutely spectacular day. Early the next morning, Li Wanner woke up and opened her phone to check her messages as usual. Seeing the 99 plus notification, she frowned in confusion. What on earth did Jia Cheng send? Ah! The moment Li Wanner tapped on a video, she was met with an extremely bloody scene, causing her to immediately fling her phone away in terror. When she finally calmed down enough to pick up her phone again, she was utterly stunned. How could he? How dare he? Li Wanner trembled with fury. Woof! Lu Jiyue, who had been observing Li Wanner all along, called out, drawing her attention. Oh right, Xiaoha's sister. Li Wanner remembered the matter. She immediately got up, scooped up Lu Jiyue, and rushed to the school. When they arrived at Tian Jiacheng's dormitory, they learned he had long since left. The area was now surrounded by a crowd. Tian Jiacheng's roommate was still explaining to others who had come looking for him. He hasn't come back all night, and I can't get through to him on the phone. I have no idea where he went. I really don't know anything about it. I wasn't involved. Lu Jiyue knew this guy must be hiding somewhere. A small hotel near Kunming University. Tian Jiacheng turned on the old phone he'd bought for 300 yuan. He suddenly realized. The thesis he'd poured his heart and soul into had been rejected again. Not only that, but he saw the university's notice in the school group chat announcing his impending expulsion. You little bastard, you little bastard. I'll make you wish you were dead. Tian Jiacheng clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. His entire life had been ruined by a dog. He was filled with regret. Regret that he hadn't killed all the remaining puppies that night. To have cut off the root completely. I will catch you. Tian Jiaqing's face contorted as he spoke, veins bulging between his forehead and neck, resembling a vengeful specter. Li Wan'er searched everywhere but couldn't find the little dog anywhere. The thought of those horrific videos and photos of dog abuse made her heart clench. Just then, Lu Zhiyue jumped down from her arms. Woof! I know where Dog's sister is. Come with me. Lu Zhiyue bit onto Li Wan'er's pant leg, trying to lead her away. Do you know where your sister is? Lu Zhiyue barked again, then led the way ahead. Soon, Lu Zhiyue arrived at the back mountain and found the white cat, Thanos. Meow. You finally made it. Meow. That security guard seems to be trying to sell your dog sister. Sang Diao is watching right now. Hearing this, Lu Zhiyue immediately took off running. Li Wan'er realized Xiao Ha must have learned something from the stray cat and hurried after him. Xiao Ha, wait for me. When Lu Zhiyue arrived, the security guard who had taken dog sister away last night was happily counting money. Oh no! Lu Zhiyue thought to himself. Meow. Follow me. The person who bought dog sister hasn't gone far. Lu Zhiyue immediately followed Sang Biao out. Soon, Lu Zhiyue caught up on a street and spotted the man who had taken Gomiai. The man wore a baseball cap and a mask over his face. But Lu Zhiyue recognized him. It was that pervert Tian Jiaqing. Lu Zhiyue saw him wave the dog girl in his hand toward him before getting into a taxi. Damn it! Lu Zhiyue cursed under his breath. Just then, an electric scooter passed by. Without a second thought, Lu Zhiyue leaped onto the back seat. He stared intently at the taxi ahead. Seeing the electric bike about to turn right, he immediately leaped onto the roof of a sedan. After switching between 3 or 4 different vehicles back and forth, Lu Zhiyue finally caught up when the taxi came to a stop. Seeing the pervert lead the girl into a building, Lu Zhiyue immediately followed. Upon entering, he saw the main door left open and his heart sank. He realized the pervert had deliberately lured him here. To save Gomei, Lu Zhiyue still stepped inside. You're here. It's time to settle our score. The moment Lu Zhiyue stepped inside, the door behind him slammed shut. Only then did he clearly see the situation inside. All the doors and windows were locked, and several bright lights were blazing almost brighter than outside. The floor was covered in flour. It seemed the psychopath had made thorough preparations to prevent him from using his invisibility. But since Night Stalker could only be used at night, all this was utterly pointless. Come here. Tian Jiaqing grabbed Gomei with one hand while pressing a dagger against her with the other. If you don't want me to slit its throat right now, you'd better do as I say. Lu Zhiyue walked forward as instructed. Thud. Tian Jiaqing kicked Lu Zhiyue hard. Awwa! Lu Zhiyue let out a piercing scream as his body slammed hard into the wall, blood gushing from his mouth. Come closer. Tian Jiaqing commanded Lu Zhiyue again. Once more, Lu Zhiyue was kicked viciously. This time, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, staining the flour on the floor crimson. Come here. Get down on your knees at my feet. This time, Lu Zhiyue barely managed to stand. I'll count to 3. Tian Jiaqing traced the dagger along Gomei's belly. Lu Zhiyue staggered over to his feet and dropped to his knees. Expose your belly. Lu Zhiyue complied once more. He watched as the psychopath crouched down, moving the dagger toward his own stomach. Want to know how it felt when I sliced open your dog mother's belly that night? Tian Jiaqing's eyes burned with bloodlust and madness. The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Zhiyue felt the dagger slice clean through his belly. Chapter 16, Counterattack. A savage grin twisted Tian Jiaqing's face. The thought of witnessing the puppy's eyes fill with terror, helplessly watching his own slow death, filled him with excitement. But reality diverged from his imagination. The puppy before him showed no trace of panic. Instead, Lu Zhiyue seemed to see a mysterious light flare within those golden canine eyes. The once tiny puppy under his grasp suddenly underwent a colossal transformation. A colossal beast several feet tall loomed before him. The beast opened its abyssal maw, and a deafening roar erupted, striking him straight through the heart. In an instant, his heart was engulfed by boundless terror. His entire body began to shake uncontrollably, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Run! That was Tian Jiaqing's first instinct. But he suddenly realized his body was frozen stiff. Next, excruciating pain shot through his neck as sticky blood spurted violently. Summoning every ounce of strength, he managed to tilt his head downward slightly. What met his eyes was an unbelievable sight. The dog that had once been his plaything had leaped onto his chest, its mouth clamped around his dagger. Woof! Go to hell! Lu Zhiyue, dagger in jaws, plunged it once more into the psychopath's throat. The psychopath's carotid artery snapped cleanly, spurting blood like a fountain. Within seconds, he collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly still. Lu Zhiyue approached the pervert and sniffed at his nostrils. Only after confirming he was truly dead did he breathe a sigh of relief. Had he not spent his evolution points the night before to upgrade the skill, Eye of Deterrence, it might have been him lying on the ground. The upgraded intermediate Eye of Dread gained a new effect. It could temporarily paralyze an opponent's body, with the duration determined by the target's strength. It was precisely during this moment of paralysis that Lu Jius seized his chance to turn the tables. At last, he had avenged his dog mother and given closure to the other puppies who had died unjustly at the hands of the freak. Woof! Big brother, you're hurt. Dog's sister ran over and began licking the wound on Lu Jiao's stomach. It was just a superficial cut with a little blood, nothing serious. But the pervert's corpse was giving Lu Jiu a headache. After all, his human mindset from his previous life still lingered. Killing someone meant jail time. But he was now a puppy. At worst, he'd be under the Paw Patrol's jurisdiction. Besides, he'd rid the canine world of a major psychopath, a heroic deed. With that thought, Lu Jiu puffed out his chest and walked away with dog sister in tow, as if he owned the place. Xiao Ha. When Lu Jiu returned to Kunming University with Gomei, Li Wanner, who had been waiting there all along, spotted him immediately. Where did you run off to? Before Li Wanner could finish her sentence, she noticed the Siberian Husky puppy trailing behind Lu Jiu. You brought your sister back? Li Wanner was utterly astonished. How amazing are you? Li Wanner reached out to pet both puppies. Little third dog sister immediately pulled out her signature move. She rolled onto her back, exposing her belly, and emitted adorable, puppy-like whimpers at just the right moments while being petted. Sure enough, Li Wanner couldn't resist at all. She was completely ensnared by the puppy's cuddle trap. Oh my goodness, you're so adorable and well-behaved. I've made up my mind, I'm taking both of you home. Lu Jiu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Cute antics really do have a gender advantage. Oh, are you hurt? At that moment, Li Wanner finally noticed the bloodstains on Lu Jiu's clothes. Her face drained of color as she immediately scooped up both puppies and rushed toward the pet hospital. The wound is shallow. Keep it dry and change the dressing every few days. The vet brought out Lu Jiu, his belly bandaged. Shallow? But I saw it covered in blood. Li Wanner still looked worried. Don't worry. I gave it a full examination, and there really isn't anything seriously wrong. Hearing this, Li Wanner finally exhaled in relief. What about this little puppy? Is it okay? The doctor shook his head with a smile. They're both perfectly healthy, but... Li Wanner grew tense again. But what? I'm a bit puzzled, are these really all from the same litter? This little female puppy does look like a 1 or 2 month old should. But this male puppy's teeth are developed like a 5 or 6 month old pup, his claws are unusually sharp, and his build is larger than what you'd expect for his age. Li Wanner nodded in agreement. What could be causing this? Could it be some kind of genetic mutation or disease? It's not that extreme, though. It might still be related to its daily diet. You might need to control its food intake more carefully from now on. Woof! What nonsense are you spouting now? How am I supposed to evolve if I eat less? Seeing Lu Jiu give him a fierce glare, the doctor didn't get angry, he just smiled. It's almost like he understands what I'm saying. I've never seen a husky this smart before. I agree with what you said. Little Ha really is exceptionally smart. Sometimes I even feel like there's a human soul inside its body. As the two chatted, the sound of police sirens suddenly pierced the air outside the pet hospital. Someone's been killed. A stray dog killed someone. As the shouts echoed, the area outside grew chaotic. Soon after, the wail of sirens and the sound of ambulances echoed in succession. Lu Jiu's heart skipped a beat. Could someone have discovered that pervert's body already? But the incident site was still quite a distance away. How could it have caused such a commotion here? What's going on? Let's go check it out. Li Wanner and the pet doctor, who had also heard the commotion, hurried to the front door and pushed it open to investigate. Lu Jiu immediately followed them out. Chapter 17, Dog Bite Incident. Outside, a crowd had already gathered in layers, surrounding the scene. Lu Jiu quickly squeezed through the gaps between their feet. Soon, Lu Jiu could see what was happening inside. Medical personnel were gathered around a boy of about 7 or 8, performing emergency treatment. The boy's clothes were reduced to rags, his upper body stained with blood. A woman beside him wailed heart-wrenchingly, seemingly the boy's mother. On the other side, police officers were interviewing witnesses and taking notes. Tell us what you saw. The officer questioned a heavily tattooed man who claimed to have witnessed the entire incident. The boy was crouching over here playing when that stray dog suddenly darted out of nowhere. It pounced on the boy and started biting him. I hit it with a stick this thick, but it wouldn't let go. The officer faithfully recorded the witness's account. Where did the dog run off to? It must have fled that way. The tattooed man pointed toward the park over there. The officer immediately took 2 officers and gave chase in that direction. After learning the details, the onlookers around them couldn't help but express their shock. Good heavens! That boy was so young, and now he's been bitten like this. How heartbroken his parents must be. If you ask me, they should just put all these stray dogs down. Save them from hurting people. That's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Sure, the biting stray is despicable, but the others are innocent. How are they innocent? If the remaining strays bite someone else, will you take responsibility? Eliminating these strays is the only way to prevent such problems. In ancient times, they only executed 9 generations of a family. You're proposing to wipe out the entire stray dog population. Does that mean if you make a mistake in the future, your whole family should be arrested? The argument over stray dogs grew increasingly heated, forcing nearby police officers to intervene and restore order. After administering basic first aid to the little boy, the medical staff prepared to transfer him to a stretcher for transport to the hospital. What's that smell? Lu Jiyue, who had been watching from the sidelines, twitched his nose. He sensed an indescribable odor. He soon realized the scent was emanating from the little boy himself. The boy lay on the stretcher, about to be loaded into the ambulance. As he passed by Lu Jiyue, he suddenly noticed. The wounds on the boy's body seemed rather unusual. A faint mist seemed to be rising from the wounds. Lu Jiyue tried to lean closer for a better look, but the next second, his body was lifted off the ground. Xiaoha, who told you to run off like that? Li Wanner's expression turned grave as she scooped Lu Jiyue up and hurried him back to the pet hospital. The moment she set him down, she began lecturing him. That little boy got bitten by a dog and you went right up to it. If someone takes it out on you, you're so small they could beat you to death in an instant. Li Wanner's words made perfect sense and Lu Jiyue dared not argue. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. How could a dog bite wound emit such a strange odor and even give off a wisp of mist? Lu Jiyue couldn't quite wrap his head around it. After all, when he bit that pervert, he hadn't seen anything like this happen. As Lu Jiyue pondered this, Li Wanner's puzzled voice chimed in. This place is close to the snack street, and there are indeed quite a few stray dogs around. But why would a stray dog bite someone for no reason? Logically speaking, dogs don't bite people for no reason unless provoked. So that stray dog must have had rabies. The pet doctor nearby answered Li Wanner's question. Rabies? Li Wanner frowned upon hearing this. Yes. Once a dog contracts this disease, death is imminent. What's most terrifying is that it can be transmitted to humans. For people who catch it, the fatality rate is 100%. That's terrifying. Li Wanner turned pale with fear upon hearing this. So to prevent this dreadful disease, should we give your dog a vaccine shot? The vet promptly pitched the vaccine. Yes. Get it now. Lu Jiyue rubbed his still aching buttocks and glared resentfully at the vet. Don't blame me, though. It's for your own good. The vet chuckled as he tossed the used syringe into the trash. Woo. Dog's sister, who had also received a shot, was still whimpering. Li Wanner, standing nearby, watched her with an auntie-like smile. How can you be so adorable even when getting a shot? You're so cute it melts my heart. You're so adorable, let's call you Meng Meng. Lu Jiyue couldn't help but crack a smile at Li Wanner's flippant naming suggestion. She called herself Xiaoha because she thought he looked like a ha? Pure nonsense. He should be called Little Handsome. After handing over another chunk of cash to the pet hospital, Li Wanner headed home with the 2 puppies. Seeing Gomei running around the villa like she'd never seen the world before, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but sigh at her lack of sophistication. When he saw Li Wanner preparing a special bowl of premium food mixed with goat milk just for Gomei, Lu Jiyue couldn't hold back again. Don't think I don't know you've been stealing those canned food and freeze-dried treats. The vet said today we need to control your portions, so no dinner for you tonight. No matter how much Lu Jiyue rolled around on the floor whining, Li Wanner remained unmoved. She'd probably seen Gomei's whining and gotten a taste for it, now dismissing his antics with utter disdain. This made him deeply regretful. No wonder they say masters should always hold back when teaching apprentices. This was truly feeding the disciple to death while starving the master. Woof. Cute girl, good girl, give big brother a bite. That evening, Lu Jiyue, his stomach growling, stared at the person and dog lounging on the sofa with a look of resentment. At that moment, Li Wanner lay comfortably on the sofa, cuddling Meng Meng while watching TV. A male corpse was discovered inside a residential building, surrounded by dog paw prints. The suspect appears to be a stray dog. Just as Li Wanner was about to change the channel, she froze upon hearing the news. Why are stray dogs causing so much trouble today? Lu Jiyue, who had also heard the news, grew serious. The news is talking about that pervert Tian Jiacheng. But somehow, his actions seem to have been blamed on stray dogs. With reports of stray dog attacks on people surfacing one after another, including fatalities, it's likely that the lives of actual stray dogs will become even more difficult. Soon after, the news reported today's incident of a stray dog biting a young boy. Fortunately, the boy is out of danger after receiving prompt medical attention. The dog responsible has not yet been caught, so we remind all residents to remain vigilant around stray dogs. The news segment then displayed a photo of the attacking dog, taken by a passerby. When Lu Jiyue saw the photo, he was stunned. Chapter 18, Dog Brother's Life Hanging by a Thread. The dog in the photo had a coat of yellow fur with a tuft of white hair on its forehead and slender limbs. What astonished Lu Jiyue was that the dog didn't appear large at all by visual estimation, it weighed no more than 20 pounds. It wasn't even a medium-sized dog. Yet the wounds on the little boy's body were deep. They didn't look like they could have been inflicted by a dog of this size. Ha! Is this the wrong photo? Even Li Wanner voiced her confusion upon seeing the image. As if to validate their suspicions, the news report then aired surveillance footage of the dog attack. In the footage, a dog barely taller than the boy's thigh lunged forward and knocked him to the ground. After biting the boy, the dog violently shook its head, flinging the child into the air. Seeing this, Lu Jiyue was even more shocked. Could such immense biting force and strength really come from a dog weighing less than 20 pounds? Rabies is terrifying. A dog this small can be so ferocious when infected. Li Wanner, equally baffled, attributed the cause to rabies. But Lu Jiyue sensed something was off. That morning, Li Wanner rose early. After preparing food for the two puppies, she hurried off to school. Finally, she's out of the house. Lu Jiyue immediately rushed to his own food bowl. Seeing only a single piece of chicken breast inside, he turned his gaze to Mingming's bowl. Why does she get canned food again? Lu Jiao devoured the chicken breast in his bowl before approaching Mengmeng. Woof. Good sister, let your brother have another bite. Mengmeng sighed, seeing her brother's usual stubborn ways. Woof. Just one bite, okay? Lu Jiyue didn't want to be so shameless either, but he was just a hair's breadth away from meeting the evolution requirements. Mo pushed the bowl forward with her paw, resigned. Lu Jiyue rejoiced, finally getting his meat can. Consumed premium pet meat canned food, evolution points +7. Evolution conditions met. Host may choose to evolve. This evolution requires 2 hours of hibernation. Evolve now? As the system prompt sounded, Lu Jiao rejoiced. Another chance to evolve and grow stronger. But just to be safe, he'd wait until his pet owner returned before going into hibernation. With his belly full, Lu Jiyue hopped onto the sofa and opened the tablet his owner had left behind. He then skillfully opened the video platform and started scrolling through videos. Several videos in a row were about stray dogs attacking people. Just as Lu Jiao had suspected, the situation for stray dogs was dire. These incidents were escalating online, with many netizens calling for local governments to step in and cull stray dogs. Some even went to extremes, poisoning areas only to accidentally harm pet dogs and cause tragedies. The power of online public opinion is terrifying. These days, even being a dog isn't easy. Lu Jiyue sighed inwardly while scrolling through the videos, when suddenly he heard a burst of frantic barking. Woof woof woof. Lu Jiyue immediately ran toward the sound. Arriving at the villa's main gate, he saw several stray dogs fighting over food in the open space ahead. To be precise, 2 large dogs were trying to snatch a ham sausage from a small puppy's mouth. The little dog seemed terribly hungry and refused to give up the sausage no matter what. Even as the 2 larger dogs bit into its body, drawing blood, it clamped down on the sausage with all its might, whimpering softly. This little dog has some guts, doesn't it? Still refusing to give in even like this. Lu Jiyue watched the scene unfold, inwardly admiring the little dog's tenacity. Yet the more he watched, the more familiar the little dog seemed. Though covered in filth, obscuring its true coat color, those eyes. Those were the signature beady eyes unique to a husky. And that faintly familiar scent. Could it be? As the 2 large dogs prepared to attack the puppy again, Lu Jiyue immediately rushed forward. Woof! The 2 big dogs perked up at the sound. Another food thief? But when they turned to see it was just a puppy, they instantly relaxed. Gore! Get lost before you get bitten to death. The 2 large dogs growled warningly at Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue gave a cold laugh, then swept his golden eyes over both dogs. Woof woof woof! The next second, the 2 big dogs let out blood-curdling screams as if they'd seen a ghost, then fled the scene with their tails between their legs. After dealing with the 2 large dogs, Lu Jiyue turned his gaze toward the puppy over there. Its eyes were glazed over, clearly terrified by what it had just witnessed. Woof! Second brother, it really is you. Lu Jiyue approached the puppy and sniffed it carefully, confirming by scent that this was indeed his own flesh and blood brother. Woof! Big brother? Only now did the puppy recognize Lu Jiyue. Shock filled its heart. Its big brother was so formidable, able to scare off those 2 big dogs with sheer presence alone. Woof! How did you get yourself into such a state? Filthy as hell, reeking of rotten food. I almost didn't recognize you. Woof! Lu Jiyue finally understood the family that had taken in air had abandoned him because of recent incidents of stray dogs biting people. Woof! Big brother, eat this sausage. I worked so hard to find it. After taking a bite of the sausage he'd fought so hard to protect, the younger dog placed the remainder before Lu Jiyue. Just as Lu Jiyue was about to refuse, he noticed a white object protruding from the severed end of the sausage. He stared closer. It was a pill. This sausage has been poisoned. Lu Jiyue immediately reacted, rushing over to pry open dog brother's mouth. But it was too late. Gouty had already swallowed the sausage whole. Oh no, oh no. This could kill the dog. Without a word, Lu Jiyue plunged his paw into Gouty's throat. Dog brother's eyes welled up with tears from the discomfort. Woo! Big brother, I'm sorry. From now on, I'll save everything I eat for you. After several failed attempts to pry the sausage out of dog brother's mouth with his claws, Lu Jiao lost his temper completely. Woof! You fool! That sausage is poisonous. Spit it out or you'll lose your life. Hearing Lu Jiao's words, Dog Brother's face paled with fear. He desperately tried to vomit up the sausage he'd just swallowed. But the harder he tried, the less he could vomit, leaving only a pool of saliva on the ground. Before long, it felt waves of discomfort rising from its stomach. Woof. Bro, am I really going to die? The filthy little dog looked at Lu Jiyue with eyes full of fear and reluctance. After dragging its starved body for so long, it had finally found a delicious-smelling ham sausage. Not only did it fight tooth and nail to protect the food, but it also reunited with its family. It should have been the greatest joy imaginable, yet he was told it might die. Watching Dog Brother's spirit fade by the minute, Lu Jiyue was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. Was he really going to stand by and watch Dog Brother be taken away by the Grim Reaper? Chapter 19, Special Affairs Office 007. Dr. Tan. Dr. Tan. Li Wana rushed into the pet hospital in a panic and immediately began searching everywhere for veterinarian Tan Hao. She had received a call from Dr. Tan, learning that her dog had eaten poisoned ham sausage. Panicked, she skipped class and rushed over immediately. Hearing the commotion, Dr. Tan immediately came out. Dr. Tan, where's the dog? Is it okay now? Seeing Li Wana's anxious expression, Dr. Tan immediately reassured her. Don't worry. We treated it promptly, and it's fine now. Saying this, he led Li Wana to where the dog was resting. It just had its stomach pumped and is still a bit weak. Dr. Tan gestured toward the dog bed over there. Li Wana rushed over immediately. When she saw the filthy dog before her, she frowned. Something was off, more than off, it was dead wrong. After carefully examining the puppy once more, Li Wana spoke uncertainly. Dr. Tan, this doesn't seem to be my dog? But this dog was brought here by your dog. Li Wana froze upon hearing this. My dog delivered it? Lu Jiyue, standing nearby, realized it would be rude to stay hidden any longer. Stretching lazily, he stepped forward. Tan Hao then recounted Lu Jiyue's heroic deed. When Xiao Ha brought this puppy over, he kept barking at me. I had no idea what was going on until he dropped a half-eaten sausage with medicine hidden inside right in front of me. I rushed to pump the puppy's stomach, which saved its life. After hearing the whole story, Li Wana's eyes lit up as she looked at Xiao Ha. Goodness gracious, Xiao Ha, how clever you are. You actually saved a puppy. Li Wana proceeded to ruffle Lu Jiyue's hair vigorously. His stylish hair was completely messed up. But, this puppy you found looks kind of familiar. Slow to catch on, Li Wana immediately pulled out her phone. After comparing it to a video on her phone, she finally recognized that this filthy little stray was Xiao Ha's brother. Oh my goodness. This is Xiao Ha's brother. But wasn't he adopted? How could? At that moment, Dr. Tan sighed. I suspect it was abandoned after the recent incidents of stray dogs attacking people. Our store has taken in many abandoned pets lately. How could anyone abandon their pet because of that? Li Wana was furious upon hearing this. And this puppy has quite a few wounds. It must have been bullied by other strays while wandering. Hearing this, Li Wana immediately turned to look at the still weak doggy. Seeing its battered and bruised body, she instantly imagined the hardships it must have endured as a stray. Poor thing. It's okay if they won't take care of me, I will. From now on, you three little ones are mine. I promise to take good care of you. Woof. This is great. Hearing the owner agree to take in doggy, Lu Jiyue couldn't contain his joy. Your big brother's name is Xiao Ha, so I'll call you Xiao Shi. Lu Jiyue's mouth twitched. If the fourth brother were here, following this naming pattern, he'd probably be called Xiao Qi. Speaking of the fourth brother, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but worry about this one little brother who hadn't been reunited with the family. He feared the pup might also be caught up in the recent wave of dog attacks. As if reading his mind, Li Wana also thought of the last puppy at that moment. All three of you little ones are reunited now. How about I just keep the last one too? Woof. Hearing Li Wana's suggestion, Lu Jiyue barked excitedly. Xiao Ha, you agree too, right? Alright, I'll try to contact the owner who adopted that puppy and do my best to reunite all four of you. Xiao Shi, the puppy lying down resting, also let out a faint sound to express his joy. Reuniting with his brothers and sisters was a scene he'd dreamed of countless times. Li Wana, who still had afternoon classes, entrusted the two puppies to Dr. Tan before hurrying off to school. Dr. Tan didn't waste any time either. Taking advantage of Xiao Shi's weakness and inability to struggle, he administered a rabies vaccine shot. Lu Jiyue watched from the side, feeling a dull ache in his own backside. Poor little dog, covered in bites like that. Dr. Tan cleaned the filth and wounds from Xiao Shi's body, launching into his usual stream of chatter. But you're lucky, you know. I just got word that the community will be sending people out tomorrow to round up stray dogs. Seems that big yellow dog bit someone again. It's really strange though. Days have passed, and if that big yellow dog had rabies, it should have shown symptoms by now. Yet it's still out there biting people. The culprit remains at large, yet all the stray dogs here suffer. It's a shame. I wish I could do more. From Dr. Tan's mutterings, Lu Jiyue gleaned several key pieces of information. That big yellow dog still hadn't been caught, and tomorrow humans would take action to round up the stray dogs. The fate awaiting the captured strays was obvious even to a fool. Was it really worth it to sacrifice the lives of all the stray dogs because of one dog's mistake? As a dog himself now, Lu Jiyue deeply empathized with the strays, especially after witnessing his own canine brother's plight. Many dogs were forced into homelessness. Before humans, they had to keep their tails tucked and heads bowed just to survive in the city's cracks. When hungry, they scavenge scraps from dumpsters. When thirsty, they drink filthy water from gutters like rats in the sewers. But they only want to survive. Lu Jiyue resolved to take action. At the very least, let those who made the mistake bear the consequences. A resolute gleam flashed in Lu Jiyue's eyes before he found a suitable spot and lay down. System, I want to evolve. Soon, Lu Jiyue entered a state of hibernation. 2 hours later, Lu Jiyue slowly awoke. He looked toward where his dog brother, Xiaoshi, had been, only to find the dog gone. Could something have happened while he was asleep? Just as Lu Jiyue rose in alarm, a voice sounded overhead. Hey, awake? Lu Jiyue turned to see Dr. Tan standing behind him, holding little Shi. Now that all the grime had been washed off, Xiaoshi had finally regained his original appearance, looking much more presentable. Lu Jiyue finally relaxed. Just as he was about to pull up his system panel to check what changes his upgrade had brought, a commotion erupted at the door. Several officers in uniform had appeared at the pet hospital entrance without warning. Hello, police investigation. Please open the door and cooperate. Why would the police be investigating a pet hospital? Could it be that his murder of Tian Jiacheng had been uncovered? Would a little dog get executed for murder? In an instant, countless questions surged through Lu Jiyue's mind. By the time he snapped out of it and tried to make a run for it, Dr. Tan had already opened the door and let the officers inside. Chapter 20, The Abyssal Space. Stray dogs have been attacking people in this area. We've been ordered to investigate. We heard your veterinary clinic has taken in quite a few dogs recently. We're concerned the attacking dog might be among them, so we're here to investigate. No need to be nervous. Just cooperate fully with our investigation. Several individuals in police uniforms entered and immediately stated their purpose. Lu Jiyue, who had been on edge, finally relaxed. Lu Jiyue realized he had been overly sensitive. No matter how thoroughly they investigated, they would never suspect that a mere puppy could kill a grown man. Wait. The scent on these men felt strangely familiar. Understanding their purpose, Dr. Tan immediately cooperated, leading them to the boarding kennel. I only take in abandoned pets here, no strays. Dr. Tan explained as he showed them around. Understood. We also need to film some footage for reference materials. Please step outside for now. Dr. Tan was very cooperative, cradling Xiaoshi in one arm while scooping up Lu Jiyue, who had just slipped inside, with the other. Just as he was about to leave, he was called back. Wait, please leave these 2 dogs you're holding behind. Thinking that police procedures demanded meticulousness, Dr. Tan didn't ask questions. He set the 2 puppies down and stepped outside. Lu Jiyue, who had been recalling the scent, finally remembered. The scent on these people was strikingly similar to the scent on the boy who had been bitten that day. The next moment, he saw one of the female officers pull a device out of her bag. Wasn't she supposed to be filming? What was this thing? The female officer scanned all the dogs inside, including Lu Jiyue, with the device. Captain, no traces of spirit beasts detected. To be thorough, run another scan, ordered the lead man. Yes, sir. At that moment, another male officer watching nearby spoke up. Captain, is that stray dog that bit someone really a spirit beast? MHM. The man addressed as Captain nodded. The 007 team examined the victim's wounds at the hospital. There were residual spiritual energy traces on them. It's basically confirmed. So it really was a spirit beast causing trouble. Spirit beasts can parasitize animals, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary creatures otherwise. That's why thorough inspections are crucial. Exactly. This spirit beast has been running rampant lately, injuring more and more people. We must find it as soon as possible. Lu Jiyue froze upon hearing this. Spirit beast? What on earth are those? And what exactly was this organization called 007 they kept mentioning? When the female officer's device scanned Lu Jiyue again, this time he spotted a line of small text on the screen: Special Affairs Agency 007. Special Affairs Office? So these people weren't actually police officers at all? Captain, still no detection. Alright, move on to the next location. The woman quickly packed up her equipment and opened the door. Alright, thank you for your cooperation. Sorry for the disturbance. After exchanging farewells with Dr. Tan, the group hurriedly departed. Watching their retreating figures, Dr. Tan remarked with a sigh, the police really are thorough. Lu Jiyue beside him wore a serious expression. He'd just heard a lot of information. So, that big yellow dog that bit someone wasn't just an ordinary stray? What exactly was a spirit beast? Alright, stop staring. Dr. Tan ruffled Lu Jiyue's hair, interrupting his train of thought. Lu Jiyue snapped back to reality, realizing there was one more thing he needed to do. Ultimate Devouring Evolution System. Host, Lu Jiyue. Base attribute total, 35. Skills, Bite Intermediate, Jump Intermediate, Climb Intermediate, Night Vision Intermediate. Consuming 10 evolution points upgrades intermediate skills to advanced. Special skills, Deterrent Gaze Intermediate, Night Stalking Intermediate. Consuming 50 evolution points upgrades intermediate special skills to the next tier. Evolution points 0500. I didn't expect this evolution to upgrade all my previous basic skills to intermediate level, and I can even spend evolution points to further enhance them. Gained a night vision skill seems nighttime vision will be clearer from now on. Oh, and what about his evolution reward? That's what he's been most looking forward to after evolving. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, on successfully evolving and receiving your evolution reward. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special skill, Abyssal Space. Abyssal Void Basic generates a 1 cubic meter dimensional space within the stomach to store objects. Consumes 10 evolution points to upgrade this skill to the next stage. Looks like this special skill is actually practical. Sometimes, as a little dog, if you want to grab something, you can only carry it in your mouth. Now, with the Abyssal Void skill, he can store things inside his stomach. In that case, Lu Jiao suddenly fixed his gaze on the pet snack section over there. He slipped over while Dr. Tan wasn't looking. Lu Jiyue immediately zeroed in on a can of food, then opened his mouth wide. The can, which had been nearly as large as his mouth, vanished instantly. It then materialized in a dimensional space within Lu Jiao's stomach. Though Lu Jiyue couldn't see it, he could sense everything within. This skill is incredible. After successfully stealing a can, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement inside. Taking advantage of Dr. Tan's inattention, he grabbed several more cans in quick succession. Xiao Ha? Where did you run off to? Lu Jiyue, who had been planning to grab some freeze-dried food, immediately stopped his misdeeds upon hearing the voice. Soon, Dr. Tan found him. You little glutton, craving snacks? Look at how chubby you've gotten. But as soon as Dr. Tan finished speaking, he froze upon seeing a large empty section in the canned food aisle. I'm sure there were more cans than this. Dr. Tan immediately scooped Lu Jiyue off the floor and pried open his mouth to inspect. I must be losing my mind, that can was bigger than your mouth. Dr. Tan stopped worrying about the canned goods and carried Lu Jiyue away from the area. Lu Jiyue's smile was impossible to suppress. Canned food to eat. It wasn't until evening that Li Wanner came to pick up Lu Jiyue and the others. Back home, the lonely dog's sister Meng Meng loudly vented her displeasure. But the moment she spotted her second brother, all her grievances vanished into thin air. Seeing the three little ones happily playing together filled Li Wanner with immense satisfaction. But then, there was that other little dog. If only I had brought all four of you back then, sigh. Lu Jiyue was happily playing with his younger siblings when he suddenly heard Li Wanner say this, and he froze instantly. What did that mean? Had something happened to the fourth one? Chapter 21, Rescuing the Stray Puppy. Lu Jiyue instantly stopped roughhousing with his siblings and approached Li Wanner, nudging her hand with his nose. Woof! What happened to fourth brother? Seeing Xiao Ha so anxious, Li Wanner realized her earlier words had caused him to misunderstand. Don't worry, your brother is fine. Lu Jiyue frowned, not quite believing Li Wanner's words. If all four were fine, why would she have said that out of the blue? Li Wanner continued to explain. Yesterday I contacted the young lady who adopted the last puppy, but she insisted on keeping it. She wouldn't even take my money to buy it back. So the promise I made to reunite all four of you puppies, it looks like I won't be able to keep it. Hearing this, Lu Jiyue's expression remained stern. Woof! Li Wanner knew what the puppy in front of her wanted to see, so she immediately pulled out her phone. But this lady really takes good care of the puppy, look. Lu Jiyue leaned in to look and saw that Lao Si had been fed until he was plump and white, surrounded by a pile of toys. He was indeed living quite well. See? Here's a photo of the puppy with that young lady. Lu Jiyue then saw a photo of a cute-faced girl holding Lao Si. Wait a minute. As he recognized the girl's face, Lu Jiyue's eyes widened. This girl was none other than the female streamer who had saved him before. It was her who adopted Lao Si. That streamer really was a good person. Lu Jiyue's worries finally began to ease. But in this photo, the streamer didn't look too well. Had she been pulling another all-nighter for her livestream? Lu Jiyue shook his head. Forget it. He shouldn't overthink things. As long as fourth brother was doing well with the streamer, he could rest easy. He'd just have to visit old four when he had time. The next day, as dawn broke, the puppies were jolted awake by the heart-wrenching howls of dogs outside. Lu Jiyue's heart sank. He knew the community was rounding up stray dogs. He wanted to find that big yellow dog too, but he had no clue where to start. Even the people from that special affairs office yesterday hadn't found it. How could he, just a little dog, do anything about it? Woof! Just then, Air suddenly yelped. Woof! Stop barking. You'll get caught by those people too. Lu Jiyue hurriedly scolded his younger brother. Woof! Big bro, there's a dog I know among the strays they're catching. Lu Jiyue stepped forward to investigate. Xiao Shi immediately pointed to one of them, a skinny, light-colored Labrador. Lu Jiyue learned about this dog from Xiao Shi. The Labrador's name was Base. When Xiao Shi was first abandoned and became a stray, Base had always kept him company. Not only did Base protect him, but whenever they found food, Base would let Xiao Shi eat first. Later, Base had been separated from Xiao Shi after distracting a vicious big dog. After learning the story, Lu Jiyue immediately decided to rescue the Labrador. But this didn't seem like an easy task. The community members were armed with various dog-catching tools. If he just walked up like that, he'd be asking for trouble. Beep beep beep. At that moment, the alarm clock in Li Wanner's room began to ring. The dog owner was waking up. Lu Jiyue immediately thought of asking Li Wanner for help. First, he kicked Xiao Shi out through the villa's iron gate. Woof! Go lure those people over and try to get yourself caught. Though Xiao Shi wasn't quite sure what his big brother was up to, he knew obeying him was the right thing to do. Xiao Shi's loud barking successfully drew the dog catcher's attention. Quick, there's another one here. Woof! Watching Xiao Shi get caught in the net and about to be shoved into the large cage for stray dogs, Lu Jiyue immediately dashed into the villa. Soon, a bewildered Li Wanner was dragged out by Lu Jiyue, who had grabbed her pant leg. Xiao Ha, what are you doing? Woof woof woof. Lu Jiyue immediately barked at the dog-catching vehicle over there. That's... Dog's sister Meng Meng also rushed over, barking to alert the owner that another dog had been caught. Li Wanner finally spotted Xiao Shi being hauled inside. Oh my god, that's Xiao Shi. She immediately rushed out of the villa and blocked the dog-catching truck as it was about to leave. Wait! You can't leave! You took my dog! The dog-catching truck halted, and two men stepped out. Miss, you must be mistaken. We only take in stray dogs. Li Wanner immediately pointed at Xiao Shi inside and shouted, that husky puppy, that's my dog. You've got the wrong one. Li Wanner had just woken up, still groggy from sleep, and seeing these people rounding up so many stray dogs including her own made her voice sharp and confrontational. She clearly wasn't someone to mess with. Miss, we're just following procedure. If you claim this dog is yours, you'll need to provide proof. Li Wanner gestured toward the two puppies still inside the villa. The two huskies in the villa are this puppy's brother and sister. Oh, and I still have this puppy's vaccination certificate on my phone. Seeing Li Wanner lived in such a large villa and presenting evidence, the two officers immediately softened their stance. Miss, we apologize for the misunderstanding. I'll release your dog immediately. As one of them fumbled for keys to unlock the cage, Lu Jiyue burst out. Woof! Now's your chance, Meng Meng, follow him. Lu Jiyue charged through the iron gate with Meng Meng, heading straight for the dog-catching van. Just as the man opened the cage and reached to grab the puppy, Lu Jiyue leaped forward, knocking his hand away. The collision caused the cage door, which had only been slightly ajar, to swing wide open. Damn it! The man reacted, trying to close the cage again, but Lu Jiyue leapt up and bit down on his glove, preventing him from shutting it. Woof! Everyone, run! Seeing this, Xiao Shi immediately barked at the dogs inside the cage. The dogs inside the cage immediately grew restless, scrambling to escape. Oh no, the dogs escaped. Seeing this, another man tried to step forward to stop him. Meng Meng, standing nearby, swiftly stepped in front of him. Just as he was about to touch her, he let out a piercing scream. Woof woof woof! You stepped on my dog. Li Wanner rushed forward and grabbed the man's wrist. I didn't step on it. All these stray dogs are going to run away. Let go of me. My dog is yelping like this, and you say you didn't step on it? Li Wanner refused to listen to his explanation and wouldn't let go. By now, most of the dogs in the cage had already escaped. Seeing this, the man pulled out his walkie-talkie. Hello? Hello? The stray dogs in the villa area have escaped. We need backup immediately. Upon hearing they were calling for backup, Lu Jiyue feared the escaped strays might be recaptured. He stopped confronting the dog catchers and instead dashed ahead of the stray pack. Woof! Follow me! The once disoriented strays immediately fell into step behind Lu Jiyue. Chapter 22, Tracking the Big Yellow Dog. Woof! This is the spot. Lu Jiyue led the stray dogs to an abandoned factory. He had stumbled upon this place just 2 days prior while searching for the big yellow dog's trail. Within a kilometer of the factory, there were no residents, and hardly any vehicles came this way. It felt somewhat deserted. Yet it was only about 3 kilometers in a straight line from Li Wanner's villa. Moreover, the factory was backed by mountains. Even if dog catchers did track them here, the strays could escape into the hills for cover. This place was practically perfect for sheltering these strays. Woof! You must be the big brother of the little one. At that moment, a light-colored Labrador retriever emerged. Woof! When little one told me in the cage that his big brother would come save us, I couldn't believe it. Thank you for saving us. Woof woof woof. The rest of the stray dogs also expressed their gratitude to Lu Jiyue. Though they were strays, they understood everything. If they were truly captured today, the only fate awaiting them would be death. Lu Jiyue looked at the dozen or so stray dogs before him, each one skin and bones. His heart ached with pity. He opened his mouth and began to vomit, and a dozen or so cans instantly appeared before them. The stray dogs stared in astonishment. Woof! Hide here for now. Take these cans and share them among yourselves. The sight of premium pet food cans made the stray's eyes widen, yet not a single one dared to approach. Woof! Such good stuff, you keep it for yourself. It'd be a waste to give it to us. After Base spoke, the other stray dogs nodded in agreement one by one. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jiao felt a pang of sorrow. These stray dogs understood gratitude and restraint better than some humans, yet now even their right to survive was being stripped away. Lu Jiyue stepped forward, opened each can one by one, and simply tossed them onto the ground. Woof! If you won't eat it, just throw it away. After saying this, Lu Jiyue left the area. He figured they wouldn't eat if he stayed. After walking a distance, Lu Jiao hid in the grass. Only when he saw the stray dogs finally start eating the canned food did he feel completely at ease and leave. When Lu Jiyue returned to the villa, Li Wana rushed over and grabbed him. Expecting a scolding, Lu Jiyue was instead showered with kisses by his owner. Little Ha, you're amazing. You actually saved a whole cage of stray dogs. You did what I couldn't accomplish all by yourself. Hearing his owner's praise, Lu Jiao felt warm and happy inside. Many people are already protesting against them rounding up stray dogs everywhere. I'll gather my classmates to write a protest letter right away. We absolutely must stop them from doing this. Li Wana spoke with righteous indignation. Lu Jiyue knew that to stop this quickly, they had to find the culprits. I wonder if that 007 bureau guy found the big yellow dog? In recognition of Lu Jiyue's outstanding performance today, Li Wan especially gave him 2 packs of jerky before heading to school. Lu Jiyue took a couple of bites before stowing the jerky away. After all, there were still a dozen or so stray dogs waiting for him to care for. Upon hearing this, dog brother and dog sister also offered up their own rations. After sweeping up all the fruit from the living room table, Lu Jiyao led his little dog brothers and sisters to the shelter for stray dogs. Woof! Little one! Base rushed excitedly toward Xiao Shi upon seeing him. He wanted to play with Xiao Shi but feared his dirty fur would soil him, so he stopped and wagged his tail vigorously instead. Woof! Base, my big brother brought you guys food again. Lu Jiyue distributed the food among the stray dogs. Each pair of eyes looking at him was filled with gratitude. Base, however, pushed his portion straight toward little Shi. Little one, you eat this. I already had canned food today. Xiao Shi hurriedly told him he'd already eaten, urging him to eat up so he'd have the strength to help his big brother. Only upon hearing he could be of assistance did Base finally begin to eat. After watching the stray dogs finish eating, Lu Jiao finally began questioning them. Lu Jiyue inquired specifically about the large yellow dog that had bitten someone. Unexpectedly, 2 of the stray dogs had actually seen that big yellow dog. One of them, a black and white mixed breed dog, even claimed it had been present when the yellow dog attacked. Lu Jiyue probed further and learned the big yellow dog had been spotted nearby just yesterday. Having uncovered the dog's recent whereabouts, Lu Jiao felt hopeful and decided to take the 2 strays with him to find it. However, with stray dogs being rounded up everywhere now, the big yellow dog probably wouldn't show itself during the day. They would have to wait until nightfall to act. That night, as soon as Li Wan climbed into bed and turned off the light, Lu Jiyue wasted no time in taking action. Fearing danger, Lu Jiyue refused dog brother and dog sisters please to accompany him. Alone at the abandoned factory, Lu Jiyue brought along the 2 stray dogs from earlier that day. The black and white mixed breed dog was named Dilu, while the white furred one was called Xiao Shui. After recent incidents of stray dogs biting people, few wandered the streets at night. Lu Jiyue, accompanied by the 2 dogs, encountered hardly anyone besides cars on his journey. Xiao Shui first led them to the spot where the big yellow dog had appeared the previous day. They passed through a shadowy alley and reached the edge of an abandoned park. Overgrown with weeds, the dilapidated playground equipment looked especially desolate under the moonlight. Xiao Shui sniffed the grass with her nose, then looked up at Lu Jiao. Woof! This is the spot. Yesterday, the big yellow dog lingered here for a long time. Lu Jiyue brought his nose close to the spot Xiao Shui had just sniffed. That's the scent. It was the same scent he'd detected on the bitten boy that day. Lu Jiyue followed the scent, suddenly stopping at a patch of grass. The scent was particularly strong here. Lu Jiao reached in with his claw and dug around, pulling something out. Lu Jiao pulled it out with his teeth and saw it was a piece of clothing. The garment was torn and tattered, but he could vaguely make out that it was a blue short-sleeved shirt. Blue. Lu Jiao suddenly remembered something. Right. Lu Jiyue snapped to attention. Over the past few days, all the victims had been wearing blue clothing. Woof. Dalu, Xiao Shui, did we see a woman in a blue dress when we first arrived? Dalu and Xiao Shui both nodded. Realizing something, Lu Jiyue was about to act when suddenly a woman's shriek pierced the air. Ah! Chapter 23, Spirit Beast. Lu Jiyue immediately rushed toward the sound with his 2 dogs. He soon saw a woman in a blue dress lying on the ground, her face frozen in terror. A yellow-haired stray dog was baring its teeth, poised to bite her. Woof! Lu Zhiyue let out a low growl, instantly catching the big yellow dog's attention. At that moment, Lu Zhiyue noticed a white mist emanating from the dog's entire body. He immediately recalled the spirit beasts mentioned by those at the Special Affairs Office. The yellow dog seemed to pay Lu Zhiyue no mind. After glancing at him, it continued to open its mouth, preparing to bite the woman in the blue dress. Lu Zhiyue leapt forward in a few bounds, closing the distance to the dog. He instantly activated Eye of Intimidation. When his golden pupils locked with the dog's vacant eyes, fear flashed across its face, and its body began to tremble slightly. Woof! Run! Seizing the moment, Lu Zhiyue shouted to the woman behind him. The woman snapped back to her senses, scrambled to her feet, and took off running. At that moment, the big yellow dog actually shifted its body. Lu Zhiyue was taken aback. The upgraded Eye of Deterrence could temporarily paralyze opponents, with the duration determined by their strength. That big yellow dog was able to move so quickly? Its strength was clearly not to be underestimated. He must strike first before it fully shakes off the paralysis. Lu Zhiyue leapt into the air, pouncing on the big yellow dog and targeting its most vulnerable spot, the throat, with his tearing skill, sinking his teeth in with a vicious bite. Lu Zhiyue felt his teeth tear through the yellow dog's throat. Immediately afterward, an unusual sensation surged from his own throat. He felt a chill seep into his throat, then flow through his body. Consume Spirit Beast Chi, Evolution Points +5. Hearing the sudden system notification, Lu Zhiyue froze in shock. He looked down and saw that the white mist surrounding the yellow dog had diminished in one spot. This thing actually grants evolution points when consumed? After the initial shock wore off, Lu Zhiyue's face lit up with excitement. He wasn't about to pass up this chance to boost his evolution points. Just as he was about to take a second bite, the big yellow dog beneath him began to struggle. With a sharp shake of its head, it flung Lu Zhiyue off. The big yellow dog glared at Lu Zhiyue, clearly enraged by his earlier actions. Watching the yellow dog charge toward him at full speed, Lu Zhiyue seemed unfazed. After leaping onto a nearby tree to evade the attack, Lu Zhiyue immediately activated his skill, Night Stalker. His figure vanished instantly from the spot. Unable to see Lu Zhiyue, the yellow dog angrily slammed into the tree several times. The impact sent Lu Zhiyue tumbling from the tree, leaves scattering around him as he landed on the ground. This thing is surprisingly strong. Lu Zhiyue muttered under his breath before using his stealth to creep closer to the yellow dog once more. He opened his mouth and took a bite out of the dog's body. Consume Spirit Beast Chi, Evolution Points +5. He successfully bit the big yellow dog again, but having initiated the attack, Lu Zhiyue's invisibility faded. Enraged by the two bites, the yellow dog snorted through clenched jaws and charged fiercely toward Lu Zhiyue. What it didn't expect was that in the next instant, Lu Zhiyue smoothly vanished into invisibility once more. The big yellow dog slammed on its brakes but couldn't stop in time, crashing directly into the corner of the wall. Several drill bits fell from the corner as the impact shook the dog, leaving it momentarily dazed. Perfect opportunity. Lu Zhiyue immediately ran to the dog's side and sank his teeth into it once more. Consume Spirit Beast Chi, Evolution Points +5. As the dog struggled to rise, Lu Zhiyue unleashed a barrage of swats and scratches with his claws, all while continuing to bite the dog relentlessly. The system's notification sounds rang out one after another. After about 10 such alerts, all the white mist surrounding the big yellow dog was swallowed into Lu Zhiyue's belly. The once ferocious dog now lay limp and lifeless, utterly defeated. You have devoured a level 3 spirit beast and acquired the special skill Shadowless Kick. Shadowless Kick Basic. Activating this skill boosts speed tenfold, granting temporary invincibility for 3 seconds and immunity to physical attacks. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Consumes 10 evolution points to upgrade to next tier. Hearing the system notification, Lu Zhiyue was overjoyed. But just then, a sound came from nearby. Captain, the spiritual energy concentration is extremely high over here. The spirit beast should be nearby. Lu Zhiyue immediately signaled Lu and Xiao Shui to hide. Soon, 2 men and a woman appeared nearby. Lu Zhiyue recognized them instantly. They were the police officers who had appeared at the pet store that day. They quickly spotted the big yellow dog in the corner. The woman among them aimed the device in her hand at the large yellow dog before them. Spiritual energy concentration at 100%. It's a level 3 spirit beast. The moment the woman spoke, the other 2 immediately went on high alert. One of them drew a weapon and fired it at the dog. A silver glowing net instantly captured the dog. At that moment, they realized something was amiss. Why isn't it fighting back? The woman adjusted the settings on the device in her hand. She then saw a bright red dot on the screen flash a few times before disappearing. Captain! The red dot representing this spirit beast has vanished. The 2 men immediately stepped forward to examine the large yellow dog before them. Soon, the yellow dog, clinging to life by a thread, breathed its last before them. The spirit beast is dead. The captain's words left the other 2 team members visibly shocked. What? When a spirit beast dies, its host dies too. The female team member looked utterly incredulous. How could the spirit beast just die for no reason? Perhaps it was devoured by a higher-level spirit beast. The captain voiced his conjecture. A level 3 spirit beast already caused such chaos in Yangjiang City. What if a higher-level spirit beast appeared? A female team member voiced her concern. Melly scanned the area again with the device. That more powerful spirit beast might still be nearby. Yes, Captain. Female team member Meili immediately began scanning the surroundings. Seeing this, Lu Jiyue felt a surge of panic. He had just devoured that level 3 spirit beast. Could spiritual energy now exist within his own body? Would that damn device detect it? If they found out, who knows what they'd do to him? Dissection, experiments. Unpleasant images began to flash through Lu Jiyao's mind. Just then, the grass where Lu Jiyue was hiding was suddenly parted, and a blinding beam of light swept toward him. Oh no! He'd been lost in thought and got caught. Chapter 24, The Dog Squad is formed. Huh, there are 3 stray dogs here too. Lu Jiyue snapped back to reality and started to flee, but the 2 men over there heard the noise and ran over, weapons pointed at him. Lu Jiyue knew that if he made another move, they would attack him without hesitation. Calm down, guys. I just scanned them, no spiritual energy fluctuations. They're just ordinary strays. Hearing the female team member's explanation, the 2 men finally relaxed. Lu Jiyue relaxed as well. Could it be that I detected no spiritual energy because I absorbed it all myself? Lu Jiyue pondered this when suddenly, the female team member voiced her confusion. This little dog, why does it look so familiar to me? Didn't you see it at the pet store that day? How could you forget? How heartless. Lu Jiyue muttered to himself. Such a tiny puppy already out wandering the streets. The female team member looked at Lu Jiyue with a look of pity. Could he be thinking of adopting me? But I already have an owner. A dog can't serve 2 masters. Captain, since we've confirmed it was a spirit beast causing trouble and that spirit beast is now dead, can we report this to the relevant authorities and spare these innocent stray dogs? MHM. Just write up a report and submit it. We won't let innocent lives continue to be implicated. Hearing the captain's reply, the female team member immediately brightened. Alright, since we haven't found any traces of the spirit beast, let's pack up quickly and return to report. We must report the possibility of higher-level spirit beasts appearing to headquarters as soon as possible. Receiving the captain's order, the female team member set Lu Jiyue down from her arms and began handling the yellow dog's remains. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Jiyao led De Lu and Xiao Shui away from the area. On the way, Lu Jiyao pondered many things. Judging by what happened today, there are things in this world he never knew existed. For instance, spirit beasts, special affairs bureaus. Lu Jiyao was certain those individuals were no ordinary police officers. They must belong to a specialized unit handling spirit beast incidents. They carried all sorts of equipment, were quite skilled in combat, and might even possess some kind of supernatural abilities. It was truly unbelievable. In his human life, he had never heard of such things. Still, today had been quite fruitful. With this spirit beast dealt with, the stray dogs would finally be safe. That was precisely why he'd come out looking for that big yellow dog today. Not only that, but he unexpectedly discovered he could devour spirit beasts to gain evolution points and even acquired a special skill. Oh right, he hadn't tested that special skill yet. With that thought, Lu Jiyue immediately activated his skill, Shadowless Leg. Lu Jiyue, who had been walking alongside De Lu and Xiao Shui, vanished instantly from their sight, leaving only a faint breeze and a blurred silhouette. De Lu and Xiao Shui stared wide-eyed, glancing at each other before scanning their surroundings. But Lu Jiyue was nowhere to be found. Holy crap, that was fast. So fast I almost couldn't handle it. Lu Jiyue marveled inwardly. This skill was truly remarkable. From now on, when facing formidable opponents, this skill would ensure they couldn't harm him. After completing his test, Lu Jiyue reunited with the 2 dogs and returned to the villa. Lu Jiyue immediately shared the good news with dog brother and dog sister, the stray dogs. The 2 pups jumped around excitedly, nearly waking Li Wanner in the room. Xiao Shi couldn't wait to rush off and tell Base the good news. Lu Jiyue then took the 2 pups along with De Lu and Xiao Shui back to the abandoned factory. Upon learning they were free again, the stray dogs howled with joy one after another. Worried that the people might not act quickly enough, Lu Jiyue hurriedly cautioned them. Woof. Just to be safe, you guys should stay here for a day or 2 before heading out. Just then, Base approached Lu Jiyao, his expression pleading. Woof. I don't want to leave. I want to follow you. Lu and Xiao Shui also stepped forward. Soon, every dog declared their intent to follow Lu Jiyue. Seeing this, Lu Jiyao felt a headache coming on. It wasn't that he didn't want to agree, but he himself needed someone to take care of him. How could he possibly accommodate them all? Just then, Base spoke up again. Woof. We'll find our own food and places to sleep. No need for King Ha to worry about us. Har King? These guys had even come up with a title for themselves? Woof. Big bro, just take these little brothers in. Xiao Shi, the younger brother dog, began pleading on behalf of the strays. Well then. Lu Jiyao's gaze hardened. Woof. Alright, from now on, with me, King Ha, watching over you, no one will dare bully you. As Lu Xiao's words fell, all the dogs cheered. Seeing the adoration and fervor in their eyes as they looked at him, Lu Xiao felt a peculiar sensation welling up inside. One day, he, Lu Xiao, would actually have followers. Dogs were famously loyal, and these strays, having wandered for so long, had each mastered their own skills. Whatever he needed to accomplish in the future would be easier with their help. And so, the dog pack, with Lu Xiao as its king, was born. Lu Xiao hadn't expected those guys from the Special Affairs Office to be so efficient. The very next day, he heard from his caretaker that the authorities had announced the big yellow dog that had bitten someone had been caught and put down. The cause of the attack was attributed to a brain parasite infection that caused the dog to go mad, clarifying that this was an isolated incident and other stray dogs were innocent. Simultaneously, a public welfare campaign offering free vaccinations for stray dogs was launched. Warning signs about stray dogs were also placed along the streets. Following these measures, stray dogs finally reappeared on the streets. After the dog owners went out, Lu Xiao also took his dog out for the first time, appearing openly on the streets. For their health, Lu Xiao ordered them all to get vaccinated. Watching the members of the dog squad get their shots in the butt and let out plaintive whines, Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. That's right, only after getting vaccinated can they be considered complete dogs. Just then, a girl wearing a mask and a sun hat emerged from the nearby supermarket and passed by Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's nose twitched. A familiar scent. Lu Xiao immediately turned to look at the girl. That silhouette looks incredibly familiar too. Lu Xiao immediately followed her. The girl stopped at the entrance of an upscale residential complex. Just as she removed her mask to identify herself for the door to open, Lu Xiao saw her face. It's her. Chapter 25, Live Streaming Company? Black Society? The familiar face Lu Xiao encountered was none other than that female streamer. Watching the streamer enter the compound, Lu Xiao tried to follow her in, only to be stopped by a security guard nearby. Where did this stray dog come from? This isn't your place. Get lost. Woof. You're the stray dog. Your whole family are strays. Lu Xiao barked angrily at the security guard. Left outside, Lu Xiao could only watch as the female anchor walked farther and farther away. It was daytime, so he couldn't activate his skill, night stalking. The female streamer had adopted his youngest brother, Lao Si, and he'd been meaning to go see him. He never expected to run into her today. He had indeed caught a whiff of Lao Si's scent on the streamer just now. However, the scent on the streamer was complex. Besides her own scent, Lao Si's scent, and the smell of food, there was also a faint, peculiar odor. This strange scent was somewhat similar to the spirit beast scent from last time. It was so faint that Lu Xiao wasn't even sure he'd detected it correctly. Maybe I smelled wrong? Where would so many spirit beasts appear? Lu Xiao muttered to himself. Oh well, I'll check again tonight. He might as well check if that fourth brother of his was really doing well. With that thought, Lu Xiao left the area. Night fell, and Lu Xiao arrived as promised. The moment he stopped at the entrance of the residential complex, a torrent of curses washed over him. You again, you stray dog. Get lost. Go away. It was the security guard who had chased him away earlier that day. Being called a stray dog time and again finally made Lu Xiao furious. He was a dog with status now. He had over a dozen underlings. To call him a stray dog was sheer audacity. Lu Xiao decided to teach this bold biped a little lesson. Daff? Get out of here now, or I'll chase you with a chicken-covered broom. The security guard picked up the broom in the corner and turned around. The dog was gone. You little mutt got lucky running off fast, or I'd have given you a few swipes. No sooner had the guard finished speaking than the sound of shattering glass echoed from the security booth. The guard dropped the broom and rushed back to find his glass cup, filled with goji berries, smashed on the floor. Who did this? The security guard looked around but saw no one. Just as he was puzzling over it, he suddenly felt an itch on his bald head. He looked up, and a foul stench hit him. The chicken-covered broom had fallen from the sky, landing squarely on his face. Ah! As the security guard let out a frantic scream, the culprit, Lu Xiao, strolled casually into the residential compound. Earlier that day, when the female anchor scanned people's faces to enter the complex, he had memorized the building and floor number. After locating the building, Lu Xiao discovered that access to specific floors required an elevator card. Lu Xiao grew increasingly puzzled. In his memory, the female streamer wasn't particularly wealthy. To earn gift money, she streamed late into the night every day. Plus, she had previously lived in a company-provided apartment. How could she suddenly move into such a high-end residential complex? Just as Lu Xiao was pondering how to reach his desired floor, two men dressed like bodyguards arrived. You gotta hand it to brother Hu, he's got some serious connections. In no time, he's recruited 6 more streamers, and their daily revenue's already hitting $500,000. You bet. As long as we stick close to brother Hu, we'll never go hungry. The two chatted as they swiped their elevator cards and opened the doors. Lu Xiao, hidden in the shadows, slipped inside immediately. Those two just mentioned streamers.
Could the streamer he's looking for be from the same company as them? Let's get in the elevator first. If not, we'll figure something else out. Lu Zhiyao thought to himself, pricking up his ears to eavesdrop on their conversation. In the enclosed space, Lu Zhiyao suddenly caught a scent emanating from the two men. It was that faint, familiar scent he'd detected on the female streamer. Ding! The elevator doors opened at the designated floor, and the two men stepped out. Lu Zhiyue looked up and realized it was the floor he intended to visit. Stepping out of the elevator, Lu Zhiyue found himself in a spacious lobby. The lobby displayed the company logo, promotional materials, live streaming equipment, and more. Looks like this is a live streaming company. Lu Zhiyue walked through the lobby and spotted a corridor. Rooms lined both sides of the corridor, each guarded by a man dressed as a bodyguard at the doorway. Lu Zhiyue frowned. Why did this livestream require so many guards? It felt like they were guarding prisoners. The doors to each room weren't fully closed, seemingly to allow the guards outside to monitor more effectively. Lu Zhiyue peered through the open door cracks. Inside, it was all the same young women streaming live. But their streaming styles varied. Some focused on looks, others on talent, and still others on pushing boundaries. Soon, in the 8th room, Lu Zhiyue found the female streamer he was looking for. When he saw what she was streaming, he was stunned. Her stream featured her interacting with a puppy. And the puppy in her arms was none other than his youngest brother, Lao Si. Good doggy, do a handstand. The puppy looked at the girl with an intelligent gaze, tilting its head to one side, clearly confused by what she was saying. Seeing the puppy's lack of cooperation, the streamer's expression turned anxious. The already sparse audience in the live stream room rapidly dwindled. The big brother who had just sent gifts demanding to see the dog do a handstand started flooding the chat with demands for refunds. Number 8, if you fail to meet your donation target again today, don't forget what you'll be facing. At that moment, the male bodyguard stationed at the door spoke up. Lu Zhiyue saw the streamer visibly flinch at the words. I beg you, please cooperate with me. If I fail to complete the task today, it won't just be me suffering, you might not get off scot-free either. The streamer pleaded with the puppy in front of her, her voice nearly breaking into tears. At this point, Lu Zhiyue was certain this company was anything but legitimate. Not only had they assigned dedicated personnel to guard these female streamers, but they had also imposed severe tasks upon them. Failure could mean paying a heavy price. Could this be a shady operation? At this thought, Lu Zhiyue's expression turned grave. He had to find a way to rescue Lao Si. The female streamer had saved him and his siblings before. If possible, he had to help her. But first, he needed to understand the situation. How should he find out? Ask fourth brother? With someone watching, he couldn't very well ask him. The bodyguard outside hadn't taken his eyes off this room for a second. Got it. Lu Zhiyue's eyes darted around, and he quickly came up with a plan. Chapter 26, The Controlled Female Streamers. Lu Zhiyue exited the female streamer's room and walked down the corridor toward the lobby. As he passed through the lobby, he spotted a large electrical panel tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. This is the spot. Lu Zhiyue quickly located the electrical panel. He intended to use the power outage to create opportunities for himself. Lu Zhiyue glanced around. The lobby was completely empty at that moment. Relieved, Lu Zhiyue opened the cover of the electrical panel. He reached in and flipped the largest switch downward. Instantly, the entire floor plunged into darkness. What's going on? Why did the power go out? The live stream cut out. Go check what caused it. Lu Zhiyue, possessing night vision, immediately rushed to room 8 at top speed. The guards stationed at the room had all gone to investigate the cause of the outage. Lu Zhiyue slipped into the room, closed the door, then jumped up and locked it from the inside with his claws. Who's there? A slightly panicked female voice rang out, followed by a flashlight beam from a phone shining toward Lu Zhiyue. Lu Zhiyue took advantage of the moment to end his skill, revealing his form. A dog? The female streamer froze upon seeing Lu Zhiyue, her face then filled with utter disbelief. Lu Zhiyue immediately approached, sticking out his tongue to lick the female streamer, calming her nerves. It's you! That dog who does backflips. The streamer recognized Lu Zhiyue instantly. Knowing time was short, Lu Zhiyue turned and nudged Old Four over there. Old Four, still groggy, finally recognized his big brother. Lu Zhiyue hurriedly asked Lao Si for an update. Woof! What's going on? Lu Zhiyue watched Lao Si's utterly clueless expression and pressed his hand to his forehead. Born of the same mother, Lao Si had inherited nothing but looks, not a shred of intelligence. Go check the electrical panel. See if the breaker tripped. Just then, voices sounded outside the door again. Lu Zhiyue knew he had no time to spare. Gazing at the useless fourth brother, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Why would it trip out of nowhere? Tell everyone not to touch that electrical panel. This outage is already causing so much disruption. Soon, power was restored to the entire floor, and the room brightened once more. Everyone, resume streaming. Why is door number 8 closed? Open it. Who told you to shut the door? You dare lock the door? Open it now, or you'll regret it. As the bodyguard pounded heavily on the door to room 8 was quickly opened. Sorry, I'm afraid of the dark, that's why I locked the door. The occupant explained to the man immediately after opening the door. The bodyguard roughly shoved her aside and searched the room. Finding nothing amiss, he glared menacingly at the female streamer and threatened. Keep streaming. If you don't finish the task today, I'll use this dog as a snack with my drinks. As for you. The bodyguard chuckled evilly as he spoke. I'll start streaming immediately. The streamer immediately sat down at her streaming setup and restarted the broadcast. Hey everyone, sorry about the interruption, we had a power outage. Let's pick up where we left off. Was it the big brother who sent the rocket who wanted to see the puppy do a handstand? We'll have the puppy perform right now. After saying this, the streamer set the puppy down from her arms. Then, to everyone's surprise, the little dog actually performed a handstand. The bodyguard who had been watching intently at the doorway raised an eyebrow at the sight. Well, this little beast finally got smart today. Hearing the bodyguard call him a little beast while upside down, Lu Jiyue wanted to lunge over and bite him. That's right, it wasn't Old 4 performing the handstand, but Lu Jiyue. Old 4 was currently hiding inside a cardboard box nearby. When he saw the fourth brother push the cardboard lid open a crack to peek out, Lu Jiyue shot him a fierce glare to keep him in line. Netizens who successfully witnessed the puppy's handstand began flooding the chat with gifts, demanding more performances. Each stunt was more difficult than the last, and each request more unreasonable. Fortunately, none of these posed a challenge for Lu Jiyue, who possessed extraordinary skills. Soon, the live stream attracted a growing crowd, and the number of viewers sending gifts surged. Seeing the mounting gifts, the female streamer's frown gradually smoothed out. It had to be you. Today's task is finally complete. After the live stream, Lu Jiyue learned why the streamer Xiao Lizi was here. Back then, when Xia Lizi went to that park, she intended to adopt him back. But since he was in hibernation at the time, Xia Lizi didn't see him and mistakenly adopted Lao Si instead. Xiao Lizi gained considerable fame through her live streams with him. The head of this live streaming company approached her, offering generous terms to lure her away. Xiao Lizi desperately needed money to pay off her debts, so she jumped ship and came here. Little did she know that upon arrival, she'd find nothing but pitfalls. The contract was riddled with traps. Now, her documents are held hostage by the streaming company, leaving her completely under their control. She wasn't alone, all the female streamers here were the same, reduced to money-making machines for the company. They were assigned impossibly high daily targets. Meeting the targets was one thing, but failing meant they'd be forced to work extra shifts as hostesses. This is nothing but a blackmail syndicate. Lu Jiyue felt deeply outraged. Who would have thought that in this day and age, people would still dare to exploit others like this? I don't know how you ended up here, but thank goodness you showed up today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met my quota, and I might have. Xiao Lizi whispered into Lu Jiyao's ear, her voice tinged with resignation and lingering fear. But for the sake of the livestream, she had to keep up her act, even promptly thanking the gifts sent by the big brothers. Lu Jiyue was also worn out. For a solid hour, he hadn't gotten much rest. You've worked so hard. Just hang in there a little longer. The company promised me that if I hit 500,000 in sales during this stream, they'll let me go. Lu Jiyue glanced up at the screen upon hearing Xia Lizi's plea. Although the gift revenue had already reached 300,000 yuan, it was still a considerable distance from 500,000. Still, Lu Jiyue reasoned that rescuing streamer Xia Lizi would repay her for saving his life before and could even free Lao Si in the process. Today's sales must hit 500,000. Lu Jiyue decided to pull out all the stops. Chapter 27, Single Stream Revenue Hits 500,000. With his mind made up, Lu Jiyue began his performance. He kicked off with a backflip, followed by a series of rolls and jumps. Each move was precise and graceful, like an agile acrobatic dog. This performance instantly brought the live stream's atmosphere to a fever pitch. Gifts rained down like snowflakes, flooding the screen every second. A dog pulling off stunts humans can barely manage. Take your kid to the hospital. Not talking isn't normal. How did you train this dog? Can I send my husband to you for training? Amidst Lu Jiyao's eye-catching performances, the live stream's gift flow finally broke through the 500,000 mark. Xiao Lizi jumped up in sheer delight at the sight. Overwhelmed with excitement, she scooped Lu Jiyue into her arms and showered him with kisses. You really are my lucky little dog. Having hit the 500,000 yuan milestone, Xiao Lizi lost all interest in continuing the stream. She immediately rushed over to her bodyguard. I did it! 500,000 yuan in a single stream. I need to see Brother Hu. Xiao Lizi's commotion disrupted other streamers in neighboring rooms, so the bodyguard reluctantly agreed to escort her to Brother Hu. Lu Jiyue immediately followed. The bodyguard led Xiao Lizi to a room at the very end of the corridor. Two bodyguards stood guard outside the door. What's the matter? One of the guards inquired. Streamer number 8 hit 500,000 viewers in a single broadcast and wants to see Brother Hu. After learning their purpose, the guard instructed them to wait outside while he entered the room to explain the situation. Soon, the bodyguard emerged. Let her go in alone. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyue immediately tugged at Xiao Lazizi's pant leg. Xiao Lazizi promptly picked Lu Jiyue up in her arms.
Seeing only a small dog, the bodyguards made no attempt to stop him.
After Xiao Lizi carried Lu Jiyue into the room, the door slammed shut behind them. The moment they entered the room, Lu Jiyue grew instantly wary.
The scent in this room was overwhelmingly strong. The room was dark, with only a single candle standing at the desk in the far corner providing a faint glow. Lu Jiyue shifted her gaze and noticed a large leather chair positioned before the desk. But the chair faced away from them, completely obscuring the figure seated upon it.
Xiao Lizi held Lu Jiyue as they approached the desk.
When they were still 3 meters away, a voice came from the chair.
Stop. Stay there.
Lu Jiyue found the voice peculiar, hoarse yet sharp, making it difficult to discern whether it belonged to a man or a woman.
Brother Hu, I did it.
A single livestream hit 500,000 in sales. Xiao Lizi excitedly reported his astonishing success for the day.
So, Brother Hu, don't you remember?
You promised me that once a single livestream hit 500,000 in turnover, you'd let me leave the company. Xiao Lizi's voice trailed off slightly.
1 million. Brother Hu, what do you mean by that? It's changed. You mean the single stream revenue has to hit 1 million? How can you do this? You clearly promised me before.
Xiao Lizi grew visibly agitated.
Before and now are different.
Lu Jiao realized this brother who not only spoke in a strange voice but also kept his words extremely brief, spitting out 2 or 3 syllables at a time.
The requirements are different now than before? If you keep changing things like this, who could possibly meet them?
Xiao Lizi realized how foolish he'd been to trust someone with no integrity whatsoever.
Get out.
The thought that she might never escape this live streaming company sent Xiao Lizi into an emotional breakdown.
How could you do this to me? I'm calling the police.
The person behind the chair showed no fear upon hearing Xiao Lizi threaten to call the police.
Guards.
Soon, 2 bodyguards appeared and restrained Xiao Lizi. Live stream, continue. The bodyguards rushed over, snatched Xiao Lizi's phone, and shoved her along with her dog back into the live stream room. The bodyguards snarled at Xiao Lizi.
Get back on stream immediately. Don't forget the contract you signed.
Even if the police show up, they can't touch us with this agreement. But if you don't stream properly, your fate will be far worse. Xiao Lizi's face was now streaked with tears, her body trembling with each convulsive movement.
Lu Jiyue realized rescuing the streamer Xiao Lizizi and Lao Si wouldn't be easy.
That tiger brother was the mastermind behind it all, but something about this mastermind felt off.
Was it the inherent mystique of villains? Meanwhile, downstairs at Lu's residential complex, a van pulled to a stop.
A girl dressed in flashy attire stepped out of the van.
Captain, I'm nervous.
The girl looked at the person inside the van, her face twisted with anxiety.
Melly, don't be nervous. Don't forget who you are now, you're a female streamer.
Captain, I really don't have confidence in myself. Melly pressed her lips together, looking troubled.
This spirit beast, codenamed Phantom Song, possesses mind-bending abilities and has already reached level 4. It has already controlled over 10 young women. If we let it continue, it might level up again, making it even harder to deal with. We absolutely must capture it this time.
Once you're inside, our team will be disguised as maintenance workers to assist you.
So don't worry so much. After hearing Captain Su Chiwen's reassurance, Mei Li finally took a deep breath and entered the residential complex alone.
Inside the complex, Mei Li proceeded to the designated building as agreed with the live streaming company.
Soon, someone came to escort her into the elevator. At that moment, the people in the van sensed something was amiss. Captain, that floor has a signal jammer. The listening device is useless. Move out immediately. At Captain Su Chiwen's command, 3 men dressed as maintenance workers exited the van.
After arriving at her destination, Mei Li walked down a corridor flanked by streamer rooms on both sides, reaching the room at the very end. After a detailed discussion with the bodyguard who had escorted her in, he produced the contract. The moment Mei Li saw the contract, she immediately spotted something amiss.
What's wrong? Why aren't you signing?
The bodyguard beside her asked in confusion.
The guy sitting behind the chair, Brother Hu, is our boss, right?
Yes, the bodyguard replied.
Brother Hu, since you'll be my boss from now on, may I shake your hand before signing this contract?
Before a response came from the chair, Mei Li rushed forward. Ignoring the bodyguard's attempts to stop her, she reached out and spun the chair around. When she saw the chair turn around, her eyes widened in shock.
Chapter 28, Illusory Sounds Bewitch the Mind. The deceived little chestnut couldn't calm her emotions.
The thought that her entire future life would be confined to this place suddenly ignited a surge of rage within her.
I'll fight you all. Xiao Lizi grabbed the nearby live streaming tripod and swung it hard at the head of the bodyguard guarding the door. The guard immediately saw stars and passed out. The other guards rushed over and seized Xiao Lizi once more. She dared to resist. Hand her over to Brother Hu, let him decide her fate. 2 bodyguards escorted Xiao Lizi along the corridor. Lu Jiyue immediately followed behind.
They arrived at the room at the end of the corridor once more, only to be stopped by the guards stationed at the door.
Brother who was signing a new female streamer. Don't disturb him now.
Hearing this, Xiao Lizhi suddenly wrenched free from the two bodyguards' grip, rushed forward, flung open the door, and shouted.
Don't sign that contract. Run. Damn it, don't let her ruin everything. One of the bodyguards immediately reached out and struck at Xiao Lizhi's neck. The next second, the knocked-out Xiao Lizhi was dragged out. The door slammed shut behind them. But what they didn't notice was that Lu Jiyue had slipped into the room from beneath their feet during the chaos.
The room was dimly lit, and none of them saw her slip inside. Once inside, Lu Jiyue immediately hid in the corner, blending into the shadows. Although he still had one use of Blackrock stealth left, he held back, considering he might need it later for his escape.
Huh? Didn't they say they were signing a new female streamer? Where's the person? Lu Jiyue shifted his gaze forward and spotted a man and a woman lying on the floor.
The man was a bodyguard from this place, and the woman.
It's that female agent from the Special Affairs Bureau. Lu Jiyue, possessing night vision, recognized her instantly. Could she be the new anchor they mentioned? But why was she lying on the ground? Who? A hoarse yet piercing voice rang out. She'd been discovered. Lu Jiyue, who had instinctively started to flee, halted in his tracks. Wait, hadn't he come here precisely to uncover this tiger brother's true identity? Lu Jiyue abandoned hiding altogether, leaping onto the desk in a series of agile jumps. Just as Lu Jiyue was about to kick the chair over, it spun around on its own. When Lu Jiyue saw the creature sitting on the chair, he admitted he was momentarily stunned. The figure behind the chair wasn't human at all. It was a plump, chubby myna bird. No wonder Lu Jiyue found Hu Ji's speech so awkward. It was just the parrot mimicking human speech. Had the myna bird become a spirit? No. Lu Jiyue immediately noticed that, like the big yellow dog before, this myna bird was enveloped in that same white mist. Looks like another spirit beast. Looking for trouble. The magpie spotted Lu Jiyue and instantly took flight from its perch. Its sharp beak lunged toward Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue leapt down from the desk, dodging the attack. Just as the myna bird prepared to strike again, his golden pupils narrowed sharply. The myna bird, which had been flapping its wings to fly toward Lu Jiyue, suddenly froze mid-air. It saw the puppy before it transformed into a colossal beast engulfed in flames. The beast opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of fire that threatened to engulf the myna bird. Seeing terror flash across the myna bird's face, Lu Jiyue seized the moment. He leapt forward, swinging a claw at the bird. Dozens of feathers were torn from the magpie's body, exposing raw skin that began to bleed. Snapping out of its terror, the myna bird stared at its scorched wing and let out a furious shriek. Die! The thoroughly enraged magpie unleashed its unique ability Mind Confusion. A strange sonic wave emanated from its beak, capable of directly affecting a creature's nervous system, plunging its victim into chaos and hallucinations. It had already envisioned this dog pup, its mind clouded, obediently waiting for its doom. Woof! What a terrible sound! Seeing Lu Jiyue show no sign of confusion whatsoever, instead wearing a look of utter disgust, the magpie was stunned. What? It didn't work. Hearing the magpie's words, Lu Jiyue finally realized. That awful sound it had just made was meant to cloud its own mind. Seriously, as a dog and a puppy at that, what kind of mind could he possibly have? That trick might work on humans, but on him? It only tortured his ears. Lu Jiyue immediately activated his skill, Shadowless Leg, his body instantly blurring into a phantom as he charged fiercely toward the magpie. Within a mere 3 seconds, Lu Jiyue unleashed a flurry of punches on the magpie, sending it crashing from the air to the ground. Watching the magpie see stars from his blows, Lu Jiyue zeroed in on its neck and sank his teeth in with a sharp snarl. Put! 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 The first bite was nothing but fur. The second bite finally sank into flesh, and Lu Jiyue tore through its throat in one gulp. Streams of spiritual energy surged into his body. Consuming Spirit Beast Chi, evolution points +5. By then, the magpie, regaining its senses, felt its life slipping away and began to panic. Please, don't kill me. I have money. Hearing this, Lu Jiyue's eyes lit up. Woof! Where's the money? The magpie flapped its wings and pointed toward the cabinet behind the chair. I'll give you the money, just let me go. Lu Jiyue glanced over. The cabinet wasn't locked. Woof! Very well, I'll take both you and the money. No! No! Amidst the magpie's frantic struggles, Lu Jiyue completely devoured all the spiritual energy within its body. You have devoured a level 4 spirit beast, gaining the special skill Illusory Sound Mind Control. Illusory Sound Mind Control Basic, activate this skill to select a target and confuse their mind. Upon success, you can control the target. Maximum simultaneous targets, 5 uncontrollable if the target possesses strong willpower. Lu Jiyue beamed at his newly acquired skill. Confusing minds to control targets, wasn't that essentially having servants? The thought of commanding others to serve him in the future made a smile involuntarily spread across Lu Jiyue's lips. Right. I mustn't forget this crucial matter. Lu Jiyue immediately rushed to the row of cabinets.
Opening each one in turn, he discovered stacks upon stacks of banknotes inside. Several cabinets held gleaming gold bars. I wonder what that old fool ever needed all this money for. Well, guess it all comes to me now. Lu Zhiyue grinned widely as he stuffed all the cash and gold into his dimensional storage space. Captain, it's that room. Just then, a voice called out from the doorway. Chapter 29, Reunion. The door burst open violently, and in an instant, 3 figures appeared inside. Captain Su Chiwen immediately spotted Mei Li on the floor. Mei, be careful. After instructing the remaining team members, Su Chiwen pulled a specially designed weapon from his pocket. Just then, one of the team members exclaimed in surprise. Captain, the red dot representing Huanga has vanished. How is that possible? Su Chiwen immediately grabbed the device and confirmed the red dot had vanished. Soon, they discovered the magpie lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. This must be the host that Huanga was possessing. The moment Su Chiwen lifted the mynah bird, its body deflated like a punctured balloon, shriveling rapidly. Now, they couldn't even examine the wounds on its body. Huanga is dead. Su Chiwen's expression grew grim. Just like last time, they had arrived too late. The group immediately helped the unconscious Mei Li to her feet. One of them pulled a small vial from his pocket, opened it, and held it under Mei Li's nose. She slowly regained consciousness. Captain, did we catch Huanga? Mei Li asked as soon as she saw Su Chiwen and the others. Huanga is dead. What? Mei Li looked utterly shocked. So we need to ask you what happened before you passed out? Mei Li frowned, trying to recall the events before she fainted. Brother who is the owner of this company. I suspected he might be connected to the spirit beast Huanga, so I wanted to investigate this brother who character. I never expected that when I turned my chair around, I'd see a mynah bird. Then it emitted some kind of sonic wave from its beak, and after that, I don't remember anything. Mei Li's account offered no clues, leaving the team members exchanging puzzled glances. Captain, could it be like last time that she was swallowed by a high-level spirit beast? Hearing the teammates' words, Su Chiwen's expression grew grave. The pace of spiritual energy revival is accelerating. More and more spirit beasts are appearing. Relying solely on our strength may prove far from sufficient. Captain, are you suggesting? Su Chiwen's gaze suddenly hardened. We need to deploy the Bureau's spirit masters. Spirit tamers. At the mention of the word, every team member's face lit up with admiration. Mei Li's face lit up with longing. Becoming a spirit tamer was her lifelong dream. Lu Zhiyue, who had been hiding in the room all along, felt deeply puzzled at that moment. Spirit energy revival? Spirit master? What on earth was all this? As Lu Zhiyue pondered these questions, the others began discussing the spirit beast, Huanga. Mei Li was utterly baffled by the spirit beast Huanga's actions, unable to comprehend why it would recruit so many female streamers to earn money for it. Captain Su Chiwen addressed her confusion. Higher-level spirit beasts not only awaken special abilities but also absorb traits from their hosts, developing certain obsessions. So it's quite possible this mynah bird simply loves money, and the spirit beast inhabiting its body has adopted that trait? Su Chiwen nodded at Mei Li. Some spirit beasts can also be affected by their environment and negative emotions, causing their behavior to change and turning them hostile toward humans. In short, the higher the rank and the more powerful the spirit beast, the less controllable it becomes and the greater the threat it poses to us humans. Preventing these spirit beasts from causing trouble is precisely the duty of our Special Affairs Bureau. Upon hearing this, Mei Li nodded firmly. Understood, Captain. Su Chiwen patted Mei Li on the shoulder. Though we didn't capture the spirit beast as a rookie, your courage today was commendable. I'll report your performance to the Bureau for recognition. Thank you, Captain. After taking several photos of the scene and removing the mynah bird's corpse, the group departed. After resolving the spirit beast disturbance, Special Affairs Bureau personnel and arriving police officers rescued the female streamers who had been trapped. Xiao Lizzie, who had been knocked unconscious, was loaded into an ambulance. Lu Zhiyao noticed that the group had changed back into police uniforms at some point. It seemed the existence of the Special Affairs Office and spirit beasts was something ordinary people couldn't be allowed to know about. It's understandable. If everyone found out about the spirit beasts, it would definitely cause massive panic. People would be so terrified they couldn't live normally anymore. Seeing everyone about to leave, Lu Zhiyue hurried to room 8 and pulled Lao Si out of the cardboard box with his teeth. Invisibly cloaked, Lu Zhiyue bit onto Lao Si's tail and dragged him along. Damn, you're heavy. Can't you eat less? Hurry up, or we'll miss the elevator. Lu Zhiyue muttered under his breath. Hey, there's a puppy here. Mei Li, who had just reached the elevator door, spotted the puppy with its awkward gait. Seeing her crouch down as if to pick up the dog, Lu Zhiyue quickly stepped aside. It looks just like the puppy I saw last time, except that one had golden eyes. After learning from the rescued female streamer that this puppy was also being used as a tool to make money through live streaming, Mei Li grew indignant. They're not human. How could they harm such a tiny puppy? Though she knew the mastermind behind it all was truly inhuman. Watching Mei Li carry Lao Si into the elevator, Lu Zhiyue hurriedly squeezed in after them. Once outside the residential complex, Neili handed the puppy in her arms to the female streamer beside her.
Please deliver this dog to its owner. Only after watching the group walk away did Lu Jiyue step out from behind them. Ha! Why is there a husky puppy here too? The female host holding Lao Si quickly spotted Lu Jiyue nearby. Perfect. I can test out my newly acquired skill. Lu Jiyue activated the skill toward the streamer in front of him, simultaneously letting out a dog bark. Woof. Hearing the bark, the streamer's previously clear eyes suddenly went vacant, her expression turning blank. Woof. Put that stupid dog down. The streamer promptly obeyed. Wow, this skill really works. Lu Jiao immediately issued a second command to the female host. Call a cab to take us home. Soon, a taxi pulled up at the villa entrance. After getting out, the female host set down the two puppies she was holding. Woof. Thanks for today. You should hurry home. Watching the female anchor nod, Lu Jiao led Lao Si through the villa's iron gate. After some time, the female anchor walking by the roadside regained her clear-eyed focus. Ha! Wasn't I just at the entrance of that residential complex? How did I suddenly end up in a place like this? When Lu Jiyue brought Lao Si back, Meng Meng and Xiaoshi were fast asleep, utterly exhausted. Woof. Big brother, you're back. Ha! Why are there two big brothers? Old Four, who had been clueless about the situation the whole way, spotted Meng Meng and Xiaoshi and became excited, pouncing on them. Meng Meng and Xiaoshi recognized Lao Si too, and the three little ones rolled around on the ground in excitement. Woof. Silly dog, this is your new home now. Lu Jiyue watched his younger siblings' joyful expressions, feeling deeply satisfied. Finally, the four little ones were reunited. Who knew how the pet owner would react tomorrow when they woke up to find an extra puppy? Chapter 30, Skill Enhancement. The moonlight was at its peak. On the rooftop of the Lakeview Villa in Yanjiang City, a figure stood bathed in moonlight, surveying the entire estate below. Finding nothing amiss, Lu Jiao finally relaxed. It seemed the Special Affairs Bureau agents hadn't detected his presence yet. Today's events still hadn't fully registered with Lu Jiyue. He had initially thought he'd stumbled upon a gang, only to discover the mastermind behind it was a spirit beast. What astonished Lu Jiyue was that this spirit beast possessed the ability to confuse minds far more powerful than the first spirit beast he had encountered. Moreover, he learned that the spirit beast's emergence was due to the world's spiritual energy revival, and that more powerful ones would appear in the future. His accidental consumption of two spirit beasts in succession had also caught the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau. Today, that team leader even mentioned requesting the deployment of spirit tamers. Spirit tamers, he wondered if they were people who could control spirit beasts. But it was obvious they possessed abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. Ferocious spirit beasts, the mysterious Special Affairs Bureau, unknown spirit tamers. The world is far more complex than I ever imagined. Lu Jiao sighed inwardly. Seems like self-improvement is the only way forward. A resolute gaze appeared in Lu Jiao's eyes as he immediately summoned his attribute panel. Ultimate Devouring Evolution System. Host, Lu Jiao. Base attribute total, 35. Skills, Bite Intermediate, Leap Intermediate, Climb Intermediate, Night Vision Intermediate. Consuming 10 evolution points upgrades intermediate skills to advanced. Special skills, Deterrent Gaze Intermediate, Night Stalking Intermediate consumes 50 evolution points to upgrade intermediate special skills to next tier. Abyssal Devouring Space Basic, Shadowless Leg Basic, Mind Bending Echoes Basic consumes 10 evolution points to upgrade basic special skills to next tier. Evolution points, 6,500. Since his last evolution, Lu Jiao noticed that consuming ordinary food yielded very few evolution points. He had assumed it would take a year or two to accumulate all 500 points. Yet after devouring two spirit beasts, his points had surged to 60. Though he wanted to save them for his next evolution, that process would still take a long time. Therefore, upgrading his skills to strengthen his abilities was still essential. Some skills could even save his life in critical moments. But how should I use them? After pondering for a moment, Lu Jiyue decided to first enhance his basic skills. Sometimes, basic skills form the foundation. Only when the foundation is solid can special skills be used to their fullest potential. Most importantly, upgrading basic skills required fewer evolution points. After upgrading all 4 basic skills to advanced levels, Lu Jiyue quickly felt the changes within himself. First, his bite skill, his teeth had grown longer and sharper, becoming exceptionally sturdy. Lu Jiyue picked up a stone and tossed it into his mouth. With a light chew, it shattered. Just like crunching a cookie. With such formidable teeth, his appetite grew voracious. Then there was jumping. Before, his maximum height was about 1.5 meters. Now he could easily leap 3 meters. With a bit of effort, he could hit 5 meters. Jumping from the villa rooftop to the ground and back up again was as easy as drinking water for Lu Jiyue. As for his climbing skills, they become downright insane. Because once he scaled a wall, he realized it felt as easy as walking on flat ground. From now on, scaling heights or climbing mountains wouldn't even make him break a sweat. Finally, night vision. After upgrading it, he discovered he could see things even clearer than in daylight. Plus, his field of vision had expanded significantly. Glancing up, he could see everything within a 3-kilometer radius with crystal clarity. Moreover, if he stared at a distant point for 3 seconds, that location would automatically zoom in before his eyes. These improvements to his basic skills were quite a pleasant surprise for Lu Zhiyue. With 20 evolution points remaining, Lu Zhiyue decided to upgrade the special skills, Shadowless Kick, and Phantom Sound Mind Control. Shadowless Leg Intermediate, activating this skill boosts speed to 20x, granting temporary invincibility for 10 seconds and immunity to physical attacks. Cooldown, 1 minute. Consumes 50 evolution points to advance to next tier. Phantom Sound Mind Control Intermediate, activating this skill allows you to select a target and confuse their mind. Upon success, the target becomes controllable by you. With a maximum of 10 targets controllable simultaneously, targets with strong willpower cannot be controlled. Truly a special skill. It hasn't disappointed me. Lu Zhiyue, whose power had surged dramatically, felt exceptionally confident at that moment. However, his evolution points had reset to 0 once more. It's just evolution points. Just devour a few more spirit beasts, that's all. Sleep, sleep. Lu Zhiyue radiated an air of money comes and goes. Lu Zhiyue, still half asleep, was jolted awake by a piercing scream. Oh my god. Xiaoha, you really brought Xiao Qi back. Lu Zhiyue rolled his eyes. Sure enough, that was the name. After showering little Qi with affection and cuddles, Li Wan'er finally remembered to serve them dinner. Lu Zhiyue couldn't help but notice, even though Xiao Qi was the youngest brother, he was plump and round, his build almost matching that of Lu Zhiyue, the eldest. Meng Meng had only taken her second bite when little Qi had already finished. He was staring longingly at Meng Meng's bowl, drooling. The owner, upon seeing this, actually smiled and served the little guy another bowl. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyue was still strictly rationed. Fine. So it's true new love makes you forget the old. Lu Zhiyue, who had intended to use the Phantom Sound Mind Control skill to manipulate the pet owner into bringing out all the tasty treats, suddenly realized. She had money now. What delicious food couldn't he buy with money? And he could even treat his little buddies to a feast. Ahem, a feast of delicious food. School's pretty busy these days, so you good dogs better stay home, okay? Li Wan'er glanced at the time, then hurriedly grabbed her things and left the villa. Watching the owner's retreating figure, Lu Zhiyue suddenly realized he knew surprisingly little about this owner's background. She was clearly just a college student, yet she lived in such a huge villa. Even though she lived in a villa, there wasn't a single servant in sight, just her alone. All these days, he hadn't seen any of her family members either. It seemed the pet owner still held many secrets waiting for him to uncover. As Lu Zhiyue pondered these thoughts, several intense barks erupted outside the villa. Is something wrong with the pups? Hearing the commotion, Lu Zhiyue rushed outside immediately. Chapter 31, This dog needs training. Outside the villa's iron gate, Base and his pack waited anxiously. As soon as Lu Zhiyue appeared, dozens of dogmouths began barking incessantly. Woof! Stop! This is giving me a headache. Base, you speak. Lu Zhiyue successfully silenced the other dogs. Woof! King Ha, it's bad news, our dog gang's base has been taken over. Hearing Base's words, Lu Zhiyue instantly flew into a rage. Even though the dog gang had only just been formed, they couldn't let themselves be bullied like this. Lu Zhiyue immediately stormed back with his crew, ready for a fight. When he saw a group of helmeted workers wielding electric drills, carrying shovels, and operating excavators as they rebuilt the abandoned factory, Lu Zhiyue retracted his bared fangs. So it was just a bunch of two-legged creatures with tools. No big deal. Woof! This abandoned factory is way too low-key, it's not worthy of our dog gang. Lu Zhiyue, desperately trying to save face, blurted out a remark he instantly regretted. Woof! Has King Ha already found us a new base? Seeing his underlings staring at him with eager expressions, Lu Zhiyue nodded involuntarily. This sparked a frenzy. All the underlings swarmed around Lu Zhiyue, demanding to know where their new base was. Scratching his head in frustration, Lu Zhiyue suddenly remembered a place. The entrance to Kimin University. A pack of stray dogs gathered around Lu Zhiyue, each wearing a hesitant expression. Woof! King Ha, are we really going inside there? When Base and the other dogs learned their new base was inside this university, they all grew uneasy. Not only was it full of two-legged creatures, but there were also vicious security guards. Just getting inside was a huge challenge, let alone with over a dozen of them. Knowing exactly what his packmates were thinking, Lu Zhiyue confidently produced a stack of red bills. Woof! Here, each of you grab one. Guaranteed to get you strutting right through those gates. Though confused, the dogs complied. The security guard at the entrance spotted the gathering of stray dogs and was about to grab something to shoo them away. But when he saw what the dogs were holding in their mouths, his eyes lit up. He quickly swapped the iron rod in his hand for a ham sausage. Good dogs, come on in. Seeing the once menacing security guard suddenly adopt a gentle expression and beckon them inside, the dogs instantly turned their adoring gazes toward Lu Zhiyue once more. Long live King Ha! With the tickets in hand, the dog smoothly entered the school grounds. The security guard at the gate was so delighted he couldn't see straight, offering up all the ham sausages he'd been hoarding. Ha! Isn't this Uncle Juan usually the one who hates stray dogs the most? Why'd he let this pack of strays in? The sun must be rising in the west. Passing students witnessed the scene and expressed their bewilderment. Security guard Uncle Juan, however, discreetly patted the red bills tucked into his pocket. You don't know the first thing. These aren't stray dogs, they're money-drawing dogs. As the old saying goes, dogs bring wealth. Once these strays settled into the school, they'd occasionally bring in red bills like today. At this thought, Wang David practically drooled with delight. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyue led the dog gang straight into the school grounds. He brought the dog gang to the campus for two reasons. First, the college students here radiated a foolish innocence, posing no threat to them. Second, there were plenty of stray animals here, and he had acquaintances, or rather, cat acquaintances, who could look out for the dogs. Wonder if Sangbiao and Meiba are still back on the mountain. Lu Jiyue was leading the dog gang toward the back mountain when suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. Luoli, stop bothering me. I told you I don't like you. Lu Jiyue glanced over and realized the voice belonged to none other than his own owner. What's the owner doing? Lu Jiyue spotted a bespectacled guy with a bowl cut, clutching a bouquet of roses, persistently trailing behind Su Wanner. Wanner, I know you might not like me now, but I believe that once you get to know me, you'll be won over by my charm. Despite Li Wanner's clear rejection, the bowl-cut guy acted as if he hadn't heard a word, buzzing around her like a pesky fly. Damn it! Who gave this ugly bastard the nerve to hit on my girl? Lu Jiyue couldn't stand it any longer. After telling the dogs to wait nearby, he immediately charged forward. Lu Jiyue lunged at the bowl-cut guy, aiming for his hand as he tried to grab Li Wanner. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from the pothead's mouth. Lu Jiyue had restrained his strength considerably, but his sharp teeth still managed to tear through the pot-lid head's skin. Where did this mad dog come from? Li Wanner turned at the commotion and saw that the mad dog in the pot-lid head's mouth was actually her own pet. Xiao Ha? Didn't I tell you to stay home? Why did you run out again? Lu Jiyue approached Li Wanner, but his eyes remained fiercely fixed on pot-lid head, warning him not to harbor any delusions of a toad trying to eat a swan. Wanner, is this your dog? Seeing her dog bite the guy with the pot-shaped hair, Li Wanner felt a pang of guilt. She pulled out some band-aids from her bag. Sorry about that. Xiao Hai is usually well-behaved. Seeing his goddess not only not push him away but actively show concern for him, Pot-Lid Head instantly became excited. Wanner, are you worried about me? As he took the band-aid, Pot-Lid deliberately brushed against Li Wanner's hand. Li Wanner wiped her hands on her clothes with a look of disgust. Xiao Ha got his shots, so he should be fine. But if you need to get stitches or want compensation, just say the word, I'll cover it. Wanner, what are you saying? These are just minor scratches. But your dog bit someone at such a young age, it needs proper training. Training? Li Wanner frowned, about to insist her dog was too smart for training, when the other person spoke up. Funny enough, my brother is a renowned dog trainer. I've picked up quite a few training techniques myself. Want me to give your dog a session right now? The bowl-cut guy seized this chance to impress the goddess. Without waiting for Li Wanner's reply, he pulled a leash from his pocket and strode toward Lu Jiyue. This dog needs training. As the man before her prepared to loop the leash around her neck, Lu Jiyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. Chapter 32, Who Trains Whom? Just as the leash was about to land on her neck, Lu Jiyue first sidestepped to dodge it, then leaped up and slammed her head into the man in front of her. Ouch, my nose! Seizing the moment, Lu Jiyue snatched the mist rope in his mouth. With another leap, he looped it around the bald man's neck. Then he picked up the other end of the rope with his mouth. Before the pot-lid head could react, he felt the rope tighten around his neck with a sudden tug. Ah, my neck! The pain from the tightening rope forced Pot-Lid Head to follow the dog ahead. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lu Jiyue walked the Pot-Lid Head while holding the rope in his mouth. Woof! Go ahead, try to train me. Train me. The other members of the dog gang, watching their leader so bravely and effortlessly teach a lesson to the two-legged creature they'd never dared provoke, barked excitedly in response. Li Wanner, who had intended to help her dog, was so stunned she froze in place. Passers-by stopped to watch this unbelievable scene unfold. Is this a dog training a human, or a human training a dog? How embarrassing. He can't even handle such a small puppy. Embarrassing is an understatement. Being toyed with by a dog on a leash? If I were him, I'd have fled this planet already. Only when he noticed the pointed stares did the bald man snap back to reality. As a human being with superior intelligence and overwhelming strength, how could he be toyed with by such a tiny dog? Pot-hooded guy halted his leash walking stride, yanked the rope with both hands, and let out a furious growl as he pulled forward with all his might. Lu Jiao saw the Pot-Lid Head's move and promptly spat out the rope in his mouth. Completely caught off guard, Pot-Lid Head stumbled backward, crashing hard onto his backside. Ouch, his tailbone must be in agony. Hearing the thud, Lu Jiyue frowned inwardly. The guy's face flushed alternately red and white.
He lay motionless on the ground for a long time, showing no sign of getting up.
Only then did Li Wanner snap back to her senses.
She pulled out a few red bills from her bag and placed them beside pot lid.
Look, everyone saw it. My dog didn't even touch you. You fell on your own. Bystanders chimed in to support Li Wanner. That's right, we all saw it.
He insisted on training someone else's dog.
He didn't have the skills but still tried to show off.
Don't bite off more than you can chew. What a spectacle.
Don't give him any money. He'll just try to scam you. Lu Jia blared at the bald guy and gave him a stern warning. Woof. Remember to give my owner a wide berth from now on.
Hearing the surrounding jeers, the pot-lid-headed man burned with shame and rage. The thought that this humiliation came from a mere dog made it unbearable. You worthless mutt, just you wait. I'll bring my brother's Tibetan Mastiff from the kennel and have it tear you to pieces. After hurling his threats at Lu Jiao, Pot-Lid-Head tried to get up.
Ouch, my butt.
Seeing Pot-Lid wailing in pain, Li Wanner immediately scooped up Lu Jiyue.
Xiao Ha, let's get out of here fast.
He hadn't finished arranging things for his little brothers yet. Held in her arms, Lu Jiyue hurriedly instructed his men to first familiarize themselves with the school environment and come find him later.
Xiao Ha, you're amazing. I've wanted to teach that guy a lesson for ages. He's been pestering me non-stop. It was driving me crazy. Li Wanner showered Lu Jiyue with praise, showing no sign of blaming him for the earlier incident.
But his brother actually does have a kennel.
You better not run out again later.
If he really brings the Tibetan Mastiff to bite you, you'll be in big trouble.
Pfft, it's just a Tibetan Mastiff. Even if it were a lion, I wouldn't be scared. Lu Jiyue scoffed inwardly. My next class is about to start. You can hang out around campus for a bit. I'll come find you after class.
Li Wanner trusted Lu Jiyue completely. After all, she'd seen just how clever this guy could be. Lu Jiyue obediently saw Li Wanner off to class before heading to find his buddies. When he found them, he was surprised to see they were locked in a standoff with the school's stray cats.
Meow. Who gave you permission to be here? This is our territory. Get out of here.
The cats glared menacingly at the dogs before them, but the dogs refused to back down. Woof. From now on, this place belongs to our dog gang.
Neither side would budge, and a showdown seemed imminent.
Lu Jiyue arrived just in time and spotted a familiar figure among the cats.
Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Lu Jiyue stepped forward. Woof. Hold on.
The dog gang instantly retracted their fighting spirit upon seeing their leader, King Ha, arrive.
Lu Jiyue called out to a white figure among the cats. Woof. Thanos, it's me. Moments later, the dog gang and the cat cult coexisted peacefully. Meow. So these were all your little buddies? Just a misunderstanding. Woof.
From now on, I'll need you and the other cat brothers to look out for my little buddies. Lu Jiao spoke while rolling out the ham sausage. Thanos and the other cat's eyes lit up at the sight of the sausage.
Meow. Of course. From now on, we're all family. Lu Jiyue's dog-like approach earned deep approval from the Meow Meow sect.
After scanning the surrounding cats and failing to spot the dark shadow, Lu Jiao turned to Thanos and asked,
"Where's Sang Biao? I don't see him."
At the mention of Sang Biao, Thanos' expression darkened.
Speaking of that guy, sigh, such a disappointment. Lu Jiyue's gossip-loving spirit flared up fiercely. What happened? That guy? He's in love. Lu Jiyue was genuinely shocked. Let me tell you, once a cat gets involved with that stuff, it's done for. Thanos said with exasperation.
That guy's been following that little female cat around non-stop.
I haven't seen him in 2 days. Wow, that's intense. Lu Jiyue couldn't help but wonder what kind of little female cat possessed such irresistible charm.
Just as Lu Jiyue was about to dig deeper into the gossip, a familiar meow echoed from nearby.
Meow. It was a weak, faint meow. Lu Jiyue turned to see the very subject of their discussion approaching Sang Biao. When he saw Sang Biao's condition, Lu Jiyue was utterly shocked. Thanos' fur stood on end the moment he spotted Sang Biao. Sang Biao, what happened to you? Chapter 33, Kitten, Sea Queen?
The Sang Biao before him was like a completely different cat from the one Lu Jiyue had seen before. The previous Shang Biao, while not exactly bulky, had all the right muscles in all the right places, a perfectly proportioned build. But now, his entire body seemed to have shrunk, bones protruding, even his cheeks sunken in. Most terrifying of all was his utterly listless spirit, his eyes dull and vacant, as if his very essence had been drained away. Are you trying to scare me to death? I thought I saw a ghost in broad daylight. Thanos nearly had a panic attack at the sight of him.
Lu Jiyue quickly handed him the last remaining sausage. Eat something, quick. You look like you're about to keel over. After devouring the sausage, Sang Biao finally began to resemble a cat again. Thanos even suspected this guy had been snatched by bipeds for some cruel experiment. I'm fine, haha, just a bit worn out from all the dates lately. Hearing Sang Biao's excuse, both Lu Jiyue and Thanos were dumbfounded. You're just a little tired? Are you planning to exhaust yourself to death before you're satisfied? Thanos looked at him with disappointment. It's not that bad. I'm perfectly fine. At that moment, Thanos looked as if he had something on his mind. Finally, as if he'd made up his mind, he spoke up. Sang Biao, there's something I've never told you. That little female cat? She's no proper, decent cat. Sang Biao immediately grew agitated. Don't you dare talk about her like that. I'll come clean today. She even tried to seduce me behind your back. Lu Jiyue, standing nearby, nearly popped his eyes out of his head. OMG, what had he just heard? So the cat world was this messy too? But then, Thanos dropped an even more explosive bombshell. It wasn't just me, I've seen her hooking up with other stray cats too. Thanos, stop talking nonsense. I'm getting seriously pissed. Sang Biao, stop it. Get a grip. Sang Biao shook his head wildly, refusing to listen. I'm going to bed. I'll pretend you never said anything about today. If this happens again, I'll be genuinely furious. Watching Sang Biao's retreating figure, Thanos sighed with heart-wrenching regret. That fool will end up dying at that little cat's hands sooner or later. Is what you just said all true? Thanos nodded firmly. That little vixen has tried to seduce me several times already. If it weren't for my lack of interest in that sort of thing. Not interested in that sort of thing? Lu Zhiyao shifted his gaze downward and noticed that Thanos was missing something that other tomcats had. Only then did he understand why the little she-cat hadn't succeeded in her advances. Was that little female cat really that promiscuous? Just then, a breeze swept by, and Lu Zhiyue's nostrils twitched. That scent. Lu Zhiyue's eyes instantly filled with alertness. He approached the spot where Sang Biao had been moments before. He discovered the scent was emanating from there. How could Sang Biao have such a peculiar scent? Could it be? Xiao Ha. Xiao Ha. Where are you? The poop scooper's off duty. Lu Zhiyue asked the cat to teach the dog more about helping out the little brother, promising to bring more treats next time before leaving. Li Wanner watched her pup emerge from the crowd of cats and dogs, raising an eyebrow. Seems little Ha isn't just smart, he's got his doggy social skills down pat too. If you like the school atmosphere, I'll bring you along when I go to class from now on. But don't get into any trouble, okay? Lu Zhiyou responded with a bark. Just then, Li Wanner carried him past a flower bed near the school. A tabby cat inside immediately caught Lu Zhiyue's attention. Its demeanor mirrored that of the late Sang Biao. Alright, stop staring. Let's go home. Li Wanner turned Lu Zhiyue's head away and walked out of the school grounds. Lu Zhiyue's mind was now filled with thoughts of the little female cat Thanos had mentioned. Could it be that Tabby Cat was also one of the fish in that little female cat's pond? Tomorrow, when he followed his owner to school, he'd have to ask Thanos more about that little female cat. Back home, Li Wanner finished feeding the puppies before picking up the fourth one, Xiaoqi, preparing to take him to the vet for a shot. Any of you little ones want to come along? At the mention of the dreaded pet hospital, Mang Mang and Xiao Shi immediately hid. Only Lu Zhiyou followed behind Li Wanner. The canned food and freeze-dried treats at the vet clinic were incredibly delicious. He had to swing by and steal some on the way. Wait, he had money now. He could buy it openly. While the pet owner was scrolling through their phone and Dr. Tan was giving Xiaoqi a vaccination, Lu Zhiyue slipped into the retail section. He scooped up all the canned food and freeze-dried treats, swallowing them whole into the alternate dimension within his stomach. Then he spat out a stack of red bills and placed them on the counter. Just then, Dr. Tan, having finished the procedure, praised the fourth child. Xiaoqi was such a good boy, not a single reaction to the shot. Hearing this, Lu Zhiyue couldn't help but mentally retort. This must be what they mean by thick-skinned and tough as nails. Xiaoqi was so well-behaved, I should reward him with freeze-dried treats. When Dr. Tan arrived at the treat section and saw the empty display case before him, he froze in shock. Just as he thought he'd been robbed in broad daylight, he spotted a stack of cash on top of the cabinet. This customer must be an introverted eye person. Dr. Tan quickly confirmed his suspicion. Doctor, my cat seems sick, please check it right away. Just then, a girl rushed in carrying a cat carrier. Dr. Tan immediately stepped forward. The girl set down the carrier and lifted out a blue British Shorthair. Upon seeing the cat's appearance, Dr. Tan exclaimed in surprise. British Shorthairs are notorious for being greedy eaters and prone to weight gain. How come yours is so skinny? Dr. Tan's words caught Lu Zhiyue's attention and he immediately came over. At the sight, he gasped in shock. The blue British Shorthair's condition was almost identical to that of the mournful tiger. Not only was it emaciated beyond recognition, but its spirit was utterly drained, lacking any vitality whatsoever. Just a couple days ago, it was plump and white. Then suddenly, it lost so much weight like this. The owner of the blue British Shorthair described the cat's condition with obvious anxiety. That's why I suspect it might be sick, so I brought it to see you. Dr. Tan frowned upon hearing her words. It lost that much weight in just 2 days? Has it been acting unusually during that time? Faced with Dr. Tan's questions, the girl thought carefully for a moment. Then she shook her head and replied. Nothing unusual these past 2 days. If I had to say. Well, it seems like it's found a mate these past 2 days. It's so smitten with that little female cat, it can't eat or sleep properly. Chapter 34, The Cat Seduction. Another female kitten? Lu Jiyue lost his composure upon hearing this. He immediately moved closer to the blue cat and gave it a sniff. Sure enough, this blue cat had a faint, peculiar odor, the same one that had been on Sang Biao. Dr. Tan promptly gave the blue cat a thorough physical examination. After a full round of tests, it turned out the blue cat was perfectly healthy. Could it be that it's heartbroken after being dumped? Li Wanner, standing nearby, found it utterly baffling and voiced her own theory. Since we're already here, why not put it out of its misery? At that moment, Dr. Tan made a devilish suggestion. This startled the previously listless blue cat into sudden alertness, its face filled with panic. The worst part was that the blue cat's owner agreed without hesitation. After all, when it came to saving its own life, some things just didn't seem so important anymore. Meow. The blue cat let out a heart-wrenching cry, but it couldn't prevent being dragged into the operating room. Lu Jiyue covered his eyes with his paws, unable to bear watching any longer. How tragic. When the blue cat was carried out again, its eyes were glazed over and its tongue hung limply from its mouth. Clearly, it was no longer whole. Seeing blue cat like this, Lu Jiyue knew there was no way he could ask it about the little female cat. He had no desire to rub salt in someone else's wounds. Better to ask Sang Biao. The next day, Lu Jiyue followed Li Wanner to school. After seeing the cat owner off to class, he couldn't wait to find Shang Biao. Under a large tree, Lu Jiyue finally found Shang Biao. He was fast asleep, snoring loudly. As Lu Jiyue approached, he noticed the peculiar scent emanating from it had grown stronger. Sang Biao, wake up. I need to ask you something. Lu Jiyue nudged Sang Biao with his paw, but the creature didn't stir. Lu Jiyue decided to pull out his trump card. He promptly spat out a can of food, opened it, and waved it back and forth in front of Sang Biao. Sang Biao, look what I brought. Still no response. Are you that exhausted? Another night of hard work? Refusing to believe it, Lu Jiyue scooped a bit of meat from the can with his paw and dabbed it onto Sang Biao's mouth. The meat's aroma didn't rouse Sang Biao, but it did attract a tricolor cat. Don't waste your effort. He won't wake up. Lu Jiyue immediately grew wary upon seeing it was a female cat. The calico seemed to be quite the beauty among cats. Could this little female be the one who'd left Sang Biao and the others in such a state? But she didn't seem to carry that strange scent, nor did he see any white mist swirling around her. It's been sleeping here for a day now. Not just it, but that one. They're all like this. Lu Jiyue followed the calico's gaze and saw several young male cats in the same state as Sang Biao. Only now did he realize that only female kittens were active around the school, not a single male kitten was in sight. Lu Jiyue placed the can of food in front of the calico cat. Can I ask you a few questions? Having successfully coaxed information from the kitten with the canned food, Lu Jiyue fell deep in thought. The calico revealed that a one-eyed white cat was responsible for turning these young tomcats into what they were now. This astonished Lu Jiyue. Not only were white cats widely considered the ugliest among felines, but this female cat also had only one eye. That this little female cat could manipulate these young tomcats so thoroughly under such circumstances meant she was clearly no ordinary feline. We must find a way to locate this little female cat. To prevent Sang Biao and the other kittens from losing their lives, Lu Jiyue resolved to confront this little demon. After bidding farewell to Manhwa, Lu Jiyue headed toward the back mountain. Hey, I had this really, dream. What kind of dream? Tell me about it. At that moment, a conversation between two boys passing by caught Lu Jiyue's attention. Let him hear just how something it was. I dreamt I did that thing with a cat girl. Holy crap. You're so twisted. I love it. Hearing this, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The mental state of today's college students seemed rather concerning. Busy with his own business, Lu Jiyue quickened his pace to the back mountain, but found no sign of Thanos. Mobilizing the Paw Patrol members to search, Lu Jiyue soon found Thanos trying to sneak out near the school gate. Lu Jiyue intercepted him just in time and brought him to the back mountain to ask what was going on. He learned that nearly all the male kittens on campus had fallen victim to that female cat's cruelty, with some even losing their lives. Terrified, Thanos had planned to flee in the dead of night. Learning the truth, Lu Jiyue shook his head helplessly. Your worries seem a bit unnecessary. Even though I can't exercise certain male cat privileges, I'm still a male. She's played with every male cat here who knows when she'll get to me? I'm scared. Listening to Thanos, a brilliant idea suddenly popped into Lu Jiyue's mind. Thanos, here are 3 cans of food. Do me a small favor. At the mention of canned food, Thanos' eyes lit up. What is it? No rush, we'll wait until tonight. Special Affairs Bureau Branch Office 007D Squad. Captain, you mean I have a chance to work alongside a spirit tamer? Meili stared at the man before her, her face alight with excitement. Su Chiwen nodded. You're a graduate of Qiming University, so you're familiar with that environment. Plus, you have the strongest psychic abilities in our team. You'll be able to handle some follow-up work for the spirit masters later. That's fantastic. Working alongside spirit tamers will definitely teach me a lot. Don't get too excited. This spirit beast, codenamed Phantom, has reached level 6. You'll need to be careful. Yes, sir. Meili took the files and began reviewing the spirit beast's information, preparing for the night's operation. As dusk fell, Lu Xiao arrived at the school as promised and found Thanos. Moments later, Thanos stared at the thing he'd regained beneath him and fell deep in thought. If I'd known this would be so dangerous, I would have asked for 5 cans. Deal. Lu Xiao's voice echoed. Thanos, if you cooperate fully with me, once this is done, every little tomcat in the school will be saved. And you, Thanos, will become the true hero of the cat cult. These heartening words filled Thanos with resolve. For the greater good, I'll sacrifice the little ones. Damn it, I'll do it. Lu Xiao activated Night Stalker, cloaking his form in darkness. Meanwhile, Thanos began his seductive maneuvers. Meow. Thanos emitted a deep, magnetic meow, convinced it sounded especially alluring in the night. Of course, sound alone was far from enough. Thanos rolled over on the ground, exposing his belly while gently grooming his fur with his front paws, displaying an elegant and alluring posture. Details mattered to Thanos, even crafted a look of teasing anticipation in his eyes. All this made it unbearable for the hidden Lu Xiao to watch. But his alertness snapped back into place. For he spotted a figure sprinting rapidly toward them. Here it comes. Chapter 35, The Spirit Tamer. As the figure drew nearer, Lu Xiao sensed something was amiss. Wasn't it supposed to be white? This one was a tabby. Then Lu Xiao spotted those 2 enormous things. It's a male cat. Did Thanos attract a male cat? But what happened next left Lu Xiao even more baffled. The male cat mimicked Thanos' exact movements, but with an even more seductive flair. This left the nearby Thanos utterly dumbfounded. A cat's trying to steal my business. You little brat, aren't you afraid of dying? If that female cat sets her sights on you, she'll drain every last bit of your young energy. At that moment, Lu Xiao, who had been observing the entire time, noticed something unusual. That tabby cat wasn't a real cat at all. Lu Xiao stared intently at the tabby cat. Though its movements and posture were indistinguishable from a real cat, Lu Xiao could sense a mechanical stiffness and predictability in its actions. This was an incredibly lifelike robotic cat. Just as Lu Xiao pondered the motives behind the creator of this robotic cat, he heard a bewitching meow. Meow. Not only Lu Xiao, but Thanos also heard the sound. Its body trembled, and it nervously swallowed hard. Almost instantly, a white figure materialized before them. A white, one-eyed cat approached them with an elegant, alluring feline gait. Lu Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. The target had finally appeared. As the one-eyed kitten drew nearer, Thanos grew so flustered he didn't know where to place his paws. But unexpectedly, the kitten suddenly veered off, heading toward the tabby cat's location. Though Mabang breathed a sigh of relief, resentment still gnawed at his heart. So what if she's more sassy than me? As the kitten approached the tabby cat, it emitted a seductive meow. Meow. Just as the kitten's tail was about to wrap around the tabby's, a sliver of silver net shot from the tabby's eyes. Seeing itself about to be ensnared, the kitten leapt violently, narrowly evading capture. The sudden commotion halted Lu Xiao, who had been about to intervene, prompting him to resume observing the situation. Holy kitty, is this a cat or a spider? How can it shoot silk? Realizing something was amiss, Thanos scrambled to hide nearby. At that moment, 4 figures emerged from the shadows, instantly surrounding the one-eyed kitten. Codename, Phantom, Level 6 Spirit Beast. We've finally found you. The one-eyed kitten sensed danger and tried to flee. One of the muscular men removed a serpent-shaped ring from his finger. With a sudden burst of force, a cloud of white mist erupted from the ring. The mist then coalesced into a serpentine spirit form that lunged toward the one-eyed white cat. Soon, the serpent spirit caught up to the one-eyed kitten and coiled around it. Lu Xiao, who witnessed this from the sidelines, stared wide-eyed. That serpent spirit was also a spirit beast. The man could actually control spirit beasts through objects. At the same time, Lu Xiao spotted a familiar figure among the 4 individuals. Among the 3 men and 1 woman, the sole female was none other than Meili, the team member from that special affairs agency. So, it was a spirit tamer after all. You won't get away. The muscular man looked confidently at the one-eyed white cat, now entangled by his spirit beast. Just as he reached out to grab the one-eyed white cat, a purple light flashed from its sole eye. The muscular man froze instantly. Nyo Kai, what's wrong? The other 2 men noticed their companion's unusual state and rushed over. When they saw the cat's eye, they too froze in place. Meow. The one-eyed white cat suddenly emitted a bewitching meow. Its soul eye glowed purple, and its body began to sway. To the 3 men, the one-eyed white cat now transformed into a stunningly beautiful catwoman with an enviable figure. Moreover, the catwoman was performing all sorts of seductive gestures toward them. The muscular man, in particular, couldn't help but start bleeding from his nose. Simultaneously, the serpentine spirit beast that had been coiled around the one-eyed white cat dissolved into mist, retreating back into the serpent-shaped ring. Meili witnessed this scene, her face frozen in shock. She understood they had been enchanted by the spirit beast's power. How is this possible? The record stated that the Phantom's abilities were temporarily ineffective against humans. Melly hurriedly measured the surrounding spiritual energy concentration with her handheld device. Oh no, it's already upgraded to level 7. The three figures nearby began trembling uncontrollably, while gas slowly drifted from their mouths. The gas drifted toward the one-eyed white cat, entering its body through its nostrils. Oh no! It can convert human essence into its own spiritual energy. If this continues, it will grow even stronger. Melly knew she couldn't just sit back and wait for disaster. She charged forward, drew the special pistol from her waist, and aimed it at the one-eyed white cat. Bang! An intangible bullet fired forth. The one-eyed white cat deftly dodged the shot, simultaneously halting its absorption of vital energy. One by one, the three men collapsed to the ground. The cat's single eye, glowing with a faint purple light, fixed on the girl. I'm a woman. Its powers shouldn't affect me, Meili murmured to herself, trying to reassure herself. Her guess was correct, but the one-eyed white cat chose to launch a physical attack against her. It leapt forward, charging toward Meili. With a fierce charge, it slammed her hard onto the ground. Meili felt her head strike something hard, and the world spun violently. Just as the one-eyed white cat extended its sharp claws to slash at the girl's throat, a force appeared from nowhere, knocking it off her body. A figure gradually materialized where the space had been empty moments before. Before the one-eyed white cat could get a clear look, a cold gleam flashed past. Several bloody gashes instantly appeared on its face. Melly, lying on the ground, desperately wanted to see who had saved her. But before she could force her eyes open, her consciousness was swallowed by dizziness. At that moment, the one-eyed white cat stared in disbelief at the figure before it, its single eye widening in shock. Standing before it was none other than a Siberian husky. Chapter 36, about to be exposed? Meow. The one-eyed white cat snapped out of its shock. A mere dog had ruined its plans, and it let out an angry cry. Its agile body shot forward. The one-eyed white cat was incredibly fast, appearing before Lu Jiyue in an instant. Lu Jiyue leapt effortlessly, soaring 3 meters into the air, leaving the cat to lunge at thin air. Clearly, his exceptional jumping ability left the one-eyed white cat utterly bewildered. While it was still reeling, Lu Jiyue leapt again, landing on a nearby tree. He scaled it swiftly, reaching the highest point before diving down, landing squarely on the one-eyed white cat. By the time it reacted, Lu Jiyue had already leaped several meters away. Feeling several fresh claw marks on its body, the one-eyed white cat was thoroughly enraged. The one-eyed creature fixed its gaze intently on Lu Jiyue across from it. Then, its gaze drifted downward, discovering something that made the corners of its mouth curve upward. Meow. The one-eyed white cat let out a triumphant, confident meow. Then, its single eye flashed with a purple glow. Lu Jiyue understood the one-eyed white cat was unleashing its ultimate move. However, it seems to have overlooked one thing. He is a male dog, no doubt. But he's only 2 months old. Certain parts of his body haven't fully developed yet, so even with an adult's mind, he's all heart and no muscle. Therefore, the one-eyed white cat's ability to charm male creatures had virtually no effect on him. Seizing this golden opportunity, Lu Jiyue immediately unleashed his shadowless kick, charging at the one-eyed white cat with relentless attacks. He dashed forward in a flash, successfully tackling the white cat to the ground before immediately unleashing his bite skill. The one-eyed white cat beneath him was instantly torn open, blood gushing everywhere. Seeing the cat still struggling to resist, Lu Jiyue wasted no time, aiming precisely for its windpipe. His sharp teeth instantly pierced the blood vessels, tearing open its throat. As the cat's throat was torn open, wisps of white mist poured into Lu Jiyue's mouth. Consumed Spirit Beast's Spiritual Energy, Evolution Points +5. Consumed Spirit Beast Essence, Evolution Points +5. With the final breath of spirit energy consumed, the one-eyed white cat shrank and withered, exhaling its last breath without drawing in another. Seconds later, the one-eyed white cat breathed its last. A purple glow then rose from its body, and something enveloping a purple seed fell to the ground nearby. What is this? Curiosity piqued, Lu Jiyue picked up the purple seed. Spiritual object detected. Enchanted seed. The spiritual energy within this artifact will eventually reincarnate into a spirit beast. The holder will gain the ability to command this spirit beast. Caution, insufficient mental strength may result in backlash from the spirit beast. Consume this item to gain evolution points? A spirit object? So this spirit beast wasn't like the previous two, dwelling within a living host. Instead, this one-eyed white cat accidentally acquired such a spirit object, gaining the ability to command a spirit beast only to be later backfired upon by it. It seems that spirit masters also rely on spirit artifacts to command spirit beasts. Still, such an item holds no use for him. Better to devour it and gain evolution points instead. Lu Jiyue promptly tossed the purple seed into his mouth. Consumed charm seed, evolution points +5. What? Only 5 evolution points? The system prompt made Lu Jiyue feel like he'd lost a fortune. But the next notification instantly made him feel better. You have also acquired a new skill charm. Detected duplicate skill, Hypnotic Echo. Both skills have been fused into a new ability, Desire Manipulation.
This system was surprisingly considerate, capable of merging similar skills into new ones.
Lu Jiyue eagerly scanned the description of his new ability.
Desire Manipulation Intermediate. 1. Activate this skill to select a target and confuse their mind.
Upon success, the target becomes under your control. Maximum simultaneous targets, 10 uncontrollable if target possesses strong will.
2. Activating this skill allows you to plant seeds of desire within male targets. Once successfully sprouted, the target becomes your complete slave, entirely under your control.
Currently, up to 10 seeds can be planted. Lu Jiao's eyes lit up upon reading the new skill description.
The new skills not only retained previous elements but also introduced new effects.
Previously, activating the skill didn't guarantee success, and even if successful, the target could snap out of it at any moment.
But now, by choosing to plant the seed of desire, once it sprouts, the target becomes completely under his control with no time limit.
The only catch is the gender restriction.
One could say one skill offered short-term control across all genders, while the other provided long-term control but was gender-specific.
Lu Jia was quite satisfied with these effects. Why not?
Lu Jiyue turned his gaze toward the 3 unconscious men lying on the ground. Though unconscious, a certain part of them remained stiff.
Let's test the effect on them. Lu Jiao directly unleashed Desire Manipulation upon them. A purple light instantly shot into their bodies.
3 desire seeds were planted with remarkable ease. Once desire stirred within them, the seeds would swiftly take root and sprout. Then, he would have servants who obeyed him completely. After testing his new skill, Lu Jiyue stared at the 4 figures lying on the ground and found himself at a loss.
Should he just leave them lying here? What if the students discovered them? The next moment, Lu Jiyue noticed red dots glowing on the belts around their waists. Realizing something, Lu Jiyue immediately activated Night Stalker to conceal his form.
Just in case, he leapt up and landed on a tree 5 meters high.
Within 5 minutes, several figures appeared nearby. All wore identical black uniforms, undoubtedly agents from the Special Affairs Bureau. However, Lu Jiyue recognized none of the new arrivals.
Soon, the individuals who had been lying on the ground began to regain consciousness one after another. The muscular man, Niu Kai, who regained his strength first, approached the leader, a man in his 30s.
Deputy Director.
Niu Kai's voice was weak as he spoke, not only because he had failed to complete the mission assigned by his superiors, but also because his kidneys were feeling a bit weak.
What did I tell you to do?
Ji Zhangming, deputy director of 007, rarely showed such emotion in front of his subordinates. One could only imagine how furious he was about this mission failure.
The intelligence on Phantom was flawed.
I never imagined it would upgrade so quickly.
You dare make excuses?
Ji Zhangming grew even angrier upon hearing Niu Kai's attempt to shift blame.
Do you think the world is still the same as before? The pace of spiritual energy revival is accelerating, making spirit beasts increasingly formidable. Even low-tier beasts are awakening abilities now. Future encounters will only grow more treacherous.
Yes, Deputy Director,
I know I was wrong. We'll write self-criticisms and accept punishment when we get back.
Ji Zhangming glanced at the withered corpse of the white cat beside him.
When we arrived, the Phantom was already dead. Tell me what exactly happened. Lu Jiyue felt an involuntary wave of tension wash over him as he spoke. Could these people have hidden cameras or something recording me? Was his identity about to be exposed? Chapter 37, Codename, Tao Tai.
Hearing Ji Zhangming's question, Niu Kai reached up to scratch his head.
We haven't had time to activate the micro-cameras yet.
Ji Zhangming immediately kicked Niu Kai in the chest.
When dealing with spirit beasts, the first thing you do is activate the camera. Did you shove that instruction down your throat? Write me a 10,000-word self-criticism when we get back.
No, make it 30,000.
While Ji Zhangming was fuming, Lu Jiyue breathed a huge sigh of relief. I saw it.
Just then, Mei Li, who had remained silent all along, stepped forward. Everyone present turned to look at her.
Hearing this, Lu Jiyue's heart leapt into his throat once more. She saw it? Had she witnessed him devouring the spirit beast?
It was a very powerful spirit beast. It was the one that devoured the Phantom. The moment Mei Li spoke, everyone grew alert.
Some even pulled out instruments to measure. But aside from some lingering spiritual energy from the Phantom, no other spiritual energy could be detected. Are you certain a more powerful spirit beast devoured the Phantom?
Facing Ji Zhangming's inquiry, Mei Li nodded solemnly.
Deputy Director, we still haven't detected any traces of other spirit beasts.
Ji Zhangming's expression turned grave upon hearing the report.
A spirit beast undetectable even by instruments. This spirit beast's power must be terrifying. Can you describe what that spirit beast looked like?
Ji Zhangming inquired again of Mei Li. I was dazed at the time and didn't see clearly, but I noticed its incredible speed had left only streaks of after-images.
The Phantom didn't last more than a few moves against it.
Mei Li's words weighed heavily on everyone present.
Deputy Director, a spirit beast this powerful is a potential major threat. What should we do?
Facing his subordinate's question, Ji Zhangming frowned deeply.
Well, I don't think we need to worry too much. Mei Li's words once again captured everyone's attention. When the phantom tried to harm me, it was that spirit beast that intervened at the critical moment to save me. Ji Zhangming rubbed his temples. What are you implying? I don't think this spirit beast has any ill intentions. Not having bad intentions now doesn't mean it won't develop them later. At that moment, a young man who appeared to be in his 20s spoke up. Deputy Director, the more powerful a spirit beast is, the more unpredictable it becomes. If we let it go and something goes wrong later, we might not be able to handle the consequences. Ji Zhangming nodded. Director Jiang is correct. Upon returning, classify this unknown spirit beast as a C-level no, a B-level special file. Should it be cited anywhere again, report it immediately. As for its code name, Ji Zhangming glanced at the withered corpse of the white cat on the ground. For now, let's call it Tao Tai. Only after the Special Affairs Bureau agents departed did Lu Zhiyue emerge. Tao Tai. What the hell is that? It sounds awful. Might as well call me the King of Haas. Lu Zhiyue was displeased with the code name assigned by the Special Affairs Bureau. They actually treated him like a spirit beast and classified him under a Class B special file. Were there many other powerful spirit beasts in that special file? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Zhiyue suddenly yawned. It was late time to head back to bed. Lu Zhiyue had only taken a few steps when a pitiful cat's cry pierced the air. Just as he thought the one-eyed white cat had come back to life, Thanos appeared before him. Meow. Wait, where are my 5 cans? Working hard for food is no easy feat. Though Thanos hadn't been much help today, he'd made a promise and had to keep it. He couldn't break someone's heart. He couldn't afford to adopt the capitalist's attitude. Next time you need this kind of work, remember to call me. Thanos clutched the 5 cans, grinning like a Cheshire cat, completely forgetting his earlier fear. Meow. Thanos, give me 1. I'm starving. Just then, Sangbiao appeared out of nowhere, shivering as he limped over. Even though Thanos was reluctant, seeing his good buddy like this, he had no choice but to hand over a can. Oh, you're still alive? You still going to bother that little female cat? That wasn't some little female cat, that was a deadly demon. Thanos taunted Sangbiao relentlessly, while Sangbiao focused solely on devouring his canned food. Lu Zhiyue noticed the male kittens, who had been unconscious, waking up one by one just like Sangbiao. He realized it was because he had taken down that one-eyed white cat. See? When it really matters, you gotta have a brother. Sangbiao, for your own good, get yourself neutered sometime. Life's so much easier without that thing. Look at me, I'm doing just fine without it, aren't I? Listening to Thanos earnestly persuade Sangbiao to give up his balls, Lu Zhiyue left the scene, torn between laughter and tears. The moment Lu Zhiyue stepped onto the dog's gang territory, the dogs sprang to their feet one by one, alert and wary, staring at him. Seeing the dogs unlike the lazy cats, Lu Zhiyue was very satisfied. All dogs, assemble. The moment Lu Zhiyue's words fell, the dogs came together in perfect unison before him. King Ha. What are your orders? Lu Zhiyue cleared his throat with a soft cough. Today, I'm announcing some rules for our dog gang. First, don't go picking fights with female dogs. If you end up dragging your whole family here to complain, I won't be responsible. Second, since we're settling down here, we must adapt to local customs. Leave those violent habits you picked up elsewhere behind. King Ha, what exactly does adapting to local customs mean? Base spoke up for the others. The essence boils down to one word, act. Pretend to be pitiful, pretend to be heartbroken, pretend to be deeply affectionate, and when necessary, provide these college students with the emotional validation they crave. That's how you'll thrive here. Quick note, watch your doggy image, especially you, Big Six. That stench of yours is so strong, you'll scare away anyone who tries to feed you. The other dogs nodded in unison, their expressions suddenly enlightened. No wonder those college kids run away when they see us from afar, yet feed the cats, so that's why. Knowing the dogs hadn't gotten much to eat today, Lu Zhiyue pulled out some canned food and freeze-dried treats from the dimensional space in his stomach and shared them. The dogs devoured the food voraciously. Lu Zhiyue frowned at the empty can left behind. He had counted them out precisely, there was no way there could be extra. Who hasn't gotten any canned food? No dog answered. Lu Zhiyue then realized one of his dog helpers was missing. After checking around, he discovered the missing dog was none other than Xiao Shui, the one who had led him to search for the big yellow dog earlier. Only then did Lu Zhiyue learn from the other dogs that Xiao Shui had been forcibly taken away by a female college student. What? She dared to forcibly take my little brother. What kind of college student was it? Reporting to His Majesty, it was a girl with really long legs. Some people even call her the department flower. The department flower? Shouldn't that title belong to his owner? No, a mere department flower? His owner should be the campus flower. I'll return tomorrow. Keep an eye on that department flower for me. This king wants to see just how long those legs really are. Chapter 38, The Great Tibetan Mastiff. Yangjiang City, Xiaolaolao Kennel. A man with bowl-cut hair and glasses walked in. Bro, are you there?
The man, who had been carrying dog food, immediately set it down upon seeing the visitor and greeted him cheerfully.
Luo Li, you're here? How's school been lately? Come on, don't stand there. Sit down.
Ignoring his brother's waving hands, Luo Jin pushed him down onto a stool.
Ah.
Hearing Luo Li let out an unusual sound, Luo Jin frowned.
What's wrong with you? Recalling the humiliation from that day, Luo Li shook his head, forcing himself to hold back. Nothing. Just tripped and fell. You're a grown man, how clumsy can you be? Want me to rub it for you?
Luo Li quickly declined his brother's offer and got down to business.
Bro, where's that Tibetan Mastiff in your kennel now? Don't even mention it.
That beast has been acting like it's gone mad lately, tearing the place apart. After tearing apart its iron cage, it ran over to my kennel and started chewing and biting everything. Look at my wall, several chunks are missing, all from that beast's bites. Only then did Luo Li notice the kennel was in shambles, looking like a junkyard.
How could this happen? Didn't you train it properly, bro? Didn't I train it?
I trained it plenty, but that beast went berserk. It killed several dogs in the kennel. So I decided to give it a final meal and put it out of its misery. Hearing that the Tibetan Mastiff had killed several dogs, Luo Li's eyes lit up.
Bro, hold off on the euthanasia. What's the matter?
Luo Li made up a story about an upcoming pet show at school to stall him.
Why don't I pick out an obedient one from the kennel for you to take?
That Tibetan Mastiff is huge, you won't be able to control it if it goes berserk. Luo Jin couldn't quite grasp why his younger brother was so set on that Tibetan Mastiff.
That's exactly the effect I'm going for.
Luo Li's lips curved into a faint smile, as if he'd envisioned something. After Luo Li's persistent persuasion, Luo Jin finally agreed to let him take the Tibetan Mastiff. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyue, being carried by Li Wanner as they walked through campus, occasionally drew stares and curious glances from passers-by.
The gorgeous Li Wanner got a dog? Why not get a silly husky? Doesn't her class deserve a more noble breed? Don't look down on that dog. It was the one that turned the tables and got away that day. What? It looks only a few months old. That powerful? You bet. The scene back then. I even recorded a video. Let me show you. Amidst the whirlwind of public opinion, Lu Zhiyue's thoughts were elsewhere on another woman. Just how long are those legs? Longer than her owner's? Woof. Ah. You scared the life out of me.
Just then, the sound of a dog barking and a shriek echoed from ahead.
Li Wanner and Lu Zhiyue, who she was holding, were just feeling curious when, in the next second, a massive creature appeared before them.
Staring in disbelief, they realized it was a Tibetan Mastiff over a meter tall and weighing nearly 200 pounds. Li Wanner recoiled in terror, stumbling backward several steps. When she recognized the man leading the dog, none other than that bowl-cut guy Luo Li from the other day, her terror instantly turned to rage.
Luo Li, have you lost your mind? You actually brought a Tibetan Mastiff to school? What if it bites someone?
But Luo Li paid no heed to Li Wanner's words. His eyes were fixed intently on Lu Zhiyue. The memory of how that husky had humiliated him in front of foreigners that day consumed him. Nothing else mattered now, he wanted nothing more than to kill it. Lu Zhiyue froze the moment he saw the Tibetan Mastiff.
Xian, look over there. Luo Li pointed his finger, directing the Tibetan Mastiff's gaze toward Lu Zhiyue in Li Wanner's arms. The Tibetan Mastiff, which had been calm until then, began to grow restless upon seeing Lu Zhiyue. Noticing something was wrong, Li Wanner tried to carry the dog away. Unexpectedly, the dog in her arms suddenly jumped out. Lu Zhiyue approached Li Wanner, crouching low as his eyes narrowed sharply at the Tibetan Mastiff before him. His earlier startled reaction stemmed from the realization that this Tibetan Mastiff was no ordinary dog. It was a spirit beast. However, it seemed to be a lower-level spirit beast, possibly even weaker than that big yellow dog from the other day. Still, its choice of host was far more discerning. A Tibetan Mastiff as massive as a small mountain, bolstered by the power of a spirit beast, was still a force to be reckoned with. It was nearly time for classes to begin, and the school was bustling with people. The commotion here instantly drew a large crowd. As Luo Li saw the crowd growing thicker around him, his excitement surged. Today, he would finally redeem himself. You worthless mutt, you think you're so tough? I didn't bother fighting you back then because I looked down on you, you animal. Dogs should only fight other dogs. Hearing Luo Li's words, those nearby all exchanged looks that seemed to say, are you out of your mind? What kind of person is this? The other side is just a puppy a few months old, and he brings a Tibetan Mastiff this big. That Mastiff stands taller than me. A normal person probably couldn't beat that dog. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Why didn't he just bring a tiger? Though the surrounding comments remained unkind toward Luo Li, he paid them no mind. As long as he won in the end, he'd regain his pride. Then everyone would only remember him as the victor. No one would care about the details. Xian, good dog. Show what you're made of and teach that dog a lesson. Luo Li stroked the Tibetan Mastiff's head while pumping it up. Seeing the Tibetan Mastiff growing increasingly agitated under Luo Li's provocation, Li Wanner urgently shouted to Lu Zhiyue, Xiaoha, run. But Lu Zhiyue showed no intention of fleeing.
Instead, his gaze toward the Tibetan Mastiff grew even more resolute. At that moment, many people recognized the small dog among them as the one that had attacked someone that day.
Is this little guy actually going to take on that Tibetan Mastiff head-on? That's some guts. This isn't just any ordinary husky. I was there when it trained that person the other day. It's both smart and formidable. If the owner had brought another dog, the husky might have stood a chance. But that's a Tibetan Mastiff. It has an absolute size advantage. All we can do is wish this little pup good luck. Over here, Luoli could no longer restrain the Tibetan Mastiff, which had begun to grow frantic. He let go of the leash. The unleashed Mastiff surged toward Lu Jiyue's direction. Its momentum was like a charging tiger. The sight made some timid girls scream in fright. Others, however, were sweating bullets for the poor dog. If that Tibetan Mastiff got a hold of them, there wouldn't be a bone left. Chapter 39, One Dog is Enough to Handle You. Facing the charging Tibetan Mastiff, Lu Jiyue planted his toes on the ground and leapt upward, dodging out of harm's way. The Tibetan Mastiff, unable to stop its momentum, crashed sideways onto the ground. This scene made everyone's eyes widen. This isn't quite what I imagined. With that Tibetan Mastiff moving so fast, the husky actually dodged it. Looks like we underestimated this husky. Luoli, watching from the sidelines, flushed with anger at the Tibetan Mastiff's poor start. Oomph. Let's see if this worthless mutt can dodge forever. Luoli immediately barked orders for the Tibetan Mastiff to charge at Lu Jiyue. Just as everyone's hearts began to race again, a commotion erupted from the school's rear mountain in the distance. Woof woof woof. A chorus of vigorous barks erupted as a pack of dogs appeared before the crowd. Immediately, someone recognized the origin of this pack. Aren't those the stray dogs that recently took up residence at our school? What are they doing here? Just watching the show? Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, the stray dogs approached the husky. Holy crap! Are these the Siberian Huskies' backup crew? I don't think it's that simple. The way those strays look at the husky seems full of respect and admiration. Could it be that this husky is the leader of the pack? When they witnessed the stray dog's actions toward the husky, they became even more certain of this fact. Woof! King Husky, we're late. The dogs bowed their heads toward Lu Jiyue, each looking utterly regretful. Lu Jiyue shook his head at them, signaling they needn't blame themselves. That's the one, right? Daring to mess with our king? Just because he's big? Brothers, let's gang up and take him down. Just as the dog gang was about to charge into battle, movement stirred again from the back of the mountain. The appearance of a pack of stray dogs had already astonished the onlookers, but what happened next left them utterly speechless. Meow. 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 Amidst a chorus of incessant meows, a pack of stray cats charged toward them. Leading the charge were Thanos and Sambio. I'm here, damn it. Lu Jiyue was deeply moved by the scene. It seemed his ham sausages and canned food hadn't been given in vain. The cats, just like the dogs, stood beside Lu Jiao. Li Wanner, standing behind Lu Jiyue, could no longer hold her ground. Her gaze toward Lu Jiyue was filled with confusion. Li Wanner, just how many feline and canine friends have you been secretly hanging out with behind my back? This harbinger usually has great doggy connections. Not only did stray dogs come to help him, but now even the cats have shown up. This is crazy. First time I've ever seen cats backing up a dog. If the cats are backing this pup, I am too. Down with the Tibetan Mastiff. Luoli, who had been confident of victory, frowned deeply upon seeing this pack of stray dogs and cats. The Tibetan Mastiff might be fierce, but it couldn't stand up to sheer numbers. Just as everyone thought the tide was turning, the husky turned around and said something to the stray dogs and cats. Then they watched as the cats and dogs actually stepped aside. What's going on? Are they just here to cheer? Goodness gracious, this little husky still insists on taking on that Tibetan Mastiff one-on-one. He refused outside help. Mom, am I sick? I actually think a husky is so cool. Luoli, who had been on the verge of backing down, saw this scene and felt his lost confidence surge back. Lu Jiyue glanced over at the Tibetan Mastiff, tilting his head. Woof. Come on. I'm all you need to handle you. Faced with Lu Jiyue's provocation, the Tibetan Mastiff couldn't hold back. Hot breath puffed from its nostrils as it charged straight toward Lu Jiyue. Dust swirled in its wake. The renewed battle left onlookers holding their breath, their eyes glued to the scene, afraid to miss a single thrilling moment. Half a meter from Lu Jiyue, the Mastiff opened its massive jaws. Lu Jiyue felt a wave of foul breath wash over him. Fighting back nausea, he pushed off with his hind legs, leaping effortlessly onto the Mastiff's back. Once steady, Lu Jiyue immediately activated his bite skill, sinking his teeth in with brutal force. You used magic attacks. Did you eat or something? Your breath stinks. A chunk of flesh, along with fur, was torn clean off by Lu Jiyue's bite. The pain-stricken Mastiff went berserk, thrashing wildly and sending onlookers screaming backward in terror. The Tibetan Mastiff violently shook its body, flinging Lu Jiyue off its back. Now in a frenzied rage from the pain, the Mastiff lunged viciously at Lu Jiao. Its terrifying, bared teeth expression made the timid girls close their eyes, unable to watch. Lu Jiyue stood his ground, activating Eye of Intimidation. The Tibetan Mastiff, which had been snarling and lunging moments before, froze like a startled rabbit. Its teeth still bared, it whimpered in fear, its body stiffening in place. Seizing the moment, Lu Jiyue lunged forward, locking onto the Mastiff's neck and sinking his teeth in. The pain seemed to snap the Mastiff back to its senses and mobility. As the Mastiff prepared to counterattack, Lu Jiyue's eyes flashed coldly. "I'm done playing. Game over." Dodging the Mastiff's attack with his shadowless kick, Lu Jiyue sank his teeth deep into the Mastiff's throat. Soon, after a brief struggle, the Tibetan Mastiff fell still. This scene left everyone so stunned they forgot to speak or move, all eyes fixed intently on that spot. Watching the Tibetan Mastiff die before his eyes, Luoli charged forward like a madman. How could this be? How is this possible? Seeing Luoli charging toward him, Lu Jiyue leapt aside, wiping his bloodied claws on Luo Cheng's clothes as he jumped. Luoli reached the Tibetan Mastiff's side and found it had completely ceased breathing. His eyes turned bloodshot as he fixed a deathly stare on Lu Jiyue. "You!" A commotion erupted from the crowd. A group of student council members approached, walking straight up to Lu Jiyue. "Student, we've received reports that you brought a dangerous large dog onto campus without authorization, posing a serious threat to student safety. This warrants a major disciplinary record. Please come with us for questioning." Upon hearing this, Luoli immediately pointed toward Lu Jiyue. "What about him? He just killed a Tibetan Mastiff. He's even more dangerous than that dog." Lu Jiyue looked utterly confused, then promptly lay down on the ground, rolling over to expose his belly as he began to act all cute and cuddly toward the student council members. Combined with its utterly harmless gaze, it nearly melted the hearts of the student council members. "Mr. Luo, we suspect you may be experiencing mental health issues. After this disciplinary record, we strongly recommend taking a leave of absence to seek proper evaluation." Chapter 40, Leggy Girl Steals a Dog? After resolving the incident with the bowl-cut guy and the Tibetan Mastiff, most people were running late for class and immediately launched into a 100-meter dash. Li Wanner was among them. Having witnessed Lu Jiyue's abilities, she didn't bother warning him to be careful or not to wander off. Instead, she simply reminded him not to bully other cats and dogs. Lu Jiyue found this both amusing and exasperating. After seeing his owner off to class, Lu Jiyue made his way to a secluded spot. He then spat something out from his mouth. An irregular white crystal fell to the ground. It was something that had fallen from the Tibetan Mastiff after Lu Jiyue had killed it. He had secretly swallowed it and hidden it in his stomach's alternate dimension space when no one was looking. At first, he thought it was similar to the spirit object that had fallen from the one-eyed white cat before, but upon closer inspection, it seemed different. Lu Jiyue extended a claw and gave the object before him a nudge. Spirit crystal detected. After ingestion, it can upgrade the basic skill bite to a special skill. Consume? Spirit crystal? What on earth is that? The essence cultivated within a spirit beast's body? Lu Jiyue guessed that was probably it. But whatever it is, it's going into my stomach anyway. Not to mention that consuming it could even enhance his skills. Lu Jiyue promptly tossed the spirit crystal into his mouth. Then he glanced at the system prompt. Bite Ferocious Blade Basic enters a ferocious state, doubling physical attack power. Teeth and claws inflict sustained damage on enemies for 10 seconds. Brilliant! With this skill, his melee attacks would be even more devastating. Just as Lu Jiyue was basking in his delight, he suddenly heard his subordinate calling him. "Woof! Boss, that tall woman is here." Lu Jiyue immediately dashed over. "Woof! That's the one." Lu Jiyue looked up and was met with a pair of dazzlingly white, long legs. How could one describe those legs? Not only were they long, slender, and white, but they were as straight as the ham sausages he usually ate. In a crowd, they'd catch your eye instantly, utterly eye-catching. But even those long legs couldn't touch Ha Wan's little brother. Lu Jiyue charged toward the location of those long legs. At that moment, she was on the phone. What? They added another one last minute? And they specified a breed? But we already agreed on this. Where am I supposed to find one on such short notice? Tall Legs seemed to be having a rough conversation on the phone, her brows furrowed. Fine, I'll see what I can do. After hanging up, Tall Legs sighed. Just as she was about to put her phone away, she noticed a puppy had appeared at her feet. Lu Xiao, woof. Tall Legs, where did you take Xiao Shui? Hand her over now and I might let you off. Yikes. Long Legs let out a cry upon seeing Lu Xiao. It wasn't fear or surprise, it was delight. Just as Lu Xiao was feeling utterly baffled, the tall figure bent down and grabbed both of Lu Xiao's front legs. Good doggy, you're just in time. Come home with me. Woof. Dog snatcher. Dog snatcher. Su Shihua, what are you doing? Just then, a girl who knew Tall Legs passed by and greeted her. Hey, this little dog insists on following me home. I have no choice but to take it with me. Ignoring the puzzled look on the girl's face, the tall girl simply dragged Lu Jiyue away. Dog squad, looks like our king how about kidnapped too. After dragging Lu Jiyue a short distance, the tall girl realized he didn't seem to bite, so she simply scooped him into her arms.
Lu Jiyue, accustomed to the soft embrace of Li Waner, found the stiff hold extremely uncomfortable. Seems like the heavens are fair after all. When they open one door, they close another.
Lu Jiyue murmured this reflection. Ahem. Getting ahead of himself. He was determined to see what this tall, leggy figure intended to do with him. After carrying Lu Jiyue out of the school, the tall legs turned onto a nearby side street and arrived at the rented house. Alright, we're home. Lu Jiyue was set down, but upon taking in his surroundings, he was stunned. What a shabby place. It was worlds apart from Li Waner's grand villa. It was an extremely old house, practically bare with no decoration. The furniture was ancient and worn out, and even the doors and windows creaked loudly whenever the wind blew. This dilapidated place was barely 30 or 40 square meters. At least the room itself was clean and tidy, otherwise, Lu Jiyue might have thought he'd stumbled into a haunted house. Don't be too critical, okay? It's run down, but the rent is only 200 a month. School dorms cost 400 a month. Hearing the tall-legged girl's words, Lu Jiyue paused in surprise. So she chose to rent this place instead of staying in the dorm to save money? Then bringing her back here, was she planning to sell her for cash? Woof! Is that Ha Wang? Just then, Lu Jiyue heard a familiar bark. It was Xiao Shui. Lu Jiyue finally noticed a cage tucked away in the corner of the room. Xiao Shui was locked inside. Oh dear, my apologies. I'll let you out right away. Hearing the sound, two tall legs hurried over and released Xiao Shui from the cage. You two dogs should get acquainted first. I'll go get you something to eat. Watching tall legs turn and head into the kitchen next door, Lu Jiyue quickly asked Xiao Shui. What's going on? Did that woman mistreat you? Is she going to sell us? Hearing Lu Jiyue's words, Xiao Shui paused for a moment before shaking her head vigorously. Ha Wang, you've got it all wrong. Miss Su Yan is really nice. Now it was Lu Jiyue's turn to be dumbfounded. Lu Jiyue then learned more about the tall woman from Xiao Shui. The tall beauty was named Su Yan, also a sophomore at Keeman University. Though blessed with a stunning figure, she had a tragic background. Su Yan was born into a single-parent household. When she was very young, her mother remarried and abandoned her to her grandmother. Later, after giving birth to a younger sister, her mother divorced again and remarried, abandoning the younger sister to the grandmother as well. The two sisters relied solely on their grandmother for support, with no one to care for them. To raise them, their grandmother had accumulated significant debt. Recently, her grandmother broke her leg, rendering her unable to work while still burdened by substantial debt. Now, with her sister needing money for school and creditors demanding payment, Su Yan had no choice but to take on various part-time jobs to earn money. Upon learning of the tall girl's situation, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. But what did this have to do with the two dogs? Facing Lu Jiyue's confusion, Xiao Shui proceeded to explain the reason behind it all. Chapter 41, The Snooping Big Rat. Only then did Lu Jiyue understand the real reason why Su Yan, the tall girl, had brought Xiao Shui here. Su Yan had recently landed a lucrative side gig shooting commercials. But the production team needed a white, long-haired dog, which was why Su Yan had brought Xiao Shui back. At first, Xiao Shui was extremely reluctant, but Su Yan treated her exceptionally well, always giving her the best treats and drinks. Especially after learning about her tragic circumstances, his impression of her had completely changed. You brought me back for the commercial shoot, but what about me? Before Lu Jiyue could figure out why she'd been brought home, a commotion came from the kitchen. Delicious chicken breast is here. Su Yan brought out 2 portions of chicken breast, each topped with half an egg. Having grown accustomed to high-end ingredients like salmon and beef at Li Waner's home, Lu Jiyue initially looked down on what Su Yan served. But the aroma proved irresistible, and he took a bite. And that one bite was incredible. Absolutely delicious. Lu Jiyue polished off his plate in an instant. Wasn't Su Yan some kind of culinary goddess? She'd turned plain chicken breast and eggs into something extraordinary. Still hungry, Lu Jiyue tried to sneak some more from Xiao Shui, only to find it had been devoured down to the last hair. You two finished? Now it's my turn to eat. Watching the two dogs finish, Su Yan emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of instant noodles. Not even the bucket kind, just the cheapest bagged variety. And she didn't even add an egg for herself. Lu Jiyue couldn't help but stare blankly. Su Yan noticed Lu Jiyue staring at the instant noodles in her hand and smiled as she ruffled its head. Not full? But instant noodles aren't healthy. They're bad for little dogs. Sorry about that. This is all we have, some chicken breast and 1 egg. Once I earn money from shooting commercials with you guys, I'll buy you real meat to eat. Su Yan's words struck Lu Jiyue like a sharp blade, piercing straight through his heart. So the chicken breast and egg he'd just dismissed were all she had. Woof. Hey Wang, Miss Su Yan is really struggling. Let's help her out. Hearing Xiao Shui's words, Lu Jiyue nodded firmly. My good-for-nothing mom, my sister studying hard, and my sickly grandmother in bed. If I don't help her, who will? After finishing her instant noodles, Su Yan tidied up, put the leashes on both dogs, and hopped into a taxi. In the car, Lu Zhiyao learned from Su Yan's phone call that she was being taken along because the ad shoot had suddenly requested an additional purebred dog. And he just happened to appear before her when she was at a loss. It felt like something straight out of a fate-driven idol drama. Soon, the car pulled up. Su Yan arrived at the commercial studio with the two dogs. The moment Lu Zhiyue stepped inside the studio, he frowned. It wasn't that the studio seemed unprofessional. Rather, Lu Zhiyao noticed that the entire staff consisted solely of men. Not only that, but these men's expressions didn't look particularly friendly. You could even describe them as sleazy. Lu Zhiyue also noticed that the moment Su Yan entered the studio, every staff member's gaze fixated on her long legs. While her legs were indeed a physical asset meant to be showcased, their stares were so blatant that even Lu Zhiyao, a male dog, felt uncomfortable. Su Yan was aware of this too, but the urgent need for this part-time income made her endure it. This gentleman is the advertising director, surnamed Lu. You can call him Director Lu. A burly man with a slightly oily sheen on his face approached, pointing to a middle-aged man holding a script who was staring intently at Su Yan. Su Yan politely greeted him before being led to the makeup room. Lu Zhiyou and Xiao Shui were also escorted away to get dressed up. Looking at the studded collar around his neck, Lu Zhiyue felt utterly disgusted, but for Su Yan's sake, he endured it. Little did he expect that Xiao Shui had been dressed up even more outrageously, with black lace elements covering her entire body. Was this really a proper place to shoot commercials? Just as Lu Zhiyue was questioning this, a piercing scream erupted from the dressing room where Su Yan was. Lu Zhiyue immediately rushed inside. The moment he entered, he saw Su Yan shielding herself with clothes, staring fearfully in one direction. Lu Zhiyao followed her gaze. He saw nothing but a hole in the corner of the wall. Just then, a staff member walked in. You saw a mouse, didn't you? Don't worry, it doesn't bite. It just likes to appear in the fitting rooms to scare people. You're not the first one it startled. Su Yan nodded, still shaken. Lu Zhiyue, however, frowned upon hearing the staff member's explanation. This mouse frequently appears in the fitting room? This isn't just scaring people, it's voyeurism. Do rats even have that kind of hobby? That rat was really huge. Why haven't they gotten rid of it? Su Yan recalled the large rat from earlier and his emotions still couldn't settle. There's a restaurant downstairs. Even if they get rid of it, there'll be more. The staff member replied casually before urging Su Yan to change his clothes. Su Yan didn't press the issue further. Just as Lu Zhiyue was about to follow the staff member out, Su Yan called him back. Little Xiao Erha, stay with me. I'm afraid that rat might show up again. Faced with Su Yan's request, Lu Zhiyue stayed behind. With the puppy by her side, Su Yan finally relaxed a bit and resumed changing her clothes. Lu Zhiyao, adhering to the principle of not looking where he shouldn't, turned his head away and began to survey the changing room. Just as his gaze swept over the mouse hole from earlier, he saw a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie green light. The moment he tried to focus on them, the eyes vanished. Ha! Did I see that wrong? Lu Zhiyue furrowed his brow. Just then, his keen nose detected an odd scent. At first, the various perfumes in the air masked this scent. But after staying a while and growing accustomed to the perfumed air, he detected something amiss. Lu Zhiyue immediately grew alert. He approached the mouse hole. He crouched down and peered inside. In the pitch-black hole, a rat as big as a full-term kitten stared intently at him, its eyes glowing green. A misty aura swirled around the giant rodent. Another spirit beast. Just as Lu Zhiyue pondered how to extract this giant rat, Su Yan beside him let out another shriek. Chapter 42, A Horde of Spirit Beasts. Ah! Hearing the scream, Lu Zhiyue immediately ran back to Su Yan's side. The moment Lu Zhiyue arrived, he saw a large black shadow darting forward. Another giant rat. This rat was also a spirit beast. Ah, over there. Lu Zhiyue followed Su Yan's pointing direction and spotted yet another giant rat. They were all spirit beasts. This left Lu Zhiyue utterly astonished. Stop shouting. Hurry up and change into your costume for the shoot. The director's waiting. At that moment, an urgent voice sounded from outside the door. But this... Before Su Yan could finish her sentence, the person interrupted her. Miss Su, if you're unable to proceed, we can find a replacement. Please don't delay our schedule. Su Yan gritted her teeth and replied to the person outside that she'd be out shortly. Lu Zhiyue was currently staring intently at his surroundings. It's just a rat. I can handle it. Su Yan was still trying to psych herself up. After taking a few deep breaths, she reached to pull off her tank top. Woof! Startled by the bark, Su Yan quickly pulled the straps back over her shoulders. Then she saw the little husky run over to the clothes rack covered in garments. With a paw swipe, it pulled out a black device with a glowing red dot. Su Yan stared in disbelief. It was a miniature camera. Someone had been spying on her while she changed. Lu Zhiyue immediately tore the tiny camera to shreds with his teeth. Just as he was about to storm out, fuming, to teach those people a lesson, Su Yan called out to him from behind. Wait! Su Yan's face was twisted with conflict.
But then she remembered her grandmother still needed money for medicine, and her sister's living expenses were pressing.
It's fine. They didn't capture anything of mine anyway. It's not that bad, really. At least I haven't encountered any industry dirty tricks yet.
Su-Yen tried to reassure herself with words like it's fine, but her eyes welled up with tears. She wrapped a large piece of fabric around herself and changed clothes in this state. The outfit Su-Yen put on was incredibly sexy, the miniskirt so short it exposed half her buttocks. She tugged it down several times before it barely covered her. Alright, let's go out. Su-Yen discreetly wiped the corner of her eye and put her smile back on. Lu Jiyue felt a pang of sympathy for this girl he'd only met today. After Su-Yen escorted Lu Jiyue outside, they were directed to a prepared stage. On the stage was a bed and various filming props. Lie down on the bed holding both dogs first. Director Lu instructed Su-Yen. Su-Yen obediently laid down on the bed with the two dogs in her arms. To avoid any accidental exposure, she deliberately crossed her legs tightly together. Don't be so stiff. Relax a bit and spread your legs wider. No sooner had Director Lu finished speaking than the cameraman shifted his angle to frame Su-Yen's thighs. Su-Yen looked troubled. If she followed Director Lu's instructions, the camera would capture her exposed underwear. Director Lu, aren't we shooting an advertisement? Su-Yen asked uncertainly. The hidden camera in the changing room and the increasingly awkward requests during filming made her question the true purpose of this shoot. It is an advertisement. Didn't you clarify the details when you took the gig? The contact person told me it was for a women's skincare product ad. Why? Before Su-Yen could finish, Director Lu snapped impatiently. Where's the planner? What kind of people did you hire? If they can't follow instructions, just replace them, okay? A man in a plaid shirt approached Director Lu, bowing and scraping profusely. He then began to persuade Su-Yen. Miss Su, this gig pays well. If you don't want it, plenty of others are lining up for it. If you refuse to cooperate, I'll have no choice but to replace you. The planner's words made Su-Yen lower her head in silence. But Lu Jiyue in her arms couldn't sit still. Woof. Forget this crappy gig. I've got money I can pay you. Excuse me. At that moment, Su-Yen's voice broke the silence. Just as Director Lu and the producer thought she was about to compromise, they watched her rise from the bed. Sorry for wasting your time. I can't do this commercial. Find someone else. Director Lu and the producer's expressions froze on their faces. As Su-Yen prepared to leave with the two dogs in her arms, Director Lu shot a look to the crew members on either side. Several men immediately grabbed Su-Yen, preventing her from leaving. What are you doing? I already said I'm not doing this. Do you think this is some place you can just come and go as you please? The producer, who had seemed relatively amiable until then, suddenly changed his expression, glaring at her with a vicious look. What do you mean? Su-Yen was starting to panic. Surrounded by their people, she was a lone woman with no strength to resist. The producer snorted coldly. You've wasted so many people's work time. Don't you feel guilty? You can leave, but settle the penalty fee for breaking your contract first. Penalty? You never mentioned this beforehand. Well, you didn't mention you'd break the contract and refuse to shoot either. Hearing this shameless response, Su-Yen lost her temper. I don't have the money, but I'm not shooting either. Let me go. Seeing Su-Yen's refusal to cooperate, Director Lu, growing impatient, shot another warning glance. The man who caught the signal pulled out a towel. He approached Su-Yen from behind and pressed the towel over her mouth and nose. Soon, Su-Yen stopped struggling and fell silent. Lu Jiyue, who witnessed the entire scene, was furious. He never imagined these people would be so brazen, committing such coercion in broad daylight. Hurry up and get her on the bed. Finish the shoot quickly, the client is pushing us. Director Lu hurriedly ordered once Su-Yen stopped struggling. Judging by the situation, this wasn't the first time they'd pulled something like this. As the men repositioned Su-Yen on the bed, Lu Jiyue's eyes turned cold, ready to intervene. But unexpectedly, Xiao Shui was faster than him. Woof! Seeing these men about to bully Su-Yen, Xiao Shui charged forward, ready to bite. But the frail little dog was kicked straight into the wall, knocking it unconscious. Damn it! Rage boiled in Lu Jiyue's heart as he prepared to teach these men a lesson. Squeak, squeak! Suddenly, a faint sound reached Lu Jiyue's ears. He looked toward the source of the sound, and his pupils instantly contracted. Several large rats had emerged from somewhere in the filming area, scurrying about. Their beady eyes glowed green, all fixed intently on Su-Yen lying on the bed. Lu Jiyue roughly counted them, there were 9 in total. Without exception, every single one was a spirit beast. Fortunately, judging by their behavior, they seemed to be low-level spirit beasts, similar to the Tibetan Mastiff. But this was a group of spirit beasts. Not only that, they were slowly creeping closer and closer. Yet the people here seemed oblivious to the rats, their eyes fixed intently on Su-Yen lying on the bed. It seemed these people were no different from those voyeuristic, perverted rats. The girl we picked this time has a pair of seriously gorgeous long legs. The shots are gonna be killer. A lecherous voice echoed as the planner in the plaid shirt reached out to pull up Su Yan's short skirt.
Chapter 43, Big Rats. Just as the planner's hand was about to touch the skirt, he froze. What's wrong? Keep going. The others urged the planner on, their expressions filled with impatience. But the planner stood frozen, as if he hadn't heard a word. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you know the client is still pushing us? Get it done already. At that moment, the impatient Director Lu spoke up again. The moment the words left his mouth, the planner suddenly stepped in front of Director Lu, lifted his head, and stared at him with a vacant gaze. What are you doing? Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the planner raised his hand and lashed out hard at Director Lu's greasy, round face. Smack! The sound of the slap echoed throughout the entire room. You're crazy. Director Lu clutched his stinging cheek, staring at the man before him in disbelief. But the next second, he raised his own hand and slapped himself hard across the face. Madman! Madman! Get this lunatic out of here! Director Lu was thrown into a panic by the scene and immediately began barking orders at the other staff. But the very next moment, he heard the sound of slaps echoing in perfect unison throughout the room. Director Lu looked up and saw everyone else, just like the planner, with vacant stares, raising their hands to repeatedly slap their own cheeks. They're mad. They're all mad. Just as he turned to flee, a voice filled with seductive allure echoed in his mind. His eyes, once filled with terror, gradually became vacant. Before long, Director Lu joined the ranks of those slapping themselves. Lu Jiyue only stopped them when their faces swelled up like pig heads. Indeed, it was he who had just activated the desire manipulation skill to control these individuals one after another. Their minds were filled with sordid desires, instantly seized and manipulated by Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue counted them exactly 9 individuals under his control. Now, he needed these people to help him catch mice. The rats that had been lurking nearby, spying on the commotion, had been scared off by the noise. Lu Jiyue had no experience catching mice. If only Sang Biao and Thanos were here. For now, he can only try controlling these foolish humans to give it a shot. Lu Jiyue first had them conduct a thorough search of the room. After locating the mouse hole, he had them set up some makeshift traps. Simultaneously, all doors and windows were blocked to prevent the rats from escaping. With these preparations complete, Lu Jiao commanded the men to set fire to the burrow. Even if these large rats weren't afraid of fire, the thick smoke filling the burrow would surely smoke them out. Sure enough, not long after the fire attack began, some rats couldn't withstand the heat and fled from the burrow. However, these were no ordinary rats. The makeshift traps set at the entrance were quickly destroyed. Lu Jiyue immediately dispatched men to capture them. The giant rats possessed astonishing strength, biting the pursuers' hands until they bled profusely. Yet those under Lu Jiyue's control felt no pain, driven solely by the imperative to execute the commands echoing in their minds. Soon, the first rat was captured. Lu Jiyue promptly killed it with his sharp claws. Simultaneously, he devoured the spiritual energy within its body. One after another, rats were caught, and Lu Jiao killed and devoured them all. Until the 9th one also met its end beneath his claws. Just as Lu Jiao thought he had exterminated every rat in the place, a sound suddenly echoed from the roof. Squeak, squeak. As Lu Jiyue lifted his head, a shadow fell upon him. Then a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck. Woof! Damn it, a sneak attack! Lu Jiyue flew into a rage, flinging off the items on his back and swiping at it with a claw. Squeak! The creature, its nose smashed, shrieked and scurried away, scrambling up the wall and onto the roof. Only then did Lu Jiyue get a clear look. It was a huge rat, nearly as big as he was. And it seemed to have been lurking on the roof all along, peering into everything happening in this room. If Lu Jiao hadn't just killed those smaller rats and enraged it, it would have deliberately stayed hidden on the ceiling. Damn, that's sick. Dead rats are disgusting. Just thinking about being bitten by that giant rat made Lu Jiao's skin crawl with disgust. Seeing the giant rat still watching him from the ceiling with its eerily green eyes, Lu Jiyue immediately activated his climbing skill and shot up to the roof in an instant. The supersized rat, seeing Lu Jiyue climb onto the roof in one swift move, was terrified and tried to flee again. But Lu Jiyue wouldn't give it that chance. Perfect, I'll test my newly acquired special skill on you. Lu Jiyue first unleashed his shadowless leg to catch up with the giant rat, then immediately launched ferocious blade at it. In an instant, his claws and teeth erupted with blood-red light. Within mere seconds, the giant rat was covered in a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Squeak! Squeak! The giant rat let out agonized squeals, but Lu Jiyue showed no intention of sparing it. With a powerful thrust of his claws, he tore apart half of the giant rat's body. The creature died in agony. This skill is incredibly powerful. Watching the white mist billowing from the rat's body, Lu Jiyue quickly opened his mouth to devour it. Consumed Spirit Beast's spiritual energy, evolution points +5. Consumed Spirit Beast Essence, evolution points +5. Before long, the giant rat, once nearly as large as Lu Jiyue, collapsed like a deflated balloon, reduced to nothing but skin and bones. Then, a white crystalline object fell from the giant rat's body. Spirit crystal. Lu Zhiyao immediately tossed the rat's corpse aside. Just as he was about to pick up the spirit crystal, Lu Zhiyue noticed one of the people he had subdued move slightly on their own. It seemed this place was no longer safe to linger. After stowing the spirit crystal, Lu Zhiyue turned his gaze toward Director Lu over there. Director Lu, his eyes vacant, pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, I want to turn myself in." About 10 minutes later, several police officers in uniform burst into the studio. Before long, everyone inside was taken into custody. Director Lu, now fully regaining his senses, panicked upon seeing the officers before him and the handcuffs fastened to his wrists. "Lu Buren, we're aware of the situation. We'll consider your voluntary surrender when determining your punishment." "What? I surrendered? Surrendered what?" Lu Buren was utterly bewildered. "Stop playing dumb. We have evidence of your crimes. Come with us. You must have the wrong person. I didn't turn myself in." Hearing this, the officer beside him said sternly, "Since you admit you didn't turn yourself in, you forfeit any leniency for doing so. Come on, what awaits you is the full force of the law." No. I did turn myself in." Lu Buren immediately changed his story upon hearing this. Mocking an officer, that's an additional charge. At that moment, Lu Buren truly regretted having two mouths. Chapter 44, Deceleration Vision. Got it. Thanks, doctor. Goodbye. After stepping off the ambulance, Su Yan immediately approached Lu Zhiyue and Xiao Shui. "Little dogs, I'm so sorry. I never imagined that advertising studio would be like this, and I ended up dragging you two into it." Su Yan apologized to the two dogs while disinfecting their wounds with iodine-soaked cotton swabs. Xiao Shui had a gash on her head from hitting the wall, while Lu Zhiyue had a bite wound on the back of her neck from the rat that had ambushed her. Fortunately, neither injury was serious. That was close. Thank goodness the police officers arrived in time to save us. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what might have happened today. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh in relief. But I heard that Lu Dao had a change of heart and turned himself in. Would someone like him really turn himself in? That's so strange. Ah, what a pity. We didn't make any money. And we can't deliver on the meat we promised you guys either. Hearing Su Yan say this, Lu Zhiyao nudged her with a paw, then spat something out of its mouth. Woof. Look what this is. Su Yan picked up the gleaming object. After examining it, she stared in disbelief. Is this gold? Forgetting that it had just come from the dog's mouth, Su Yan immediately popped it into her mouth and took a bite. It really is gold. A chunk this big, how much could it be worth? Good heavens, you're truly my money-drawing dog. Su Yan pulled Lu Zhiyue and Xiao Shui into a tight hug. Come on, I'll take you guys to buy some meat to eat. By the time Lu Zhiyue and Xiao Shui returned to Kunming University after eating their fill at Su Yan's place, it was already quite late. The dog gangs, seeing Lu Zhiyue bring Xiao Shui back, excitedly surrounded them. King Ha actually brought Xiao Shui back. King Ha is so awesome. He took down several two-legged beasts today. Xiao Shui began bragging to the other dogs about Lu Zhiyao's heroic deeds that day. The dogs listened, wide-eyed and amazed. After searching the school grounds and failing to find his owner, Lu Zhiyue bid farewell to the dog gang and left. Back at the villa, Lu Zhiyue immediately spotted his owner lounging on the sofa with his younger siblings, munching on fruit and watching TV. This owner. Has he completely forgotten about me? Just coming home on his own like that. An angry Lu Zhiyue stormed in. Big brother's back. Big brother, we have good news. The pet owner said he'll take us out to play tomorrow. The three puppies charged forward, knocking Lu Zhiyue flat on the floor. Before long, Lu Zhiyue's face was covered in his little sibling's drool. Alright. You little lickers, stop licking already. Lu Zhiyue wiped his face with his paw in disgust, only to be hit by a wave of stench. Damn it, did you three sneak off and eat poop? How did you get so stinky? Xiao Ha's back? Come eat durian, it's so sweet. Li Wanner's voice rang out, and Lu Zhiyue finally understood why the three little ones' saliva smelled so foul. Xiao Ha, you're not allowed to go out and fool around tonight, okay? Tomorrow's the weekend, and I'm taking all four of you out to play. Li Wanner said, offering a large chunk of durian flesh to Lu Zhiyao. Having already eaten delicious food at Su Yan's place, Lu Zhiyue couldn't quite handle the pungent smell of the durian and kept shaking his head. Big bro, if you don't eat it, I will. Xiao Qi, standing nearby, opened his gaping maw and swallowed the durian whole. Only then did Lu Zhiyue notice that Xiao Qi, his little brother, had gotten even fatter. You're a dog, not a pig. Keep eating like this and you'll be ready for slaughter. Lu Zhiyue grabbed Xiao Qi and lectured him. Looking into those eyes full of wisdom, Lu Zhiyue knew he'd just wasted another 3 minutes of his life. Late at night. After confirming that the three little ones and their owner had all fallen into deep sleep, Lu Zhiyue quietly made his way back to the villa's rooftop. He took out the spirit crystals he had obtained during the day. Spirit crystal detected. Consuming this will upgrade the basic skill night vision to slow vision. Proceed? Slowed vision? That sounded pretty powerful. Lu Zhiyue immediately chose to consume it. Night Vision Slow Motion Basic, when activated, slows the movement of any object for 20 seconds. The first 3 uses per day have no cooldown, subsequent uses have a 5-minute cooldown. Slow down motion? Lu Zhiyao studied the skill description, deep in thought. He picked up a stone and tossed it toward a sparrow perched on a tree. The instant the sparrow took flight, he activated slowed vision. To his surprise, the sparrow, startled by the stone and flying at high speed, appeared incredibly slow in Lu Zhiyao's eyes. As if playing back at a fraction of a second's speed, the sparrow's flight movements were broken down into countless frames before his eyes. He could even predict the bird's flight path for the next second. If he wanted to, he could easily catch it right away. Lu Zhiyue was thrilled after testing his new skill. If he used this skill against enemies in combat, wouldn't they be unable to even touch a hair on his head? After savoring his triumph for a moment, Lu Zhiyue opened his attribute panel. Ultimate Devouring Evolution System. Host, Lu Zhiyue. Base attribute total, 35. Skills, Leap Advanced, Climb Advanced. Special skills, Deterrence Gaze Intermediate, Night Stalking Intermediate, Shadowless Kick Intermediate, Desire Manipulation Intermediate. Consumes 50 evolution points to upgrade intermediate special skills to next tier. Abyssal Devouring Space Basic, Ferocious Blade Basic, Slowing Vision Basic. Consumes 10 evolution points to upgrade basic skills to next tier. Evolution points, 150-500. Unexpectedly, after exhausting all evolution points last time, he had accumulated over 100 more in just a few days by devouring spirit beasts. With only jump and climb remaining as basic skills, Lu Zhiyao began imagining what these abilities might become if upgraded to special skills. Should I use evolution points to upgrade the basic special skills? After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhiyue abandoned the idea. Better save them for the next evolution. After all, he was already quite formidable with his current skills. Lately, he'd been encountering spirit beasts with increasing frequency. It seemed this world was indeed experiencing accelerated spiritual energy revival, just as the Special Affairs Bureau had warned. More spirit beasts would surely appear later, and they'd be even more formidable. But Lu Zhiyue wasn't afraid at all. To him, they were all evolution points delivered right to his doorstep. Time to sleep. Wonder where the pet owner will take us tomorrow. Lu Zhiyue stood up, shook off his fur, and turned back toward the house. At the same moment, inside Special Affairs Bureau 007. Any news about the Tao Tai these past few days? Reporting to the deputy director, our agents have discovered more corpses of spirit beasts left behind after their deaths. Investigations suggest the Tao Tai is still responsible. Hearing this report, Deputy Director Ji Zhengming furrowed his brow deeply. Have we uncovered any information or intelligence on the Tao Tai yet? Not yet, no. Ji Zhengming sighed heavily, his fingers rubbing his temples. At the rate the Tao Tai was devouring spirit beasts, its power would only grow stronger. If this continued, it seemed time to inform the director, who was studying far away in Jinghai. Chapter 45, Dead Monkey. Beep beep beep. Lu Zhiyue, who had stayed up late the night before, was sound asleep when a series of urgent car honks jolted him awake. And the honking was directed right at their villa, blaring incessantly. This got Lu Zhiyue's temper up. He stormed to the door, where a pink SUV came into view. Woof woof woof. Wake me up this early? And you've got to be this flashy with that pink SUV? What's the big deal? Oh, little doggy has quite the temper, huh? A sultry voice rang out as the driver's door swung open, revealing a pair of large leather boots before Lu Zhiyue. A stunningly stylish, long-haired beauty stepped out of the vehicle. Her exquisite face, framed by almond-shaped eyes, gazed at Lu Zhiyue with a smile. Lu Zhiyue, who had been brimming with morning grouchiness ready to vent, found himself at a loss for words under this mature woman's gaze. Just then, Li Wanner's voice rang out from behind him. Senior Wan Wei, why are you here so early? Li Wanner approached, still in her nightgown, rubbing her eyes. If we're going out to play, we should definitely leave early. Hurry up and get ready. Only then did Lu Zhiyue realize that his owner had planned to take the 4 of them out to play because she had made arrangements with this elegant lady. Wait for me, I'll be ready in a minute. Li Wanner turned and went back inside to get ready. Suddenly, only Lu Zhiyue and the elegant lady were left, staring at each other. Little guy, you seem a bit different from other huskies. The elegant woman, Wan Wei, bent down and reached out to pat Lu Zhiyue's head. You look pretty handsome, actually. Lu Zhiyue, who had been wary of the mature woman, immediately lay down and exposed his belly. This lady has such good taste, she must be a kind soul. The initially fierce little pup suddenly started acting all cute and affectionate in front of her, which made Wan Wei laugh. Oh my, this little pup has 2 faces. Before long, Li Wanner emerged carrying a backpack and leading the 3 little ones. Does this one not need a leash? Wan Wei pointed at Lu Zhiyue and asked curiously. Li Wanner waved her hand dismissively. Xiao Ha's different. I'm afraid he'd end up walking me if I put him on a leash. Li Wanner placed the 4 little ones in the back seat and took the passenger seat herself. Xiao Ha, keep an eye on your brothers and sisters back there, okay? Soon the car started moving down the road. It was the little one's first time riding in a car for a outing. They eagerly stuck their heads out the windows to take in the scenery. Passers-by couldn't help but glance their way. "Mommy, look. Those little puppies are so cute." A little girl tugged at her mother's clothes, urging her to look this way. Lu Jiyue lifted her head and waved a greeting. This made the little girl so excited she nearly tore her mother's clothes. After driving for a while, the car turned onto a quiet road with few people around. Rocked by the motion, the puppies grew drowsy and drifted off to sleep. When they were woken up and got out of the car, they found themselves in a forest park. This place is beautiful and relatively quiet, perfect for bringing the little pups to play. Ruanwei gave a brief introduction before leading Li Wan'er into the park. The puppies were thrilled to be in the new environment. The second and fourth pups were so thrilled they immediately relieved themselves on the spot. How uncivilized. Lu Xiao cursed under his breath before heading to a tree to relieve himself. Such rich nutrients, of course they should benefit Mother Nature. Just then, a figure darted swiftly past Lu Jiyue. What the hell is that? Lu Jiyue jumped aside and squinted to get a better look. It was a monkey. Oh, I forgot to warn you, there are quite a few monkeys in this park. Keep a close eye on your backpack. Ruanwei immediately cautioned Li Wan'er after spotting the monkey. Then the two of them, accompanied by 4 dogs, began walking into the park. True to its reputation as a wilderness park, not only was the scenery beautiful, but the air itself carried a refreshing scent. Seeing no one around, Li Wan'er loosened the leashes of the 3 little ones, letting them run free to play. The 3 pups bounded about, sniffing here and marking their territory there. Lu Xiao climbed to a higher spot and looked down. The magnificent view filled him with delight. But his bliss lasted only seconds. The ever-curious 4th pup, Xiaoqi, rushed over to join the fun, only to slip and nearly tumble down the slope. Lu Jiyue immediately bit down hard on the back of his neck. After pulling him to safety, Lu Jiyue glared at him fiercely. "Don't make me slap you in the happiest place." Xiaoqi responded with a pouty voice. "Ah!" Just then, Li Wan'er let out a piercing scream from behind them. Lu Jiyue turned to look. A monkey was snatching at her backpack, while Ruanwei nearby brandished a stick to shoo it away. "Let go! Let go!" Li Wan'er struggled desperately to reclaim her backpack, but the monkey proved surprisingly strong and refused to let go. Just then, Ruanwei struck the monkey's hand with her stick. The monkey let out a sharp hiss of pain and finally released its grip. The monkey glared fiercely at Li Wan'er and Ruanwei before scurrying away. Are the monkeys around here this aggressive? Li Wan'er was still shaken by the encounter. She had only intended to take out some water to drink, but when she accidentally revealed the snacks inside, the monkey went berserk trying to snatch it, giving her quite the fright. "Ah, I did warn you. Why don't you just hand over your bag?" Ruanwei, standing nearby, laughed heartily. "No thanks. I'll find a stick to protect myself," Li Wan'er said, immediately beginning to search for a suitable stick. "Honey, look how beautiful it is here. Quick, take some pictures of me." "Sure, you hold Xiaobao while I take the pictures." Just then, unfamiliar voices of a man and woman suddenly came from behind them. Turning around, they saw a young couple had appeared below them at some point, the woman holding a baby just a few months old. "People are coming. I'd better leash the puppies." Li Wan'er saw this and started to come over to put leashes on the little ones. Woof woof! A sharp yell pierced the air. Li Wan'er turned toward the sound, her pupils instantly contracting. The monkey that hadn't managed to snatch the backpack earlier had reappeared here. And it had brought reinforcements. There were 5 monkeys in total. One of them was as big as a teenager over 10 years old. The monkeys charged straight toward Li Wan'er's position. "Ah! Senior Ruanwei!" Li Wan'er froze in terror where she stood. Seeing the monkeys closing in on Li Wan'er, Ruanwei immediately hurled the stick in her hand. The stick struck out, halting the monkey's advance. But the monkey that hadn't snatched the bag still lunged toward Li Wan'er. As the monkey bared its teeth and lunged toward her, Li Wan'er closed her eyes in terror. Chapter 46, Snatching the Child. "Wah!" Li Wan'er heard a piercing scream. Keeping her eyes shut, she sensed nothing seemed amiss on her body before slowly opening them. She saw the monkey that had been about to bite her now lying on the ground, its body covered in several bloody wounds. And the one who had punished this monkey was none other than her little Ha. Lu Jiyue sat astride the monkey, pinning its head down with his paw so it couldn't move. "You damn monkey! How dare you attack my owner? If anything happens to my owner, will you take care of me then?" Lu Jiyue raised his other paw and delivered a series of sharp slaps to the monkey's face. What's that smell?" At that moment, his keen sense of smell detected an unusual scent. He bent down to sniff the monkey beneath him. Cough cough cough. "That stinks. Did you pee on yourself?" Lu Jiyue immediately climbed off the monkey in disgust. The monkey scrambled away, scrambling and rolling as it fled the scene. Realizing the scent hadn't come from the monkey, Lu Jiyue scanned his surroundings. Finally, his gaze settled on the largest monkey among them. That monkey. Lu Jiyue narrowed his eyes slightly. Who would have thought he'd keep running into spirit beasts everywhere he went? Talk about lucky. Ooh oh ooh.
The monkey that had been scolded by Lu Jiyue approached the large one, uttering several oos as if to complain. Then the big monkey let out a roar, and several other monkeys gathered around.
Warner, quickly throw all the food from your bag to them. Realizing something was wrong, Ruan Wei immediately shouted to Li Warner.
Seeing the monkeys about to surround them, Li Warner immediately complied, dumping all the bread and fruit from her bag onto the ground. But the monkeys showed no interest in the food. Instead, they glared at them with menacing eyes.
Get lost!
A commanding male voice rang out, followed by several rocks hurled toward the monkeys. It was the husband from the young couple behind Li Warner. He was now picking up stones from the ground, helping Li Warner and the others drive the monkeys away. Seeing this, Li Warner and Ruan Wei also picked up stones and hurled them at the monkeys. Under the barrage of stones, the monkeys retreated step by step. Watching them come to a halt in the distance, Li Warner finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank you, sir.
The two girls repeatedly thanked the man who had just bravely intervened.
You're welcome. These monkeys are getting wilder and wilder. You two should be careful.
No sooner had the man finished speaking than his wife let out a startled cry nearby.
Ah! Husband!
Everyone turned to see the monkeys charging toward the woman and child behind them.
Honey!
The man cried out in panic, immediately rushing toward his wife's location. Li Warner and Ruan Wei each grabbed a stick and followed suit.
Xiao Bao! Ah!
The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream.
Everyone looked on in horror as the largest monkey snatched the nursing infant from the woman's arms.
The infant began wailing uncontrollably. The woman tried to grab her child back but fell to the ground.
Damn monkey! Give me back my child!
The man charged forward desperately, trying to retrieve his child. The monkey clutched the infant in one arm while gripping a branch with the other, quickly leaping away to gain distance from the man.
My child! My child!
The man's face turned pale with panic, his breathing becoming ragged as he stumbled and fell to the ground. Li Warner watched the scene with a heavy heart, while Ruan Wei retained a shred of composure, pulling out her phone to dial for help. As the monkey carried the child farther and farther away, despair filled the young couple's eyes. Just then, a figure suddenly charged toward the monkey's location.
Xiao Ha!
Recognizing their own dog in pursuit, Li Warner clenched her fists and cheered him on.
Xiao Ha, you must bring that child back. Lu Zhiyou pursued the monkey relentlessly.
Turning back, he saw he'd already covered some distance.
Once he was sure the people behind couldn't see this way anymore, Lu Zhiyue dropped the act. He unleashed the shadowless leg technique. Within a few breaths, he caught up to the monkey. The monkey was startled to see Lu Zhiyou closing in so quickly. It then leapt suddenly, landing on a branch 5 meters high. When it saw Lu Zhiyou leap up with equal ease, the smug look in its eyes turned to fear. Just as it turned to flee again, Lu Zhiyue bit down on its tail and dragged it down. Seeing this, the monkey frantically hurled the crying infant it held as a weapon toward Lu Zhiyou. Lu Zhiyue instantly opened his mouth to bite the infant's clothing. After landing steadily with a leap, he placed the baby safely beneath the tree. Then he turned his gaze to the monkey, who was fleeing for its life without looking back. Think you can escape? Did I say you could? After unleashing another shadowless kick to catch up, Lu Zhiyue followed with ferocious blade, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the monkey. Woo woo! The monkey let out a series of pitiful cries, kicking wildly with all 4 limbs, trying to break free. But to Lu Zhiyue, it was now a sure thing he wasn't about to let it slip away. Listening to the monkey's shrill, unpleasant screams, Lu Zhiyue sank his teeth into its throat. Soon, the monkey drew its last breath. Streams of spiritual energy gushed out from the monkey's torn throat. Not a drop wasted, all into my mouth. Lu Zhiyue immediately began devouring it with his mouth. Consuming Spirit Beast's spiritual energy, evolution points +5. Consuming Spirit Beast essence, evolution points +5. The system notification sounded about 10 times before stopping. The monkey's corpse rapidly shriveled. A spirit crystal dropped out. Spirit crystal detected. Consuming this will upgrade the basic skill jump to a special skill. Proceed? As expected, consuming the spirit crystal could once again elevate his ordinary skill to a special skill. Lu Zhiyou swallowed the spirit crystal without hesitation. Jump bloodthirsty pounce basic, guaranteed hit upon targeting an enemy. If the attack connects head-on, it forces the opponent to the ground. Oomph, another decent melee skill. As Lu Zhiyou was feeling satisfied, the baby's intense wailing echoed over. I need to get this baby back to its parents immediately. Lu Zhiyue leapt over several distances and reached the infant. Just as he prepared to bite the infant's clothing and drag him back, a faint sound reached Lu Zhiyou's ears. The sound of an animal stepping on dry grass. Lu Zhiyou glanced warily toward the source of the sound. Instantly, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Not far away, a wolf had appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 47, Resurrection. Lu Zhiyue fixed his gaze on the gray wolf not far away. If it had been an ordinary wolf, he wouldn't have been this tense. What had him on high alert was that this wolf was also a spirit beast. Not only that, but Lu Zhiyou could sense the intense spiritual energy emanating from the gray wolf. It seemed the spirit beast was of a very high rank. Without knowing its true strength, Lu Jiyue didn't want to act rashly.
Besides, he had a helpless infant in tow.
Woo! Seeing the gray wolf linger without moving, Lu Jiyue let out a warning whimper. But the gray wolf kept its eyes fixed on the baby beside him. This wolf was quite clever. It actually had its sights set on the baby. Was the wolf grandmother coming? Woof! Get lost! Or I'll eat you! Lu Jiyue bared his fangs and barked fiercely at the gray wolf. The gray wolf glanced at Lu Jiyue before beginning to shift its body. Under Lu Jiyue's watchful gaze, it approached the dead monkey.
Seeing this, Lu Jiyue inwardly scoffed at the wolf's cunning calculation. It wouldn't let a single trip go to waste. But Lu Jiyue couldn't figure out what was so tasty about that monkey. It was nothing but skin and bones. Just then, the wolf bared its fangs and sank its teeth into the monkey's carcass on the ground. Looks like this gray wolf is really hungry. It's starting to eat already. Lu Jiyue was just about to leave the area with the infant. The next second, something astonishing happened. The monkey, which had been dead as a doornail, suddenly began to visibly plump up after the gray wolf took a bite. But that wasn't all. The very next moment, the monkey's corpse began to stir. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Lu Jiyue blinked, staring again. What he saw next was the monkey standing up. The dead monkey had come back to life. Its eyes had turned an eerie green. Lu Jiyue's pupils nearly popped out of his head. What kind of demonic power is this? It actually has the effect of resurrecting the dead. Black magic. Iron black magic. At that moment, the gray wolf turned its gaze toward the revived monkey, a flash of green light darting through its eyes. As if receiving some message from the gray wolf, the monkey bowed its head. Then it abruptly raised its head and fixed its gaze on Lu Jiyue's side. A bad feeling washed over Lu Jiyue. But in the very next second, the monkey charged toward him with blinding speed. Its speed was twice as fast as before. Lu Jiyue glanced at the baby beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight at the monkey. Simultaneously, he activated Bloodthirsty Leap. The charging monkey was tackled to the ground by Lu Jiyue, who immediately followed up with Ferocious Blade, slashing a deep gash across the monkey's chest. Beneath Lu Jiyue, the monkey suddenly erupted with considerable strength, forcing Lu Jiyue to leap off its body. The monkey scrambled back to its feet, its chest wound gaping grotesquely. A wound that would be fatal to any normal creature felt like nothing to this monkey. Lu Jiyue's expression grew grave. Clearly, after being bitten by the gray wolf, this damn monkey had actually grown stronger. And it felt no pain. This was getting tricky. The monkey's condition reminded Lu Jiyue of zombies from movies and TV shows. A zombie monkey, huh? Then let's try attacking its head. Just then, the monkey lunged at Lu Jiyue again. He immediately scooped up a rock from the ground, leaped onto the monkey's back. With both hands clutching the rock, he slammed it down hard onto the monkey's head. The monkey's skull caved in with a loud thud. Lu Jiyue then unleashed his Ferocious Blade skill, hammering and clawing at the monkey's head. The monkey's skull shattered like a flower bursting open, brain matter spilling out. After smashing the monkey's skull, the creature beneath Lu Jiyue instantly ceased all movement. Lu Jiyue leapt off its body. The unrecognizable monkey fell stiffly to the ground. Having dealt with the monkey, Lu Jiyue immediately turned his attention to the location of the milk doll. Sure enough, the gray wolf had already approached the milk doll, drool dripping from its mouth onto the ground. Woof! Try touching him! Lu Jiyue roared with fury, unleashing the shadowless kick to instantly close the gap with the gray wolf. Combining it with the bloodthirsty leap, he lunged at the wolf just as it was about to bite the baby doll. Thud! The gray wolf leapt aside just in time, leaving Lu Jiyue's attack to miss its mark. Fortunately, the baby doll remained unharmed. Grumble! The gray wolf fixed its gaze on Lu Jiyue, emitting a menacing growl. Lu Jiyue remained firmly in front of the baby doll, refusing to budge. Oh whoa! The gray wolf let out a howl before charging straight at Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue, needing to shield the baby behind him, couldn't dodge and had no choice but to confront the gray wolf head-on. As the wolf closed in almost instantly, Lu Jiyue immediately activated Eye of Intimidation. As a golden light flashed through Lu Jiyue's pupils, the wolf's fierce gaze scattered, replaced by a hint of fear. Its body froze in place. Lu Jiyue swiftly grabbed the infant's clothing and dragged him away. The gray wolf was no pushover. The effect of Eye of Intimidation wouldn't last long. Just as Lu Jiyue had anticipated, the effect lasted only about 4 or 5 meters before the gray wolf's eyes gradually regained their clarity, and a low growl escaped its throat. Watching the gray wolf fully return to normal, Lu Jiyue released the baby doll and approached the wolf once more. This time, the gray wolf's gaze toward Lu Jiyue held a hint of apprehension. It never imagined that this pet dog, barely half its size, possessed the power to instill fear within it. Lu Jiyue stared intently at the gray wolf, guarding against its next move. Wolf and dog stood locked in a standoff. Lu Jiyue understood deep down that this time, he had encountered a formidable opponent. Earlier, the wolf had not only dodged his bloodthirsty leap, but his subsequent deterrence gaze had only managed to stun it for a mere few seconds. This alone spoke volumes about the wolf's formidable strength. Combined with the ferocity it displayed in killing the monkey, the wolf filled Lu Zhiyao with deep apprehension. And with the added distraction of having to watch over the baby, fighting the gray wolf was proving to be a disadvantage. If only he could get the baby to safety, he could focus entirely on fighting this gray wolf. But it was daytime now, rendering his night stalking useless. Under the wolf's watchful eye, a single dog carrying such a helpless infant stood no chance of escape. He couldn't just abandon the infant and run off alone, could he? After all, his owner had explicitly instructed him to bring the baby back safely. But dragging this out wasn't a solution either. Just then, Lu Zhiyue suddenly had an idea. Maybe I could try this method. Chapter 48, Search and Rescue Personnel. Seeing that the gray wolf before him showed no immediate signs of attacking, Lu Zhiyue's mind raced. He summoned the system interface. His gaze settled on the special skill, Abyssal Devouring Space. Let's give it a shot. System, deduct evolution points to upgrade Abyssal Space. Abyssal Void Intermediate generates a 10 cubic meter dimensional space within the stomach, capable of storing objects and living beings. Living beings can be stored for up to 6 hours. Consumes 10 evolution points to advance this skill to the next tier. Seeing that the upgraded Abyssal Space could now temporarily store living creatures, Lu Zhiyue felt a surge of delight. At last, he could properly secure the milk doll. Now he needed to find a way to stall the gray wolf in front of him, buying time to secure the baby doll. After several minutes of standoff, Lu Zhiyue noticed the gray wolf seemed on the verge of losing control. Lu Zhiyue was contemplating whether to use Eye of Deterrence on the gray wolf again to buy himself more time to secure the baby. Suddenly, voices echoed from their rear right flank. The one who lost the child said the monkey ran this way. Go search over there. Keep it quiet. Don't scare the monkey away. Overhearing the exchange, Lu Zhiyue realized rescue personnel had arrived. The infant was still wailing. If those people got any closer, they'd hear the sound here. Lu Zhiyue glanced at the gray wolf again. The gray wolf was also staring toward the source of the sound, apparently having heard the rescuers' voices as well. Lu Zhiyue had expected the gray wolf to flee upon hearing the approaching humans. But the wolf had no such intention. Instead, it stood rooted to the spot like a wooden post. It seemed as though it intended to wait right there for those people to approach. What is this gray wolf trying to do? Lu Zhiyue couldn't make heads or tails of what the gray wolf was up to. Still, the arrival of rescuers could only be advantageous. Lu Zhiyue, with his keen eyesight, spotted the approaching figures first. For search and rescue personnel, dressed uniformly and carrying tools. When he recognized the tool one of them was holding, Lu Zhiyue's eyes lit up. A hunting rifle. He acknowledged that the gray wolf was formidable, but against a powerful weapon like a shotgun, the wolf was no match. Lu Zhiyue turned to look at the gray wolf, his eyes conveying a clear message: you're done for. Lu Zhiyue had already planned it out. Once the gray wolf was shot down, he would seize the moment of its vulnerability and devour its spiritual energy. Not only would he gain abundant evolution points, but he might even acquire a formidable skill. I hear a child crying. Right up ahead. Before long, the search and rescue team arrived at a jog. The child is over there. They immediately spotted the wailing infant, then noticed Lu Zhiyue and the gray wolf before him. Careful! There are two wolves. One of the men, wearing glasses, pointed at Lu Zhiyue and the gray wolf, shouting in alarm. Fearing he might be mistaken for an enemy and shot, Lu Zhiyue immediately barked loudly. Woof! Look closely, I'm a dog, not a wolf. Wolves bark too. Woof! Suggestion, toss those glasses, they're useless on you. That smaller one must be the husky those two girls brought. Lu Zhiyue glanced at the rescue worker who'd spoken. Seems there are still a few people with discerning eyes around. A wolf snuck into the park. This is way too dangerous. Take care of this wolf immediately, don't let it escape and hurt people. Yes. As the command fell, the rescue worker holding the hunting rifle immediately aimed it at the gray wolf. Bang! The shot rang out as the rifle fired, striking the gray wolf. A hole instantly appeared in the wolf's belly. Yes. Got it. The rescuer who fired cheered, but the next second, his expression froze in shock. He watched as the wounded wolf charged toward him at breakneck speed, seemingly unfazed. Oh whoa! Before the rescuer could react, the wolf knocked him to the ground and sank its teeth into his neck. The speed was so sudden that the nearby rescue team members couldn't react in time. Quick, save him! The remaining three grabbed their tools and rushed over to surround and attack the wolf. Witnessing the gray wolf's fearlessness even in the face of a hunting rifle, Lu Zhiyue felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Taking advantage of the moment when the rescuers were grappling with the gray wolf, he immediately rushed to the baby's side. Little one, I'm sorry to inconvenience you. Lu Zhiyue opened his mouth and swallowed the baby doll whole. Lu Zhiyue could sense that the infant, who had been wailing incessantly, stopped crying the moment it entered the alternate dimension within his stomach. Instead, it began playing with the bills and gold inside. Woo! Just then, a wolf's howl pierced the air once more. Lu Zhiyue glanced toward the gray wolf's location, his pupils suddenly contracting.
The 4 rescue workers who had been confronting the Grey Wolf now knelt down on one knee in unison before it, as if they regarded the Grey Wolf as their master. Lu Jiyue narrowed his eyes and noticed bite marks from the Grey Wolf on each of their bodies. Just like the dead monkey before, their pupils had turned green, their expressions blank and vacant, creating an eerie sight. Not only can it resurrect corpses as its puppets, but it can also control living creatures. Lu Jiyue was once again slightly stunned by the Grey Wolf's abilities. The Grey Wolf watched helplessly as Lu Jiyue swallowed the doll whole. Now, it was furious. Oh whoa! At the Grey Wolf's command, the 4 rescue workers who had been kneeling on one knee stood up in unison and charged toward Lu Jiyue. Damn it! Spotting the figures charging toward him, Lu Jiyue immediately broke into a run. If he wasn't mistaken, these men were now like that dead monkey, unfazed by exhaustion or pain. The only way to stop them would be to blow their heads off, just like he had done to that dead monkey. But these men had been turned into puppets by Grey Wolf while still alive. Lu Jiyue wasn't sure if they were even still alive. Perhaps they would return to normal once the Grey Wolf was dead. Regardless, he couldn't risk shooting them in the head recklessly, lest he kill the innocent. For now, he had to run. He needed to find a way to shake these people off before searching for Grey Wolf. Lu Jiyue glanced back at the 4 men hot on his heels. Their speed had increased dramatically. If he were to take them on individually, they'd break world records in minutes. Fast they were, but Lu Jiyue could still shake them off with his shadowless leg technique. Just then, a grey figure shot past the group, charging straight toward Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue focused his eyes. The Grey Wolf had caught up too. Chapter 49, How much more uncanny can it get? Lu Jiyue realized the Grey Wolf had teamed up with the puppet this time, clearly desperate to finish him off. Perhaps it had seen him swallow the milk doll and now sought to seize the moment before digestion began, hoping the doll might escape from his belly. The Grey Wolf moved with blinding speed. Lu Jiyue instantly unleashed his shadowless leg. But he didn't use it to flee. Instead, he charged straight toward the direction the Grey Wolf was approaching from. Reaching one of the search and rescue members, Lu Jiyue snatched the object from his hand. Hand it over. Lu Jiyue glanced at the tranquilizer gun he'd snatched. He realized it was the high-tech device he had personally restocked with anesthetic doses. He immediately aimed the tranquilizer gun at the rescue personnel who had transformed into Grey Wolves. After activating slow-motion vision, Lu Jiyue's shots were unerringly accurate. Seeing there were still rounds left in the gun, he fired one at the Grey Wolf as well. As the rescue personnel sprinted forward, the anesthetics effects quickly took hold. One after another, they collapsed to the ground. But the Grey Wolf showed no signs of being affected. This didn't surprise Lu Jiyue. Those men were at least living, breathing humans. This Grey Wolf, not driven by its own flesh and blood, naturally feared no anesthetic. Seeing its newly recruited puppet knocked down again by the pet dog before it, the Grey Wolf instantly flew into a rage. Fueled by rage, its speed surged dramatically. It was like a leopard sprinting across the grasslands. As the Grey Wolf charged confidently toward the pet dog's location, it lunged and missed. Several bloody paw marks were left on its body. Refusing to believe it, the Grey Wolf charged toward its target once more, silently accelerating to its absolute limit. It even plowed through the bamboo blocking its path, knocking it flat with a powerful charge. But as it neared the pet dog, the animal seemed to anticipate its next move, leaping swiftly behind it. Instantly, it felt a powerful force slam into the back of its neck, followed by the sound of sharp claws tearing through flesh. The Grey Wolf immediately rolled over to strike back, only to find its opponent had already fled. Not only had it failed to touch a single hair on the dog, but it had been ambushed instead. This enraged the Grey Wolf so much that steam seemed to pour from its nostrils. Woof! The Grey Wolf let out a long howl, venting its fury. With his mastery of shadow kick and slow vision, Lu Jiyue could anticipate the wolf's movements as if watching slow-motion footage, no matter how fast it charged. However, both shadowless kick and the previous 3 uses of slowdown vision had exhausted their cooldowns, each requiring a full minute to recharge. He'd have to face it head-on. What troubled Lu Jiyue, however, was the Grey Wolf's astonishing resilience. Moments ago, he had torn away its flesh, exposing the stark white bones beneath. And the wolf was still alive and kicking. It seemed the Grey Wolf's weakness was the same as that dead monkey's its brain. But smashing the Grey Wolf's brain was no easy feat. If he got bitten by accident, wouldn't he become the Grey Wolf's puppet too? He had to proceed with caution. Having made up his mind, Lu Jiyue immediately bit down on a large rock nearby. With a slight push from his hind legs, Lu Jiyue leaped onto a nearby tree. The Grey Wolf looked up at Lu Jiyue in the tree, whimpering incessantly. Hey, you can't climb trees, can you? Under the Grey Wolf's watchful gaze, Lu Jiyue leaped from the tree and landed on another one. Oh whoa! The helpless Grey Wolf on the ground let out a howl, as if to say, come on down if you dare. Lu Jiyue paid it no mind, continuing his tree-to-tree leap. This maneuver not only confused the Grey Wolf but also allowed him to wait for his skill cooldown. More importantly, he needed to pick the most suitable tree to blast the wolf's head. Seeing his skill cooldown finally reset, Lu Jiyue immediately selected the tallest tree closest to the Grey Wolf. Put! Lu Jiyue hurled the stone he'd been clenching in his mouth with all his might at the grey wolf. Almost simultaneously, he pulled a gold brick from the alternate dimension within his stomach, leaped down from the tree, and followed the stone's trajectory. The grey wolf spotted the stone hurtling toward its head and leapt aside to dodge. But then, a dark shadow plummeted from the sky. Lu Xiao, who had activated slow-motion vision, had already anticipated its move. He swung the gold brick with all his might, smashing it into the grey wolf's head. Crash! A thunderous crash echoed as the gold brick smashed into the grey wolf's skull. Its entire body jerked backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Lu Xiao gave the wolf no chance to react or struggle, delivering several more blows with the gold brick. Thud! 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 3 consecutive heavy blows left the grey wolf's skull a bloody mess. Lu Jiyue showed no mercy, unleashing his ferocious blade technique to deliver over a dozen vicious strikes directly at the wolf's brain. Only after finishing this did Lu Jiyue leap aside, wiping his claws with disgust on the clothing of one of the rescue personnel. Lu Jiyue sensed something was wrong. Where's the brain matter? It's just slime? The grey wolf, which had been motionless on the ground, now raised its shattered head and stood up once more. Damn it, it survived a headshot? Could you be any more freaking weird? Looks like this damn thing's weakness isn't in its brain. Lu Jiyue's gaze shifted from the wolf's head to its chest. Only then did he notice that the wolf's chest was the most densely furred part of its body. The fur elsewhere was sparse and thin. So much chest fur, is it for protection? Looks like it's the heart after all. Lu Xiao, having made up his mind, charged swiftly toward the grey wolf and unleashed his bloodthirsty pounce. A dull thud echoed as the grey wolf was knocked to the ground once more. Locking onto the patch of chest fur, Lu Jiyue unleashed his ferocious blade, instantly slicing open the grey wolf's chest. A green heart pulsed within the wolf's ribcage. Lu Jiyue tore the green heart from its chest and crushed it to a pulp with his claws. A ghostly green orb rolled onto the ground. The grey wolf, which had been struggling moments before, instantly stiffened and fell motionless. Simultaneously, streams of spiritual energy began seeping out from its body. Lu Xiao had no time to tend to the orb. He hurried to the grey wolf's corpse and began devouring the spiritual energy. System notifications chimed one after another. After devouring the last breath of spiritual energy, Lu Xiao approached the emerald green glowing bead. Is this another spiritual object? It seems this grey wolf possessed such unnatural abilities because it relied on this thing. I don't think this is a spirit object, it's a demonic artifact. After voicing his skepticism, Lu Jiyue reached out and flicked the green orb before him. A prompt then appeared before his eyes. Chapter 50, No Ordinary Cultivation. Spiritual object detected Kuei Dan. Place this object within the chest cavity of a biological corpse. After a period of time, it will replace its heart, reviving the body and placing it under your control. Do you wish to consume this item to gain evolution points? Kuei Dan. I could create another spirit beast as eerie as that grey wolf. The thought of controlling a spirit beast with superhuman vitality sent a thrill through Lu Xiao. This would be the ultimate enforcer. With the heart protected, it would shoulder all the damage and take all the hits. He'd only need to make a slight effort to reap the rewards of victory. Who wouldn't want that? But as Lu Jiyue calmed down, he reined in his excitement. Setting aside the hassle of raising a spirit beast, today's events were bound to reach the Special Affairs Bureau's ears. They can detect the presence of spirit beasts. If they tracked it down one day, eliminating the spirit beast and seizing its essence would be the least of his worries. The real fear was that he himself would be exposed and eliminated alongside the spirit beast. At this thought, Lu Xiao realized that rather than relying on others, he must strengthen himself. Devour. Devouring the puppet pill, evolution points +5. You also gain a new skill, Spirit Descendant Conversion. Spirit Descendant Conversion Basic, you may infuse your power into another being through your saliva, transforming them into your spirit descendant. They will inherit 1/10 of your strength, which will grow in tandem with your own power. Furthermore, spirit descendants will obey you unconditionally, following your will without question. Currently capable of converting 10 spirit descendants. After reading the description of his newly acquired skill, Lu Jiyue's expression turned solemn. His heart surged with overwhelming excitement. This essentially granted him the same abilities Grey Wolf once possessed. But that guy created puppets, creatures incapable of independent thought or action. The spirit descendants he created seemed far superior to puppets. Woof woof woof. Lu Jiyue was pondering what target to use to test his newly acquired skill when he heard a dog barking nearby. It's my little brothers and sisters. They'd come looking for him too. Lu Jiyue immediately called back. Soon, the little ones found their way over. Lu Xiao saw that their fur was covered in unknown plant seeds, and their legs were scratched by thorns. He knew these little ones had gone through a lot to find him. A warm feeling welled up inside him. What surprised him most was Xiaoqi. He had the most wounds on his body, clearly having searched for him most fiercely. Big bro, we finally found you. Don't blame us for being late. Xiaoqi's an absolute dummy. He fell into a huge pit, and Mang and I had to work our butts off to get him out. Hearing this, Lu Jiyue's previously gentle smile vanished instantly. So this guy had fallen into a pit and injured himself. Xiaoqi, step forward. Stand at attention. Big brother, I'm so sorry. Seeing his big brother's stern expression, Xiaoqi stammered in fear but obediently walked over to Lu Jiyue's side. Lu Jiyue stared at the bleeding wound on Xiaoqi's front leg, his jaw dropping in shock. Xiaoqi immediately closed his eyes. Xiao Shi and Meng Meng, eager for a spectacle, crowded around. Some dogs are going to get a beating. Lu Jiyue extended his tongue and licked Xiaoqi's wound. Instead of the pain Xiaoqi had anticipated, he felt a strange force seeming to merge into his body. The wounds on his body, under the influence of this force, healed instantly. Not only that, but his physique underwent a transformation. His once plump, fleshy body now felt firm and taut. He felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. This was incredible. Could his older brother be a divine healer? But why did his claws and teeth feel so itchy? He couldn't hold back any longer. Lu Jia watched as Xiaoqi dug and gnawed, instantly creating a large hole in the ground, and froze in shock. Wasn't this his skill, Ferocious Blade? Originally, he'd only intended to test his newly acquired, Spirit Descendant Transformation, skill on Xiaoqi. But he never expected such a pleasant surprise. It seemed Xiaoqi had not only inherited 1/10 of his strength but also his special skill, Ferocious Blade. Judging by the way this little guy was digging, he estimated that Xiaoqi could probably take down a level 4 spirit beast now. Though Xiaoqi's strength meant little to him personally, the power of a spirit descendant grew alongside the master's own strength. In the future, whenever he upgraded the Ferocious Blade skill, the skill Xiaoqi had inherited would also level up accordingly. That's already quite impressive. Lu Jiyue was quite satisfied. Stop digging. Are you trying to bury yourself alive? Seeing Xiaoqi dig a pit over a meter deep in such a short time, Lu Jiyue quickly called a halt. With a single leap, Xiaoqi jumped out of the nearly 2-meter deep pit. This maneuver left Xiao Shi and Meng Meng frozen in shock beside him. Was this really the same little guy who had fallen into that 50-meter pit earlier, requiring both dogs to push him out with great effort? Seeing the two dogs frozen like wooden statues, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but feel amused. After experimenting with Xiaoqi, Lu Jiyue realized this newly acquired skill was truly remarkable. Not only had Xiaoqi's strength, hearing, sense of smell, speed, and vision all increased across the board, but even his intelligence showed a noticeable boost. Bro, what did you do to Xiaoqi just now? He's like a completely different dog. The two little ones couldn't hold back any longer and came up to Lu Jiyue to ask. After examining Xiaoqi, Lu Jiyue gained a basic understanding of the skill, Spirit Descendant Transformation. Do you two want to undergo the same dog-like transformation as Xiaoqi? Though Xiao Shi and Meng Meng didn't quite grasp what their big brother was talking about. But seeing the once dull Xiaoqi transform into a super flying dog, they both nodded eagerly. Lu Jiyue immediately opened his mouth, extended his tongue, and licked the wounds on both puppies. By infusing his saliva into their bodies, they too could successfully become his spirit descendants like Xiaoqi. As Lu Jiyue's siblings, they couldn't just be ordinary dogs. Soon, both Xiao Shi and Meng Meng completed their transformations. Without exception, they all inherited the same special skill from Lu Jiyue. Xiao Shi inherited Lu Jiyue's slowing vision. Meng Meng inherited Lu Jiyue's shadowless leg. Though the three cubs inherited different skills, this did nothing to dampen their excitement at their own transformations. Woof! Long live the Big Brother. Chapter 51, Team A, All Spirit Masters. Big Brother, those people seem to be waking up. Meng Meng, who had been watching the search and rescue personnel on the ground, immediately reported the situation. Lu Jiyue, seeing this, immediately opened his mouth and spat out the milk doll. The baby doll clutched a stack of bills in one hand and gripped a gold ingot tightly in the other. You little miser! Give that back to me! Lu Jiyue lunged to snatch the bills and gold from the baby doll's grasp. But the baby refused to let go of the gold, clutching it tightly in its fist. Fine, I give up. You can have the gold. Fortunately, the gold ingot was inconspicuous in the milk doll's palm. Meanwhile, the rescue workers over there began waking up one by one. What happened to me? Ugh! My body hurts so much. My head is spinning. What's going on? Weren't we dealing with a gray wolf? Where is it? After Lu Jiyue took care of the gray wolf, the others returned to normal, though the effects of the anesthetic lingered on their bodies. Woof! Lu Jiyue barked to get their attention, then pointed with his paw toward the gray wolf's corpse. It was still clutching the baby's clothes as it dragged them toward them. It's the child the monkey snatched. The group rushed to the child, carefully examining him. Only after confirming he was unharmed did they breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the child is safe. But why is this baby covered in so much drool? Their gaze immediately shifted to the gray wolf lying nearby, its head blown apart and its belly ripped open. Could it be that the wolf swallowed the baby, only for it to be cut open and rescued? Hearing the rescuer's speculation, Lu Jiyue shook his dog head vigorously, trying to stop them from imagining things. Good heavens, we're incredible. No wonder I'm in such pain. I must have fought fiercely with that gray wolf to rescue the little one. Exactly. Look at all these wolf bite wounds on me. Me too. We absolutely have to report this to headquarters, they'll give us a bonus. Lu Jiyue watched them from the side, rolling his eyes inwardly. You guys are amazing. Who could be more amazing than you? You just woke up and already saved the day. Despite his inner grumbling, these men spared Lu Jiyue any worries. At least no one would question how a dog could defeat a gray wolf and rescue a baby. The rescue team picked up the infant, tied the gray wolf's carcass with a rope, and dragged it away. Let's go back. We can't keep the child's parents waiting. Puppies, hurry up and follow. Otherwise, your owners will have us searching for you again. The group of people and dogs left the scene together. By the time they returned, night had fallen, and the park was filled with people. It's the Special Affairs Office. Lu Jiyue immediately recognized the group. Though he didn't know anyone personally, they all carried the distinct aura of spiritual energy. They were still disguised as police officers, systematically investigating the people in the park. Two of them carried spirit-detecting instruments, carefully concealed within packaging. My child. The young couple who had lost their child immediately spotted the child in the search and rescue personnel's arms. Thank you. We can't thank you enough. The young couple embraced their child and attempted to kneel before the rescuers, only stopping when they were pulled back. Oh, Xiaobao, it's all mom and dad's fault for not watching you closely enough. They examined the child thoroughly from head to toe. Huh? What's this? The young couple discovered a piece of gold tightly clutched in the child's hand. Gold! Little one, where did you get this? Seeing the infant's gaze turn toward him, Lu Jiyue hurriedly left the scene. Honey, this truly proves the saying, those who survive great calamities are destined for future blessings. Though Xiaobao faced danger this time, he's also brought us quite a surprise. Thank goodness this little one's hands are too small to grab more than one piece of gold. Otherwise, he might have snatched away every last bit of the gold he'd saved up. Lu Jiyue thought with a pang of regret. Xiao Ha. Xiao Qi. Xiao Shi. Meng Meng. Li Wanner burst through the crowd, pulling the little ones into her arms. I hadn't seen you return, and I was about to go look for you myself. But those people said there were wolves inside and wouldn't let me go. Thank goodness you're all safe. Seeing her dogs safe, Li Wanner breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Ruan Wei, who had been beside him all along, crouched down and petted each puppy's head in turn. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly. Wanner, have you noticed your puppies seem a bit different than before? What? Li Wanner listened to Ruan Wei's words and finally took a closer look at the puppies in front of her. They do seem different. They all look stronger somehow. Hey, even Xiaoqi's soft belly seems to have developed some muscles. But puppies change every day, so that's normal, right? Or is this just my mom filter kicking in? Why do I feel like my puppies are getting prettier and more handsome by the day? Good puppies, let mommy give you a snuggle. Watching the owner, a pretty young girl, become increasingly smitten, Lu Jiyue grew even more confident in his own looks. After all, since the three little ones became his spirit descendants, they'd each inherited some of his looks. Leave this gray wolf to us. We'll investigate how it slipped into the park. At that moment, the sound of investigation caught Lu Jiyue's attention. Dodging Li Wanner's grasp with a quick turn of his head, Lu Jiyue slipped away from the scene. The Special Affairs Bureau agents dragged the gray wolf to the side, maintaining a considerable distance from others before beginning their whispered conversation. They didn't notice a small dog approaching until it vanished into thin air. It's a level 8 spirit beast approaching level 9. How could such a high-level spirit beast be killed by a few ordinary people? There's no way those search and rescue personnel killed it. Have them lead us to the scene for further investigation. Could it be that Tao Tai from the recent rumors? Bull. What Tao Tai? That's definitely made up by that guy from Team D. As the worst team in 007, Team D doesn't even bother to strengthen themselves. After all this time, they still don't have a single spirit tamer and have to borrow one from Team B. But the deputy director seems convinced. He's still having people track down the Taotia's whereabouts and gather intel. After all these days of digging, they still haven't found anything. We've taken down so many spirit beasts in Team A, why haven't we encountered that Tao Tai? Lu Jiyue, who had been eavesdropping nearby, now understood these individuals belonged to one of the teams from Branch 007. Moreover, the spiritual energy emanating from these individuals was exceptionally strong. They were undoubtedly spirit masters. No wonder their Team A, every single one of them, is a spirit tamer. So even Special Affairs Bureau agents had internal conflicts. Where there are people, things are never simple. Having overheard enough, Lu Jiyue quietly slipped away. Chapter 52, Hacker? Yangjiang City, on a certain highway, a pink SUV cruised down the road with flair. I'm starving, Senior Ruan Wei. Why don't we find a place to grab something to eat first? Li Wanner, sitting in the passenger seat, rubbed her stomach, which was as flat as a board, and looked pitifully at Ruan Wei, who was driving. The puppies in the backseat whined expectantly. They hadn't eaten all day either. Ruan Wei agreed immediately. Today's events were my oversight. This rounds on me. Ruan Wei spotted a late-night eatery nearby, parked the car, and got out with her companion and dog. At this hour, we don't have much choice, let's just get some barbecue. Yay! I love barbecue. Li Wanna replied cheerfully. Woof woof woof. We love it too. Ruanwei generously ordered every grilled item on the menu. After instructing the staff to skip the seasoning on the dog's portion, she settled in to wait for their meal. Suddenly, a commotion erupted across the street from the barbecue joint. Looking in the direction of the noise, they saw a middle-aged man dragging a young, frail-looking guy out of an internet cafe. As he dragged him along, he kept waving his fist at the struggling youth while cursing under his breath. You little punk! I knew something was off with the books these past few days. Turns out it was you pulling this stunt. And you hacked my internet cafe, freeloading for all these days. Looks like you're asking to get locked up again. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Even though it was nighttime, people lingered on both sides of the street. Several individuals emerged from the internet cafe, and suddenly a crowd gathered to watch the spectacle. The barbecue shop across from the internet cafe became the perfect vantage point for watching the spectacle. Just then, the barbecue shop owner came over to serve food. Seeing the scene across the street, he sighed. Why is it always him? Ah, what a shame. Li Wanna and Ruanwei, sensing the gossipy vibe, immediately got ready. Grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds, they started questioning the barbecue shop owner. Owner, what's going on here? Much to their surprise, the barbecue shop owner was quite the chatterbox. Hearing the customers' questions, he pulled out a chair and began recounting the story. That skinny kid who got beaten up. He's barely in his 20s. He's been into computers since he was a kid, pretty good at it, too. Then I heard he watched too many foreign movies and decided he wanted to be a hacker. When he was 18, he hacked into Fufubeo's fund network and transferred 1 million yuan straight to his own card. Hearing this, Li Wanna and Ruanwei were both stunned. Fufubeo? The Fufubeo we use every day? Exactly. They say Fufubeo didn't even realize their supposedly impenetrable security system had been breached until the accounts didn't balance later. They say this guy left absolutely no trace online. The cops only tracked him down by following the money trail. He's that skilled? Pretty impressive, yeah. Too bad he didn't use his skills for good. He served a few years in prison, got out in his 20s, and tried to find work. But because of his criminal record, no one would hire him. Those who recognized his talent were too scared to take him on, worried he'd hack into their systems and steal money. Oh no, my barbecue's burning. Once the grill owner left, the gossip squad disbanded on the spot. Li Wanna and Ruanwei started flipping the skewers. While eating, they didn't forget to pick out the unseasoned pieces for the dogs. Lu Jiyue ate his barbecue, his eyes never leaving the figure across from him. Hackers, they seem pretty formidable. Wanner, let's eat quickly. It's getting late. We should head home and get some sleep after this. At Ruanwei's urging, Li Wanner and the pups quickly finished their food before driving away. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, the streets were nearly deserted. A shadow sprinted swiftly under the moonlight before stopping in front of a single-story house. Looks like that guy went into this place last. After confirming the location, Lu Jiyue slipped through a half-open window on the second floor. The moment he entered, Lu Jiyue was startled by the scene inside. One word described it perfectly: bare walls. The vast room contained only a bed, not even a chair. The bed was piled high with clothes and odds and ends, while the floor was littered with trash and all kinds of packaging. Is this even fit for human habitation? Lu Jiyue couldn't help but wonder aloud. Even thieves would get cold feet seeing this mess. No wonder the windows are left open. But where's the guy? Not home? Lu Jiyue was puzzled until he noticed the figure lying on the bed piled high with clothes and clutter. Lu Jiyao immediately crept closer to the bedside. Asleep? Lu Jiyue called out to the figure on the bed. No response. Sleeping that soundly? Lu Jiyue stepped forward and gently nudged the person on the bed with his paw. Hey, wake up! As Lu Jiyue tugged, the person's hand shifted, sending a bottle tumbling out and crashing onto the floor. Lu Jiyue stared at it. 3 large characters were printed on the label, DDDP. This guy drank pesticide. Realizing this, Lu Jiyue immediately jumped onto the bed and turned the person's face upward. Foam was already bubbling from his mouth. Lu Jiyue probed with his fingers. There was still a faint pulse. But after ingesting such potent pesticide, rushing him to the hospital now would be futile. Just because the hospital couldn't help didn't mean Lu Jiyue couldn't. And that was precisely why he had come here. This guy seemed like a tough nut daring to drink such potent pesticide to end his life. If he wasn't afraid of death, Lu Jiyue knew he hadn't picked the wrong person. When he saw the person on the bed exhaling more than inhaling, Lu Jiyao opened his mouth and bit down on the man's hand. Something miraculous happened. The pallor that had drained his face gave way to a fresh flush of color. His frail body visibly firmed up. Even his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Seconds later, the figure on the bed opened his tightly closed eyes. His eyes were filled with confusion. What's going on? I feel a strange power coursing through my body. Of course. This power is mine. It is this king who bestows it upon you. Who? Who's speaking? The figure on the bed sat up abruptly. When he saw the Husky before him, he lost his composure. Was that you speaking just now? It was indeed this king. The boy, who had been staring in astonishment, suddenly relaxed. Right. I drank pesticide. I should be dead by now. Bull. I dragged you back from the underworld. Lu Jiyue finished speaking and slapped the man across the face. The reason this man could hear his own voice was purely because he had become his spirit descendant. As if the boy had clearly felt the pain, he realized he was still alive. In disbelief and excitement, he scrambled off the bed, rolling and crawling, then stood up. A tremor in his voice, indistinguishable whether from joy or terror, escaped him. I drank that deadly pesticide, and I'm still alive? Chapter 53, By the best. Li Ke stared at the Husky before him with a fervent gaze. Thank you, King of Huskies, for restoring my life and granting me strength. Li Ke knelt on one knee, his heart brimming with excitement and joy. Never in his entire life had he felt such profound joy as he did today. He had been on the verge of abandoning this life of decay and gloom, yet at the very last moment, his own dawn had arrived. Rise. Test the power I have bestowed upon you. Li Ke excitedly began pacing the room, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength and speed. Unsatisfied with running indoors, he flung open the window and leapt from the 3 to 4 meter high sill. He landed perfectly. On the open ground, he began to recklessly test the power surging within his body. Lu Jiyao watched Li Ke's display of power and nodded repeatedly. He realized his spirit descendant transformation manifested more distinctly in a human body. Perhaps humans inherently possessed greater potential than animals. Li Ke was no weaker than those spirit tamers at this moment. The only difference was that he lacked a spirit beast. At that moment, Li Ke, who had been climbing onto the roof of the opposite building, flashed a smile at Lu Jiyao before vanishing from his sight. What the? This guy actually inherited my night stalking. Fits his hacker persona perfectly. After a long moment, Li Ke's excitement finally subsided. Regaining his composure, he returned to Lu Jiyue's side. Lu Jiyue regarded him with a stern expression. Remember, from now on, never reveal such powers to ordinary people unless absolutely necessary. Yes, Lord Ha Wang. Li Ke displayed utter obedience and reverence toward Lu Jiyue. As Lu Jiyue's spiritual descendant, Li Ke obeyed him completely. Not only that, but having been reborn, Li Ke now viewed Lu Jiyue as a god from the bottom of his heart, precisely because Lu Jiyue possessed power transcending ordinary mortals. Great Lord Ha, why did you choose me to bestow your power? Lu Jiyue looked at Li Ke and stated his purpose directly. I intend to make you a hacker once more. Use your talents to serve me. However, you must follow my commands and never act on your own. Li Ke listened to Lord Ha's words, his face flushing with excitement. He never imagined that such a formidable figure as Lord Ha would recognize and value his talents. It would be my honor to serve His Majesty. But hacking requires a computer. I don't have one, nor do I have the money. Lu Jiyue shot Li Ke a sidelong glance. He thought it was something serious, but it was just money? Coincidentally, he had plenty of that right now. Lu Jiyue immediately produced 2 thick wads of cash. Buy the best, top-of-the-line model. The rest of the money is yours to improve your life. He certainly didn't want to come back to a place like this again, there wasn't even room to stand. Li Ke was stunned by Lu Jiyue once again. I shall not fail His Excellency the King of Ha. Hearing Li Ke address him as Your Highness repeatedly, Lu Jiyue began to regret his decision. He'd only intended to project an air of authority at first, but now it sounded downright pretentious. After agreeing with Li Ke to return once he'd arranged everything, Lu Jiyao finally left the place. Truthfully, his purpose in seeking out Li Ke was quite simple. He simply wanted to leverage Li Ke's talents to track down any clues about the spirit beast. Ordinary methods were bound to fail, since spirit beasts were deliberately concealed by the authorities. That's why when Lu Jiyue heard this kid could hack into Fufubeo without leaving a trace at such a young age, he got hooked. With Li Ke's assistance, he wouldn't have to passively wait for encounters with spirit beasts anymore. From now on, he would take the initiative. He needed to accumulate enough evolution points to evolve quickly. If he were an ordinary spirit beast, Lu Jiyue would surely live out a comfortable life as a little dog, just eating and waiting to die. But as a being capable of devouring spirit beasts, his existence had already drawn the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau. Should they ever decide to target him as a threat, he would possess the power to stand against them. This thought sparked a bold idea within Lu Jiyao. He could potentially build his own faction. If he built it large enough, even if the authorities disliked him, they'd hesitate to act against his influence. At worst, they'd negotiate. This sudden thought made Lu Jiyue's heart pound wildly, filling him with immense excitement. Alright. That's how it'll be done. I'll make the name King Ha famous. A resolute gleam flashed in Lu Jiyue's eyes. His mind was made up this was the path he would take. This would be his goal for the days ahead. Seems I'll need to scout out more talent like Li Ke. Yangjiang City, Computer Mall. Li Ke emerged clutching atop of the line Waxingren laptop, his excitement impossible to hide. He'd longed for his own computer for so long, and never imagined this dream would come true today. All thanks to His Majesty Hawang. Oh ho! Look who we have here. Isn't this genius hacker Li Ke? A sharp, grating male voice pierced Li Ke's ears. Li Ke looked up to see none other than his high school classmate, Yu Ba, approaching. Back in high school, Yu Ba was notorious for hanging out with shady characters and being a complete slacker. Right after graduation, he started loitering on the streets nearby. Now, he was accompanied by 3 other punks. Li Ke recalled how Yu Ba had led the bullying against him in high school, threatening him to use his hacking skills to make money. When Li Ke refused, Yu Ba would periodically bring people to bully him, stealing all his money and leaving him unable to afford food. Later, when his only remaining relative, his grandmother, fell ill, he took all the money from home to pay for her medical treatment. But halfway there, Yu Ba robbed him of it. Driven to desperation, he hacked into Fufubeo and stole 1 million yuan. That marked the beginning of his misfortune. By the time he was released, his grandmother had passed away from her illness. Thinking of this, Li Ke's eyes burned with hatred as he stared at Yu Ba, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. He was no longer the weakling he once was. He yearned to charge forward and teach this beast a lesson. But remembering Lord Ha's instructions, Li Ke forced himself to hold back. After all, his bright new life had just begun. Whoa, a Wishing laptop. Where'd you snag this, Li Ke? Yu Ba immediately noticed the laptop in Li Ke's arms. Li Ke ignored him and walked straight past. Seeing Li Ke walk right past him as if he were invisible, Yu Ba was instantly furious. He immediately chased after him with his thugs in tow. Hey, I'm talking to you. You dare ignore me? Get lost. Li Ke shot him a cold stare. Damn it. How dare you talk to me like that? Guys, take him down. Grab that laptop from his hands. Chapter 54, Investigating the Spirit Beast. Li Ke saw several men charging toward him with menacing expressions, intent on snatching his laptop. He was about to strike back. But when he glanced up and spotted the surveillance camera nearby, he immediately clutched the laptop and sprinted forward. Scared now? Too late. Guys, chase him. That laptop'll fetch a pretty penny. The other thugs' eyes lit up at the prospect of easy cash, and they immediately gave chase with renewed vigor. Li Ke led the thugs chasing him through a series of twists and turns, finally reaching an empty alley. He had deliberately checked not only was this area deserted, but there were no cameras either. Damn, he can run. Yu Ba and the others were panting heavily from the chase. Seeing Li Ke run into a dead-end alley, a smirk spread across Yu Ba's face. Let's see where you can run now. Li Ke stopped, clutching the laptop as he stared coldly at the men closing in on him. Li Ke, if you want to minimize the beating, I suggest you hand over the laptop quietly. Then get down on your knees and apologize to me. Maybe I'll take pity on you and let you off. Yu Ba ran a hand through his buzz cut, strutting forward with his crew until he stood directly before Li Ke. Ha, if you've got the guts, come try it. Li Ke let out a cold laugh. Damn it, you won't take the easy way out, so take the hard way. Guys, get him. Yu Ba's command sent several men charging toward Li Ke, fists flying. 3 minutes later, Li Ke emerged from the alleyway, clutching his laptop, unscathed. The once arrogant Yu Ba and his thugs lay sprawled haphazardly on the ground behind him. Each face was swollen like a pig's head, bodies twitching spasmodically. Yangjiang City, apartment near Keming University. Lu Zhiyou inspected Li Ke's newly rented apartment. He had casually mentioned to Li Ke that he lived near Keming University, and to his surprise, the kid had cleverly rented an apartment in the university vicinity. Your Highness, the task you assigned me is complete. At that moment, Li Ke, who had been fiddling with his computer, looked up from the screen. Lu Zhiyou approached him, looking somewhat surprised. You hacked into the Yangjiang Public Security Bureau's police system that fast? You've got some serious skills, kid. Flattered, Li Ke rubbed the back of his head with a mix of pride and shyness, like a child who just received a little red flower. Heh, it's no big deal. It's my honor to assist His Majesty King Ha. After interacting with him for a while, Lu Zhiyou had grown accustomed to Li Ke's adolescent-like remarks. After all, he was still a young man who didn't have a touch of that phase. Lu Zhiyou guided Li Ke as they began reviewing the recent incident reports stored within. Soon, one particular report caught Lu Zhiyu's attention. The report detailed how animals kept disappearing from a remote zoo. A couple days later, their corpses would reappear at the zoo. Without exception, each had been completely gutted. Among them was even a tiger. Despite round-the-clock guards at the zoo, animals kept vanishing mysteriously, and the surveillance cameras captured nothing. Lu Zhiyue examined several photos attached to the report. One of them showed the tiger's corpse. Lu Zhiyue noticed the tiger's belly had been sliced open with a single, clean cut. The smooth, even surface indicated the object that ripped it open was exceptionally sharp. After pondering, Lu Zhiyue concluded that the culprit behind this case must be a spirit beast. As for why the Special Affairs Bureau hadn't taken over yet, it was likely because the case had only recently been reported, and the losses were limited to animals. No human casualties had been involved. Compounding matters, the recent surge in spirit beast sightings had already overwhelmed them. We must act before the Special Affairs Bureau mobilizes. Resolved, Lu Zhiyue immediately addressed Li Ku beside him. Li Ku, memorize this zoo's address. Tonight, I'll take you to see a side of this world you never knew existed. 11 p.m. After confirming that Lin Wan, who had gone to bed early due to her morning class tomorrow, was asleep, Lu Zhiyue slipped out of the villa with his younger siblings. As soon as they stepped outside, Lu Zhiyue spotted a van parked at the intersection. Waiting beside it was none other than Li Ku. Why did you get a car like this? Lu Zhiyue frowned. Previously, he'd always traveled in an SUV, a pink one, no less. Hey Wang, I think this one's more low-key. Lu Zhiyue said no more, ushering his younger siblings into the van. Big bro, you said you'd take us to see a monster. Is it scary? As soon as they got in, Xiaoqi couldn't help but tug at Lu Zhiyue and ask. You idiot. I clearly said spirit beasts. I told you to watch less Ultraman at home. Meng Meng shot a disapproving glare at the unruly Xiaoqi. Your Majesty Hao Wang, who are these distinguished guests? At that moment, Li Ku, who was driving, inquired. These are my younger siblings. Just call them elders. Lu Zhiyue couldn't think of any other titles on the spot. I see. Greetings, elders. Li Ku immediately greeted the three little dogs politely. Big bro, are these the two-legged creatures you just took in? They sure are polite. Lu Zhiyue nodded. He'll be joining us on monster hunts, spirit beast hunts? Seeing Xiaoqi's adorable expression, he quickly corrected his near slip of the tongue. Lu Zhiyue nodded again. This time, Li Ku couldn't hold back any longer. Elders, what exactly are these spirit beasts you keep mentioning? The three youngsters turned to look at Lu Zhiyue in unison. Although their eldest brother had briefly explained it to them at home, they had mostly forgotten the details by now. Lu Zhiyue knew that even if he explained it to them now, they wouldn't fully grasp it. If things go as expected, you'll see one soon enough. Fueled by anticipation for the spirit beasts, the minivan picked up speed considerably. Over an hour later, they arrived at their destination. The large letters spelling out Roar Zoo immediately caught their attention. Though it was already midnight, two security guards still stood watch at the zoo's entrance. See that zoo? Figure out how to get inside. Lu Zhiyue pointed toward the zoo and issued the first task of the day to the three dogs. Yes, boss. Yes, Your Majesty. Operation Sneak into the Zoo officially commenced. First up was Li Ku, the primary target. He immediately activated night stalking, cloaking his form in shadow, and strode confidently into the zoo. The adorable Meng Meng, meanwhile, seized the moment when both guards looked the other way and unleashed shadow kick, dashing into the zoo in a flash. Xiaoqi circled around to the gate and used ferocious blade to carve a large hole. Xiao Shi was even more daring, following right behind Xiaoqi and crawling through the hole he dug to enter the zoo. Only after confirming everyone had successfully entered did Lu Zhiyue make his move. Under the gaze of the three dogs, Lu Zhiyue walked straight up to the guards and unleashed his desire manipulation, compelling them to politely escort him into the zoo. Holy crap! That guy has no honor. Chapter 55, The Spirit Beast That Attacks From Afar. Lord Hao Wang's power is truly terrifying. Only Li Ku praised Lu Zhiyue with fervent enthusiasm. I get it. Lord Hao Wang is testing us. Lu Zhiyue shot Li Ku an affirming glance. He truly wanted to see how well everyone controlled their abilities, lest they be unprepared when they actually encountered spirit beasts. It seemed his worries were unnecessary. The zoo had surveillance cameras, but they all had blind spots. After having Li Ku scan the area, Lu Zhiyue led them into the largest blind spot. Unexpectedly, this was an area housing brown bears. Peering inside, they saw a brown bear sprawled across a large boulder, snoring loudly. Lu Zhiyue stared at the bear for a long while but detected no traces of spiritual energy emanating from it. Looks like it's not here. Based on Lu Zhiyue's reasoning, he believed the spirit beast had appeared within the zoo itself. After all, the zoo entrance was guarded daily, and surveillance cameras covered the grounds. The fact that not even a suspect's silhouette had been captured suggested the problem likely originated from within. The police report stated that none of the cameras had captured any suspicious footage. He surmised that this spirit beast must be well acquainted with the surveillance blind spots. Let's check the next blind spot. Just as Lu Zhiyue was about to lead them to the next location, he caught sight of a warning sign on the fence. Two brown bears inside. The male is more aggressive than the female. Do not provoke them. 2. Lu Zhiyue immediately scanned the enclosure again. His eyes scanned the area repeatedly, yet he couldn't spot a second brown bear. However, he did notice that the sleeping bear was female. The male brown bear was missing? Lu Zhiyue thought back. He hadn't seen any information about a missing brown bear in the police report. That brown bear has such a big belly. It looks like she's pregnant. Hearing Li Ku's words, Lu Zhiyue looked at the female brown bear again. Only then did he notice its belly was indeed prominently swollen. So the female brown bear was pregnant, and the zoo staff separated them? Hey, big guy. Lu Zhiyue was deep in thought when suddenly a dog's head appeared before him. He instinctively reached out to swat it away. Unexpectedly, his paw slammed against the iron mesh. Lu Jiayue realized that Xiao had slipped inside at some point. Hee, big bro, you can't hit me now, huh? Xiao was still grinning like an idiot. Fourth brother, how did you get in there? Hearing his older brother's question, Xiao lifted his head proudly. None of you noticed, but I did. Spit it out. Hearing his older brother lower his voice, Xiao knew he'd get a beating if he didn't spill the beans. He quickly pointed his claw in a certain direction. Over there. I found the wire fence could be opened, so I came in. Could it be that the zoo staff were careless and didn't close it properly? With that thought, Lu Jiayue hurried to the spot Xiao had indicated. But what he saw wasn't what he'd imagined. The wire mesh had been cut open. With a strong push, a large gap opened up. When he let go, the wire mesh snapped back together. Moreover, the cut was precisely at the welded joint between the wire and the iron post, barely noticeable unless examined closely. The cut in this wire mesh looks incredibly clean. It must have been made with a very sharp tool. Li Ku voiced his observation. Lu Jiayue immediately recalled the animal carcasses he'd seen in the files. The wounds on their bodies were just as clean cut as this wire fence incision. Could it be? Lu Jiayue turned on instinct. The moment he turned, he saw a brown bear that had appeared nearby at some point. It was that male brown bear. Lu Jiayue also noticed a dead deer lying at the bear's feet. Lu Jiao's eyes immediately sharpened and he let out a warning growl to alert everyone. It really is this beast. But how did that deer? Could that brown bear be the one responsible for killing the animals? Li Ku witnessed the scene and instantly pieced together the puzzle. But how did the brown bear manage that? Li Ku was suddenly puzzled. Because it's a spirit beast. A spirit beast? But it looks just like a regular brown bear. Wait, why is there white mist swirling around it? I see it too. The three little ones chimed in unison. Lu Jiayue was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected them to now perceive spiritual energy just as he did. Even better, from now on, they'd be able to spot spirit beasts with ease. That's spiritual energy. Spirit beasts often inhabit ordinary creatures, disguising themselves so they appear indistinguishable to the naked eye. But they usually possess extraordinary, even unimaginable power. Lu Jiayue began explaining on the spot. Be careful. By the looks of it, it's about to attack us. At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in the brown bear's eyes. Then, under everyone's gaze, the brown bear raised its right front paw. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Jiao's eyes. What was this brown bear planning to do? Though unsure of its intent, the foresight Lu Jiayue activated his slow-motion vision in advance. The next instant, the bear's right forepaw swung down with tremendous force. The wind from the swipe instantly transformed into a razor-sharp blade, hurtling toward Lu Jiao's position. This thing actually has ranged attacks? Startled, Lu Jiayue leapt to dodge. Though the bear's ranged attack was swift, it proved no match for Lu Jiayue's current abilities. The blade-like wind slashed into the barbed wire behind Lu Jiayue. The wire mesh was instantly sliced clean through. Seeing its attack had failed to harm its target, the brown bear immediately shifted its focus and swung its claw wind fiercely once more. Seeing the bear's next strike aimed at Meng Meng, Lu Jiayue prepared to intervene. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shi, standing beside Meng Meng, activated slowing vision, pushing Meng Meng to safety in advance. The brown bear's attack missed again. As if refusing to accept defeat, the brown bear prepared to unleash another claw strike. At that moment, a figure burst forward. Meng Meng, fueled by resentment, activated shadowless leg, baring her teeth as she charged at the brown bear. Her speed was so blindingly fast that the brown bear couldn't react in time before Meng Meng was right in front of its face. Spirit beast, huh? I'll bite you to death. The brown bear felt a tearing pain in its right forearm. It raised its other paw, swiping down at Meng Meng, who clung to it with a death grip. But Momo, still under the skill's effect, was immune to all physical attacks and suffered no damage. Instead, the bear's action only enraged Meng Meng further. She leapt upward, clawing fiercely at the bear's eyes. Roar! The brown bear let out a pained roar, covering his right eye with his paw. Everything happened so fast that Lu Jiayue was stunned by this side of Meng Meng he'd never seen before. This girl, how fierce! Chapter 56, Reaping the Rewards. Meng Meng's relentless attack left the brown bear covered in wounds, with several bloody gashes across its right eye. It was thoroughly enraged. Roar! With a furious roar, the brown bear swung its massive arm, flinging Meng Meng several meters away. Having created distance, the bear resumed its ranged assault, lashing out with several claw swipes at Meng Meng's position. Just then, Xiao Shi and Meng Meng arrived to assist. One activated slowing vision, teleporting them both to safety. One of them charged toward the brown bear, unleashing a counterattack with ferocious blade. Li Ku, who had remained hidden until now, had already slipped close to the bear. As he swung a large boulder he'd picked up toward the bear's head, Li Ku's form finally revealed itself. Xiao Shi immediately rushed over, warning them of the brown bear's next move so they could react in advance. Meng Meng, whose skills had finished cooldown, rejoined the fray. Lu Jiayue stood by as a spectator. Soon, the massive brown bear's body crashed heavily to the ground. These beasts are tougher than I expected. Lu Xiao surveyed their victory with satisfaction before approaching the bear. Slashing open the bear's throat, Lu Xiao began devouring its spiritual energy. Absorbing Spirit Beast Spirit Energy, Evolution Points +5. Absorbing Spirit Beast Essence, Evolution Points +5. You have devoured a level 5 Spirit Beast and acquired the special skill Fierce Claw Slash. Fierce Claw Slash Basic, swipe claws in a direction, generating a sharp wind blade that deals damage to the target. Skill range, 3 meters. No cooldown per swipe, but consecutive swipes incur a 1-minute cooldown. Although the Spirit Beast didn't drop Spirit Crystals, Lu Xiao directly acquired the brown bear's ranged attack skill. After reading the skill description, Lu Xiao realized this was a powerful ranged ability. Previously, he had only close combat skills and desperately needed a ranged option. Lu Xiao was thoroughly satisfied. This trip hadn't been in vain at all. Not only had he not had to fight, but he'd also snagged a special skill for free. Your Highness, what brings you here? Oh, only by completely devouring the Spirit Beast's essence can we prevent it from continuing to cause trouble. I see. Li Ke looked enlightened, his gaze toward Lu Xiao now tinged with a newfound admiration. So from now on, if you encounter Spirit Beasts, bring me their corpses if you can defeat them yourselves. If you can't, inform me immediately. Understood? Lu Xiao's inner calculations were clicking away. After all, the spiritual energy from Spirit Beasts could only be absorbed by him. It would be a shame to waste it. Yes, sir. Lord Ha. Got it, big bro. Just as Lu Xiao pondered how to handle the brown bear's carcass, a sound drifted over. Lu Xiao looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the female brown bear had awakened. The female bear quickly spotted the male bear lying nearby. Realizing the male bear was dead, the female went berserk, charging through the gap in the wire fence. As Li Ke and the others prepared to charge forward, Lu Xiao immediately spoke up to stop them. Don't harm it, it's not a spirit beast. Lu Xiao then roared at the female bear. The roar snapped the female bear back to her senses. She touched her belly with her paw, as if making a decision. The female bear abandoned her attack on Lu Xiao and the others, instead approaching the male bear with a sorrowful expression. Lu Xiao suddenly had an idea. He dragged the dead deer that the male and female bears had brought earlier over to the female bear. The female bear showed no surprise at the sight of the carcass. Instead, she instinctively found the gash in its belly, reached inside with her paw, and began tearing out the entrails to eat. Just as I thought. Lu Xiao sighed, his expression one of understanding. The reason that male brown bear hunted animals in the zoo and specifically removed their entrails was to supplement the nutrition for his pregnant mate. The whole situation was rather poignant. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiao felt a pang of guilt. But the thought of the other animals killed by the bear creatures with families and cubs of their own quickly dispelled his self-doubt. The male brown bear had truly reaped what he sowed. Had Lu Xiao not acted, the Special Affairs Bureau would have intervened sooner or later. Your Highness, should we process the scene? Li Ke's voice interrupted Lu Xiao's thoughts. Lu Xiao shook his head. Someone will handle it. Of course, other subordinates will handle it for His Majesty. Truly worthy of His Majesty. This guy, how does he manage to suck up to me about everything? Still, the feeling of being flattered was pretty damn cool. Lu Xiao, of course, had no other subordinates. The people he referred to handling matters were those from the Special Affairs Bureau. Earlier, while reviewing police files, he'd noticed several closed cases that appeared to involve spirit beasts. Yet the reasons for closing them were ordinary and flimsy. So whatever happened today, the Special Affairs Bureau would surely find some excuse to close it. Still, Li Ke's words gave him pause. He could indeed cultivate a few more subordinates. For encounters with less formidable spirit beasts, he could simply assign the tasks to them and reap the rewards himself. How delightful. On the way back, the three youngsters and Li Ke were still chatting excitedly about the spirit beasts, their enthusiasm evident. Especially Meng Meng, it was as if a whole new world had opened up for her. Big brother, if you find any more spirit beasts, can you take me along too? Meng Meng's wide, round eyes sparkled with an adorable innocence that melted hearts, making it impossible to connect her to the fierce warrior seen on the battlefield. Meng Meng, do you remember how you got your name? Lu Xiao smiled wryly. Today had unexpectedly brought out another side of Meng Meng. Elder Meng Meng was so amazing today. Elder Xiaoshi was really strong too, and Elder Xiaoqi was truly astonishing. Li Ke also chimed in with some well-timed flattery toward the little ones. Had he not witnessed Li Ke's exceptional computer skills firsthand, he wouldn't have believed such a clueless person could be a hacker. The three little ones, basking in the praise, beamed with smiles, growing ever more pleased with this two-legged creature named Li Ke. Especially when Li Ke mentioned he could bring them cupcakes tomorrow, their affection for him reached an all-time high. If only all two-legged creatures were like you. Hearing the three little ones' heartfelt words, Lu Xiao suddenly thought of something. Oh, right, Li Ke, I need you to do something else for me. Chapter 57, Suffocating Relatives. The moment Lu Xiao stepped into Li Ke's apartment, his eager voice rang out. Your Highness, I've completed the task you assigned last time. I've found someone exceptionally suitable. Please take a look. Lu Jiyue began reviewing the materials Li Ku had provided. After reading it, he couldn't help but feel unsettled. The person Li Ku had found for him was no ordinary individual. CEO of a publicly listed company. Worth billions. And only in his 30s. He had reached the pinnacle of success at such a young age. The only flaw in this otherwise perfect picture was that he had recently been diagnosed with cancer, a rare and incurable form. No amount of money could save him now. Such a splendid life was now entering its final countdown. But what doctors can't cure, Lu Jiyue can fix. All he needed to do was make this man his spiritual descendant, and he would be guaranteed a cure. Though he doesn't possess the exceptional skills of someone like Li Ku, he has the power of money. By bringing him into their fold, any future endeavors would be backed by solid financial support, making everything far easier. Lu Jiyue made his decision on the spot. This man was his. However, the task of brokering the deal would fall to Li Ku. Li Ku, if you pull this off, I'll make you a Grand Knight of the Woof Woof Gang. And here's a reward for you. Lu Jiyue, who was always assigning tasks to Li Ku, felt a bit embarrassed and gave him a token monetary reward. Grand Knight? Ha! Your Highness, I will accomplish this task with excellence. Li Ku, this adolescent with a penchant for grand gestures, seemed more excited about the empty title than the monetary reward. But that suited Lu Jiyue just fine. After leaving Li Ku's apartment, Lu Jiyue passed by a familiar place. This seems to be where Su Yan lives. I wonder if she's home. Thinking of Su Yan, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but recall her exceptional culinary skills. His mouth instantly watered. He hadn't seen her since that last time and didn't know if the gold bar had improved her life. He'd given her a gold bar. Going over to scrounge a meal from her now wouldn't be too much to ask, right? The thought of the feast awaiting him made Lu Jiyue quicken his pace considerably. Soon, he arrived at the door of Su Yan's residence. Ha! Why is the front door wide open? How careless. Just as Lu Jiyue was about to slip through the open gate, he heard the sound of things being rummaged through inside, along with arguing voices. Where's the money? Where did you hide it all? A shrill female voice rang out. Peering through the door crack, Lu Jiyue saw a heavily made-up middle-aged woman ransacking Su Yan's room. Who was this woman? Just as Lu Jiyue was puzzling over this, Su Yan's voice suddenly rang out. Mom, stop searching. Where would I get any money? Su Yan stood beside the woman, trying to stop her from rummaging. The middle-aged woman shoved Su Yan aside, her face twisted into a terrifying grimace as she pointed at Su Yan's nose and screamed. You little bastard, you lied to me? I heard you spent a huge sum on your grandmother's medical bills just days ago. How else would I have found you here? Spill it. Where did you get the money? Why waste it on that old hag? Don't you dare speak that way about my grandmother. The moment he heard the woman speak disrespectfully about his grandmother, Su Yan's emotions flared up. I don't care about the money you've wasted before. But I'm warning you, hand over the rest of it now. The woman warned Su Yan as she began rummaging through his belongings. I don't have any money left. Su Yan shouted in near despair. I don't believe you. You must be hooking up with some rich old man. That's where your money comes from. I don't care how you got it, just go ask that old man for the money and give it to me. I need it now. Her words cut like a sharp blade, piercing deep into Su Yan's heart. Is that how you see me? Faced with the sorrow in her daughter's eyes, the woman remained unmoved. If you don't give it to me, I'll go to your school and tell your classmates and teachers that you're being kept by some old man. I'll see how you can show your face around school after that. Su Yan recoiled in disbelief, shaking her head as she stumbled back 2 steps. Though she bit her lip tightly, she couldn't stop the crocodile tears from streaming down her cheeks. Why are you doing this to me? Do you have to push me to the brink before you're satisfied? Su Yan couldn't comprehend it. The person who should be the closest relative in the world now acted like an enemy, repeatedly rubbing salt into her wounds. Why? Because I gave birth to you. You should obey me. And stop threatening me with death. Your life is mine to give. You won't die without my permission. The woman's words seemed to crush Su Yan's last shred of hope. A wry smile flickered across her tear-streaked face. How I wish I'd never had a mother like you. With that, she picked up the fruit knife from the coffee table and slashed fiercely at her own wrist. Instantly, bright red blood spurted forth like a fountain, staining Su Yan's wrist crimson and pooling on the floor. The woman, seemingly unprepared for this turn of events, froze in shock, her eyes wide with terror. Is this what you wanted? Su Yan's bloodshot eyes fixed on the woman before her as she burst into laughter. You're insane. Completely insane. You must be mentally unstable. Snapping back to her senses, the woman immediately pulled out her phone and dialed emergency services. Hello? Someone's attempting suicide by slashing their wrists here. The address is... After finishing the call, the woman frantically grabbed a towel, intending to wrap it around Su Yan's wrist, which was gushing blood. Aren't you leaving? Once the ambulance arrives, they'll make you pay for the medical expenses. Hearing this, the woman froze in her tracks. I don't have any money. You have money, so you pay the medical bills yourself. The mention of money struck a nerve with the woman. She tossed the towel at Su Yan, grabbed her purse, and hurried out. A resigned smile touched Su Yan's lips. She knew the woman wasn't genuinely concerned for her, she was just afraid that if Su Yan died, she'd lose her cash cow. Relieved that she wouldn't be bothered anymore, Su Yan lay back down on the floor. Only after the woman had completely disappeared from sight did Lu Jiyue step into the room. Su Yan lay in a pool of blood, her pale face bearing a tragic beauty. Lu Jiyue approached Su Yan and realized her breathing had grown faint. It seemed unlikely she would survive until the ambulance arrived. Chapter 58, Taking Another Wife. What a fiery spirit! Lu Jiao sighed as he looked at Su Yan, then extended his tongue to lick the blood still trickling from her wrist. Su Yan opened her eyes. Seeing Lu Jiyue, surprise flashed across her gaze before she forced a smile. You, how did you get here? I won't be able to cook for you anymore. Su Yan mustered every ounce of strength to lift his head and ruffle Lu Jiao's hair before closing his eyes, wanting to slowly feel his life slip away. But soon, she sensed something was wrong. She felt a surge of energy coursing through her once weak, pale body. That energy coursed freely through her body, bringing extraordinary comfort wherever it touched. Su Yan lifted her slashed wrist and stared in astonishment. Not only had the wound stopped bleeding, but it was miraculously healing itself. She turned to look at the mirror and saw her pallid face had gained a healthy flush, and even her skin had improved. What on earth is happening? Overwhelmed by both joy and shock, Su Yan's mind was now filled with questions. Cherish your life. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Su Yan's ears. She immediately stood up. This sudden movement left her utterly astonished. She hadn't exerted much force at all, yet she had suddenly leaped high into the air and stood upright. She then began searching the room for the source of the voice. After searching around, her gaze finally settled on the husky lying at her feet. Could it be? Lu Jiyue nodded. That's right, it was me. How could that be? Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. She refused to believe this bizarre turn of events, yet it was unfolding before her eyes, she couldn't deny it. Moreover, she felt an inexplicable sense of awe toward the puppy before her. Its powerful presence made her instinctively want to kneel before it. Lu Jiyue couldn't be bothered to explain to Su Yan. His thoughts immediately turned to Li Ku. Come. Follow me. Someone will explain everything to you shortly. Yes. The response slipped out before she could stop it, surprising even Su Yan herself. Watching the puppy turn and walk out of the house, she found herself following behind without conscious thought. A few minutes later, when Li Ku opened the door and saw Lu Jiyue standing there, he asked in surprise. Your Highness, why are you back so soon after leaving? Hearing the boy in front of her addressed as Lord Ha Wang, Su Yan's face betrayed a look of bewilderment. Lord Ha? Who? This little husky puppy? This is my newly recruited subordinate. Fan. You've already recruited a new subordinate so quickly. Truly worthy of the title Lord Ha. Hello, I'm Li Ku, the soon-to-be knight of the Woof Woof Squad. Li Ku enthusiastically extended his hand toward Su Yan. Su Yan was still a bit confused, but he extended his hand as well. Hello, my name is Su Yan. I'm pretty good with computers. What are your talents? Hearing Li Ku's question, Su Yan didn't know how to respond. Just then, Lu Jiao's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. Born with the divine cook's physique. Divine physique. That's amazing. Li Ku's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Yan. Ahem, alright. She's still a bit confused right now. Go explain it to her. Lu Jiyue promptly handed this daunting task over to Li Ku. No problem, mission accomplished. Soon, Lu Jiyue regretted assigning this task to Li Ku. Because in the description of the adolescent-minded Li Ku, he had somehow become the savior of the world. In his narrative, the world was filled with countless latent threats embodied by the very spirit beasts. It is only through the existence of His Majesty the Ha King that those despicable spirit beasts are kept in check, allowing the world to maintain its current peace. Lu Jiyue nearly burst out laughing at Li Ku's vivid and dramatic speech. But unexpectedly, Su Yan actually believed it. I remember now that strange incident when I was filming that commercial. It must have been those so-called spirit beasts causing trouble. So it was Lord Ha who saved me. Su Yan's eyes brimmed with gratitude as he looked at Lu Jiyue. Not only that, but His Majesty King Ha later bestowed upon me a gold bar to resolve my urgent need. Seeing Su Yan's fervent, adoring gaze fixed on him, Lu Jiyue knew it was over. Such a wonderful girl, ruined by Li Ku. He didn't need Li Ku to explain anything. Now he couldn't explain even if he wanted to, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and play along with them. Afterward, Lu Jiyue proceeded to test Su Yan's abilities. To his surprise, Su Yan had instantly inherited two of his special skills. One was night stalking, the other, desire manipulation. However, she only inherited half of desire manipulation, allowing her to temporarily control targets. Still, it was more than enough for her purposes. Upon realizing she now possessed two such formidable skills, Su Yan bounced up and down with excitement. This left Li Ku, standing nearby, seething with envy. Well, what can you do? She's a saint body. Now that I'm part of the Wangwang gang, I'll dedicate my strength to His Majesty the King. Su Yan went from complete bewilderment to full acceptance in less than half an hour. Now is the time for you to contribute. Lu Xiao licked his lips as he spoke. Are we going to fight spirit beasts? Su Yan looked eagerly anticipatory. No. This king is hungry.
Su Yan instantly understood and immediately had Li Ke lead him to the kitchen, where he busied himself.
Before long, Lu Zhiyue enjoyed a delightful meal.
After resting and filling his stomach, Lu Zhiyue watched Su Yan still excitedly pulling Li Ke this way and that, asking question after question. His heart stirred with emotion. She was such a bright and lively girl, yet her demonic mother had driven her to the brink of suicide. Li Ke was the same, a boy brimming with childish enthusiasm, yet life had battered him into that state. But now, following him, Lu Zhiyue, their brand new lives were officially beginning. This king has matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Lu Zhiyue stood up and stretched lazily. Farewell, Your Highness. Shortly after Lu Zhiyue departed, Su Yan received a call. It was likely from the emergency responders. Hello? Is this the person who attempted suicide? I'm perfectly fine right now. Su Yan gazed out the window, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. It was that indescribable substance called hope. But we received a call. Whoever made the call that summoned you, go find them. But that person isn't answering the phone. They just handed this number to us. Hearing that the woman feared paying up and didn't even care about her own life, Su Yan felt less distressed than before. Then tell her I'm already dead.
Su Yan hung up the phone.
He was about to turn it off when something suddenly occurred to him. He flung the phone straight out the window. Let the old her vanish along with this phone. Damn it! Who the hell has no sense of public decency? A phone? Thank God for this blessing. Chapter 59, Waiting to Die or Embarking on Rebirth. Li Ke saw Su Yan's low spirits. Having never comforted a girl before, he felt utterly at a loss. Suddenly, he thought of a way to distract her. How about you come with me to carry out the mission Lord Ha entrusted to me? At the mention of a mission, Su Yan's gloom instantly vanished. She turned excitedly to ask Li Ke. What kind of mission? Are we going to fight spirit beasts? Su Yan's eyes brimmed with anticipation. It's not that dangerous, but it's still important. Let me tell you. Li Ke was referring to tracking down the billionaire CEO that Lu Zhiyue had previously targeted. After obtaining the man's phone number, he had hacked into his device and pinpointed his exact location. The location was a 5-star hotel not far from here. An 8 p.m. banquet. Isn't the CEO named Si Cheng terminally ill? How can he even think about hosting a banquet? Su Yan stared at the information on the computer screen, puzzled. The wealthy probably think differently than us. After reviewing Si Cheng's background, the two agreed to head straight to the hotel at 8 p.m. to find him. 8 o'clock at night, Huading Hotel. Li Ke and Su Yan arrived at the hotel entrance, only to be stopped by security. Please present your invitation. An invitation? Yes, sir, ma'am. Entry is not permitted without an invitation. Li Ke and Su Yan exchanged a glance before silently turning away. Once they reached a secluded spot, their figures vanished one after the other into thin air. Let's go. All right. Just then, a drunken man stumbled past. Hearing the voices, he looked up only to find not a single ghostly shadow in sight. Ghosts! The man dropped his bottle and fled at world champion speed. Better keep quiet. We don't want to scare anyone else. All right. Li Ke and Su Yan returned to the hotel entrance. Just then, a group of people entered the hotel. The manager stationed at the entrance finally had a moment to spare and began counting the invitations in his hand. Suddenly, the hotel staff member on the left stepped aside. Xiao Zhou, stop pushing me. Isn't there enough space for you to stand here? Xiao Zhou, standing a full 10 meters away, looked back at him with a puzzled expression. Didn't you just bump into me? Stayed up late playing cards with your girlfriend last night? You're acting weird. Xiao Zhou shot her colleague a withering glance before ignoring him completely. Su Yan, invisible, playfully stuck out her tongue. She was the culprit behind the earlier incident. After successfully entering, the two found a spot to reveal themselves. Then they walked right into the banquet. The moment they stepped inside, they were slightly stunned by the opulent scene before them. Such a grand spectacle was something they had only ever seen in movies and TV shows. The banquet was arranged with exquisite taste, colorful lights creating an atmosphere rich in ambience. Exquisite desserts and premium beverages were scattered throughout, tempting both of them to sample the offerings. We have a mission to complete. Let's find the person first. They immediately got down to business. They had not only reviewed the man's dossier but also seen numerous photographs, ensuring they would recognize him instantly upon sight. They had expected it might be difficult to spot someone in such a large gathering, but to their surprise, they immediately spotted Si Cheng, surrounded by a crowd of admirers. The boss is truly the boss, surrounded by layers upon layers of people. How are we supposed to get him out for a private chat? Li Ke frowned in frustration. Leave it to me. With a confident, alluring smile, Li Ke strode purposefully toward the crowd. Li Ke immediately followed suit. As soon as Su Yan approached, he activated desire manipulation.
Those present were no ordinary individuals, each harbored considerable ambition and desire. Thus, Su Yan effortlessly manipulated several individuals to clear a path for her. This peculiar scene drew stares from all around as Su Yan walked straight up to Si Cheng under everyone's gaze. "Who are you?" Si Cheng took a good look at the girl who appeared before him. Though she was undeniably beautiful, she had arrived without formal attire or elaborate makeup, a stark mismatch for the banquet, as if she'd wandered in from somewhere else entirely. "I have a way to cure your cancer." Su Yan whispered these words into Si Cheng's ear before walking away. Si Cheng's expression turned stunned. How could she know? "I haven't told anyone." Su Yan walked up to Li Ku and gestured for her to leave. "Why is she leaving already?" "Don't worry. He'll definitely come find me." Su Yan looked utterly confident. "Was I impressive just now?" "You were amazing. But His Majesty King Ha has instructed us not to display extraordinary abilities in front of ordinary people unless absolutely necessary. Even though no one noticed anything unusual just now, we still need to be careful." Alright, I got it." The two arrived at the lounge area and were just about to grab a drink when someone barged in. It was none other than their target for the day, Si Cheng. "See? I told you he'd show up." Su Yan flashed a smug grin at Li Ku. "Spill it. How much do you want to swindle?" Si Cheng's opening line left Li Ku and Su Yan momentarily speechless. After discovering his cancer diagnosis, he immediately traveled abroad to the most medically advanced country. Consultations with various specialists and extensive tests all yielded the same helpless verdict: he had only about 3 months left to live. Having spent his entire life battling relentlessly in the business world, he now wanted to live out his final days with dignity after receiving his death sentence. Today's banquet was his final public appearance, intended to announce his retirement while he still presented his best self. Having lived with dignity for half his life, he refused to spend his final days in disarray. He wasn't without hope for a miracle, but repeated blows had robbed him of the courage to believe. His presence here stemmed solely from curiosity. How had these two seemingly unprofessional con artists discovered his cancer diagnosis? "We're not con artists," Su Yan declared emphatically. He drank an entire bottle of potent poison. "I nearly severed my own wrists. But we're standing right here in front of you now. We're living proof." Si Cheng laughed upon hearing Su Yan's words. "You girls are something else. Do you really think I'd believe this story? If what you say is true, then whoever saved you isn't human, it must be a god, right?" "You're right, he truly isn't human." Si Cheng paused, taken aback by the direct admission. "I know it's hard to make you believe us, but you're a man facing death. What's the harm in trying? Wait for death, or choose to believe us and step onto the path of rebirth. The choice is yours." Su Yan left those words hanging before pulling Li Ku away. Chapter 60, The Special Affairs Bureau's Operation. Si Cheng felt he must be losing his mind. A billionaire CEO like himself had actually believed some bratty girl's nonsense. And he'd actually followed her. But he had to admit, her words had struck a chord. He wanted to believe in miracles one more time. Even if they were scammers, what did they want? Money? He had plenty of that. He was actually worried he had too much money and not enough time to spend it. Right. Before we go any further, I need to ask you one question. On the way, Li Ku suddenly grew serious and turned to look at Situ. Stu was puzzled by his sudden seriousness. "What? Do you like dogs?" Si Cheng couldn't fathom how this question related to what was about to happen, but he found himself nodding anyway. Seeing Si Cheng nod, Li Ku seemed even more satisfied. "Excellent. His Majesty the Ha King will surely bestow divine power upon you." Si Cheng now found himself curious about this Lord Ha Wang they kept mentioning. What kind of mysterious figure was he? Meanwhile, Lu Jiyue was running into trouble on the other side. After leaving Keeman University, where he had visited the Woof Woof Squad and the Cat Cat cult, Lu Jiyue bumped into a familiar face. It was that female agent from the Special Affairs Bureau named Mei Li. "It's you! The golden-eyed little husky." Recognizing him, Mei Li wasted no time, scooping him up and heading straight for home. "You're in for a treat, I've got a big bone stewing at home today." Lu Jiyue, who had been looking for a chance to escape this woman, hesitated upon hearing the mention of the bone. He'd eaten not long ago, but it was a big bone. What dog could resist the temptation of a big bone? But before Lu Jiyue could even see the bone, Mei Li received a call and hurried off somewhere, still holding him. Mei Li brought Lu Jiyue to a private room in a tea house. When Lu Jiyue saw the people inside the private room, he instantly tensed up. There were at least 10 Special Affairs Bureau agents in the private room. And they were all spirit tamers. Several of them looked familiar to Lu Jiyue. They were the spirit tamers he'd encountered during the incident with the one-eyed white cat, the very ones he'd implanted with the seeds of desire. "Mei Li, you're here. Find a seat." A man seated in the center, exuding authority, spoke up. Lu Jiyao could sense the heaviest spiritual energy emanating from this man, clearly the leader here. Then, the man noticed Lu Jiyue in Mei Li's arms. "Why did you bring a dog?" The moment the words left his mouth, tension filled the air. One person immediately pulled out a device to scan Lu Jiyue. Only after the device showed no reaction did their expressions relax. "Oh, Captain Chang, I'm sorry. I rushed over as soon as I got the call and didn't have time to make arrangements for this little dog. Leave the dog with the tea house staff for now. We need to discuss urgent matters."
Mei Li immediately obeyed Captain Cheng's instructions, exiting the private room to find a waitress at the tea house and ask her to watch the dog for a while. The waitress, needing to attend to other duties, placed Lu Jiao in the storage room. After confirming no one was outside, Lu Jiao leaped up, twisted the doorknob, and opened the door. He then activated Night Stalker to conceal his form. Following his memory, he located the private room and pressed his ear against the door to eavesdrop. Although the spirit creature has acknowledged you as its master, it still requires real combat to strengthen the bond and synergy between you. That's why Team B decided to bring you along on this mission. As the sole spirit tamer in Team D, this combat experience is invaluable. You must treasure it.
Yes. Thank you, Captain Chang, for this opportunity. I will give it my all. Hearing Mei Li's voice, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but be surprised. Mei Li had become a spirit tamer too? Wow.
Back then, he'd been so focused on the big bones he hadn't noticed the spiritual energy radiating from her.
Alright, everyone's here. If there are no further issues, we'll prepare to depart. Hearing footsteps approaching from inside, Lu Jiyue quickly moved away, hiding at a distance. Watching them file out one by one, Lu Jiyue began to ponder. Dispatching so many spirit masters means the spirit beast we're dealing with must be a formidable opponent, right? With that thought, Lu Jiyue decided to follow them.
Who knows, maybe he could snag some leftover loot.
He couldn't pass up such a golden opportunity. After following them outside, Lu Jiyue saw them climb into a large van. Once everyone was inside, the van started up. Lu Jiyue hurriedly gave chase from behind. Inside the van. "Niu Kai, Zhang Tao, Liu, Wang Yu, what were you guys doing yesterday? You're all so distracted."
At the sound of this voice, the four of them snapped back to reality in unison, each brushing it off with a laugh and a vague nothing much. Little did they know they were all thinking about the same thing.
A puppy.
The husky Mei Li brought today had stirred something unusual within them. It was clearly just a puppy, yet seeing it gave them the strange illusion that it possessed an air of authority. They all dismissed it as their imagination, remembering they still had a mission to carry out, and pulled themselves together. Soon, they arrived at a farm in the countryside. The farm had been abandoned by its owner due to the constant strange occurrences there. The surrounding villagers had been evacuated in advance.
Upon reaching their destination, someone immediately pulled out equipment to begin scanning.
Reporting to the captain, this matches the records exactly. There are a huge number of spirit beasts here.
Most of them are around level 3.
Shan Long nodded, then addressed the team members behind him.
Everyone stay alert and don't let your guard down.
No sooner had Chang Long finished speaking than a tremendous commotion erupted from the farm. It felt like a pack of wild beasts was about to burst out from within.
All hands, prepare for action. Soon, a large mass of dark shapes appeared before their eyes.
One team member pulled out a specially designed lamp and shone it toward the farm.
Instantly, the powerful beam illuminated the area completely.
Everyone stared in disbelief. The creatures charging toward them were actually a flock of hens.
And there were over 50 of them. Every single one of these 50+ hens was a spirit beast. Captain.
Seeing the fierce onslaught of hens, all the team members nervously turned to the man leading them.
Everyone, don't panic. Quickly summon your spirit beasts to fight back. Upon receiving the order, the team members swiftly summoned their spirit beasts.
In an instant, over a dozen spirit beasts materialized. Standing at the rear, Mei Li also attempted to summon her spirit, but at this critical moment, her spirit stubbornly refused to appear. At the same time, Lu Jiao, who had just arrived, was stunned by the scene.
Chapter 61, Soul Devouring? From his elevated vantage point, Lu Jiyue could see everything more clearly.
It was his first time witnessing so many spirit beasts and spirit tamers.
The spectacle of the two sides clashing was utterly breathtaking.
The dazzling spectacle of various spirit tamers entangled in combat with those mother hens was dizzying to behold. Though the spirit tamers could easily handle these low-level spirit beasts, the sheer number of them presented a formidable challenge.
Looks like this is going to be a fierce battle. Lu Jiyue simply found a better spot and sat down. With so many spirit beasts around, I should be able to quietly snatch a few without being noticed, right?
Just as Lu Jiyue watched the battle while scheming to snatch some spoils, the momentum on the battlefield began to shift. Under the guidance and assistance of their leader, Chang Long, the spirit masters gradually found their rhythm. Just as nearly half the spirit beast hens had been dealt with, a shrill crow suddenly pierced the air from within the farm. A rooster twice the size of ordinary chickens appeared. This giant rooster glided forward with flapping wings, head held high as it crowed.
The spirit master's spirits seemed to sense some kind of impact, all taking a step back. Wang Lin, assess the level of that giant rooster. Yes. Captain Chang, it's a level 6 spirit beast. Looks like that rooster is the leader of these hens. You handle the hens, I'll deal with the rooster.
Cheng Long was about to charge through to find the rooster, but the hen's sudden change forced him to halt. With each crow of the rooster, the hens grew increasingly restless.
What's going on?
These hens feel much stronger now. No sooner had one team member spoken than a crazed hen lunged toward his position.
Watch out.
Niu Kai, standing beside him, immediately used his psychic powers to command his spirit tamer teammates to block the hen. No sooner had they fended off one than two more charged toward them.
Niu Kai's spirit beast immediately used its body to block the hen's attacks.
The spirit creatures sustained significant injuries from the assault.
Damn it!
These hens are brutal. My psychic energy can barely sustain my spirit beast anymore. As Niu Kai cursed, Cheng Long beside him immediately commanded his own spirit to assist.
Niu Kai, recall your spirit beast immediately. Continuing like this risks it turning on you. Niu Kai understood the danger of a spirit beast backfiring and had no choice but to follow Cheng Long's advice.
Retreating to the rear, Niu Kai saw Mei Li stomping her feet in frustration as she struggled to summon her own spirit beast.
Seems your spirit beast isn't fully obedient yet.
Don't worry, just keep strengthening your mental control over time.
This takes patience.
Hearing Niu Kai's words, Mei Li abandoned her attempts to summon her spirit beast. Instead, she drew her weapon and joined the fray. After ensnaring two hens with her spirit catching net, Mei Li noticed the birds seemed to revert to their previous state. The other team members noticed this too.
Quick, press our advantage. Take out the remaining spirit beasts.
No sooner had Cheng Long spoken than the rooster on the other side crowed again.
The hens immediately grew frenzied upon hearing the rooster's call. It seems the rooster's crowing boosts these hens' fighting power.
We need to take it down fast.
Jiang Tao, Liu, you two keep watch.
I'll take care of that big rooster.
Yes.
Under his teammates' cover, Cheng Long charged toward the rooster.
The rooster stared at him with an eagle-like gaze, seemingly unimpressed. Cheng Long pulled a blue pill from his pocket, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed it.
His spirit beast, which had been listless moments before, suddenly surged with energy and dove toward the rooster. The rooster, which had previously ignored Cheng Long, was forced back repeatedly by the attack. As the rooster prepared to crow again, Cheng Long held nothing back, directing his spirit beast to deliver a powerful blow. The blow sent the rooster tumbling several times across the ground, its claws wounded.
Cheng Long pressed his advantage, immediately launching another attack at the rooster.
Gravely wounded, the rooster urgently summoned the hens to shield him from the onslaught. The rooster itself flapped its wings, abandoning the hens and fleeing the scene.
Cheng Long tried to pursue, but as the rooster fled, its crowing sent the hens into a frenzy once more.
Surrounded by the remaining hens, he could only watch helplessly as the rooster grew farther and farther away.
Watching the direction the rooster fled, Lu Jiyue's heart leapt with joy. Look, isn't this the perfect chance to snatch up the leftover spoils? Lu Jiyue immediately gave chase.
The rooster fled without pause, finally stopping to catch his breath after escaping over 10 kilometers.
He let out a heavy sigh of relief.
That was close, it had nearly met its end there.
Just as the rooster had rested and was preparing to find a new territory, a dog's bark suddenly echoed from behind. Woof! Little rooster, where are you going?
The rooster spotted a husky that had appeared out of nowhere, staring at him with the hungry gaze of prey.
Fear surged through him, and he immediately flapped his wings to flee. Lu Jiyue launched a bloodthirsty pounce, knocking the rooster to the ground.
In an instant, his sharp teeth tore through the chicken's neck. Feeling the spiritual energy surge into his throat with each bite, Lu Jiao reveled in the act of devouring. You have devoured a level 6 spirit beast and acquired the special skill Battle Roar. Battle Roar Basic emits a battle-infused cry that intimidates targets within a large area, reducing their combat power while boosting your own.
Lasts up to 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. This skill is incredibly useful in team fights. Lu Jiao felt quite satisfied.
After watching for so long, he never expected to snag the big boss like this.
You're a soul devourer too?
Lu Jiao, basking in his triumph, froze at the sudden voice. He immediately began searching for the source of the voice. After searching high and low, he finally looked up at the sky.
It was an eagle circling overhead. A thick aura of spiritual energy swirled around its body. Lu Jiyue's pupils contracted sharply, and his mood grew solemn. When had it appeared? Why hadn't he sensed it at all? Could it be that it witnessed everything when he devoured the rooster just now?
What astonished Lu Jiao most was that this spirit beast could actually speak human language.
Strange. Why is there no spiritual energy on you? At that moment, the eagle spoke again. Lu Jiyue finally snapped back to his senses, reflecting on the eagle's words. Devouring spirits?
Though Lu Jiyue didn't know what this meant, it seemed the eagle had witnessed him devouring the spirit beast and mistakenly identified him as a spirit devourer. Just as Lu Jiyue was puzzled, the eagle circling overhead suddenly dove toward his position.
Lu Jiao instantly grew alert, the fur on his back bristling.
Chapter 62, Nearly Exposed.
Whoosh!
Just as the eagle was about to strike Lu Jiao, a whistle pierced the air from the distance.
Hearing it, the eagle soared back upward.
It shot Lu Jiao a cold, piercing glance before soaring away toward the source of the whistle.
Only after watching the eagle disappear into the distance did Lu Jiyue finally relax slightly.
Only then did he realize he was drenched in cold sweat. This was the first time he had encountered a spirit beast with such overwhelming pressure. From the very first moment he saw that eagle, Lu Jiao could sense the immense power of this spirit beast. Fortunately, it had departed upon hearing the whistle. Otherwise, if a fight had broken out, Lu Jiao couldn't be certain he'd stand a chance against it. Still, a spirit beast this powerful, if he could devour it, he'd likely gain a significant number of evolution points and some formidable skills, right? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Jiyue recalled the eagle's words. What exactly is soul devouring? And what's the deal with that talking eagle? Judging by the direction it flew, it seemed to be heading toward the location of those Special Affairs Bureau agents. Were they in any danger? Lu Jiyue hesitated about going to investigate. But for safety's sake, he abandoned the idea. If even those spirit masters couldn't protect themselves, wouldn't going there be nothing but suicide? With that thought, Lu Jiyue immediately left the area. Meanwhile, a figure clad in black robes and wearing a terrifying mask stood atop a high vantage point, surveying everything near the breeding farm. The spirit masters from the Special Affairs Bureau were still battling the remaining hens. Soon, the eagle that had crossed paths with Lu Jiyue returned, landing on the hooded figure's shoulder. Hunter, devour all those spirit beasts. And don't spare the spirit beasts of those spirit tamers either. Yes, master. Upon receiving the command, the eagle immediately spread its wings and soared toward the battlefield. Shoo! With a piercing screech that split the sky, the eagle plunged into the flock of hens. Emerging once more, each talon clutched a hen. Within mere seconds, the eagle devoured the spiritual energy from both hens before discarding them and resuming its hunt. The Special Affairs Bureau agents watching this scene were stunned. Captain, what is that? Spotting the hawk darting freely through the air, Changlong immediately sensed danger. Quick! Evacuate everyone! At that moment, the eagle's piercing gaze locked onto the retreating spirit tamers. It charged toward the spirits they controlled. Ah! My spirit beast is being devoured by that eagle. A male team member screamed in terror. Seeing this, Changlong immediately ordered everyone. Quick! Recall your spirit beasts. But the eagle's devouring speed was too swift. Several members who hadn't managed to recall theirs in time saw their spirit beasts devoured. The members whose spirits were devoured instantly collapsed unconscious. Seeing this, Changlong had no choice but to summon his own spirit beast once more, holding off the eagle to buy his teammates time to retreat. This spirit beast is incredibly powerful. Devouring mine will greatly enhance my strength. The eagle fixed its gaze on Changlong's spirit beast, attacking it relentlessly. As Changlong began to falter, Mei Li, who had already started retreating, dashed forward. She pulled a smoke grenade from her gear and hurled it toward the eagle soaring overhead. The smoke exploded in the air, instantly obscuring the eagle's vision. Captain Chang, recall your spirit beast immediately. After Changlong recalled his spirit beast, Mei Li immediately dragged him into the van and drove them away. Emerging from the smoke, the eagle did not pursue the van. Instead, it turned back to continue devouring the hen spirit beasts. Soon, every last bit of spiritual energy from the beasts in this area was completely devoured. The eagle soared back to the figure in black robes. Good work, Hunter. Devouring these has made you much stronger. Devourers truly are the pinnacle among spirit beasts. They can convert 1/10 of the devoured spiritual energy to strengthen themselves. Ordinary spirit beasts can only devour their own kind through overwhelming power disparity, but even then, they can only absorb a meager amount of spiritual energy. Hunter, the gap between you and those spirit beasts is simply astronomical. Hearing the black-robed man's praise, the eagle wore a solemn expression. Master. What is it? I believe I just spotted another swallowing spirit beast. This statement instantly stirred excitement within the cloaked figure. Another soul devourer? Are you certain? How could he not be excited? A soul devourer. Such a rare creature, one in a million spirit beasts, and now another had appeared. I saw it devour the spiritual energy from that rooster's body with my own eyes. What puzzles me is that it doesn't emit any spiritual energy fluctuations. Where? He must have left by now. A spirit-devouring beast without spiritual energy fluctuations. The cloaked figure suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! How amusing. Hunt find a way to track it down. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyue sneezed repeatedly, but he didn't slow his pace. He had to hurry back to the tea house. If the tea house staff noticed he was missing, it would be trouble. Fortunately, the tea house was bustling with customers that evening, and the young ladies simply didn't have time to notice Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue seized the moment and slipped back into the storage room. I wonder if that woman named Mei Li will come looking for me today. Lu Jiyue began to worry about himself. If the Special Affairs Bureau's mission failed or something went wrong, wouldn't he be stuck here forever? Fortunately, Lu Jiyue's worries didn't last long. About half an hour later, the door to the storage room swung open. When Mei Li opened the door, she saw Lu Jiyue fast asleep. The sound of her entering woke Lu Jiyue.
It seemed Mei Li was still feeling excited about Lu Jiyue, but she couldn't show it now. Sorry, little doggy. I got an urgent assignment and ended up leaving you here for so long. Mei Li immediately expressed her apology. As she spoke, she reached out to stroke Lu Jiyue. What's this? Mei Li pulled something out from Lu Jiyue's back. She stared at it. It was a chicken feather. How did you get a chicken feather on you? The look in Mei Li's eyes toward Lu Jiyue began to shift. Lu Jiyue inwardly screamed in alarm. In his panic, he caught sight of a feather duster in the corner. He immediately rushed over, tore at the feather duster with his teeth, and scattered the feathers all over the floor. So it came from this thing. Mei Li's gaze toward Lu Jiyue finally returned to normal. Little guy, so you're the one who's been wrecking the place. Lu Jiyue breathed a sigh of relief, having nearly given himself away. With the misunderstanding cleared, Mei Li immediately picked Lu Jiyue up in her arms. Today's mission not only failed but seeing you just lifted my spirits so much. Even though the bureau doesn't allow pets, I feel like we have a special connection. Why don't you come home with me? Lu Jiyue lost his composure upon hearing this. He certainly didn't want to be taken home by someone from the Special Affairs Bureau. Besides, he already had a pet owner of his own, didn't he? Most importantly, he feared that walking by the river too often would eventually get his shoes wet. Staying by her side meant he could be discovered by the Special Affairs Bureau at any moment. Chapter 63, No Bull. Lu Jiyue watched Mei Li, who genuinely seemed intent on taking him home. In his panic, he suddenly remembered something. He immediately reached up and scratched his neck. What's wrong with you? Curious, Mei Li reached out to touch his neck. She discovered a dog tag. This dog tag was one Li Wanner had specially ordered online for the pups not long ago. But these days, his fur had grown long again, hiding the tag beneath it. Mei Li pulled out the tag and immediately saw the information engraved on it. So you do have an owner after all. Mei Li felt a pang of disappointment. Xiaoha, so your name is Xiaoha. Woof. Lu Jiyue responded with a bark. There's your owner's contact number here. I'll call them to come pick you up. Woof. Yes. 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 Great. Hurry up and call. Melanie saw Lu Jiyue barking excitedly, and the disappointment on her face deepened. So you don't want to come with me after all. Lu Jiyue couldn't bear to see her like this. He stuck out his tongue and licked Mei Li's face, offering comfort. Alright, just kidding. I'll call your owner to pick you up right away. About half an hour later. Li Wanner, who had received the call, hurried to the tea house. She immediately spotted Mei Li holding Lu Jiyue at the tea house entrance. Li Wanner immediately grabbed Mei Li, showering her with thanks before taking Lu Jiyue into her arms. Little Ha! Why did you run so far this time? Li Wanner playfully poked Lu Jiyue's cheek with a hint of reproach. Lu Jiyue silently complained, I didn't want to. This woman just dragged me here while I was walking. Thanks, sis. How about I treat you to a meal? It's fine. I have things to do, so I'll be heading out now. Before leaving, Mei Li fondly ruffled Lu Jiyue's hair. After watching Mei Li leave with a smile, Li Wanner turned to Lu Jiyue and instantly changed her tune. Oh, you little rascal. Always flirting around when you go out. You're trying to get yourself a new owner, aren't you? Li Wanner squished Lu Jiyue's face into a pancake. A wave of helplessness washed over Lu Jiyue. Sure, being a dog monkey had its perks. Lots of pretty girls liked him, but what good was that? To prevent you from playing around and not coming home, getting taken by someone else, I have to put this on you. Li Wanner pulled something out of her pocket and fastened it around Lu Jiyue's neck. Lu Jiyue strained to look down and finally saw what his owner had put on him. A Xiao Tian's smartwatch. I've saved my number in it. If this rings, you have to come home, got it? Woof. Got it. Good news, being human is too exhausting. This life, I'll be a dog. Bad news, even as a dog, you can't escape being bossed around. Lu Jiyue desperately wanted to bite his owner and turn her into his spirit companion. But ethical and moral constraints made him abandon the idea for now. Midnight. Listening to his sibling's snores, Lu Jiyue couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. Recalling the day's events filled him with a sense of impending danger. Especially the gaze that Eagle had fixed upon him. When it said, "You're a soul devourer too," it used the word too. So it's a soul devourer as well? A vague unease settled in Lu Jiyue's heart. He had a strong feeling he would encounter that Eagle again. When they met again, a fierce battle would likely be unavoidable. Lu Jiyue felt he needed to prepare for that day in advance. Meow. At that moment, Lu Jiyue heard a sound coming from outside the window. It's that guy Li Ku. This was the secret signal Lu Jiyue had given him to come to the villa entrance and meow like a cat whenever he needed to find him. Lu Jiyue immediately dashed outside. Your Highness. Someone's here to see me? Lu Jiyue pondered for a moment, concluding that this must be why he'd come looking for him. As expected of your highness. The person is already in my apartment. Lu Jiyue nodded and followed him to the apartment.
Upon meeting this billionaire CEO named Si Chang, Lu Zhiyao remained composed, while Si Chang was the one who became visibly excited.
So the Lord of the Huskies you mentioned is just a Siberian Husky? I must be out of my mind, wasting my time and what little life I have left accompanying you here. Let us explain. Li Ku and Su Yan tried to say more, but Lu Zhiyue cut them off.
The most convincing approach was to let him experience it firsthand.
Lu Zhiyue sprinted to Si Chang's side and bit him without a word.
Si Chang, already feeling thoroughly humiliated, now found himself bitten by a dog. The rage boiling inside him threatened to spill over. But before he could vent his fury, he sensed something different within his body. The constant dull ache in his cancer-ridden head had been a constant companion, yet just now, he experienced an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. It felt as though the tumor in his brain had been completely eradicated.
Not only that, but his body underwent a transformation.
His once emaciated frame, weakened by illness and loss of appetite, suddenly became muscular and robust. Since his cancer diagnosis, he'd constantly felt exhausted, gasping for breath at the slightest exertion.
Yet now, he sensed an inexhaustible wellspring of strength within him.
What was most astonishing to him? Looking at the culprit before him, the very dog that had bitten him, he felt no resentment.
Instead, he was utterly awed by the commanding presence radiating from this husky. That aura was so overwhelming it made his legs go weak.
Well,
still think you've been deceived? Lord Husky, thank you for granting me rebirth.
Si Chang could resist no longer and dropped to one knee.
Rise. Go test the power I have bestowed upon you. Li Ku and Su Yan immediately surrounded him. Don't let your current self scare you. You're about to discover a whole new world.
Like Li Ku and Su Yan before him, Si Chang was so overwhelmed by this unprecedented power that he couldn't contain his excitement. What struck Lu Zhiyue as intriguing was that Si Chang had inherited the very skill he himself had just acquired today, Battle Roar. Watching Si Chang activate the skill and witnessing the instant combat power boost it granted Li Ku and Su Yan, inspiration struck Lu Zhiyue. He thought again of that eagle that had felt somewhat threatening. Since he couldn't take it on alone, he'd bring his people to the fight.
Moreover, he would expand his influence once more.
In short, the next time he encountered that eagle, he wouldn't hold back.
Chapter 64, I've got a little cash. Si Chang, you have quite the network. Find someone suitable based on the requirements I just mentioned.
Li Ku, I need you to look into information about soul devourers, understandably, the kind not readily available in the open.
And Su Yan. Lu Zhiyue rubbed his now empty stomach. Please whip up a delicious late-night snack for me. Upon receiving Lu Zhiyue's orders, the three immediately sprang into action.
Si Chang dialed several numbers in quick succession.
Hey, Du, as a former world champion, you can't want to stay in a wheelchair forever, right? I have a way to fix your legs. Go Lin, isn't age holding you back from becoming the strongest boxer?
Come to me, and I'll free you from the shackles of time. Li Ku tapped away at the computer, searching for information on soul devouring. He had even written a program specifically for this, expanding the search scope worldwide.
Information in various languages began appearing on the computer screen.
Soon, triggered by the keyword set in the program, Li Ku found several websites operating in the shadows. Finally, based on the criteria and requirements, he zeroed in on one site, the Grey Web. Within it, Li Ku discovered some information about the soul devourer.
Your Highness, I found it. Lu Zhiyue, who had been dozing off, instantly snapped awake.
He rushed to the screen. This is the Grey Web, an international site, but few know about it.
You need a special domain to access it.
Lu Zhiyue immediately began examining the information about soul devouring mentioned here. It was a post resembling a forum thread, where an anonymous user rambled about the swallowing spirit. At first, people thought he was referring to a character in a game, but this anonymous ID insisted that the soul devourer was real. Everyone dismissed him as a lunatic and stopped paying attention.
The post mentioned that swallowing spirits were extremely rare among spirit beasts.
Not only could they instantly kill spirit beasts of equal level, but they also possessed the formidable ability to devour them.
Moreover, the soul devourer could convert 1/10 of the devoured spiritual energy to enhance itself, something ordinary spirit beasts couldn't achieve.
Thus, by devouring its own kind, the soul devourer rapidly enhances its abilities, making it a terrifying force among spirit beasts.
After reading this, Lu Zhiyao's expression grew grave. So, does that mean the soul devourer is in existence like himself? No, it's different. Lu Zhiyue immediately dismissed this thought.
He relied on the ultimate devouring evolution system to consume spirit beasts, not only converting devoured spiritual energy into evolution points but also acquiring skills similar to those of the devoured beasts. In this regard, Swallower Spirit couldn't compare to him. He absorbed the entire essence of the spirit beasts. While Swallowing Spirit was formidable among ordinary spirit beasts, compared to him, it was like a minor sorcerer meeting a grand wizard. It wasn't blind confidence, he had the capital to back it up. Lu Zhiyao's eyes darted about as a sudden thought struck him. Soul Devourer that could be a good cover for his true identity. Might come in handy later. Right, could you also look up keywords like Special Affairs Bureau and Spirit Tamer for me?
Certainly, Lord Ha. Upon receiving the order, Li Ku once again locked onto the search using his self-written program.
Unexpectedly, it was within the Grey Net that he discovered an encrypted discussion group. The program indicated this encrypted thread contained a wealth of relevant keywords.
Lord Ha, hold on a moment. I need some time to hack into this discussion group. Seeing Li Ku instantly dive back into work, Lu Jiyue decided not to linger and disturb him.
Just then, Su Yan emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of steaming hot food.
Dinner's ready. Lu Jiyue immediately jumped to the dining table and sat down. Su Yan proceeded to feed him bite after bite.
This thoughtful service, combined with the delight to his taste buds, made Lu Jiyue feel as though all the fatigue from the day had been washed away. After finishing their meal, Li Ke had already hacked into the discussion group. Lu Jiyue immediately leaned in to read. Team B assaulted by Tao Tai during Mission 3 Spirit Master's spirits devoured, falling into coma. The discussion thread with this headline instantly caught Lu Jiyue's attention. He motioned for Li Ke to click into it. First, he saw a photo of the eagle he'd encountered that day, with detailed records below it.
After reviewing the details, Lu Jiyue pieced together a series of facts.
That eagle had not only devoured the hen spirit beasts but had also swallowed the spirit beasts of several spirit tamers.
Worse still, the Special Affairs Bureau now regarded this eagle as the Tao Tai, meaning him. He was being made the scapegoat. Taking the blame meant becoming the Special Affairs Bureau's outright enemy.
What surprised him, however, was just how formidable that eagle truly was. So powerful it could devour the spirit beasts themselves.
Lu Jiyue suddenly recalled the whistle from that day.
That eagle had originally been attacking him. It was the whistle that made it turn away.
So it had a master?
Whether it has a master or not, it made me take the fall. I'll hunt it down.
This injustice? Lu Jiyue wouldn't tolerate it for a second. After all, the Special Affairs Bureau was an official agency. Now this damn eagle had drawn a wave of hatred onto him. How could he possibly feel good about that?
And judging by the discussion group's messages, the Bureau's failure on this mission had drawn high-level attention.
They'd stop at nothing to hunt down the Tao Tai. If he were to slip up and expose himself one day. Lu Jiyue's mood grew somber.
It seemed he needed to boost his own strength.
Lu Jiyue opened the system interface he hadn't checked in ages.
What he saw filled him with unexpected delight. Without even realizing it, he had accumulated enough evolution points to trigger an evolution. It had been a long time since his last evolution, and the prospect of evolving again filled Lu Jiyue with eager anticipation.
Lu Jiyue couldn't wait to find a place to evolve.
Just before leaving, something occurred to him.
He took off the small tie and smartwatch from his neck. You guys, save my number in this. If you need me later, just call me.
Lu Jiyue pushed the Xiao Taiyan's watch toward them, still feeling a bit flustered.
Truly worthy of the title King of Ha.
This will make it so much easier to reach you in the future.
Seeing Li Ke's reaction, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but suspect that if he were to fart right in front of him, Li Ke would probably say it smelled nice. Lord Ha.
Just as Lu Jiyue was about to leave after putting Xiao Taiyan's smartwatch back on, Si Chun called out to him.
What is it? Well, I have a little money. To express my gratitude for everything your highness has bestowed upon me today, I'd like to donate 50 million to our organization. Is it called the Woof Woof Gang? 50 million seems a bit stingy. Why not donate 100 million to the Woof Woof Gang? Chapter 65, Foreseeing Danger. Lu Jiyue never expected Si Cheng to flaunt his cash power so quickly in front of him. And he started with a modest goal. Also, since your highness intends to expand our Woof Woof Gang, we should equip ourselves properly. Of course, such minor matters needn't concern your highness. Having run a company before, I can handle these details. I'll refine the gang's systems and map out its future development. Lu Jiyue was momentarily speechless at Si Cheng's words. True to his experience as a company CEO, his thinking was thorough. To think of such details so soon after joining us, very impressive. Li Ke chimed in as he approached. Your contributions to the Woof Woof Gang are all noted by His Majesty Ha Wang. He'll promote you based on your future performance. Just like me, I'm now a Grand Knight of the Woof Woof Squad. Really? Si Cheng shot Li Ke an envious look. I'll definitely work harder to do even better in the future. Lu Jiyue opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Why did he feel like his subordinate was manipulating him? Your Highness Ha, my teammate Si Cheng just reminded me I have some basic computer skills. I could develop an encrypted internal communication app for the Paw Patrol. That way, members can report any spirit beast sightings immediately, and your Highness can use it to assign us tasks. Lu Jiyue nodded repeatedly at Li Ke's suggestion. That's an excellent idea. I'm putting you in full charge of it. At that moment, Su Yan, who had remained silent, could no longer hold back. I have an idea too. I think our Paw Patrol gang should have uniforms or something. My major in college was fashion design. I can handle that. Your idea is also excellent. Truly, this king has not misjudged you. Lu Jiyue generously offered his praise. After receiving his affirmation, the group wasted no time diving into their tasks. Watching their enthusiastic antics, Lu Zhiyue found himself both amused and exasperated. Why did he feel like, as the founder of the Woof Woof gang, he hadn't done a thing, while his subordinates had practically done most of the work just by brainstorming? While the Woof Woof gang members were striving for the gang's future, less than 30 kilometers away at the Yangjiang Special Affairs Bureau Branch 007, a meeting was underway to review the previous mission. Deputy Director Ji Zhangming sat at the center of the conference room. All members who participated in the previous Spirit Beast cleanup operation sat below him. Behind him, a large screen displayed a striking photograph of an eagle. Is everyone present? Team B Captain Chang Long immediately responded. All members are present except for the 3 still unconscious in the hospital. Ji Zhangming nodded upon hearing Chang Long's words. Since everyone's here, I won't beat around the bush. This emergency meeting is specifically about the last operation. I've reviewed the combat reports you submitted and watched the operational footage. I understand that the original Spirit Beast cleanup plan could have proceeded as planned. It was the surprise attack by the Spirit Beasts that resulted in injuries to our team members and the mission's failure. As soon as Ji Zhangming spoke, discontent began to stir among those in the conference room. We fought so hard, expending massive amounts of spiritual energy to battle those hen-type Spirit Beasts. To think that Eagle took advantage of our vulnerability, not only did it steal our hard-won victory, but it also endangered our team members. It's utterly despicable. Most of our Spirit Beasts were already exhausted, leaving us no strength to fight back. Only thanks to Captain Chang's cover did we manage to retreat safely. Otherwise, our entire team's Spirit Beasts might have. 3 of our teammates are still hospitalized now. Who knows how long it'll take for them to recover and wake up. This grudge must be avenged for our comrades. Listening to his teammates' words, Ji Zhangming waved his hand to quiet them. I understand your anger and pain. This incident has already reached the director's attention, and he's on his way back. However, there are 3 points I need to confirm with you regarding this incident. After speaking, Ji Zhangming projected several lines of text onto the screen behind him. First, is this eagle Spirit Beast the Tao Tai previously documented in our records? Second, the Spirit Beast seemed to have foreknowledge of our plans, lying in wait there for the right moment to strike. Third, the Spirit Beast differs from ordinary ones. It devours its own kind with alarming ease, as if consuming others strengthens itself. Reporting to the Deputy Director, I'm uncertain about points 2 and 3, but point 1 I'm certain it's that Tao Tai. We've documented over 100 Spirit Beasts, and only this one has repeatedly devoured its own kind. One of the team members stood up to share his perspective. Actually, Jinghai has sent over some new data on Spirit Beasts, which includes some fresh insights. Ji Zhangming said, distributing the printed materials he held to everyone. When they read the section on soul-devouring beasts, every face turned pale. Soul-devouring? It grows stronger by consuming its own kind? Doesn't the existence of such a Spirit Beast pose a grave threat to humanity? As you can see, this eagle is likely a swallowing spirit. If it is indeed the Tao Tai we discovered earlier, its power has surged significantly in a short time. That explains why it was voraciously devouring its own kind. Just then, the conference room door swung open. The person entering was none other than Mei Li. That eagle is not a Tao Tai. Mary walked in and declared to everyone with unwavering conviction. Deputy Director, I was there too. I can confirm that eagle absolutely was not the Tao Tai. During our last battle with Phantom, the Tao Tai had every chance to devour the Spirit Guardian, yet it not only refrained from doing so, but also saved my life. And I have something important to report to everyone. As she spoke, Mei Li grasped the jade pendant hanging around her neck and summoned her Spirit Beast. Unlike the previous battle, this time Mei Li's Spirit Beast materialized swiftly. During the last battle, my Spirit Guardian stubbornly refused to be summoned. It wasn't because our bond was weak, nor because it disrespected me, it sensed danger. Mei Li's words captured the attention of everyone present. Ji Zhangming also furrowed his brow. Your Spirit Guardian refused to come out because it sensed danger? Are you saying? Mei Li nodded emphatically before uttering words that sent shockwaves through the entire room. That's right. My Spirit Guardian possesses the ability to foresee danger. Chapter 66, Master of the Night. Lu Zhiyao arrived at the rooftop of the tallest building in the area. From the highest vantage point, he could survey everything around him. He could detect any impending danger the moment it arose. After scanning the area twice, Lu Zhiyao detected nothing unusual. Only then did he open the system panel. Evolution conditions met. Host may choose to evolve. No hibernation required for this evolution. Evolve? Hey, no hibernation required this time? Even better. Lu Zhiyue immediately selected evolution. This evolution felt better than any of the previous ones. He felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, a distinct wave of warmth surged through his body, fortifying every part of him. Though his muscles became more pronounced, he felt his body grow lighter. This was clearly a sign of his enhanced control over his own body. As the physical sensations gradually faded, Lu Zhiyue reopened the system panel. A series of notifications appeared. Evolution successful. Skill slowing vision upgraded to passive skill. No activation required, automatically effective. The following skills gain special effects. Night Stalking, the first attack that breaks stealth, deals double damage and resets the stealth usage limit. Adds daytime stealth effect, limited to once per day. Shadow Kick transforms into a shadow form upon activation. In shadow state, can traverse any location where shadows exist, ignoring all obstacles. Bloodthirsty Leap performs a gravity-defying double jump in midair. Cooldown, 1 minute. Abyssal Void, without touching objects, can freely pull items within a 10-meter radius into a stomach-based dimensional void. May fail on oversized targets, ineffective against living beings. Seeing these prompts, Lu Xiao felt an extraordinary surge of joy. After upgrading, some skills had become passive abilities, and others had even gained special effects. This significantly enhanced their effectiveness. With slow vision becoming passive, it now has no cooldown. The Night Stalking skill could now be used for stealth during the day. And at night, it had no restrictions whatsoever. Now, whenever he wanted to infiltrate a house, he could simply activate Shadow Step to transform into a shadow and slip right in. With no cooldown, the 2-stage Bloodthirsty Leap is practically indistinguishable from flight. And with Abyssal Space, he'll finally be able to retrieve items without using his mouth, no more drooling on them. At that moment, Lu Xiao wanted to shout one word: awesome. The benefits of this evolution must extend far beyond these. After calming his emotions, Lu Xiao tapped open his attribute panel once more. Ultimate Devouring Evolution System. Host, Lu Xiao. Base attribute total, 70. Skills, Climbing Advanced. Special skills, Deterrence Gaze Intermediate, Night Stalking Intermediate, Shadowless Leg Intermediate, Desire Manipulation Intermediate. Consumes 50 evolution points to upgrade intermediate special skills to the next tier. Abyssal Devouring Space Basic, Ferocious Blade Basic, Slowing Vision Basic, Bloodthirsty Pounce Basic, Spirit Transformation Basic, Battle Roar Basic, Fierce Claw Slash Basic. Consume 10 evolution points to upgrade basic skills to the next tier. Passive skill, Slowing Vision Basic. Evolution points, 0-1000. After evolution, base attributes have doubled. Congratulations, host. You have successfully evolved and received evolution rewards. Claim evolution rewards? Here it comes, here it comes. Finally. I knew there'd be more than just that. Lu Xiao grinned so widely his canine teeth flashed, then promptly claimed the evolution reward. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special skill Night Dominator. Lord of the Night Basic, passive skill. Combat power increases tenfold at night. This. Lu Xiao stared blankly at the description of his newly acquired skill. Tenfold increase. Is it really that powerful? Just as Lu Xiao murmured to himself, he felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body. Empowered by this immense force, Lu Xiao immediately noticed his senses smell, sight, hearing, and other physical abilities had all undergone a dramatic enhancement. Eager to test his newfound abilities, Lu Xiao spotted several iron rods, each about 2 centimeters thick, lying nearby. He stepped forward and swiped his claw across one of the rods. Instantly, sparks flew from the rod as he sliced through it, effortlessly cutting the 1 centimeter thick iron rod in half, as if cutting through mud. In disbelief, Lu Xiao swiped his claw again at the freshly cut surface. The iron rod snapped cleanly in two. It wasn't hard to imagine the devastating impact those 2 strikes would have had on flesh and blood. And all of this was brought about by the passive skill, Knight's Dominion. Truly worthy of the name, Night Dominator. With this skill, the knight is mine to command. Lu Xiao was thrilled. He began scanning the area for several kilometers around him. He was already anticipating the appearance of a spirit beast eager to showcase his terrifying newfound power. Just as Lu Xiao was quietly reveling in this, Li Ku and the others suddenly felt a surge of power within their bodies. This surge amplified their physical capabilities once more. What had once been a struggle to defeat 5 foes at once now felt effortless. This must be Lord Hao Wang's reward for our contributions to the Woof Woof Gang. Exactly. That's it. The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing determination in the other's eyes alongside their delight. This only strengthened their resolve to serve Lord Ha faithfully and dedicate themselves even more to the Woof Woof Gang. At the same time, the 3 Husky siblings, who had been asleep, felt the power within their bodies awaken. Simultaneously, they each noticed the changes occurring within themselves. The 3 pups felt the changes most distinctly. Xiaoshi discovered he no longer needed to consciously activate slow motion vision, simply looking at an object now slowed its movement at will. Xiaomeng discovered that when activating Shadow Leg, she could transform her form into a shadow. Moreover, in shadow form, she could slip effortlessly through any door crack. Though Xiaoqi didn't experience such dramatic skill changes like his siblings, he noticed his abilities had grown significantly stronger. Where he could previously swing his claws 10 times per second, he could now swing 15 times. Besides them, several others also sensed subtle changes in their bodies. Niu Kai, Zhang Tao, Liu, and Huang Yu all felt a strange sensation within their bodies at the same moment. Strange. I feel a warm spot inside me, like something is growing. What they didn't know was that as Lu Xiao evolved and grew stronger, it simultaneously catalyzed the growth of the seeds of desire within them.
Unable to pinpoint the cause, they dismissed it as their bodies reminding them to rest after the grueling mission.
Chapter 67, The Eerie Toy. 10 times and he dodged every single one. Ji Jiangming stared at the test results with palpable excitement. He had just conducted multiple tests on Mei Li and her spirit companion, confirming that her spirit truly possessed the ability to predict danger, just as she had claimed. Ha 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 ha.
Ji Jiangming burst into laughter.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. It's been ages since our bureau had a spirit guardian with such special abilities. You've done well, Mei Li. Hearing Ji Jiangming's words, a faint blush spread across Mei Li's cheeks. She never imagined that after just a few months as a new recruit at the Special Affairs Bureau, she would become a spirit tamer. And her spirit guardian had even awakened a special ability. Truth be told, she owed her gratitude to someone, or rather, not just someone. A spirit beast. The spirit beast known as the Tao Tai by the Special Affairs Bureau. Ever since she hit her head and was rescued by the Tao Tai, she discovered her psychic powers had grown significantly stronger. Upon returning to the team, she had even passed the Spirit Tamer's psychic power test outright. As a result, she was assigned a spirit artifact and gained her own spirit companion. Later, while on missions with Team B, she discovered her spirit companion possessed the ability to foresee danger. All this had unfolded in such a short span of time that Mei Li felt as if she were living in a dream. Since your spirit companion possesses such abilities, you should accompany us on more missions from now on. Hearing Ji Jiangming's words, Mei Li's face lit up with excitement. Thank you, Deputy Director. I won't let you down. Just as Mei Li was thrilled at the prospect of more missions, a disturbance unfolded at a secluded residence on the outskirts of Yangjiang City. Screech. An eagle circled above the residence, its shrieks echoing with palpable fury and resentment. Witnessing this scene, anyone present would have been utterly shocked. The sonic waves generated by the eagle's cries had shattered the branches of several nearby trees. Soon, a figure clad in black robes emerged from the mansion. Whoosh! At the sound of the whistle, the eagle in the sky swooped toward him. Hunter, what's wrong? Master, the effects of devouring spirit beasts have been growing weaker lately. They can't even enhance my abilities anymore. I feel restless. Though masked, the dark-robed figure's expression visibly darkened. Hunter, you are not a pure spirit devourer. It seems you have reached your bottleneck. Master, what should I do now? Eyes beneath the mask flashed with a piercing gaze. Devouring ordinary spirit beasts won't do you much good now. You must consume extraordinary, more powerful spirit beasts. Extraordinary and more powerful spirit beasts? A flicker of doubt crossed the eagle's eyes. Devouring evil spirits will temporarily resolve your current predicament. Master, are you referring to? The cloaked figure nodded. Precisely. I will awaken the dormant spirit beasts using my methods, transforming them into evil spirits. They will commit wicked deeds to strengthen their own power, and then you shall devour them. Amplify their desires and malevolence, transforming ordinary spirit beasts into malevolent spirits to wreak havoc. Evil spirits grow stronger by consuming spiritual energy imbued with negative emotions. Once these evil spirits are sufficiently cultivated, you may devour them to continue growing stronger. Hearing the black-robed figure's words, the eagle's eyes flashed with delight, its wings fluttering excitedly. Wonderful. Thank you, Master. By the way, any leads on the soul-devouring creature I asked you to find last time? The eagle shook his head. That soul-devouring creature shows no spiritual energy fluctuations whatsoever, making its trail nearly impossible to trace. Then search every place where dogs are present. Whatever it takes, you must find it. Yes, Hunter will handle it immediately. Watching the hawk's figure soar into the sky, growing smaller and smaller until it vanished, the cloaked figure finally snapped back to reality. It's not a pure-blooded soul-devouring beast after all. The cloaked man sighed. A truly pure swallowing spirit never encounters bottlenecks. It can devour endlessly, growing stronger without limit. Therefore, he must find that swallowing spirit in the form of a dog, to harness it for his own purposes and fulfill his grand scheme. That day, after seeing his owner off to school, Lu Jiyue wandered the streets near the campus. For the past couple of days, he'd been desperate to track down a spirit beast. He wanted to test his enhanced strength after evolving using a spirit beast. But things didn't go as planned. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of a spirit beast in the past 2 days. Li Ku hadn't found any online reports suggesting spirit beasts had appeared. Even the Special Affairs Bureau had been completely quiet these past 2 days. How peculiar. Could all the spirit beasts in Yangjiang City have vanished overnight? As Lu Jiyue pondered this, the image of an eagle suddenly flashed through his mind. Could they have been devoured by that creature? The thought made Lu Jiyue furious. How dare someone compete with him for food? He was no longer the same person he once was. If he ever encountered that eagle again, he would devour it. But where on earth would I find that eagle now? Lu Jiyue wandered the streets lost in thought when suddenly, a commotion erupted somewhere nearby. Focusing his gaze, Lu Jiyue saw a pile of toys, seemingly discarded by someone, in the nearby park. A bunch of kids were scrambling madly for the toys. 2 of them even started arguing over a toy gun. You take my toy, and I'll call my big brother to beat you up. Like you're the only one with a big brother? I have one too. Mine's 100 times tougher than yours. My brother's the toughest. He'd dare eat. Mine would too. Hearing this hilarious exchange between the kids, Lu Jiyue laughed so hard he nearly died. He wondered if their brothers even knew they were that formidable. Just as Lu Jiyue had had his fill of the commotion and was about to leave, he suddenly caught a whiff of something. Wait, this smell. Though faint, Lu Jiyue's heightened sense of smell, a result of his evolution, still picked it out from the surrounding scents. It's the scent of a spirit beast. Lu Jiyue immediately began searching his surroundings. He sniffed intently with his nose, and then he realized the scent was actually permeating the entire area. Alright, stop fighting over it. There's another one here. You can have it. At that moment, a little girl approached the two boys fighting over the toy gun and handed them the one she had found. The two boys finally stopped fighting over it. What's that? Lu Jiyue stared intently at the children. He'd been so focused on listening to the two children argue that he hadn't looked closely. Only now did he notice that a layer of spiritual energy covered the foreheads of that group of children. Chapter 68, Spiritual Energy Tainted with Dark Threads. Are those children spirit beasts? No. Lu Jiyue immediately dismissed his own thought. Only their foreheads were tinged with spiritual energy, nowhere else. What's going on here? Just as Lu Jiyue pondered this, two children spotted the toys nearby and excitedly ran over. Lu Jiyue watched as they each picked out a toy they liked and began playing with it happily. Then, a scene unfolded that made Lu Jiyue's brows furrow deeply. How could this happen? Lu Jiyue was baffled. He clearly saw that the two children who had just run over didn't have any spiritual energy on their foreheads. Yet the moment they picked up the toy, that layer of spiritual energy appeared on their foreheads. Therefore, the problem must lie with the toys. Lu Jiyue walked into the park and approached the pile of toys. Sure enough, he sensed spiritual energy emanating from the toys. These toys weren't just carelessly discarded here, they were deliberately placed here for a purpose. Lu Jiyue waited there for half a day. The toys were quickly snatched up by the children, dashing Lu Jiyue's hopes of taking one back for study. These kids, don't their parents teach them not to pick up random things outside? As dusk fell and everyone began heading home, Lu Jiyue immediately zeroed in on the little boy carrying a toy ahead of him. Lu Jiyue followed the boy home. Facing the tightly shut door, Lu Jiyue activated his shadow leg technique, transforming his form into a shadow that slipped through the door crack. He then activated night stalking, cloaking his form in darkness. Having successfully entered the boy's home, Lu Jiyue assumed the form of an invisible dog, staying by the boy's side. The boy adored the toy he'd found, playing with it constantly after returning home. Xiaobin, stop playing. Go wash your hands and come eat. Okay. The boy responded, tossing the toy onto the sofa before heading off to wash his hands and eat. Lu Jiyue stared at the toy on the sofa for quite some time. He could sense a faint trace of spiritual energy lingering on it, but nothing else. But why would a toy be imbued with spiritual energy? It's not a spirit object, so how could it cultivate one? As Lu Jiyue pondered the reason, the aroma of cooked dishes filled his nostrils. His stomach promptly responded with a loud rumble. Smells so good, it's making me hungry. Lu Jiyue couldn't resist walking over to the dining table. He saw that this family was enjoying a truly splendid meal. Braised pork belly, jumbo shrimp, boneless fish fillets. All his favorite foods. Lu Jiyue was drooling like crazy over the food, but the little boy, who ate this every day, was just half-heartedly pushing around his rice and dishes, his eyes still fixed on the window. He's clearly a naughty kid who doesn't like to eat properly. Lu Jiyue seized the moment and popped a large shrimp from the boy's bowl into his own mouth. Seeing the boy still didn't react, Lu Jiyue took a second bite, then a third. Before he knew it, he'd devoured everything in the bowl. Well, you did quite well today, you actually finished everything. Hearing his mother's scolding, the boy snapped back to reality. Seeing the empty bowl, he looked puzzled. As a reward, you can watch TV for an hour today. Hearing he could watch TV, the boy didn't bother wondering how the bowl had emptied. He skipped back to the sofa. He watched TV while clutching the toy he'd brought back. Lu Jiyue kept observing the child. He noticed that the more the child played with the toy in his hands, the heavier the aura on his forehead became. I'll be damned if I don't figure out what's so special about this toy. Lu Jiyue kept his watch until nightfall. The little boy adored the toy he'd picked up so much that he even held it close while sleeping. Soon, lying in bed, the boy's breathing settled into a steady rhythm as he drifted off to sleep. Why hasn't anything happened? After waiting here for quite some time, Lu Jiyue began to feel irritated. He'd been waiting here all this time, and nothing had happened. Just as Lu Jiyue was about to leave, the little boy on the bed suddenly stirred. The child, who had been sleeping peacefully, began tossing and turning. A look of terror spread across his face as he began muttering something under his breath. Lu Jiyue listened closely and thought he heard something like, "Don't come over." Was he having a nightmare? As Lu Jiyue leaned closer to the bed for a better look, he finally saw it. The toy placed beside the boy's bed was continuously channeling a sliver of silver thread like spiritual energy toward his head. Is that toy causing the boy's nightmares? What exactly was the spirit beast behind this trying to do? Just as Lu Jiyue was puzzling over this, he made a new discovery. The spiritual energy on the boy's forehead had become tinged with a faint black mist. As time passed, the boy on the bed seemed to sink deeper into a nightmare, beginning to cry out loudly. Meanwhile, the dark mist gathering above his head grew thicker and thicker. Seeing the boy in this state, Lu Jiyue was about to act when he suddenly heard a sound. It's coming! Lu Jiyue immediately stood at the foot of the bed. Before long, a figure appeared outside the window of the boy's bedroom. Lu Jiyue stared intently and realized it was a weasel outside the window. The weasel was surrounded by spiritual energy, and its scent matched the spiritual energy clinging to the little boy. It seemed this weasel was responsible for all these occurrences. Lu Jiyue did not act immediately. He wanted to see what the weasel intended to do. The weasel outside the window stared intently at the little boy lying in bed. Once the boy stopped having nightmares and grew still, the weasel outside the window began to move. Lu Jiyue kept his eyes fixed on the weasel, and what followed was an astonishing sight. The weasel stood there, mouth agape. The cluster of spiritual energy on the boy's forehead, nearly blackened, was drawn toward the weasel through the air. It swallowed the mass of spiritual energy, now interwoven with countless black threads, in one gulp. Then, under Lu Jiao's astonished gaze, the spiritual energy surrounding the weasel grew denser. After devouring that mass of spiritual energy, the weasel had grown stronger. But the white spiritual energy that had originally radiated from its body was now tinged with darkness. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint black threads woven within the aura. Is that even possible? The weasel's actions left Lu Jiao utterly intrigued. What's the principle behind this? Lu Jiyue glanced at the little boy on the bed, then at the weasel over there. Then an idea formed in his mind. If his guess was correct, the faint black threads interwoven within the spiritual energy were the fear generated by the little boy in his dream. And this weasel was growing stronger by devouring and absorbing that fearful spiritual energy. Chapter 69, It was a doppelganger. First, it lured children with toys, marking them with spiritual energy. Then, it made the children have nightmares, storing the fear they generated within the spiritual energy. Finally, it would absorb all of it to bolster its own power. Lu Jiyue found this intriguing. This weasel was different from the spirit beasts he'd encountered before. It seemed to possess some cunning. Still, growing stronger through such means surely counted as some sort of dark and twisted path, didn't it? The spiritual energy surrounding the weasel had darkened considerably. Just then, having finished absorbing the spiritual energy, the weasel prepared to leave. Lu Jiao immediately launched his shadowless leg technique, slipping through the window crack to give chase. Locking onto his target, Lu Jiao unleashed his bloodthirsty leap. With a strike that simultaneously broke his stealth, he effortlessly pinned the weasel to the ground. Before the weasel could react, Lu Jiao seized its vital point. Squeak! 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 The weasel let out a terrified squeal. Seeing the husky pinning it down, it felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, its eyes filled with terror. What were you doing just now? Lu Jiyue didn't rush to kill the weasel. Considering this weasel had even used toys to set traps for children, he thought it must have gained some intelligence and might be able to answer his questions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Faced with Lu Jiyue's question, the weasel failed to demonstrate any sign of the intelligence one might expect. It kept struggling desperately, fear growing ever more intense in its eyes. Lu Jiyue frowned. The weasel's reaction clearly failed to satisfy him. If you won't talk, you die. Lu Jiyue extended his sharp claws, closing in on the weasel. Squeak! 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 The weasel continued to shriek and struggle, its mouth watering profusely from the overwhelming terror gripping its heart. Seeing its state, Lu Jiao felt it might die of fright before he even had to act. Strange. Could someone be pulling the strings behind this weasel? The weasel's behavior made it impossible for Lu Jiyue to imagine it as the mastermind. Seeing no use in keeping it alive, Lu Jiyue swiftly ended its life. Seeing the spirit energy mixed with black qi drifting out, Lu Jiao hesitated, unsure whether to open his mouth. Could this impure spiritual energy even be consumed? Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Lu Jiyue swallowed it into his stomach. You have devoured the avatar of a level 10 spirit beast. Evolution points plus 10. Seeing the system prompt, Lu Jiyue froze in confusion. A clone? What he had just devoured was merely the spirit beast's clone. No wonder. He'd been wondering why this weasel had been acting so stupidly. This is getting more and more interesting. A level 10 spirit beast, this was the highest level one Lu Jiyue had encountered so far. And it was also the smartest and most cautious one. All the hard labor and dangerous tasks were left to the clones. So many children have taken home the toys they found. There can't be that many of these duplicates left, right? Even if more appeared, Lu Jiao could kill them all one by one. His only worry was how to find the homes of those children. Going door to door would be too troublesome. He must find the real body. But how to flush out the original? As Lu Zhiyao pondered this, the Xiao Tiantai smartwatch around his neck suddenly chimed. Lu Zhiyue glanced down to see his owner calling, urging him to come home. He wouldn't be able to search tonight, but an idea had just formed in his mind. Meanwhile, less than 10 kilometers away, a weasel several times larger than normal burst out of some bushes. It gazed intently in a certain direction. Damn it! How dare they kill my clone? The giant weasel glared hatefully in that direction. If Lu Zhiyou had been present, he would have noticed the creature shrouded in a thick aura of black spiritual energy. Squeak! The giant weasel opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry. Before long, weasels began rushing in from all directions. Each bore spiritual energy tinged with black. Upon arrival, they gathered orderly around the large weasel. Then, the smaller weasels began transferring their spiritual energy to the large weasel at the center. The spirit energy on the large weasel's body grew increasingly dark and dense throughout this process. After completely supplying their spiritual energy to the large weasel, the smaller weasels dissolved into wisps of black smoke and vanished. Feeling its power surge, the large weasel grew excited. Excellent! If this continues, just one more session tomorrow and I'll break through my level restriction. Then I won't have to settle for an animal body anymore, I can choose a human form. The thought of one day possessing a human form, no longer needing to hide in dark corners, but instead appearing openly in the human world. It was utterly thrilled and excited. More importantly, becoming human would grant it far more opportunities to grow stronger. At this thought, it began to eagerly anticipate tomorrow's arrival. Early the next morning, Lu Zhiyue arrived at the apartment where Li Ku lived. Li Ku, hack into the surveillance systems of every park in this area for me. Li Ku, who had been half asleep, instantly perked up at Lu Zhiyue's appearance. Your Highness, just give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, several surveillance feeds from nearby parks appeared on Li Ku's computer screen. You'll be monitoring these feeds today. If you spot any toys appearing in these parks, rush over immediately to guard them, don't let anyone take them. Yes, Your Highness. After giving Li Ku his instructions, Lu Zhiyao found a spot on the sofa and settled in for a nap. After all, dogs need over 10 hours of sleep a day. He'd only gotten 8 hours of sleep yesterday, so he needed to catch up fast. Seeing Lu Zhiyue already snoring softly, Li Ku immediately fetched a small blanket and covered him with it. Your Highness must be utterly exhausted with all your duties. Lu Zhiyue had no idea how long he'd slept, only that he'd been awakened by a sweet scent. Opening his eyes, he found Su Yan standing before him holding a tray of delicious food. Your Highness, you're awake? Here, let me feed you. Just as Lu Zhiyue was wondering how Su Yan had appeared here, he caught Li Ku's expectant gaze from across the room. I was afraid Your Highness might wake up hungry, so I called Su Yan over. How thoughtful. Lu Zhiyue thought the title of Grand Knight didn't suit Li Ku at all, he was far more suited to the role of Grand Steward. Li Ku had also summoned Si Chang. He had been in the middle of a multi-million-dollar project meeting when he received the call, promptly rescheduling it. And Si Chang himself seemed genuinely delighted. I've already arranged personnel in several nearby parks as per the Grand Knight's request. The moment any toys appear, my men will be there to secure the location immediately. Lu Zhiyao was somewhat surprised by Si Chang's report, not expecting Li Ku to have thought things through so thoroughly. Excellent. Well done. It's my duty. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to give me orders, Lord Ha. The CEO, who had always been giving orders, suddenly found himself looking forward to receiving them. The toys have appeared. At that moment, a pile of toys appeared on one of the surveillance feeds displayed on the computer screen. Chapter 70, Resolving the Clone. Yangjiang City, Luoluo Children's Park. Su Yan and Si Chang arrived here. Lu Zhiyou followed behind them. Mr. Si, this is the pile of toys. After taking the pile of toys from his men, Si Chang immediately showed them to Lu Zhiyou for inspection. Lu Zhiyue confirmed that, like yesterday's toys, this pile was also imbued with spiritual energy. Seeing Lu Zhiyao nod, Si Chang and Su Yan immediately proceeded according to plan. The two approached the entrance of a nearby residential complex. They set up the pile of toys. Besides the toys, Si Chang had also bought eggs, tissues, oil, and rice out of his own pocket. Su Yan pulled out several flyers and then activated the megaphone in his hand. Free gifts. If you live in this neighborhood and have children, fill out this survey to receive toys and presents. Soon, people passing by the neighborhood noticed the commotion. The free toys grabbed the kids' attention, while the eggs, oil, and rice gifts drew in the adults. Especially when they realized these gifts were all brand name products. Soon, adults eager for a bargain gathered around with their children. One adult scribbled a few words on the form and walked away with a huge bucket of oil, while the child happily picked out a favorite toy to take home. This drove onlookers beside them crazy with frustration. Parents with children rushed over immediately, afraid they'd miss out if they were late. Those without children rushed home to fetch theirs. Those who received gifts started calling friends and family to share the news. Soon, the toys and gifts were completely swept up. Su Yan checked the survey in his hand, then shot Lu Zhiyue a look that said, all done. The group then departed, gathering once more at Li Ku's apartment. How'd it go? Did you get all the specific addresses? Li Ku immediately approached them upon their return, eager to ask. Su Yan held up the survey forms. It's all here. The survey was merely a cover. What they were really asked to fill out were their exact home addresses. The toys were deliberately distributed only within one residential complex, specifically the children who received the toys. That way, it would be easier to take action later. How many children took the toys? 15. Lu Xiao began calculating in his mind. 15. The three of them, plus 3 younger siblings. Each could handle 2 spirit beast avatars. The remaining 3 would be his own. If he finished quickly, he could still go help the others. Having made up his mind, Lu Xiao returned to the villa and brought his 3 younger siblings along. Hey, did Big Brother take in another new girl? The 3 youngsters, meeting Si Chang for the first time, performed their curious sniffing greeting. These are the 3 elders, Elder Xiaoshi, Elder Meng Meng, and Elder Xiaoqi. The enthusiastic Li Ku began introducing them to Si Chang. Greetings, elders. Oh, right, I'll make a brochure with profiles later. That way, when we recruit new members, we won't have to introduce everyone individually. Li Ku suddenly grabbed a notebook and started jotting things down. Ahem, everyone gather around. I need to go over today's operation plan with you. The 3 people and 3 puppies immediately gathered around Lu Xiao. 10 minutes later, all 3 puppies gazed at him with eager eyes. Spirit beasts that can split into multiple forms? Sounds like a blast. Last time, one wasn't enough to satisfy us. Big Brother is so considerate this time, letting each of us take on 2. Awesome. Perfect chance to test my upgraded skills. Although Si Chang had heard about spirit beasts from Li Ku, he had never seen one in person. Hearing the 3 puppies' conversation, he looked somewhat bewildered. Lu Zhiyuan noticed this. Li Ku, Si Chang, and Su Yan haven't actually fought spirit beasts before. You'll need to give them a hand. Lord Ha. Big bro, I'll keep an eye on them. If they can't handle it, I'll take over. Meng Meng, standing nearby, bounced excitedly. The muscles on her 4 legs were clearly defined, and compared to Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi, they were even more substantial. That powerful physique paired with that adorable face, Lu Zhiyue was flustered. My little sister is actually a muscular cutie. As night fell, Lu Zhiyue led the main force on a stealthy departure. Upon reaching the same residential complex from earlier that day, everyone split up according to their assigned addresses. Lu Zhiyue's 3 assigned children were all in the same building, so he headed straight for its rooftop. From the rooftop, Lu Zhiyue looked down, able to see clearly for several kilometers in every direction. Any developments would come to his attention immediately. Around midnight, Lu Zhiyue's keen eyes spotted a yellow shadow darting about 3 kilometers away. It was a weasel, similar to the one from last time. Though the weasel tried to move through areas with cover, Lu Zhiyue spotted it instantly. Dinner's served. Lu Zhiyue fixed his gaze on the weasel's location and gave chase. Just as Lu Zhiyao close to within 20 meters of the weasel, it finally sensed his presence. Seeing Lu Zhiyao, it looked as though it had seen a ghost, its eyes filled with terror. Only then did it remember to flee. But it was already too late. It had barely scurried 2 or 3 meters when Lu Zhiyao caught up from behind. Determined to finish it quickly, Lu Zhiyao tore open the weasel's throat with a few swift claw swipes. After devouring its modest reserves of spiritual energy, he immediately charged off in another direction. While pursuing this weasel, he spotted another one. It seemed these duplicates were gradually moving into action. After swiftly dispatching the second clone, Lu Zhiyue's ghostly figure materialized before a weasel that had already slipped into an apartment building. This time, Lu Zhiyue didn't even give it a chance to scream before sending it to its end. Having dealt with his 3 targets, Lu Zhiyue did not stop. Instead, he went to assist elsewhere. Entering another unit, Lu Zhiyue saw Meng Meng fiercely biting into a weasel's head. Soon, the weasel's head was torn clean off. Bloody hell! This is just too bloody! Lu Zhiyao immediately stepped forward to devour the weasel's spiritual energy, not forgetting to admonish Meng Meng. Act like a lady, no need to be so violent. Okay, I know. Meng Meng obediently replied before kicking the weasel's head like a ball into the grass and setting off to hunt another weasel. Big bro, come quick. Just then, Xiao Qi's call echoed from behind Lu Zhiyao. Chapter 71, Revealing the True Form. Thinking something had happened, Lu Zhiyue hurried over to find Xiao Qi standing with one weasel pinned under his front paw. The 2 weasels were still struggling desperately. Big brother, hurry. Don't let them escape. Lu Zhiyue leaned in to take a closer look and realized Xiao Qi's worry was unnecessary. Both of his paws had already pierced through the weasels' bodies. Even if he let go, the weasels wouldn't survive to run away. After devouring the spiritual energy from these 2 duplicates, Lu Zhiyue found Xiao Shi. This one was even more outrageous. After herding the 2 weasels together, he didn't rush to finish them off. Instead, he began to toy with them. In his eyes, the weasels were far too slow. He could anticipate their escape attempts each time, swiftly driving them back to their starting point. And before each return, he'd slap each one across the face. This treatment left the weasels utterly dejected, frozen in place and abandoning any attempt to flee. When Lu Jiyue finally appeared to deal with them, he could actually see expressions of relief on their faces. Little sure, never knew you had such a knack for tormenting people. Heh, big bro, if you ever catch any prisoners needing interrogation, hand them over to me. I guarantee I'll make them cooperate completely. After Meng, Lu Jiyue suddenly realized that this younger brother of his seemed to have tapped into a previously unknown side of himself. Just as Lu Jiyue was about to go find Li Ku and the others, their calls reached him from nearby. Your Highness, the king. Lu Jiyue turned his head and froze. Li Ku and the others had somehow found a stick and a bunch of ropes, and they had actually hung several weasels up and tied them to the stick. As far as the eye could see, the row of weasels left Lu Jiyue utterly dumbfounded. Are these creatures really this fierce? But then he remembered these weasels were merely clones, not true spirit beasts, and relatively weak. That thought tempered his surprise. Besides, since his last evolution, he had grown significantly stronger, and as his spirit descendants, they had also become considerably more powerful. Lu Jiyue walked up to the line of weasels and saw that they had thoughtfully beaten them up. Each one lay there barely clinging to life, looking as if death could come at any moment. Poof. Once I devour all these clones, I refuse to believe the original will just sit idly by. Just as Lu Jiyue thought this and was about to finish off the weasels on the stick, they suddenly stiffened as if responding to some summoning. Then, under everyone's gaze, they all dissolved into wisps of black smoke. These wisps coalesced into a mass of dark spiritual energy, which then drifted off in a specific direction. Pursue! Lu Jiyue gave the order, leading the 3 men and 3 dogs in pursuit of the dark spiritual energy floating in the sky. The dark aura drifted away at a rapid pace, but Lu Jiyue, empowered by the Night Sovereign, moved even faster. He quickly gained a significant lead, leaving the 3 men and 3 dogs far behind. Lord Ha Wang is so fast. Truly terrifying. Siqing, running at full speed, could only watch helplessly as Lu Jiyue's figure gradually shrank and vanished. Lord Ha's power is beyond our comprehension. Run faster. If we're late, we'll miss the thrilling spectacle of Lord Ha disciplining the spirit beast. At Li Ke's words, Siqing immediately summoned every ounce of strength to accelerate once more. Lu Jiyue maintained a steady 100-meter distance from the black spiritual energy. At his current speed, catching up to that mass of black spiritual energy would be effortless. But he did not do so, for he knew this was the main body reclaiming the spiritual energy from its avatars. By following this black aura, he could locate the main body's position. After pursuing for roughly 10 kilometers, the black spiritual energy suddenly accelerated sharply, darting toward a thicket of bushes over a meter tall. This is the spot. Lu Jiyue lunged toward that spot. An oversized weasel leapt out of the bushes ahead of him. Lu Jiyue saw it still clutching that ball of black spiritual energy in its mouth. This giant weasel must be the true form. After swallowing the spiritual energy, the giant weasel glared at Lu Jiyue with hatred. You ruined my plans. Damn you. When it recognized the creature before it, a flicker of confusion crossed its eyes. A dog? True to its nature as the true form, this giant weasel not only spoke human words but also displayed emotions on its face that were strikingly human-like. This reminded Lu Jiyue of some legends he'd heard about weasels in the past. So it was you who killed my clone? The weasel's eyes were filled with hatred as it stared at Lu Jiyue. Under its gaze, Lu Jiyue tilted his head to one side and stuck out his tongue, adopting a blatant "I did it, what are you gonna do about it" expression. This weasel reeked to high heaven, yet it dared to look down on him, a dog? He had to make it furious. Sure enough, the weasel's nostrils flared with fury at Lu Jiyue's defiant stance. You stupid dog. Don't think killing my clone makes you invincible. I'll make you regret ever being born. The thought of this dog ruining his plans filled the weasel with boundless rage, and he charged straight toward Lu Jiyue. The weasel's speed was blindingly fast, yet Lu Jiyue wore an amused expression. Just as the weasel was about to touch him, Lu Jiyue activated his shadowless leg, completely dodging the attack. Circling behind it, he slammed a claw down hard onto the weasel's back. Thud! The weasel was sent flying several yards by the blow, its back searing with several fresh wounds. Its eyes widened in utter disbelief. Lu Jiyue hadn't used any skills, he'd simply relied on his own strength to strike the weasel. Though he hadn't exerted much force, the blow possessed enough power to snap a tree trunk as thick as a wrist. Surprisingly, the weasel had taken the blow, proving its defense was quite solid. After the brief exchange, the weasel seemed to realize close combat was futile. It opened its mouth and spat out dense, tangible black mist. The cold, biting wind carried the black mist as it surged toward Lu Jiyue. What the hell is that? Curious as he was, Lu Jiyue didn't use himself as a test subject. He deftly dodged the black mist. Wherever the gas hit the ground, it dissolved into a black mist and vanished. Seeing this, the weasel spat out even more solid black mist from its mouth. Lord Ha! Big brother, we're here. Just then, the 3 men and 3 dogs who had been chasing them from behind arrived at the scene. Reinforcements? The weasel panicked at the sight. Chapter 72, System QA? The weasel quickly regained its composure.
With a sudden surge of determination, it spat out twice as much black mist from its mouth as before. Soon, some of the solid black mist enveloped the newly arrived trio and their 3 dogs.
That black mist looks dangerous, everyone, get out of the way. At Li Ke's shout, they began carefully dodging the gas.
Just then, Xiao-Qi, who was carefully dodging the gas, was suddenly pinned down by a paw.
Xiao-Qi, don't move.
Xiao-Qi looked up to see none other than his own leader holding him down.
Boss, what are you?
Just as Xiao-Qi was wondering why, a solid mass of black mist suddenly slammed into his forehead.
Ah, so sleepy.
Struck by the black mist, Xiao-Qi fell into a deep sleep as if he'd swallowed sleeping pills.
Can this black mist really knock someone out?
Lu Zhiyao bit down on Xiao-Qi's neck and dragged him aside, continuing to observe him. Before long, Xiao-Qi began twitching violently in his sleep. He even let out frightened cries from his mouth.
Is he having nightmares?
Lu Zhiyue instantly realized that being struck by this black mist not only induces unconsciousness but also invades the brain, conjuring terrifying visions that instill fear.
Looks like it's just psychological damage.
A hint of disdain flashed in Lu Zhiyue's eyes.
So what if it scares people? Who can't handle that? Lord Hawang.
At that moment, Li Ku and the others, trapped within the black mist, cried out for help. Lu Zhiyao turned to look and was surprised to see the weasel spewing black mist like it was blowing bubbles, recklessly draining its own spiritual energy. The sheer volume of the gas overwhelmed them. Except for Meng Meng, who possessed the shadowless leg technique, the others were struck one after another and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing the weasel about to strike while they were unconscious, Lu Zhiyao immediately activated shadowless leg and appeared beside the weasel.
Appearing like a ghostly apparition, Lu Zhiyue startled the weasel.
Just as it prepared to strike, a gleam flashed in Lu Zhiyue's golden eyes.
You like scaring people?
Now taste the flavor of fear yourself. The moment the Eye of Deterrence activated, the weasel froze in place.
Whatever horror it saw in Lu Zhiyue's gaze sent shivers through its body, its pupils contracting again and again. Finally, its body stiffened and it collapsed to the ground. Is it that easy to scare? The weasel's reaction genuinely surprised Lu Zhiyao.
A spirit beast accustomed to intimidating others and feeding on fear to strengthen itself, and yet it couldn't handle a little fright. If word got out, other spirit beasts would laugh themselves silly. Lu Zhiyue approached the weasel on the ground, intending to check if it had been scared to death, when suddenly,
a cloud of foul-smelling smoke erupted from beneath the weasel, obscuring Lu Zhiyue's vision. Overwhelmed by the stench, Lu Zhiyue was furious. His sense of smell was exceptionally keen now, even ordinary odors stung his nostrils. That particular stench had shot straight into his brain. The weasel's move had completely enraged him. Think you can run? Did I say you could? Though smoke blurred Lu Zhiyue's vision, his acute hearing instantly pinpointed the weasel's direction and he gave chase. Damn it, what the hell is he?
Just recalling what he'd witnessed moments ago sent shivers down the weasel's spine.
This wasn't just a dog. It was a deadly demon. Fortunately, it regained its wits in time and narrowly escaped death with a desperate move.
Still, it dared not relax, continuously expelling foul-smelling smoke from its body. Even after going to such lengths, danger still clung to its heels as the dog behind relentlessly pursued. Seeing the weasel still capable of unleashing its chemical weapon, Lu Zhiyue abandoned all restraint. He launched his bloodthirsty pounce, knocking the weasel flat on the ground. After cleanly snapping its neck, Lu Zhiyue realized this was yet another of the weasel's clones. Oomph. Let's see how many more clones you can produce. Each time Lu Zhiyue closed in, the weasel would split off another clone to die in its place. But each clone could only buy it a few seconds. Constantly splitting off new duplicates gradually drained the spiritual energy from its body. But at this point, it couldn't afford to be picky. It knew full well which was more important, its spiritual energy or its life. Stop chasing me. Kill those clones if you must, I won't pursue it. Just spare my life. As the 8th clone it had split off was killed, the weasel turned to Lu Zhiyue behind it, its voice trembling with desperation. Not only could it no longer create clones, but every trace of its foul stench had vanished from its body. Lu Zhiyue leapt into the air, landing with a graceful maneuver that blocked the weasel's path. Only then did the weasel realize this living father possessed the raw power to overtake it directly. Yet he seemed to be toying with it, deliberately hunting down each of its clones one by one. You may let this go, it sneered, but I won't let you off the hook for stinking up my place. As the creature before it bared its sharp claws and lunged, the weasel lost all will to flee. Tears of regret welled in its eyes. In its next life, it would stay far away from dogs. Lu Zhiyue channeled force into his claws, effortlessly piercing the weasel's chest. Having split into too many clones, the weasel's remaining spiritual energy vanished almost instantly, barely enough for Lu Zhiyao to absorb a few mouthfuls. You have devoured a level 10 spirit beast and acquired the special skill Split Spirit. Split Spirit Basic, select an inanimate object. After imbuing it with spiritual energy, you can share its physical field of vision. After reading the newly acquired skill, only 2 words echoed in Lu Zhiyue's mind. That's it? That weasel could even split into multiple bodies, yet all he got was a spirit split merely sharing vision, not even a single clone. Lu Zhiyue felt utterly disappointed. Ha!
What's this? Just then, Lu Zhiyao spotted a shimmering crystal on the weasel's corpse. It's a spirit crystal. Lu Zhiyue still hadn't figured out why some spirit beasts possess spirit crystals while others didn't. Could it be a random drop? Lu Zhiyue thought his conjecture was a bit far-fetched, but he couldn't think of a better explanation for now. Host's confusion detected. Spirit crystals formed when a spirit beast absorbs vast amounts of spiritual energy and crystallizes it within its body as it approaches a breakthrough. These crystals serve as energy reservoirs, providing the necessary spiritual energy support when the beast is about to ascend. Startled by the sudden voice of the system, Lu Zhiyue jumped. The system actually had a QA function? Chapter 73, Spirit Splitting. Clone Creation. System, if you possess this capability, why did you ignore my previous questions? When the host evolves to a certain stage, the system will unlock certain hidden functions. The specific functions require the host to explore on their own. After hearing the system's explanation, Lu Zhiyue finally understood. It seemed that after his previous evolution, the system had simultaneously unlocked this QA feature. Excellent. Now whenever he had questions about spirit beasts, he wouldn't have to trouble Li Ku with hacking into various websites to search for answers. With his questions about spirit crystals resolved, Lu Zhiyue turned his attention back to the spirit crystal from the weasel. This spirit crystal was somewhat different from the ones Lu Zhiyue had obtained before. It emitted a faint, eerie glow, giving it a mysterious aura. Perhaps it contained more spiritual energy, given that this spirit beast was already at level 10. After breaking through level 10, does this spirit beast become level 11? The moment this thought crossed Lu Zhiyue's mind, the system's QA function activated. Host's query detected. Based on current Dragon Nation classification data, levels above 10 are designated as D-grade spirit beasts. Higher tiers include C, B, A, and S grades, each further subdivided into N+ tiers based on strength variations e.g., A+. Reading the system's explanation, Lu Zhiyue felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. So there were so many tiers to spirit beasts, and the ones he'd encountered so far seemed to be the weakest kind. Lu Zhiyue felt as if he were leveling up and defeating monsters in a game world. First came the minor foes, then the difficulty ramped up, culminating in facing the final boss. There really is no strongest, only stronger. Lu Zhiyue couldn't help but sigh in admiration. But with the system at his disposal, as long as he developed steadily and avoided reckless behavior, he could still enjoy life in this world to the fullest. With that thought settled, Lu Zhiyue touched the spirit crystal on the ground with his claw. Spirit crystal detected. Consuming this will upgrade the skill split spirit basic to intermediate. Proceed? Lu Zhiyue had been complaining that this new skill he'd acquired was pretty weak. Little did he know that devouring the spirit crystal could actually upgrade it. Devour it. Devour it. This upgrade is a must. Soon, Lu Zhiyao realized just how correct his decision had been. Split Spirit Intermediate, select an inanimate object. After infusing it with spiritual energy, you can share its physical vision. Simultaneously, you can project your consciousness onto the object, temporarily granting it life and transforming it into your likeness, endowed with a portion of your power. Wow! Lu Zhiyue's eyes lit up instantly. A clone. He could do it now. Lu Zhiyao scanned his surroundings eagerly, his attention drawn to the weasel carcass lying on the ground. An inanimate object, this weasel's corpse should count, right? Lu Zhiyao immediately activated Split Spirit on the weasel's corpse. After imbuing the corpse with spiritual energy, Lu Zhiyao instantly saw through the weasel's eyes in his mind. In the view, he was standing right in front of the weasel. Hee, I'm pretty handsome, huh? What other husky could be as good looking as me? Watching the weasel's perspective, Lu Zhiyue felt like he was looking into a mirror. After indulging in his vanity, Lu Zhiyue attempted to project his consciousness into the weasel's corpse. Soon, the motionless corpse began to stir, gradually transforming into Lu Zhiyue's likeness. Seeing this husky before him, identical to himself, Lu Zhiyue couldn't resist walking over to give the dog a pat on the head. Not bad. From now on, whenever I'm unsure about potential dangers, I'll send my clone to handle it. That way, I'll be perfectly safe. Big bro. At that moment, Meng Meng's voice echoed from nearby. After finally catching up using her shadowless leg technique, Meng Meng froze in shock upon seeing two big brothers ahead. Two big brothers? Lu Zhiyao, seeing Meng Meng's reaction, suddenly felt like teasing her. Meng Meng, come to big brother's side. Lu Zhiyue on the left waved his paw at Meng Meng. Don't listen to him. He's fake. I'm your real big brother. Lu Zhiyue on the right quickly chimed in. Meng Meng furrowed her brow and rubbed her cheeks with her paws. Both big brothers look exactly alike, it's so hard to tell them apart. Meng Meng, remember when your big brother protected you guys when we were little? Back then we all lived in cardboard boxes, scared of encountering bad guys. At that moment, Lu Zhiyue on the left recalled events from their earliest childhood. Yes, it was Big Brother who protected us. Meng Meng listened intently and started walking toward Lu Zhiyue on the left. Meng Meng. Remember that pervert? It was Big Brother who risked his life to save you from him. Lu Zhiyue's words from the right instantly halted Ming Ming's steps. Both big brothers are telling the truth. What should I do? But they were both telling the truth. One was Lu Zhiyue himself, and the other, though a clone, spoke with Lu Zhiyue's own consciousness. Seeing the fur standing on end on Ming Ming's head as she pondered, Lu Zhiyue finally decided to call it quits. It was also a good chance to test the clone's effectiveness on Ming Ming. Her reaction proved the effect was exceptionally potent. Just then, Ming Ming, who'd been looking utterly conflicted, suddenly accelerated toward a large boulder. What is she doing? Lu Zhiyue immediately rushed over and stopped Ming Ming just as she was about to smash into the boulder. You little brat, can't you tell the difference? You're going to smash your head open. I found it. Ming Ming suddenly looked at Lu Zhiyue and burst into laughter. You're my real big brother. Seeing the triumphant smile on Ming Ming's face, Lu Zhiyue finally understood. Well done, you crafty little minx. Using this trick to test me. Ming Ming lifted her chin, her face beaming with pride. Anyway, I know my big brother would never let me get hurt. Honestly, you're such a handful, kid. Lu Zhiyue smiled, his eyes brimming with affection as he looked at Ming Ming. He then turned to the clone beside him, waved his paw, and the clone slowly dissipated, transforming into a stream of spiritual energy that returned to Lu Zhiyue's body. Ming Ming watched the scene unfold, her face brimming with excitement and curiosity. Big brother, that skill of yours is so cool. Can you trick Xiaoqi with it later? Xiaoqi is so clueless, he'd never figure out which one is you. Ming Ming's words reminded Lu Zhiyue that the others were still unconscious. They immediately returned to their previous location. Upon their return, they found everyone had slowly awakened. It seemed that after the weasel was killed, the nightmare that had been haunting them vanished. What a, big brother. I had the most terrifying nightmare. I dreamed that the psychopath who killed Dogmom came back as a ghost to kill me. Xiaoqi clung to Lu Zhiyue, sobbing with snot and tears streaming down his face. Though everyone else had also experienced nightmares, their dreams varied greatly in content. Alright, mission complete. Let's head home. What? That spirit beast was just dealt with? Everyone stared at Lu Zhiyue in disbelief, their eyes now tinged with a newfound reverence. Especially Si Chang, whose gaze toward Lu Zhiyue now held an added note of reverence. That spirit beast's ability to create illusions and inflict nightmares alone was terrifying enough, yet Lord Ha had dealt with it so effortlessly. He must make a point to impress His Majesty more often from now on. Right, the people he had arranged would all arrive in Yangzheng City tomorrow as planned. A resolute gleam shone in Si Chang's eyes. He would secure even more talent for His Majesty the King of Ha. Chapter 74, Worldview Collapse. Yangzheng City, inside a 5-star hotel. A man in a wheelchair was chatting with a muscular, bulky individual. Si Chang says he can cure your legs? The man in the wheelchair let out a bitter smile. Even though I know it's impossible, but... He tapped his completely numb leg. But I refuse to accept being a cripple for the rest of my life. Tears fell from his eyes as he spoke. So even if Si Chang is lying to me, I have to give it a shot. The muscular man hurried to comfort him. At least you were once a world champion. What's this talk of being useless? Unlike me in my 30s and still unable to challenge for the world boxing title. The muscular man's face was filled with frustration. Last year, he'd come so close to becoming world champion, but his opponent, a young guy in his 20s with superior stamina, had outlasted him to win. So, just like the man in the wheelchair, when he received Si Chang's call, even though he thought what Si Chang said sounded impossible, he still clung to hope and wanted to give it a shot. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. It was Si Chang standing at the door, accompanied by another person. Si Chang, you finally showed up. And who is this? This is Dr. Ji Ming, an expert in mechanical engineering. He was recently diagnosed with late-stage brain cancer. Si Chang introduced the man behind him, then proceeded to introduce the two people in front of him. Du, former world champion. Suffered a spinal fracture in an accident, resulting in paralysis from the waist down. Go Lin, an exceptionally talented boxer, but age has limited his physical potential, preventing him from ever challenging for the world championship. The three men belatedly realized that, having been summoned by Si Chang, they all seemed to share a common thread. Si Chang, what exactly is this solution you mentioned? The three asked in unison. Si Chang didn't rush to explain. Instead, he pulled several sheets of paper from his bag. Look. This is my cancer diagnosis from a while back. Both domestic and international doctors gave me less than 3 months to live. What? You have cancer? The three of them stared at the diagnosis in utter shock. Don't worry, I'm completely cured now. Saying this, Si Chang pulled out another set of papers from his bag. These are my latest medical reports. They show I'm not only perfectly healthy, but my physical functions are far better than before. After reading them, the others all looked utterly incredulous. Did you find some kind of advanced medical treatment? No. Si Chang shook his head. My illness is incurable by any medical means in the world. But everything I have today is entirely due to what His Majesty King Ha has bestowed upon me. As he spoke, emotion welled up in Si Chang's eyes. His words only made the other three frown. You haven't been brainwashed by some cult or something, have you? Don't let yourself be fooled. Ha ha ha. Hearing their concerned words, Si Chang laughed instead of getting angry. I know it's hard to convince you just by talking. I'll take you somewhere, and you'll see for yourselves. The trio exchanged glances. Though none of them believed a word Si Chang said, they were intrigued by this so-called Lord Ha. Oh, before we go, I need to ask you something. Do you like dogs? Du and Ji Ming both nodded. Gu Lin, while not exactly fond of them, didn't dislike them either. After receiving their answers, Si Chang immediately led them to a location. It was the temporary headquarters of the Woof Woof gang Li Ke's apartment. In truth, Si Chang had already scouted several more suitable locations for a base, but he was still waiting for His Majesty the Dog King to find time to make a selection, which had caused the delay. Upon arriving at the apartment, Si Chang immediately introduced the three newcomers to Li Ke. After reviewing their respective profiles, Li Ke saw they were talents in different fields and nodded in satisfaction. Lord Ha Wan will be here shortly. In the meantime, give them a brief overview of the Woof Woof gang's basic operations. Got it. Si Chang promptly pulled several booklets from his bag and handed them to the trio. These are the gang handbooks I compiled. Please review them. The trio took the manuals. Hearing terms like gang and reading about rampaging spirit beasts and Lord Ha being hailed as a savior, they all frowned. What the hell is this Woof Woof gang? And this bull Lord Ha Wan? Si Chang, you've been scammed. Gu Lin flung the booklet to the ground and shouted angrily at Si Chang, hoping to snap him out of it. Li Ke, hearing this disrespect toward their Lord Ha, shot him a look laced with murderous intent. Watch your words. One more insult to His Majesty the King of Ha, and I won't go easy on you. Li Ke's words only infuriated Gu Lin further. Oh, so exposing your deceitful facade gets you all worked up, huh? No mercy? Look at your puny frame, let's see how you plan to show me no mercy. Grinning, he swung a fist as big as a sandbag toward Li Ke. Unexpectedly, the punch he thought would land squarely missed its mark. Li Ke dodged sideways with lightning speed, raised his hand, and delivered a resounding slap to Gu Lin's face. Despite his world-class evasion skills, Gu Lin couldn't dodge the strike, taking a solid blow to his sinuses. The force of it sent him flying backward onto the nearby sofa. How could this be? Green was both shocked and terrified by what had just happened. The young man before him was lean and scrawny, barely a muscle on his frame. Not only had he dodged the attack, but he'd countered with a speed Green couldn't possibly match. Worse still, the sheer force behind it felt like something only a supreme martial artist could possess. Feeling profoundly humiliated, Gu Lin stubbornly scrambled off the sofa, intent on continuing his fight with Li Ke. But Si Chang grabbed him by the arm. Gu Lin, don't cause trouble. If you lose your chance to join the gang over this, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. After warning Gu Lin, Si Chang turned to apologize to Li Ke. My apologies, I failed to explain myself clearly to my friend. For any disrespect shown to His Highness the King of Ha, I will personally apologize once he arrives. Gu Lin tried to pull away from Si Chang's grip, only to discover that no matter how hard he strained, he couldn't shake free. He immediately used his other hand, summoning every ounce of strength to pry open Si Chang's fingers. The strain made the veins on his arms bulge, his face flushed crimson, yet he couldn't budge a single one of Si Chang's fingers. This was the same man who could once lift Si Chang with just one hand. Now, Gu Lin's worldview was shattered. Chapter 75, New Talent. Just 5 minutes ago, Gu Lin had been stubbornly defiant. Now, he sat obediently on the sofa, hands folded neatly on his knees. So, what you just used, was the divine power bestowed by His Majesty the King of Ha? Gu Lin stared at Si Chang and Li Ke with eager anticipation. Seeing them nod, Gu Lin's excitement surged again. If I could possess such divine power, forget the world boxing champion, there'd be hardly any boxers I couldn't beat. Then his spirit sank again, his eyes filled with regret. But I just showed disrespect to Lord Ha. Will he still grant me divine power? Don't worry. Lord Ha values talent. You both possess extraordinary abilities. As long as you pledge to serve him faithfully and dedicate your strength to the gang, he won't hold it against you. Lu Jiyue, who had just arrived at the apartment entrance, overheard Li Ke's words. That kid, brainwashing people again? Lu Jiyue mused that even without his own ability to convert others into loyal followers, Li Ke's brainwashing skills alone could win over quite a few people. Inside the room, Li Ke was still eloquently recounting Lu Jiyue's heroic deeds when Lu Jiyue slipped in, his form blurred into a shadow by his shadow kick. Welcome, Lord Ha. Lu Jiyue's sudden appearance instantly captured everyone's attention. Li Ke and Si Chang both knelt reverently. The other three stared in utter shock at the husky that seemed to materialize out of thin air. What shocked them even more was the realization that the Lord of the Huskies Si Chang had spoken of was not a person at all, but a husky. Though all three found it hard to believe this dog possessed the divine power Si Chang had described, Gu Lin, now thoroughly trained, dared not harbor any stubborn thoughts. Please grant me divine power, Lord Husky. When Du and Ji Ming saw Gu Lin kneel on one knee like Si Chang and the others, pleading before the husky, they were utterly stunned. Though they had been shocked by the previous events, believing a dog could grant them divine power was utterly absurd. Seeing this new face pleading before him, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Li Ke's brainwashing skills were truly formidable. He'd actually trained people to this extent. Lord Ha, this man is Go Lin, a world-class boxer. Li Ke began introducing the man's identity. A world-class boxer? Lu Jiao saw this newcomer was so savvy and clearly talented, so he didn't waste words. He bit down on his hand. Immediately after, Go Lin underwent the same transformation as Li Ke and Si Chang had experienced. Then he burst into laughter. The remaining two, however, looked terrified. Does rabies strike this fast? How dare you? Go Lin, who had been laughing loudly, immediately roared at the two upon hearing this. How dare you blaspheme against His Majesty the King of Ha? At that moment, the gaze Go Lin cast upon Lu Jiyue was filled with fervor and reverence. Then, he made a gesture to subdue the two men. He struck the solid wood table beside him with a single palm strike. In an instant, the solid wood table, weighing over 50 pounds, shattered into pieces under his strike. But their astonishment didn't end there. Go Lin then swung a fist toward a wooden chair in the distance. A powerful gust of wind surged forward, instantly shredding the chair into splinters. Silence fell instantly. Even Lu Jiyue was stunned. Without using any skills, this man could actually smash a wooden table to pieces with his bare hands. It seemed the stronger one's physical abilities, the more pronounced the enhancement from the Spirit Descendant Transformation skill. Interestingly, he had also inherited Lu Jiyue's Fierce Claw Wind. Not only would he excel in close combat, but he would also compensate for his weakness in long-range combat. He was practically a born god of war. Go Lin scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. I'll pay for the damage. Ji Ming, seeing this, said nothing more and knelt before Lu Jiao. It was my blindness, Your Highness. Please forgive me and grant me divine power. Diyu watched anxiously, but with no feeling in his lower body, kneeling was impossible. He could only clasp his hands together, his eyes fixed on Lu Jiyue with devout reverence. Lu Jiyue didn't hold it against them, biting each of them once. After all, to him, these men were all valuable talents. The more talent he absorbed, the stronger his power would become. Even if stronger opponents emerged in the future, he wouldn't panic. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers make a zhuge liang. The larger his faction grew, the more confidence he would possess in the future. Moreover, when talent was utilized effectively, certain matters no longer required his personal involvement. The sheer delight of reaping rewards without sowing them words simply couldn't capture that feeling. I can stand up. I can stand up. Tears of excitement spilled from Diyu's eyes as he rose to his feet. He had dreamed of this moment countless times, never imagining he would actually experience it in reality. As a world champion long-distance runner, he had inherited Lu Jiao's shadowless leg. Now, his running speed was so fast it felt like taking flight. Ji Ming was equally overcome with emotion. He could distinctly feel the transformation occurring within his body. His once lifeless body was now bursting with renewed vitality. The skill he had acquired also surprised Lu Jiyue. It was none other than his newly acquired skill Split Spirit. However, it seemed he had only inherited a fraction of it, capable of controlling only inanimate objects. At that moment, Ji Ming was also excitedly demonstrating the divine power he had gained. He manipulated Diyu's discarded wheelchair, causing it to float in midair. With a wave of his hand, the wheelchair disintegrated into a pile of parts. As Ji Ming's arm swept through the air, the parts reassembled mid-flight. Then, a uniquely designed bicycle materialized before everyone's eyes. You said this guy has a PhD in mechanical engineering, right? Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Jiyue turned to Si Chang once more to confirm the man's credentials. Yes, Your Highness. With the confirmation, Lu Jiyue finally began to grasp the situation. It seemed the skill Spirit Split had granted this mechanical engineer divine inspiration, enabling him to develop an entirely novel application. Lu Jiyue never imagined the Split Spirit skill would be so perfectly suited to a mechanical engineer. It was like striking the perfect spark. Ji Ming was overcome with excitement. He never imagined that not only had he regained the right to live, but he had also been granted such incredible divine power. These mechanical parts feel like extensions of my own body. Not only can I control them flawlessly, but I understand every single one of them inside out. It's incredible. But Ji Ming's excitement didn't stop there. Chapter 76, Abandoned Airport? Related to spirit beasts? Ji Ming pulled a robot from his backpack and placed it on the ground. With a flick of his finger in the air, the lifeless robot suddenly sprang to life, walking around the room. Lu Jia watched in disbelief, inwardly exclaiming, "Holy crap!" As the creator of this skill, he hadn't even considered this application. Ji Ming's action suddenly sparked an idea in Lu Jiyue's mind. He still remembered his past life as a human, when he was just a little boy. Like all his peers, he was utterly captivated by the mecha anime shows on TV. He was so obsessed that for a while, he dreamed every night about merging with a mecha. Perhaps Ji Ming could fulfill his childhood wish. I thank Lord Ha for bestowing divine power upon me. Should Lord Ha ever require my service in the future, I shall brave fire and water, lay down my life without hesitation. Ji Ming spoke these words of gratitude to Lu Zhiyao in a flurry of excitement. Lu Zhiyao seized the moment to voice his thoughts. Can you build mechs? Ji Ming froze at Lu Zhiyao's question, then his eyes blazed with fervor. Mechs? Absolutely. With my mechanical knowledge and the divine power bestowed by His Majesty King Ha, I can absolutely develop such equipment. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Ha. I will study diligently and strive to contribute my strength to our faction. Ji Ming spoke with sincere devotion, silently vowing to prove his worth before Lord Ha. He wasn't alone. The other two also expressed their determination to dedicate themselves to the Woof Woof gang in the future. Lord Ha deeply values talent. Any contributions you make to him and the gang will be remembered, and he will bestow greater divine power upon you in the future. Li Ke shot a complicated look at Si Chang, who had just spoken. Wasn't that supposed to be his line? How dare someone beat him to it? Hearing Si Chang's words, the trio's resolve to serve the gang only grew stronger. Li Ke, refusing to be outdone, immediately pulled out his tablet and showed Lu Zhiyue the successful work he'd completed over the past few days. Lord Ha, the encryption software I mentioned earlier is complete. Allow me to demonstrate its functions. Under Li Ke's operation, everyone first saw a streamlined communication module, followed by an intelligence module and a mission module. The mission template allowed selecting personnel to assign tasks, while also tracking and accumulating contribution points. What astonished them was that within the intelligence module, they could directly access various official documents from the Dragon Nation. Not only that, but when Li Ke casually searched for a name and selected one, it pulled up not just the individual's household registration and personal file, but clicking more revealed information on their entire lineage, back to 18 generations. Besides looking up people, I can also access the Dragon Nation's security surveillance system. Any public area cameras are viewable. Of course, if one of our members accidentally loses their phone or it gets stolen, no one else can open this software. It requires real-time facial recognition. Plus, the app usually disguises itself as an ordinary utility tool, making it highly stealthy. Lu Zhiyue was speechless upon hearing this. He'd only intended for them to find something to occupy themselves with, to let them improvise freely. Yet they'd actually developed such an incredible piece of software. Just as everyone was installing the software, Su Yan arrived. She too brought the results of her work over the past few days. This is the gang uniform I made for the Wang Wang gang members, along with face-covering masks. Without further ado, Su Yan stepped in as her own model, putting them on. As she demonstrated, she explained her design philosophy. I designed the gang uniform as a hooded cape because it's easy to put on and take off, plus it conceals physical features. Then, with my breathable yet stylish mask, you won't have to worry about being recognized or recorded during missions. Listening to Su Yan's explanation and watching her demonstration, everyone nodded in agreement. The moment the hooded cloak was donned, it exuded an air of profound mystery. Lu Zhiyao also approved of Su Yan's design, and everyone present donned the gang attire. With their uniforms now unified, the gang truly began to take shape. With the communication software in place and the gang uniforms ready, the only thing missing now was a proper headquarters. Si Chang immediately stepped forward. Your Highness, I've already scouted several locations for the gang's headquarters as we discussed. Shall we finalize one today? Si Chang said, pulling out a stack of photos. Just as Lu Zhiyao was about to examine them, Li Ke, beside him, excitedly lifted his head from behind the computer. I've discovered what appears to be a spirit beast. At the news, everyone immediately dropped what they were doing and gathered around. Yet they all instinctively left a central spot open for Lu Zhiyue. Curious about Li Ke's discovery, Lu Zhiyue also moved closer. He had expected Li Ke to be referencing some official report, but instead, he was looking at a post on a social media platform called Zaya Hongshu. It was a plea for help. The poster had been in an online relationship with her boyfriend for over a year and was planning to meet him in person. She needed to pick him up at a place called Luoshan Airport. But the poster couldn't find this airport on any map. Reading this, Lu Zhiyue frowned. What kind of suspected spirit beast report was this? Li Ke, who had been watching Lu Zhiyue closely, immediately explained. I looked into the airport mentioned in the post Luoshan Airport. It was abandoned over 10 years ago. Not only that, but I also found out why it was abandoned. A plane malfunctioned during its final descent and crashed right here at this airport. The crash claimed 300 lives. Due to various factors afterward, the airport was permanently closed. As soon as Li Ke finished speaking, Si Chang and Su Yan both nodded, recalling the incident. I remember reading about it in the news. The scene seemed pretty horrific. I was still in elementary school back then, but I vaguely remember hearing about it. Both confirmed Li Ke's account, though neither understood why this incident was being linked to spirit beasts. Because I found several comments under this post. Li Ke said, immediately scrolling down with his mouse to locate and display those comments for everyone. Chapter 77, The Pet Owner's Father? This comment says her boyfriend died in that accident 10 years ago, but recently she received a message from his social media account telling her to pick him up at Luoshan Airport. And this comment says the poster lives near Luoshan Airport.
After the accident, no planes were ever seen here again, but yesterday he captured a photo of what appears to be a plane taking off from Luoshan Airport. Lee Ke zoomed in on the photo attached to the comment and showed it to everyone.
It was a nighttime sky photo where the faint outline of an aircraft could be discerned in the corner. Everyone frowned as they looked at the evidence Lee Ke presented.
But what you're describing sounds more like a haunting.
What does that have to do with spirit beasts? Good question.
Lee Ke, however, became excited when faced with this question and began explaining.
Because this post was actually taken down.
I used special methods to restore it.
The authorities even stepped in to explain that all the stories about Luoshan Airport were fake news spread by scammers. Later, I kept seeing more posts about Luoshan Airport.
They all claimed to have received messages from deceased relatives or friends who had passed away there, asking them to come to the airport to bring them home.
Without exception, these posts were taken down shortly after being posted.
These eerie occurrences, coupled with the authorities' baffling actions, led me to suspect this was the work of a spirit beast.
That makes sense. But if these disturbances are indeed caused by the spirit beast, why would it be trying to scare people? Si Chang voiced his confusion. Unexpectedly, this question stumped Lee Ke.
Lu Xiao, who hadn't paid much attention at first, began to take the matter seriously after hearing this.
The purpose of a spirit beast frightening people.
It might be similar to that weasel spirit beast that used toys to give children nightmares. They likely aim to exploit these incidents to gain something from these people.
Lu Zhiyue found the situation increasingly intriguing.
Even if it wasn't the spirit beast, he wanted to uncover the mastermind behind these incidents and their true motives.
Everyone, tonight we're heading to this place called Luoshan Airport.
Yes. After setting the time with everyone, Lu Zhiyue returned to the villa. Just as he was about to tell his younger siblings about the evening trip to Luoshan Airport, he noticed the anxious expressions on all three of their faces. Big brother, something seems to have happened to the pet sitter.
The three youngsters immediately led Lu Zhiyue to Li Wanner's room. A laptop sat on the desk in the room.
The pet sitter was sitting here just fine, looking at the computer. Then suddenly, we don't know what happened, but tears started streaming down her face. After that, she just walked out like she'd lost her mind. Hearing their description, Lu Zhiyue immediately jumped onto the desk and began searching through the computer's contents.
Li Wanner's social media account was logged in, and Lu Zhiyue clicked it open. The very first chat window listed was one labeled Dad. The dog owner's dad?
Not only had I never met him, but Li Wanner had never even mentioned him.
Could it be that the poop scooper had a fight with her own dad? Lu Zhiyue tapped open the window and began scrolling through the chat history. After reading the messages, Lu Zhiyue was completely thrown off balance.
From the chat history he uncovered, he learned that Li Wanner's father had actually died in an accident 10 years ago.
And that accident was precisely the one at Luoshan Airport 10 years ago. But that wasn't all that unsettled Lu Zhiyue.
For the past 10 years since losing her father, Li Wanner had sent messages to this account that would never receive a reply during every holiday and festival. After years of sending messages one-sidedly, Li Wanner finally received a reply from that account today.
The timestamp showed the first message arrived at 4:20 p.m. Wanner, Daddy misses you so much. Will you come pick Daddy up at Luoshan Airport?
Upon receiving this message, Li Wanner was clearly stunned for a long time.
It took her about 10 minutes to reply. Dad? Is that you? You didn't die, right?
Perhaps Li Wanner missed her father so deeply that she clung to a sliver of hope even in the face of the impossible, sending such a message. The account on the other end replied almost immediately.
Dad isn't dead. Come to Luoshan Airport and you'll see Dad. Then came Li Wanner's final message. Dad, wait for me. I'm coming. Lu Zhiyue never imagined that this Luoshan Airport would somehow drag his own pet owner into the mix. Bro, what's going on? What's really wrong with the pet owner?
I saw her crying so much. She seemed both heartbroken and overwhelmed.
Yeah, I've never seen her like that before.
The three little ones were all worried about their owner.
Lu Zhiyue knew she must have gone to Luoshan Airport. Let's go find her.
Whether or not there were spirit beasts at Luoshan Airport, he had to go. If someone was deliberately using the accounts of the deceased to torment those who had lost loved ones, Lu Zhiyue wouldn't let that person off easy. Upon learning the plan to head to Luoshan Airport had been moved up, the members of the Woof Woof gang who had only just parted ways quickly gathered together again. They boarded the vehicle arranged by Si Chang and headed toward Luoshan Airport. Luoshan Airport was quite a distance away, requiring about 2 to 3 hours by car. On the way, Lu Zhiyue tried calling Li Wanner using the smartwatch she had given him.
The call went unanswered.
He could only silently pray that his owner would remain safe during these 2 or 3 hours. While Lu Zhiyue and his group were rushing to Luoshan Airport, personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau had already arrived at the scene ahead of them. Expect a large influx of people arriving at this airport after receiving the alert. We'll cordon off the perimeter with seals to prevent unauthorized entry. Sheng Long instructed the members of Team B under his command as they prepared. Team C leader Zhang Xueqiang also directed his team to secure the surrounding area.
Old Chang, these spirit beasts are all D-class. Why didn't the Bureau send Team A? Instead, they sent us 2 teams?
Zhang Xueqiang approached Qianglong, his face clouded with concern. Qianglong knew exactly what was on his mind and patted him on the shoulder.
Don't worry too much.
The Bureau must have their reasons for this arrangement.
How can I not worry? These recent spirit beasts are getting stronger and stronger. Your team B even had an accident on their last mission.
Our team C isn't as strong as yours.
What if?
Zhang Xueqiang spoke while touching the spirit artifact on his wrist. The members of Team B whose spirit guardians had been devoured had only just been discharged from the hospital. At 40 years old, his spiritual energy was steadily weakening. If he were careless enough to have his spirit beast devoured, he doubted he'd ever be able to possess one again in his lifetime. Qianglong listened to Zhang Xueqiang's words and pulled something from his chest. Here, take this.
Chapter 78, The Plane from 10 years ago?
Zhang Xueqiang's eyes lit up when he saw the blue pill Qianglong placed in his palm.
Isn't this the pill the director rewarded you with for boosting your spiritual power after your previous achievement?
Qianglong nodded. If something happens later, take this.
It'll boost your psychic power and strengthen your spirit control to some extent. You only got 3 of these, right? Are you really giving me one? Take it back if you don't want it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I want it. I want it.
Zhang Xueqiang immediately tucked the blue pill away carefully. Then he turned his gaze to the girl over there.
I heard that female team member, Mei Li, right? Did her spirit awaken its ability?
Qianglong nodded.
Man, I heard she just joined the Bureau not too long ago. It really is the new generation pushing out the old.
We old-timers will get washed up on the shore sooner or later.
Cut it out.
Get back to work with the team. At 7 in the evening, the sky had already turned completely dark due to the poor weather. Luoshan Airport, long abandoned and situated in a remote, desolate area, was rarely visited by anyone.
But tonight, Luoshan Airport was unusually bustling.
One after another, cars drove toward the site, and gradually, the area filled with numerous figures.
The arrivals varied in appearance and age, each distinct from the next.
Their only commonality was that they had all received messages from deceased friends or relatives, instructing them to come to Luoshan Airport. Soon, dozens, perhaps even hundreds, had gathered. And it seemed more were still arriving. This left Zhang Xueqiang and Qianglong deeply troubled. They had already set up security barriers, warning people not to approach the airport and urging them to leave. But the crowd paid no heed. Some even defied orders, crossing the barriers to enter the airport grounds and start live streaming.
Hey everyone, look! I'm already at Luoshan Airport.
Just looking at how wrecked this place is, you can imagine how bad the accident must have been. Haven't spotted that scammer who sent the message, but tons of cops are blocking us, probably worried we'll get tricked. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xueqiang immediately led his team to apprehend the live streamer, ordering him to cease broadcasting and delete all videos and photos. Unexpectedly, this back and forth caused more people to break through the cordon and enter the airport interior. The situation spiraled out of control.
Quick, get a megaphone. We need to disperse these people immediately.
Seeing this wasn't working, Qianglong ordered someone to fetch a megaphone. But before the megaphone arrived, a sound echoed through the airport sky.
It's the sound of an airplane.
Someone shouted, and everyone stopped what they were doing, looking up at the sky.
Amidst the previously overcast sky, the clouds parted as if by magic.
And where the clouds had parted, a plane had indeed appeared. Judging by its appearance, it looked exactly like the aircraft that crashed 10 years ago.
Am I seeing things? This Luoshan Airport was abandoned ages ago. How could a plane possibly appear here? Good heavens, this con artist really went all out, even procuring an actual plane. What the hell is this con artist trying to pull off with all this elaborate setup? Whatever his plan, using the deceased for a scam and prank is utterly despicable. The moment that guy shows up, I'm going to beat him to a pulp. Some who came here had long since moved past the pain of losing loved ones, driven by a desire to confront the mastermind behind it all. Others remained trapped in the grief of losing someone precious. Though they knew it was impossible, they couldn't let go of that lingering hope, arriving here clinging to an impossible expectation. When the plane appeared overhead, something ignited within their hearts, which had been as lifeless as ashes. One figure stared intently at the aircraft in the sky, tears streaming down their face as they murmured, "Dad, is it really you? Have you truly come back?" A resolute gleam flashed in her eyes. While everyone was staring at the aircraft overhead, she slipped unnoticed down a side path and made her way into the airport. The Special Affairs Bureau agents, upon seeing the aircraft overhead, all wore solemn expressions. Qianglong's expression was equally grave at that moment. How could an ordinary person possibly obtain such a large passenger aircraft? Did the binoculars catch the registration number? Check this plane's registration. Reporting to the captain, this aircraft is actually the same model as the Neo Airlines plane that crashed 10 years ago. Qianglong's heart raced with alarm upon hearing this. Quick, measure it with the instruments. Reporting, Captain, the spiritual energy index is skyrocketing. It's already surpassed level 10. It must be the D-class spirit beast. Qianglong stared intently at the aircraft hovering mid-air, preparing to land. It seemed the aircraft was being controlled by a spirit beast. With so many people here, we need to act fast. Initiate Sweep Plan 1. Almost immediately, the Special Affairs Bureau agents all donned their masks.
Then a cloud of mist was released, spreading through the air.
Where did this fog come from? It smells weird too. Why does it make my head spin?
A small group of people standing closer inhaled large amounts of the mist and collapsed unconscious. However, before the mist could spread further, it was dispersed by the powerful wind generated by the landing aircraft. The aircraft came to a stop on the tarmac under everyone's gaze. As the cabin door opened, a steady stream of people began to disembark. Those outside were stunned by the sight of the passengers disembarking.
That man with glasses looks like my uncle. Second brother. Didn't you die 10 years ago? Sis, you're still alive.
One by one, they realized that the people disembarking from the plane were their loved ones, those officially declared dead. What they had initially dismissed as a prank by scammers had now turned into a grand reunion.
Xiaoyun, come pick up your mom. I've missed you so much. Little sister, your big sister is finally back. Come pick me up.
Xiao and uncle has had a tough time these past years.
Come quickly. Every single one of these people's relatives and friends was calling out to them. The Special Affairs Bureau agents watching this scene gasped in alarm. Those aren't living people. They can't be allowed through.
Cheng Long immediately dispatched several agents to pull up barbed wire fences, blocking those rushing to embrace their loved ones.
Let us through. We must reunite with our loved ones.
The blocked crowd grew frantic, trying to break through the barrier to find their loved ones.
Just then, another shocking scene unfolded at the aircraft. Chapter 79, Plane? Spirit Beast?
The aircraft, which had been intact moments before, suddenly burst into flames. Not only the aircraft, but the surrounding airport was engulfed in flames. Those who had just disembarked were now surrounded by the flames. They let out heart-wrenching screams.
Xiaoyun, mom hurts so much. Sis, come save me. I don't want to die. I want to reunite with my loved ones. I don't want to die. As the cries of agony echoed from within, those blocked outside grew increasingly distraught. No. Sister. Don't. Put out the fire. Save them. Please, don't make me lose my mother again.
The team members, struggling to contain the crowd, had no choice but to shout at them.
It's all fake. What you're seeing is an illusion.
But no one believed their words. They're clearly real people.
How could what we saw with our own eyes be fake? Why aren't you saving them? Hurry up and save them.
Watching their loved ones and friends tearfully pleading for help right before their eyes, yet unable to do anything, many couldn't bear the agony and burst into tears.
Old Chang, look at those people.
Zhang Xueqian's eyes widened as he urgently motioned for Chang Long beside him to look. From those who were suffering as they witnessed their loved ones' torment, faint wisps of black mist began to drift from their bodies. This black mist gathered together and drifted toward the plane on the airport runway. The more heartbrokenly they wept, the denser the black mist became.
Captain Chang. We can't let them continue like this.
At that moment, Mei Li approached Chang Long, her expression grave.
Shang Long immediately ordered the activation of Sweep Plan 2.
Blinding beams of light swept across the weeping crowd. One by one, those exposed to the blinding light collapsed where they stood. Though Plan 2 proved highly effective and swift, it came with side effects.
After regaining consciousness, those affected would experience blurred vision for 1 to 2 days.
Therefore, Plan 2 was generally reserved for situations of absolute necessity. Soon, a large group of people lay sprawled on the ground, tears streaming down their faces.
You ruined my plans, now you pay with your lives. At that very moment, the flames engulfing the area vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, mechanical voice emanating from the aircraft. All personnel, prepare for combat.
At the command of Chang Long and Zhang Xueqian, all team members charged forward, surrounding the aircraft. Meanwhile, members of the Wang Wang gang, who had been hiding nearby in a pile of trash, turned their gaze toward Lu Xiao.
Lord Ha Wan, what should we do now? Hold your fire for now. Stay hidden here.
After speaking, Lu Xiao activated Night Stealth to conceal his form.
Heading to the area where bodies lay strewn, Lu Xiao began searching for people. After searching thoroughly, Lu Xiao couldn't find Li Wan anywhere. Strange. Where did the pet owner go? Just then, the sound of intense combat erupted not far behind Lu Xiao.
Turning his head, he saw the aircraft itself locked in combat with agents from the Special Affairs Bureau.
Yes. That very aircraft.
The aircraft had been disassembled into several sections, forming a monstrous aluminum alloy creature.
Black strands of spiritual energy connected each joint. Holy crap, it can do that? Lu Xiao was genuinely stunned. The spirit beasts he'd encountered before were mostly animal-shaped.
This was his first time seeing a spirit beast parasitizing an object.
Wait, a spirit beast parasitizing an object, doesn't that make it a spirit artifact?
Detecting host confusion. Spiritual objects generally fall into 2 categories, those born from absorbing primordial cosmic energy, and those that later acquire spiritual essence through various factors, either by hosting spiritual energy or developing their own spiritual nature.
After the system's explanation, Lu Jiyue had a rough understanding.
The enormous monster before him, transformed from an airplane, clearly belonged to the latter category.
The spirit masters had all summoned their spirits, but they seemed outmatched against the colossal aircraft monster.
Fortunately, they adopted a dispersed formation and used agile positioning to trap the aircraft monster at the center.
Through seamless teamwork, they aimed to take it down piece by piece.
The few people who had been hiding over by the trash heap all gasped at the sight. So that's the spirit tamer Lord Ha mentioned. Li Ku, Si Chang, and Su Yan, though seeing a spirit tamer for the first time, had already encountered spirit beasts before, so they weren't overly surprised. However, the three newcomers today stared wide-eyed at the spectacle, each pair of eyes more astonished than the last.
Si Chang pulled out his phone and began recording.
Perfect footage for future reference.
When new members join later, we can show them this. Smart move. Is there anything else we can do?
Best to wait for Lord Ha Wang's instructions. While the members of the Woof Woof gang watched the battle intently, 2 kilometers away, a figure clad in black robes and wearing a mask emerged. An eagle soared in from the distance and landed on the cloaked figure's shoulder.
Master, they've started fighting. MHM, keep a close watch and find the right moment to intervene.
Yes, sir.
By the way, any news on that evil spirit we were tracking last time?
Nothing. That evil spirit vanished without a trace, as if it had evaporated from the mortal world.
We can't find any sign of it anywhere. Could it have been devoured by that soul-devouring entity?
The cloaked figure pondered for a moment. After all, it was a demon spirit he had conjured himself. If it were still alive, it would have made some kind of disturbance by now. Regardless, we must devour that evil spirit this time.
Yes, Master. The cloaked figure fixed his gaze intently on the distant battle. Among those spirit tamers, a few possess decent spirits.
Seize the moment and devour them. 2 more souls can only benefit you. The eagle acknowledged the command before soaring high into the night sky, using the darkness and clouds to conceal its form.
Meanwhile, the battle at the airport raged fiercely. Old Chang, this spirit beast is too fierce. We can't handle it. Request backup from headquarters.
Zhang Xuexiang, sweat beading on his forehead, strained to control his spirit beast while shouting to Chun Long. Old Zhang, the spirit beast is formidable, but it must have weaknesses.
Hold the line here. I'll figure out how to control the spirit beast to investigate inside the plane.
Chen Long withdrew the spirit beast from the fight. Under his teammates' cover, he spotted an opening and located the cabin door on the monstrous aircraft. He immediately commanded the spirit beast to open the door and slipped inside. Once the spirit beast was inside, Chen Long instantly saw the interior of the monstrous aircraft through its shared vision. What he saw sent a cold sweat running down his back.
Chapter 80, Found.
Inside the aircraft sat numerous people, not a single one of them intact. Some were missing limbs, while others were charred black, their appearance utterly pitiful.
The moment Chang Long's spirit beast entered the aircraft, those horrifying figures surged toward it.
Even Chang Long, with his formidable mental fortitude, felt a surge of fear at the sight.
This horrifying spectacle was far more unsettling than any horror movie.
The spirit beast instinctively tried to flee, but Chang Long forced it to keep charging forward.
These people had died a decade ago. If he wasn't mistaken, this was merely an illusion conjured by the spirit beast.
With eyes closed, the spirit beast charged headlong into the horde of increasingly terrifying figures. Upon reaching them, he discovered each figure dissolved into thin air.
Chang Long's hunch proved correct, these were all illusions.
After breaking through the illusion, Chun Long continued to control Yu Ling as they searched for a way out within the beast's interior. But Chun Long failed to notice that behind him, a pale-faced girl was curled up in the farthest corner, clutching a spot tightly in her hands and gasping for breath. The situation outside had grown dire. Chang Long guided the spirit creature forward, continuing the search. The aircraft monster possessed immense power. Though its massive size sacrificed agility, the spirit guardian's attacks felt like mere tickles, inflicting no substantial damage. Yet if a spirit guardian was struck by the aircraft monster, it would suffer severe injury and retreat into its spirit object to heal. 2 spirit tamers from Team C had already been forced out of the fight after their spirits were struck. The remaining spirit masters carefully maneuvered their spirits to evade attacks, but this prolonged standoff drained their mental energy. Eventually, they found themselves utterly helpless against the aircraft monster. Just then, while the aircraft monster was being attacked from behind, it seized an opportunity. A piece of material detached from its body and struck one of the spirit tamers. The next instant, the material was pulled back, wrapped in black spiritual energy. The spirit tamer was knocked unconscious. Without their mental energy support, the spirit creature returned to its spirit realm.
Watch out!
That thing can hurl objects from its body as weapons. Witnessing this, the other team members grew even more cautious. However, even a single component torn from the aircraft monster's body was enormous. Though the team members had undergone rigorous training, they were still mortal flesh and blood. Dodging something that massive proved extremely difficult. When evasion proved impossible, they had no choice but to summon their spirit guardians for rescue.
Soon, the Special Affairs Bureau agents found themselves at a severe disadvantage.
Team members who failed to dodge in time were struck and knocked unconscious one after another.
Zhang Xueqiang watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowing into a deep frown.
Old Chang, hurry! We can't hold out much longer. After shouting this at Chenglong, Zhang Xueqiang pulled out the blue pill and swallowed it in one gulp. His spirit beast, shaped like a galloping steed, instantly grew larger. With a leap forward and a bellow, it flashed in front of the team member about to be struck, blocking the blow. Zhang Xueqiang then positioned his spirit beast at the very front, enduring wave after wave of body parts hurled by the aircraft monster. This finally gave the team members behind him a moment to catch their breath.
Changlong's expression was tense as he controlled his spirit beast to smash objects inside the aircraft.
Changlong's spirit beast was a leopard with 1-meter-long fangs. For anything it couldn't smash, it would use its fangs to tear apart wildly. He hoped this would weaken the aircraft monster's strength. But to Changlong's despair, whatever his spirit beast destroyed would soon be enveloped by waves of black spiritual energy. Soon, everything would return to its original state. Unable to breach it from the outside and unable to destroy it from within, did this thing have no weaknesses? Impossible. Even if this spirit beast lacked a physical form, it must have a power core. Perhaps it was hidden somewhere. Changlong suddenly thought of a place. The cockpit. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, Changlong immediately commanded his spirit beast to search for the cockpit. The internal structure of the aircraft had already been deformed, making locating the cockpit a challenge in itself.
An even more troublesome situation was unfolding.
The aircraft monster had begun taking action against its interior.
Internal components transformed into weapons, launching attacks toward Changlong's spirit beast. The spirit creature couldn't dodge in time and was struck several times.
This put even Changlong outside under strain. As more attacks closed in, Changlong swiftly retrieved a blue pill and swallowed it. The leopard's size instantly doubled, and its movements became significantly more agile.
Dodging the incoming projectiles, it probed forward.
Soon, the leopard located the driver's compartment. However, the door to the cockpit was tightly sealed.
Black spiritual energy coiled around it.
Changlong grew excited upon seeing this. The black spiritual energy coiled around the door indicated that this spirit beast did not want it opened. It also proved that Changlong's guesses were all correct. Changlong commanded the leopard to rip 2 seats from the plane, using them as a shield behind him. Once the chairs provided temporary protection against incoming debris, the leopard began furiously attacking the door with its fangs and claws.
After immense effort, the door finally swung open. The moment it swung open, a massive surge of black spiritual energy erupted from within. The leopard narrowly dodged it before scrambling into the cockpit.
Through the spirit riding vision, Changlong observed that strands of black spiritual energy were coiled around every instrument and switch in the cockpit. These black spiritual energies emanated precisely from the driver's seat. Facing the uninvited intruder, the dark spiritual energy surged forth like swords, stabbing toward it. The leopard leapt violently to evade the black mist, landing on the passenger seat. That's it. At that moment, Changlong let out a startled gasp. Through the spirit's vision, he saw a model airplane sitting on the pilot's seat. The black spiritual energy was emanating from that very model airplane. Found it! Changlong's heart surged with excitement. He immediately commanded the spirit beast to approach the model airplane. A massive surge of black spiritual energy erupted from the model, morphing into a monstrous creature with a gaping, blood-red maw. Get lost! The voice carried a fierce anger, causing the leopard to pause. Regaining its composure, it lunged toward the plane once more. The monster instantly lunged forward, snapping its jaws viciously at the leopard's claws. The spiritual energy forming the leopard's front paws shattered violently under the bite. With his spirit beast wounded, Changlong's face paled slightly. Having lost its right front paw, the leopard grew wary of the airplane model, even considering retreat. But Changlong held it firmly in place with his mental power, determined to make it carry the model away. Gritting its teeth, the leopard extended its left front paw once more, lunging at the model aircraft. The monster materialized once more. Instead of retracting its claw, the leopard thrust it forward, offering itself to be bitten. Just as the monster's jaws closed around its paw, the leopard opened its own mouth and seized the airplane model. The black spiritual energy monster launched a frenzied assault on the leopard. Changlong coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Chapter 81, Team A's Reinforcements. Zhang Xueqiang, watching from the sidelines, realized Changlong's spirit beast had suffered severe injuries. Old Chang, recall your spirit beast immediately. Changlong ignored Zhang Xueqiang's warning, continuing to control his wounded spirit beast as it attempted to escape the aircraft monster's body with the model plane. An even larger gush of blood spurted from his mouth. Old Chang, are you out of your mind? Zhang Xueqiang swiftly moved to catch Changlong before he collapsed to the ground. Changlong looked weakly at Zhang Xueqiang and managed to smile. We did it. What did you say? Before Zhang Xueqiang could process what Changlong had said, a loud commotion erupted behind them. The monstrous aircraft they'd been utterly helpless against was now slowly disintegrating. Pieces of its structure fell to the ground, instantly turning into scrap metal. Only then did Zhang Xueqiang grasp the meaning behind Changlong's words. Persisting in his efforts, Qianglong finally succeeded in extracting the aircraft model.
As the aircraft monster disintegrated, a figure tumbled out from within, letting out a shriek.
But the noise from the scene was so loud that no one heard the cry. The leopard, covered in wounds, spat the model airplane onto the ground before transforming into a streak of light and retreating back into the spirit object.
Damn, you really went all out.
No wonder the chief holds you in such high regard. Zhang Xueqiang cursed Qianglong before immediately summoning several team members to tend to him. He then approached the airplane model, which still radiated black spiritual energy. So all that commotion was caused by a spirit object after all. Zhang Xueqiang stared at the object before him, hesitating to act rashly. Lu Zhiyue, who had been observing everything while invisible, murmured his admiration for Qianglong. No wonder Qianglong became captain at just 30. He's both brave and resourceful. Lu Zhiyue genuinely hadn't expected the Special Affairs Bureau to resolve this situation. After all, none of the previous spirit beasts had been as formidable as this one, and none had been dealt with. He had been waiting to swoop in and take advantage of the situation. What a pity. Lu Zhiyue cast a reluctant glance at the airplane model. Though it was an artificially created spirit object, absorbing it would likely grant a significant number of evolution points. It might even grant a powerful skill. But he couldn't openly compete with the Special Affairs Bureau agents, so he had to let it go. After all, he had arrived too late. Just as Lu Zhiyue prepared to leave, he suddenly caught a familiar scent. Simultaneously, a piercing cry echoed from the sky. Hawk! Looking up, he saw an eagle diving down at incredible speed. Lu Zhiyue recognized it instantly. It's that soul-devouring eagle. The predator had been circling overhead, finally waiting for this opportune moment to reveal itself. It's the one that devoured the spirit beast and our teammate's spirit beast the other day. Team members who had seen this eagle before recognized it instantly, frantically summoning their spirit beasts back into their spirit containers.
The hunter charged straight toward Zhang Xueqiang, who was closest to the model airplane.
Seeing this, Zhang Xueqiang immediately summoned his spirit beast to fend off the attack. This played right into Hunter's hands. It opened its beak, ready to devour the guardian spirit blocking its path. Zhang Xueqiang realized this and tried to summon his spirit beast out, but it was already too late. No! Zhang Xueqiang let out a heart-wrenching scream. At that very moment, attacks formed from streams of spiritual energy surged in from all directions, striking the hunter poised to devour the spirit guardian. To evade the sudden assault, the hunter was forced to abandon its attempt to devour the guardian spirit. It fixed its gaze as several figures burst forth. Zhang Xueqiang, who had thought he was about to lose his spirit guardian, immediately turned his head at the sight. Recognizing the arrivals, his face instantly twisted with a mix of emotions. It's Team A. Team A came to support us. Wait, we didn't call for backup. How did Team A get here so fast? Just as Zhang Xueqiang was puzzling over this, Qianglong, who had been lying down to rest nearby, glanced over at Mei Li. That girl's spirit really did predict correctly. On their way here, Mei Li had summoned her spirit to foretell the future, learning in advance that they would face the same danger as last time. That's why they'd called Team A members to ambush nearby well in advance. Knowing Team A had their backs, he dared to risk everything, commanding his spirit to retrieve the model airplane. 7 or 8 spirit masters from Team A had arrived. They had all summoned their spirits and were now fixed intently on the eagle hovering in midair. The hunter's gaze darkened as he watched the figures below. It could sense that these newcomers possessed significantly stronger spirit beasts. Whoosh! At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Hunter swept his sinister gaze over the group before turning and soaring into the night. Captain Su, should we pursue? Team A members turned to look at their leader, Su Zong. Not yet. Go check on that spirit artifact. Yes, sir. Upon reaching the spot where the model airplane had been placed, every single one of them froze in shock. Where's the thing? Zhang Xueqiang's eyes widened as far as they could go. It was right here just now. This is strange. All the Special Affairs Bureau personnel present began searching around the area. After searching every inch, they still couldn't find the model airplane. Did that spirit creature slip away in the chaos? Could it be that eagle took it? Su Zong's face darkened considerably. Go after it. Su Zong led Team A in pursuit of the direction the eagle had flown. The remaining members of Teams B and C were in rough shape after the fierce battle. Qianglong, in particular, urgently needed medical attention. Zhang Xueqiang was now feeling the side effects of the blue pill, his head spinning. Send a few people to take the 2 captains and the injured members to the hospital. I'll stay here with a few of the better conditioned members. At that moment, Niu Kai stepped forward and made a suggestion. The others immediately accepted his suggestion. Jiang Tao, Liu, Huang Yi, you 3 stay behind with me. After these men were left behind, the rest departed. A moment later, the 4 remaining individuals knelt on one knee in perfect unison, bowing their heads toward a specific direction. Master, they've departed. You may reveal yourself now. Chapter 82, The Seed of Desire Sprouts, Stealing a Bargain? No sooner had their voices faded than a figure materialized before them. It was none other than a husky with golden pupils.
This sight left the few hiding by the trash heap utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap! His Majesty the Husky King is so powerful he's even planted his own informant within the Special Affairs Bureau. After all, it's His Majesty the Husky King, there's nothing he can't do. The three newcomers had heard about the Special Affairs Bureau during their journey and knew it was an official secret organization. Moreover, the fierce battle they just witnessed clearly demonstrated the organization's formidable strength. That such a tightly knit and meticulous organization could harbor an undercover agent planted by Lord Ha. This revelation pushed their admiration for Lu Jiyue to new heights. Lu Jiyue looked at the four before him and nodded. Well done. These were the very individuals upon whom he had planted the seeds of desire. Now, those seeds had taken root and begun to sprout within them. Long before arriving here, Lu Jiyue had sensed their presence. Because the seeds of desire had fully sprouted, the group also sensed their master was nearby. This was why Niu Kai ran and the others had left, leaving their own people behind. Come out. Stop hiding. Meet your own people. Lu Jiyue called out to the group hiding. Finally, we can come out. We were about to be pickled by this pile of trash. The members of the Woof Woof gang immediately burst out. They promptly introduced themselves to Niu Kai and his three companions. The Woof Woof gang members didn't just shake hands and greet them, each also demonstrated their signature skills. Seeing these individuals display abilities that left them stunned, Niu Kai and his companions felt an endless sense of awe. They had always believed their Special Affairs Bureau was the most formidable organization. Little did they know that even a random member of the gang founded by their master could easily outclass them. While the subordinates exchanged pleasantries, Lu Jiao stepped aside. With a flick of his thoughts, a model airplane shrouded in black spiritual energy materialized before him. The very thing the Special Affairs Bureau had been searching high and low for had long since been sucked into Lu Jiyue's alternate dimension storage space during the chaos, thanks to the remote object pulling ability of his abyss devouring space. I thought I'd miss out on a bargain today, but that eagle showed up just in time. Lu Jiyue remarked, his gaze fixed on the model. The black spiritual energy gathered on the model plane coalesced once more into the monstrous creature with its gaping maw and sharp fangs. The creature opened its mouth in a ferocious display, only to freeze in terror upon recognizing the being before it. It even hid behind the airplane model. Lu Jiyue frowned, puzzled by the scene. He hadn't even activated the Eye of Intimidation skill. When facing others, this creature was ferocious, so why did it become so timid the moment it saw him? Lu Jiyue moved closer to the airplane model. This movement startled the monster, causing it to tremble violently before instantly dissolving into spiritual energy and hiding within the model. Even the overflowing spiritual energy was snatched back by a hand. The scene resembled something straight out of an animated film, which actually made Lu Jiao chuckle. Is it really necessary to fear me this much? Is it afraid I'll devour it? Lu Jiao quickly grasped the reason behind it. He extended his claw and pressed it against the model airplane. The spiritual energy trembled slightly on its surface, struggling to leave yet unable to escape the model plane. Spirit object detected airplane model. A malevolent spirit, born from the resentment of the departed, has parasitized the airplane model. Smearing blood upon it will make you its master. Do you wish to consume its spiritual energy to gain evolution points? Seeing the system prompt, Lu Jiyue finally understood how this spirit object had come into being. It was the unresolved resentment and lingering attachment to loved ones and the world from those who perished in the accident 10 years ago that formed immense resentment, giving birth to the malevolent spirit. Thus, the origin of this spirit object in the airplane model was revealed. Although the model plane could transform scrap metal into the shape of an aircraft, such a large target would be far too conspicuous. Though Lu Jiyue desired an aircraft himself, after weighing his options, he resolved to consume it. Just as he prepared to devour it, his ears pricked up. What's that sound? Though faint, Lu Jiao caught it. He looked in a certain direction. It was coming from the pile of scrap metal that had fallen after the previous aircraft monster disintegrated. Could it be someone from the Special Affairs Bureau? If they saw he'd taken the plane model. Before he could devour it, Lu Jiyue swiftly returned the model plane to its storage space in the alternate dimension. He then hurried over to the pile of scrap metal. After searching, he indeed found a figure. And it was a girl. She was pinned beneath a pile of scrap metal, her breath faint and weak. That scent. Suddenly, Lu Jiyue twitched his nose, detecting a familiar scent amidst the rusty stench. It's the pet owner. Realizing this, Lu Jiyue immediately called for help and pulled Li Wanner out from beneath the scrap metal. Li Wanner was covered in injuries, her breath barely audible. My dearest. No wonder I couldn't find you anywhere. How did you end up in that place? Seeing Li Wanner like this, Lu Jiyue felt utterly at a loss. Brother, the poop scooper's bleeding heavily. Pet sitter, what's wrong with you? Wake up. What, is the poop scooper dying? Meng Meng doesn't want the poop scooper to die. Big brother, save the poop scooper. The three little ones gathered around Li Wanner, whimpering pitifully as they tenderly licked the wounds on her body. Whether it was the pain from the licks or not, Li Wanner weakly opened her tear-filled eyes. Dad. Seeing the poop scooper awake, Lu Jiyue immediately rushed to her side. Woof! Xiao Ha! How did you get here? The three little ones crowded around Li Wanner. You're all here. I'm sorry, but I might not be able to take care of you anymore. Li Wanner was in a terrible state, her voice weak and strained as if she might slip into a deep sleep at any moment. Seeing their owner like this, the three little ones crowded into her arms, their eyes brimming with tears. Li Wanner was their first real owner, the first person who truly cared for them. She not only fed them delicious food and drinks but also watched TV and played games with them. She was the kindest soul in the world to them. In their hearts, they had come to regard her as family, despite having no blood ties. Having already lost their mother, they couldn't bear to lose someone so important to them. It wasn't just the three puppies who felt this way. Lu Jiyue also regarded Li Wanner as someone deeply important. Seeing the three puppies so distressed, he immediately spoke to comfort them. There. Don't cry. Big brother has a plan. At Lu Jiyue's words, the three pups' eyes lit up as they turned to look at him. Lu Jiyue approached Li Wanner, bent down, and extended his tongue to lick her wound, allowing his saliva to enter her body. Originally, Lu Jiyue had no intention of making his owner his spirit descendant. After all, on the surface, she was his owner and had nurtured him. Though he, possessing a human soul, didn't quite see her as a mother, his younger siblings likely already regarded her as a second mother. Now, even the owner who raised him had become his servant. He wondered what his pet owner, Li Wanner, would think when she came to her senses later. Chapter 83, Spirit Object Recognition? Li Wanner felt the excruciating pain that had been radiating throughout her body suddenly ease. It seems I've truly passed away. No, you haven't. The sudden voice made Li Wanner snap her eyes open. Seeing the husky before her, she frowned in confusion. Xiao Ha, was that you talking to me just now? It was me. And you said I wasn't dead? Dogs can talk now. Pet owner, you really aren't dead. At that moment, Xiao Shi, Xiao Qi, and Meng Meng also gathered around. Li Wanner, who could also understand their words, instantly sprang up from the ground. Realizing she'd just performed a high-difficulty maneuver, she froze in disbelief. How did I do that? Li Wanner reached out and pinched her thigh hard. Ah! The pain made her cry out involuntarily. She had barely used any force. How could it hurt so much? Li Wanner looked down to see her own thigh already turning red and swollen from the pinch. What the hell is going on? Lu Jiyue glanced at the people watching from a distance. Li Ko, you take the others and keep watch around us. Report any developments immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Jiyue dismissed the rest of the group. Your Highness, why do those people address you that way? It's a long story. Don't ask about it now. I'll give you a brief explanation. Yes. The involuntary response left Li Wanner's face clouded with confusion. She was not only puzzled by everything unfolding before her, but also wondered if her own mind was playing tricks on her. For she had witnessed her own dog, her beloved pet, evoke an irresistible sense of admiration within her heart. And she couldn't help but follow its commands. She was the owner, after all. The tables had turned completely. Lu Jiyue's mind was racing at full speed. He simply couldn't think of any reason to explain all this. Or maybe, should he just use Li Ke's explanation? After pondering for a long while, Lu Jiyue finally spoke up. Actually, I'm not just an ordinary dog. Only then did Lu Jiyue realize that sometimes, Li Ke's delusional tendencies could actually be quite useful. At least when it came to making stuff up, he was seriously good at it. Following Li Ke's style, Lu Jiyue declared himself a dog endowed with divine power. And because Li Wanner had taken good care of him, he had bestowed upon her the title of Holy Maiden and granted her divine powers. After finishing his story, Lu Jiyue's face flushed slightly. He wished he'd left Li Ke behind to tell the story himself. It was so embarrassing to say all this himself. Maybe Li Wanner now thinks he's a crazy little dog. So that's how it was. After processing Lu Jiyue's words, Li Wanner looked as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. Clearly, Lu Jiyue had overthought it. She accepted his rambling explanation faster than anyone could have imagined. I always knew you weren't like other puppies. You're way too smart, smarter than humans. Deep down, I never thought you were just an ordinary puppy. But I never imagined you'd possess divine power. And be able to revive me. No wonder you never wanted to stay home. You must have been off doing something important. This is amazing. Who knew that just by raising a dog, I'd gain divine power? Li Wanner was getting carried away with her own excitement. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Alright, Xiao Ha, since you can resurrect people, could you bring back? No. Before Li Wanner could finish, Lu Jiyue cut her off. He knew exactly what she was going to say. True. It's been 10 years. Even if souls exist, they'd have reincarnated long ago. As she spoke, Li Wanner's mood sank again. But then, as if she'd come to a realization, she added, if Dad could see me now, he'd want me to be happy every day. That's why I haven't let negativity consume me all these years. I'll keep living my life joyfully from now on. Seeing Li Wanner like this, Lu Jiyue silently admired her. She was a remarkably perceptive girl. Later, through Lu Jiyue's questioning, he learned why Li Wanner had been pinned under the scrap metal. After the plane landed, Li Wanner spotted her father among the crowd. She slipped inside when no one was looking, only to see her father enter the aircraft. She followed him aboard, and when the plane mutated into a monster, she remained hidden inside. You've got some nerve. Lu Jiyue found himself both amused and exasperated. After all, he's my father. How could I be afraid of the loved one I miss every day? As she spoke, Li Wanner's mood grew somber once more. Realizing he'd said the wrong thing, Lu Jiyue scratched his head with his claw. Hey, Xiaoha, have you found any airplane models around here? A model airplane? Lu Jiyue wondered could the plane model she mentioned be. It's the one I asked my dad to bring back for me 10 years ago. When that illusion appeared, I saw my dad holding that exact airplane model in his hands. Hearing Li Wanner's words, Lu Jiyue retrieved the airplane model from her alternate dimension space. Is this the one you meant? Li Wanner's eyes lit up the moment she saw the model airplane. Yes. That's the one. Li Wanner reached out excitedly to grab the model airplane. Wait. Before Lu Jiyao could stop her, Li Wanner picked up the airplane model. What's wrong? Li Wanner held the model plane, looking at Lu Jiyue with confusion. Lu Jiyue breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the evil spirit on the model plane hadn't attacked Li Wanner. Are you sure this is the plane model your father brought back to give you? Li Wanner nodded firmly. There's no mistake. He took a photo and sent it to me. It's this one. But this model airplane has become a spirit object. A very vicious evil spirit has taken root within it. To protect you from harm, you should give it to me. Hearing Lu Jiyue's words, Li Wanner looked down at the airplane model in her hands, her expression torn. This was a memento left to her by her father. After a moment's struggle, Li Wanner handed the object to Lu Jiyue. It was better to dispose of it to prevent the evil spirit from causing trouble in the world. When Lu Jiyue's hand touched the model plane again, the system prompt that popped up left him utterly dumbfounded. This spirit object has recognized its master. Do you wish to absorb its spiritual energy to gain evolution points? Note, after absorption, the object's owner will fall into a deep coma with a chance of never waking up. Chapter 84, Li Wanner's Spirit Control. Lu Jiyue was stunned. This spirit artifact already had an owner. When did it get an owner? Wait, didn't they say earlier that smearing blood on this airplane model would make me its master? The thought struck Lu Jiyue, and he immediately turned to look at Li Wanner. He noticed her hands were still smeared with quite a bit of blood. Holy crap! Is this fate? Well, it was her dad's thing to begin with. It was a case of hitting the mark by accident, returning it to Li Wanner's hands. Here, take it. Lu Jiyue pushed the airplane model toward Li Wanner. What's wrong? Weren't you going to deal with the evil spirit on it? The moment Li Wanner spoke, the evil spirit parasitizing the plane instantly revealed itself. Master, no. Don't let him devour me. I'll serve you faithfully forever. If you tell me to go west, I won't dare go east. Please spare my wretched life. Startled by this sudden scene, Li Wanner instinctively took a few steps back. This must be the evil spirit from the plane model. It can speak. Why is it calling me master? What on earth is going on? Lu Jiyue immediately stepped forward to explain. Don't be afraid. You've become the master of this airplane model, and this evil spirit has become your spirit companion. Guardian spirit? Li Wanner still looked utterly bewildered. Master, let me explain. Fearing it might be eliminated, the evil spirit immediately communicated telepathically with Li Wanner. After a moment, Li Wanner's eyes finally cleared. So that's how it is. You are now the owner of this airplane model. Try to see if you can control it and unleash its power. Okay. Li Wanner nodded, then resumed communicating with her spirit companion. A moment later, she suddenly picked up the model airplane and walked toward the pile of scrap metal not far behind her. Placing the model on the scrap heap, spiritual energy instantly surged from it, enveloping the pile of metal. After flashes of spiritual light, a fully intact airplane materialized before their eyes. Xiao Feifei told me that with just the most basic materials, he can build an airplane based on the model's design. If necessary, he can even use these materials to quickly transform it into a fighter jet. Lu Jiyue couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the name Xiao Feifei. This must be the name Li Wanner gave her spirit companion. She was still as casual as ever with naming things. Wait! Li Wanner suddenly exclaimed. I think I figured out other methods too. Other methods? Lu Jiyao found himself intrigued by Li Wanner's words, waiting to see what these other methods might be. She appeared to be communicating with her spirit mount. Then, the ordinary plane before her transformed. It had transformed into a pink aircraft. And printed on its fuselage was a dog paw-shaped plum blossom mark. See? Although Xiao Feifei can only transform based on aircraft models, I can control it to take on any appearance I desire. Li Wanner was thrilled, as if she'd discovered a new continent. I can even turn this thing green. As Li Wanner prepared to reshape the plane again, Lu Jiyue quickly stopped her. Seems she's gotten into a costume-changing game. Let's go with a more low-key color. These are way too flashy. A low-key color, then let's make it black. No sooner had Li Waner finished speaking than the plane before her transformed into a jet black aircraft. In the darkness, it was nearly invisible unless you looked closely, truly understated. Your Highness. Just then, Li Ke hurried over. What's wrong? Any updates? It's those who fainted. Some of them seem to be showing signs of regaining consciousness. Upon hearing Li Ke's report, Lu Jiyue immediately summoned the rest of the team. When they saw the aircraft before them, they all let out gasps of admiration. The three little ones grew even more excited when they learned their owner was piloting it. What a cool plane! Can we go up and take a look, pet owner? This plane is huge. It looks like it could seat tons and tons of two-legged creatures. I've never been on a plane before. Can this thing actually fly? Li Waner smiled and ruffled all three of their heads. Of course it can. It has all the functions of a normal plane and even some it doesn't. In that case, everyone should board the plane and evacuate this area first. Under Lu Jiyue's command, the Paw Patrol members boarded the aircraft one by one. Lu Jiyue then turned to Niu Kai and the others. You lot stay here and wait for your bureau people. Keep lying low, don't reveal your identities. If anything happens, just go to Kunming University and find any dog to say you're looking for me. Yes, sir. After giving his final instructions, Lu Jiyue boarded the plane himself. What about those who fainted? Li Waner glanced at the bodies strewn across the floor, her voice tinged with concern. Don't worry. The Special Affairs Bureau will handle it. Let's get out of here first. Alright, everyone hold on tight. Xiao Feifei, take off. With Li Waner's command, the aircraft smoothly lifted off. The flight was smoother than Lu Jiyue had imagined. Wow, we're flying so high and fast. Hey, does this plane even need fuel? Li Ke, experiencing his first flight, was visibly thrilled. Not only does it not need fuel, but it also flies higher and farther than ordinary planes, and it's extremely safe. Li Waner said proudly. By the way, who is this? Li Waner's companions, who hadn't met her yet, all turned to her with curious glances. Me? I'm the sacred maiden of, Lord Wang. For Xiao Ha's sake, she'd better keep calling him His Majesty King Ha in front of others from now on. No wonder he's so handsome, it's the Holy Maiden herself. Your Holiness is truly amazing. To have tamed such a powerful spirit beast. With this plane, the Paw Patrol will have so much easier time on missions. A barrage of flattery from the team members left Li Waner blushing with embarrassment. Hey! Haven't we settled on our base yet? I have a bold idea. At that moment, Su Yan, standing nearby, seemed to have an epiphany and spoke up excitedly. Who says a base has to be in a fixed location? Wouldn't it be better to move it onto this plane? It's spacious enough to hold everyone, and since it can move through the air, no one will be able to find us. No one but our own team can get in. At this, everyone's eyes lit up. And when we need to assemble in the future, if any member can't make it, we can just fly out to pick them up, super convenient. This way, we solve not only the base location problem, but also the transportation issue for missions. Everyone praised Su Yan's suggestion, even Li Waner found it highly appealing. Lu Jiyue, however, remained impassive. What you're suggesting is feasible, but a plane that size in the sky is far too conspicuous. It might be manageable at night, but during the day, it would easily draw attention. Lu Jiyue wasn't worried about ordinary people spotting it, but if the aircraft model vanished right under the Special Affairs Bureau's nose, they would definitely investigate. A plane that size flying around for no reason? It was bound to be spotted sooner or later. That would spell trouble. Actually, there is a solution to this problem. Just as everyone was feeling regretful, Li Waner suddenly spoke up. Chapter 85, New Base. What did you mean by that earlier? Lu Jiyue was thoroughly intrigued by Li Waner's words. It's a new ability Xiao Feifei gained after recognizing me as its master. Just now, it told me it can make this plane invisible. Hearing this, not only Lu Jiyue but everyone else was utterly astonished. It said something about sharing my abilities or something like that to achieve invisibility, but I don't know anything about invisibility. Lu Jiyue finally understood. Li Waner was now his spirit descendant, so she must have inherited the skill, night stealth. That's why her spirit companion now possessed the ability to make the plane invisible. Li Waner deliberately had her spirit prove it to everyone by making the plane invisible. The aircraft, which had been soaring high in the sky, seemed to vanish into thin air. Though those aboard couldn't see the aircraft's invisible state, the sight of birds repeatedly crashing into it as if blinded proved beyond doubt. They were convinced the plane was indeed invisible. This is absolutely the best location for our base. Everyone enthusiastically agreed to relocate the base to this aircraft, even Lu Jiyue was thoroughly satisfied. Not only could it constantly change positions, but it could also remain invisible and undetected. It completely resolved Lu Jiyue's lingering concerns. While Li Waner was still puzzling over why her spirit companion claimed she possessed stealth abilities, Lu Jiyue called her aside. You do possess the ability to become invisible. I bestowed this divine power upon you, but since you've just acquired it, you might not yet know how to use it properly. Try experimenting with it now. Hearing Lu Zhiyue's words, Li Wanner was first stunned, then her shock turned to delight. Through trial and error, she quickly mastered the technique of night stealth. Holy crap! I can actually become invisible. With this power, I'll never be late for class again. I can just slip into the classroom invisible. Lu Zhiyue couldn't help but smile wryly at Li Wanner's words. What on earth was she thinking? Unless absolutely necessary, don't reveal your abilities to ordinary people. Otherwise, you'll put yourself in grave danger. Lu Zhiyue warned Li Wanner sternly. Li Wanner covered her mouth and nodded fearfully. Okay, I'll remember. From now on, act like an ordinary person around others. Treat me like an ordinary dog too. Got it, Xiao Ha. I'm your master, you know. The thought that the dog she casually kept was actually a magical creature with divine powers made Li Wanner chuckle inwardly. Lu Zhiyao watched the suppressed amusement spreading across Li Wanner's face and shook his head. It's getting late. Have Xiao Feifei land the plane near the open field by Keiming University and send everyone back. Got it. Within minutes, Li Wanner announced they'd reached their destination and could disembark. The sheer speed of it all left everyone utterly astonished. After leading everyone off the plane, Lu Zhiyue suddenly realized a very serious question. Where are we going to park this plane? A plane this size would require an enormous private open area to serve as a landing pad. Your Highness, if you don't mind, I happen to have a private parking area available. At that moment, Si Chang, who had a bit of money, spoke up. Just as Si Chang imagined he could once again contribute to Lord Ha and the gang, Li Wanner's words shattered his fantasy. No need. It doesn't consume fuel anyway. Just let it hover invisibly in midair. Li Wanner's suggestion earned Lu Zhiyao's approval. Hovering in midair wouldn't waste resources, and they could take off at a moment's notice if needed. Perfect. Failing to be of assistance, Si Chang felt a bit downcast. Lu Zhiyue immediately gave him a chance to prove himself. Si Chang, our gang has grown quite a bit now, with members even joining from other cities. These newcomers from out of town have surely had to give up their previous jobs for the gang. Without jobs, they lose their livelihood. As the leader of this group, I definitely need to pay our members. Even though your donation of 100 million will last us a long time, to better conceal everyone's identities, I want to secure legitimate jobs for them, preferably ones that actually generate income. Upon hearing Lu Zhiyao's words, Si Chang nodded repeatedly. Your Excellency Wang is truly thoughtful. Rest assured, I'll handle this matter. The thought of contributing to the gang again filled Si Chang with immense excitement. If he did well, Lord Ha Wang might be pleased and grant him even more divine power. Si Chang silently vowed to himself that he would see this task through to perfection. Meanwhile, after failing to find any leads, Timei returned to their original location. The individuals lying unconscious on the ground began showing signs of regaining consciousness. Timei sprang back into action. To prevent further panic once these individuals regained consciousness, they had to erase a segment of their memories. They also had to fabricate a plausible explanation for the incident to inform everyone. This left Timei feeling thoroughly frustrated. The spirit artifact was lost, the spirit beast hadn't been captured, and returning to headquarters would likely mean another round of scolding. At this thought, Su Zong clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked. Damn it, spirit devourer, huh? Don't you dare cross my path again. While Su Zong seethed inwardly at the eagle spirit beast, the hunters on the other side were also cursing their luck. Who knew those Special Affairs Bureau people were so sneaky? They actually had another team lying in wait nearby. That malevolent spirit from the artifact has likely fallen into their hands. Master, why did you recall me? I wanted to devour all their spirit tamers. The spirit tamers of Team A are all quite skilled. You wouldn't have gained anything by confronting them head-on. The hooded figure's voice was dark and ominous. What if they interfere with our plans again next time? Rest assured. Yangzhong City won't be peaceful for a while. They'll have their hands full. The black-robed figure let out a cold snort, his eyes beneath the mask gleaming with malevolence. Chapter 86, The Dog's Grievances. On the villa rooftop. Lu Zhiyue, just waking up, stretched lazily. Lately, he'd gotten used to sleeping on the rooftop. Xiao Qi's snoring was simply too loud, giving him a splitting headache. Feeling hunger pangs in his stomach, he went downstairs. The moment Lu Zhiyue appeared, Meng Meng dashed toward him. Big bro, you gotta stop Xiao Qi. He ate the food the poop scooper prepared for you. Lu Zhiyue glanced over. Xiao Qi was staring guiltily at the ceiling, his two food bowls beside him spotless cleaner than his own face. Seeing Xiao Qi, the youngest of the three, whose size had already surpassed both Meng Meng and Xiao Shi, Lu Zhiyao sighed softly. Big bro, I'm sorry. The food the owner gave me was just too little. I really couldn't get full. Hearing his big brother sigh, Xiao Qi immediately slid over on his knees to apologize. Seeing him like this, Lu Zhiyue couldn't bring himself to scold him. Forget it. I'll just go eat somewhere else. Lu Zhiyue thought of the delicious food Su Yan made and licked his lips. Only when Lu Zhiyue stepped onto the street did he remember. Today was Monday, the day with the most classes. Su Yan was probably at school now, just like Li Wanner. Just then, the aroma of roasted duck wafted toward Lu Xiao from nearby. He couldn't help but walk up to the roast duck shop. What an adorable little doggy. Are you hungry? The shop owner was a friendly-looking woman, probably not yet 30. Here, have some. The owner picked up a packet from the nearby table and tossed it in front of Lu Xiao. Instantly, the aroma filled Lu Xiao's nostrils. He immediately tore open the plastic bag. Just as he was about to take a big bite, he suddenly realized. It was a bag of duck butts. Good heavens, even if these duck butts smelled heavenly, he wasn't about to eat them. Lu Xiao glanced at it and walked away. The roast duck shop owner stared wide-eyed, muttering to himself. Did I see that right? Other dogs would beg for these duck butts, yet this one actually turned them down? Lu Xiao reached the street corner. Seizing a moment when no one was around, he activated desire manipulation, taking control of the white-collar worker sipping coffee at the cafe ahead. Lu Xiao retrieved some cash from the alternate dimension and handed it to him. Buy every duck from that roast duck shop up ahead. The controlled office worker took the money and set off to carry out Lu Xiao's instructions. Judging from the duck butt incident earlier, Lu Xiao could tell the roast duck shop owner was a good person. She had a habit of hoarding duck butts, and judging by how skillfully she tossed them away, she must regularly feed duck butts to stray dogs. Though he disliked ducktails himself, a bag of fragrant ducktails was an incredibly delicious feast for stray dogs. To avoid disappointing this kind soul, Lu Xiao resolved to buy every roast duck in her shop. If even the ducktails smelled that good, the roast duck itself must be delicious. Besides, it had been ages since he visited the original members of the Wolfgang at school. This was the perfect chance to bring the roast duck to see them. Knowing they'd get roast duck, their tails would probably be wagging so high they'd touch the sky. After waiting about 10 minutes, the office worker returned with several large bags and approached Lu Xiao. Taking advantage of the empty street, Lu Xiao set aside 2 roast ducks for himself and stowed the rest away in his dimensional pocket. Lu Xiao handed one of the ducks to the white-collar worker in front of him. Your pay. Then, biting into another duck, he walked away. Not long after Lu Xiao departed, the white-collar worker regained his senses. Now he looked utterly bewildered. Wasn't I sitting in the coffee shop? As the white-collar worker pondered this, he suddenly felt a weight on his right hand. Looking down, he saw he was holding a roast duck. Roast duck? When did I buy roast duck? While the office worker frowned in confusion, the roast duck shop owner on the other side cheerfully packed up, preparing to close for the night. Woof! As she tidied up, she heard the sound of a dog swallowing nearby. It turned out the discarded duck but had attracted 2 stray dogs to eat. She immediately stopped what she was doing. She tossed several remaining bags of ducktails right in front of them. Puppies, eat up. If you can't finish it all, take some for your friends. The shop owner chuckled. Seems the old saying holds true, dogs bring fortune. This is the biggest order I've ever gotten. The thought of getting home early to rest filled her with delight. She also made up her mind then and there, from now on, she'd give all the ducktails and scraps to the stray puppies. Not only would it bring her good fortune, but it would also help feed these poor little creatures, a win-win for everyone. Lu Xiao found a spot to finish his own roast duck before heading to the back mountain of Keeman University with a full belly. After his tasting, he confirmed the roast duck was indeed delicious, definitely worth patronizing regularly. Base, do you smell that? Or am I just starving? I swear I smell roast duck. Just as Lu Xiao was about to look for the Paw Patrol dogs, he suddenly heard voices coming from about 10 meters ahead. No wonder they call it a dog nose, it can pick up the roast duck scent on me from this far away. Lu Xiao muttered under his breath as he walked over. Pups, long time no see. Lu Xiao's sudden appearance startled Base and the others. Once they recognized who it was, they all became excited. Base, in particular, was thumping his massive tail wildly against a nearby yellow-haired dog, nearly knocking the poor thing unconscious. King Ha! It's been ages since you last came. Several dogs crowded around him, and Lu Xiao felt like he'd been doused in a shower of drool. King Ha! You smell so good, like roast duck. Lu Xiao quickly broke free from the pack's embrace, shaking his body violently to fling off the drool. You guys are absolutely right. I brought you. Lu Xiao was about to say he'd brought them roast duck when he suddenly froze. Base, why are you so skinny? Xiao Shui, De Lu, why are you all so thin? Did you all go on a diet? Woo, Hawan, you haven't been here for days. You have no idea how tough things have been for us lately. Bess suddenly started wailing, and the other dogs chimed in one after another. What on earth happened? Lu Xiao's expression turned serious. Who dared to bully the dogs under his protection? Speak up, dogs. Tell me everything. I'll see justice is done. At this moment, Lu Xiao felt it was absolutely necessary to display the regal authority befitting his position as king. Woo, King Ha, it's like this. After listening to Base and the others recount their ordeal, Lu Xiao finally understood the grievances they had endured these past few days. Chapter 87, Huskies, Police Dogs? The incident began with a theft at the school cafeteria. The stolen items weren't particularly valuable, just some food. The moment the cafeteria staff turned their backs, the prepared dishes vanished in an instant. Due to the frequent thefts, the cafeteria couldn't prepare enough food for all the students, leaving many college students hungry. Previously, the cafeteria's leftovers had been a crucial source of sustenance for the dogs. Now, not only was that source gone, they've also been unfairly blamed. Unable to find the thieves, the cafeteria staff began suspecting the pack of dogs on campus. So whenever they see the dogs, they beat and scold them. These days, the dogs not only go hungry but also dare not show their faces. They barely survive by relying on handouts from a few familiar college students. Lu Xiao listened and felt indignant on behalf of the dogs. The cafeteria staff are useless. They can't even guard the food properly, yet they make you take the blame. Seeing the dogs' aggrieved expressions, Lu Xiao immediately brought out the roast duck. It's my fault too. I've been so busy with my own affairs these past days that I neglected you. Lu Xiao hurriedly divided the roast duck among them. The dog's drool practically formed a river. It really is roast duck. MPH, long live King Slobber. Watching the dogs devour their food with such abandon, Lu Xiao finally grasped how miserable their lives had been these past days. To resolve their plight, he must catch the mastermind behind the cafeteria thefts. But who would target the cafeteria's food for theft? Lu Xiao decided to stake out the school cafeteria all day today. He arrived at the cafeteria and saw a large poster plastered on the entrance door. It read, "Dogs are not allowed inside." Lu Xiao leapt up and tore the poster down. He tore it into shreds. Discrimination. This is blatant racial discrimination. Just because dogs have a reputation for being greedy eaters, does that mean they should all be labeled as thieves? What's the point of having police then? Not letting me in, huh? Well, I'm going in anyway. Lu Xiao pushed open the gate and walked right in. The moment he stepped inside, his nostrils filled with a myriad of scents. It was nearly lunchtime, and the cafeteria staff were busily bringing out the prepared dishes. These aromas emanated from the dishes. Something's off. Lu Xiao sniffed sharply. Though the aroma here was complex, a blend of countless scents, he detected something else. This scent was all too familiar to him. It was the scent emanating from a spirit beast. Could this criminal be a spirit beast? If it truly was a spirit beast, things would be much simpler. Daring to make the dogs take the fall for it, he must turn this spirit beast into his own evolution point. Just as Lu Xiao was pondering this, a sudden shout rang out nearby. "You worthless mutt! Trying to sneak a bite again? I'll beat you to a pulp." A middle-aged man in a white uniform spotted Lu Xiao and grabbed the broom leaning nearby. He then charged toward Lu Xiao, swinging the broom wildly. Lu Xiao stood his ground, neither dodging nor moving aside. He directly unleashed his eye of intimidation at the man. The man, who had been seething with rage moments before, was suddenly overcome by terror upon meeting Lu Xiao's gaze. It was as if he had glimpsed some horrifying vision, causing his legs to tremble violently. He plopped down onto the floor, his facial features contorted into a ball of sheer terror. Though it was still class time and the cafeteria was mostly empty, several staff members noticed the commotion. Lu Xiao immediately activated desire manipulation on the middle-aged man. Successfully manipulated, the middle-aged man stood up and led Lu Xiao into the cafeteria's back kitchen. "Old one, what are you doing? Why are you bringing the dog in here?" Several cafeteria staff gathered around, looking puzzled. Lu Xiao glanced at the middle-aged man. The man, his eyes vacant, immediately spoke up. "I made a mistake earlier. This is a police dog sent by the school specifically to investigate that thief." "What? A police dog?" One of the younger men immediately leaned in upon hearing this. He seemed to know a thing or two about dog breeds. Aren't police dogs supposed to be high IQ breeds like sheepdogs, German shepherds, or Labradors? Since when can a dimwit like a husky become a police dog? Dumb dog? The dog in question, labeled a dimwit, turned its gaze toward the man who spoke. The man, who had initially wanted to verify the dog's authenticity, immediately shut his mouth upon sensing the murderous intent in the husky's eyes. This husky truly seemed different from ordinary huskies. He even sensed an aura of authority emanating from it. So much so that when it passed by, he instinctively stepped aside. Lu Xiao ignored them and began wandering around. Here, the scent grew stronger. But strangely, the scent was dispersed evenly throughout the area. For a moment, he couldn't even pinpoint where it was strongest. Since it had managed to steal right under everyone's noses, Lu Xiao suspected the spirit beast had likely been hiding in the cafeteria all along. After thoroughly sniffing the surrounding area, Lu Xiao narrowed down a general location. The scent seemed slightly thicker within the inner section of that area. He then began to survey his surroundings. He spotted an inconspicuous door. Lu Xiao immediately shot a glance in that direction. The middle-aged man under control promptly stepped forward and opened the door. The moment it swung open, a pungent odor assaulted his senses. The scene before him made Lu Xiao frown as he tiptoed away slightly. Behind the door lay some food ingredients. But many of these ingredients were already rotting, emitting a pungent stench. Lu Xiao stared at the cafeteria staff in disbelief. Could they really be using ingredients like this to prepare meals for the university students? Don't misunderstand. This area is for storing and used ingredients. But we usually buy fresh supplies, so these leftovers just sit here until we clear them out periodically.
The explanation came from the same man who had called Lu Zhiyao a dimwit. After speaking, he scratched his head in puzzlement. No matter how formidable the creature before him might be, it was still just a dog. Why did he feel this uneasy, like a high-ranking official was conducting an inspection? Even after hearing this explanation, Lu Zhiyue remained skeptical. Who knows? Some might still be using ingredients from here to cook meals for those college students, just to save a few pennies. Those foolish yet innocent college students couldn't tell the difference anyway. They might even get diarrhea after eating and think their digestive systems are just too efficient. No, he had to tell his boss Li Wanner about this. She needed to report it to the school administration. Just as someone nearby stepped forward to close the door, Lu Zhiyue's ears twitched. He caught an extremely faint sound coming from inside. Chapter 88, This can pass as a spirit beast? It's been so hot lately, the food here spoils quickly. This smell is absolutely disgusting. A cafeteria auntie muttered as she moved to close the door storing the food. Lu Zhiyue immediately stepped forward, blocking the person's path. What's going on? Seeing Lu Zhiyue blocking her path, the cafeteria auntie looked utterly perplexed. Auntie Lu, this police dog must have detected something. Don't interfere with its work. Auntie Lu burst out laughing upon hearing this. It stinks so bad in there, if that thief really was in there, he'd probably have been stung to death by now. Hearing Aunt Lu's words, the others nodded in agreement. Who in their right mind would risk so much to hide in a place like this just to steal some food from the cafeteria? Lu Zhiyue remained unmoved by their comments. After all, the target wasn't human. But these people lingering here were not only delaying his business, they were also unbearably noisy. Lu Zhiyue glanced back at the group behind him, silently counting them in his mind. Besides the one already under his control, there were exactly 9 people left. Lu Zhiyao immediately unleashed his desire manipulation on each of them, intending to send them away. To his surprise, 8 of the 9 fell under his control. But the one man who seemed to know something about police dogs resisted his control. Lu Zhiyao immediately fixed him with a scrutinizing gaze. Upon closer inspection, he realized the man was likely in his early 30s, prime age for physical strength and societal ambition. Yet here he was, comfortably hanging out with a bunch of old folks in the cafeteria. It was truly abnormal. Lu Zhiyue pondered it over and over, and could only conclude that this man must be someone without much desire in his heart. That was why his desire manipulation had failed to take effect. Lu Zhiyue couldn't be bothered to dwell on it further. He simply manipulated 2 people to knock the man unconscious, then had him carried out. After clearing everyone out, Lu Zhiyue took a deep breath, held his breath, and entered the foul-smelling vegetable storage room. This was a space partitioned off later, so it wasn't very large. It looked to be about 10 square meters. But the floor was piled high with all kinds of vegetables and fruits. Stepping on them, the rotten juices stuck to his feet, making it incredibly disgusting. Though light didn't penetrate here, Lu Zhiyue could see everything clearly thanks to his powerful night vision. Yet he detected nothing unusual. Lu Zhiyue seemed to let go, no longer holding his breath. Instead, he allowed the stench to flood his nostrils. Fighting the urge to vomit, he began tracking the scent of the spirit beast he had caught outside. That's it, it's right here. After sniffing around, Lu Zhiyue confirmed the spirit beast was hiding here. But why couldn't he see it? This place was tiny, he could scan it in a few glances. There was nowhere for it to hide. Could this thing actually be invisible? Lu Zhiyue glanced at the pile of rotten fruit and vegetables on the ground. Could it be hiding within this pile? Facing the foul-smelling heap before him, Lu Zhiyao unleashed his fierce claw blade. The already rotting vegetables and fruits were reduced to shreds by his attack. The stench grew even more intense, making the sight utterly revolting. Yet he still found no trace of the spirit beast. Could it be my nose was wrong? Lu Zhiyue even began to doubt himself. But that thought vanished as quickly as it had come. He stopped moving and approached the doorway, staring intently at the spot. His eyes were his ruler. He would definitely catch this cunning spirit beast. Lu Zhiyue wasn't exaggerating, he possessed the passive skill, slowed vision. Any moving creature could be detected through it. He refused to believe he couldn't catch this creature. If it had the guts, it could stay dead forever. Just then, an extremely faint sound pierced through the layers of foul stench, faintly reaching Lu Zhiyue's ears. He immediately pinpointed its source buried within that pile of seemingly utterly destroyed rotten produce. Poof! Finally showing your hand. A cold smile curled at Lu Zhiyue's lips as he unleashed the fierce claw blade once more. This time, however, the claw wind he unleashed carried little force. Instead, it moved with a more precise, surgical precision, gently parting the surrounding rotten vegetable leaves and fruit peels as if performing a delicate operation. As the decaying matter gradually cleared away, a tiny figure slowly emerged. Though Lu Zhiyue now possessed exceptional vision, he still rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the minuscule creature before him. It was a snail smaller than his own claw. It was curled up inside its shell, its body color blending perfectly with the surrounding decay, achieving near-perfect camouflage. Had it not made a sound while moving earlier and then retracted into its shell right before his eyes, he might never have spotted it. Lu Jiyue hooked the snail with his claw, scrutinizing it closely with his eyes before bringing it to his nose for a sniff. The faint aura emanating from the snail was so subtle that he couldn't quite be sure if it was even a spirit beast. But then, through its scent, he finally felt certain. Lu Jiyue stared at the creature before him, its appearance causing him physical discomfort. He couldn't help but wonder, could this really be a spirit beast? Such a minuscule spirit beast truly pushed the limits of his expectations. Soon, a new question surfaced in Lu Jiyue's mind. Even if this snail was a spirit beast, it certainly didn't look like the type to steal from the cafeteria. How much food could such a tiny creature possibly steal? It must have some kind of special ability. Thinking this, Lu Jiyue tapped the snail's shell gently with his other claw. Hey, show us what you can do. The snail still dared only to curl up inside its shell, too scared to come out. I'll give you one last chance, little guy. Otherwise, I'll swallow you whole. Lu Jiyao tapped its shell again with his claw. With that tap, something fell off the snail's shell, revealing a patch of emerald green beneath. Did I crack it? Did I accidentally damage the shell? Is it that fragile? Lu Jiyue stared intently, as if he'd discovered something. He tapped the shell again with his claw. This time, a large chunk fell away from the shell, revealing its true color beneath. It's just a layer of grime caked onto the shell. Lu Jiyue felt a chill run down his spine. After he knocked all the grime off the snail shell, a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. The snail shell before him no longer resembled a shell at all, but rather a hollowed-out jade bead. A superb emerald green, tinged with a hint of watery blue. The moment Lu Jiyao uncovered the snail shell beneath the disguise, the creature that had been hiding inside suddenly extended its body. Its slimy body touched Lu Jiyue, and disgusted, he instinctively flung the snail into the air. Realizing his mistake, he swiftly caught it with his claw just as it was about to fall. Without hesitation, he drew another claw, extended its sharp nail, and plunged it into the snail's body, ripping its naked form from the shell. Just as Lu Jiyue was finding the snail too repulsive to devour, something astonishing happened. Ha! No spiritual energy? Chapter 89, Jade Storage. Spiritual object detected storage jade. The system prompt finally clarified the situation for Lu Jiyue. This snail wasn't a genuine spirit beast after all. No, it wasn't even a snail. It was a slug, commonly known as a snot-nosed creature. Its appearance was identical to a shell-less snail. But it felt even more disgusting than a snail. The spiritual energy emanating from its body was entirely derived from this jade-like spiritual object. That's right, this thing the slug uses as a shell is a spiritual artifact. A spiritual object called a jade reservoir. For a slug to stumble upon a spiritual artifact to use as a shell, now that's some incredible luck. Lu Jiyao checked the system prompt again. Jade storage, the bearer of this object gains powerful storage capabilities. Do you wish to absorb its spiritual energy to gain evolution points? Storage? Lu Jiyao didn't rush to absorb the spiritual energy from the artifact. Instead, he began tinkering with it. This artifact didn't require recognition by its owner. Whoever held it could immediately use its abilities, quite convenient. Placing the storage jade in his claw, a vision suddenly appeared in his mind. It depicted a somewhat blurred and slightly distorted space. It was vast and immense. Lu Jiyao scanned the horizon but could not even glimpse the edge of this space. However, he did spot a pile of things not far away. A pile of all kinds of food. So it was this slug who'd been stealing from the cafeteria these past few days. And it had all been stored inside the jade storage. He knew it. How could something as tiny as a butthole steal so much stuff? Case solved. Case solved. Lu Jiyue's mind raced and he immediately pulled out the pile of food. Ha! It's so hot outside, how come this food still smells perfectly fine? It hasn't gone bad? Even if it were in the fridge, it should have changed color and lost freshness, right? But this pile of food looked just like it had been freshly made, with its original color, aroma, and taste intact. This was too strange. Could it be? Lu Jiyue glanced at the storage jade on his claw. A bold theory formed in his mind. Could items placed inside here defy the passage of time? If that were true, this storage jade would be the perfect place to store things. Especially suited for storing food. There must be some sort of time limit, right? Lu Jiyue decided to find out through his own experiments. He selected several easily perishable meats from the pile and placed them back into the storage jade. I'll check back in 10 days or so. Lu Jiyue thought to himself, then placed the storage jade into his own alternate dimension space. Ha! Did I just get nested? But who cares? Lu Jiyue summoned back the people he had been controlling. 2 of them even dragged back the man they had knocked unconscious. He then released his control over them. All of them, except for the still unconscious man, came to their senses. They all immediately spotted the food piled up in the pantry. Good heavens! That police dog is amazing, it actually retrieved the food stolen over the past 2 days.
Damn thief, stashing the food in that stinking pantry. I think this is someone's prank. They don't want the college students to eat their fill. Otherwise, what's the point of doing this? Looks like it to me too. That person must be twisted. What a waste, all that food gone to ruin. Woof. At that moment, Lu Jiyue barked at them. Seeing Lu Jiyue reminded them of the stray dog they'd wrongly accused at school these past few days. Why don't we give this pile of food to those stray dogs? One of them suggested. The others agreed enthusiastically. After all, the food was no longer edible, and this seemed like the perfect way to express their apologies to the stray dogs. No sooner said than done, they all sprang into action. Old Wen, don't be so harsh on the stray dogs anymore. The school will install surveillance in the cafeteria in a couple of days, so that person probably won't dare to do it again. One of the older women passing by Old Wen couldn't resist reminding him to be kinder to the strays. But at that moment, Old Wen was in a daze. Seeing the husky ahead filled him with overwhelming fear. After that terrifying experience, he developed a deep-seated fear of dogs. He silently vowed to himself, never provoke a dog again. Stay far away from all dogs. Everyone bustled about carrying out the food, only to find someone else lying nearby. This Lu guy. He's lazy at work as usual, and today he just decided to take a nap right here. This scene infuriated the older women. Wake up! No sleeping here. Get up and get to work. Lu Jiyue, who was already preparing to leave the cafeteria, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly upon hearing the lady's words. That guy must feel so wronged when he wakes up. After all, he was knocked out. Serves him right for messing with that guy's soul. In the prime of his life, yet without ambition or drive, what's the difference between him and a dried fish? Though Lu Jiyue thought this, his feet moved as if greased, slipping away swiftly. Meanwhile, Base and the other dogs waited anxiously for Lu Jiyue. Did King Ha really go alone to the cafeteria to seek justice for us? Nothing bad happened, right? Haru's so tough, nothing could happen to him. But Old One at the cafeteria is vicious. He's beaten all of us brothers before. Last time, Big Six was even crippled for days. Should we go back and back up Hawan? Just as the dogs arrived at the cafeteria entrance, they saw the cafeteria staff coming out, each carrying a black bag. Hey! Isn't that the pack of stray dogs? Hey! You dogs, come over here! The group hurriedly called out to the dogs over there. But to the dogs, this looked terrifying. Oh no, it's the cafeteria people. They've spotted us. What's in that bag they're carrying? Could it be weapons? They're definitely here to take us out. Run! Just as the dogs were about to flee in panic, Lu Jiyue, who had arrived, stopped them. Why run? Your wrongs have been righted by this prince. Hearing Lu Jiyue's words, the gang members finally stopped. Then they saw the cafeteria staff open the black bag and set it aside. Inside were all sorts of delicious treats. At that moment, every dog gazed at Lu Jiyue with profound admiration. Not only had he cleared their names, allowing them to live openly on campus henceforth, but he'd even gotten the cafeteria staff to bring them delicacies of their own accord. He was nothing short of a god in their eyes. Long live King Ha! Chapter 90, The Pet Industry. So delicious. This is the freshest food I've ever had from the cafeteria. All thanks to King Ha. We're riding his coattails. Seeing the dogs all so excited, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but feel happy too. After all, these were the original members who had been with him since the gang's inception. He couldn't let them down. Previously, he hadn't had the means to do better, so he'd temporarily housed them at the school. After this incident, Lu Jiyue felt he needed to find a better place for the old members. Sure, at the school they had food, a place to sleep, and wouldn't be kicked out. They were still living off others' charity. Plus, eating all these heavily seasoned foods day in and day out wasn't good for their health. Look at all that fur flying. It's like dandelion seeds in the wind. Lu Jiyue pondered for a moment before dialing Si Cheng's number on his smartwatch. Before long, Si Cheng arrived at Kunming University in a private car. The security guards at the gate, seeing the discreet luxury vehicle outside, didn't dare ask questions and let him through immediately. Si Cheng quickly made his way to the back mountain, his face brimming with excitement. Your Excellency, what brings you here? Do you recall the matter I discussed with you previously? Absolutely. Your instructions, Your Highness, are etched in my mind. Not only that, but I've already taken action. So fast? Lu Jiyue was somewhat surprised by Si Cheng's swiftness. Si Cheng then began sharing his vision with Lu Jiyao. I want to establish a pet industry supply chain. I've done my research. Young people today generally prefer pets over having children for companionship. To them, these pets are like family. They're more willing to spend on their pets than on themselves. Dogs and cats are the most common pets among them. For now, I plan to focus on developing dog-related products. After all, Your Highness Ha Wan, you can help us vet things first. Upon hearing Si Cheng's words, Lu Jiyue nodded repeatedly. That's an excellent idea. It coincides perfectly with why I called you over. Si Cheng's eyes lit up instantly at the recognition. Really? I'll accelerate the process immediately. Before that, I have one more request to make of you. Your Highness, command me. Lu Jiyue promptly summoned Base and the others. During Lu Jiyue's absence, the dog squad had grown somewhat, expanding from around 20 members to 30. Lord Ha, what is this? Seeing so many dogs suddenly appear, Si Chang looked a bit bewildered. Originally, our gang was called the Dog Gang. Later, when humans joined, we changed our name to the Woof Woof Gang. Lu Jiyue began to explain. These dogs are our gang's original members. Please find a way to accommodate them. They don't need luxury, just food and shelter. Ideally, they should be able to support themselves. After hearing Lu Jiyue's words, Si Cheng's gaze toward these dogs softened with a hint of affection. So there are brothers and sisters too. Your Excellency Hao Wang, based on your requirements, I've thought of a way to settle them. What is it? Open a dog cafe. The words dog cafe startled Lu Jiao. What a brilliant idea. It would properly house them while truly enabling them to support themselves. Though it would mean selling their bodies and dignity. But when survival is at stake, that hardly matters. But in their current state, Lu Jiao thought only a few ES like Xiaoshui and Nini looked decent, the rest were rather shabby. Rest assured, Your Highness. I'll take them to the pet salon first for grooming and styling. I'll make sure they look absolutely stunning. Lu Jiyue nodded repeatedly, satisfied. But for those naturally unsuited to that line of work, we won't force it. Keep a few at the school and have someone deliver dog food regularly. The dogs left behind could continue gathering intelligence at the school. Any suspicious activity would be reported to him immediately. After all, he had told those undercover agents at the Special Affairs Bureau that if they needed to find him, they should come here and look for the dogs. Lu Jiyue's words instantly sparked an idea in Si Cheng's mind. Dog food. Right. His Majesty Hao Wang reminded us correctly, we can develop dog food too. Seeing Si Cheng already pulling out his phone to search his contacts, Lu Jiyue was stunned. No wonder he was a seasoned CEO in the business world. Moving with lightning speed, Si Cheng immediately declared he could deliver tangible results within days. Lu Jiyue dared not say another word, afraid of sparking more ideas in him, and promptly took her leave. Arriving at the academic building, Lu Jiyue began scanning the crowd for a familiar figure. Wonder if Su Yan's out of class yet. Though she'd been busy these past few days, Lu Jiyue still kept the members of the Woof Woof Gang in her thoughts. Ever since Su Yan's vampire mother had come looking for her at her rented apartment, she had given up the lease and moved back into the dormitory. These past few days, she hadn't had time for her part-time job due to the gang's activities. At home, her grandmother was ill, and her younger sister was in school. Lu Jiyue decided to give Su Yan a special favor, paying her a salary in advance. Soon, Lu Jiyue spotted that striking figure. Su Yan's long legs were simply unmistakable. He immediately ran over. Walking alongside her female classmates, Su Yan was startled to see Lu Jiao suddenly appear before her. Ha! Su Yan glanced at her classmates beside her, crouched down, and lowered her voice. Hey Wang, what brings you here? Xiao Yan, hurry up. We'll miss the concert if we don't get going. The classmate beside them looked anxious and urged them on. Su Yan immediately picked up Lu Jiyue. Can we bring pets there? I think so. They didn't specify any restrictions. So can I bring my dog? Sure, but we need to hurry. We'll miss out on the front row seats if we don't move fast. Hey Wang, wanna come to the concert with me? Lu Jiao nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on Su Yan. He sensed an extremely faint trace of dark spiritual energy emanating from this female classmate. Chapter 91, The Eerie Concert. Su Yan held Lu Jiyue as they got into a taxi. Su Yan sat with him in the back seat, while her classmate Yulan took the front seat. Throughout the ride, she kept talking about the concert. Lu Jiyue gleaned a lot of information from her. A locally famous rock singer from Yangjiang was holding a free concert. Tickets were secured solely through fans' contribution points. Yulan, a devoted fan of this rock singer, had secured 2 tickets with her contribution points. She gave one of them to Su Yan. Even on the way there, she kept raving about how amazing this singer was. Even the driver beside her noticed her fervor and reminded her to keep her fandom in check. But Yulan retorted, he's not some vulgar celebrity. He's an idol. He's the role model in our hearts. Seeing how deeply she was hooked, the driver said no more. Su Yan, sitting in the back seat, grew increasingly excited about the upcoming concert as he listened to Yulan's constant praise. Lu Jiyue kept his eyes fixed on Yulan sitting in front of him the entire time. Because he noticed that whenever she spoke about this male singer and displayed her fervor for him, the faint black spiritual energy emanating from her grew increasingly intense. Something was wrong with that male singer. Lu Jiyue's brow furrowed deeply as he realized this male singer was likely being controlled by a spirit beast. The Mina bird he had dealt with earlier possessed the ability to control humans. Yet, why did he have this vague feeling that the matter was far more complicated than that? As Lu Jiyue pondered these thoughts, the car arrived at its destination. After getting out and glancing around, Lu Jiao frowned again. They had arrived at a remote square. Who in their right mind would hold a concert in such a remote location? This male singer was definitely up to no good. Still, he had to admit the singer did have some popularity. Despite the remote location, quite a few people had turned up. At a glance, there were easily several hundred people. An open-air stage had been set up here. As dusk fell, the lights came on, bathing the crowd in dazzling beams of light. Lu Zhiyou was astonished to discover that most of the concertgoers carried a faint, barely perceptible trace of black spiritual energy. What exactly was this spirit beast trying to achieve by exploiting the male singer's fans? Lu Zhiyue grew increasingly curious. Now, as the clock neared 7 in the evening, the air thickened with a mixture of anticipation and excitement. The stage was fully set, with a massive LED screen displaying promotional videos. Below the stage, a kaleidoscope of lightboards and banners formed a vibrant sea, showcasing the fans' fervor and loyalty. Su Yan clung tightly to Lu Zhiyou as they followed Yulan through the crowd. Excitedly, Yulan guided them through the throng until they finally secured a spot in the front row. Soon, with the host's passionate opening remarks, the concert officially commenced. And now, let's welcome today's headliner, Yi Yunfei. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers at the host's shout. Spotlights instantly converged on the center of the stage. A man clad in tight leather, his long hair flowing, strode onto the stage with purposeful steps as an electrifying guitar intro blasted through the speakers. Yi Yunfei's entrance instantly ignited the crowd's passion. Holding the microphone, his eyes flashed with a wild, untamed passion for music. Every wave of his hand, every leap he made, struck a chord with his fans. Yulan, sitting beside Su Yan, was so excited she nearly jumped out of her seat. She gripped Su Yan's hand tightly, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented intensity. Yet, in Lu Zhiyou's eyes, everything about this scene felt extraordinary. That male singer named Yi Yunfei radiated an intense aura. It was highly likely, just as Lu Zhiyue suspected, that he was being controlled by a spirit beast. Moreover, Lu Zhiyue keenly sensed that whenever Yi Yunfei's singing reached its climax or interacted with fans, the black spiritual energy clinging to the fans became more active, as if providing a constant nourishment for some force. Some even wore expressions of unnatural fervor and obsession. Lu Zhiyue feared Su Yan might fall victim too, so he gently nudged her hand with his paw, signaling her to be cautious. Su Yan turned her head, looking at him with confusion. "King Ha, what's wrong?" Su Yan quickly read the warning in Lu Zhiyue's eyes. Following Lu Zhiyue's gaze, she looked back at Yi Yunfei on stage. He's radiating spiritual energy. Su Yan finally realized and exclaimed in surprise. She had thought it was just a stage effect. Yan, what did you say?" Fortunately, the thunderous music drowned out Su Yan's voice. "I said he sings amazingly." Su Yan quickly made up an excuse. Of course he did. His song is pure magic. As Yulan's eyes burned with ever-deepening fervor for Yi Yunfei, the black spiritual energy emanating from her body grew thicker and more intense. Only then did Su Yan notice the black spiritual energy surrounding her. She then turned her head to survey her surroundings. She discovered that everyone around them possessed varying degrees of black spiritual energy. How could this be? Lu Zhiyue nudged her again with his paw, signaling her to calm down. Su Yan looked at Lu Zhiyou and finally felt a little reassured. "King Ha, you noticed this a long time ago, didn't you?" Su Yan suddenly realized how careless she had been. After all, she was no longer an ordinary person. As a member of the Woof Woof gang, she hadn't even noticed that someone close to her had been touched by spiritual energy. "King Ha, what should we do now? Is there anything I need to do?" Though Su Yan knew she wouldn't be harmed with Ha Wang by her side, she still felt a bit flustered. "Nothing. Just keep watching." Lu Zhiyou still didn't know the spirit beast's purpose or its strength. It wasn't wise to act rashly now. What was certain, however, was that this spirit beast was using the concert as a medium, silently influencing every fan in attendance. Just then, Yi Yunfei on stage abruptly stopped singing. Lifting the microphone, he spoke in a voice brimming with allure. "Thank you all for coming tonight. I'd like to invite every fan to join me in completing a special ritual, one that will bind our hearts even closer together." Chapter 92, Human? Evil Spirit. Yi Yunfei's voice echoed through the microphone, carrying an irresistible magic that made everyone present unconsciously slow their breathing. "Please close your eyes, take a deep breath, and feel this resonance from the depths of your soul." His voice was deep and magnetic, each word striking directly at the core of his fans' souls. Guided by his words, the fans closed their eyes one by one, and the entire square fell into a profound silence. Only Yi Yunfei's voice and the faint echo of a distant guitar melody filled the air. Su Yan, holding Lu Zhiyou, followed the instructions he had conveyed to her and closed her eyes as well. Everyone complied with Yi Yunfei's request and closed their eyes. Only Lu Zhiyue, with eyes as sharp as a falcon's, fixed her gaze intently on Yi Yunfei on the stage. Then he saw a thicker, darker aura than before began gathering above the square. It seemed as if invisible tentacles were weaving through the crowd, greedily sucking up the faint black mist emanating from each person. Yi Yunfei stood at the center of the stage, his hands slowly rising. With each movement, the black spiritual energy gathered toward him like summoned specters. Ultimately, it coalesced into streams that poured into his body. Lu Zhiyue, who witnessed the entire scene, was stunned. Yi Yunfei was absorbing that black spiritual energy. How could an ordinary person possibly absorb such spiritual energy? Therefore, he wasn't being controlled by a spirit beast. He himself was a spirit beast. What's going on? Aren't spirit beasts supposed to only inhabit animal bodies? Lu Xiao was utterly baffled at that moment. Host's confusion detected. Spirit beasts of D rank or higher possess the ability to inhabit higher lifeforms such as humans. Then can a human possessed by a spirit beast still be considered human? No. The two become one, fused into a single entity. Hearing the system's response, Lu Xiao felt a little relieved. In that case, killing Yi Yunfei wouldn't count as murder. After all, he was no longer human, he was a spirit beast. This is the first time I've encountered a human spirit beast. System correction, it is a malevolent spirit. Lu Xiao froze in surprise. The system actually beat him to the punch. Evil spirit? What's that? Is it different from ordinary spirit beasts? While both spirit beasts and evil spirits originate from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they exhibit significant differences in nature and behavior. Spirit beasts possess relatively stable emotions. Unless driven by specific obsessions, they typically do not actively harm others or destroy the environment. Evil spirits are formed from negative energy, resentment, hatred, and other harmful emotions. They possess strong aggression and destructive tendencies, exhibit extreme emotional instability, and excel at manipulating human minds to induce more negative emotions, thereby strengthening themselves. Lu Xiao finally understood the distinction between the two. So that weasel spirit beast and the spirit beast on the airplane model were both malevolent spirits. Actually, spirit beasts and evil spirits were quite easy to distinguish. One's spiritual energy was white, the other's was black. The difference was immediately apparent by color. Fortunately for him, whether it was black or white spiritual energy, devouring it all would be converted into evolution points. Seeing Yi Yunfei gather another ball of black spiritual energy, Lu Xiao decided he couldn't stand idly by any longer. If he let this guy grow stronger, things would get tricky. Lu Xiao leaped off Su Yan's back, activating Bloodthirsty Pounce. He executed a double jump midair, landing directly before the black spiritual energy and swallowing it whole. Yi Yunfei's eyes widened in shock at this sudden turn of events. He never imagined that the spiritual energy he had painstakingly gathered would be snatched away by an uninvited guest. Yi Yunfei's eyes filled with shock and fury. When he recognized the intruder's form, he froze. A husky? Lu Xiao had already completed the absorption and now landed lightly at the edge of the stage. Yi Yunfei set the microphone aside and glared viciously at Lu Xiao. Dare to devour what's mine? You're asking for death. No sooner had Yi Yunfei's words left his mouth than a shadow flashed before his eyes. A cold gleam flashed by, instantly leaving several vicious gashes on his body. Even his leather jacket was torn into several ragged pieces, hanging limply at his sides. Yi Yunfei was stunned. He hadn't even moved to confront this husky, yet it had struck first. Fury surged to its peak. As Yi Yunfei's eyes turned crimson, his muscles visibly doubled in size. In an instant, he charged toward the husky, which stood barely as tall as his calf. Die! Yi Yunfei moved with blinding speed. Had it been anyone else in his place, they wouldn't have had time to react. But for Lu Xiao, it was still a fraction too slow. Lu Xiao shifted his stance slightly, and Yi Yunfei lunged through thin air. He nearly tumbled off the stage. But after all, he was a D-rank evil spirit. His abilities weren't limited to that. He had simply disdained using his abilities against a mere dog. Now, however, rage clouded his judgment, and all he wanted was to seize the husky before him. He immediately grabbed the microphone lying nearby and began singing at the top of his lungs. As Yi Yunfei's voice filled the air, the fans below the stage, who had been keeping their eyes closed, all opened them. Only, their eyes had all turned an eerie crimson. Dear fans, go help me catch the damn little beast. As Yi Yunfei's voice filled the air once more, the atmosphere across the entire square grew eerie and dangerous. The crimson glow in the fans' eyes burned like ignited flames. Driven by Yi Yunfei's song, they completely lost all self-awareness. Obeying Yi Yunfei's command, they lunged forward with claws outstretched toward Lu Xiao's location. Chapter 93, Charisma Aura. Seeing the controlled fans scrambling toward him, excitement instead filled Lu Xiao's eyes. Who would have thought I'd be chased by so many people one day? Su Yan, caught in the crowd, grew concerned for Lu Xiao. Ha Wang, run! Lu Xiao shot her a calm glance. If Yi Yunfei, a spirit beast, couldn't touch him, these mere mortals stood no chance of getting close. Lu Xiao dodged their relentless charges with playful ease. Throughout this, he made a conscious effort to keep his claws sheathed. After all, they were all innocent people. What lightning-fast reflexes! Watching from the sidelines, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but marvel at Lu Xiao's speed. The gloom in his eyes deepened, knowing these people couldn't scratch him. But Yi Yunfei let out a cold laugh before flickering away from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already close to Lu Xiao, who was dealing with the fans. Appearing behind Lu Xiao, Yi Yunfei swung a vicious punch at him. Die! The punch, carrying a powerful gust of wind, struck the husky-like creature before him. The impact shattered its form into countless fragments like shards of glass.
The fragments then dissolved into a wisp of white mist and vanished, leaving only a fan lightboard on the ground.
What the hell? Before Yi Yunfei could process what had happened, a chill crept up his spine. By the time he snapped back to awareness, dozens of gashes had appeared on the back of his neck, his back, his arms, and elsewhere. Each cut tore deeply into his flesh, searing with excruciating pain. Ah! Yi Yunfei let out a piercing scream of agony. He stared in disbelief as the husky landed gracefully before him, acting as if nothing had happened were it not for the blood still clinging to its paws. How is this possible? Yi Yunfei couldn't comprehend how this husky had reappeared before him. Su Yan, watching from the other side, was also stunned into silence for a long moment. She had clearly seen the king of huskies shattered by Yi Yunfei's punch, yet here it was again and had left Yi Yunfei covered in wounds. Lord Hao Wang's power is truly terrifying. Lu Xiao flicked the blood from his claws, inwardly marveling at how effective the split spirit skill truly was. It was perfect for feinting and striking elsewhere, leaving opponents completely unprepared. During the chase with those possessed individuals just now, Lu Zhiyue had seized a fan lightboard. Infusing it with spiritual energy to create a duplicate, he then vanished using night stealth. Thus, Yi Yunfei's attempt to ambush him from behind while the clone distracted the fans was all witnessed by Lu Zhiyue. He decided to give the guy a backstab of his own. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Yi Yunfei gritted his teeth against the pain, his face still bearing a look of lingering terror. This husky was definitely no ordinary creature. Yet he sensed no spiritual energy emanating from it. Which meant it wasn't a spirit beast. Who cares what kind of damn thing you are, you're dead today. Yi Yunfei's rage reached its peak. At this moment, he couldn't think clearly anymore. Without hesitation, he spat out streams of black mist from his mouth. The black mist, once expelled, seemed to come alive, transforming into a swarm of small monsters. Dozens of these creatures charged toward Lu Zhiyue. They possessed no physical form and moved with astonishing speed, twice as fast as Yi Yunfei himself. Faced with their sheer numbers, Lu Zhiyue finally took them seriously. He had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. These filthy, black things looked disgusting. Lu Zhiyue unleashed his shadowless leg, appearing before Yi Yunfei like a ghostly apparition. He followed up with the bloodthirsty pounce, knocking Yi Yunfei flat. Finally, he unleashed the ferocious blade, tearing and biting relentlessly. Within moments, Yi Yunfei was covered in blood, his body riddled with wounds. Throughout the ordeal, Yi Yunfei struggled frantically, desperate to seize and tear away the husky pinning him down. But the figure before him seemed as elusive as mist, impossible to grasp. Finally, he watched in despair as his throat was torn open, feeling his life slip away. He never understood what this ferocious, beast-like husky truly was. Yi Yunfei was exceptionally powerful. Had they met during daylight, Lu Xiao might have found him troublesome. But he possessed the passive skill, Night Dominator, which granted him near invincibility. At night, this was Lu Zhiyue's domain. As waves of black spiritual energy surged from Yi Yunfei's body, Lu Zhiyue instantly absorbed them all into his mouth. You have devoured a D-rank spirit beast, gaining the special skill Charm Aura. Charm Aura Basic, this passive skill causes most creatures to be drawn to your charisma. There is a 60% chance they will develop intense affection for you. Ha! I actually gained a passive skill. But this skill seems kinda useless. After reading the skill description, Lu Xiao felt a bit disappointed. He'd much rather have a skill that dealt damage. Oh well, at least it's a skill. No point dwelling on it. Lu Zhiyue glanced at Yi Yunfei, who lay on the ground looking almost like a desiccated corpse. Your Highness. At that moment, Su Yan's voice carried over. She hurried over to Lu Xiao, her face filled with anxiety. They're all unconscious. Lu Zhiyue looked over in that direction. He saw the fans who had been under Yi Yunfei's control now lying scattered haphazardly on the ground. It seemed that Yi Yunfei's death had freed them from his control. But having been exploited by Yi Yunfei to contribute too much black spiritual energy earlier, they had all fainted one after another. Don't worry, they should be fine. Your classmate is okay too, though. Lu Zhiyue glanced once more at Yi Yunfei over there. She'll need to find a new star to chase after this. Su Yan, who had been frantic moments ago, nearly burst out laughing upon hearing Lu Xiao's words. So what should we do now? Should we call an ambulance for these unconscious people? Hearing Su Yan's question, Lu Zhiyue shook his head. Call Li Ku. Give him the address here, then have him use an untraceable IP to relay the information to the Special Affairs Bureau. They'll send someone to clean this up. Got it. Chapter 94, Zealots. Su Yan immediately called Li Ku. Your Highness, Li Ku says the Holy Maiden is already flying over to pick us up. Lu Xiao, who had been worrying about hailing a cab in such a remote area, felt relieved upon hearing Su Yan's words. Tell Li Ku that from now on, he'll be the chief steward of the gang. Lu Zhiyue was once again touched by Li Ku's thoughtfulness. Yes, sir. Su Yan pondered deeply upon hearing this. Li Ku had been right all along. The King of Ha was watching everything they did. And now, the King of Ha had promoted Li Ku. Too bad. Today, she hadn't been able to demonstrate her abilities and make a good impression. The King of Ha was simply too formidable. Before she could even figure out how to assist, her opponent had already been knocked out. This won't do. Once I get back, I need to find that boxing expert among my allies and learn some combat techniques. Su Yan silently vowed to herself that she could never just stand by and watch in situations like this again. Not long after, Li Wan'er arrived in her plane. Once aboard, Lu Jiyue realized all the gang members were already gathered there. Haru, it was my failure. Li Ku knelt on one knee, looking as if he were about to beg for forgiveness. Lu Jiyue looked utterly bewildered. What's going on? Has this guy's adolescent delusions flared up again? When Su Yan relayed the news to me, I immediately searched for information on this singer. That's when I discovered several parents had already posted online about their children becoming obsessed with the star to the point of madness or even illness. I saw those posts but didn't take them seriously. It led to you and Su Yan getting dragged into danger. It's entirely my fault. Li Ke sounded genuinely serious. But Lu Jiyue didn't think it was a big deal. With so much news happening in the world, who could have predicted which story would involve spirit beasts? Lu Jiyue thought Li Ke was being overly sensitive. It's fine. You should get up now. After getting up, Li Ke solemnly addressed Lu Jiyue again. To make up for this oversight, I carefully screened some information and found several entries resembling spirit beasts. That's why I've gathered all our guildmates were standing by for your orders. Li Ke said, pulling up several organized reports on his computer for Lu Jiyue to review. Lu Jiyue was stunned by Li Ke's swift action. This sudden apology, self-reflection, and highly efficient damage control. Is Li Ke some kind of divine worker? Thankfully, after spending a few years inside, no boss wanted him when he got out. If bosses discovered how capable he was, they'd never let him go. Not only that, but he didn't even need his boss to dangle carrots, he'd already brainwashed himself. It was incredibly convenient, to say the least. Heaven knows, he's not some capitalist dog exploiting people, this is entirely his own choice. It wasn't just Lu Jiyue who was stunned at that moment, Su Yan beside him was equally shocked. She finally understood why Ha Wan had promoted Li Ke. Just look at his work ethic and efficiency. Su Yan immediately shared the good news of Li Ke's promotion. Upon hearing it, everyone turned to Li Ke with envious glances. Li Ke himself was visibly thrilled, his eyes fixed on Lu Jiyue with a mix of fervor, awe, and admiration. Thank you, Lord Ha, for your trust in me. I will work even harder from now on and contribute my share to the development of the Woof Woof gang. Lu Jiyue had already found Li Ke's reaction somewhat peculiar, but he hadn't expected the other gang members to join in the commotion. In perfect unison, they knelt on the ground and shouted. We swear allegiance to King Ha. We'll climb mountains of knives and plunge into cauldrons of boiling oil for you. Lu Jiyue began to wonder if they'd all caught some kind of collective virus. This reaction was way too intense. What truly left him speechless was that his own servant, Li Wan'er, was staring at him with the same fervor as the others. Wait a minute. He thought he knew why. It was that new skill he'd acquired. Originally, these people, as his spiritual descendants, followed him unconditionally. That's why he had the passive skill, Charm Aura, boosting him. They had essentially become his fanatical followers. While this meant they would be utterly loyal to him, Lu Jiyue couldn't shake the feeling that this skill was a bit too extreme. Still, he didn't dwell on it. After ordering everyone to rise and instructing them to relax, he turned his attention to the information Li Ke had compiled. Li Ke's compilation detailed several recent bizarre incidents that had sparked heated online discussions yet remained overlooked by mainstream scientific explanations. After reviewing them, Lu Jiyue furrowed his brow. What you've compiled does indeed look like the work of spirit beasts. But most of these occurred too far from us to verify. Before Lu Jiyue could finish, Li Ke interrupted again. I understand. I'll focus on filtering out incidents within our city from now on. Lu Jiyue nodded. Our bureau is still in its early stages. We should focus on spirit beasts within our city first. Once we've grown stronger, we can consider expanding elsewhere. Even in a less developed city like Lianyang, there are quite a few special affairs bureau agents. In more developed cities, there are probably even more. And they're far more powerful. If it truly was a spirit beast, by the time they reached another location, the local special affairs bureau would likely have already dispatched personnel to handle it. They might even risk exposure. It would be a thankless task. Therefore, he planned to wait until his own strength grew stronger before venturing elsewhere. Judging by today's events, he also realized that the spirit beasts appearing seemed to be growing increasingly powerful. Earlier, Li Ke had hacked into the Special Affairs Bureau's lower-level information network. The records indicated that the pace of spiritual energy revival was accelerating. This likely explained why the spirit beasts were growing stronger. But what puzzled Lu Jiyue was that all the spirit beasts he'd encountered before had been normal, while the ones he'd faced recently were all malevolent spirits. Something seemed off about this. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. It can't be that coincidental. Lu Jiyue was thinking of the most formidable spirit beast he had ever encountered. That eagle capable of devouring its own kind. Ever since encountering it, he'd been plagued by malevolent spirits. Perhaps these malevolent spirits were somehow connected to that soul-devouring beast. Right, Liko, keep an eye out online for any information about evil spirits lately. If you find anything useful, let me know immediately. Yes, Your Highness. I have something else to give you. After much hesitation, Liko finally made up his mind and pulled a watch from his pocket. This is my modified smartwatch. It has everyone's contact info stored inside, our communication software downloaded, and I added some extra features too. Liko watched as Lu Jiyue began fiddling with the watch, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The moment Lu Jiyue got his hands on it, his eyes lit up. It even had dog face recognition unlocking. Not only that, but the watch was incredibly convenient. Worn around his neck, it could be pulled and adjusted to a comfortable viewing position. As he began using its features, he grew even more fond of it. The required operations were incredibly simple, just a few taps with his paw. Lu Jiyue was thoroughly satisfied with this watch. Not bad, I like it. Can you modify a few more? Get them for all those senior dogs. As you wish. Li Ji couldn't hide his delight at seeing his creation receive such approval. While Li Ku was overjoyed, a group of people frowned at a message from an unknown IP address. Chapter 95, Ji Zhangming's Worries. Inside the Yangjiang Special Affairs Bureau, the staff working at their computers all gasped in unison. Did you get it? I got it too. Is this message real or fake? Soon, the room buzzed with heated discussion as they debated whether to report it to higher-ups. But before long, Deputy Director Ji Zhangming arrived. Like the others, he too had received the message. An unknown IP address had sent news about a spirit beast. The content stated that spirit beasts were causing havoc at an open-air plaza in the suburbs, rendering all 500-plus people present unconscious, and demanded that Special Affairs Bureau personnel rush to the scene immediately. Ji Zhangming immediately confirmed the details with the Public Security Bureau. Although there were no surveillance cameras in that suburban area, the Public Security Bureau swiftly deployed nearby drones for aerial reconnaissance. Minutes later, the footage transmitted by the drones sent a chill through everyone. The open square lay eerily silent, its scattered bodies lying unconscious across the ground. Ji Zhangming, overcome with urgency, personally rushed to the scene. Which spirit tamer teams are currently stationed at headquarters? Reporting to the deputy director, due to frequent spirit beast sightings, teams A, B, and C are all out on missions. Team D's sole spirit tamer, Mei Li, is also deployed. There are currently no spirit tamers at headquarters. Ji Zhangming frowned upon hearing this. The recent surge in spirit beast sightings was unusually rapid. Teams A and B had barely had a moment to rest, constantly on the move to eliminate the creatures. Now even Team C, usually the least busy, was swamped and nowhere to be found. Only the reserve spirit tamer members of Team D remained. They weren't spirit masters, they were practically defenseless against powerful spirit beasts. Activate the emergency response protocol immediately. Ji Zhangming issued the order decisively, his voice carrying an unquestionable resolve. Notify all combat-ready members to assemble at maximum speed. Depart with me immediately. Yes, sir. The others were taken aback to hear Deputy Director Ji Zhangming personally taking charge. Also, have the tech team trace the IP address that sent this message. We must track down this person. As the department specifically tasked with handling spirit beast incidents, they were being forced to rely on others to alert them to spirit beast disturbances within the city. It was a brutal slap in the face. Though he hadn't slept a full night in days due to the frequent spirit beast incidents lately. But recalling the director's instructions before leaving for Jinghai City, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Fortunately, the director hadn't returned yet due to the endless delays in Jinghai. If he found out how badly he'd let things slide at headquarters, his position as deputy director would be gone. Move quickly. I want everyone assembled in 3 minutes. Ji Zhangming, consumed by a surge of anger, channeled his fury into his work. At Ji Zhangming's command, the office erupted into bustling activity. The ringing of phones and the clatter of keyboards blended into a tense yet orderly atmosphere. Soon, Ji Zhangming led his team to the destination. Meanwhile, technicians were working feverishly to trace the unknown IP address that had sent the emergency message. But no matter how they searched, they couldn't trace the source. On the other side, Ji Zhangming, who had already arrived at the scene with his team, immediately ordered the area to be cordoned off. Deputy Director, the spiritual energy concentration is extremely high, it should be at level D. A subordinate reported after measuring the spiritual energy with equipment. Have everyone stay alert. Report any sightings of that spirit beast to me immediately. No sooner had Ji Zhangming finished speaking than a voice rang out from the other side. Deputy Director, over here. Ji Zhangming hurriedly led his team to the scene. What met their eyes was a desiccated corpse. This must be Yi Yunfei, the singer who organized this concert. What's strange is that we detected a significant amount of lingering spiritual energy on this body. Ji Zhangming's expression grew grave as he examined the corpse. Deputy Director, could it be? The two men beside him looked uncertainly at Ji Zhangming. Ji Zhangming nodded. Previously, low-grade spirit beasts could only parasitize animals. But now, with the accelerated revival of spiritual energy, these beasts have grown stronger and advanced in rank. Spirit beasts capable of parasitizing humans have already emerged. Deputy Director, what should we do now? Ji Zhangming did not respond to their question. The comprehensive revival of spiritual energy was inevitable. The Bureau was already undertaking various measures to address this situation. Among these efforts, research into altering the genetic composition sequence of humans had achieved significant success in preliminary experiments. Perhaps before long, humans too would be able to absorb spiritual energy to enhance themselves, just like spirit beasts. After all, every problem has its solution. Faced with the world's transformations, Ji Zhangming believed humanity would inevitably discover the most suitable methods and rules for survival. Ji Zhangming's concern was, who exactly had taken down that D-rank spirit beast? The scene was chaotic, yet there were few signs of a struggle. Yet this body was riddled with holes. It appeared to have endured inhuman torment. The corpse was shriveled and emaciated, likely due to its spiritual energy being devoured. So, was it the Tao Tai or the eagle? Both of these spirit beasts are soul devourers. Whichever one consumed this spirit beast would have strengthened itself as a result. Both could become immense threats afterward. Intensify the search. Report any information regarding soul devouring immediately to me. Ji Zhangming issued the order to his subordinates with a heavy heart. It seemed the time had come for him to confront this soul devouring entity. Don't come any closer. Lu Zhiyue stared in utter terror at the two ES relentlessly pursuing him from behind, his feet instinctively picking up speed. At this moment, he felt these two ES were more terrifying than any spirit beast. Little husky boy, don't run away. Come say hello to your big sisters. Hearing the female dog's barks behind him, Lu Zhiyue felt his scalp tingle. He sped up to shake them off. But no sooner had he arrived at a new location than another large white dog set its sights on him. Lu Zhiyue immediately glanced beneath its belly. Seeing those two balls, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's a male. Hey, you pervert! What are you looking at? Suddenly, a voice as high-pitched as could be pierced Lu Zhiyue's ears. Since you're being so direct, I won't pretend anymore. Let's have a deep conversation. The big white dog said, then swayed its hips and lunged toward Lu Zhiyue. Ah! Get lost! You damn dog, stay away from me! Lu Zhiyue swatted the big white dog away with one hand and immediately fled this hellhole. Only after reaching the rooftop of the tallest building nearby did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. But he kept cursing under his breath. Damn you, charm aura! Chapter 96, The Tense Experiment. Lu Zhiyue was filled with regret. He regretted it immensely. After acquiring this damn passive skill, he couldn't even step outside. Not only did passers-by stare at him with starry eyes, practically begging to touch him, but every female dog who laid eyes on him acted like she was in heat, practically begging to rub up against him. All thanks to this damn charm aura. What's worse, it's a passive skill he can't even turn it off. Damn it, being too charming is a real pain in the ass. Lu Zhiyue shouted at the sky in frustration. To his surprise, an owl passing by stopped right in front of him, its round eyes fixed on him. Get lost. We're not even the same species, what the hell do you want? After shooing the owl away, Lu Zhiyue, unable to contain his frustration any longer, summoned the system. System, upgrade my charm aura. With no other options, Lu Zhiyue resorted to an unconventional approach, hoping the upgraded charm aura could be manually deactivated. 10 evolution points deducted. Special skill, charm aura, beginner level upgraded to intermediate level. Charm aura intermediate, this passive skill causes most creatures to be drawn to your charisma, with an 80% chance to develop intense affection for you. After the emotional upgrade, my charm actually increased? Back off. He certainly doesn't want to become a heartthrob. This means absolutely no privacy left. How about upgrading it again? A bold thought emerged in Lu Zhiyue's mind. Things had already reached this point, what was there to lose? The only thing that stung was that upgrading a mid-tier special skill to high tier would cost 50 evolution points. Those hard-earned evolution points. He was still so far from reaching the 1000 point mark, and this felt like pushing it even further out of reach. Lu Zhiyue steeled his resolve and decided to upgrade charm aura to the advanced tier. 50 evolution points deducted. Intermediate special skill, Charm Aura, has been upgraded to advanced level. Charm Aura Advanced, this passive skill now features the special effect Spiritual Resonance. Creatures in contact with you will not only feel your charm but also experience an indescribable sense of spiritual comfort. The longer they remain in contact, the more unconditional trust and loyalty they develop toward you. Additionally, you can freely adjust the aura's intensity. Mental comfort? Isn't this just a dog patter? Lu Zhiyue still felt that upgrading to the advanced Charm Aura wasn't particularly useful. Still, at least he could finally adjust this darn thing. Like adjusting his phone's brightness, Lu Zhiyue turned his charm aura down to 0. Only then did he feel the world grow a little quieter. Inside the most authoritative Central Research Institute of Jinghai. In a brightly lit laboratory, several researchers clad in white lab coats gathered around a sophisticated piece of equipment. Their eyes flickered with a mix of tension and excitement.
On the lab bench lay the corpse of a large snake. This was no ordinary snake, it had been parasitized by a spirit beast. After the spirit beast's death, the snake's body had shriveled, appearing as if only a layer of skin remained wrapped around its bones.
Are you all ready?
Dr. Lee, the chief researcher, spoke with steady authority. His gaze swept over each person present, ensuring they were all in peak condition.
Yes, doctor.
A researcher responded, holding a test tube filled with clear liquid. This was the marrow fluid extracted from the giant serpent's body. Seeing everyone ready, Dr. Lee turned his attention to the man lying on the adjacent lab bench.
Director Su, I'll ask you one last time. If you change your mind now, it's still possible. Are you certain you want us to proceed? The man on the lab bench took a deep breath. He was none other than Su Yuancheng, director of Division 007 of the Yangjiang Special Affairs Bureau. He had fought for this experimental opportunity. Though the risks were immense, if the experiment succeeded, he would truly become a psychic.
Then he could secure more resources for the 007 team members. It would also grant this small branch office a voice in decision-making. Su Yuancheng's gaze was unwavering as he looked at Dr. Lee, a resolute smile curling his lips.
Dr. Lee, I'm certain. Begin the injection.
Dr. Lee gave the command.
The researcher carefully injected the marrow fluid from the test tube into Su Yuancheng's body.
As the marrow fluid flowed in, the screens in the lab flashed wildly, displaying the astonishing changes occurring within Su Yuancheng's body. His heartbeat accelerated, his body temperature rose, and various readings became chaotic.
Su Yuancheng even began convulsing uncontrollably. Dr. Lee, witnessing this scene, panicked. Quick, call in the medical team. Prepare for emergency treatment. Medical personnel rushed in, pushing open the door, carrying various emergency equipment.
They quickly surrounded Su Yuancheng and began administering a series of urgent procedures.
Tachycardia. Prepare stabilizing agents, one medic shouted, swiftly injecting a dose of medication into Su Yuancheng's vein.
Dr. Lee stared intently at the data on the screen, his brow furrowed, a complex mix of emotions churning within him.
This experiment held immense potential value, but the risks were equally enormous.
Doctor, his vital signs are stabilizing.
Dr. Lee immediately looked at the screen. Sure enough, the wildly fluctuating data began to gradually level off. Su Yuancheng's convulsions subsided, his face still pale but his breathing now steady.
Good. Continue monitoring and record all data changes. Dr. Lee issued the command, feeling a slight weight lift from his shoulders, though he dared not relax his vigilance.
Time ticked by, the tension in the lab remaining palpable.
Suddenly, another cry of alarm rang out.
Doctor! Look!
Dr. Lee snapped his head around at the sound. His body is starting to change. On Su Yuancheng's skin, fine, scale-like patterns began to faintly emerge. They followed the contours of his muscles, shimmering with a faint glow. His pupils seemed to tremble slightly, growing deeper and radiating an unearthly, icy brilliance. It must be the serpent's marrow fluid altering his bodily structure. Dr. Lee immediately performed a full body scan on Su Yuancheng. The scan results came back swiftly. Su Yuancheng's muscle density, skeletal structure, and even blood composition had undergone significant alterations.
These changes made him stronger than any human.
Dr. Lee's hands began to tremble slightly as he viewed the data. It worked. At that moment, Su Yuancheng slowly opened his eyes. Everything before his eyes seemed unusually clear. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body, and this power instantly filled him with excitement.
He had succeeded. Chapter 97, The Psychic.
Sweetie, your sister has an amazing job now.
Money's no issue, so go ahead and use it without worry. After hanging up with her sister, Su Yan's eyes flashed with renewed determination.
Hawan, who had always been concerned about her family situation, slipped another 20,000 yuan into her hands.
She resolved to do something for Hawan and the Wang Wang gang. Just then, a notification popped up on her phone.
Su Yan unlocked her phone and saw it was a notification from Ling Lingson, their Wang Wang gang communication app. She immediately tapped on it, unlocked it with facial recognition, and finally saw the message. It was a message from Si Chang. He had acquired a pet supplies company and wanted everyone's help brainstorming a name. Li Wanner was the first to reply. Li Wanner, boundless pet love. How about it? It expresses the limitless care for pet products while symbolizing our overflowing affection for pets. The group buzzed with activity shortly after the message was sent, with everyone liking it or offering their own suggestions.
Gulin, practicality matters too. How about Pet Premium?
It clearly tells customers we offer high-quality, carefully selected pet products. Li Ke, I still think we should go with a name related to Ha Wang.
How about Pet Haha? Li Ke's suggestion immediately won unanimous approval.
You're truly the big boss, your name choice is so profound. With the name settled, Si Cheng then turned to discussing the team's role assignments. Upon learning that the pet company would first release a dog food product, Su Yan's eyes lit up instantly.
Dog food. She could finally do something for the Wolfgang. Hawang always loved eating her homemade meals and constantly praised her as some kind of culinary goddess. Maybe she could apply that to the dog food. With that thought, Su Yan immediately reached out to Si Chang. After sharing her idea, the two hit it off instantly. They swiftly launched into action. While the pet company's work was in full swing, Lika's team was also tracking down the spirit beast's whereabouts. Ever since receiving feedback from the King of Ha's last time, Lika had immediately narrowed the search to Yangjiang City. They compiled all suspected spirit beast-related information. They sorted them by distance. With preparations complete, he led the other members of the Wolf gang aboard Li Wanner's aircraft, heading to each location to verify and investigate. While the two-legged creatures carried out their tasks, the three Huskies serving as elders of the Wolf gang weren't idle either. Meng, the most adept at cuddling and charm, arrived at the kennel to conduct a group training session for the dogs. In her mind, she recalled how her eldest brother had taught them when they were very young. She then imparted the knowledge she had learned from her big brother, refined through her own experience, to the dogs in the kennel. Xiao Shi, blessed with exceptional looks, became the mascot for the pet company, posing for various promotional materials. Xiao Qi had it easiest. The one who constantly complained about not getting enough to eat followed Su Yan to the factory, repeatedly sampling dog food samples to offer feedback and suggestions for improvement. Every member of the Wolf gang worked diligently to build up the pack. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyou was fast asleep. Special Affairs Bureau Branch 007, Director's Office. Ji Jiangming rushed back upon hearing the director had returned. "Director, you're finally back." Ji Jiangming stared in confusion at Su Yuancheng, who stood before him wrapped tightly in a black cloak. Before he could voice his question, Su Yuancheng shed the cloak under his astonished gaze. "The Bureau Chief? What happened to you?" Ji Jiangming was utterly shocked by Su Yuancheng's appearance. "Jiangming, don't be too shocked. I'm now a psychic." Unfazed by Ji Jiangming's reaction, Su Yuancheng sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Regaining his composure, Ji Jiangming hurriedly sat across from him and pressed for answers. "Psychic? Director, I don't understand what you mean." Su Yuancheng drained his tea in one gulp before beginning his explanation. "You know, spirit beasts originate from the spiritual energy within the heavens and earth. They absorb this energy to strengthen themselves." Ji Jiangming nodded. This was common knowledge among every member of the Special Affairs Bureau. Headquarters has been researching ways for humans to absorb spiritual energy and grow stronger too. But currently, humans can only absorb spiritual energy in two ways. One is by being parasitized by a spirit beast, but the host's free will vanishes along with their consciousness, transforming them completely into the spirit beast. The second involves injecting spirit beast marrow fluid to unlock the genetic code in your DNA, reordering the sequences so your body can absorb spiritual energy like a spirit beast. The first and second methods are fundamentally different. The latter doesn't turn you into a spirit beast, it makes you a human capable of absorbing and wielding spiritual energy. Such individuals are called spirit energy users. As Su Yuancheng passionately finished his explanation, Ji Jiangming's emotions were stirred. Becoming a spirit energy user meant one could enhance themselves by absorbing spiritual energy. This was nothing short of a historic breakthrough for humanity. "Since you've become a spirit energy user, what about your spirit beast?" Ji Jiangming thought of something and asked again. Su Yuancheng laughed heartily. "My spirit companion was absorbed by my body the moment I became a spirit energy user." "What?" Ji Jiangming was utterly shocked. Spirit masters are infinitely stronger than spirit tamers. They don't need to rely on spirits to fight, nor do they need to fear backlash from their spirits. Spirit beasts have been evolving and growing stronger all along. We humans must keep pace with this path of growth, or else we'll be left behind by this world. Injecting marrow fluid to modify psionics users will likely become widespread in no time. Though the risks of this experiment are high, those with stronger psychic abilities are more likely to succeed. Therefore, most spirit tamers will eventually be transformed into spirit energy users. Ji Jiangming grew excited upon hearing that he and other spirit tamers could become spirit energy users. After all, they were still ordinary people now. Becoming spirit users would change everything. But when he saw the changes in Su Yuancheng's body again, he calmed down. "But, Director, how did your body?" Before he could finish, Su Yuancheng began to explain. "Most spirit beasts lack physical form. They require hosts to parasitize, so the marrow fluid is extracted from these hosts. The marrow fluid I injected was extracted from the corpse of a large snake that had been parasitized by a spirit beast. While my genes were altered, I also acquired some of the physical traits of that snake." Ji Jiangming nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping the concept. "So any creature that's been parasitized by a spirit beast can yield this kind of marrow fluid?" "In theory, yes." Ji Jiangming thought to himself, no wonder they transported the carcasses of animals parasitized by spirit beasts to headquarters after eliminating the beasts. So this experiment was the reason. Suddenly, Ji Jiangming had a thought. Then if a human were parasitized by a spirit beast, could such marrow fluid also be extracted from that human corpse? Chapter 98, Spirit Descendant Transformation Upgrade. Su Yuanchang and Ji Zhangming arrived together at the dedicated cold storage facility housing the spirit beast carcasses. Stepping inside, they immediately spotted a human desiccated corpse prominently displayed on the nearest platform. The sight of this desiccated corpse sent a chill down Su Yuanchang's spine. As a spirit energy user, he was now highly sensitive to spiritual energy. Thus, he could sense faint spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the corpse. Was this person already like this when you arrived? Facing Su Yuancheng's question, Ji Zhangming nodded. The shift in Su Yuancheng's expression from initial shock to delight left Ji Zhangming utterly perplexed. Su Yuancheng's delight stemmed from one reason: while in Jinghai, he had indeed heard rumors of human spirit beasts beginning to appear. But even the powerful headquarters hadn't managed to capture the first human spirit beast. Yet their bureau possessed a corpse. What shocked him was that this human spirit beast had actually died from being drained of its spiritual energy. Spirit beasts capable of parasitizing humans were all D rank or higher. Such beasts are not only powerful but also highly intelligent and cunning. Headquarters certainly possessed the capability to capture human spirit beasts, but these creatures were masters of disguise and concealment. This revealed just how formidable the soul-devouring beast that had consumed this human spirit beast truly was. But now was not the time for such contemplation. Quickly, dispatch personnel to transport this corpse to Jinghai immediately. Don't mention the swallowing spirit, just say it was captured by our bureau. Though startled by Su Yuancheng's order, Ji Zhangming complied. He understood the bureau chief's motive: to secure greater benefits for Agent 007. Handing over this corpse would count as a meritorious deed, and the bureau would reap some benefits. After handling the corpse, Su Yuancheng did not dismiss Ji Zhangming. Instead, he brought him back to his office. Director, I know I've failed in my duties and deserve punishment. The moment he entered the office, Ji Zhangming began pleading for forgiveness. What nonsense are you spouting? Ji Zhangming froze. Wasn't this about holding him accountable for dereliction of duty during his tenure? Su Yuancheng instructed Ji Zhangming to lock the door before taking a seat across from him. During my trip to Jinghai, I saw the most classified documents. Su Yuancheng's opening words immediately piqued Ji Zhangming's curiosity. The documents stated that spirit beasts reaching grade B no longer need to parasitize any living host. They can transform into the forms of ancient creatures. Ancient creatures? Ji Zhangming's expression changed upon hearing this. A single human spirit beast had already kept their bureau scrambling non-stop. The thought of an ancient creature-formed spirit beast arriving was beyond his imagination. Although our bureau in Yangjiang City lags far behind Jinghai, the spirit beasts appearing here are no fewer than there. Yet the resources allocated to our bureau remain severely limited. Su Yuancheng addressed the bureau's critical weakness, sharing his thoughts with Ji Zhangming. Leveraging the merit from this corpse discovery, I'll request several slots for modified spirit energy users from headquarters. I want you to conduct a psychic power ranking test for the bureau's spirit tamers. Then, take the top 5 to Jinghai, and of course, you'll be going too. At the prospect of imminent opportunities to become a spirit-powered agent, Ji Zhangming's excitement was palpable. Yes, Director. I guarantee mission completion. Oh, right. One more thing. Su Yuancheng called Ji Zhangming back once more. There's a civilian organization out there. They've somehow discovered a method to force ordinary spirit beasts to transform into evil spirits. Headquarters is already investigating this group, but these malevolent spirits grow at an alarming rate. If you encounter one, eliminate it immediately. Yes, Director. Just as Ji Zhangming was about to leave the office, a figure darted past the door and vanished around the corner. 11 p.m. Behind the university. Lu Jiao returned here with the 6th-year student who had come to relay the message. Niu Kai had been waiting here for a short while. Master. I have something to report. Niu Kai recounted everything he had overheard in the bureau chief's office earlier that day. After listening, Lu Jiao furrowed his brow. Psionics. Not only were these spirit beasts growing increasingly powerful, but the Special Affairs Bureau was also devising ways to strengthen itself. If psychics proliferate and the Special Affairs Bureau grows more powerful, their chances of competing for spirit beasts will diminish. They might even shift their focus to target the Woof Woof gang. After pondering for a moment, Lu Jiyue turned to look at Niu Kai before him. You figure out a way to get the others into the top 5. Head to Jinghai to become psychics. A look of distress flashed across Niu Kai's face. Master, I truly wish to serve you, but I simply lack the strength to secure a top 5 spot. Niu Kai lowered his head. Not only were there formidable figures in Team A, but several spirit masters in Team B were no pushovers either. There was simply no room for him in the competition. Lu Jiyue recalled the overwhelming presence of Team A's full complement of spirit masters and understood. Wait here for me a moment. Lu Jiyue turned and walked to a corner, initiating the summoning system. System, I wish to upgrade, Spirit Descendant Transformation. 10 evolution points deducted. Special skill, Spirit Descendant Conversion, Basic has been upgraded to Intermediate. Spirit Descendant Conversion Intermediate. You may infuse your power into another being through your saliva, transforming them into your spirit descendant.
They will inherit 20% of your strength, which will grow in tandem with your own power. Furthermore, spirit descendants will obey you unconditionally, following your will without question.
Currently capable of converting 50 spirit descendants.
The inherited power has increased, and the number of spirit descendants that can be converted has risen to 50. Lu Zhiyue felt these 10 evolution points were well spent. Turning to stand before Niu Kai, Lu Zhiyao took a bite out of his hand. Though Niu Kai looked puzzled, the surge of power surging through his body the next second filled him with wild delight.
Have the remaining 3 come tomorrow? Actually, just bring 1 more. Any more than that risks exposure.
He had intended for all of them to infiltrate the top 5 and become spirit abilities users in Jinghai, but having several of them simultaneously make such dramatic leaps in power would indeed be too suspicious.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the power you've bestowed upon me, master. Niu Kai's heart surged with overwhelming excitement. He wasn't the only one feeling this way.
After Lu Zhiyao upgraded Spirit Descendant Transformation, those who had become his spirit descendants inherited 2/10 of his power, effectively doubling their strength. They unanimously believed that the King of Ha had witnessed their silent dedication to the gang's work and selfless contributions, rewarding them with divine power. Without pausing to rest, they plunged back into their tasks with renewed vigor. Each secretly vowed to deliver astonishing results to Lord Ha as swiftly as possible. Chapter 99 Evolution Points Delivered to Their Lips. Lu Zhiyao stared at the office building before him, his expression one of astonishment.
This entire building is ours? Si Chang nodded. This is our beloved Ha Wan's office building. There's a helipad on the rooftop.
When the time comes, the Saintess's aircraft can land there invisibly. If anything happens, everyone can head up to the rooftop and take off at any time.
Lu Zhiyue nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. That was indeed quite convenient. This building must have cost a fortune, right?
Lu Zhiyue asked casually, but Si Cheng's expression turned utterly solemn.
It's my immense honor to spend money for the Woof Woof gang.
Please don't pry into such mundane matters, Your Highness. In recognition of your contributions to the Woof Woof gang, Si Cheng, you are hereby appointed as the Woof Woof gang's.
Lu Zhiyue paused, stumbling over his words.
He'd have to think of a title on the spot. After all, one couldn't let their money go to waste. Even if it was just a title, he felt Si Cheng would appreciate it. I hereby appoint you as the chief of the Woof Woof gang.
Thank you, Lord Ha. Thank you, Lord Ha.
Your subordinate will not disappoint this trust and will devote every effort to contributing to the development of the Woof Woof gang.
Si Cheng's face lit up with excitement.
If he'd known money could buy King Ha's trust, he should have spent it sooner.
The two then entered the office building. When Lu Zhiyao arrived, Su Yan was pouring dog food into a bowl. Lu Zhiyao immediately caught the distinctive aroma. Your Highness, haven't you eaten yet?
Please come and sample these dog food varieties I've developed. Su Yan promptly carried several plates of dog food over to Lu Zhiyao.
Lu Zhiyue sampled each one in turn.
The more he tasted, the more delighted he became. Li Wanner had fed him many kinds of dog food before, expensive ones, all meat formulas, freeze-dried varieties. But none tasted as good as these. The texture was incredibly rich in his mouth, the flavors of the ingredients were perfectly preserved, and with just a touch of simple seasoning, it was absolutely amazing. Not bad, these dog foods are all delicious. Pack me a few bags later. Su Yan, beaming with joy at Lu Zhiyue's approval, immediately grabbed a bag and packed several bags of dog food. Only then did Lu Zhiyue notice the array of live streaming equipment set up nearby. What's this? Oh, Lord Ha Wang, it's like this. To quickly get our company's products into the market, I've decided to use the most popular method right now, live streaming sales. As for the host, I plan to hire a celebrity to maximize the impact.
Live streaming? Lu Zhiyue's eyes lit up at the mention. He knew all about this. No need for a celebrity.
Just notify me when you're live streaming, and I guarantee your live stream won't lack viewers.
Lu Zhiyue was utterly confident.
After all, he had proven success under his belt. When you're human, it might be tough to gain traction through live streaming. But when it comes to dogs, all it takes is a bit of unconventional behavior to easily grab people's attention. Getting traffic is practically a sure thing. Just then, everyone's phones buzzed with notifications.
It was a message from Li Ku.
He was bringing the rest of the Paw Patrol team to see Ha Wang about something important.
Si Cheng immediately sent the location to Li Ku.
Before long, Li Wanner piloted Xiao Feifei to the rooftop helipad of the Changhaha office building. After securing Xiao Feifei, the group hurried to the designated office.
Lord Ha.
Li Ku excitedly placed the large bag she was carrying on her back in front of Lu Zhiyue. Under Lu Zhiyue's puzzled gaze, Li Ku dumped the entire contents of the bag onto the floor. Wild rabbits, red pandas, groundhogs, and more all had their limbs bound with a special silk thread. Even their mouths were taped shut.
Did you rob the zoo? Lu Zhiyue blurted out instinctively upon seeing the animals before him.
But when he noticed the spiritual energy emanating from each creature, he finally realized.
This bag was filled with nothing but spirit beasts. And they were all alive. Did you catch all these yourselves? Lu Jiyue was utterly astonished. When did spirit beasts become so easy to capture? We owe it all to your majesty, the Ha King, for bestowing us with new divine power. Lu Jiyue's mind filled with question marks at Li Ke's words.
Then it suddenly dawned on him he had upgraded the spirit descendant transformation that day. You enhanced our strength, which is why we could capture these spirit beasts.
Well done. Lu Jiyue didn't feel like delving into the details just yet. A pile of evolution points awaited his consumption.
Without lifting a finger, these evolution points had practically been handed to him.
This was the importance of building influence and having allies.
Right in front of everyone, Lu Jiyao slit open the bellies of these small animals parasitized by spirit beasts and began devouring the spiritual energy within. These spirit beasts were all relatively low level, so Lu Jiyao only gained evolution points from consuming them.
But he was perfectly satisfied.
After all, he hadn't exerted a single ounce of effort to obtain them.
Gulin, Diyu, and Ji Ming, witnessing Lu Jiyao devouring spirit beasts for the first time, all wore expressions of curiosity. Your Highness, what are you? Li Ku immediately spoke up. Do you recall why I had you bring these spirit beasts back for Lord Ha to deal with?
The three shook their heads in unison.
Because even if you kill these spirit beasts, you're only eliminating the host bodies they inhabit. These spirit beasts will eventually find new hosts and come back to life. Only by handing them over to Lord Ha for disposal can these spirit beasts be prevented from reappearing and wreaking havoc upon the world. Just then, Lu Jiyao finished devouring the spirit beasts. Hearing Li Ke's words, he couldn't help but feel like applauding. A true talent. A rare talent indeed. He had never uttered these words, yet Li Ke had grasped their meaning and rationalized his act of devouring the spirit beasts so perfectly it was exactly what he had hoped for. The chief administrator is correct. Only by entrusting them to me will these spirit beasts truly vanish. So that's how it is. Understood, sir.
The others nodded in understanding.
Li Ke and the others had done something that greatly pleased Lu Jiyue. He was so pleased he wanted to reward them.
After much deliberation, he realized he only possessed the mundane items Si Chang had mentioned. He retrieved several stacks of bills from the alternate dimension and tossed them to the group.
You've all done splendid work lately. This is this king's reward for you. Take one stack each. Everyone present eagerly grabbed a stack of cash.
Only Si Chang and Li Wanner, who had no shortage of money, remained standing there without taking any.
This is a reward from His Royal Highness, the King of Ha. Li Ke, standing nearby, held his money with a look of reverence, which immediately struck a chord with Si Chang. He stepped forward and took a stack. Money might be a mundane thing, but this was money given by His Highness the King of Ha. He would take it home? No. He would lock it away in a safe to treasure forever. I don't want the money. I want to keep hunting spirit beasts. Li Wanner leaned close to Lu Jiyue, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Just as Lu Jiyue was pondering, Li Ke spoke up again from the side. We've also discovered the trail of another spirit beast, but this one is quite powerful. It requires your highness's personal intervention. Chapter 100, The Spirit Beast Hidden in the Black Mist.
After Lu Jiyue stepped off the plane, the members of the Paw Patrol followed closely behind. They arrived at a forest in a remote mountain village.
King Ha, based on our observations over the past 2 days, this spirit beast only appears at night. Only at night? What does this spirit beast look like? Faced with Lu Jiyue's question, Li Ke scratched his head. We've only ever spotted its tracks each time, but never actually seen it. Li Ke immediately began explaining.
At first, villagers nearby kept reporting seeing a dark shadow wandering around the village. Some brave souls shone powerful flashlights at it, only to find the dark mist completely opaque.
But wherever that black mist swept through, it left utter devastation. Livestock swept up by the black mist were reduced to nothing but piles of white bones. Hearing this, Lu Jiyue furrowed his brow. How bizarre.
By the time we arrived to investigate, the villagers had already evacuated this area.
After several stakeouts, we did witness that black mist once, but we haven't seen it since. Lu Jiyue nodded. So, summoning the dark mist is also a problem. I have a solution.
At that moment, Li Wanner, who had remained on the plane, came down dragging a large iron cage.
Inside were 3 or 4 piglets. The cage and its occupants together weighed over 200 pounds. Yet Li Wanner pulled it over effortlessly with just one hand. After all, having inherited 2/10 of Lu Jiao's power, what was difficult for ordinary people was effortless for them. That guy loves eating livestock, right? These plump, tender little piglets, I bet he won't be able to resist. Li Wanner looked utterly confident. Lu Jiyue watched Li Wanner stand with one foot planted firmly on the cage, radiating an air of dominance, and felt a moment of disorientation. Was this still his pet sitter? Why did she feel so different from before? Much more fierce? Sure enough, becoming his spirit descendant seemed to unlock a second personality. But when exactly did she get these piglets? After releasing the piglets, everyone quickly took cover. Since they weren't sure of the spirit beast's true strength, to avoid casualties, Lu Jiyue decided to handle it personally. He aimed to resolve this as swiftly as possible. He activated Night Stealth to conceal his form, then positioned himself beside the piglets. Placed in an unfamiliar environment, the piglets seemed flustered and disoriented. They peered around nervously, occasionally letting out soft grunts. In the nighttime forest, only the occasional rustle of the night wind and the chirping of various insects could be heard. As time passed, the night grew deeper, the moonlight grew faint, and everything in the woods was tinged with an eerie blue-black hue. The piglets, feeling utterly insecure, began to gather together on their own. Their tender little bodies appeared especially helpless in the darkness. Just then, a faint, eerie disturbance rippled through the air, as if some unnameable presence was quietly drawing near. Lu Xiao's senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree in that instant. Suddenly, a low, muffled growl shattered the night silence, filled with raw ferocity. Immediately afterward, a thick, dark mist, as if alive, darted swiftly through the forest, heading straight for the piglets' location. Like a gust of wind passing through. After the dark mist swept past the piglets, their sweet, tender flesh vanished completely. Only a few white skeletons remained. Lu Xiao's eyes blazed as he fixed his gaze on the departing cloud of darkness. Didn't your mother teach you there's no such thing as a free lunch? Think you can just eat and run? No way. Lu Xiao leapt forward with blinding speed. Activating his shadowless leg technique, he charged headlong into the dark mist. His body transformed into an invisible bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through the air's resistance and charging straight toward the dark mist. Under the buff of invincibility, no physical attack could touch him. Like a ghost, he pierced through layer after layer of the black mist, striking its very core. The spirit beast within the black mist was clearly startled by this sudden assault. It let out a roar as the mist churned violently, attempting to swallow Lu Xiao whole. But Lu Xiao's speed and power far exceeded its expectations. He extended his claw and struck the center of the black mist with a single swipe. Boom! The force of the strike scattered the black mist, revealing a blurry, massive figure within. The hidden Paw Patrol members peered inside. What lurked within the black mist was a giant wild boar. This boar even devours its own kind. Not a good pig. Its frame was monstrously large, its tusks razor-sharp, its body covered in coarse black bristles. Its eyes now blazed with savage, unhinged fury. It was clearly furious at Lu Xiao's attack. Chief Steward, should we really not go help King Ha? That boar looks formidable. Gu Lin stared at the boar, his hands clenched tightly, itching to unleash the power of his muscular frame. Li Ke's lips curled into a smirk. Don't worry, with King Ha here, we're not needed. Oh, and a word of warning, you'd better watch closely. You won't even know how that boar dies. No sooner had Li Ke finished speaking than the massive boar let out a piercing, agonized bellow. Ha, this boar's hide is surprisingly thick. Lu Xiao observed the boar before him, which had endured 3 strikes of his fierce claw slash. The attacks had merely torn open flesh without striking any vital organs, prompting his astonished remark. Originally, the boar had intended to teach the husky in front of it a proper lesson. But when it saw the dog standing perfectly still, only slightly moving its paw, yet leaving several gruesome wounds on its body, it instantly realized this was no ordinary foe. Gritting its teeth against the pain, it turned to flee this cursed place. But how could Lu Xiao behind it possibly grant it a chance to survive? After all, he'd already eaten the piglets. He'd lost 3 delicious, tender piglets. Exchanging the boar's life for that seemed perfectly reasonable, didn't it? Lu Xiao lunged forward in a single stride, unleashing his ferocious blade technique. He tore and clawed at the boar's wounds. Soon, the boar was barely recognizable as a pig, its last breath extinguished before it could even gasp. Watching the fresh spiritual energy emerge, Lu Xiao opened his mouth wide and began devouring it. The entire process took less than a minute. The members of the Wolf Squad watched in stunned silence. After devouring the spirit energy, Lu Xiao retrieved a spirit crystal from the boar's body. So it was a spirit beast on the verge of breaking through its level 2. Too bad you crossed paths with me, your bad luck. Lu Xiao spoke as he extended his claw to touch the spirit crystal. Chapter 101, Night Dominator Level Up. Spirit Crystal detected. Consuming this will upgrade the passive skill Night Dominator Basic to Intermediate. Proceed? Lu Xiao's eyes lit up at the system prompt. The skill Night Sovereign had always held the top spot in his heart. He never imagined this spirit crystal could actually enhance the skill. Absolutely had to devour it. Night Dominator Intermediate Passive Skill. Combat power increases tenfold at night. Special effect, during daylight hours, briefly summons a cloud of black mist, plunging the area within 10 meters into nighttime conditions for 1 minute. Cooldown, 1 hour. Enter nighttime conditions during the day? After reading the unique effect gained upon upgrading Night Dominator, Lu Xiao was so delighted his mouth couldn't close. Originally, Night Sovereign's power boost only worked at night. But now, with this special effect, it could plunge the area within 10 meters around him into darkness. This meant he could now enjoy the power boost from Night Sovereign even during daylight hours. Though it lasted only 1 minute, he was confident he could take down his opponent during that peak minute. If he couldn't, it would mean the gap in strength between them was simply too great. Even with this 1 minute of enhancement, it would buy him enough time to escape and save his life. Lu Zhiyao was thoroughly satisfied with the impact of this special effect. Only then did the members of the wolf team gather around. Lord Hawan's power is terrifying. Such a ferocious wild boar, yet it was killed in one blow. Having finally witnessed Lu Zhiyue's prowess, Diyu and the others gazed at him with even greater admiration and reverence.
This carcass doesn't seem quite as shriveled as usual. Su Yan crouched down beside him and began inspecting the boar's carcass.
Probably because it was well fed and plump, so the shriveled appearance isn't as obvious. I have an idea. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he scanned the group. How about some late-night snacks? Over an hour later, the aroma of roasting wild boar began wafting through the forest.
Everyone stared at the roasting boar over the fire, their mouths watering.
Lu Zhiyao was no exception.
They say wild boar meat is fragrant, but who knew it would smell this good when roasted?
How much longer until we can eat? Diyu's stomach growled loudly beside him. For someone accustomed to intense physical training, the late-night aroma of grilled meat was an almost irresistible temptation. Almost done, almost done.
Just need to sprinkle some wild herbs I found over here.
Su Yan said, sprinkling the crushed, grass-like substance over the meat. All done. Let's dig in. Though Su Yan declared it ready, everyone sensibly held back.
Su Yan took a small knife and cut off a piece of the best cooked meat, placing it in front of Lu Zhiyue.
Only then did the others begin to eat. Lu Zhiyue took a bite of the wild boar meat.
The flavor was nothing short of soul-stirring. Before long, he had polished off a piece of grilled meat weighing over a pound. Su Yan promptly sliced another piece for him.
After finishing, Lu Zhiyue was so stuffed he collapsed onto the ground. So stuffed, even sitting felt cramped and uncomfortable. By now, everyone else had eaten their fill too. Although Su Yan had only selected the tastiest cuts of the wild boar for grilling, it still amounted to dozens of pounds. Dozens of pounds of meat, and they'd polished it all off. That alone spoke volumes about how delicious the grilled wild boar was. Now that they were full, they could finally sleep soundly without any hunger-induced nightmares. Special Affairs Bureau Branch 007, Director's Office. Director, the psychic power test rankings are in.
Ji Zhangming handed the list to Su Yuancheng.
Su Yuancheng stared at the rankings in disbelief. Only Captain Su Zong from Team A made it? Are you sure about this? Su Yuancheng's reaction seemed to be exactly what Ji Zhangming had anticipated. Director, this is the result after 2 rounds of testing. It's accurate.
Su Yuancheng frowned and studied the list in his hand once more. Su Zong, the captain of Team A, was ranked first, a result Su Yuancheng fully agreed with. Su Zong, capable of leading Team A, possessed widely acknowledged formidable psychic abilities. But the second and third spots came as a complete surprise. They were clear dark horses who had broken through the ranks. They were 2 members from Team C. One was Niu Kai, the other Jiang Tao. He didn't even recognize either of those names. 4th place went to Team B's captain, Chen Long. 5th place was even more interesting. It was Mei Li, the soul spirit tamer from Team D. He did recognize this female member. Ji Zhangming had mentioned her spirit companion possessed the ability to foresee danger. Director, I was just as surprised as you are when I got the list. I ran extra tests on those 2 from Team C, but the results were the same. It's likely they've intensified their psychic training during recent operations, leading to this sudden leap in ability. Su Yuancheng nodded at Ji Zhangming's explanation and chose not to probe further. Inform these 5 individuals. See if they're willing to accompany you to Jinghai. If any refuse, replace them. Yes, Director. After leaving the bureau chief's office, Ji Zhangming immediately summoned the 5 individuals to his own office. When they heard about the psychic abilities, their eyes widened in astonishment. Learning they each had the chance to become psychics filled them with astonishment and delight. Not a single one of them refused to accompany Ji Zhangming to Jinghai. Niu Kai glanced at Jiang Tao across from him and discreetly pinched his own thigh. He hadn't expected Jiang Tao's acting to be so convincing, but seeing it, he really wanted to laugh. Holding back laughter was harder than holding back pee. Alright, since you're all willing, get ready quickly. We should be leaving within the next couple of days. After stepping out of the office, Mei Li was still buzzing with excitement. She never imagined she'd get this chance too. If her master found out, he'd be so proud of her. This trip will take several days. What about those stray dogs downstairs? Who's going to feed them? Mei Li suddenly thought of a serious problem. Ever since parting ways with that handsome husky, she had inexplicably developed a strong fondness for dogs. Perhaps it was precisely because of this connection with dogs that, not long ago, she discovered several stray dogs had appeared downstairs. It was a mother dog with her litter of puppies. She had initially planned to find them adoptive homes. But seeing how happy the puppies looked by their mother's side, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She's been feeding them ever since. If I'm gone for days, the puppies will go hungry. No, I have to buy them a bag of dog food. She had been making homemade dog food for them before, but now that she wasn't around, dog food was the best option. It was convenient and wouldn't spoil. Result, Mei Li immediately opened the video app and started browsing dog food recommendation videos.
After scrolling through just 2 videos, she stumbled upon a live stream promoting dog food. A look of astonishment instantly spread across Mei Li's face. There in the live stream was the golden-eyed husky. Chapter 102, Never Pooping Again. Why is it live streaming again? Mei Li looked utterly incredulous. If not for those golden eyes, she wouldn't have recognized it as the same puppy. She still remembered the first time she encountered this golden-eyed husky during an operation mission. Back then, that parrot spirit beast had taken control of several female streamers. Could it be that it had fallen into such a trap again? As Mei Li pondered this, she spotted the girl who had come to pick up the husky last time, claiming to be its owner. She was standing nearby, introducing the dog food in her hands. So she's a dog food salesperson. Mei Li realized with a flash of understanding. She took another look at the golden-eyed husky and saw it was well cared for, showing no signs of abuse or coercion. Only then did she relax. If you're just accompanying your owner to work and sell dog food, then I'll support you guys. Mei Li immediately clicked the link and placed an order for a bag of dog food. Just then, the assistant host's voice rang out in the livestream. Thank you for your support, family member with the username striving to become stronger. The puppy's talent show is now for your viewing pleasure. Then, to Mei Li's astonished gaze, the golden-eyed husky balanced on one paw and executed a stylish flip. It was absolutely stunning. Mei Li was so stunned she couldn't speak for a long time. This little guy actually had such skills. She instantly felt the dog food she bought was worth every penny. Equally stunned were the netizens watching alongside Mei Li. As they witnessed the scene, they flooded the chat with stunned comments. Their reactions shifted from shock to skepticism. Could a puppy really pull off moves like that? It must be AI generated. I don't buy it either. If it were a border collie, it'd be more believable. Trying to fool us with a goofy husky? Who'd fall for that? But if it's AI generated, there should be a small disclaimer below. Why isn't there one here? Seeing the comments, Li Wanner immediately declared with conviction. This absolutely isn't AI generated. AI generated content always has a warning. This puppy's talent is guaranteed real. If it's fake, I swear I'll never poop again for the rest of my life. As soon as Li Wanner finished speaking, Lu Jiyue shot her a sideways glance. You have such a pure and pretty face, but listen to the vulgar things you're saying. Hearing such a vicious oath from a beautiful streamer, netizens began to believe her. Never pooping again? Holy crap, that's brutal. I buy it. I believe it too. If I go 3 days without pooping, I feel like I'm gonna die. This beauty streamer really went all out. I'm ordering a bag of dog food. And just like that, because of Li Wanner's claim of innocence, orders for dog food started pouring in. Anyone who orders dog food gets to watch the puppy's talent show. Order 3 or more packs, and you could even request specific tricks. Lu Zhio performed several tricks in a row, each one different. They didn't have to be difficult, but they had to be cool. Unsurprisingly, netizens were captivated by this golden-eyed husky's dashing moves. Dog owners and non-owners alike rushed to buy dog food. The uniquely creative livestream exploded in popularity, drawing a massive influx of viewers. Si Chung watched from the sidelines, whistling in admiration. Truly the king of huskies. He excels at everything he does. Even something as elusive as live streaming, he mastered it in one go. After just 1 hour of streaming, sales of the dog food reached hundreds of thousands. Although sales figures in the hundreds of thousands are easily achievable for some major streamers. But they've only just set up this live streaming channel. This dog food is also a newly launched product. For a new product to sell hundreds of thousands of units right after launch? That's absolutely insane. And all of this is thanks to their great King Ha. After signing off, Lu Zhiyue approached his younger siblings. He glanced at the 3 little ones before him. Well, they weren't so little anymore. All 3 of them, including himself, had grown significantly in size. Though not yet fully grown, they were already nearly as big as adult Shiba Inus. Did you guys pick up everything I did just now? Faced with their big brother's question, Xiao Shi, Xiao Qi, and Meng Meng all nodded obediently. From now on, during live streams, you 3 will take turns performing. Got it? Got it, big bro. Can we eat while performing? Xiaoqi was quick to respond, though his concern seemed to be whether he could sneak a bite of dog food while feeding the audience some. Lu Zhiyue thought to himself, isn't this basically a food broadcast? Sure. Awesome. I love streaming. I'm fine with it too. The clever and obedient Xiao Shi nodded repeatedly. But Meng Meng, who was usually so well behaved, remained silent for a long time. Meng Meng, what's wrong? Bro, I don't want to stream. I want to go hunt spirit beasts with you guys. What are you trying to pull, acting all fierce and battle-ready like that? You're just a girl. Lu Zhiyao felt Meng Meng's idea didn't quite fit her gender and lectured her a bit. Unexpectedly, the little girl stared at him with her big, pitiful eyes. I just want to be like you, big brother and amazing dog. Not like Xiaoqi, who only thinks about eating and sleeping all day. Xiaoqi, who deep been called out, blinked dazedly. Ha? Me? Meng Meng, big brother is truly remarkable, but the tasks he assigns us surely have their purpose. We just need to do them well. Xiao Shi, the second brother, also began to reason with Meng Meng. Lu Xiao looked at his younger siblings. Though they shared the same mother, these three had completely different personalities. He truly needed to teach each according to their aptitude. Alright, I understand. Since you want to fight on the front lines, I'll make sure to assign you more opportunities going forward. Yay! Big brother's the best. I knew he loved me the most. Xiaoqi, you just focus on promoting dog food. Do a good job, and I'll reward you with treats. At the mention of food, Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. Got it, big bro. As for Xiao Shi, Lu Xiao looked at Xiao Shi, momentarily at a loss. Xiao Shi was intelligent and always compliant, never once refusing any of his arrangements. With such a temperament, he would fit in anywhere. Brother, wherever you need me in the future, just assign me again. Xiao Shi seemed to sense Lu Xiao's dilemma and offered to ease his burden. Lu Xiao raised his paw and gave Xiao Shi a gentle pat. You truly live up to being the second brother to your younger siblings. You're the sensible one. Perhaps because of his past life on the streets, Xiao Shi's maturity tugged at Lu Xiao's heartstrings. I think second brother should stay and watch over Xiaoqi. That kid only knows how to eat. He'll probably mess things up. Meng Meng looked utterly unconvinced about Xiaoqi's reliability. Lu Xiao thought Meng Meng had a point, but just then, Xiao Shi spoke up. Actually, I have a solution that kills two birds with one stone. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Xiao Shi. Chapter 103, The Crazy College Girl. Xiao Shi, what's this solution you're talking about? Bro, I checked out the dog cafe where Base and the others are. Business seems kinda lackluster. Dog cafe? Lu Xiao grew puzzled. Weren't they discussing live streaming? Why bring up the dog cafe now? Xiao Shi's next words immediately cleared up his confusion. I think we could rotate a few dogs from the dog cafe into the livestream. You know how netizens keep questioning if we're AI generated? We could invite skeptical viewers to our dog cafe to see for themselves. This way, we'd have extra dogs for streaming, promote the dog cafe, and even subtly sell dog food. 3 birds with 1 stone. After hearing Xiao Shi's suggestion, Lu Xiao was amazed. This idea was absolutely brilliant. It seemed that among the 4 dogs, only Xiaoqi was a purebred Siberian Husky. Lu Xiao immediately adopted Xiao Shi's suggestion and informed Xicheng to implement it. His livestream had already built up his reputation, and the buzz should keep going for a while. Lu Xiao didn't plan to worry about these things anymore. The people under him were reliable. Feeling drowsy, Lu Xiao yawned and found a quiet office to catch some sleep. While Lu Xiao slept, many viewers who had watched his livestream began editing clips from the broadcast and sharing them online. The video showed this husky defying stereotypes, displaying moments of intelligence and charm, garnering numerous likes and shares from netizens. More and more videos of a golden-eyed husky began circulating online. Meanwhile, someone residing in a secluded house on the outskirts of Yanjiang City also came across these videos. He whistled sharply, and moments later, an eagle soared back to his side. Hunter, you saw a soul-devouring creature that was a golden-eyed husky, right? That's correct, master. He immediately played the video from his phone for the eagle. Is this the one? Upon seeing the husky in the video, the eagle flapped its wings excitedly. Master, it's him. The man, satisfied with the response, let out a sinister grin. Finally found you. On the rooftop of the teaching building at Kemin University. Lu Xiao, who had only intended to take a nap, accidentally slept through until sunset. He stretched luxuriously, shook his head, and snapped himself awake. What a blissful nap. Lately, he'd been genuinely quite free. Having a team of capable lieutenants under him was truly satisfying. Company affairs ran smoothly without his constant attention. Without even leaving his home, he received spirit beasts delivered by members of the Wolfgang. Life was going smoothly. But too much ease can lead to a bit of mental fatigue. That's why he'd been spending his days on the school rooftop lately. Watching the youthful energy of the university students made him feel a bit more vibrant himself. Time to eat. Let's see what new contraption Su Yan has tinkered with. After deciding on his dinner plans, Lu Xiao descended from the rooftop. Lu Xiao navigated the campus with practiced ease, the afterglow of the setting sun bathing him in light and stretching his shadow long behind him. Students gathered in small groups, discussing the latest online trends. Did you guys see that husky video? It's all over the internet right now. The one with the golden eyes? Yeah, I saw it. Me too. I think it's so handsome. Never seen such a good-looking dog. I'd date it. Lu Xiao passed by a group of female college students and froze upon hearing their conversation. Were they talking about him? Wow, had his good looks become this famous? Had he already charmed all the female college students? Just as Lu Xiao was lost in self-admiration, the female students noticed him too. Hey! Look! Isn't that the husky from the video? Everyone followed the direction of the girl's outstretched finger. Golden eyes, it must be him. The girls immediately rushed toward Lu Xiao. By the time Lu Xiao realized what was happening, he was already surrounded by the group of female students. What a handsome dog. Let me pet him. Me too. Me too. Oh my gosh, it even has pectoral muscles. Wow, its muscles are so firm and smooth to the touch. Lu Zhiyue considered himself a seasoned veteran, yet hearing these college girls' comments still made his face flush despite his age. As they ran their hands all over him, Lu Zhiyue wore an expression of helpless resignation. Go ahead, go ahead. It's like you've never seen a dog before in your lives. Lu Zhiyue grumbled, but deep down, he relished the sense of accomplishment. See? As long as you're charismatic enough, even if you're acting like a dog, women will still chase after you. Hey hey hey! Don't touch there! Feeling something unusual in a certain area, Lu Zhiyue quickly plopped down onto his butt. But someone had already grabbed his head and started kissing him. Watching the nearly frenzied female college students, Lu Zhiyue suddenly remembered something crucial. During his livestream, to radiate his charm and attract viewers, he de-set the charm aura to 50%. Just at 50%, they were this wild. If he turned it all the way up, wouldn't they devour him? Lu Zhiyue swiftly reset the aura to 0. Now, the female students finally showed a bit more restraint. But they remained enthusiastic, even forcibly dragging him to the cafeteria, insisting on treating him to a huge chicken drumstick. Hearing big chicken leg, Lu Zhiyue knew he couldn't refuse such generosity and let them drag him along. After devouring the chicken drumstick, the girls pounced on Lu Zhiyue, not only petting him relentlessly but also taking turns using him as their mascot for a frenzy of selfies. By the time they finally let him go, satisfied, night had already fallen. Truly, fame is a dog's worst nightmare, and strength is a pig's. Fearing another wave of female college students, Lu Zhiyue immediately activated his night stealth mode. Fortunately, internet trends changed rapidly. Keeping a low profile for a while should do the trick. As Lu Zhiyue pondered this, the smartwatch around his neck suddenly buzzed. With a light tap of his paw to answer, Si Cheng's anxious voice came through. Your Highness! The company's under attack. Before Lu Zhiyue could ask what happened, he heard the chaotic noise on the other end. Then the call abruptly ended. It was important to remember that Si Cheng and his crew weren't ordinary people anymore. For someone to cause trouble at the company and make him call in such a panic meant the perpetrators weren't ordinary either. Could it be that the Special Affairs Bureau had come looking for them? At that thought, Lu Zhiyue's expression immediately turned serious. If that were the case, things would get very complicated. Without pausing to think further, Lu Zhiyue activated his shadowless leg technique and sped toward the Chanhaha company building at top speed. Chapter 104, The Mysterious Black-Robed Figure. When Lu Zhiyue arrived at the Chanhaha building, he found not a single light glowing in the entire structure. A sense of danger instantly surged within him. Instead of rushing inside, Lu Zhiyue surveyed his surroundings. Although Si Cheng had deliberately chosen a secluded, sparsely populated location when purchasing the building, there were still some structures nearby. Now, other buildings were brightly lit, so a power outage was out of the question. Si Cheng usually kept lights on even in empty floors. The fact that everything was pitch black now could only mean one thing. They had all been taken hostage. Walking in now would be like walking into a trap. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhiyue turned his gaze to a large stone nearby. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the stone swiftly transformed into Lu Zhiyue's likeness. His true self remained concealed. The doppelganger and the real Lu entered the building one after the other. The clone led the way with steady, confident strides, appearing entirely genuine. The real Lu Zhiyue followed cautiously behind, blending seamlessly into the night. He moved silently through the shadows, undetected. As they delved deeper into the Chanhaha building, an oppressive and eerie atmosphere grew increasingly thick. The air thickened with an intense spiritual energy, causing Lu Zhiyue's brow to furrow. Such intense spiritual energy. How many spirit masters did the Special Affairs Bureau actually send? The doppelganger gently pushed open a door that stood ajar. The creak of the hinges echoed jarringly through the silent building. Beyond the door lay an empty office, yet scattered documents and overturned chairs hinted at a fierce struggle that had occurred here not long ago. The moment the clone stepped into the office, the air within the office seemed to freeze solid, an invisible force surging silently. The clone instinctively sensed something amiss and spun around, preparing to confront the impending danger. But it was already too late. Suddenly, the office walls glowed with an eerie light. Instantly, chains formed from condensed spiritual energy shot forth like venomous snakes from all directions, targeting the clone. Lu Zhiyue witnessed this scene and was momentarily stunned, but he did not act rashly. Possessing a fraction of Lu Zhiyue's power, the clone swiftly dodged each chain despite the sudden attack. Simultaneously, the clone seized the opportunity to retreat swiftly toward the office window, clearly intending to escape his trap through it. However, just as the clone was about to touch the window, it shattered violently. A ferocious eagle burst through the glass, seizing the clone by the back of the neck with its sharp beak in a lightning-fast strike that left him unable to escape. Lu Zhiyue, concealed nearby, watched the scene unfold, his pupils contracting sharply. It was that soul-devouring beast. Just as he gasped in shock, a cold, menacing voice echoed from a corner of the office. "Do you know how hard I've searched for you?" A figure cloaked in black robes, its face concealed behind a mask, emerged slowly. That icy male voice made Lu Zhiyue's heart skip a beat. Had he been discovered? Lu Zhiyue stared intently at the cloaked man.
Only when he saw him heading toward the location of his doppelganger did Lu Zhiyue breathe a sigh of relief. But then a huge question mark popped into his mind. Who the hell was this guy? The cloaked figure slowly raised his hand, gathering a ball of pitch-black spiritual energy in his palm. The energy instantly transformed into chains, binding the doppelganger beneath the eagle's beak. Hunter, release him. Eagle complied, placing the chained husky before the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure crouched down, peering at the husky through the dark eyes beneath his mask. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will. I did not kill anyone in this building. However, your safety and theirs is only temporary. It depends on your attitude toward me. Lu Zhiyao, lurking nearby, heard the cloaked figure's words and looked utterly bewildered. What was he talking about? What did he want? Though he had no clue about the black-robed man's background, at least he could be certain the man had no connection to the Special Affairs Bureau. This thought brought a quiet sigh of relief to Lu Zhiyue's heart. His gaze shifted to the eagle. The cloaked figure addressed the eagle as Hunter. And the eagle obeyed the cloaked figure's commands. It seemed this man was the eagle's master. Lu Zhiyue suddenly recalled the first time he had seen this eagle. It heard a whistle before finally departing. That whistle was most likely blown by the black-robed figure standing before him. But what exactly did this fellow want from him? Lu Zhiyue decided to observe further. At the very least, he needed to figure out the purpose of the other's arrival. Lu Zhiyue's doppelganger stared expressionlessly at the hooded figure before him. This led the hooded figure to believe he was refusing to cooperate. Interesting. A rather spirited soul devourer. However, you have only two choices before you. 1. Submit to me, acknowledge me as your master, and I shall grant you the power to devour countless spirit beasts, making you a terror to all who hear your name. 2. Resist me and lose those lives. As for you, a disobedient soul devourer is useless. I'll have the hunters devour you. I'll give you 1 minute to think it over. Only then did Lu Zhiyue grasp the situation. So this guy was trying to recruit him. Not only was he trying to recruit him to ambush his own people, but the terms he offered were utterly unappealing. What nonsense, acknowledge him as master, let him devour countless spirit beasts, become a terror to all who hear his name. Come on, he had the system at his disposal. He could devour countless spirit beasts and become a fearsome presence all on his own. Why would he voluntarily take on the hardship of pledging allegiance to a scheming master? He wasn't crazy. As Lu Zhiyue mentally ranted, the cloaked figure began counting down. Just a reminder, you have 10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8. By the final 3 seconds, the hooded figure observed the husky before him, its expression as icy as ever. A chill emanated from the figure's entire body as he let out a cold snort. Seems like you won't yield unless I make you suffer a bit. The hooded figure raised his right hand, charged with black spiritual energy, and slammed it down hard against the husky's neck. Snap! Bang! The instant the hooded figure's hand closed in, the husky before him transformed into stone. The stone shattered upon impact, scattering fragments across the ground. This scene caused the black-robed man to reveal a look of astonishment. The eagle beside him uttered a puzzled cry. Master, what is happening? At that very moment, Lu Zhiyue, who had been lying in wait, erupted like a cheetah in the night. With lightning speed, he lunged toward the man in black. Chapter 105, The Black-Robed Man's Regret Bonus Chapter. The cloaked figure, still reeling from shock, seemed to sense something and attempted to flee hastily from his position. But it was too late. A ghostly figure materialized, a husky dispelling the cloak of invisibility as it launched a bloodthirsty pounce at the hooded figure. Lu Zhiyue, who had deliberately adjusted his position to attack head-on, successfully knocked the man who was easily 10 times his size to the ground. The instant he hit the ground, he unleashed Eye of Intimidation upon the cloaked figure. Whether it was the mask obscuring his eyes or the man's overwhelming power, Lu Zhiyue quickly realized that the Eye of Dread technique had no effect on the cloaked figure. The black-robed man possessed formidable psychic power. By the time Lu Zhiyue registered what was happening, the cloaked figure beneath him had already flipped and leaped to his feet. His eyes now bore a look of pure apprehension toward Lu Zhiyao. Although Lu Zhiyao's Eye of Intimidation hadn't significantly affected the cloaked figure, the first attack after breaking stealth dealt double damage. Combined with the passive skill, Knight's Dominion, Lu Zhiyue still managed to leave a wound on him. Master! Are you alright? Only then did the eagle beside him snap out of its daze. The sequence had unfolded far too swiftly and shockingly. The hunter could never have imagined that in just a few short days apart, this husky soul devourer had grown so incredibly powerful. The cloaked figure was equally stunned by Lu Zhiyao's power. He must have devoured countless spirit beasts during this time, causing his power to skyrocket. The mere thought that a pure-blooded swallower spirit could grow so powerful in such a short time solely by devouring spirit beasts filled the black-robed man with excitement. Hunter, move in. We must capture this swallower. The black-robed man's voice brimmed with excitement. Lu Zhiyue's demonstrated power only intensified his desire to possess him.
Upon receiving the order, the eagle soared skyward, its sharp beak and claws gleaming coldly as it dove straight toward Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue leapt to create distance between himself and the eagle. Landing swiftly, he swung his front claws with all his might toward the eagle's position. Blades of wind formed by his claws shot toward the eagle. The eagle flapped its wings to dodge several, but one unnoticed blade of wind struck its body. Feathers scattered as a gruesome wound opened on its flesh. Shriek! The struck eagle let out an angry cry. Its powerful wings lashed out fiercely toward Lu Jiyue's position. The feathers on its wings instantly transformed into sharp arrows, carrying potent spiritual energy as they sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue instantly activated his shadowless leg. Only after a feather grazed his body, leaving a bloody trail, did Lu Jiyue realize these feathers were imbued with spiritual energy, no longer mere physical attacks. The invincibility effect of shadowless leg only protected against physical attacks. With that, Lu Jiyue held nothing back. Dodging the remaining feathers at blinding speed, his golden eyes locked onto the sky above. Locking onto the eagle's position, Lu Jiyue unleashed another bloodthirsty dive. 2 consecutive midair leaps propelled him directly above the eagle. He followed up with ferocious blade, unleashing dozens of claw strikes at the eagle mid-air. Of course, Lu Jiyue's beak wasn't idle either. Upon landing, both his claws and beak were covered in the eagle's feathers. The once proud eagle now stood with only a few sparse feathers remaining, looking like nothing more than a bald chicken. After shaking off every last feather from his hands and mouth, Lu Jiyue declared with a vindictive sneer. "Let's see you poke me with your feathers now." Shriek! The eagle let out another piercing cry. Never in its life had it suffered such humiliation. Its gaze toward Lu Jiyue burned with hatred, as if it wanted to tear him limb from limb. Just as the eagle prepared to launch another attack on Lu Jiyue, the cloaked figure, who had remained motionless until now, halted it. "Hunter, don't be impulsive. I want him alive." Hearing the cloaked figure's words, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but laugh. What did he mean, don't be rash? Alive? Couldn't he see that this eagle was no match for him anymore? What difference would it make if it acted on impulse? It simply had no self-awareness. It's completely lost all sense of dignity. After the black-robed figure halted the eagle, black spiritual energy coalesced in his hands, transforming into chains. But these chains were far thicker than before, as if infused with life like bloodthirsty serpents. With a flick of his wrist, the chains instantly swept toward Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue roared at the chains, unleashing his battle roar. The chains that had been closing in were instantly forced back by the roar. Seizing the moment, Lu Jiyue activated, night-stalking, cloaking his form once more. "Where's the dog?" The hooded figure roared in anger, sensing his combat power had been severely weakened. The chains he controlled seemed to resist his command. By the time he snapped out of it, the dog had vanished from its spot. "Hunter, this guy's got some skills. Watch your back." Only now did the cloaked figure truly begin to fear Lu Jiyue. He now regretted not finding this husky sooner. After letting it run wild for a while, the soul-devouring creature's power had grown beyond his control. Both the man in black and the eagle feared this husky might suddenly charge out from somewhere and attack them again, just like before. Both were on high alert, their vigilance heightened to the utmost. The eagle circled persistently above the office. The man in black robes kept scanning the surroundings while slowly circling on foot. Lu Jiyue, concealed in the shadows, watched them silently from the corner, hesitating to act. He wasn't waiting for an opportune moment, but rather for his skill cooldown to end. During this period, he had significantly enhanced his abilities, and the hawk no longer posed a threat. But this cloaked figure possessed considerable power. He was just a tad troublesome. Therefore, he resolved to end this battle swiftly. Chapter 106, Abyssal Devouring Depths. The skill cooldown ended swiftly. Lu Jiyue locked onto the cloaked figure's position. He unleashed the fierce claw blade, first slashing out multiple razor-sharp blades in succession, then followed up with the shadowless leg strike, charging toward the cloaked figure. Feeling the icy claw wind, the cloaked figure swiftly retreated, while black spiritual energy surged beneath his robes. He attempted to form a barrier with that pitch-black spiritual energy to block Lu Jiyue's assault. However, Lu Jiyue, who had activated shadowless leg at this moment, left trails of afterimages in the air. He pierced through the spiritual energy barrier and arrived beside the hooded figure. Almost simultaneously, he unleashed the ferocious blade, delivering dozens of claw strikes to the figure's chest in an instant. The cloaked figure could only hastily cross his arms to defend. The flesh on his arms was instantly torn away, exposing the stark white bones beneath. The cloaked figure's body trembled violently as waves of terror washed over him. Had he not shielded himself with his arms, his heart would have been ripped out. Now, his mind was consumed by a single thought: escape this hellish place as quickly as possible, getting as far away from this husky as he could. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, the cloaked figure gathered his dark spiritual energy once more and hurled it toward the husky. Taking advantage of its evasive movement, he leapt toward the window in a few strides, intending to escape through it. But his move had been anticipated by Lu Jiyue. The chair, which he had infused with spiritual energy beforehand, transformed into his avatar and instantly blocked the window.
Seeing this, the man in black roared in fury.
Damn it!
The hooded figure immediately condensed black spiritual energy and launched an attack at the doppelganger before him.
Simultaneously, Lu Jiyue appeared behind the hooded figure like a ghostly apparition. Just as Lu Jiyue was about to deliver a fatal blow, the hooded figure blew his whistle. The eagle shot forward at incredible speed, blocking the attack. Lu Jiyue's sharp claws pierced through the eagle's body. The cloaked figure seized the opportunity to kill Lu Jiyue's clone and leapt out the window. When Lu Jiyue looked down from the window, the cloaked figure had vanished. Lu Jiyue abandoned the idea of pursuit and turned his gaze to the eagle whose body he had pierced. The eagle was not yet dead. Its sharp beak opened and closed weakly, uttering 2 words. Master. With those final words, the eagle breathed its last. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This eagle was a loyal creature indeed, sacrificing its life in the final moment to secure his escape from the cloaked figure. Even in its final second of life, the eagle still held its master in its thoughts. What a pity your master was unworthy of such loyalty. Lu Jiyue sighed inwardly but seized the moment to absorb every last trace of spiritual energy emanating from the eagle's body. You have consumed a level 10 pseudo-soul devourer, acquiring the skill soul devouring and essence absorption. Seeing this system notification, Lu Jiyue was stunned. The information contained within was overwhelming, and he didn't know where to begin questioning it all. This eagle looked so powerful, yet it was only level 10? And it wasn't even a real soul devourer. It was a pseudo-soul devourer. Lu Jiyue felt utterly stunned. But soon, he figured it out. This eagle must be a swallowing spirit artificially created by that black-robed figure, hence it could only be considered a fake swallowing spirit. Though its rank wasn't high, its power was definitely above the D rank level of ordinary spirit beasts. It must have hit some kind of bottleneck. And if it managed to break through to D rank, it wouldn't be content to remain trapped within an eagle's body. Lu Jiyue sorted through his thoughts and finally made sense of it all. He then turned his attention back to the system notification. Detected duplicate skills, Abyssal Devouring Space. Both skills have been fused into a new ability, Nether Abyssal Devouring. Nether Abyss Intermediate generates 2-dimensional spaces within the stomach, 1 light, 1 dark, each measuring 100 cubic meters. Light dimension stores objects and living beings for up to 24 hours. Special effect: without physical contact, objects within a 10-meter radius can be willingly drawn into the stomach's alternate dimension. Targets too large may fail ineffective on living beings. Dark space can absorb enemy targets into the body, dissolving their physical form to extract spiritual energy. Effective only against targets 2 tiers weaker than the user, may fail against those with exceptionally strong mental power. Why is the skill's description so long? At first glance, the skill description gave Lu Jiyue a headache. But after reading it through, his eyes lit up. The dimensional space was actually divided into 2 separate realms, light and dark. And after reading the description of the dark space, what had once been merely a practical skill for spatial storage had transformed into an offensive ability. Anyone 2 levels below him could be directly sucked into his body. He could even extract their spiritual energy directly from within. This is incredible. This means that when he devours spirit beasts in the future, he won't have to rush to swallow their spiritual energy bite by bite. He can just suck them into his dark space, let it extract the spiritual energy for him, and then directly convert it into evolution points. Not bad, not bad. This saves more than a little trouble. Lu Jiyue was thoroughly satisfied with this skill. He looked at the eagle's corpse. Although the spirit energy within it had been completely devoured by him, there should still be some residual spirit energy left in the body. Could absorbing it into the dark space squeeze out a bit more spiritual energy to convert into evolution points? Lu Jiyue immediately decided to test it out. He opened his mouth, and as he gazed at the eagle's corpse, his mind stirred. An invisible force enveloped the eagle's corpse, shrinking it to a size suitable for swallowing before it flew directly into his mouth. Lu Jiyue then focused his attention on the alternate dimension within his stomach. Images of that place surfaced in his mind. He saw 2 entirely distinct dimensional spaces. The bright space was filled with brilliant light, allowing everything placed within to be seen clearly. But the dark space was chaotic, pitch black, and impossible to see anything. Yet Lu Jiyue could sense the dark space was active, dissolving the eagle's corpse and absorbing its spiritual energy. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Jiyue saw the system prompt. Spiritual energy absorbed. Evolution points +2. Though only 2 points, this was the reward from consuming the corpse. In the past, he'd have to discard them, but now nothing went to waste. And this stuff adds up over time. This was quite the unexpected bonus. Seems there's another system notification. Lu Jiyue focused his gaze on it. After reading the content, his eyes lit up once more. Chapter 107, Awakening the Evil Spirit. Spirit crystal detected within the corpse. Stored in the bright space. Seeing this notification, Lu Jiyue inwardly praised the skill for its thoughtfulness. It can even actively transfer other items from the corpse into the storage space. This spirit crystal only appears when a spirit beast is on the verge of breaking through to a higher level. It seems this eagle has been stuck at this breakthrough bottleneck for quite some time. That black-robed man sought me out, wanting me to acknowledge him as my master. He likely intends for me to replace this eagle's position, doesn't he? But that black-robed man was truly delusional. Lu Jia was no one else's to command. In this lifetime, he'd only ever acknowledged those who cleaned his mess and fed him as masters. Wait. He seemed to have forgotten something crucial. Si Chang and the others were still missing. But that cloaked figure said they were safe for now. They must have been detained and locked away somewhere. Lu Jiyue immediately infused everything within his line of sight with his spiritual energy, transforming them into his likeness as he began searching the building. Before long, Lu Jiao's duplicate discovered Si Chang and Su Yan unconscious in the underground parking garage. By the time Lu Jiao arrived, the chains formed from black spiritual energy binding them had already begun to loosen. It seemed the black-robed figure had suffered severe injuries, causing its spiritual energy to become unstable. Lu Jiyue shattered the chains with a few slaps before checking on the two men. Fortunately, their breathing was steady, and they appeared unharmed. They seemed to have merely been knocked unconscious. The hooded figure had intended to use them to restrain him, but overestimated his own strength, a tragic mistake. Having lost the eagle and sustained injuries, the hooded figure likely wouldn't reappear anytime soon. But next time, he might learn his lesson and capture his own men to threaten me again. It seemed they needed to carefully devise a countermeasure. But how would they even find their way to Chong Ha Ha Company? Oh, right, that eagle recognized me. Lu Jiyue suddenly realized it must have been his online presence that led them straight to the company. It seemed he really needed to keep a low profile from now on. Putting those thoughts aside for now, Lu Jiyue tried to wake up Si Chang and Su Yan. He brushed his fluffy ears under Si Chang's nose. Then he turned to Su Yan and gave her cheek a lick. Achoo! Si Chang's nose twitched, then he woke up with a loud sneeze. Su Yan followed suit, rubbing her throbbing temples with a dazed expression. Both of them shot upright at the sight of Lu Jiyue. King Ha! Someone attacked us. Si Chang tried to say something, but Lu Jiyue cut him off. I know everything. I've already taken care of it. Hearing this, both men's eyes widened. The attacker was exceptionally powerful, otherwise, they wouldn't have been knocked unconscious after just a few moves. But no matter how strong, they couldn't outmatch their own Hao Wang. That casual already taken care of hit them right in the feels. Truly the king of Ha. So powerful, so reassuring. Why are only the two of you here? Where are the others? Lu Jiyue was puzzled. He had checked the company rooftop helipad, but Xiao Feifei's helicopter wasn't parked there. If the other members had been present, that cloaked figure probably wouldn't have made his move today. Li Ku and the others went out to capture spirit beasts again. They said they wanted to give you a surprise. Out hunting spirit beasts again? Lu Jiyue was somewhat surprised. The members of the Woof Woof gang were incredibly diligent. This made him feel a little ashamed. In comparison, he'd been living a bit too comfortably these past couple of days. No, he needed to buckle down and search for spirit beasts more diligently. He had to strive to accumulate 1,000 evolution points as soon as possible and evolve again. And then there was that black-robed figure who had escaped. He didn't know the man's identity, but perhaps he belonged to an organization just like theirs. If that were the case, then strengthening his power was now an urgent matter. Beyond strengthening himself, he felt he also needed to expand his influence. After all, strength lies in numbers. That way, they wouldn't fear the black-robed man leading his organization to attack them. With that thought, Lu Jiyue immediately assigned the task of expanding their influence to Si Chang. You can use the pretext of hiring staff for the Pets Ha Company to recruit talent into the Woof Woof gang. Of course, if someone lacks specialized skills, we can still consider them as long as they have good character and a decent personality. But the most crucial factor is that they genuinely love dogs from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Jiyue instructed Si Chang. Yes. Your servant understands and will complete the task entrusted to me by His Majesty the Dog King. No sooner had Si Chang finished speaking than Lu Jiao's smartwatch rang. Pulling the watch toward him, he saw it was a call from Li Ku. Your Highness, we're in trouble. The moment he answered, Lu Jiyue heard Li Ku's desperate plea for help. After confirming Li Ku's exact location, Lu Jiyue immediately rushed over with Si Chang and Su Yan. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure fled all the way to his own courtyard before finally letting out a sigh of relief. He extended his hands, revealing large patches of flesh torn from his forearms, exposing bone in a gruesome sight. All along the way, he had used his spiritual energy to numb the pain, allowing him to endure until now. Ah! The cloaked figure let out a wail of agony, his eyes filled with hatred. Husky! I will kill you! To tend to his wounds, he tore off his black cloak and mask. Beneath the mask, a grotesque face was revealed. It was the face of a half-human, half-beast creature. The cloaked figure's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, the fusion of half-human features and beastly traits rendering it monstrously hideous. Gritting his teeth, he pulled a bottle of deep green potion from his robe and poured it onto the wound without hesitation. The moment the liquid touched flesh, it instantly emitted puffs of white smoke, accompanied by a pungent, putrid stench. The cloaked figure's face contorted into an expression of extreme agony. Yet the wound began healing at a visible pace, though the missing flesh left a large, pitted expanse that looked utterly unsettling. "Husky," the cloaked figure murmured, his eyes flashing with defiance and madness. "You will pay for this." He staggered to his feet, stumbled a few steps into the room, and activated a hidden mechanism, revealing an entrance to a basement covered in intricate runes. He descended the stairs slowly. The basement was filled with all manner of strange artifacts, including a cabinet holding glass bottles filled with an unknown liquid. At the center stood a massive stone table, its surface engraved with ancient totems. The cloaked figure approached the stone table, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to chant softly. As his incantation echoed, the entire basement began to tremble faintly, and an ancient, mysterious aura filled the air. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. With a sweeping motion of his hands, a beam of light shot from his palms, striking a rune at the center of the stone table. Then, he drew a dagger and without hesitation, severed a segment of his own little finger, tossing it onto the rune. Instantly, the rune erupted with blinding light. "With my flesh and blood, I summon the ancient power. Awaken the slumbering soul of the evil spirit. Join me in the pact of vengeance." The deep, ritualistic voice of the cloaked figure echoed through the basement, each word seeming to stir some ancient and formidable power. As his words fell, the rune on the stone table seemed to activate, slowly spinning and releasing a brilliant light that illuminated the entire basement. The air thickened with an ancient aura, thick enough to almost hear the faint intertwining of beastly roars and wind whispers echoes from a primordial battlefield. The robed figure's eyes remained fixed on the center of the runes. There, his little finger gradually vanished in the light, replaced by swirling vortexes of black energy. They swirled and intertwined in the air, eventually coalescing into a massive black phantom. It was a twisted specter, its eyes flickering with an eerie green glow. Seeing this, the hooded figure excitedly produced a bottle. "Come on, I'll find you a suitable host so you can be reborn." Chapter 108, Invisibility Technique? Bonus Chapter Vote Request. Lu Jiao swiftly arrived at the location Li Ku had mentioned, accompanied by Si Chang and Su Yan. In a wilderness far from the city, a massive figure could be faintly seen swaying violently amidst the dense forest. The sounds of combat echoed through the air. Lu Jiao instructed Si Chang and Su Yan to stay close behind, moving cautiously and avoiding rash actions. He himself sprinted toward the commotion. Upon drawing near, Lu Jiao saw a mature elephant radiating spiritual energy, wielding its agile trunk to attack several cloaked, masked figures before it. They were members of the Woof Woof gang. At that moment, Li Ku led the group, directing everyone to circle the elephant as they tensely faced the beast. Several of them bore injuries, their cloaks caked with mud, looking rather bedraggled. Li Ku, in particular, appeared to have dislocated his right arm, his face etched with exhaustion and anxiety. Just as the elephant prepared to launch another attack, a commanding dog bark echoed across the area. "Woof!" The members of the Woof Woof gang were electrified by the sound. "King Ha has arrived. That damn elephant is about to meet its end." Lu Jiao leapt forward in a few bounds, arriving before the group. Su Yan and Si Chang followed close behind, arriving at the same spot. "Everyone okay?" Lu Jiao inquired after checking on them. We're fine. It's just that we're too weak and caused trouble for you, King Ha." Li Ku's voice carried a hint of self-reproach. Before coming, he had specifically assessed the strength of this elephant spirit beast. He had believed they could handle it, but the elephant's massive size and immense strength proved overwhelming. Combined with its agile trunk, they couldn't even get close to the beast and had been struck several times by its proboscis. "It's fine. You all stand back." After instructing his men to retreat to a safe distance, Lu Jiao turned his gaze toward the elephant before him. His eyes now brimmed with excitement. Sucking such a massive elephant into the dark space should yield a hefty bonus of evolution points, right? The elephant stared intently at the husky before it. It realized that whatever possessed such speed couldn't be an ordinary creature. Yet it detected no aura of spiritual energy emanating from the creature, which puzzled it. Still, that wasn't enough to make it take the husky seriously. After all, the size difference was undeniable. It could crush the dog underfoot with a single gentle lift of its paw. But soon, it would pay dearly for that thought. A blur flashed past, leaving several bloody gashes on the elephant's face. It stared in disbelief as the husky returned to its original spot, seemingly unscathed. Only the stinging pain on its face reminded it that what had just happened was no illusion. What incredible speed! After witnessing what had just transpired, the elephant's gaze toward the husky across from it held a hint of apprehension. But it was only a hint. After all, it had recently broken through its level restrictions. It could choose to parasitize a higher-level species like humans. Still, it found human bodies far too weak, not even as good as its current form. The husky across from it did possess some strength, but it was hardly a threat. This time, the elephant launched the attack first. Swinging its long trunk, it charged toward the direction where Lu Jiao stood. Lu Jiyue had already fought a fierce battle earlier and was showing signs of fatigue. Facing the charging elephant, he resolved to end this quickly. Just then, a significant commotion erupted overhead. A helicopter was rapidly approaching from above. Distracted by this, Lu Jiyao didn't have time to attack the elephant. He leapt out of the way to evade the elephant's charge, then looked up at the sky. Why would a helicopter be coming at this moment? Lu Jiyue was utterly perplexed. The helicopter's noise grew louder, catching the elephant's attention as well. The Paw Patrol members also noticed the helicopter overhead. Paw Patrol, get on the helicopter and evacuate immediately. Watching the helicopter draw nearer, Lu Jiyue immediately gave the order. Li Wanner swiftly maneuvered Little Fly, guiding the stealth aircraft toward them. At that moment, the helicopter hovered about 10 meters above the ground. A figure leapt directly from the air. Lu Jiyue instantly activated Night Stealth, cloaking himself. Thud! A thunderous impact echoed as the figure landed with perfect balance, kicking up a cloud of dust. This startled the Paw Patrol members who were boarding the helicopter, freezing them in their tracks. As the dust settled, a towering figure emerged. A form-fitting combat suit accentuated explosive power, while tactical goggles framed eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Upon closer inspection, however, one could discern intricate, scale-like patterns across the exposed skin. These patterns followed the contours of his muscles, shimmering with a faint, subtle glow. This man was none other than Su Yuancheng, Director of Special Affairs Bureau Branch 007. His target this time was none other than that elephant spirit beast. But Su Yuancheng shifted his gaze to the right front, not far away. Seeing those figures clad in large cloaks and masks, he frowned. More and more organizations are emerging in the civilian sector. Who are you people? Su Yuancheng shouted at them. Hurry up! Li Ko, witnessing the scene, hurriedly signaled the remaining gang members to board the aircraft. One by one, they leaped onto the cloaked aircraft. Su Yuancheng, who had intended to pursue them, was utterly stunned to see those cloaked figures vanish into thin air with a single leap. These people actually know invisibility magic. Chapter 109, The Power of Psionics. Su Yuancheng's face was now etched with utter disbelief. He had witnessed those cloaked figures vanish from their original positions. What he didn't know was that it wasn't the people who could vanish, but an aircraft. More accurately, it was the spirit beast piloting the aircraft. With the aircraft cloaked, those aboard naturally became invisible as well. Moreover, the aircraft required no fuel to take off and made no sound whatsoever. Su Yuancheng even ran to the spot where those people vanished and threw a few punches at thin air. But the members of the Woof Woof gang had already boarded the aircraft and flown far above his head. At that moment, a helicopter landed, and several spirit masters from the Special Affairs Bureau stepped out. Director! Lu Jiyue, who had been hiding in the corner, was still puzzling over the identity of this tall man. Upon seeing one or two familiar faces among those disembarking from the helicopter, he instantly recognized them as agents from the Special Affairs Bureau. Those people were calling that tall man the director. This man was actually the director of the Special Affairs Bureau. A wave of dread washed over Lu Jiyue. Good thing he let the Woof Woof gang members escape and went into hiding himself right away. Otherwise, they might have been in real trouble. But why did this bureau chief look so different from ordinary people? Lu Jiyue had many questions swirling in his mind now, and he intended to keep watching. Director, what about those guys from earlier? After the spirit masters had assembled, Zhang Xuechong, the captain of Team C, asked this question with obvious confusion. From the helicopter, they had clearly seen several cloaked figures here. Yet in the blink of an eye, they had vanished. They must belong to some organization with stealth capabilities. As soon as Su Yuancheng spoke, shock spread across the faces of the spirit masters. Invisibility abilities. What is this organization after? It's unclear for now. You take the others to patrol the surrounding area. Leave this spirit beast to me. Yes, Director. Upon receiving their orders, the others immediately dispersed, spreading out in different directions to search and attempt to track the trail of those who had mysteriously vanished. Su Yuancheng, however, turned his attention to the elephant spirit beast. The enraged elephant bellowed, its trunk whipping through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages. It charged fiercely toward Su Yuancheng's position. Su Yuancheng fixed his gaze ahead. The scale-like patterns on his skin began to emit a faint blue glow, a sign of the spiritual energy surging within him. Su Yuancheng's gaze grew exceptionally cold, like a venomous snake poised to strike. Go! With a low command from Su Yuancheng, several streams of spiritual energy shot toward the elephant. Instantly, these bursts coalesced into translucent serpentine shadows that swiftly coiled around the elephant's limbs and torso like living creatures. These serpentine shadows possessed not only astonishing strength but also seemed to carry a potent paralytic toxin, instantly slowing the elephant's movements and making it clumsy. The elephant let out a series of terrified howls, attempting to shake off the restraints with its long trunk. Yet the serpentine shadows clung like maggots to bone, wrapping tightly around it and leaving no chance for escape. Seeing this, Su Yuancheng's lips curved into a smile. Spirit masters truly surpass spirit tamers by a wide margin. Su Yuancheng did not rush to deliver the fatal blow. Instead, he intended to use this opportunity to showcase his abilities as a spirit user. As the elephant struggled in frustration against the snakes coiled around its body, Su Yuancheng made his move. His eyes suddenly transformed into serpentine pupils, emitting a faint blue glow as he fixed his gaze upon the elephant's eyes. The elephant, meeting his gaze, became dazed, even forgetting to struggle against the snakes coiled around its body. To the elephant, Su Yuancheng's eyes now resembled two bottomless whirlpools, instilling an unprecedented terror and disorientation. Under the gaze of those serpentine eyes, the elephant's offensive weakened noticeably, the ferocity in its eyes gradually fading. Seeing this, Su Yuancheng wasted no time. He extended his palm and clenched it tightly. Explode! The serpentine shadows coiled around the elephant instantly erupted in blinding light, then transformed into powerful streams of energy that exploded outward from the elephant's body. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the elephant's massive body was scorched black by the force, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Su Yuancheng was overcome with excitement. This was the true power of a spirit energy user. It far exceeded his expectations. Lu Jiyue, concealed nearby, witnessed the entire scene. Is this the director's true power? Lu Jiyue couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly worthy of the title of director of the Special Affairs Bureau, defeating that elephant spirit beast in just a few moves. Lu Jiyue suddenly remembered something. Psionists. Niu Kai, who was undercover at the Special Affairs Bureau, had told him about these psychics. Though he hadn't elaborated much, it wasn't hard to guess that psychics were beings far more powerful than spirit tamers. The director's formidable prowess must stem from his ascension to psychic power user. The way the bureau chief handled that elephant kept reminding Lu Jiyue of a snake. Moreover, his skin bore scales resembling those of a serpent. Could this be a side effect of becoming a psychic? Just then, Lu Jiyue saw the bureau chief approach the dying elephant. He then pulled a translucent sphere from his pocket and held it close to the elephant. Lu Jiyue watched as streams of white spiritual energy began to rise from the elephant's body, drawn into the translucent sphere in the bureau chief's hand. As the spiritual energy continuously poured in, the sphere lost its transparency, transforming into a solid mass of spiritual energy's color. Once the sphere had absorbed all the spiritual energy, the elephant's body on the ground grew stiff and cold. So this is how they process spirit beast's spiritual energy. But the corpse hasn't shriveled up yet. It feels like they haven't drained all the spiritual energy. Wonder what they'll use these spheres filled with spirit energy for. Lu Jiyue pondered these questions in his mind. At the same time, he felt a pang of regret for the wasted spiritual energy. Li Ku and the others had battled this elephant for so long without resolution. Just as he finally arrived, the Special Affairs Bureau had ruined everything. How on earth are we supposed to transport such a massive elephant back? After Su Yuancheng secured the sphere containing the stored spiritual energy, he stared at the massive elephant carcass before him, perplexed. Drag it back with a helicopter? That might attract too much attention. Lu Jiyue heard this and grew puzzled. What? Taking the spiritual energy wasn't enough, now they want the corpse too? Is he just taking everything he can get his hands on? Does he intend to leave him nothing at all? Forget it. We'll call a tow truck at dawn. Su Yuancheng pondered for a long while before settling on this solution. Wonder if they found any traces of those cloaked figures. Su Yuancheng muttered to himself as he hurried toward the direction his team was searching. After Su Yuancheng had walked some distance, Lu Jiyue approached the elephant carcass and sucked it directly into the dark space within his stomach. Waiting until dawn? By the time you get back, the carcass will have turned into my evolution points. Never mind, never mind. At least we're not coming back empty-handed. After some self-reassurance, Lu Jiyue saw no point in lingering and turned to leave. Chapter 110, Flying Dog? Who was that guy? He looked pretty formidable, jumping from over 10 meters up and landing unscathed. The members of the Woof Woof gang aboard the plane discussed the recent incident. Could it be a spirit beast? I once saw a human spirit beast before, but King Ha took care of it. Su Yan suddenly remembered something and shouted. Right. King Ha. Lord King Ha isn't on the plane. Should we go back and get him? Don't worry. We've all seen how powerful Ha Wang is. He must have his reasons for staying behind. Li Ke then stepped forward to speak. The others found Li Ke's reasoning plausible. After all, they had never encountered anyone more formidable than the King of Ha. It's a shame. We poured so much effort into capturing that elephant spirit beast, yet we still need to trouble Lord Ha. Today's events clearly show our spirit beast capture operations still have many shortcomings. As Li Ke spoke, he began to reflect on his own shortcomings. Indeed, failing to handle even a spirit beast of this caliber, King Ha must surely be disappointed in us. Du joined in the self-reflection. He desperately wanted to prove himself within the Woof Woof gang. After all, if not for King Ha, he'd still be confined to a wheelchair, a useless shell of his former self. Yeah, today Pet Ha Company was ambushed too. If King Ha hadn't arrived in time, Su Yan and I would have been in serious trouble. Si Chang and Su Yan lowered their heads in shame as they recalled the earlier incident. Each of them reflected, King Ha trusted them so deeply, bestowing divine power upon them, yet they lacked even the basic ability to complete a mission independently. They kept needing the King of Ha to clean up their messes. No! We can't let King Ha think he recruited a bunch of useless people. We have to change. As soon as Li Ke spoke, the others echoed his sentiment. Everyone, feel free to share your suggestions. We need to make a complete and thorough change. I'll go first. Go Lin raised his hand first. I've fought in many boxing matches, and I believe some of that experience can be applied to battles against spirit beasts. First, we must assess not only the target spirit beast's strength but also our own. We need to understand our own strengths and weaknesses. Beyond that, we must develop a detailed battle plan before engaging. After all, knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. With this preparation, I believe we can significantly increase our chances of success. As soon as Green finished his suggestion, everyone applauded enthusiastically. Next, Olympic champion Du shared his thoughts. I have some experience too. I believe part of the reason for our failure in this operation was that some members weren't fully proficient in utilizing their skills. When I was an athlete, I dedicated extensive time daily to training. I think our guild should also organize combat drills and similar exercises to enhance our operational skills. After Du finished his suggestion, Dr. Ji Ming, the mechanical expert, chimed in without hesitation. I think both of you make excellent points. Beyond that, we can also strategically incorporate modern weaponry into combat. This would significantly boost our overall strength. The moment Ji Ming spoke, the entire group erupted in excitement. Exactly. We can use weapons. How did I not think of that? Perfect timing. I have connections to source some weapons. Leave the armament arrangements to me. Si Chang volunteered. And regarding the mechs Lord Ha mentioned earlier, I've already begun research. While concrete results won't come quickly, I can certainly develop some small mechanical devices to assist everyone. Looks like everyone here is determined. Let's make the changes as discussed and give Ha Wang a surprise. Yay! As the members of the Woof Woof gang cheered, Lu Xiao, using the shadowless leg technique along the way, returned to Keeman University at breakneck speed. He immediately dashed to the rooftop of the academic building. He then checked the system notifications. Absorbed spiritual energy, evolution points plus 10. Seeing the plus 10 evolution points, Lu Zhiyue's eyes lit up. Last time, the Eagle's corpse had only granted 2 evolution points. This time, it was a whopping 10 points. I knew that damn ball didn't suck it all clean. Lu Zhiyue grumbled, though he suspected the difference might also be related to the corpse's size. Putting that thought aside, Lu Zhiyue opened his long-neglected system panel. Ultimate Devouring Evolution System. Host, Lu Zhiyue. Base attribute total, 70. Skills, Climbing Advanced. Special skills, Deterrence Gaze Intermediate, Night Stalking Intermediate, Shadowless Leg Intermediate, Desire Manipulation Intermediate, Nether Devouring Abyss Intermediate, Spirit Descendant Transformation Intermediate. Consumes 50 evolution points to upgrade intermediate special skills to the next tier. Ferocious Blade Basic, Bloodthirsty Pounce Basic, Battle Roar Basic, Fierce Claw Slash Basic, Split Spirit Basic. Consume 10 evolution points to upgrade basic skills to the next tier. Passive skills, Slow Vision Basic, Charm Aura Advanced, Night Dominion Intermediate. Evolution points, 460-1000. Lu Zhiyue was stunned to see he'd accumulated 400 or 500 evolution points over this period. But the thought that he still needed over 500 more points for his next evolution quickly dampened his spirits. How long will it take to save up that much? It seemed his next evolution was still a ways off. Lu Zhiyue decided to use a portion of his evolution points to enhance his own strength. There's even a basic climbing skill here. Lu Zhiyue suddenly recalled that several of his previous basic skills had upgraded into special skills after absorbing spirit crystals. What a coincidence he happened to have a spirit crystal right now. Lu Zhiyao immediately retrieved the spirit crystal stored in his spatial pocket. Then he extended his claw and placed it on the spirit crystal. Spirit crystal detected. After consumption, the basic skill climbing can be upgraded to a special skill. Proceed? Lu Zhiyao selected Devour immediately. Climbing Spirit Monkey Leap Basic. This passive skill allows you to traverse complex terrain with the agility of a spirit monkey. Whether scaling steep cliffs, navigating dense jungles, or scaling towering structures, you can climb and leap with ease. Additionally, you gain the ability to glide and change direction mid-air over short distances, greatly enhancing your mobility and escape capabilities. Lu Zhiyao's eyes widened with excitement. Let me try it. Lu Zhiyao stood at the rooftop edge and leapt lightly. Like a true agile monkey, he traced a graceful arc through the air, landing steadily atop a slender flagpole in the distance. His descent startled several nocturnal birds nearby, sending them fluttering away. At that moment, a boy preparing to observe the girls' dorm across the way with binoculars happened to witness the scene. A bird that big? When he peered through his binoculars, he realized the figure atop the flagpole wasn't a large bird at all, but a black, white, and gray husky. He immediately fell backward in shock, landing on the ground. Mom! I saw a flying dog. Chapter 111, Level Up. Dizziness effect. After scaling the school building like a cat, Lu Xiao returned to the rooftop. The attack by the cloaked figure and the appearance of the Special Affairs Bureau director had instilled a sense of crisis in him. Therefore, he decided to enhance his skills. Opening his attribute panel once more, Lu Xiao scanned the numerous skills listed. He ultimately chose to upgrade several basic skills first. Let's start with Ferocious Blade. Close combat prowess is always indispensable. With his mind made up, Lu Xiao instructed the system to consume 10 evolution points, upgrading Ferocious Blade to intermediate level. Ferocious Blade Intermediate, upon activation, enters a frenzied state, increasing physical attack power by 5x. Teeth and Claws inflict sustained damage on enemies for 30 seconds. Statistically, this skill saw a significant boost. Physical attack power increased from 2x to 5x. The duration of the continuous damage effect also increased from 10 seconds to 30 seconds. Those 10 evolution points were well spent. Bloodthirsty Pounce combined with Night Stalking, it delivers a surprise strike when breaking stealth. This one needs upgrading too. Lu Xiao spoke as he spent another 10 evolution points to upgrade Bloodthirsty Pounce. Bloodthirsty Pounce Intermediate, guaranteed hit upon targeting. A frontal hit forces the target to the ground, inflicting a brief stun duration based on the opponent's strength. Special effect, allows 2 gravity-defying mid-air jumps. Cooldown, 1 minute. Stun effect. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up upon seeing the upgraded, Bloodthirsty Pounce, now included an additional stun effect. Even if the stun duration was brief, it would be enough to deliver a fatal blow. He even recalled a marksman hero from the games he frequently played in his previous life. Equipped with a stun, damage output was maximized. His gaze then shifted to Furious Claw. As one of his few ranged skills, it definitely needed an upgrade. Furious Claw / Intermediate, swing a claw in a chosen direction. The powerful claw wind forms a blade, dealing damage to the target. Skill range, 10 meters. No cooldown for a single swing or up to 3 consecutive swings. Swinging more than 3 times consecutively incurs a 30-second cooldown. Only after 3 consecutive swipes does a cooldown activate? So if I just keep swiping 3 times in a row, there'd be no cooldown at all? The clever Lu Xiao spotted this key point. Good, very good. Lu Xiao trailed off mid-sentence, yawning widely. It was already late into the night. With everything that had happened today, he was absolutely exhausted. I'll leave it at that for now. Time to head back to bed. The poop scooper should be back by now. After a long, tiring day, Lu Xiao began to miss the soft little bed Li Wanner had prepared for him. Gotta ask the pet parent to give me a massage, my back's all stiff. Inside the official Central Research Institute of Jinghai City. Inside one of the largest research labs. Dozens of benches held spirit masters lying motionless. More accurately, they were spirit masters undergoing transformation into spirit energists. On these cold tables, each spirit tamer's body was surrounded by intricate instruments and dense networks of wires. In a corner of the lab, Dr. Li, clad in a white lab coat, stood before a massive holographic screen. A dense stream of data scrolled across the screen, each line representing the physiological metrics and spiritual energy fluctuations of a spirit tamer undergoing modification. Mentor, I heard a branch office brought in a human corpse parasitized by a spirit beast. Why not use human marrow fluid for these modified spirit masters? A woman in a white lab coat approached Dr. Li. She was Dr. Li's outstanding student, Yan Shui. Ah. Upon hearing her question, Dr. Li sighed first. Human marrow fluid is much harder to extract than animal marrow, and preliminary tests show it's unsuitable for human injection. One spirit tamer who volunteered for the experiment died instantly after being injected with this marrow fluid. There was absolutely no time to save them. Dr. Li's words carried a note of sorrow. Yan Shui froze upon hearing this. Why would that happen? Animal marrow fluid injected into humans doesn't cause such a severe reaction. Why would injecting it into a fellow human? It's likely due to species rejection. After learning this, higher-ups instructed us to stick with animal marrow for modifying spirit energy users. But even with animal marrow, only a few undergo successful modification. Take this current batch, none have entered the modification state yet. As Dr. Li spoke, the staff monitoring the subjects noticed something amiss. Dr. Li. Several subjects are exhibiting rejection reactions. Their vital signs are becoming unstable. Hearing this, Dr. Li hurried over to the affected spirit masters, carefully assessing their conditions. Administer stabilizers immediately. Halt the modification process the moment any critical situation arises. Dr. Li issued the command decisively. Yes, sir. Dr. Li. Suddenly, staff members from the other end also called out to Dr. Li. Dr. Li, suspecting another emergency, furrowed his brow deeply and strode over. 2 have been successfully modified. Dr. Li's frown instantly smoothed out, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. He hurried over to the 2 spirit masters who had successfully transformed into psychics and began examining their data. Niu Kai, Jiang Tao. Dr. Li murmured their names. Upon seeing they were both from Yangjiang City, he was slightly surprised.
Quickly, record their detailed data changes, especially the stability of their spiritual energy fluctuations and physiological indicators. Dr. Lee instructed his assistant beside him while personally operating the instruments for a more in-depth examination. Their spiritual energy fluctuations are exceptionally stable, and their intensity far surpasses that of ordinary spirit masters. Yen Shui observed from the side, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hearing this, Dr. Lee felt a twinge of doubt. These two individuals' adaptability to the modifications for spirit energy users seemed almost too strong. Such overwhelming success felt almost unreal to him. Mental strength also affects the success rate of modifications. It must be because their mental strength is exceptionally strong that the process went so smoothly. What Dr. Lee didn't realize was that a substance far more potent than spirit beast marrow fluid had already fused within their bodies. This substance originated from a golden-eyed husky. For these two, who had already undergone preliminary modifications, undergoing this psionic transformation was as easy as sleeping. At that moment, Nyokai slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 112, The Missing Amur Tiger. Dr. Lee, the spirit tamer named Nyokai, has awakened. Hearing the commotion, everyone turned toward Nyokai's location. Nyokai had been injected with bovine marrow fluid, and now his body began displaying bovine characteristics. Not only had two small horns sprouted from his head, but his body had grown significantly larger, his muscles becoming as robust as a bull's. Nyokai attempted to sit up, but upon realizing his body was still connected to numerous machines, he abandoned the idea. No need to rush. How are you feeling now? Dr. Lee asked gently, gesturing for his assistant to temporarily disconnect some non-essential monitoring equipment. Nyokai wanted to say he felt great, but fearing it might raise unnecessary suspicion, he feigned confusion instead. I feel an unprecedented power surging through my body, but it still feels somewhat unfamiliar. I need time to adjust. This is normal. Your body is undergoing profound transformation. Dr. Lee explained. Next, we'll arrange a series of tests and training sessions to help you better harness this power. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao was gradually regaining consciousness. He underwent the same process as Nyokai. The two exchanged a knowing smile. They understood that the smooth success of this transformation was entirely due to their master having bestowed divine power upon them beforehand. With these two successful pioneers leading the way, everyone believed this group transformation should proceed relatively smoothly. However, things did not unfold as smoothly as everyone had anticipated. One after another, failures began to occur, plunging the place into utter chaos. Inside Yangjiang City's largest private zoo, two staff members were chatting. Hey, did you hear? They're bringing in a wild Siberian tiger to the zoo soon. A wild Amur tiger? But we already have a tiger here, don't we? This one's something else, weighing over 400 pounds and measuring 3 meters long. Holy crap, that tiger must be fierce. Seeing his colleague's shocked expression, the other man glanced around to make sure no one was listening before leaning close and whispering. I heard this beast has eaten several people. The words made the man in the baseball cap go weak in the knees. What's the point of bringing such a ferocious beast back to the park? The man in the cap was so terrified he considered quitting on the spot to save his own skin. You're such a scaredy cat. Didn't they reinforce that section of the park multiple times? It's specifically for that Siberian tiger. The safety measures are top-notch, so don't worry. The man in the cap still looked doubtful. Why bring in a man-eating Siberian tiger? Business has been slow lately. That tiger was slated for euthanasia after killing someone. Our big boss heard about it, paid a fortune to have it captured, and now we're banking on it to draw crowds. When's this tiger arriving? Should we go check it out? The manager said it should be here soon. They even used a huge truck to transport the beast. Just as the two were chatting animatedly, a commotion erupted ahead. They immediately stopped chatting and hurried forward, both feeling a sense of foreboding. Isn't that the big truck carrying the Siberian tiger? They approached to find the truck doors wide open, several staff members looking frantic. What happened? The man in the baseball cap grabbed the sweaty staff member and demanded. The Siberian tiger is gone. The worker's voice trembled slightly. We just opened the cargo door to lure it out with food, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Hearing this, the two men's expressions darkened. They realized that if this man-eating Amur tiger escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chaos and panic instantly engulfed the zoo. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit, shadow-filled abandoned factory not far from the zoo. In this forgotten corner, a massive figure lay motionless beside a pile of scrap machinery. This was the very same missing wild Siberian tiger. Its eyes no longer held the wild ferocity of before, but instead revealed an unusual calm. Beside it stood a figure cloaked in black, face concealed by a mask. The cloaked figure observed the tiger before him, nodding with satisfaction. Then, slowly, he drew an ancient-looking bottle from his cloak. The vessel was engraved with intricate runes, emanating an ominous aura. The cloaked figure gently unscrewed the cap, and a sudden, icy wind surged from the opening. Accompanied by a low, wailing sound, a distorted, hideous specter wriggled free from the vessel. Go! Possess that powerful body I have chosen for you. The spirit circled in the air a few times before diving toward the Siberian tiger. The moment the spirit touched the tiger's body, it seemed to merge with its soul. The tiger's body convulsed violently, its eyes instantly turning blood red, filled with savagery and madness. It sprang to its feet with a deafening roar, its voice thick with boundless resentment and fury, as if intent on devouring the entire world. Seeing this, the figure in black robes let a satisfied smile curve his lips.
Husky, I believe we'll meet again very soon.
Standing beside the Siberian tiger, the cloaked figure murmured toward a distant point, his voice thick with sinister menace.
Achoo! Lu Jiu sneezed several times in succession.
He then walked up to Shao-Chi and smacked him on the head.
Turn up the AC. I'm catching a cold.
After receiving his big brother's loving touch, Shao-Chi obediently pressed the air conditioner remote with his paw, setting the temperature to 24 degrees. Everyone found this temperature quite comfortable, but the chubby Shao-Chi still panted with his tongue hanging out.
How's your live streaming going? I heard you eat half a bag of dog food after every session. Lu Jiu began inquiring about Shao-Chi's work performance. Big bro, I'm doing great.
I sell over 4,000 bags of dog food per stream.
Shao-Chi held up one paw to gesture. That's 5. Dumbass. I know, but my paw can't bend on its own.
Lu Jiu let him off for now and turned his attention to Xiao Shi.
Xiao Shi, how's that plan you mentioned earlier coming along? Bro, the feedback's been great.
Now every dog at Dog Cafe has its own fanbase, and their value has skyrocketed, literally worth a bag of dog food. Dog Cafe's business has also improved significantly thanks to the live streams. Every dog there has found their own sense of purpose and is working happily.
Is that so? Hearing this, Lu Jiu felt a surge of delight.
Yeah, the dogs even asked me when you'd have time to visit Dog Cafe.
They all want to thank you. How about right now? It's been a while since I saw them. Let's see how they're doing. With that, Lu Jiu made a spontaneous decision to visit the Dog Cafe. Chapter 113, a dog cafe like no other. Upon arriving at Dog Cafe, Lu Jiu was stunned. Because it was nothing like he had imagined. He depictured Dog Cafe as a place where 20 or 30 dogs were crammed into a 100 square meter space, performing all sorts of tricks to please humans, their eyes pleading for attention. After all, it was essentially selling their bodies to make a living. If he hadn't often gone hungry at school, Lu Jiu would never have sent the dogs to Dog Cafe. But seeing it with his own eyes, Lu Jiu realized he'd completely overthought it. The entire first floor of the building was dedicated to the Dog Cafe, divided into sleeping areas, dining zones, play sections, and relaxation spaces. The space was vast and spacious, fully equipped with every amenity, and maintained at a comfortable temperature with air conditioning running all day. Most importantly, the pups didn't have to curry favor with the two-legged creatures. Instead, the two-legged creatures were lining up to rush inside and spend money on the pups. Mimi, do you like that little cake? Would you like me to buy it for you? Xiao Shui, I bought you a princess dress. May I help you put it on?
Dalu, I didn't know which toy you'd like, so I bought all these.
Please do me the honor of playing with them. This isn't a dog cafe at all. It's a paradise for dogs. Xiao Shi, what's going on here? Why are these people lining up to spend money like suckers? And I don't see many people inside the dog cafe. Why are there still so many people waiting in line? Lu Jiu was utterly baffled.
Bro, our dog cafe is a bit different from the usual ones.
Care to elaborate?
The dogs here sell their time individually. Each member has their own private space, and only one customer can meet with them at a time. Customers can choose to spend one-on-one time with the dog or take them to other areas for play and interaction. Sessions start at half an hour. Once the time's up, it's the next person's turn. Plus, there's a daily limit of half an hour per person. After hearing Xiao Shi's explanation, Lu Jiu was completely dumbfounded. This was the first time he'd ever heard of such an outrageous business model for a dog cafe. Even more astonishing was that people were flocking to it. They were paying through the nose. Plus, the dog cafe had various retail areas. To make a good impression on their favorite dog within the limited time, these people inevitably spent money at the cafe. This is all thanks to live streaming. In other words, our dogs have become celebrity dogs. It's a way for them to meet their fans. Lu Jiu stared at Xiao Shi in utter disbelief. Genius. Absolute genius. Xiao Shi actually came up with this marketing strategy? That's freaking awesome. Bro, I bet those guys inside are having the time of their lives. I want to work here too. Shao-Chi gazed enviously at the dogs inside, treated like royalty. Lu Jiu promptly kicked him away. Shao-Chi rolled away like a ball. At that moment, Lu Jiu's gaze was drawn to a man waiting in line ahead. He wore a black fisherman's hat and a mask over his mouth. He kept glancing around nervously. This shifty demeanor immediately caught Lu Jiu's attention. He soon noticed the man's pockets were bulging, as if hiding something. Bro, wanna go inside for a look? Xiao Shi's voice sounded in Lu Jiu's ear. Seeing that the fisherman's hat man was about to reach the front of the line, Lu Jiu followed Xiao Shi into the kennel. Shortly after they entered, the man in the fisherman's hat followed in. Hello, which dog would you like to see? I have money.
Can I reserve all the dogs here for half an hour? The staff member at Dog Cafe frowned upon hearing this. I'm sorry, but our policy is that each person can only meet one dog at a time. Would paying extra work? The man in the fisherman's hat grew impatient. I'm sorry, but look, there are so many people waiting in line behind you. Please understand. People behind him in line began to voice their displeasure toward the man in the fisherman's hat. Seeing this, he casually pointed at a dog. That Labrador, then. Alright, you've chosen base, correct? Please pay 200 yuan. Ji Yao, who had been observing the scene from an inconspicuous corner, grew increasingly suspicious of the man in the fisherman's hat. Everyone else here was a dog lover with a specific goal in mind, but what exactly was he up to? By now, Xiao Shi and Meng Meng had also noticed something off about the man in the fisherman's hat. Boss, that guy seems strange. Should I have the staff kick him out? Lu Jiyue shook his head immediately. Hold off for now. Let's see what he's up to. After paying the fee, the man in the fisherman's hat was led into base's private space. The space was warmly decorated and comfortable, fully equipped with various toys and soft cushions clearly designed to provide the best interaction experience for dogs and visitors. However, upon entering the room, the man in the fisherman's hat didn't immediately interact with base. Instead, he scanned the area, as if verifying something. Lu Zhiyou instructed Xiao Shi and the others to stay put while he activated Night Stalker, concealing his form. He then approached the man in the fisherman's hat from behind. The man in the fisherman's hat had just finished scanning the room when he felt a chill on his back. He turned around but saw nothing. Only then did he relax, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out a black bag. Inside lay a small bundle of ham sausages, their wrappers already torn open. Lu Zhiyue saw the sausages and immediately thought of something. The fisherman hat man took one sausage and placed it in front of the bass. Good doggy, eat up. Base glanced at the ham sausage on the floor, then looked at him with his big round eyes, even tilting his head. This two-legged creature is so strange, spends a fortune to come in, yet feeds me such trashy snacks. Lu Xiao, hidden from view, heard Base's puzzled voice. But the fisherman hat man, unable to understand Base's words, simply pushed the sausage on the ground again. Eat it. It's delicious. Having grown accustomed to all kinds of meats and canned goods here, Base looked down on the ham sausage on the ground. Not only did it consider the sausage junk food, but it also despised the filthy ground. Most importantly, it sensed something deeply strange about the man before it. Lu Zhiyou had already sniffed out something off about that sausage. But Base's reaction still caught him off guard. As one of the original members of the dog gang, Base never failed to deliver. I told you to eat it. The man, who hadn't seen Base eat the sausage, grew furious. He snatched the sausage off the ground, intending to force it into Base's mouth. Chapter 114, Give Me Your Body. As the man in the fisherman's hat lunged to shove the sausage into Base's mouth, Lu Zhiyue broke his invisibility and leapt up, kicking the man from behind. Ah! A shrill scream echoed as the fisherman hat man was sent crashing to his knees before Base, the sausage in his hand crushed to a pulp. Ha Wang! Bess, seeing Lu Zhiyue emerge, excitedly wiggled his tail. Its thick tail swung back and forth, landing squarely on the fisherman's face. Ah! Damn it! Stop it! Base's tail swept away the man's hat and face mask. His face swelled visibly in an instant. Lu Zhiyue looked closely, a stranger, someone he'd never seen before. But the guy had a sharp, monkey-like face, clearly no good. The man rose angrily, grabbed a nearby stool, and swung it toward Base. Lu Zhiyue acted again, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing back to the ground, the stool landing on top of him. In mere moments, the fisherman's hat man was covered in bruises and cuts. When he finally crawled back up, gritting his teeth against the pain, he saw the golden-eyed Husky before him. He drew a folding knife. Damn it, I'll stab you bastards to death. The sight of the dagger immediately triggered a flood of unpleasant memories in Lu Zhiyue's mind. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He had originally intended to give the man a simple lesson and leave it at that. But the moment he drew the knife, he sealed his fate to pay the price for that action. As the man lunged forward with the dagger aimed at Lu Zhiyou, Lu charged straight at him, biting down on the fisherman's cap-wearing man's arm. The pain made the man release the dagger, wildly flailing his arm in a desperate attempt to shake off the husky clinging to his hand. Lu Zhiyue tore a chunk of flesh from his hand before finally landing on the ground. The commotion drew the attention of Dog Cafe staff nearby. Upon spotting the dagger on the ground, they immediately called security. Sweating profusely from the pain, the man realized the situation was turning against him. He shoved the staff member aside and bolted out the door. Catch that man! The man in the fisherman's hat sprinted out at top speed, scattering the sausages he'd brought with him across Guka as he ran. Finally, he charged into the queuing crowd, shoving people aside to block his path before escaping into the chaos. Brother, Base, are you guys okay? By then, Xiao Shi, Meng Meng and the others had also arrived. Xiao Shi, those sausages are poisoned. Don't let the dogs eat them. Meng Meng, track that man down. Find out what he's up to and why he's causing trouble at Dog Cafe. Xiao Qi, go roll around and be cute to calm the people in line. Lu Zhiyou immediately assigned tasks to his younger siblings. They sprang into action immediately. Lu Jiyue gathered all the dogs in the cafe together. King Ha, what just happened? Many confused dogs inquired about the recent incident. Someone with bad intentions tried to poison the dog cafe. Did any of you eat the sausages on the ground? No way. We're living the high life here. We're not the kind of dogs who'd be lured home with a single sausage anymore. Exactly. Those sausages are just scraps. We wouldn't touch them. My fans bought me so many cans and freeze-dried treats today, I can't even finish them all. We're minor celebrity dogs now, you know. Cheap sausages like that? Totally beneath us. Hearing the pups' responses, Lu Jiyue couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Who knew spending time at dog cafe would spoil these guys' taste buds? But this was actually a good thing. By refusing to eat unfamiliar food from strangers, they avoided the risk of poisoning. Good. From now on, you'll only eat things bought from our dog cafe. And if you see anyone acting shady, keep your guard up. If you sense they mean you harm, bite them hard. Of course, if they're armed and you can't win, run first. Then rally your brothers to take them down later. Got it? Got it, King Ha. Lu Jiyue was still giving instructions to the dogs when his smartwatch on his neck suddenly rang. He glanced at it. It was Meng Meng calling. Meng Meng, how's it going? Anything new? Boss, that guy was running down a back road and got hit by a car not long after. Hearing this, Lu Jiyue froze for a moment before his face twisted into a look of satisfaction. That's what you get. On the other end of the line, Meng Meng sighed as she looked at the man lying in a pool of blood. Too bad. I was hoping to use this guy as practice to try out a few new moves I've been learning. Momo sighed again before turning and walking away. Shortly after she departed, the driver who caused the accident got out to survey the situation. Damn it, that just darted out of nowhere. How was I supposed to react in time? The driver cursed under his breath. When he saw no one around and noticed the security camera was broken, he immediately got back into his car and sped away without hesitation. Only the man remained lying on the ground, gasping for air as he coughed up blood in fits. Before long, a wild deer appeared nearby. The deer slowly approached the man lying on the ground. The man stared at the deer with eyes filled with despair, then his face twisted into a look of shock. A voice echoed in his mind. Surrender your body to me. I will keep you alive and avenge you. With every ounce of strength left in him, the man turned his head. There was no other living creature here besides the deer before him. The voice in his mind was coming from this wild deer. You are about to die. Give me your body, and I will let you live. I will do what you cannot do. The voice echoed in the man's mind like a curse. Feeling his life rapidly slipping away, the man was overcome with terror. Then, as if making a resolute decision, he revealed a look of utter determination. Then, he saw the wild deer before him flash an eerie smile. A powerful, foreign force violently invaded his body. As the foreign force invaded, the man's body began to convulse violently, as if countless tiny electric currents were coursing through him. Every inch of skin, every bone, underwent an unprecedented transformation. His pupils began to violently contract. With the final contraction, the man completely lost consciousness. His eyes then returned to normal, yet they held a gaze unlike anything human. Thud! The wild deer became a stiff corpse, collapsing to the ground in place of the man. Chapter 115, The Missing Husky. That's what you get. Lu Jiyue, patrolling near the Pet Haha Company building, paused upon overhearing the exchange between two passers-by. That phrase sounded familiar. He seemed to have uttered it just the day before. The gossip-loving spirit within him flared up fiercely. Check out this news story. Some driver hit someone and fled the scene. When the cops came looking for him, they found the guy mysteriously dead in his own home. Bizarre? How exactly was it bizarre? The news says they haven't determined the exact cause of death yet, but it was a gruesome death. Even stranger, there were several large characters written beside the body. What words? Killer pays with his life. The other listener immediately wore a look of horror. Was it the person who got hit by the car coming back to take revenge? The news said they haven't figured it out yet. Apparently the main road surveillance was down at the time, but another camera caught the car hitting the person. From that angle, it looked like a really bad crash. No normal person would have survived that. How bizarre is that? What's even stranger is that the person who was hit hasn't been found to this day. Not even the body. Just then, the red light in front of them turned green. They stopped talking and began crossing the street. Only a golden-eyed husky remained behind, looking utterly bewildered. News these days sounds like ghost stories, doesn't it? Could it be the work of a spirit beast? Lu Jiyao shook his head. What spirit beast would have such a sense of justice, helping people seek revenge? It's definitely those unscrupulous media outlets exaggerating things. Lu Jiyue shook his head, dismissing the minor incident, and resumed his patrol of the surrounding area. Lately, he'd been personally inspecting the area around the Chong Haha Company building every night. He feared the escaped hooded figure might launch another surprise attack. Completing his daily rounds brought him some peace of mind. Ha! Isn't this basically a security guard's job? Lu Jiyue realized belatedly. Why not have Si Chang recruit a security chief, someone like a retired military officer, to join the company? Make him your spirit descendant and have him handle the patrols for you? Lu Zhiyue slapped his forehead, cursing himself for not thinking of it sooner. No, one is too few. Just set up a whole security team. The more Lu Zhiyue thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Even if the enemy was skilled at hiding, with more people conducting frequent patrols, he was sure they'd uncover some clues. And even if the spirit descendant couldn't fight the black-robed man, as long as the alert was sent in time, he could rush over to help, couldn't he? Spending all this time patrolling here daily was a waste. He'd be better off hunting spirit beasts to stockpile evolution points. Lu Zhiyue decided to find Si Chang immediately to put this into action. Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai. Where on earth did you go? Just as Lu Zhiyue was about to set off, he suddenly heard a woman's anxious call from nearby. Xiao Dai, please don't scare your mother. Come out now. Lu Zhiyue looked over and saw a woman with disheveled hair, tear-filled eyes, and a somewhat disheveled appearance, calling out loudly by the roadside. Which careless mother lost her child? Just as Lu Zhiyue was wondering, the woman scanned the area and immediately spotted him standing by the roadside. Xiao Dai. You're here. Lu Zhiyue watched as the woman fixed her gaze on him, then suddenly charged toward him at full speed, leaving him bewildered. Was she so overcome with grief that she mistook him for her child? But a dog and a human child are quite different, aren't they? Before he could finish his thoughts, the woman had already pounced and wrapped her arms around Lu Zhiyue. Xiao Dai, you scared the life out of me. I thought I'd never find you again. Woof. Though Lu Zhiyue felt some sympathy for the woman, she let out a dog's bark to try and snap her out of it. Hearing the sound, the woman seemed to sense something amiss. She lifted him up and scrutinized Lu Zhiyue. No, you're not Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai has black eyes, and its fur is darker too. Her words left Lu Zhiyue even more confused. Her tone didn't sound like she'd lost a child. Could it be she'd lost a dog? Have you seen my Xiao Dai? Mine is also a husky. I was walking him on the big lawn just ahead, let him off the leash to do his business, and in the time it took to reply to a message, I looked up and he was gone. Could you please help me look for my Xiao Dai? The woman hugged Lu Zhiyue and began to cry. A lost husky? Lu Zhiyue twitched his nose and sure enough, detected a strong scent of his own kind on this woman. He reached out a paw and nudged the woman in front of him. Then he bit her pant leg and tugged her aside. Will you promise to find my Xiao Dai? The woman immediately wiped away her tears and began leading Lu Zhiyue to the spot where Xiao Dai had gone missing. 10 minutes later, the woman brought Lu Zhiyue to the scene. It was right here. This is where I realized Xiao Dai was gone. She pointed to the large lawn ahead and spoke to the husky beside her. Lu Zhiyue's brow furrowed deeply. He could indeed smell Xiao Dai's scent strongly here, but he also detected a faint scent that gave him an uneasy feeling. It was the scent of a spirit beast. However, the scent was faint and had vanished completely with the wind. Did a spirit beast pass through, or? Lu Zhiyue began to suspect Xiao Dai's disappearance might be connected to a spirit beast. If that were the case, then Xiao Dai was probably in grave danger. The thought of the woman's tears made Lu Zhiyue shake his head quickly. Let's keep searching for now. Woof. Lu Zhiyue barked at the woman, signaling for her to wait there. Then he plunged headfirst into the grassy field. The scent is strong. Xiao Dai might still be here. Lu Zhiyue immediately began searching with his powerful nose. The grass here grew nearly as tall as half his body, making it easy for Xiao Dai to hide. Soon, he pinpointed a specific area. Lu Zhiyue solemnly parted the grass in front of him. 2 piles of dog poop appeared before him. Damn it, I knew this place smelled awful. Lu Zhiyue felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't found the dog, but he'd stumbled upon Xiao Dai's poop instead. No, Xiao Dai must be right around here. Lu Zhiyue sniffed the air, muttering to himself with certainty. Soon, he locked onto a patch of grass with denser foliage not far away. Before parting the grass, Lu Zhiyue first confirmed the scent with his nose. Then, a look of delight flashed in his eyes. Yep, right here. Lu Zhiyue parted the grass, revealing a creature with black, white, and gray fur, roughly the same size as himself. It was none other than Xiao Dai, the creature Lu Zhiyue had been searching for. The moment Lu Zhiyue saw Xiao Dai, he froze in place. Xiao Dai lay motionless, eyes wide but lifeless. Clearly, a vibrant life had been snuffed out. Lu Zhiyue had witnessed the very scene he dreaded most. With a heavy heart, he approached Xiao Dai. After examining Xiao Dai's body, Lu Zhiyue finally realized that Xiao Dai had been snapped in the neck. No wonder he hadn't detected any scent of blood. But that faint trace of spirit beast scent he had detected earlier was present on Xiao Dai once more. Therefore, Xiao Dai's death was indeed connected to a spirit beast. Chapter 116, that familiar scent, it was him. Lu Zhiyue gazed at the corpse before him and sighed. How was he supposed to tell that woman? My tears would drown me, wouldn't they? Just as Lu Zhiyue was about to pick up Xiao Dai's body, he suddenly noticed something. Something seemed to be in Xiao Dai's mouth. Lu Zhiyue gently pried open Xiao Dai's mouth with his claws and pulled the object out. He then hooked it with his claw and examined it closely. It was a piece of cloth. It must have been torn from the killer's clothing during Xiaodai's final struggle. Lu Jiyue held the fabric under his nose and sniffed. A familiar scent instantly filled his nostrils. This scent, so familiar. Immediately, a figure surfaced in Lu Jiyue's mind. It was him. The fisherman's hat-wearing man who tried to poison him at the dog cafe that day. Lu Jiyue feared he might be mistaken, so he sniffed again carefully to confirm. No doubt about it, it was him. But didn't Meng Meng say he got hit by a car? Wait a minute. He just overheard those two passersby discussing the news. Could it be? Did you find it? Just as Lu Jiyue was piecing everything together in his mind, the woman, seeing him linger motionless for so long, couldn't hold back any longer and walked over. When she saw Xiaodai lying on the lawn, she let out a scream. Xiaodai! Xiaodai, what happened to you? The woman cradled her precious little dog in her arms, tears streaming down like beads from a broken string, falling one by one onto Xiaodai's lifeless body. Her trembling hands stroked Xiaodai's soft fur. How could this happen? He was perfectly fine when we left. How could he suddenly? Her voice choked with grief, reaching Lu Jiao's ears and stirring his sympathy. Lu Jiyue wanted to reach out a paw to comfort her, but he pulled it back. All he could do for her and the deceased Xiaodai now was to catch the culprit. Lu Jiyue followed the faint scent. He followed the scent all the way into a residential complex. Xiaobao, don't scare daddy. Wake up. The moment he entered the complex, Lu Jiyue heard a man's voice, choked with tears, calling out. He looked over and saw a burly man clutching something in his arms, weeping like a child. Lu Jiyue looked closer and realized the man was holding a Siberian Husky. Lu Jiyue immediately rushed over. Only then did he realize that this Husky, just like Xiaodai, had its neck snapped. That familiar scent lingered on its body. Xiaobao, daddy won't let you die. I'll take you to the hospital right now. The man seemed unwilling to accept the reality of losing his beloved dog. He immediately carried the lifeless Husky in his arms toward the entrance of the residential complex. Lu Jiyue's expression was grave. Having encountered two Huskies killed in such quick succession, it seemed. Lu Jiyue's eyes narrowed. That bastard's target is me. A cold glint flashed in Lu Jiyue's gaze. If he was the target, why not come after him directly? Why must innocent lives be harmed? The thought of those two Huskies and perhaps more being brutally killed because of him ignited a surge of rage within Lu Jiyue. He immediately tapped his phone watch on his wrist with his paw. He needed to assemble the Paw Patrol team and hunt down this beastly creature with all their might. Before long, the highly efficient Paw Patrol members appeared before Lu Jiyue one after another. Each wore a solemn expression. This was the first time King Hao had summoned everyone in the middle of the night. It must be something extremely important. They exchanged knowing glances, each determined to excel at whatever mission Hao Wang assigned them. They would not repeat the mistakes of last time. Is everyone here? Lu Jiyue stood at the front, scanning the group. Everyone is here. The three elders are still on their way. Li Ku replied. Lu Jiyue had initially planned to proceed without waiting for his younger siblings, but remembering Meng Meng's earlier request for more missions, he decided to wait with everyone. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long before Meng Meng and the others arrived. Where's Xiaoqi? Lu Jiyue noticed only two of the three siblings had arrived and asked Xiao Shi and Meng Meng with a puzzled look. Xiaoqi went for a walk after dinner and hasn't come back yet. A walk. The post-dinner walk was an exercise Lu Jiyue had ordered Xiaoqi to do. Seeing his youngest brother's physique steadily surpassing theirs while he spent all day lying around, Lu Jiyue had devised this evening stroll routine. Didn't he get the message? I've called his smartwatch several times, but there's been no answer. Hearing this, Lu Jiyue sensed something was amiss. Still no answer? Are you sure he has his smartwatch on him? Meng Meng nodded. He always has it on him. He wears it everywhere. This watch is waterproof, we even wear it in the shower. Li Ku. Lu Jiyue immediately turned to Li Ku. Li Ku instantly understood Lu Jiyue's meaning. The smartwatch has GPS tracking. I'll locate the third elder. Li Ku promptly pulled out the laptop he carried with him. After booting up the device, Li Ku rapidly tapped the keyboard as complex codes and data streams flashed across the screen. Moments later, an electronic map appeared on the screen, marked with a blinking red dot the exact location of Xiaoqi's smartwatch. Found it. The third elder's smartwatch is near the old industrial zone in the northern part of the city, about 10 kilometers from here. Lu Jiao's brow furrowed. The old industrial zone? I checked, that old industrial zone has been abandoned for ages. Hardly anyone goes there these days. Hearing Li Ku's response, Lu Jiyue grew tense. Recalling the recent incident involving the murdered Husky, Lu Jiyue became even more certain that none of this was mere coincidence. Head to the old industrial zone immediately. Yes. Everyone boarded the aircraft immediately. Under Li Wanner's piloting, the 10-kilometer journey took only a minute to reach their destination. The moment they stepped off the aircraft, Lu Jiyue caught Xiaoqi's scent. King of Huskies, the tracking shows his exact location is just a few hundred meters inside here. Upon hearing Li Ku's words, Lu Jiyue immediately dashed toward the direction he pointed. The others followed suit. Once inside, Li Ku exclaimed excitedly. The location is right here.
Lu Zhiyue immediately began searching the area, but found no sign of Xiuqi.
Brother, look over there. Chapter 117, The younger siblings are in danger. Lu Zhiyue looked over. A smartwatch lay abandoned on the ground. He rushed over and picked it up. It's Xiaoqi's smartwatch. Meng Meng exclaimed in alarm. Could something have happened to Xiaoqi?
Despite Meng Meng's usual disdain for Xiaoqi, she was now filled with concern for him.
Big brother, we can't let anything happen to Xiaoqi. Lu Zhiyue was also worried about Xiaoqi, but to reassure his younger siblings, he forced himself to appear calm. Don't worry, he'll be fine.
Lu Zhiyue handed the smartwatch to Meng Meng and the others. He immediately activated Spirit Monkey Leap, moving nimbly across the factory roof before landing atop the tallest chimney. He began scanning the entire factory area with his eyes.
Just then, a figure appeared within Lu Zhiyue's line of sight. The figure was shrouded in black spiritual energy, its features indistinguishable. It's here.
To Lu Zhiyue's surprise, the figure charged straight toward the spot where they had found the watch. Meng Meng and Xiaoshi were still there. My little brother and sister are in danger.
Lu Zhiyue immediately leaped down from the chimney.
By then, the figure had already reached Meng Meng.
A hand, veins bulging, emerged from the black spiritual energy and clamped down hard on Meng Meng's neck. Watch out.
Seeing this, Lu Zhiyao cried out in anguish. The next second, the large hand, having grabbed air, clenched into a fist.
Phew, that was close. Meng Meng shook her head in relief.
Thankfully, she had activated her shadowless kick just in time to evade the attack. The mist hand lunged toward Xiaoshi beside her. Xiaoshi, relying on his slowing vision, anticipated the giant hand's trajectory and dodged a step ahead. But the figure behind them didn't give up, continuing to charge toward Xiaoshi and Meng Meng.
Enemy detected.
Quick, support the elders. Seeing this, the Paw Patrol members immediately went into battle mode. Several male members produced dual claw blades, while the female members drew compact pistols.
These weapons had been procured through connections by Si Chang. Now, they were put to good use. Su Yan and Li Waner aimed at the swiftly moving figure and fired several shots.
The aura surrounding the figure was partially dispersed, revealing its body, though its face remained concealed within the black spiritual energy.
At that moment, Du activated Shadowless Leg, instantly closing the distance to the figure. Du swung his claw blade fiercely toward his opponent. Clang!
The claw blade collided with the arm shrouded in black spiritual energy, producing a crisp metallic clang. The strike merely scattered some of the black aura, seemingly causing no substantial harm to the figure within. Seizing the moment, Du Lin unleashed his fierce claw blade at the figure. Several fierce claw winds transformed into razor-sharp blades, instantly slicing through the air and closing in on the figure. This time, the spiritual energy surrounding the figure was instantly dispersed,
revealing the figure's true face. Lu Zhiyao gasped in shock upon seeing the face. It wasn't the fisherman's hat-wearing man from that day.
This was a man he had never seen before. Just as everyone's attention was focused on that man, a figure darted swiftly toward them from somewhere within the factory building. The dark figure charged toward Xiaoshi and Meng Meng, who stood watching the battlefield completely unprepared, at an astonishing speed.
Lu Zhiyao was the first to notice something amiss. No! Lu Zhiyue's heart sank. He reacted almost instantly, activating Shadowless Leg to dash to his younger brother and sister's side. But he was still a step too slow. The shadow closed in like lightning, two powerful hands clamping around Xiaoshi and Meng Meng's necks. Whoa!
Completely defenseless, Xiaoshi and Meng Meng found their throats clamped in the grip. They struggled desperately, but the grip was too strong.
No matter how hard they fought, it was useless.
This man was none other than the fisherman's hat-wearing man who had poisoned the dog cafe that day. Now he held Xiaoshi and Meng Meng high above his head, leaving them completely immobilized. The scene unfolded so suddenly that the other Paw Patrol members were momentarily frozen in shock. Seeing the two elders fall into enemy hands, they all turned their gaze toward Lu Zhiyue.
Hearing the helpless whimpers from his younger siblings, Lu Zhiyue was consumed by rage. Woof!
A roar filled with seething fury erupted, his golden eyes now bloodshot.
Let them go! Lu Zhiyue roared, his voice carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Simultaneously, he unleashed the shadowless kick once more.
His body blurred into a mere afterimage as he charged toward the man in the fisherman's hat. Seeing this, the fisherman-hatted man curled his lips into a cold sneer, seemingly unconcerned by Lu Zhiyue's fury and speed. He shot Lu Zhiyue a contemptuous glance before tightening his grip.
Xiaoshi and Meng Meng's whimpers grew more urgent, clearly nearing the brink of suffocation. I could snap their necks right now.
Lu Zhiyue was forced to halt, coming to a stop less than 3 meters before the man.
Stop! Lu Zhiyue's voice was low and powerful, as if forced through gritted teeth. If you dare harm a single hair on their heads, I guarantee you'll regret ever being born.
Seeing Lu Zhiyue like this, the man in the fisherman's hat seemed thoroughly pleased.
Ha 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 ha!
If you don't want them dead, then. Before the man in the fisherman's hat could finish his sentence, the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed.
A half-meter deep pit instantly formed beneath him. Caught completely off guard, he swayed left and right to maintain his balance. At that moment, a figure darted out from the pit. "Let go of my brother and sister." The man felt a tearing pain in his arm and loosened his grip on Xiaoshi's left hand. Xiaoshi seized the chance, wriggling free from his grasp and landing on the ground. The man reacted, trying to grab the husky in his other hand. But she had vanished into a blur, slipping right past him. Rage boiled within him as he turned to confront the culprit behind it all. Another husky. It was the very same one he had chased here only to lose sight of earlier. This husky was none other than Xiaoqi, the one Lu Jiyue and the others had been searching for all along. Lu Jiyue breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Xiaoqi safe and sound. He never imagined that at this critical moment, Xiaoqi would actually save his older brother and sister. "Damn it, then you'll take their place." The man prepared to vent all his rage on Xiaoqi, reaching out to grab him. Seeing this, Xiaoqi tried to activate his ferocious blade, again digging a hole to evade the man's grasp. But it was too late. As the palm closed in before him, Xiaoqi bared his teeth, ready to fight to the death. Before he could launch his attack, however, he watched helplessly as the man's body suddenly flew uncontrollably in a certain direction. Chapter 118, Northeast Tiger. What's this? Confused by the man's strange behavior, Xiaoqi followed his gaze. He realized the man was flying straight toward his own older brother. And his older brother hadn't done anything, he was just standing there with his mouth wide open. How could such a powerful suction force appear out of nowhere? The man sensed something was wrong and strained every muscle to resist the pull, only to find it utterly futile. He could only watch helplessly as he drew closer and closer to that golden-eyed husky. Though he didn't know what awaited him, he had a bad feeling. That husky seemed intent on swallowing him whole. Impossible. It's just a small husky. Swallowing my hand would be a struggle, how could it possibly swallow me whole? This must be some kind of trick. The man steadied his nerves, preparing to resist the pull once more. But a sneer reached his ears. Overestimating your abilities. Without the leverage to threaten me, killing you will be as easy as pie. As the words fell, the man found himself mere meters from the golden-eyed husky. He watched the golden-eyed husky's mouth grow wider and wider, until it became a bottomless abyss that swallowed him whole. No! As the man let out his final wail, Lu Jiyue swallowed him whole and closed his jaws. Everyone present was frozen in shock. Even the figure who had initially concealed themselves within the black spiritual energy revealed terror in their eyes at the sight. He snapped back to his senses as quickly as possible, rewrapping himself in the black spiritual energy, and attempted to flee the area at top speed. But it was too late. Ah! He let out a startled cry, realizing his own body was being forcibly pulled by a powerful suction. Just like the man in the fisherman's hat, he too was ultimately sucked into Lu Jiyue's body. More accurately, he was sucked into the dark space. Lu Jiyue could now distinctly sense the two men struggling and wailing in agony within the dark space. The chaotic masses of the dark world were slowly dissolving them. Before long, they would vanish completely, ultimately transforming into evolution points fed back to Lu Jiao. Truthfully, Lu Jiao was somewhat surprised. While the dark space could indeed draw enemy targets into its depths, it required the target to be at least 2 tiers weaker than itself. These two human spirit beasts possessed formidable strength, and Lu Jiyue had only attempted the absorption on a whim. He hadn't expected it to succeed. It seemed his recent power increase had played a role. The members of the Woof Woof squad were now stunned beyond belief. What had they just witnessed? They actually witnessed their Lord Ha, without lifting a finger, devour those two human spirit beasts. How terrifying! How utterly terrifying! The most shocked of all were the 3 Husky brothers. Meng Meng and Xiaoshi had narrowly escaped death. They knew the enemy's strength. Not exceptionally formidable, but still formidable beings. And there were 2 of them. Yet their eldest brother effortlessly took them down without even lifting a toe. Damn, that was so freaking cool. They weren't the only ones stunned by the scene. Several figures lurking in the shadows, witnessing this display, immediately retreated silently and in perfect unison. Roar! A tiger-like roar erupted, and the figures who had been retreating instantly charged forward. What was that sound? At that moment, the Paw Patrol members also heard that deep, powerful roar. Then they saw several figures bursting out from all directions. It's a human spirit beast. Everyone, protect King Ha and the elders. Amidst the cries of alarm, 5 figures materialized before them. Lu Jiao looked utterly bewildered. How did so many human spirit beasts appear all at once? And that cry just now, it sounded like. Just then, the human spirit beast launched an attack on the members of the Woof Woof squad. Lu Jiyue was about to rush to help when the voice he'd heard earlier suddenly echoed again. Roar! As the deafening roar echoed across the sky once more, a massive figure leapt into the air. It charged toward Lu Jiao at breakneck speed. Lu Jiao focused his gaze. He realized the attacker was a Siberian tiger. This Amur tiger was easily 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary tiger. Its entire body radiated an intense black spiritual energy. With just one glance, Lu Jiyue determined. This Amur tiger was a far more formidable presence than those 5 human spirit beasts. Facing the colossal beast's attack, Lu Zhiyou immediately activated Shadowless Leg, dodging the assault. He then activated Abyssal Devouring Vortex, attempting to see if the dark space could draw the tiger into its depths. No reaction whatsoever. This meant one thing. The Siberian tiger before him possessed strength comparable to his own. Worse still, its power might even surpass his own. How could such a formidable spirit beast suddenly appear? Lu Zhiyue was pondering this when suddenly he heard a familiar laugh. Ha 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 ha. Golden-eyed Husky, we meet again. Then, a man cloaked in a dark hooded robe appeared in the area. Seeing the cloaked figure, Lu Zhiyue's pupils contracted. It's him! It was the very same cloaked figure who had narrowly escaped that time. He had indeed come looking for him again. Lu Zhiyue glanced at the cloaked figure, then at the Siberian tiger glaring menacingly at him. It all clicked into place. This Siberian tiger spirit beast must have been conjured by the black-robed man. The human spirit beasts over there, including the 2 he had already swallowed, were likely also the work of this cloaked figure. This came as a surprise to Lu Zhiyue. He hadn't expected this cloaked figure to possess such formidable abilities. If he possessed methods to conjure spirit beasts, then perhaps he would no longer need to venture out and endure great hardships to hunt and devour them. Could he achieve self-sufficiency right at home? The thought stirred a surge of excitement within Lu Zhiyue. At that moment, the black-robed man's eyes fixed on Lu Zhiyue were filled with venomous malice. He would never forget the humiliation he suffered at the hands of this husky. He also caused him to lose the soul devourer he had nurtured step by step with endless effort. Today, he would settle every single score. Lu Zhiyou also saw the gaze of resentment directed at him beneath the black-robed figure's mask. He should have eradicated the threat completely last time. Then today wouldn't have spiraled into this mess. The black-robed figure's eyes flashed with fury as he roared at the Amur tiger. Attack! Show this rebellious husky what you're made of. Chapter 119, Enhancing Base Attributes. Roar! The Siberian tiger let out a deafening roar. The black spiritual energy surging through its body seemed to boil, forming visible ripples that spread outward in concentric circles. Under its overwhelming pressure, even the surrounding air seemed to freeze solid. Its limbs slammed against the ground like a released arrow, propelling it once more toward Lu Zhiyue at a speed nearly beyond the limits of human vision. Lu Zhiyue's eyes narrowed sharply as he silently assessed the situation. This Siberian tiger's power far surpassed any spirit beast he'd encountered before. Against such a formidable opponent, a direct confrontation was likely futile. After dodging the Siberian tiger's strike with his shadowless leg, Lu Zhiyue immediately unleashed Eye of Intimidation upon it. The tiger's icy pupils dilated in an instant, as if it had glimpsed some terrifying presence. After a split-second hesitation, it snapped back to its senses. But in that split second, Lu Zhiyue's figure flashed past its body, leaving several wounds in its fur. It reacted that quickly. Lu Zhiyue silently marveled. Though he had seized that brief opening to unleash his ferocious blade attack, launching a series of strikes that left several wounds on the tiger. But these wounds were utterly insignificant to the Siberian tiger, which was as massive as a small mountain. Quick, help Ha Wang! The Paw Patrol members rushed to support Lu Zhiyue, but the 5 human-beast hybrids launched their attack first. Left with no choice, they were forced to deal with the 5. The Husky triplets had intended to sneak past the 5 and aid their eldest brother. But their eldest brother's stern glance swept them back. Lu Zhiyue knew clearly that his younger siblings couldn't help him. They might even give the Siberian tiger an opening to strike. Roar! The Northeast tiger, wounded by Lu Zhiyue, let out a furious roar, its voice tinged with disbelief. The man in black robes beside him darkened in expression. This husky is damn strange. Stop messing around with it. Show what you've got and finish it off quickly. The cloaked man hadn't originally intended to kill this golden-eyed husky after all. It was a spirit-devouring beast of a kind rarely seen in 1,000 years. He had intended for the Siberian tiger to defeat it, thoroughly humiliate it, and force it to acknowledge him as its master. But just now, the black-robed man realized this husky had grown stronger again in such a short time. It could even directly absorb spirit beasts into its body from a distance. Faced with such a terrifying existence, the hooded figure realized he could no longer control it. Better to eliminate it now. The moment the words left his mouth, the Siberian tiger, eyes blazing with fury, charged at the husky before him. As the Siberian tiger lunged fiercely toward him once more, Lu Zhiyue activated Spirit Monkey Leap, propelling himself onto the factory roof. He then imbued every visible object within the factory with spiritual energy. In the next instant, dozens of hachis identical to Lu Zhiyue burst out from the factory. This spectacle instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Holy crap! How did so many Husky Kings appear? Kulin, who had just parried an attack with his claw blade, saw this and his already small eyes widened in shock. I've seen this before. Last time, the Hachi King took down that singer spirit beast with this very move. Su Yan, who had witnessed Lu Zhiyue's move before, grew excited.
The Siberian tiger, seeing dozens of huskies charging toward it, glanced in confusion toward the location of the black-robed figure. Those are all clones conjured by that guy, just an illusion. They're powerless. Watch out for him sneaking in among them to ambush us. The cloaked figure, who had also witnessed Lu Jiue's trick before, recalled how he'd been deceived by it last time. His expression darkened. Having been an observer until now, he immediately joined the fray. He channeled the black spiritual energy within his body, transforming it into chains that swept toward the charging pack of huskies. The Siberian tiger leapt into the fray, joining the melee. Meanwhile, the situation for the Paw Patrol members on the battlefield was far from optimistic. Under the relentless assault of the 5 human-beast hybrids, they were beginning to show signs of being overwhelmed. Si Chang, hurry! Hearing Li Ke's voice, Si Chang instantly understood his meaning and immediately activated his skill, Battle Roar. Paw Patrol, victory is ours. With Si Chang's roar, the combat effectiveness of the 5 human spirit beasts dropped significantly. Meanwhile, the combat effectiveness of the Woof Woof squad members surged. This allowed them, who had been somewhat suppressed, to immediately launch a counterattack. While the cloaked figure searched among the pack of huskies for the real Lu Jiue. The real Lu Jiue had long since activated Night Stealth to become invisible. His intent wasn't to confuse them before launching a surprise attack. He had other plans. Lu Jiue immediately activated the system interface. 2 system notifications appeared before his eyes. You have devoured 2D rank spirit beasts. Evolution points plus 80. You have obtained 1 opportunity to enhance your base attributes. Do you wish to raise them to 100? Ha! Didn't I gain a skill? After a moment of confusion, Lu Jiue promptly selected yes. Though he usually relied on special skills in battle, base attributes were the foundation. No matter what, even the slightest boost could be the key to turning the tide of battle. As his mind made the decision, the system responded instantly. A warm, powerful force surged from within him, slowly permeating every limb and bone. His base attributes strength, speed, defense, and agility all reached unprecedented heights in that instant, each soaring to 100 points. Feels different, Lu Jiue murmured to himself, sensing the surging power within. Right now, he felt like he could punch an elephant to death. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the members of the wolf team all felt a surge of power coursing through their bodies. Is His Majesty King Ha bestowing divine power upon us? Lord Ha has always been watching over us here. We can't let him down. Let's fight these spirit beasts to the death. Kill them. With their power greatly enhanced, the members' fighting spirit soared. One by one, they charged like ferocious beasts toward the human spirit beasts. The battlefield, once locked in mutual stalemate, instantly tilted into one-sided chaos. Meanwhile, the Siberian tiger and the cloaked figure swiftly disposed of all of Lu Jiue's clones. Watch out! That husky can cloak itself. It's probably lurking somewhere, waiting to ambush us. The cloaked figure scanned the surroundings, only to be startled by the sight of the human spirit beasts on the defensive. Useless. Can't even handle those minions. Let's go deal with those minions first. The Siberian tiger fixed its gaze on the members of the wolf team and let out a furious roar. Roar! This roar, infused with spiritual energy, unleashed a tangible shockwave of immense force. In an instant, it knocked both sides locked in combat friend and foe alike to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the northeast tiger closed the distance between them. It opened its gaping maw toward one of them. That unfortunate soul was none other than Li Ke. As the gaping maw loomed ready to swallow him whole, a flash of utter despair flickered in Li Ke's eyes. Is it time to sacrifice? But he couldn't bear to part with the Paw Patrol, nor with Lord Ha, who had granted him a new life. Just as Li Ke's alarm clock flashed its rotating display, a ghostly figure flickered before his eyes. Chapter 120, The Tiger Dog Showdown. Who will prevail? Lu Jiao stared at the massive creature towering over him, then lashed out with a claw, slamming it hard against the beast's jaw. What unfolded next stunned everyone. Lu Jiao's single blow knocked the Siberian tiger off balance, causing it to stagger backward several steps. Feeling the pain radiating from its jaw, the tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. It had never encountered such a diminutive creature possessing such astonishing strength. The hooded figure beside it stared in utter disbelief. How is this possible? A mere husky possessing strength capable of matching a Siberian tiger? The hooded figure realized that the golden-eyed husky before him had grown even stronger. Terrifying. Suffocating. Unbelievable. It was nothing short of a demonic entity. A flicker of uncertainty crossed the black-robed figure's eyes. He even entertained a fleeting thought of fleeing this place. But the Siberian tiger now radiated intense fury and defiance. It growled low, its already wild eyes now blazing with raging fire as it fixed its gaze on Lu Jiue, as if ready to devour him. Seeing this, the man in black robes forced himself to suppress the fear and unease in his heart. He knew retreat was not an option now. He drew a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions while channeling the last remnants of his black spiritual energy into the tiger. Nourished by the cloaked man's energy, the tiger's gaze instantly grew fiercer. Its muscles seemed to swell, radiating an even more intense aura of menace.
With a low growl, it charged toward Lu Jiyue once more, its speed and power markedly enhanced compared to before. Lu Jiyue refused to be outdone and charged forward as well. The two instantly locked in a fierce struggle. This time, Lu Jiyue deliberately refrained from using his special skills, relying solely on his canine combat instincts to fight the Amur tiger before him. He wanted to test how strong he was without relying on special skills after his base attributes had been enhanced. Whether out of sheer stubbornness or some other reason, the Amur tiger before him merely infused its claws and fangs with spiritual energy, refraining from using any special abilities as well. In an instant, the two were locked in a brutal, head-on clash, relying solely on their raw strength and agility. The air thickened with tension, each collision accompanied by a deep rumble that seemed to make the earth tremble. Though small in stature, Lu Jiyao moved with astonishing agility, his internal strength matching the tiger's every ounce. His evasions and counterattacks were perfectly timed, each claw strike whistling through the air as it aimed for the tiger's vital points. The Siberian tiger, though massive, had its strength and speed greatly enhanced by the black-robed man's spiritual energy. Each of its attacks carried devastating force, enough to make any ordinary creature retreat in fear. Yet against a tenacious opponent like Lu Jiyue, it had no choice but to give its all, pushing its power to the absolute limit. The battle between them was exceptionally fierce, alternating between moments of tense standoff and sudden, violent grappling. As they separated once more, Lu Jiyue panted, gazing at the Siberian tiger before him, yet his heart swelled with exhilaration. He almost shouted, "This is awesome." It had been ages since he'd felt this kind of meeting a worthy opponent. The thrill of giving it everything he had was truly exhilarating. In the eyes of that Siberian tiger, an emotion mirroring Lu Jiyue's own seemed to flicker. Even the tangled pack of pups and the few human spirit beasts fighting nearby had unconsciously halted their struggle, turning their gaze toward this scene. The intensity of the battle here repeatedly surpassed their wildest expectations. But the black-robed figure beside them grew impatient. He roared at the Siberian tiger. "Don't forget your mission. Kill that husky." As the words left his mouth, he gritted his teeth, summoning the last remnants of spiritual energy within him and channeling it all into the Siberian tiger. The Siberian tiger's form swelled another size, becoming so imposing that a single glance was enough to strike fear into anyone who saw it. Roar! The northeast tiger roared defiantly toward the heavens, its powerful sound waves rippling out like shockwaves across a lake. Woof! Lu Jiyue opened his mouth wide and let out a powerful, commanding dog bark. Lu Jiyue's roar collided fiercely with the tiger's howl in the air, like two invisible waves of force intertwining and clashing. The surrounding space seemed to tremble, sending dust flying in all directions. Afterward, the members of the wolf team were astonished to discover their strength had surged dramatically once more. Only then did they realize it was Lord Ha who had once again boosted their power. Before unleashing that furious roar, Lu Jiyue had activated Battle Roar. This had amplified the combat power of everyone on the right flank. But the magnitude of this boost far surpassed anything Si Cheng had achieved before. All Paw Patrol members, eliminate the spirit beasts before you at top speed and support Lord Ha. At Li Ke's command, everyone immediately charged toward those human spirit beasts. Lu Jiyue, observing the Siberian tiger that had successfully temporarily weakened his combat power, extended his claws. He'd had his fill of enjoyment, now he wanted to end the fight swiftly. As Lu Jiyue swung his claw, several powerful slashes instantly transformed into razor-sharp blades, striking toward the Siberian tiger. Roar! The Siberian tiger roared again, somehow dissolving the blades mid-air. But at that very moment, Lu Jiyao used Shadowless Leg to instantly appear before the tiger, following up with Bloodthirsty Pounce to slam the massive beast to the ground. As the tiger struggled to rise, Lu Jiyue launched his Ferocious Blade strike toward its throat. In a flurry of dozens of claws in mere seconds, he tore through the outer layer of flesh. He opened his mouth and lunged to bite the exposed flesh. The tiger, still struggling moments before, froze instantly upon feeling the jaws clamped around its throat, the very point of its life. Lu Jiyue's teeth had already sunk into the tiger's major artery. With a single pull, he could instantly tear the vessel, ending the tiger's life in an instant. The tiger realized this too. Its eyes, filled with murderous intent, flickered with a hint of reluctance and desolation. It could never have imagined that it would fall to a husky dozens of times smaller than itself. Chapter 121, Hunt you to the ends of the earth. You've lost. Lu Jiyue, gripping the tiger's vital point, spoke in a detached tone. The Siberian tiger ceased struggling entirely, collapsing onto the ground like a small kitten. It wasn't just surrender, it was resignation. Impossible. Get up. Kill him. The black-robed figure beside him, seeing his own formidable trump card defeated by Lu Jiyao, lost his composure. Hearing this, Lu Jiyue hesitated no longer. He bit down, snapping the northeast tiger's neck clean in two. Only after the tiger drew its final breath did Lu Jiyue use his dark space to absorb the massive creature into his body. Only then did the black-robed man finally give up hope. By the time he tried to flee, it was already too late. The husky, now viewed by him as a demonic entity, had materialized before him in an instant. Having channeled nearly all his spiritual energy into the tiger, he was now spent, utterly powerless to resist. Lu Jiyue fixed his gaze on the black-robed man before him, extending his claws and lashing out. Several sharp claw winds surged forward, instantly shredding the black cloak and the mask covering his face into shreds. Upon seeing the man's true face, Lu Jiyue froze in shock. This was no human at all, it was a monstrous hybrid of beast and man. What the hell are you? Lu Jiyue realized this creature before him was no ordinary being. The cloaked figure's face was now deathly pale, his eyes filled with bitter resentment as he stared at Lu Jiyue. Yet, in response to his question, he merely let out a cold, mocking laugh. Lu Jiyue saw the grimace of determination and madness on the black-robed man's face and felt a sense of foreboding. The hooded figure bit down hard on his tongue, blood spurting forth and instantly coalescing into an eerie blood symbol in his palm. As he flung his hands upward, the blood symbol transformed into a crimson beam that shot straight into the sky. Simultaneously, the cloaked figure's body began to convulse violently, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. What are you doing? Though he couldn't fathom the purpose, the man's actions resembled some arcane ritual, stirring an ominous foreboding within Lu Jiyue. The cloaked figure offered no reply. Instead, intricate patterns like ancient incantations erupted across his skin, pulsing with an ominous glow. His eyes turned blood red, as if a flame burned within them. A bloodthirsty, cruel smile curled his lips. Ha ha! Golden-eyed Husky, you won't have it easy from now on. Our men will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The moment the words left his mouth, his body exploded into a shower of fragments. Pieces of his flesh scattered across the ground, mingling with the dust. Clearly, he had sacrificed his life to cast some forbidden spell upon Lu Jiyue. Henceforth, the black-robed man's organization could locate him through some form of connection. At this realization, Lu Jiyue frowned. He hadn't killed the man in black immediately precisely because he wanted to uncover his true identity and the organization behind him. But he never imagined he'd get nothing out of him and end up cursed by this bastard instead. I should have just swallowed him whole. Now I'm stuck with this mess. Lu Jiyue felt a pang of regret. Gazing at the scattered blood clots on the ground, a question immediately surfaced in Lu Jiyue's mind. Could he gain evolution points by consuming these blood clots? But these clots were so small and covered in dust, how disgusting. Lord Hawang! Just as Lu Jiyue was wrestling with this dilemma, the voices of the Paw Patrol members reached him. He turned his head and saw that the members had actually defeated those 5 human spirit beasts. They'd even used some special steel cables to bind them tightly. It seemed that his enhanced base attributes had also bolstered their strength to some extent. Lord Hawang, the spirit beasts have been captured. We await your instructions on their disposition. The Paw Patrol members were filled with immense excitement at that moment. Not only because they had witnessed Lu Jiyue's terrifying power against formidable foes, but also because King Ha had once again bestowed divine strength upon them. This proved that Haru King held them in the highest regard. How could this not fill them with excitement? Good. Well done. Lu Jiyue's casual words sent the Paw Patrol members into an even greater frenzy. King Ha praised us. He recognizes us. We'll do even better from now on. We'll give our all for the Paw Patrol and King Ha. Every member who received Lu Jiyue's affirmation vowed silently to maximize their value within the Paw Patrol. Even the Husky triplets were overcome with excitement at that moment. This incredibly awesome being was their own big brother. And while he strengthened himself, he hadn't forgotten about the 3 brothers. Truly a case of when the master prospers, the dogs and chickens rise with him. Lu Jiyue approached the 5 human spirit beasts. He genuinely admired that cloaked figure. He wondered where the cloaked man had procured so many spirit beasts in such a short time, all of them at least D rank. Too bad the cloaked man is dead, no one will deliver takeout to him anymore. But with that forbidden technique, his comrades would likely take the cloaked man's place soon enough, right? Lu Jiyue temporarily pushed these thoughts aside. Seeing the 5 human spirit beasts staring at him as if they'd seen a ghost, he smiled. That smile sent the 5 of them into a panic, and they began wailing. Please, don't eat me. I'll do anything you want. Me too. Just don't eat me, I'll do anything you ask. The 5 human spirit beasts began begging for mercy one after another. Seeing their state, Lu Jiyue suddenly had an idea. I'll ask you questions. Answer truthfully. Yes, we'll tell you everything we know. Lu Jiyue's eyes darted about as he began questioning them. What's the deal with that guy in the black cloak? One of the long-haired human spirit beasts immediately piped up. We don't know his background. Seeing Lu Jiyue's gaze turn cold, the creature quickly added. But the reason we've grown so rapidly is because that man used some kind of secret technique. He corrupted us with evil, turning us into malevolent spirits. Now, besides absorbing spiritual energy to grow stronger, we can also absorb specific negative or pessimistic emotions from humans to become even more powerful. Listening to the creature's words, Lu Jiyue murmured to himself, no wonder. Then how did you parasitize yourselves onto human bodies? Lu Jiyue fired off another question. Well, it's actually a mutual choice. Another human spirit beast, somewhat balding, replied. Mutual choice? Lu Jiyue didn't quite grasp what he meant. Generally, we can only successfully parasitize if the human host agrees to surrender their body to us. So we don't seek out ordinary people. Instead, we target those consumed by powerful obsessions, or those facing death yet still clinging to this world. We persuade them to voluntarily offer their bodies by promising to fulfill their unattainable dreams and grant them a continuation of life. Hearing this, Lu Xiao frowned. So then, after you take over their bodies, do the original owners still count as alive? Chapter 122, a C-class spirit beast? Facing Lu Xiao's question, the bald human spirit beast shook his head. Their physical bodies may survive, but their souls vanished the moment we entered. There's a human saying, 2 tigers cannot share the same mountain. That's precisely what this means. This is fraud. You're committing outright fraud. Not exactly. We still honor our promises and fulfill their unresolved attachments. One of the human spirit beasts piped up timidly. Have you fulfilled them all? The 5 human spirit beasts exchanged glances before finally nodding. All right. Then you're no longer needed. Lu Xiao finished speaking, opened his mouth, and sucked all 5 human spirit beasts into the dark space. According to what they had said, doing this didn't count as killing them. After all, when these spirit beasts possessed human bodies, the humans inside were already dead. What he consumed were merely spirit beasts. Now he just had to wait for the dark space to fully dissolve and absorb them, converting them into his own evolution points. Ha! Swallowing so many spirit beasts today should net him a few hundred evolution points, right? That Siberian tiger alone should be worth 100 or 2. Lu Xiao did a rough mental calculation. Damn it! It seems he'd saved up the 1,000 evolution points needed for his next evolution. Holy, it's happening! Lu Xiao was still buzzing with excitement when he saw a clump of grass appear before him. Big bro, the grass you wanted. Xiaoqi blinked his eyes at the big brother in front of him, eagerly awaiting praise. Looking at the grass before him and the little guy with a bear-like face, Lu Xiao was at a loss for words. Oh, and give me a straight answer, why on earth did you come to a place like this out of nowhere? And how did you manage to lose your smartwatch too? Heh, well, it happened like this. After Lu Xiao's persistent questioning, everyone finally learned the whole story. Xiaoqi was out for a walk when he passed by a deserted spot and saw someone brutally beating a Siberian Husky. Without hesitation, Xiaoqi charged in to fight back. Only to discover it wasn't human at all, it was a human spirit beast. Outmatched, he fled at full speed, but the human spirit beast pursued relentlessly. That's how he ended up here. The spirit beast's speed was incredible. It caught up to Xiaoqi and grabbed him by the neck. Xiaoqi strained every muscle to break free, dropping his smartwatch in the process. Seizing the moment, he fought back. As the spirit beast dodged, he dashed into the shadows and used ferocious blade to burrow into the ground like a mole, hiding himself. Not long after, Lu Xiao and the others arrived at this spot. At the critical moment when Xiao Shi and Meng Meng were in danger, he once again used the ferocious blade to dig a hole and save them. After hearing the entire account, Lu Xiao found himself both amused and exasperated. Such a powerful offensive skill like ferocious blade, and this dim-witted little brother was using it to dig holes. Still, it was a versatile application of the skill. Without this guy, Xiao Shi and Meng Meng would have suffered greatly. Not bad. You've done a great job this time. Lu Xiao hadn't expected his dim-witted younger brother, who usually did nothing but eat and sleep, to prove so dependable in a critical moment. Rarely praised by his older brother, Xiaoqi jumped up excitedly. Big bro, do you need more grass? I'll go grab some more for you. His excitement made him want to do something else for his brother right away. Lu Xiao quickly stopped him. I don't need weed. Weed is just an exclamation. It means I'm really excited. Oh, I see. Damn. Xiaoqi looked like he just had an epiphany, repeating it 3 times in a row as he put his new knowledge to use. This left the members of the Paw Patrol team on the other side red-faced with embarrassment. But he was an elder. They couldn't laugh. Now, everyone, clean up the scene quickly. Leave no trace of what we did here. As for the traces left by the spirit beast, same as always, just notify the Special Affairs Bureau. Oh, and don't clean up those body parts over there either. The identity of the man in black robes was unknown. Perhaps he could use the Special Affairs Bureau to investigate him. At his command, everyone sprang into action. Before long, the scene was completely cleared. Li Wanner instructed Xiao Feifei to bring the aircraft over. Lu Xiao led the group away from the location. Within half an hour of their departure, personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau, alerted by Li Ke, arrived on the scene. Accompanying them was Director Su Yuanchang. Director, look over there. A cluster of blood clots lay scattered haphazardly across the ground, mingling with the soil to form a dark crimson stain that looked deeply unsettling under the moonlight. Director Su Yuancheng frowned deeply and strode quickly toward the blood-stained area. He donned gloves and carefully picked up a larger clot, scrutinizing its texture and color in search of clues. But even with careful scrutiny, nothing stood out to the naked eye. Collect all the blood clots here. Hand them over to the forensic team and technicians later, Su Yuancheng ordered his subordinate beside him. Yes, sir.
After settling matters at the scene, Su Yuancheng scanned the surroundings and noticed faint claw marks and signs of struggle on the ground nearby. Upon arriving and seeing the enormous paw prints on the ground, he immediately summoned a team member with exceptional investigative skills.
Chief, these look like tiger claw marks. A tiger's paw print? This big? Su Yuancheng instantly realized this tiger must be a spirit beast.
Get the instruments here immediately to measure the spiritual energy concentration in this area. Soon, the team member operating the equipment reached a conclusion.
The spiritual energy concentration here has peaked at C. The room fell silent at this revelation. I see level spirit beast. None of them had ever seen one before. Even Bureau Chief Su Yuancheng wore a grave expression upon hearing it. A C-level spirit beast had emerged in Yangzhang City. If this spirit beast continued to level up and reach B rank, it could transform into an ancient creature. Then, the entire city would be thrown into chaos.
Director, a zoo reported 2 days ago that a ferocious Siberian tiger went missing.
Could it be this one? At this, Su Yuancheng's expression immediately turned grave. Mobilize every available agent in the bureau immediately. Track down this spirit beast's whereabouts with all available resources. Director.
At that moment, the team member holding the instrument let out a startled cry, his face frozen in disbelief.
Chapter 123, Post-Battle Rewards, Evolution Conditions Met. What's wrong? Su Yuancheng looked over in confusion. The spiritual energy concentration we just measured is dropping. It's already fallen to D+.
Hearing this, Su Yuancheng immediately stepped forward to personally inspect the device and verify the reading.
He saw it was indeed as reported. The spirit energy concentration displayed on the instrument had dropped to D+.
This device had been dispatched by headquarters just 2 days prior. It shouldn't malfunction.
Such a phenomenon could only mean one thing.
This powerful spirit beast had perished.
That's why the spiritual energy concentration was gradually declining.
If that's the case, it means this spirit beast's true strength likely reached sea level. Such a formidable spirit beast has actually perished.
Could it be? Su Yuancheng suspected this spirit beast might be the mysterious figure who sent the anonymous notice summoning them here.
If that's the case, then this mysterious figure's strength is also C-grade.
Or even surpassing C rank. Su Yuancheng dared not imagine the implications.
What troubled him most was that the Bureau's technicians had exhausted every method to trace this person's real ID. This could only mean that the other party's technical skills far surpassed their own. Possessing such technical prowess and such formidable strength.
A hypothesis formed in Su Yuancheng's mind.
The mysterious figure was likely not a single person.
It was an organization.
He recalled that folk organization capable of forcing ordinary spirit beasts to transform into malevolent spirits.
Perhaps this organization was involved in these events.
But all answers would have to wait until the test results for those blood clots came back.
Damn! This meat is so delicious. Holy! This fruit is so sweet too. Holy crap! This cushion is so soft. Lu Zhiyao couldn't take it anymore and slapped Xiaoqi on the head.
Don't use that word carelessly.
What, bro, didn't you say it's for expressing excitement? Xiaoqi looked utterly aggrieved.
Lu Zhiyue found himself at a loss for words.
Fine, whatever.
Lu Zhiyao finished speaking and turned to leave.
Where are you headed, big brother? Are you still going to eat your fruit? Lu Zhiyue didn't look back. With Xiaoqi on his back, he rolled his eyes and waved his paw. Damn! Perfect timing. Thanks for the gift, big bro.
After leaving the villa, Lu Zhiyao made his way to the rooftop of the teaching building at Keeman University. With a flick of his mind, he activated the system. Soon, several system notifications popped up. They were notifications about the evolution points gained after the dark space melted those spirit beasts.
He had obtained a total of 380 evolution points.
Besides the points, Lu Zhiyue also gained the opportunity to upgrade all his basic special skills to intermediate level.
Proceed with upgrade? Lu Zhiyue hesitated before making a decision.
After devouring that Siberian tiger, he had also gained a new skill.
The newly acquired skill was definitely basic level.
He could hold off on upgrading it for now and elevate both skills to intermediate level together. Lu Zhiyue weighed his options, then examined his newly acquired skill.
You have devoured a C-rank evil spirit beast, gaining the special skill, Spirit Summoning. Summon Spirit Basic, use a part of your body to resurrect and summon spirit beasts you have slain. They can possess designated living beings. Resurrected spirit beasts are 100% under your control for 5 minutes. That Siberian tiger was actually C-rank. But considering that Siberian tiger's combat prowess, Lu Zhiyao found it perfectly reasonable. So by that logic, my current level is probably C+? Lu Zhiyue speculated on his own strength. This newly acquired skill, however, was quite intriguing.
It could actually summon and command the spirit beasts he had previously slain. But he still needed to find hosts for these spirit beasts to possess.
The dogs from the Wolfgang immediately flashed through Lu Zhiyue's mind. Right.
I can use this skill to temporarily possess the dogs with the spirit beasts. Then the dogs will become my loyal soldiers.
And once the possession ends, the dogs can return to their normal lives. It's absolutely perfect. At this thought, Lu Xiao's heart swelled with delight. The only issue was that the spirit beast revival duration was too short, just 5 minutes. Let's see if upgrading extends the duration. Lu Xiao immediately scrolled back to the previous system prompt and selected yes. Soon after, he received a series of system notifications. Several basic special skills had successfully upgraded to intermediate levels. Lu Xiao had intended to examine the changes in these upgraded skills, but the next system prompt completely stole his focus. He was no longer calm. Evolution conditions met. Host may choose to evolve. This evolution requires 120 hours of hibernation. Proceed with evolution? He had accumulated 1,000 evolution points. He could evolve again. But it actually requires 120 hours of hibernation. Lu Xiao did a quick mental calculation. That's a full 5 days. Why does it need to hibernate for so long this time? Lu Xiao's eagerness to evolve had reached its peak. But he couldn't rush things now. Before entering the evolutionary hibernation, he needed to make thorough preparations. For instance, finding a completely safe location for the hibernation and evolution, and giving instructions to the members of the Woof Woof squad. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xiao opened the Paw Patrol exclusive communication app on his smartwatch and sent out a notification to the members. Meet at noon tomorrow at the rear mountain of Kunming University. I need to think carefully about what to prepare. Lu Xiao gazed into the distance, a premonition stirring within him. He sensed this evolution would bring profound changes. Meanwhile, less than 20 kilometers away at the Special Affairs Bureau, chaos erupted. The agents dispatched to Jinghai headquarters for psychic enhancement had all returned. Upon hearing that only one of the 5 led by Ji Zhongming had failed, Su Yuansheng, overcome with excitement, immediately rushed to the conference room to wait. Before long, Ji Zhongming arrived at the conference room with the others returning from Jinghai. Before Su Yuansheng could speak, a figure rushed forward. Then Su Yuansheng saw this person kneel before him. For security reasons, they were all wrapped tightly in robes and hoods upon their return. Su Yuansheng didn't recognize who it was at first glance. "Director, I have betrayed your trust." The moment the voice spoke, Su Yuansheng recognized it immediately. It was Teen B Captain Cheng Long. Cheng Long tore off his robe, revealing his face and body, which looked different from his usual appearance. Su Yuansheng froze, realizing that among them, the only one who hadn't successfully transformed into a psychic was him. Chapter 124, The Power of Psionics. That the unsuccessful one was Cheng Long was something Su Yuansheng hadn't anticipated. In his understanding, it should have been one of the 2 members from Team C. "What are you doing? Get up!" Su Yuansheng immediately pulled Cheng Long up from his kneeling position. But Cheng Long refused to rise, kneeling back down with a thud. "I have no face to show you, and I've let everyone down. I know that 4th place in the test wasn't really me. It was only because you and the deputy director valued me." Cheng Long, stop talking. I know your capabilities. Last mission, you took medication that depleted your psychic energy. Otherwise, with your skills, you absolutely could have placed in the top 5. Besides, this experiment had a low success rate to begin with. It's not your fault. At that moment, one of the figures standing behind stepped forward to echo his words. It was Deputy Director Ji Zhongming. Exactly. Out of the 100 spirit masters sent to Jinghai for modification, only about 40 succeeded. Keep in mind, the other bureaus sent their absolute best. And headquarters mentioned that once the experiment matures further, there will be more opportunities for transformation. By then, every spirit tamer might become a spirit user. Under the reassurances of Su Yuansheng and Ji Zhongming, Cheng Long finally began to regain his composure. Don't dwell on it. I'm giving you a few days off. Use this time to rest properly. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Deputy Director. Cheng Long left with heavy footsteps. After Cheng Long departed, Su Yuansheng sighed. Cheng Long is actually a promising young talent. If only that accident hadn't caused his spirit beast to backfire, damaging his mental energy. Commissioner, it wasn't your fault. Don't blame yourself. Hearing Ji Zhongming's words, Su Yuansheng realized the others were still present. He immediately regained his stern expression. Come now, all you spirit users, show me what you've got. The group promptly moved to the bureau's training grounds. Ji Zhongming was the first to step forward. As he shed his robe, Su Yuansheng's eyes widened. Like himself, animalistic features had begun to manifest on his body. And these traits belonged to an eagle. A pair of eagle wings abruptly unfolded behind him, broad and powerful, as if ready to soar into the sky at any moment. After displaying his physical transformation, Ji Zhongming flapped his wings and soared into the air in an instant. Had they not been confined within the training chamber, he would already be soaring through the skies. Following the successful modification, I now possess the abilities of flight and high-altitude reconnaissance. My vision and hearing have also been greatly enhanced. From high altitudes, I can spot targets over 100 miles away. Next, Team A's Captain Su Zong also shed his robe and stepped forward.
His limbs had grown more slender than usual, with sleek muscle lines, and his body was covered in leopard-like spots. Each leap allowed him to effortlessly cover several meters. When it came to tracking enemies and evading attacks, he was in a league of his own. Next, Niu Kai and Jiang Tao stepped forward. Niu Kai, already muscular, now bore thick, leathery skin resembling cowhide. His hands grew exceptionally broad, with tiny horns embedded at his fingertips. He delivered a light punch to the nearby training post. With a thunderous crash, the post shattered into splinters that flew everywhere.
After the enhancement, my strength, endurance, and defense have all skyrocketed.
I tested it. I can now lift a small car with one hand. Jiang Tao, however, appeared more reserved. His eyes had transformed into deep, mysterious blue, and his body was surrounded by concentric rings of fine blue light, like ripples in the deep sea. I injected myself with a dolphin's marrow fluid.
After the enhancement, I can attack using sonic waves and use them as an invisible shield for defense. This shield can even block handgun bullets.
After speaking, Jiang Tao shot a glance at Niu Kai. Niu Kai immediately drew his concealed pistol and fired a shot at him. Yet as the bullet neared Jiang Tao, it seemed pulled by an invisible force, its speed abruptly slowing. It finally fell limply to the ground beside him, causing him not a scratch.
Niu Kai and Jiang Tao's demonstration prompted Su Yuancheng to applaud repeatedly.
He hadn't expected that these two members of Team C not only had their modifications succeeded, but they had also acquired such formidable abilities. It was truly astonishing. Seeing Su Yuancheng's high regard for them, Niu Kai and Jiang Tao exchanged a glance. They shared a knowing smile. In truth, their abilities hadn't been this potent immediately after the transformation. On their way back, both simultaneously sensed a surge of immense power coursing through their bodies. This was what had later amplified their abilities to their current formidable state. They knew this divine power had been bestowed upon them by their master, empowering them to better fulfill their covert missions for their master. After calming his excitement, Su Yuancheng turned his gaze to the only person still wearing a robe. She was the sole female psychic present. Under everyone's gaze, Mei Li also shed her robes.
Ha! Su Yuancheng voiced his surprise.
Like Ji Zhangming, Mei Li had grown a pair of wings on her back. However, Mei Li's wings were crystal clear and translucent, resembling butterfly wings more than anything else. Before Mei Li could speak, Ji Zhangming beside her couldn't help but interject. "Director, I think Mei Li's post-transformation abilities are the most surprising among us."
"Oh?"
Hearing Ji Zhangming's words, Su Yuancheng looked at Mei Li with curiosity in his eyes. As I mentioned before, her spirit companion possesses the ability to predict danger. After successfully absorbing her spirit companion during the transformation, Mei Li herself gained this ability.
And
Ji Zhangming didn't continue, instead using his sharp fingernail to cut open his own finger. As Su Yuancheng watched with puzzled eyes, he addressed Mei Li.
"Mei Li, show the director."
Mei Li nodded, and the wings behind her began to flutter gently. A translucent green light swiftly flowed from Mei Li's wings toward Ji Zhangming, wrapping around his still bleeding finger like a ribbon. What followed stunned Su Yuancheng. Visibly, the cut on Ji Zhangming's finger began to heal rapidly.
It returned to its original, unblemished state.
Not a single scar remained. Though Mei Li's ability wasn't offensive like those of the previous members,
it was precisely this kind of ability that made her an invaluable asset to the team.
Su Yuancheng stared intently at Mei Li wielding her healing power, his astonishment beyond words. He understood all too well what a member capable of swiftly healing wounds meant to a team in battle. At critical moments, it could mean the difference between life and death,
or the very key to sustaining prolonged combat. Absolutely astonishing.
After uttering this praise, Su Yuancheng turned his gaze firmly toward the others. "With you all here, I believe our bureau will be unstoppable. From now on, fully utilize your respective abilities and contribute your strength."
The group responded in unison, their morale soaring.
While this joyful excitement filled the air, Cheng Long found himself on the rooftop of a high-rise building. His eyes were hollow and unfocused, as if the entire world had lost its color, leaving only endless gloom and despair. The wind howled through the high rise, whispering in his ear, tempting him to take that step and end all this pain. In his struggle, he took that step.
Chapter 125, Because I Admire You.
Just as Cheng Long's body was about to fall off the rooftop, a figure suddenly darted out from nowhere, startling him backward. Cheng Long crashed onto the rooftop and immediately scanned the area for the figure.
There stood a husky, its golden eyes fixed intently on him. A spirit beast?
Cheng Long stared at the husky before him in confusion. It was clearly a dog, yet its gaze and the aura surrounding it were anything but ordinary. Most crucially, he was standing on the roof of a building over 30 stories high. This husky had appeared before him at the very moment he was about to fall.
Dogs don't have wings, no ordinary dog could possibly do that.
Woof. At that moment, Cheng Long saw the husky tilt its head at him, as if puzzled by why he would want to jump off the rooftop. But he ignored the dog, climbing back up from the edge. Once again, he stood at the edge. Just as he lifted one foot into the air, the golden-eyed husky once again knocked him back onto the rooftop. His suicide attempts thwarted twice, anger flared in Cheng Long's eyes as he glared at the husky before him.
Get off me.
Chang Long tried to shove the dog away with all his strength, only to discover he couldn't even push aside a dog that looked to weigh no more than 30 or 40 pounds.
Chang Long, you're truly useless.
Your very existence is redundant in this world. Chang Long muttered to himself, a bitter smile curling his lips. Lu Xiao saw the despair in his eyes and his lifeless expression, realizing his resolve to die had reached its peak. A sudden thought struck him, and he lowered his head, opening his mouth to bite into Chang Long's neck.
What are you doing? At first, Chang Long resisted this act, but then he thought. After all, he didn't want to live anymore.
Jumping to his death or being bitten to death by a spirit beast made no difference. He ceased struggling, allowing the husky before him to do as it pleased. As the pain spread through his neck, a look of relief washed over Chang Long's face, and he closed his eyes. But the reactions unfolding within his body made him snap his eyes open. His pupils contracted violently in sheer shock. He distinctly felt a powerful force emerging within his body. Lu Jiyue, who had been standing over Chang Long, now stepped back and crouched nearby, staring intently at him. He had been wandering outside, lost in thought, when suddenly a familiar figure came into view. He recognized it as Chang Long, the captain of Team B of the Special Affairs Bureau. Seeing that he seemed to be in a very bad state, Lu Jiyue activated Night Stalker to cloak himself and followed. To his surprise, he witnessed the man heading to the rooftop to jump to his death.
Lu Jiyue thought, since he was going to die anyway, why not make him do his bidding first? He transformed him into his own spirit descendant.
Chang Long became the spiritual descendant of Lu Xiao, completing his physical transformation. His journey spanned from initial despair and disbelief to ecstatic joy upon sensing the power within his body. His emotional journey was profoundly rich. Having accepted the changes within his body, Chang Long gazed at the golden-eyed husky before him with palpable excitement. At that moment, the golden-eyed husky's presence felt like a god in his heart.
With a thud, Chang Long dropped to his knees before the husky.
He realized the power within him had been bestowed by this very husky.
Why did you bestow this power upon me?
Because I admire you. Lu Xiao looked at Chang Long before him and stated his true thoughts directly. Chang Long, realizing he could understand the husky's words, froze for a moment. Then confusion washed over him.
Appreciate me? Remember that spirit object, the airplane model from a while back? Chang Long's eyebrows furrowed into a deep V shape in surprise. You were there that day too? The airplane model, I was the one who took it. Chang Long's expression turned utterly stunned upon hearing this. How could that be?
Not only had he failed to notice a thing at the time, but none of the spirit masters present, including those from Team A, had detected a single clue. To steal a spirit artifact right under their noses. This alone proved just how terrifyingly powerful this golden-eyed husky must be. Feel the power you now possess. Oh, and you should have gained some sort of skill as well. Try to sense it with your heart. After hearing Lu Xiao's words, Chang Long immediately began to sense it. His physical functions and overall capabilities had greatly enhanced, and he felt an immense, abundant power surging within him. Moreover, Chang Long suddenly fixed his gaze on another building 30 or 40 meters away from this one. His gaze hardened. He took a few steps back, then sprinted toward it. He leapt violently, propelling his entire body into the air. Then, as if an invisible wall of air had risen beneath his feet, he managed another leap mid-air. He landed successfully on the rooftop of that building 30 or 40 meters away. Chang Long's eyes brimmed with excitement and exhilaration.
Just now, he felt like Superman on TV. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Lu Xiao witnessed Chang Long's mid-air double jump and realized he had inherited his special skill, Bloodthirsty Leap. Chang Long was beside himself with excitement on the opposite side. Once the skill's cooldown ended, he executed another double jump and leapt back. Then he knelt before Lu Xiao and bowed deeply. Thank you for bestowing this power upon me. Don't mention it. From now on, you're one of us. Oh, and from now on, call me the King of Ha. I have a few subordinates just like you. I'll introduce them to you later. Hearing this, Chang Long immediately lifted his head. But I already belong to an organization. I serve the Special Affairs Bureau. I know. Lu Xiao said indifferently. I might not be able to. A look of anguish immediately spread across Chang Long's face. Lu Xiao could tell that Chang Long was the type who, once committed to something, would stick to it with unwavering devotion. Though he was now his spirit descendant, his body was 100% obedient to him, but Lu Xiao also wanted his heart to be 100% devoted to him. With someone like this, force wouldn't work, only persuasion would. What was your mission at the Special Affairs Bureau? Chang Long paused at the question but answered honestly nonetheless. To eliminate troublesome spirit beasts and maintain peace in the human world. Exactly. Our organization does the same work as the Special Affairs Bureau. Sure enough, Chang Long's eyes lit up. Lu Xiao then proceeded to employ the same brainwashing techniques Li Ke had used on the other members. After Lu Xiao's initiation, Chang Long's gaze toward him had transformed into one of unwavering loyalty. Especially when he thought about how, if not for Lu Xiao standing before him, he would have jumped off the building long ago and turned into a pile of mud. He could practically say his life now was a gift from the King of Ha. Changlong instantly understood, bowing his head reverently before Lu Xiao. I understand. Lord Hawang, I, Changlong, swear eternal loyalty to you. Good. Rise. Now, tell me, why did you attempt suicide by jumping off the building? A look of embarrassment flashed across Changlong's face before he recounted the entire story. I no longer wish to die. You have bestowed divine power upon me, and I will certainly use this strength to make my own contribution. After learning the reason behind Changlong's suicide attempt, Lu Zhiyue found himself both amused and exasperated. So what if you failed to transform those psychics? Those two jerks, Niu Kai and Jiang Tao, if I hadn't granted you divine power, they wouldn't have succeeded either. The moment Lu Zhiyue finished speaking, Changlong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His heart had been struck by another devastating blow of shock. Chapter 126, The Forgotten Storage Jade. Those two were also your subordinates? Seeing Lu Zhiyue nod, Changlong instantly understood why these two former spirit tamers from Team C had ranked among the top 5 in the psychic power test and emerged as the fastest converted psychics. If only he had become Lord Ha's subordinate sooner, perhaps his own transformation as a spirit energy user would have been equally successful? What a pity. But the director had said there would be more opportunities later. Then he too could achieve successful transformation, just like Niu Kai and the others. This thought filled Changlong with growing excitement, and his gaze toward Lu Zhiyao deepened with gratitude. By the way, you said the bureau approved a few days of leave for you, right? Facing Lu Zhiyue's question, Changlong nodded. Would 5 days of leave be okay for you? I still have over 10 days of annual leave left, and I haven't had a break in ages. 5 days should be fine. Ah, Chief Wang, are you asking this because you have a mission for me? Facing Changlong's inquiry, Lu Zhiyao nodded. Changlong visibly perked up with excitement. Just give me your orders. It was clear Changlong couldn't wait to demonstrate his newly acquired power. No rush. By noon tomorrow, I'll take you to meet the other members. I'll explain everything to you then. By the way, do you have contact info for Niu Kai and Jiang Tao? Got it. Give them a heads up then. If they're free, they should try to attend. Got it. Sir. Changlong was already looking forward to tomorrow afternoon. The next day at noon, on the back mountain of Jinghai University. A new stray puppy had just arrived on campus and was humbly learning from the senior dogs. Don't let outsiders fool you into thinking we're just pitiful strays. The truth is, the boss behind us is an incredibly awesome figure. We all respectfully call him the King of Dogs. The King is incredible. Not only did he give us new life, but he also solved our food and shelter problems. Even though we roam the campus, the two-legged creatures sent by the King bring us delicious food on schedule. It's incredibly comfortable. The young stray listened wide-eyed as the elder dog spoke. Suddenly, he spotted several people approaching. Senior, people are coming. The little stray dog, once bullied by humans, immediately latched onto the older dog's tail and dragged it into hiding. Hiding in the grass, the little stray watched as the group looked around nervously. Then, one by one, they made a jumping motion. Something strange happened. After just that one leap, the group vanished completely from where they stood. Woof! The little stray dog yelped in fright. Ghosts! We're haunted! Stop barking! The little stray dog was immediately silenced by a swat from its older canine companion. Don't make such a fuss. They're not ghosts. Those two-legged beasts are all under Ha Wang's command. The little stray dog was stunned upon hearing this. King Ha's men are no ordinary folk. They possess extraordinary abilities, all granted to them by King Ha himself. The elder dog continued explaining to the young stray. The little stray dog now felt boundless curiosity and awe toward this great and mysterious King Ha. Is everyone here? On the plane, Li Ke scanned the passengers seated around him before beginning the roll call. Chief Steward, everyone is here except for the King of Ha's and the 3 elders. The King of Hound and the 3 elders usually take a nap at this time. They should arrive shortly. Li Wanner, who was staying with Lu Zhiyue and the others, stepped forward to explain. And today, the King of Ha will be bringing new members. At the mention of new members, murmurs began to circulate among the passengers. I wonder if it's a female member or a male member this time. Whether male or female, anyone chosen by the King of Ha must be truly exceptional. Wonder what field the new member excels in. Can't wait to find out. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyao, who was walking to Keeman University with his 3 husky siblings, stopped in front of a roast duck shop. Big bro, please, just buy me 1 roast duck to try. Xiao Qi, stop it. We just finished lunch, and besides, Big Brother has gathered the Woof Woof squad for something important. Meng Meng immediately stepped in to scold her inconsiderate younger brother. Xiao Qi looked at Lu Zhiyue pitifully and pleaded. Big bro, you said last time I did something good, you'd reward me. Please, it smells so good, I can't stand it anymore, wah. Lu Zhiyue had intended to walk away, but upon hearing Xiaoqi's plea, he sighed. Fine, fine. You two wait here. Just as Lu Zhiyue was about to find someone to help him buy the roast duck, the shop owner suddenly tossed something their way. Lu Zhiyue looked closely and realized it was an entire roast duck, neatly packed in a bag. Hadn't they always only given out single portions before? Why today? Lu Jiyue looked over at the roast duck shop owner in confusion. I remember you. Last time, you brought me good luck. So, this roast duck is on me. The roast duck shop owner smiled warmly, which made Lu Jiao feel a bit embarrassed. A whole roast duck cost at least several dozen yuan. It was a small business, and he couldn't take advantage of that. Lu Jiyue turned away, intending to retrieve some money from his spatial ring. Just as he reached for it, he suddenly noticed an inconspicuous item in the Ming space. I almost forgot about this. Lu Jiyue bit down on the few bills he'd retrieved from the Ming space. After placing the money at the entrance of the roast duck shop, he led his younger siblings away from the place, carrying the duck with them. Lu Jiyue led his siblings to a secluded spot. You guys eat here. Once you're done, come with me to Kunming University. After instructing his siblings, Lu Jiyue went to a corner and retrieved something from the Ming space. It was none other than the jade pendant he had long forgotten. Chapter 127, The Surprise Brought by the Storage Jade. I wonder if the food inside has gone bad. Lu Jiyue placed his paw on the storage jade. Soon, images from inside filled his mind. Inside lay the very food he had stored there some time ago. His mind stirred, and he immediately transferred the contents out. Several easily perishable meat dishes instantly materialized before Lu Jiao. He immediately sniffed them with his nose. Holy crap! It's not spoiled. Lu Jiyue, who had braced himself for a foul stench, was pleasantly surprised. Where are you going, big brother? Just then, Xiaoqi, still chewing on a mouthful of roast duck, popped up in front of Lu Jiao again. He immediately spotted the food in front of Lu Jiyue. Damn! So much meat. Bro, did you buy this for us too? Holy crap! Big bro, you're too good to us. Xiaoqi immediately swallowed the bite of roast duck in his mouth, then grabbed a piece of braised pork from the dish and started eating it. Wait, Xiaoqi, this is... Lu Jiao tried to stop him, but it was too late. Ha! My mouth feels itchy. Xiaoqi had just picked out a big chicken drumstick and was digging in when he felt something on the drumstick brush against his lips. He swiped at it with his paw and froze in shock. A huge cockroach. Woof woof woof. This cockroach, easily 7 or 8 centimeters long, scared Xiaoqi into a fit of barking. He flung the chicken drumstick far away. He dashed to the base of a large tree and began vomiting. Lu Jiyue, who witnessed the entire scene, had no time to worry about his younger brother. Instead, he returned to the pile of food and began rummaging through it again. Soon, he discovered another large cockroach among the scraps. He dug his fingernail into its body, then held it up to examine it closely. This little tough guy was glossy all over, clearly having feasted on plenty of good stuff. Xiao Qizai, who had been vomiting nearby, stopped abruptly. His eyes darted over to see his older brother staring intently at a giant cockroach up close. He recalled what had just happened and began vomiting again, even bringing up the roast duck he'd eaten earlier. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is the real deal. Lu Jiyue finished examining the cockroach in his hand and chuckled to himself. His delight stemmed from one thing alone. It was precisely because he had discovered that this jade storage vessel could also preserve living creatures. This cockroach must have accidentally gotten mixed in when he placed food inside that day. But he was certain these cockroaches hadn't been this big at first. Otherwise, with his keen eyesight, how could he have missed it? Living among all that food inside the storage jade for so many days, the cockroaches had grown this big. Raising cockroaches? Wait a minute. As Lu Jiyue pondered, a sudden thought struck him. He immediately flicked the cockroach from his hand and returned the jade storage to the open space. As luck would have it, the giant cockroach landed squarely on Xiaoqi, who had just finished regurgitating all his food. Woof woof woof. Xiaoqi barked in fright again, twisting his body into a worm-like shape, desperate to shake off the cockroach clinging to him. Meng Meng couldn't stand watching any longer. She swatted the cockroach off Xiaoqi's back with her paw, then crushed it flat under her front claw. What a wimp! Scared of this? Though Meng Meng scolded Xiaoqi with her words, she began gently patting him with her paw, comforting him. Sis, did you just use that paw to crush a big cockroach? Oops, sorry, forgot to switch paws. He. When Lu Jiyue and the others arrived at the entrance of Kunming University, they happened to see a portly security guard stopping 2 men bundled up in heavy coats. Lu Jiao twitched his nose and instantly recognized the two as Niu Kai and Jiang Tao. Lu Jiyue had heard from Chang Long that after their transformation into psychic warriors, animalistic features had begun appearing on their bodies. That must be why they were bundled up so tightly. But this attire had caught the attention of the burly security guard, who now regarded them as suspicious individuals. Just as Lu Jiyue was about to step in to help, he saw another security guard approach. Hey, boss, I know these guys, he said, slipping a pack of cigarettes into the chubby guard's hand. They're here to repair equipment. The school already notified me. They're dressed like this for safety precautions. Oh, I see. Since they've been cleared with you, go ahead and enter. The burly guard glanced at the cigarettes in his pocket, and his attitude immediately softened considerably. Niu Kai and Jiang Tao immediately walked inside. Hey! You look new around here, buddy. Just arrived? You bet. Don't laugh, but my cousin is a school administrator here. I got in through connections.
The burly security guard's demeanor instantly turned respectful upon hearing this.
How could I laugh at you, brother? Listen, if you ever need anything, just come find me. Lu Jiyue, watching the whole scene unfold, couldn't help but feel like laughing.
That man wasn't a security guard at all. He was Cheng Long, the captain of Team B from the Special Affairs Bureau. This guy must have snagged a security uniform from somewhere and was pulling this charade on everyone.
Lu Jiyue quickly ushered his younger siblings into the school. Before long, Cheng Long followed suit. Hey Wang, weren't we supposed to meet here? Where's everyone else?
Cheng Long scanned the surroundings and realized there wasn't a single person here, just cats and dogs.
Didn't Niu Kai and Jiang Tao say they were coming in? Why haven't I seen them either? Lu Jiyue exchanged a knowing glance with his younger siblings.
Then, the three Husky brothers leaped into the air one after another. Then, under Cheng Long's stunned gaze, their forms vanished from where they stood.
Is there some kind of invisible space here? How could this be? Look over there.
Lu Jiyue cut Cheng Long off, pointing with his paw toward midair.
Cheng Long followed Lu Jiyue's gesture but saw nothing. Your Highness, there's nothing here. Look up at the sky over there. See all those clouds?
After glancing up, Cheng Long finally realized the problem.
There isn't a single cloud above our heads. Then, Cheng Long observed an even stranger phenomenon.
He saw a flock of wild geese flying across the sky over there. But when they passed directly overhead, they vanished.
Yet moments later, the same flock reappeared directly in the sky on the opposite side.
There are actually clouds above us, but they're currently blocked by the plane overhead, which is why we can't see them.
Airplane? Cheng Long's brow furrowed into deep crevices. Lu Jiyue nodded in response to his stunned expression.
There's a stealth aircraft hovering right above us. Chapter 128, The Woof Woof Gang holds a grand meeting. Oh, right, it's the one made from that airplane model.
Lu Jiyue added.
So that's the spirit object. Cheng Long realized with a start, but then something occurred to him.
Wait, when did that spirit object gain the power to make planes invisible? That ability.
I suppose I'm the one who endowed it with that power.
Lu Jiyue paused before answering. Now, the look in Cheng Long's eyes as he gazed at Lu Jiyue grew even more complex. Not only could it grant divine power to humans, endowing them with extraordinary abilities, but it could also grant such powers to spirit objects? It was utterly mind-boggling. It's getting late.
The others must be waiting.
Let's go. Wait. King Ha, you still haven't told me exactly how to get up there.
Cheng Long scratched the back of his head, looking slightly embarrassed.
It's simple.
Once you pinpoint the plane's approximate location, just jump upward.
The aircraft will automatically generate suction to pull you inside.
Lu Jiyue finished speaking and then demonstrated it himself.
Seeing this, Cheng Long mimicked Lu Jiyue's leap.
Sure enough, a suction force pulled him upward, drawing him into the aircraft's interior.
Welcome aboard, new member. Ha, is the new member a security guard? Anyone chosen by His Majesty Ha Wang must be an extraordinary security guard.
Cheng Long suddenly felt embarrassed upon realizing he was still wearing his security guard uniform. Our Captain Chang is the head of Team B in the Special Affairs Bureau, a favorite of the director himself.
At that moment, Niu Kai stepped forward to speak up for Cheng Long. That impressive. Lord Ha's recent recruits are getting more and more formidable. He's even poached a squad leader from the Special Affairs Bureau. Feeling the warm atmosphere here, Cheng Long finally breathed a sigh of relief.
After everyone took turns introducing themselves, they gained a general understanding of each other.
Lu Jiyue then shifted the conversation to the main topic. I've gathered everyone here today for a very important matter.
At these words, everyone's attention sharpened, eyes fixed intently on Lu Jiyue.
I will be entering seclusion for the next 5 days.
During this time, Li Ku and Li Wana will temporarily manage the guild affairs, while Si Chang and Su Yan will oversee matters at Chong Ha Company.
The Ha King is going into seclusion? Doesn't that mean His Majesty will be even stronger when he emerges? He's already this powerful now. After seclusion, I can't even imagine how strong he'll be. The moment Lu Jiyue uttered the word retreat, the members of the Woof Woof gang erupted with excitement. How could they not be excited?
If their Lord Ha grew stronger, his divine power would increase too, and the divine power he bestowed upon them would grow stronger as well.
This was undeniably an incredibly thrilling prospect. Your Highness, rest assured.
While you're in seclusion, I'll work with the Holy Maiden to manage the guild's affairs. Seeing Li Ke step forward to pledge his commitment, Si Chang and Su Yan immediately promised to handle the company's affairs diligently.
Lu Jiyue nodded. I have full confidence in your capabilities, but... Lu Jiyue's expression turned serious.
What may unfold during these 5 days of my seclusion remains entirely unpredictable. So I hope you'll keep a low profile as much as possible, avoid stirring up trouble on your own, and even put the spirit beast hunting on hold for now. If you accidentally stir up some major trouble and I'm not around, it could get messy.
Lu Jiyue's words left everyone deep in thought.
At that moment, Cheng Long, who had remained largely silent, finally spoke up.
His Excellency Hao Wang is correct. I visited the Jinghai headquarters and learned that the pace of the world's spiritual energy revival is accelerating. Not only are spirit beasts appearing more frequently, but the ones emerging are also growing increasingly formidable. Spirit beasts reaching B rank or higher can now transform into the forms of ancient creatures. Not only that, but it's said that ancient spirit beasts, which had been dormant due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, are now awakening one after another. Chang Long's words instantly sent the room into an uproar. Ancient creatures. And primordial spirit beasts. Good heavens. Just imagining it is utterly staggering. If this spiritual energy keeps recovering, won't humanity's survival be in grave danger? That's why the great Lord Ha, the natural enemy of spirit beasts, has appeared. I believe Lord Ha's seclusion must be related to these increasingly powerful spirit beasts. Li Ke's words instantly drew everyone's gaze toward him, including Lu Zhiyue. Lu Zhiyue knew Li Ke was probably spinning another wild theory. Lord Ha retreated to strengthen his divine power for better protection of humanity. After his transformation, he'll be even more formidable against spirit beasts. We absolutely must prove ourselves during His Majesty the King of Ha's seclusion, so he can rest assured. As soon as Li Ke spoke, the eyes of every member of the Wolf gang hardened with resolve. Lu Zhiyue felt both amused and exasperated inside, but he dared not show it on his face. Ah well, he decided to keep quiet. When it came to brainwashing, Li Ke was far more skilled than he was. Though his motives weren't quite as noble as Li Ke made them sound, they were essentially the same. He chose to evolve and strengthen himself primarily to better handle the formidable spirit beasts that would appear later. Yet there was another crucial reason. A figure flashed through Lu Zhiyue's mind. It was the black-robed man who had perished using forbidden techniques that day. Ever since that man's death, Lu Zhiyue dared not sleep too soundly. He feared the black-robed man's organization would come looking for him. After all, he still knew nothing about their true nature. He needed to grow stronger to be prepared. Though nothing had happened these past few days, Lu Zhiyue feared that while he was in seclusion, the black-robed man's organization might come knocking. Fearing he might endanger everyone, he deliberately gathered them together to give instructions. Xiao Shi, Meng, Xiao Qi, the three of you stay home these days. Don't go out, understand? Got it, big bro. After instructing his younger siblings, Lu Zhiyue turned to Li Wan'er. Pet sitter. Saintus, I'll be counting on you to keep a close eye on them these days. No problem. Having given all the necessary instructions, Lu Zhiyue finally turned his attention to another matter. Cheng Long, come with me. Lu Zhiyue took Cheng Long aside to a secluded spot. Your Highness, what are your orders? Lu Zhiyao took out the storage jade from the spatial pocket. This is for you. Cheng Long took the jade storage device, somewhat puzzled. When Lu Zhiyue saw the look of surprise on Cheng Long's face, his guess was immediately confirmed. It's a spiritual artifact with storage capabilities. Lu Zhiyue offered Cheng Long a brief explanation. A spiritual artifact? No wonder. Cheng Long's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. But Lu Zhiyue's next words left him startled and uncertain. Now, try placing me inside this storage jade. Chapter 129, Seclusion within the Jade Vessel. King Ha, are you serious? Do as I say, and you'll understand soon enough. Upon hearing Lu Zhiyao's words, Cheng Long began to focus his mind. With a single thought, he actually succeeded. Lu Zhiyue also successfully entered the jade storage space. A surge of delight filled his heart as he murmured to himself. I never thought it would actually work. Then I can choose the storage jade as my seclusion spot. But how do I get out? Will I have to rely on Cheng Long again? As Lu Zhiyao pondered this, he began to survey the jade storage space. Suddenly, he noticed a bright spot above his head. Lu Zhiyue stared at the light for a moment before activating his bloodthirsty leap, executing a double jump. He lunged toward the light. The next second, Lu Zhiyue felt a flash before his eyes. Then, Cheng Long appeared right before him. More accurately, Cheng Long had emerged from the jade storage space and returned to the real world. He can actually come out on his own? Lu Zhiyue furrowed his brow. Wait, then why didn't the cockroach inside come out earlier? King Ha, what are you talking about? Lu Zhiyue's mutterings left Cheng Long beside him utterly baffled. Seeing Cheng Long, Lu Zhiyue immediately thought of something. Cheng Long, summon your spirit beast. Though unsure of the purpose, Cheng Long complied. Soon, Cheng Long's spirit beast materialized before them. A spirit beast resembling a galloping steed, yet without a physical form. Try again. See if you can place your spirit beast into that storage jade. Cheng Long followed Lu Zhiyao's instructions once more. After about 2 seconds, his spirit beast vanished before his eyes. Ha Wang, I can see in my mind that my spirit beast is already inside this spirit object space. Use the connection between you and your spirit beast to command it to emerge from within. Cheng Long nodded. After a long while, with Cheng Long's spirit beast still not emerging, just as Lu Zhiyao was about to let Cheng Long take control himself, the spirit beast finally appeared. Ha Wang, my spirit companion said it felt something obstructing its exit. It took considerable effort to break through the barrier. Alright, I understand. You may put your spirit back now. After this experiment, Lu Zhiyo had a rough idea of what was going on. This spirit jade must be a spirit object of considerable rank. Living beings whose power didn't surpass its grade couldn't emerge on their own.
This likely explained why his spirit emerged effortlessly, while Chang Long's spirit had struggled to break free. Having figured this out, Lu Zhiyue immediately explained it to Cheng Long. When Chang Long learned that Lu Zhiyue had been secluded within this spirit object called the storage jade and now intended to entrust its safekeeping to him, he felt a surge of apprehension. Your Highness, I'm still new here. Entrusting such a crucial matter to me might be. Rest assured, I've given this matter careful consideration before entrusting it to you. And your responsibility is simple: just keep the Chuyu close to your body at all times while I'm in seclusion within it. Realizing how much King Ha trusted him, Chang Long put aside his hesitation and nodded in agreement. Alright. I promise to fulfill the task you've entrusted to me, King Ha. Only now did Chang Long finally understand why the King of Ha had asked him if he could take 5 days off earlier. After imparting all necessary instructions, Lu Zhiyo entered the storage jade. Though he still didn't know the maximum duration the storage jade could preserve living things, the cockroaches had proven it could last at least 5 days. Lu Zhiyo wasted no more time and summoned the system. System, I want to evolve. Chang Long stared at the jade storage pendant in his hand. He took out a piece of rope, wrapped it tightly around the pendant several times, and then hung it around his neck. He then tucked the storage jade inside his clothes, keeping it close to his body. Shortly after Lu Zhiyo entered the storage jade, 3 peculiar outsiders arrived in Yangjiang City. The trio deliberately sought out deserted, remote locations. Even their entry into Yangjiang City had been via rural mountain paths. Their heights varied, some tall, some short, some thin, some fat. The only similarity among them was their attire. All 3 wore black robes and identical masks. Shorty, are you sure Black Wolf was buried right here? The tall, lanky one asked the short fellow beside him, who barely reached his belly button. Damn monkey, call me Shorty one more time and see if I don't poke your flower. The short one pressed his index and middle fingers together, pointing them at the tall, skinny one's rear. This scared the lanky one into covering his butt and jogging a short distance away. You call me monkey? I'll make you crawl between my legs every day. Enough, Shadow Sting, Dark Monkey. Cut the nonsense. We've got business to attend to. At that moment, the only woman in the group spoke up, cutting off their argument. Though plump in build, her gaze swept over them with piercing sharpness. Oomph, the fat lady's right. We should get moving. The short-statured Shadow Sting ceased his argument. Try calling me Fatso one more time. The woman in the black cloak, the one called Fatso, clenched her fists and said coldly. Fatso sounds perfectly fine. You want us to call you Flower Bear instead? That name's even worse than Fatso. Flower Bear, pushed beyond endurance, thrust a powerful hand from beneath her cloak and slapped at Shadow Sting. Shadow Thistle, far from panicking, didn't even dodge. He took the blow squarely. The moment Flower Bear's palm touched the Shadow Thorn's body, black thorns erupted from its form. Hua Xiong's palm slammed down onto those black spines. Even Dark Monkey, watching nearby, frowned inwardly. How excruciatingly painful it must be to be pierced by so many spikes. But Hua Xiong remained utterly unfazed. The black spines shattered upon contact with her palm. This showed just how thick her palm skin was. Shadowthorn's defense was practically ignored by Flower Pig, and that palm strike landed squarely on his body. Shadowthorns was knocked flat on his backside, instantly quelling his defiance. Sis Hua, it's getting dark. We should hurry on our way. Seeing Shadowthorns' frustrated expression, Dark Monkey couldn't help but laugh. That Shadowthorns guy always acted all cocky with his spines, shooting his mouth off every day. Well, now he's finally gotten his comeuppance. Thankfully, Dark Monkey knew one thing: never mess with women. Women and other female creatures could be terrifying sometimes. Black Wolf was willing to sacrifice his life to unleash this pursuit technique. Clearly, the target is no ordinary figure, shrouded in unfathomable secrets. It might even pose a grave threat to our entire organization. That's why he resorted to such extreme measures. The organization sent us here specifically to eliminate the target and uncover the truth. If you refuse to cooperate, I'll report back to headquarters with the full truth. Whatever punishment you receive afterward, don't blame me. Sister Hua, I was wrong. I'll locate the target immediately. Hearing this, Shadowthorn and Dark Monkey immediately grew serious and eager. Shadowblade closed his eyes, re-engaging his senses to track the target. Chapter 130, Target Vanished? How could this be? Shadow Sting suddenly opened his eyes, his expression filled with disbelief. What's wrong? Hua Xiong and Dark Monkey turned to Shadow Sting, their expressions filled with confusion. The target's aura I could sense just moments ago has vanished. Impossible. The markings from forbidden techniques don't vanish even if the target dies. Did you misread it? Both Flower Bear and Dark Monkey believed Shadow Sting had misread the situation. If you don't believe me, try sensing it yourselves. Hua Xiong and Dark Monkey both began to sense it as well. The result confirmed Shadowthorn's claim. Believe me now?
My sensitivity to forbidden technique marks is just stronger than yours, yet you still doubted me. Sis Hua, what should we do now? Dark Monkey turned to look at Flower Bear. Hua Xiong frowned and thought.
That person must have used some method to temporarily conceal or mask the markings. But that's a forbidden technique that costs one's life.
Even if it's hidden or masked, it's only temporary. Given enough time, the cracks will show.
Hua Xiong gazed into the distance, his eyes darkening. We'll stay put in Yangjiang City for now and wait for that fox to show its true colors.
Yangjiang City Special Affairs Bureau Branch 007, Director's Office. Knock knock knock. The knocking sound made Su Yuancheng lift his head from the documents. Come in. Su Yuancheng's assistant approached him holding a report. Director, I've got the test results you requested. Hand them over. Su Yuancheng immediately took the report and began reviewing it.
His brow furrowed as he read.
How could this be? The results showed that the meat fragments contain genes similar to humans but more akin to beasts.
Furthermore, instrument analysis revealed significant lingering spiritual energy on these meat fragments.
The presence of spiritual energy meant these chunks belonged to a spirit beast. But what about this genetic testing? Spirit beasts either parasitize animals or humans. This one is both human and beast. Could it be? Su Yuancheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He could only think of one possibility. He looked down at his own hands. The skin on his hands had transformed into snake-like scales. After injecting animal marrow fluid, he had altered his human genes, causing animalistic traits to manifest in his body. If he were to undergo testing, it might even reveal genes that were part human, part beast. Therefore, Su Yuancheng speculated that it was highly likely some underground organizations were secretly conducting similar transformation experiments. This realization sent a chill down his spine. If this were true, the emergence of psychic-like individuals within private organizations would become extremely problematic. With that thought, Su Yuancheng immediately sat down at his computer and began drafting an email. He had to report this matter to headquarters immediately, urging them to investigate it without delay. If his suspicions were confirmed, such developments must be nipped in the bud. Director. His assistant's voice snapped Su Yuancheng back to the realization that another person was present in his office. What is it? The number of spirit beasts appearing recently has been increasing. We're running short on personnel available for field operations. All squad leaders are requesting additional manpower. What about those psychics? The psychics are all out dealing with D rank and above spirit beasts, but there are still plenty of D rank and below ones. Most of them are already affecting human life and need to be dealt with quickly. Even the deputy director has taken an external assignment. Su Yuancheng rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. Then recall everyone on leave. Once the psychics finish dealing with the higher level spirit beasts, the remaining ones will be a piece of cake for them. We can approve their leave afterward. Yes, sir. After leaving the director's office, the assistant began contacting the personnel on leave one by one. The first call went to Team B Captain Chang Long. Receiving the urgent recall call, Chang Long reluctantly returned to the bureau once more. Upon his return, he was immediately assigned a mission. Before heading out on the mission, Chang Long reached under his shirt and touched the jade pendant hanging around his neck. As long as he kept the jade pendant on his person, the mission should be fine. Captain, the team is ready. Hearing his team's urging, Chang Long shook off his thoughts and followed them out. Chang Long led his team swiftly to their destination, a region on the outskirts of Yangjiang City frequently plagued by spirit beast incursions. As spirit beast activity intensified, this area had become a no-go zone in the minds of citizens, severely disrupting daily life. Xiao Lu, scout the perimeter for any remaining people and evacuate them immediately if you find any. Xiao Yan, use the equipment to measure the spirit beasts' levels immediately. Everyone else, summon your spirit beasts and prepare for combat at any moment. Chang Long swiftly assigned tasks, and the team members sprang into action, each fulfilling their roles. Sister Hua. I'm sensing intense spiritual energy fluctuations 5 kilometers away. Shadowthorn, tasked with scanning for the target every hour, suddenly shouted excitedly. Hua Xiong and Dark Monkey, standing nearby, assumed he had detected the target. Overreacting. With spiritual energy awakening worldwide, detecting fluctuations is perfectly normal, isn't it? Dark Monkey shot Shadow Sting a disapproving look. You clueless monkey. What I'm sensing is an intense spiritual energy fluctuation. Maybe a powerful spirit beast has appeared. Then we could make it serve us, couldn't we? Flower Bear quickly stepped in to break up their argument. Since it's not far away, let's go check it out. Hua Xiong, Ying Ci, and Enho swiftly moved toward the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations. As they drew nearer, they began to hear some commotion. Sounds like human voices. Soon, the trio arrived at the location. It's the Special Affairs Bureau. The trio instantly recognized their adversaries. Dark Monkey immediately confronted Shadow Sting with accusations. You damn dwarf, what the hell did you sense? What intense spiritual energy fluctuations? This is just the Special Affairs Bureau clearing out spirit beasts. Those spirit beasts are just animal-like creatures. They don't even look like D rank. Where would any intense spiritual energy fluctuations come from? At that moment, Flower Bear's expression also darkened slightly. Let's go. We don't want the Special Affairs Bureau to spot us. Flower Bear and Dark Monkey turned to leave, but Shadow Thistle remained rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed intently on a single direction. Then, his words made both of them turn back instantly. Wait. I sense the target. Chapter 131, Life Hanging by a Thread. The three stared intently at the same spot for a long moment before Dark Monkey finally spoke up. Are you certain the target is from the Special Affairs Bureau? Shadow Sting nodded, his expression unwavering. Though the signal is faint, I've definitely sensed it. It's definitely that person. Hearing Shadowblade's words, Dark Monkey sensed something was off. That man seems to be a captain. He's the strongest one there. But given Black Wolf's power, it doesn't make sense for him to risk his life casting a forbidden technique for that guy, does it? Huaxiong found Dark Monkey's words reasonable. Shadowthorn, though your senses are the keenest, they can still falter. Try sensing again. Hearing the two doubt him again, Shadow Sting was having none of it. You doubt me once, twice, what's the point of having me sense anything at all? Shadowthorn turned his gaze back to the man he'd sensed as the target. Is he the target or not? Just drag him over and interrogate him properly, then we'll know for sure. With that, Shadowthorn charged toward the man. Shadow Sting, don't be impulsive. Huaxiong tried to stop him, but it was too late. Sis Hua, what should we do now? At this point, we'll do as he says. Let's go together. Huaxiong and Dark Monkey followed suit, charging forward. After disposing of the last spirit beast, Changlong suddenly sensed an inexplicable sense of danger. His body's instincts made him leap aside. The next second, hundreds of black spikes erupted from the ground where he had just stood, sinking deep into the earth. The sight sent a cold sweat running down Changlong's back. Had he not dodged, he would likely have been pierced to pieces. Changlong stared intently. To his astonishment, wisps of black spiritual energies swirled around the spikes. This ability to perceive spiritual energy had come to him after becoming one of the King of Har's men. Full alert! A more powerful spirit beast has appeared. No sooner had Changlong spoken than three shadowy figures darted out of the darkness like ghosts. Moonlight barely pierced the thin clouds, revealing the figures' attire. Three mysterious figures clad in black robes and masks. None other than Shadowblade, Dark Monkey, and Flower Bear. Faced with the sudden intruders, Changlong's expression froze in shock. Unlike the spirit beasts, these three did not radiate a thick aura of spiritual energy. Yet their attacks carried black spiritual energy, and their bizarre attire clearly marked them as more than mere spirit beasts. Who are you? Unable to fathom their identities, Changlong addressed them directly. Yet the trio paid no heed to his inquiry. The sensation has intensified, it's him. The moment Shadowthorn spoke, the trio launched their assault at Changlong. Shadow Sting swept his arm, sending several sharp spikes hurtling toward Changlong's position. Dark Monkey condensed several black orbs from dark spiritual energy in his hands and hurled them toward Changlong's position. Both attacks were blindingly fast, closing in on Changlong in an instant. Unable to dodge in time, Changlong immediately summoned his spirit beast to resist the attacks. His spirit beast opened its mouth, spewing spiritual energy in an attempt to block the two assaults. But the attacks were overwhelmingly powerful, piercing through the defense and striking the spirit beast directly. The spirit guardian suffered severe injuries, left barely clinging to life. The impact caused Changlong to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he immediately recalled his spirit beast. Changlong was utterly shocked. He never imagined that two seemingly simple attacks could defeat his spirit beast. Quick, support the captain. Seeing this, the other team members snapped into action, rushing to Changlong's aid. Changlong immediately shouted, "Don't come! They're targeting me. Get out of here now." Despite Changlong's desperate pleas, the team members refused to abandon their captain and retreat alone. Changlong, seeing this, immediately shouted sternly, "This is an order." Under Changlong's unquestionable command, the team members reluctantly chose to obey. Watching his team withdraw in orderly fashion, Changlong breathed a sigh of relief. But the three men over there weren't about to let anyone slip away. Don't let them get away. If reinforcements show up, it'll be trouble. As soon as Hua Zhu spoke, Dark Monkey's figure shot forward. He intercepted the frontmost member in an instant. "You fools! Your captain told you to leave, but we never gave permission." The team members summoned their spirit beasts in unison, attempting to drive Dark Monkey back. The Dark Monkey, however, calmly condensed several black spheres from his palms and hurled them toward the group. The spheres detonated violently, tearing through the surrounding air and unleashing waves of black shockwaves. The spirit guardians were all knocked back by the blast, some even losing their ability to fight. The spirit tamers themselves were knocked flat to the ground, wailing in agony. Oomph! Spirit tamers of the Special Affairs Bureau, nothing special after all. Two spirit masters struggled to their feet only to be knocked down again by another black sphere. Their recent struggle against the spirit beasts had already drained most of these spirit masters' strength. In the eyes of these black-robed figures, they were like fish on a cutting board, utterly powerless to fight back. If you kill us, the Special Affairs Bureau won't let you off the hook. As the tall cloaked figure prepared to strike again, one of the spirit masters spoke up. But his words only drew a mocking laugh. Oh, how terrifying. Dark Monkey roared with laughter, then conjured several black orbs in his hands. That's exactly why I have to kill you, dead men tell no tales. As the black spheres hurtled toward them, the spirit masters on the ground closed their eyes in despair. Stop! Chung Long, witnessing this, bellowed before unleashing his bloodthirsty leap. The Shadow Stalker and Flower Bear guarding him lunged to stop him, but to their shock, he defied gravity midair, leaping twice. He leapt directly over their heads, charging straight toward the Dark Monkey. Activating his special skill, Chung Long tackled the Dark Monkey to the ground. This caused the black orb he had been about to throw to dissipate as he fell. Dark Monkey's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined this guy could actually tackle him down. Taking advantage of the moment he was down, Chung Long immediately swung his fist, smashing it hard into him. This is interesting. The Dark Monkey sneered coldly as black spiritual energy surged around him, forming a protective barrier that deflected all of Chung Long's punches. Seeing this, Chung Long's heart sank. His attacks hadn't even scratched him. Dark Monkey leapt upward. Having been pinned beneath him moments before, he instantly turned the tables, clamping his hands tightly around Chung Long's throat. Speak! What trick did you use to make the Black Dragon resort to forbidden techniques? Chung Long's face flushed crimson as he struggled to utter a few words through the pain. I don't know what you're talking about. Playing dumb, are we? At that moment, Shadowthorn swiftly approached Chung Long. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of black spikes instantly pierced Chung Long's chest. Gah! Chung Long sucked in a sharp breath of pain. The stabbing agony in his chest nearly knocked him unconscious, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, forming a stark contrast against the black spikes embedded in his chest, a sight that was particularly harrowing. If you want to suffer less, spill the truth now. Chung Long stared at the two men in black robes before him. 3 words still escaped his lips. I don't know. Very well. Shadowthorns flashed a cold smile, then reached out and slammed his hand hard against the black thorn embedded in Chung Long's chest. The black thorn, already embedded in flesh, sank deeper into his body. Agonizing pain surged like a tidal wave, and Chung Long felt darkness envelop his vision, nearly causing him to faint. But it wasn't over. Dozens more black spikes appeared on the Shadow's hand. If you don't talk now, these black spikes will pierce your eyeballs. Chung Long's eyes rolled back uncontrollably from the excruciating pain. To the Shadow Thorns, this was nothing short of blatant provocation. Let's see how long you can keep talking tough. The Shadow Thorn spoke, raising its hand to thrust the black spikes toward Chung Long's eyeballs. Chapter 132, The Stalemate. As the black thorn plunged toward his eye, Chung Long's gaze hardened with resignation. He figured today would be the day he met his end. But he had failed the mission entrusted to him by the King of Ha. Just as the situation reached its most critical moment, a low, sonic voice echoed. Then, a dense blue halo suddenly appeared before Chung Long. This halo deflected every black thorn that had been about to pierce Chung Long's eyes. Who's there? The 3 black-clad figures immediately scanned their surroundings. 3 men and 1 woman appeared before them. It's a psychic. We're saved. The spirit masters lying on the ground recognized the newcomers at once. It was indeed a group of psychics from the Special Affairs Bureau. Nyokai, Jiang Tao, Suzong, and Mei Li. It was Jiang Tao who had just shielded Chung Long from the Black Thorn's attack. Upon seeing them, Hua Xiong frowned and immediately moved closer to the Shadow Thorns and Dark Monkeys. Let him go. Nyokai roared in fury upon seeing Chung Long, who had been tortured beyond recognition by the black-robed figure. Shadow Thief let out a cold snort through his nose. Then we'll see if you have what it takes. As the words left his mouth, a dense swarm of black thorns surged toward the psychics. Facing the onslaught, Nyokai not only refused to dodge but charged straight into the barrage. The spikes struck his body like hitting stone, their tips bending before falling away. The remaining spikes targeted Suzong, who executed several quick jumps to evade them effortlessly. The spikes continued their assault toward Jiang Tao, and Mei Li. Jiang Tao, as always, formed an invisible shield of sound waves, positioning it between himself and Mei Li. Every single black thorn fell to the ground. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of black thorns failed to even scratch their skin. This left the Shadow Thorns trio considerably astonished. A hint of caution flickered in their eyes as they regarded the group. Just as Shadowthorn prepared to launch another attack, Flower Bear intervened. Don't waste time here. Retreat. Hua Xiong whispered to Shadow Thorns before giving Dark Monkey a meaningful glance. Dark Monkey immediately understood, grabbing Chung Long in his grasp and preparing to leave. But at that very moment, a figure plunged from the sky toward Dark Monkey at breakneck speed. It snatched the second one right out of Dark Monkey's grasp. It's the deputy director. The spirit tamers on the ground grew excited upon seeing the man with eagle wings growing from his back. Ji Jiangming flapped his wings and looked at the man in his arms. Chung Long, are you okay? Chung Long was covered in blood and looked utterly exhausted. Deputy Director. Changlong glanced at Ji Zhangming, his voice strained as if he'd summoned every ounce of strength to utter the word. Don't speak. I'll have Mei Li treat you. Ji Zhangming spoke, then immediately flapped his wings and flew over to Mei Li. Before he could say anything else, Mei Li understood immediately and began using her abilities to heal Ji Zhangming. Behind her, her wings began to tremble gently. Streams of green light surged from her wings, seeping into Changlong's body like trickling streams. As this healing force infused him, the pallor draining Changlong's face gradually gave way to a faint flush of color, and his breathing steadied. At that moment, the dark monkey, finally reacting, cursed under his breath. Damn it! There's another one in the sky. Damn monkey, can't you even keep an eye on one person? Shadow Sting pointed at him and shouted. Enough bickering. It's too late for that now. Hurry up and retrieve the target. Originally, Hua Xiong had been skeptical that Black Wolf's forbidden technique was targeting someone named Chonglong. It wasn't until these reinforcements arrived and demonstrated their abilities that she finally believed it. Perhaps at that moment, Black Wolf had been caught in a pincer attack by these individuals, facing enemies on all sides, forcing him to resort to forbidden techniques. Anyway, their organization would eventually wipe out this Special Affairs Bureau. Might as well take out a few more powerful opponents now. Especially that woman who could heal her allies. Having someone like that around was practically a game-breaking glitch. With that thought, Flower Bear gave the order. Charge! Kill them all, leave not a single one alive. Shadow Sting and Dark Monkey responded swiftly, launching their assault on the psychics. Jiang Tao, you're responsible for protecting the wounded. Leave the fighting to us. Niu Kai, Su Zong, show us what you've got. As Ji Zhangming's words fell, Niu Kai and Su Zong charged forward to meet the enemy. Niu Kai charged toward Shadow Sting like an iron tower, striding forward with powerful, purposeful steps. His fists clenched tightly, muscles bulging. Facing the black spikes unleashed by the shadow thorns, Niu Kai met them head-on with his bare body. The black spikes couldn't pierce his skin, but each of Niu Kai's punches carried astonishing force, forcing the shadow assassin to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Su Zong darted across the battlefield like a ghostly apparition, appearing suddenly at the dark monkey's left flank one moment, then flashing to its right the next, causing the dark monkey's attacks to repeatedly miss their mark. Seizing his moment, Su Zong launched a fierce leg strike aimed squarely at the dark monkey's vital points, only to be narrowly evaded. The clash between the two men unfolded at a dizzying pace. Ji Zhangming faced off against Hua Xiong, sometimes diving in for attacks, sometimes soaring high to evade, posing a significant threat to Hua Xiong. A spirit sword materialized in his hand, each swing accompanied by a piercing sword chi that forced Hua Xiong to remain fully focused. While the battle raged fiercely on this front, Mei Li remained oblivious to the chaos outside, fully focused on healing the injured spirit tamers. Her wings fluttered gently, radiating an intensified green glow as healing energy flowed steadily into each body. The wounded gradually regained consciousness. Though still frail, they could now barely support themselves. The battle raged on for some time, both sides locked in a stalemate. Just then, Flower Bear suddenly roared, shouting to his two companions. Play our trump cards now. Chapter 133, Ancient Creatures Take Form. As soon as Hua Xiong finished speaking, Shadow Thorns and Dark Monkey swiftly withdrew from the fight. The trio converged seamlessly at a single spot, standing back to back. Then, they all took a deep breath simultaneously. The dark spiritual energy around them suddenly thickened, as if it were devouring the very air around them. A miniature black vortex swirled overhead. Simultaneously, they bit through their palms and offered their blood to the vortex above. Then, in unison, they uttered a low command, "Evil Spirit, manifest." The miniature vortex seemed infused with some energy, beginning to spin violently and expand. From within the vortex, an ancient and powerful aura erupted. Witnessing this, Ji Zhangming was immediately overcome by a sense of foreboding. He shouted urgently, "Quick, stop them!" Just as several psychics charged toward the three cloaked figures. Suddenly, a fissure split open at the center of the black hole. The psychics froze in their tracks. Then, before their astonished eyes, a massive, twisted form slowly emerged from the black hole. This form was not entirely solid, but rather condensed from dense black spiritual energy, yet it carried an indescribable sense of reality. Its form gradually sharpened, ultimately taking the shape of a colossal serpent. Its length was impossible to gauge. Black scales shimmered with an eerie glow under the sunlight. Its thick, powerful body coiled midair like a black river, commanding awe and dread. Hiss! The serpent opened its massive jaws, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and let out a deafening roar. What is that thing? Every member of the Special Affairs Bureau present was stunned. They had never witnessed such a shocking sight. Only Ji Zhangming recognized the colossal creature. This creature can manifest into physical form. The director said that once a spirit beast reaches B rank, it no longer needs to parasitize any living host, it can assume the form of an ancient creature. So this is a B rank or higher malevolent spirit. The realization sent shockwaves through Ji Zhangming's mind. He had thought this was still a distant possibility, but never imagined. That's a B rank or higher evil spirit. It's taken the form of an ancient creature. Everyone, be extremely cautious. Ji Zhangming's words instantly stunned everyone except the three cloaked figures. So that terrifying beast is an ancient creature. An ancient creature has appeared. How can we humans possibly defeat it? A single flick of that ancient serpent's tail could snap our spines clean in two. The spirit tamers, who had battled countless spirit beasts, now found their resolve shattered by the mere appearance of this ancient serpent. Everyone except the spirit energy users evacuate immediately. Ji Zhangming knew full well that spirit beasts of this caliber were beyond the capabilities of spirit tamers to handle. Spirit energy users, follow me. As Ji Zhangming's command echoed, Nyokai and the others responded swiftly. The ancient serpent's blood-red eyes flashed with savagery as it charged toward them. Its massive body twisted only a few times, instantly closing the distance of several dozen meters. Nyokai swung his massive fist, smashing it down toward the ancient serpent's body. The impact sent sparks flying. The serpent's scales proved as hard as steel. Refusing to believe it, Nyokai unleashed a flurry of punches. Yet they failed to make even the slightest dent in the ancient serpent. But in that moment, the ancient serpent, taking advantage of Nyokai's attack, had already coiled its body around him. Nyokai, watch out! With a warning cry, the ancient python's coils suddenly tightened. Nyokai was instantly wrapped up in its coils. The next second, Nyokai felt immense pressure, as if it were about to crush him completely. Realizing the danger, Ji Zhangming immediately led the remaining men in a coordinated assault on the ancient serpent. Ji Zhangming relentlessly attacked the giant serpent from above. But unexpectedly, even the serpent's head, which appeared to be its most vulnerable point, proved to be incredibly hard. His spirit energy sword struck dozens of times, leaving not even a trace behind. Suzong rushed over to Nyokai at lightning speed, leaping onto the ancient serpent's back in an attempt to free him. Yet the harder he tugged, the tighter the ancient serpent's coils constricted, causing Nyokai's face to flush crimson. Zhang Tao also tried attacking the ancient serpent with his sonic waves, but it had no effect whatsoever. The ancient serpent coiled around Nyokai opened its maw, spewing clouds of black mist toward the group attempting to rescue their comrade. Ji Zhangming leapt into the air to evade it, while Zhang Tao blocked the mist with his sonic shield. Only Suzong, who was closest, couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed by the black mist. His lips instantly turned pitch black at a visible pace. Then his entire body began to go limp. That black mist is poisonous. Ji Zhangming shouted upon realizing this. Suzong, now weakened, was seized by the ancient python. Seeing this, Hua Xiong and his two companions all wore smug smiles. Those fools still think they can struggle in vain? Ha! Just wait to become nourishment for the ghost dragon. Just as the twisted grins on their faces grew more maniacal, they suddenly felt something fall onto their bodies. Ha! Rain? They reached up to touch it, only to find it wasn't rainwater, but some kind of yellow powder. Powder, falling from the sky? Hua Xiong sensed something was off and brought his hand to his nose. Instantly, a pungent odor hit him. A peculiar stench. This smell, it's realgar. As Hua Xiong realized this, his heart skipped a beat. Then he heard his companions' shouts. Look at the shadow dragon. They saw the ghost dragon covered in powdered realgar, and the source of that powder was mid-air. Yet there was nothing in the air. After inhaling some of the powder, the shadow dragon immediately felt unwell and began sneezing repeatedly. This caused the body it was coiled around to loosen considerably. Nyokai, nearly suffocated by the pressure, felt the sudden slackening around him. After gasping for several deep breaths, he mustered every ounce of strength to break free from the python's coils and escape. He also pulled Suzong, who was similarly entangled, out with all his might. As the powder in midair finished settling, several figures suddenly materialized nearby. The group looked closely and saw that all the figures had concealed their bodies beneath large cloaks, their faces hidden beneath masks beneath the cloaks. Only their determined gazes were visible. What is this? Ji Zhangming, hovering in midair, felt his heart race upon seeing nearly 10 figures materialize suddenly. Seeing them cloaked as thoroughly as the 3 black-robed figures, he instinctively assumed they were reinforcements for the black-robed men. But when he saw them swiftly surround the ancient serpent, spraying it with bottles of mist, he realized these people seemed to be here to help him. Chapter 134, The Sixth Brother's Tactics. Who are those people? Hua Xiong asked in confusion upon noticing the new figures. No idea. I didn't even see how they appeared, it was like they materialized out of thin air. Dark Monkey shook his head in response. What are those people doing to the ghost dragon? As soon as Shadowthorn finished speaking, the 3 of them turned their gaze back to that direction. The cloaked figures surrounding the ancient serpent had finished spraying their devices and now launched a barrage of attacks against it. Brothers, while the snake repellent spray confuses the enemy, let's all charge together. The voice belonged to Li Ku of the Woof Woof gang. The powder scattered mid-air earlier was also the snake repellent powder prepared by the Wang Wang gang. They had scattered it from a stealth aircraft, which is why the others couldn't see it. As Li Ku's words fell, a barrage of weapons surged toward the ancient serpent. Flying knives, sharp arrows, bullets, and other ranged weapons swarmed toward the ancient serpent. However, these attacks still failed to pierce the ancient serpent's hard scales. Instead, they only produced a shower of sparks. Chief Steward, it doesn't seem to be working? Strike the snake at its weakest point. One group, target its vulnerable spot with me. The other group, attack its head, especially the eyes and mouth. Li Ku immediately issued another command. But before they could execute the plan, the ancient serpent had regained its senses. Its massive tail swept toward them with overwhelming force. Just as the members of the Woof Woof gang were about to be swept away, steel cables suddenly shot out from their right arms. The cable's tip instantly pierced the surrounding tree trunks and rocks. Pulling sharply with their right hands, their bodies shot backward. They successfully evaded the ancient serpent's tail. The massive tail struck 3 or 4 large trees standing side by side, snapping them clean in half at the waist. Such immense explosive force if it had struck a person. Not bad. Ji Ming's invention is actually pretty useful. Li Ku, having successfully evaded the attack, glanced at the equipment in his hands and praised his gang member. Seeing its attack miss, the ancient serpent twisted its body in fury, preparing to strike the members of the Woof Woof gang once more. Everyone spread out. This beast is far too powerful, its attacks are ferocious, and its defenses are formidable. We're no match for it. Go Lin, highly experienced in combat, spoke up. I think we should wear it down first, then try to find its weak spot. Li Ku nodded and immediately addressed the other members. Follow Green's lead. Go Lin immediately chimed in. I have ranged skills. I can focus on wearing it down. Si Chang, please activate your skill to boost everyone's power. Everyone else, focus on using your weapons against this giant python. Under Green's command, the Woof Woof gang members immediately spread out, each finding their optimal position. Si Chung instantly activated Battle Roar, unleashing a furious cry. The gang members instantly felt their strength surge, a new power surging through their bodies. Go Lin immediately unleashed his Fierce Claw Slash, charging toward the ancient serpent. Others wielded various weapons. Some even hurled hand grenades at the serpent. Ji Zhangming and the others nearby were utterly dumbfounded. Ji Zhangming, in particular, felt a complex mix of emotions. He didn't know the origins of these cloaked figures, but they were likely another civilian organization. Yet the coordination and combat tactics of this civilian group surpassed even those of their official organization. Moreover, they employed their weapons with remarkable skill and purpose. After gaining their abilities, they had actually neglected this very aspect. Only now did Ji Zhangming realize just how utterly failed he was as deputy director. They were even less effective than a small, private group of 10 people. Chen Long, who had been resting behind Mei Li to regain his composure, watched the scene unfold with immense satisfaction. This day had brought him 2 dramatic swings of fortune. First, he thought he was going to die at the hands of the black-robed man. Then, unexpectedly, the psychics arrived to rescue him. Then the black-robed man summoned such a formidable spirit beast. Just as he was sweating bullets for the psychics, the members of his great Woof Woof gang showed up in the nick of time. And their combat prowess far exceeded his wildest expectations. It even made his blood boil with excitement. After all, the members of the Woof Woof gang had been ordinary people until this very moment. Chen Long felt more and more certain that joining the Wolf gang was the absolute best decision ever. Niu Kai and Jiang Tao, fellow members of the Woof Woof gang, shared Chen Long's sentiment at that moment. Deputy Director, we should go help them. Ji Zhangming snapped out of his stunned reverie upon hearing Niu Kai's words. Although they were also a civilian organization, and he didn't know their specific objectives. But at this moment, they all shared a common enemy. That was enough. Let's go help them. Mei Li, heal Su Zong immediately. Yes, Deputy Director. Mei Li immediately rushed to treat the poisoned Su Zong, while Ji Zhangming, Niu Kai, and Jiang Tao charged into the fray. The 3 beside them, Hua Xiong and the others, couldn't stay calm either. We're going to help you Long too. As more fighters joined the fray, the battle grew increasingly chaotic. Meanwhile, the members of the Woof Woof gang stuck to their hit-and-run tactic. Each time they harassed the ancient python, they'd retreat the moment it prepared to strike. This cowardly tactic infuriated the ancient serpent to no end. Hiss! The ancient serpent let out a furious hiss, opening its jaws to spew venomous mist. Suddenly, grenades with their pins pulled flew through the air in perfect arcs, landing directly in its mouth. Haha, finally got you to open your mouth. Explosions echoed one after another, enveloping the ancient serpent's head in a thick, choking fog. When the fog cleared, everyone saw that the ancient serpent's tongue had been blown black and a small ring of scales around its mouth had fallen off. Yulong's eyes were filled with utter disbelief. It couldn't believe it had been humiliated to such an extent by a bunch of weaklings. The dragon's rage surged to its peak. After using spiritual energy to heal the wounds on its tongue, it unleashed a barrage of attacks. Dragon Tail Strike, Poison Mist Barrage, Serpentine Maneuver. It unleashed every technique at its disposal. It wanted nothing more than to slaughter those damn weaklings as swiftly as possible. However, this indiscriminate assault also caused collateral damage. The 3 flower bears who had come to help were accidentally caught in the Shadow Dragon's poison mist, their bodies instantly going limp and weak. Let's go. We'll leave the Dark Dragon to handle this itself. The trio hurriedly expelled the poison with their spiritual energy while fleeing this dreadful place. Chapter 135, The Shadow Dragon Unleashes Its Fury.
As the ancient serpent unleashed its fury, the Wolf gang stuck to their tried and true tactic. They refused to engage in group fights, instead using their skills cheaply and running away. The spirit energy user watched with an expression of astonished disbelief, thinking, is that even possible? When they witnessed this tactic surprisingly proving effective, they immediately copied it, adopting the strategy themselves. Soon they discovered that while this tactic didn't deal significant damage to the ancient serpent, it drove it absolutely mad. Most crucially, by retreating immediately after attacking, the ancient serpent couldn't find an opening to strike back. Just as the psychics marveled at the ingenuity of this tactic, they noticed the cloaked figures tweaking it again. While the Wolf gang continued to wear down the ancient serpent, they also detached some members to advance to slightly forward positions. There, they began various methods to draw its attention. Those with stealth abilities like Liku and Su Yenyo's, Night Stalking, or Diyu's, Shadow Kick, launched direct close-range ambushes on the ancient serpent. Others relentlessly pounded away from range. Si Chang, waiting for his skills to recharge, buffed the team to boost their power while also slightly weakening the ancient serpent's attacks. The Shadow Dragon possessed immense power and abilities yet found itself unable to unleash them. Faced with their ranged attacks, it yearned to retaliate with its own long-range strikes. But the moment it opened its mouth, those bastards would frantically hurl bombs into its jaws. This left it unable to even open its mouth to roar in anger. Watching the once dominant Shadow Dragon being toyed with like this, Hua Xiong and the others grew visibly anxious. Who are those cloaked figures? Why are they helping the Special Affairs Bureau? Shadow Sting's face was filled with questions. Seeing their attire, he knew they, like himself, didn't want their identities exposed. But if that was the case, why were they helping the Special Affairs Bureau? Flower Bear and Dark Monkey shared the same confusion. They could deduce these hooded figures belonged to some other organization. Yet none of them had ever heard of it. Sister Hua, if we keep stalling like this, the Spirit Dragon's energy will be nearly depleted before it can kill them. Dark Monkey's tone grew urgent. After all, the Shadow Dragon was their greatest trump card. We'll have to sacrifice our own spiritual energy to support the Shadow Dragon. Hua Xiong's eyes darkened as she proposed the solution. Then so be it. Shadowthorn and Dark Monkey responded swiftly. They knew that failing to act might lead to consequences they couldn't bear. The three immediately formed a circle, hands clasped together, and began channeling their spiritual energy. Soon, streams of black spiritual energy surged from their bodies, rushing toward the distant, enraged yet somewhat helpless ghost dragon. As the spiritual energy poured in, the dragon's once dull scales gradually regained their luster. Its eyes once more blazed with a heart-stopping crimson glow, as if a slumbering colossus had been fully awakened. Hiss! The Shadow Dragon let out a roar, its voice thick with fury. It sensed the spirit energy surging within its body, its power exploding instantly. Its massive body swung violently, flinging away the enemies attempting to interfere. Then, it opened its gaping maw as a powerful energy coalesced within its jaws, clearly preparing to unleash an even more terrifying attack. Members of the Wolf gang saw this and retreated in unison. He's about to unleash a big one. Get out of the way. Everyone scattered in all directions at top speed. A pillar of light erupted from the Shadow Dragon's maw. Moving with lightning speed, it caught up to the fleeing group in an instant. Despite their desperate attempts to evade it, the immense shockwave from the beam's impact still knocked them flat to the ground. Even Ji Zhangming, mid-air, was caught in the blast, swept down by the powerful shockwave and crashing to the ground. Seeing those who had once made him feel utterly insignificant now sprawled haphazardly on the ground, the Dark Dragon felt a surge of satisfaction. A fierce, murderous glint flashed in its eyes. Kill! 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 It would slaughter every last one of these mockers until none remained. Twisting its massive body, the Shadow Dragon swiftly closed in on the fallen figures. Then it raised its thick tail high. It intended to crush them all into mincemeat. Ah! Just as the dragon's tail was about to strike, several screams echoed from nearby. The abundant spiritual energy within the Shadow Dragon suddenly felt somewhat depleted. Sensing something amiss, it glanced in that direction. To its horror, it saw Hua Xiong and the other two, who had been sacrificing their own spiritual energy to fuel the Shadow Dragon, now lying motionless on the ground. Something seemed to be coiled around their bodies, viciously attacking them. The Dark Dragon tried to get a clearer look, but suddenly, several massive serpents formed from condensed spiritual energy whipped toward it with a deafening roar. The Dark Dragon twisted its body, dodging the serpents. Unexpectedly, the serpents twisted their bodies and pursued it relentlessly. The moment they touched its body, they exploded violently. Yo Lon's eyes filled with confusion. Where on earth did these explosive spirit serpents come from? The members of the Wolf gang were equally perplexed at that moment. Could it be King Ha? But isn't the King of Ha in seclusion? Then who could it be? Only the psychics nearby began to stir with excitement. The director! It's the director! Amidst the excited shouts, a figure appeared on the battlefield. It was none other than Su Yuancheng, director of the Special Affairs Bureau. Ji Zhangming, having regained his composure, immediately spread his wings and flew to Su Yuancheng's side. Are you all right? Facing Su Yuancheng's inquiry, Ji Zhangming nodded before eagerly explaining the situation.
Director, that's a Class B spirit beast or higher. It's taken the form of an ancient creature. We can't defeat it. Su Yuancheng nodded. Lead the others to safety. Leave this to me. Director, we can't leave you alone. That spirit beast is incredibly powerful. Su Yuancheng cut him off immediately. Do as I say. I know what I'm doing. Faced with the director's order, Ji Zhangming could only comply. He turned on his heel to assist his teammates. Su Yuancheng wasted no words, charging straight at the ancient giant serpent and engaging it in a fierce struggle. After Hua Xiong and the others disrupted the spiritual energy supply to the shadow dragon, its power diminished significantly. Facing Su Yuancheng's fierce assault, it couldn't gain the upper hand even for a moment. At that moment, the members of the Woof Woof gang also rose to their feet. Is everyone okay? The members exchanged concerned glances, relieved to find most were unharmed. Li Ku observed the battle unfolding over there and realized their assistance was no longer needed here. He immediately gathered the members of the Woof Woof gang. Begin evacuation. At Li Ku's command, the gang members swiftly moved to their designated positions, leaped into the air, and vanished from sight. Before departing, Li Ku shot a meaningful glance at Chen Long over there. Then he too departed the scene. Ji Zhangming had just finished checking on his teammates when he witnessed the cloaked figures withdrawing. The realization that every member of this organization possessed such specialized abilities as invisibility left him stunned once more. What kind of organization is this? Chapter 136, The Foresight King of Ha. Back on the plane, the members of the Woof Woof gang were still buzzing with excitement as they recalled the recent battle. Our training really paid off. That was an incredible fight. Too bad. If those robed figures hadn't infused that spirit beast with energy, we might have actually killed the giant python after draining its power. But this spirit beast was beyond even the Special Affairs Bureau's psychics. That we managed to push ourselves this far is already a tremendous leap forward. The Woof Woof gang immediately began debriefing the battle. That giant python's defenses were simply too formidable. Our attacks barely seemed to affect it. We need to upgrade our weaponry. We have to find a way to acquire more powerful equipment. Dr. Ji Ming, we also rely on you to integrate more high-tech into our weapons. This will significantly boost our combat effectiveness going forward. As everyone summarized, Li Ku promptly recorded the shortcomings of this battle. Only after the debriefing did the group truly feel the aching in their bodies. If not for Lord Ha Wang bolstering us with his divine power, our bodies would have been shattered to pieces. Ha? Wait, wasn't His Majesty the King of Ha in seclusion? How did he know Brother Chang Long would be in danger and send us to support him in time? Someone voiced their confusion. Li Ku smiled. That's because His Majesty King Ha possesses foresight. Li Ku's words only piqued everyone's curiosity further. Before entering seclusion, Lord Ha instructed me to keep a close watch on Brother Changlong's movements and provide assistance when he faced danger. But we arrived long ago. Why didn't we help Brother Changlong from the start? Gu Lin voiced his confusion. It turned out they had arrived long before the giant serpent appeared. Have you forgotten Lord Ha's instruction to maintain a low profile? Moreover, His Majesty stated that Changlong belongs to the Special Affairs Bureau. Should he face danger, the first step is to notify his two fellow bureau members present to send bureau personnel to his aid. Oh. So those psychics arrived in time to support him because you, the chief steward, notified them. Li Ku shook his head. It was all Lord Ha's foresight. He instructed me beforehand. At first, seeing the psychics could handle the Black Rogue men, Li Ku held back his own forces. But when she saw them getting overwhelmed, she immediately had Li Wanner control the aircraft to procure items for dealing with snakes, providing timely support that rescued Niu Kai and the others. This is exactly what His Highness the King of Ha instructed, to act with utmost discretion, yet strike decisively when the moment demands it. The others nodded in agreement, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Lord Ha really cares about this new recruit, doesn't he? Wrong. Li Ku immediately stepped forward to correct them. His Majesty cares deeply for every one of us. No matter who you are, as long as you're part of the Woof Woof gang, if you face danger, you'll receive support just like today. Because we are one big family. Li Ku's words, smooth as silk, resonated deeply with everyone present. Exactly. Lord Ha bestowed divine power upon each of us because he values every single one of us. Joining the Woof Woof gang is the greatest decision I've ever made in my life. Long live the Woof Woof gang. Long live Lord Ha. While the Woof Woof gang members were riding high on euphoria, Changlong, on the other side, was consumed by complex emotions. He was now following Ji Zhangming and the others back to headquarters. Today's events had left him reeling with shock and a whirlwind of thoughts. Watching the psychics ahead, Changlong no longer harbored any obsession with becoming one himself. This was because he had witnessed the astonishing combat prowess of the Wang Wang gang members. He had never imagined that the psychics he had always admired could be outmatched by the members of the Woof Woof gang. This shattered a core belief within him. Truth be told, psionics might possess greater raw power than the Woof Woof gang members. Yet the combat techniques and teamwork they displayed were something psionics simply couldn't match. What truly stunned him, however, was the ancient serpent spirit beast capable of shapeshifting. It was the first time he'd witnessed such a formidable spirit beast, making him acutely aware of the importance of strengthening his own abilities. No wonder even the formidable King Ha had to seclude himself to cultivate. "Shenlong, what did you say?" Ji Zhangming's voice reached his ears, and only then did Shenlong realize he'd accidentally spoken aloud to himself. "Oh, I was just wondering how things are going with the director." Shenlong quickly made up an excuse. But his words left Ji Zhangming completely silent. He too was anxious about the situation with the chief. After a fierce battle, both Su Yuanchang and Yu Long were nearing exhaustion. The three beside them, Hua Xiong and the others, lacked sufficient spiritual energy to sacrifice to Yu Long and could only watch helplessly. "Sis Hua, maybe we should retreat. Don't forget our mission." As Dark Monkey spoke, Hua Xiong seemed to make up her mind and nodded. Hua Xiong formed a hand seal, condensing a ball of black spiritual energy in her palm before hurling it toward the dark dragon. Upon receiving it, a flicker of reluctance flickered in the dark dragon's eyes. It spat a cloud of black venom at Su Yuanchang before immediately retreating, swiftly gliding away from the area. Hua Xiong and the others pursued at breakneck speed. Su Yuanchang watched them flee without a word, yet he did not pursue. Only after they vanished from his sight did he spit a mouthful of blood. "I never imagined a spirit beast above B rank could be this powerful," Su Yuanchang muttered to himself, wiping the blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Then he retrieved a translucent sphere from his body. Inside the sphere was the spiritual energy extracted from the spirit beast's body. He opened the sphere and immediately began absorbing the spiritual energy within. Only after fully absorbing the spiritual energy did his condition improve slightly. Yet Su Yuanchang's expression remained grave. He had believed that the successful transformation of spirit energy users would suppress the world's turmoil. Yet unexpectedly, those black-robed organizations now possess spirit beasts of B rank or higher. Moreover, news had arrived from headquarters that a major anomaly was about to occur in the world. This was the consequence of the accelerated revival of spiritual energy. By then, even if the evil organizations didn't resort to methods to accelerate spirit beasts' growth, the post-mutation world would still see an increasing number of formidable spirit beasts. Su Yuanchang sighed helplessly. The trials the world had set for them were nothing short of brutal. Who knows? Perhaps one day in the future, humanity might even face extinction because of this. Chapter 137, Sudden Situation. "Captain, wake up. It's meeting time." Cheng Long, roused from sleep, rubbed his bleary eyes. He had apparently fallen asleep in the chair after his training session. As his consciousness returned, Cheng Long immediately raised his hand to feel the object against his chest. Feeling it was still there, he finally relaxed. Cheng Long did a quick mental calculation and realized the day was approaching. For the past few days, he had kept the storage jade on him at all times, never removing it even when bathing. Fortunately, things had remained relatively calm since the last incident. However, since that incident, the Bureau had initiated an intense training regimen. Sleep was rationed to no more than 6 hours a night. Cheng Long followed the team members into the largest conference room on the first floor. The room was nearly filled to capacity. At the very front sat Bureau Chief Su Yuanchang. To his right sat Ji Zhangming. Scattered around them were the several psychics. Cheng Long was about to find any available seat when Ji Zhangming beckoned him over. Cheng Long quickly made his way through the seats and sat down beside Ji Zhangming. "I heard you fell asleep during training?" Cheng Long froze, thinking to himself how well-connected Deputy Director Ji must be. He scratched the back of his head and gave an embarrassed smile. "Ever wonder what your teammates call you behind your back?" Ji Zhangming's words instantly piqued Cheng Long's curiosity. "The Fierce 61st. Cheng Long furrowed his brow, repeating the name aloud. "The Fierce 61st? You forgot? Working 61 days straight without rest, breaking the Bureau's record, that's exactly what makes you the Fierce 61st. Only then did Cheng Long realize. You need to take proper breaks too. Training and work both require moderation. Alright, Deputy Director, I understand. Not only do you need to know it, you need to live by it. Cheng Long nodded again. We kept you here at headquarters these past few days because we feared those men in black might come after you again. It was for your own safety. But you just can't sit still here. You're either off training or running around busy with this and that. Though we still don't know why those cloaked figures targeted you, we've made new discoveries. This meeting is specifically about them." No sooner had Ji Zhangming finished speaking than Bureau Chief Su Yuanchang tapped his fingers on the table. The conference room instantly fell silent, all eyes turning to Su Yuanchang. Su Yuanchang cleared his throat and scanned the room. "I've gathered you all here today to inform you about a civilian organization." Su Yuanchang spoke as he activated the large projection screen behind him. One by one, photographs appeared on the screen. They all depicted individuals clad in black robes and wearing masks. These uniformly dressed individuals belonged to an evil underground organization we refer to as the Shadow Organization.
Since its emergence, this shadow organization has consistently engaged in activities detrimental to world peace and disruptive to social order. It poses a significant threat to our official operations. As Su Yuancheng spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. Just days ago, 3 members of this organization entered our territory in Yangjiang City and attacked our personnel using a Class B or higher spirit beast. After I reported this incident to headquarters, they took it extremely seriously and specifically sent over relevant materials on the shadow organization.
Everyone can take a look. The assistant began distributing the shadow organization files. Changlong immediately began reviewing his copy.
The documents revealed that the shadow organization seemingly sustained its power through ancient rituals and forbidden arts. Not only could they transform spirit beasts into malevolent spirits, but they also accelerated the growth of spirit beasts through their methods.
Changlong's thoughts drifted back to that ancient giant serpent.
That spirit beast was likely one the shadow organization had processed using their methods. The documents also hinted at the shadow organization's intricate connections to other underground factions, including transnational crime syndicates, extremist religious groups, and even certain ancient families forgotten by mainstream society. These alliances provided the shadow organization with funding, weapons, and safe havens to evade capture. This made official investigations extremely difficult, resulting in limited intelligence about them. Based on our intelligence, this attack by the shadow organization was not accidental but a premeditated operation. They appear to be searching for some crucial item or information. Su Yuancheng's words carried a weight of gravity. Therefore, we must heighten vigilance, strengthen defenses, and simultaneously locate the 3 shadow organization operatives currently concealed within Yangjiang City. The Bureau has decided to divide the 6 psychics, including the deputy director, into 3 teams. Each team will lead a spirit tamer from teams A, B, and C to pursue the 3 individuals with full force. Understood. With the meeting concluded, the Bureau's pursuit of the black-robed figures commenced. Everyone hurried off to their tasks, but Changlong discovered he wasn't assigned to any team. Ji Zhangming leaned close to Changlong's ear and whispered the reason. Because the director has decided to use you as bait.
Changlong opened his mouth to protest, but saw Ji Zhangming make a shushing gesture.
The fewer people who know about this, the higher the chances of success.
Changlong immediately understood. They left the bureau using the excuse of taking leave, as Ji Zhangming had instructed.
Ji Zhangming, meanwhile, led a team to provide covert protection. After leaving the bureau, Changlong wandered aimlessly through the streets.
Using me as bait. He touched the jade pendant hanging on his chest.
He debated whether to hand the jade over to someone else in the Wangwang gang.
If he truly drew the shadow organization's attention, what if something went wrong? But under the watchful eyes of the Special Affairs Bureau, he couldn't very well call in the Wangwang gang.
Changlong found himself in a quandary. The day of the King of Haas emergence was fast approaching, yet the bureau had unexpectedly assigned this task at the last minute. As he pondered, his eyelid began to twitch. Beep! Suddenly, a car whizzed past him.
What the hell are you daydreaming about? Don't you value your life? The driver yelled at Changlong. Only then did he snap back to reality. He'd walked right into the middle of the road. Just as he turned to walk back to the curb, he spotted a figure appearing in the distance. Though it was night and the lighting was poor, he could vaguely make out that it was a little girl wearing a flowery dress. And now she was walking toward the middle of the road. Danger! Just as Changlong was about to run toward the girl, a minivan suddenly stopped in front of her. The van door opened. A pair of hands reached out, swiftly scooping the girl into the vehicle. The van doors slammed shut and it sped away. Changlong stared in shock. The van didn't even have license plates. Oh no, it's a child abductor. Realizing this, Changlong immediately flagged down a sedan by the roadside. He then presented his credentials. Special Affairs Bureau personnel carried identification similar to police officers for investigative and operational convenience. Excuse me, I need to temporarily requisition your vehicle. Watching the owner agree and step out, Changlong immediately got in, started the engine, and floored it, chasing after the van. This left Ji Zhangming, who had been secretly following them, frantic. What's gotten into Changlong? Ji Zhangming frowned deeply. He watched Changlong walk to the roadside, get startled by a passing car, then suddenly dash into the middle of the road before inexplicably flagging down a vehicle. Quick! Get a car ready immediately and follow him. A bad feeling rose in Ji Zhangming's heart, and he immediately gave the order anxiously. He glanced around and saw no one nearby, plus it was nighttime. He couldn't risk being spotted. Spreading his wings, he soared into the sky. To prevent any mishaps, Ji Zhangming had no choice but to leave the main group behind and pursue Changlong alone. Chapter 138, Illusion, Changlong in Peril. Shadow Sting, it's been 3 or 4 days now. Are you even capable of this? What good does your impatience do me? I need to strike when that guy is mentally drained to make it effective. Stop making excuses. I think it's just that you're too weak, which is why nothing's happened yet. You damn monkey, try saying another word. Enough. Keep this up and I'll skin both of you alive. The moment Flower Bear spoke, Shadow Sting and Dark Monkey fell silent. The two exchanged resentful glances at the lurking shadow dragon. They dared not provoke Huaxiong now. This guy was the real deal. He literally gouged out one of his own eyes to offer as nourishment to the shadow dragon. It was precisely because of her sacrifice that not only had the shadow dragon recovered from its previous battle wounds, but it even showed signs of a power breakthrough. Though controlled by the three of them, the shadow dragon now obeyed only Huaxiong's commands. The slightest hint of defiance toward Huaxiong earned them a cold, piercing glare from the dragon. The two who'd nearly been sacrificed as nourishment could only swallow their anger. They even became the ultimate suckers. Not only did they have to scour various locations to capture low-level spirit beasts, but they also had to catalyze these beasts into malevolent spirits to feed to the shadow dragon for its spiritual energy replenishment. The shadow dragon was indeed being raised, but the spiritual energy depletion within their bodies grew ever greater. Moreover, ever since losing an eye, Huaxiong's temper had grown increasingly volatile. It spent its days barking orders at them. The two dared only to secretly mock the blind bear behind its back. Before it was just fat. Now it's fat and blind. Inxi glanced at the flower bear over there, silently complaining to himself. Suddenly, his expression tightened. His expression turned solemn as he closed his eyes. I think I sense something. Upon hearing Inxi's words, Huaxiong immediately turned his gaze toward him. Are you sure? Before Inxi could answer, the dark monkey beside him chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Taking this long to sense it? Sounds more like you're sensing your own farts and s. Shadowthorn, furious, was about to retort when the sound of a car approaching echoed from the distance. His excitement surged instantly. Hear that? There's no one out here in the middle of nowhere. It must be the toxin Blackthorn, left inside that guy taking effect. Shadowthorn declared triumphantly. His black thorns not only inflicted physical damage but also carried a trace amount of poison. Changlong had taken so many black thorns before his body had long retained a significant amount of the toxin. Once his spirit weakened, the poison would take effect, inducing hallucinations. The hallucinations would lead him straight to where the black thorns lay. This had always been Blackthorn's tactic, waiting patiently for targets to come to him. Though it took a bit longer this time, thankfully, they had arrived. The three immediately moved closer, guided by the sound. Yulong followed silently behind them. They reached the high ground and waited in silence. Damn it, why did we have to come out to this godforsaken wilderness? Changlong felt nauseous from the constant jostling of the vehicle. Yet he saw the minivan ahead cruising smoothly along the road. Changlong steeled himself, flooring the accelerator once more. He resolved to force the van ahead to stop by the most extreme and swift means possible. That meant accelerating straight into it. As the gap between the two vehicles closed rapidly, Changlong gritted his teeth and slammed the car forward with all his might. But the violent impact he had anticipated never came. Seeing himself about to crash into the tree ahead, Changlong slammed on the brakes, stopping just in the nick of time. Where's the van? Changlong looked utterly bewildered. He immediately got out to investigate. What he saw sent a cold sweat running down his back. The unlicensed van that had been right before his eyes moments ago had vanished. How could this be? Changlong scanned the area again in disbelief. Suddenly, on the slope not far away, he spotted the little girl in the floral dress again. Am I seeing things? Slow to react, Changlong reached up to rub his eyes when a voice suddenly rang out from midair. Changlong, get out of the way. Hearing that familiar voice, Changlong instinctively activated his bloodthirsty leap, leaping aside. Boom! A deafening crash shattered the silence. Changlong stared in shock. The car he had driven over was now crushed into a heap of scrap metal. The culprit was a massive tail nearly a meter thick. And the owner of that tail, the shadow dragon, was now staring at Changlong with the gaze of a predator fixated on its prey. It was that ancient giant serpent. Changlong's heart raced. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he hadn't jumped out of the way in time. His gaze shifted upward. It was Ji Zhangming who had shouted the warning just in time, prompting him to dodge. Ji Zhangming's heart was racing just as fast now. That had been far too close for comfort. Did he just defy gravity with 2 consecutive mid-air jumps? Ji Zhangming muttered to himself, stunned by Changlong's escape skills demonstrated at the last possible moment. After all, even as a psionicist, he couldn't match Changlong's level of skill. But now wasn't the time for deep thought. The ancient giant serpent had already made its next move. Changlong, run. Ji Zhangming could tell from the ancient serpent's tail strike that its power seemed to have increased. Already no match for it, their only option now was to flee for their lives. Hearing Ji Zhangming's shout, Changlong spun around and sprinted away without looking back. The shadow dragon fixed its gaze on Ji Zhangming, suspended mid-air, a look of displeasure flickering in its eyes. If it weren't for this guy messing things up, it would have completed its mission by now. Twisting its body, the shadow dragon moved at blinding speed, simultaneously lashing its tail toward Ji Zhangming in midair. Ji Zhangming immediately accelerated to evade. But unexpectedly, the ancient serpent simultaneously spewed a jet of black mist toward him. The black mist instantly corroded his wings. With his wings damaged, Ji Zhangming's flight slowed.
He was struck by the shadow dragon's tail strike once more and crashed heavily to the ground. Chang Long, who had been fleeing, heard the commotion and turned to look. His eyes widened in shock. Deputy Director. He activated Bloodthirsty Leap again, executing 2 consecutive jumps to reach Ji Jiangming's side. He discovered Ji Jiangming had fallen into a deep unconsciousness. Just as Chang Long lifted him to flee, a cold snort echoed. Then, a vast shadow engulfed him. The colossal tail of the ancient serpent appeared directly above his head, poised to strike. Chapter 139, Toying with the Big Spicy Noodles. Facing the serpent's tail mere inches away, Chang Long closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. At that very moment, he suddenly felt the jade pendant in his chest tremble. The serpent's tail, poised to strike Chang Long, was violently swept aside by an immense external force. A sharp clang echoed, followed by sparks flying everywhere. To his astonishment, several of the serpent's incredibly hard scales had actually fallen off its tail. The dark dragon stared in disbelief at its numb tail, then shifted its gaze across the way. There, a figure had abruptly materialized. Ha Wang! Chang Long's excitement surged upon recognizing the figure nearby. The one who had just blocked the deadly strike for him was none other than Lu Jiyue, who had been in seclusion for 5 days. Immediately afterward, Chang Long felt a powerful force surge through his body. This is the divine power bestowed upon me by the Ha King. Chang Long's eyes brimmed with excitement. Impossible. At that moment, the shadow assassin, who had been hiding high above, let out a gasp of astonishment. That intense sensation. Dark Monkey and Flower Bear felt it too. It seems we've been mistaken all along. Flower Bear turned his single eye toward the tiny figure, his gaze filled with disbelief. The target of Black Wolf's forbidden technique is actually a husky. Shadow Monkey and Shadow Thorns both wore expressions of utter shock. They hadn't even figured out where this husky had come from. It was as if it had materialized out of thin air. Not only did it effortlessly parry the Dark Dragon's divine dragon tail strike, but it also knocked off the Dark Dragon's impenetrable scales. It was utterly unbelievable. Hiss! The Dark Dragon, seemingly unable to accept that this tiny husky had shattered its scales. It let out a fierce snarl and lunged viciously at the husky. The husky's eyes were filled with excitement. Super spicy snack. So this is what an ancient creature looks like. Lu Jiyue murmured to himself. Though he'd been secluded in the storage jade, he could still hear the sounds from the outside world. Thus, he had a pretty good grasp of the situation here. As the giant spicy noodle charged toward him, Lu Jiyue activated 2 skills simultaneously. Eye of Intimidation and Battle Roar charged forth together. The deterrence eye instantly caused the Shadow Dragon's consciousness to falter, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Battle Roar not only amplified Lu Jiyue's intimidation effect but also weakened the Shadow Dragon's defenses. Seizing this opening, Lu Jiyue unleashed Fierce Claw Slash, sending several claw blades carrying sharp claw winds hurtling toward the Shadow Dragon. Clang! 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 A piercing sound rang out. In the blink of an eye, more scales fell from the Shadow Dragon's body. Lu Jiyue gave it no chance to react, unleashing the bloodthirsty pounce and lunging forward. Thud! A dull thud echoed, and the scene that unfolded left everyone present utterly stunned. A husky, barely as big as the Shadow Dragon's head, had actually knocked this colossal creature countless times its size to the ground. Not only that, but the instant the Shadow Dragon hit the ground, Lu Jiyue swiftly moved to the area where its scales had fallen off and unleashed frenzied blades. In an instant, dozens of claws slashed out, tearing a bloody gash into the unprotected snake body. Even the crevices between his claws were embedded with strands of flesh. Hiss! The pain coursing through its body made the Shadow Dragon writhe. Seeing it couldn't shake off the husky clinging to its body, it immediately curled up. It attempted to constrict the husky with its coiled body. But its speed was far too slow. Lu Jiyue easily leapt aside, evading the attack. The Shadow Dragon instantly opened its mouth, spewing a thick cloud of black mist toward Lu Jiao's position. Lu Jiao activated Shadowless Leg, ignoring the mist's damage, and appeared ghost-like beside the Dark Dragon's head. He extended his claw, seized the serpent's tongue larger than his own claw and twisted it into a knot. Just as the snake's jaws snapped down, he casually leapt to the side. Seeing this giant snake dangle its tongue outside its mouth like a neutered cat still under anesthesia, Lu Jiyue burst into laughter. The sight sent chills down Hua Xiong and the others' spines. Not only could this husky fight the Shadow Dragon, but he was treating it like a toy to play with. It was clear. This husky's power surpassed that of the Shadow Dragon. A flicker of fear flickered in Hua Xiong's eyes. No wonder Black Wolf chose death over using forbidden techniques. This husky isn't just terrifyingly powerful, it thrives on crushing others' pride. Black Wolf must have suffered the same unexpected humiliation as the Shadow Dragon is enduring now. Shadowthorn and Dark Monkey beside Hua Xiong swallowed the saliva pooling in their throats from sheer terror. Merely watching from afar, they were so stunned by the husky's power that their legs went weak. Shadowthorn and Dark Monkey, usually the loudest of the group, exchanged a glance. Then, in perfect unison, they turned and fled. They realized that staying any longer would likely lead to the same fate as Black Wolf. Upon realizing his companions had fled, Flower Bear glanced toward the shadow dragon. She reached up to touch the empty socket where her eyeball once resided. She had sacrificed one of her own eyes to elevate the shadow dragon to its current power. But the thought that even the mighty shadow dragon couldn't defeat that Husky finally made her concede. She gave chase in the direction Shadowthorn and Dark Monkey had fled. Feeling humiliated, the shadow dragon fixed the opposing Husky with a gaze brimming with unbridled fury and a thirst for blood. The dog in question, however, stared innocently at the giant spicy snack bar before him. "What's wrong? Don't like the knot I tied for you? How about a dragon knot instead?" Yulong glared fiercely at Lu Xiao. Just as Lu Xiao thought this giant spicy snack was about to attack him, it suddenly twisted its body and swam away. "What? Trying to run?" Just as Lu Xiao prepared to chase after it, he witnessed a scene that left him astonished. He watched as the giant spicy noodle wrapped its tail around a figure cloaked in black. "Ah! You dragon, what are you doing? Let me go!" The figure wrapped by Yulong was none other than the fleeing shadow assassin. Amidst his screams, the shadow assassin was tossed into the dragon's gaping maw. "Damn it! You beast, Yulong!" Witnessing Shadow Sting being devoured, Dark Monkey cursed under his breath and fled at top speed. But even at his peak speed, he couldn't outrun the shadow dragon. Like Shadow Sting, Dark Monkey also failed to escape the fate of being devoured. Of the three, only Flower Bear remained. Knowing her speed was no match for escape, Flower Bear stopped in her tracks. "Shadow Dragon, I know what you want to do. I can help you. I can give you my arm." Staring at the shadow dragon mere inches away, Hua Xiong felt her heart pounding wildly. She channeled her spiritual energy to try and control Yulong while pleading with him. Yulong stared at Hua Xiong for a moment with its cold, emotionless eyes. Desperate to survive, Hua Xiong swiftly tore off her left hand and tossed it to the dragon. Only after swallowing Hua Xiong's left hand did the shadow dragon finally turn away. In that moment, Hua Xiong felt no pain from the lost limb, only relief at having survived. But the very next second, a gaping maw instantly swallowed her whole. In the end, Hua Xiong couldn't escape the fate of being eaten. All three of them ended up neatly inside the dark dragon's belly. Has this giant spicy noodle gone mad? Why is it eating its own kind? Lu Xiao watched the scene unfold in utter bewilderment. Just then, he saw the spirit dragon that had swallowed the trio suddenly radiate an intensely powerful aura. Not only did its wounds rapidly heal, but its body also grew significantly larger in an instant. Having grown stronger by devouring its own kind, the dragon glared viciously at Lu Xiao. Then, moving so fast it left afterimages, it charged toward Lu Xiao. Chapter 140, The True Form of the Ha King? Lu Xiao watched as the now enhanced big spicy stick grew even larger. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Perfect. Time to test my newly acquired ability. Roar! With Lu Xiao's furious roar, immense spiritual energy erupted from his body. The energy coalesced into a white mist that swiftly enveloped his entire form. The next instant, the mist rapidly expanded, growing larger and larger. After expanding countless times, 2 golden pupils, as large as car headlights, glowed within the mist. 4 thick limbs stepped out of the mist, followed by 9 massive tails extending from within. Immediately after, a terrifying head adorned with menacing fangs revealed itself. The mist, now transformed into an ethereal aura, swirled around him like divine vapor, adding an air of profound mystery. The ghost dragon, which had been charging fiercely moments before, froze in place at this sight. The tiny husky that had seemed as insignificant as a blade of grass was nowhere to be seen. In its place stood a colossal beast that looked ferocious beyond belief. Xianglong, who had been holding his breath for Lu Xiao, was so stunned by the sight that he couldn't utter a word. So, this is Lord Husky's true form? How majestic! How imposing! Lu Xiao felt a surge of awe within himself. His ability to transform into this form was the direct result of his recent evolutionary hibernation. Now, he couldn't wait to test the power within this new body. Come on over. Lu Xiao beckoned to Yulong with a flick of his finger. The dragon's eyes darkened slightly, its gaze toward Lu Xiao growing colder. The next instant, it charged toward Lu Xiao's location. With his vastly increased strength, he refused to believe he couldn't defeat it. Lu Xiao braced himself for the dragon's fierce attack, only to see it abruptly halt. Then, a powerful beam of light erupted from its mouth. The beam shot toward Lu Xiao in an instant. Feeling the intense impact, he instinctively activated the spirit monkey leap. Despite his enlarged form, Lu Xiao retained his agility. Enhanced by the monkey leap, he swiftly dodged the beam. But the shadow dragon seized the opportunity to unleash 3 consecutive beams of light. While Lu Xiao dodged, the shadow dragon vanished from its original spot and instantly materialized beside him. It aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Lu Xiao anticipated the shadow dragon's intent but did not react defensively. Instead, he played along with its scheme. As the shadow dragon opened its massive jaws, Lu Xiao swiftly thrust both claws into its mouth. He unleashed a bloodthirsty assault, clawing wildly inside its mouth. An intense, pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air as Lu Xiao tore the dragon's mouth to shreds.
He even tore out half of the serpent's tongue. Just as the shadow dragon attempted to snap its jaws shut to crush his paws, Lu Jiyue unleashed his shadowless kick, transforming his form into a shadow. In an instant, he glided out through the gap in the dragon's jaws. Lu Jiyue landed gracefully on the ground, unscathed, now twirling the severed half of the dragon's tongue between his fingers. This enraged the shadow dragon so much that black fumes erupted from its nostrils. Unable to open its mouth freely, the shadow dragon lashed out with a divine dragon's tail strike. Lu Xiao stood his ground, absorbing the blow with his body. Facing the dragon's powerful blow, his body didn't budge an inch. Lu Xiao felt an instant surge of delight. Through the previous test, he had gained a rough understanding of the strength his current form possessed. Lu Xiao seized the opportunity, gripping the shadow dragon's tail with both claws. The shadow dragon tried to yank it back, but Lu Jiyue controlled the several tails behind him to tightly coil around its tail. The shadow dragon strained with all its might but couldn't pull its tail free, growing frantic. Remembering the severed half of its tongue, the shadow dragon panicked and desperately tried to yank its tail back. Seeing this, Lu Xiao instantly released his grip. Unable to control itself, the shadow dragon's body slammed straight into the hillside behind it. The slope instantly collapsed, burying half of the shadow dragon's body beneath the earth. Ha 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 ha. Lu Jiyue rolled on the ground laughing at the dragon's comical predicament. King Ha, the Special Affairs Bureau will be here any minute. Though the earlier battle had left Qianlong utterly stunned, he hadn't forgotten the matter at hand. At Qianlong's reminder, Lu Jiyue finally put aside his playful mood and grew serious. Then let's make this quick. The moment Lu Jiyue finished speaking, he appeared before the still dust-shaking Yulong with a speed bordering on teleportation. A bloodthirsty pounce sent the shadow dragon crashing back to the ground. Lu Jiyue immediately launched a relentless assault on its vital spot. Every offensive skill at her disposal was unleashed. Realizing Lu Jiyue had killed his mercy, the shadow dragon began convulsing violently. It opened its mouth, spewing waves of poisonous mist in an attempt to paralyze Lu Jiyue. But the mist never touched Lu Jiyao's body, blocked by the white fog swirling around him. Seeing the shadow dragon wriggling like an eel, making it impossible to gut it, he once again wielded the tail behind him, binding the shadow dragon tightly. Now, the ghost dragon couldn't even squirm. He could only watch helplessly as his body was torn open at its most vulnerable spot, exposing the heart within. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate, delivering a crushing kick that pulverized Yolong's heart into a bloody pulp. A flicker of resentment passed through Yolong's eyes before his head lolled to the side, his life completely extinguished. Qianlong was stunned. Completely dumbfounded. He knew the Ha King's power surpassed that ancient serpent's. But he never imagined that the Ha King would dispose of this ancient serpent so easily, so swiftly. And that bastard had grown stronger by devouring his own men. If those three cloaked figures knew their deaths had been utterly pointless, they'd probably die with eyes wide open. Qianlong found what had just transpired utterly unbelievable. Yet the ancient serpent was truly dead as a doornail. And, even after death, the ghost dragon wasn't spared. Lu Jiyue swallowed it into the dark space. A snack this big will probably take the dark space a while to digest. No sooner had Lu Jiyue finished speaking than the white mist swirling around him suddenly coalesced. Then his form instantly reverted to his previous husky-like shape. How is this possible? A faint, weak voice suddenly echoed. Qianlong and Lu Xiao both turned to look simultaneously. The unconscious Ji Zhangming had somehow regained consciousness. Chapter 141, Silence the Witness? The weakened Ji Zhangming now wore an expression of utter disbelief. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. Not far away, a husky had swallowed that ancient giant serpent. The ancient serpent's power was terrifying. Even the chief had been unable to defeat it last time. Yet this husky. One could only imagine the sheer terror this husky represented. When did he wake up? Lu Xiao approached and asked Qianlong. At that moment, Qianlong was also panicking. King Husky. I don't know. Qianlong. What's going on? Ji Zhangming, looking weak, turned to Qianlong as if it took every ounce of strength in his body to ask the question. This husky approached Qianlong not only without harming him but seemed quite familiar with him. Qianlong, in turn, treated this husky with the same respectful demeanor he usually reserved for the bureau chief. All of this left Ji Zhangming utterly perplexed. King of Huskies, what should we do? Qianlong shot a pleading glance toward Lu Xiao. If Ji Zhangming found out he'd joined another organization, he'd surely consider it a betrayal of the Special Affairs Bureau. Then the director would find out too, and he had no idea how the bureau would deal with him afterward. Lu Jiyue looked at Ji Zhangming, who was too weak to even crawl to his feet. He turned to Qianlong and asked. He's the deputy director, right? Qianlong was a bit confused by Lu Jiyue's question, but he nodded anyway. Upon receiving confirmation, an idea suddenly popped into Lu Jiyue's mind. He doesn't look too good. Do you want me to save him? Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Qianlong turned his gaze toward Ji Zhangming. Ji Zhangming's wings, corroded and shattered by that ancient serpent's strike, left his body contorted in an unnatural posture. He must have multiple fractures. His face was deathly pale, and he might have severe internal injuries. If we wait for the bureau to arrive, he'll likely be beyond saving. King Ha, please save him. Shang Long knelt before Lu Jiyue. Shang Long, what the hell happened? Ji Zhangming shouted before coughing up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Shang Long's gaze toward Lu Jiyue held an added note of pleading. Lu Jiyue waved his hand at Shang Long, acknowledging the plea. Then he approached Ji Zhangming. Lu Jiyue carefully studied the deputy director of the Special Affairs Bureau standing before him. He could hear the outside world's voices within the jade storage, so he knew Ji Zhangming had become like this to save Shang Long. It seems the Special Affairs Bureau recruits individuals who value loyalty and righteousness above all else. What are you going to do? Ji Zhangming fixed his eyes intently on the husky before him. The thought that the ancient serpent had been swallowed by it sent a chill through Ji Zhangming's heart. He tried to move backward to create distance from the husky, but excruciating pain radiated throughout his entire body, leaving him utterly drained of strength. The husky in front of him was closing in. A sudden realization struck Ji Zhangming. This dog intended to silence him forever. As the husky opened its jaws, the helpless Ji Zhangming could only close his eyes. Soon, he felt a wet sensation on a certain part of his body. The husky was licking him. The thought of being devoured by this dog like that ancient giant python made Ji Zhangming clench his teeth in terror. But the very next second, the pain in his body vanished instantly. His heavy body felt light and relaxed. Does this mean I'm already dead? Deputy Director. You're not dead. Shang Long's excited voice rang in Ji Zhangming's ears, startling him awake. Then he saw Shang Long's delighted face, and beside him, a golden-eyed husky. Spotting Lu Jiao, Ji Zhangming instinctively leapt to his feet in fright. Then he realized all the injuries on his body had inexplicably healed. The wings behind him stirred at his will, instantly lifting him into the air. What on earth is going on? Ji Zhangming's mind was filled with nothing but question marks. Not only had his physical wounds healed, but even his broken wings had been restored. Ji Zhangming carefully sensed his current body. He sensed a powerful force within him. When he first became a psychic, he had experienced a similar sensation. Back then, though he could feel his body growing stronger, it had taken him a long time to adjust and adapt. Now, however, he commanded his entire body with effortless ease, feeling capable of unleashing his full potential to the utmost. This transformation filled Ji Zhangming with immense delight. But why had this happened to him? Ji Zhangming looked over in that direction. Could his transformation be connected to that golden-eyed husky? At that moment, Ji Zhangming realized that beyond his initial fear and dread toward that husky, he now inexplicably harbored complex emotions like reverence, admiration, and awe toward it. Simply put, whenever he saw that golden-eyed husky, he desperately wanted to rush over and bow down in submission. Deputy Director, congratulations. You've joined the Paw Patrol, just like me. Shang Long's voice came from below, and Ji Zhangming immediately flapped his wings to land beside him. Shang Long, tell me what exactly is going on here. Shang Long, who had been anxious about Ji Zhangming discovering his secret, suddenly broke into a broad smile. Lord Hao Wan's move was truly brilliant. Having your secret exposed doesn't necessarily mean you have to kill someone to keep it hidden. Turning them into one of your own achieves the same effect. Deputy Director, it was Hao Wang who saved you just now. King Ha? Ji Zhangming frowned and glanced over at the golden-eyed husky. Was Chun Long referring to that husky when he mentioned King Ha? Ji Zhangming only glanced briefly before immediately averting his gaze. He couldn't fathom why a creature that clearly had the form of a husky could radiate such overwhelming pressure that no one dared to look it in the eye. Yeah, Deputy Director, let me tell you, King Ha is incredible. That ancient giant serpent we Special Affairs Bureau couldn't handle? King Ha took care of it in one go. And hey, did you feel that powerful force surge through your body? That's the divine power King Ha bestowed upon you. Before Lu Jiao could speak, Chun Long began recounting all of his heroic deeds and greatness to Ji Zhangming. It almost felt like Chun Long had been possessed by Li Ku. Seems Li Ku's brainwashing of the Woof Woof gang members hasn't been half-hearted. But Lu Jiyue reasoned that Ji Zhangming was, after all, a deputy director. He wouldn't simply pledge allegiance based on Chang Long's persuasion alone. Therefore, he secretly activated his charm aura and cranked it up to maximum. After hearing the full story from Chun Long, Ji Zhangming immediately rushed to Lu Jiao's side. The admiration and reverence in his eyes for Lu Jiyue were practically overflowing. Your Highness. Before Ji Zhangming could finish his words, a commotion erupted overhead. He looked up to see an aircraft gradually materializing in the sky. Hao Wang, reinforcements are arriving shortly. We're here to pick you up. Li Ku and the others leaned out of the aircraft, waving greetings to Lu Jiyue. Chang Long, I'm leaving this to you. I'm off. Lu Jiyue gave Chang Long a final instruction before leaping onto the aircraft. The next second, the massive aircraft vanished from the spot as if it had never been there. Ji Zhangming, however, remained frozen in place for a long moment. It wasn't because of the aircraft that vanished right before his eyes, but because of those cloaked figures aboard it. So, The cloaked figures who had come to their aid that day were also under the command of the King of Ha. Chapter 142, Changes After Evolution. After Lu Xiao boarded the plane, the members of the Woof Woof gang knelt down en masse.
Before he could grasp what was happening, they spoke in unison.
We thank Lord Ha for bestowing upon us new divine power. Only then did Lu Xiao understand.
He had evolved and grown stronger, and so had his spirit descendants. Goodness, he thought something terrible had happened.
You all performed well during my seclusion. This is your reward.
Though Lu Xiao felt it was nothing special, he still had to put on a show of gratitude.
This is what you call management.
As long as you keep working hard for the Woof Woof gang, I'll bestow more divine power upon you in the future.
After uttering these words, Lu Xiao realized he'd just made empty promises again.
He had actually become the very type of person he used to despise.
But strictly speaking, was this really empty promises?
After all, as long as he grew stronger, his spirit descendants would grow stronger alongside him.
It wasn't like he was making them work without any reward. He was fundamentally different from those unscrupulous capitalists. We will strive to make even greater contributions to the gang.
After the members finished their chatter and pledges of loyalty, Lu Xiao waved them off repeatedly, dismissing them.
Alone in first class, Lu Xiao eagerly summoned the system to examine his attribute panel. He hadn't even had time to check his changes after successfully evolving. Ultimate Devouring Evolution System. Host, Lu Xiao. Lifespan, 100 years. Base attribute total, 150.
Special skills: Deterrence Gaze Intermediate, Night Stalking Intermediate, Shadowless Leg Intermediate, Desire Manipulation Intermediate, Nether Devouring Abyss Intermediate, Ferocious Blade Intermediate, Bloodthirsty Pounce Intermediate, Spirit Transformation Intermediate, Battle Roar Intermediate, Fierce Claw/Basic, Split Spirit Intermediate, Spirit Monkey Leap Intermediate.
Spirit Summoning Intermediate consumes 50 evolution points to upgrade intermediate special skills to the next
tier. Passive skills: Night's Dominion Intermediate, Slowing Vision Intermediate, Charm Aura Advanced.
Spirit Arts, Wasteland Beast Incarnation, Devouring Chi for Power.
Primordial Beast Avatar Basic, transforms into a primordial beast form. All attributes increase tenfold in this form, and all skills have no cooldown.
Requires spirit power to maintain the state. 1 point of spirit power sustains it for 1 second.
Ether Devouring Basic, automatically refines consumed ether into spiritual energy at a 100:1 ratio.
Passive, this spirit technique generates an additional 1 point of spirit power daily. Spiritual power 100. Evolution points, 10,000. 100-year lifespan? So this evolution also extended my own lifespan? After all, the average lifespan of a dog is only about a dozen years. Now his lifespan is nearly on par with humans. So will my next evolution extend my lifespan again? At this thought, Lu Xiao grew increasingly excited. If he kept evolving, could he eventually approach immortality? It took Lu Xiao a full 3 minutes to calm his racing heart.
He then resumed examining the changes on his attribute panel.
Following this evolution, 2 new entries appeared on his attribute panel. Spiritual Arts and Spiritual Power. First, Spirit Arts. Compared to special skills, Spirit Arts felt more mystical.
Special skills leaned more toward physical aspects, while Spirit Arts resembled something like magic damage. Of the 2 Spirit Arts he now possessed, one beast form was an evolution reward granted by the system after his advancement. He had unleashed it during his battle with that giant spicy snack. Its power was truly formidable. It was even threatening to replace his current top-ranked special skill, Night's Dominion. This spirit technique not only transforms him into a terrifying wild beast form, but also boosts all his attributes tenfold in this state, with 0 cooldown on any skill. In this form, he had no equal among opponents of the same level. He was practically invincible. As for the other spirit technique, Devouring Chi into Power, that's quite interesting. Before discussing this technique, we must first address spiritual energy. Spiritual energy itself has no tangible form, but spiritual power does. Spiritual energy can only be used on oneself to enhance one's own strength. But the application of spiritual power is diverse. For instance, by concentrating spiritual power into his claws, he could double their damage. Or channel it through his body to significantly bolster his defenses. It can even be projected outward as a weapon to attack opponents. In short, the applications of spiritual power are extremely diverse. How did Lu Xiao know all this? Because after his successful evolution, something new appeared within his body. After this entity appeared within him, his mind automatically gained new knowledge. Lu Xiao's mind stirred, and he once again sensed the presence within his body. This new entity within him resembled a glowing ginseng root. This was his spiritual root. Only those possessing a spiritual root within their bodies could transform spiritual energy into spiritual power. However, relying solely on the spiritual root to convert spiritual energy is an extremely slow and arduous process. Thus, his other spiritual technique became particularly crucial. Suddenly, Lu Xiao discovered something at the base of his spiritual root. A smooth bead. Could this be my spirit pill? According to the new information in his mind, all spiritual energy converted from the spiritual root would be stored within the spiritual pill. Lu Zhiyue attempted to draw upon the spiritual energy within the pill. Soon, he felt a powerful force surge from within the spirit pill. It was spiritual energy. With a flick of his mind, the spiritual energy flowed through his body and gathered in his claws. Lu Zhiyue gave a light flick toward the nearby seat. The spirit-powered attack flew out, not only smashing the seat to smithereens but even cracking the airplane floor beneath it. Immediately afterward, a shrill female voice pierced Lu Zhiyue's ears. Oh no, oh no. Chapter 143, A Spirit Beast Appears at Home? That panicked voice belonged to none other than his pet owner, Li Wanner. Lu Zhiyue immediately rushed over. What's going on? Someone's attacking our plane. Just now, Xiao Feifei told me a powerful force attacked him. Li Wanner's words sent tension rippling through the entire group. No wonder I felt the plane shake just now. We're under attack. But isn't our plane in stealth mode? How could it be detected? Li Wanner nodded anxiously. Plus, there's a huge crack in the bottom of the plane, and Xiao Feifei's seriously injured. We need to find a place to land immediately. Not only could they see the cloaked aircraft, but they could pinpoint its location and attack it with precision. Hearing how serious the situation was, everyone turned to look in Lu Zhiyue's direction. Lu Zhiyue felt a pang of guilt. He had only lightly used his demonic power, never expecting it to be so powerful. Ahem. It wasn't an attack. I accidentally caused the commotion. My apologies. After saying this, Lu Zhiyue turned away, trying to avoid the awkwardness. Little did he know, the expressions on the faces of the Wang Wang gang members were nothing short of spectacular. Lord Ha's power is terrifying. He accidentally cracked a huge hole in the plane. Despite such power, Lord Ha is so kind-hearted he even apologized to us just now. Lord Ha isn't the least bit arrogant, he's actually very appreciative of talent. I feel like I haven't contributed much to the Woof Woof gang, yet he bestowed divine power upon me. Serving a master like this is a blessing I've earned through 10 lifetimes of good karma. Then I've earned it 100 lifetimes. 1,000 lifetimes for me. I'm Lord Ha's man in life and his ghost in death. As the members of the Woof Woof gang's remarks began to spiral into madness, Lu Zhiyao instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. Damn it! I forgot to turn off the charm aura. This damn charm. Finally, the aircraft came to a halt on the rooftop of the Chong Haha building. The Woof Woof gang members disembarked and wasted no time diving straight into action. Li Ku and Si Cheng immediately began briefing him on recent developments within the gang and the company. Though Lu Zhiyao couldn't care less. King Ha, over these past days, Si Cheng and I have handpicked some promising candidates. When you have a moment, please test them. If they pass, they can join the Woof Woof gang. Lu Zhiyue yawned wearily. No need for tests. I trust your judgment. The thought of having to convert each of these individuals one by one made Lu Zhiyao feel utterly annoyed. Oh. Lu Zhiyue suddenly remembered something. The conversion of spirit descendants seemed to rely on his saliva. If that's the case. Lu Zhiyue immediately grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table over there. After having Li Ku open it for him, he instructed the two to turn away. He then spat several mouthfuls of saliva into the bottle. After shaking it vigorously to mix, Lu Zhiyue handed the bottle to them. Distribute this water to the recruits you're bringing in. Once they drink it, they'll gain my divine power and become members of the Woof Woof gang. Hearing this, Li Ku and Si Cheng respectfully and cautiously accepted the bottle of mineral water laced with Lu Zhiyue's saliva, trembling with fear, careful not to spill a single drop. You're just handing over such important divine water to us like this? Li Ku and Si Cheng looked utterly shocked and incredulous. Realizing the depth of Ha Wang's trust in them, the two vowed silently to serve him with unwavering loyalty from this day forward. Divine water? He couldn't help but admire their naming skills. Lu Zhiyue struggled to stifle his laughter, nodding solemnly. Right. Leave this matter to you two. I have some business to attend to and will be leaving now. Lu Zhiyue departed at breakneck speed. He did have something to attend to. He needed to rush home to see his younger siblings. During his 5 days of seclusion, his siblings had stayed home the entire time. They must be going stir-crazy. He hadn't let them go out, fearing that during his seclusion, the black-robed organization might come looking for them and harm them. According to Chun Long, this black-robed organization was called the Shadow Organization. It seemed he needed to have Li Ku investigate more information about this organization. Lu Zhiyue was still relieved he'd chosen to meditate in the jade storage and entrusted it to Chun Long. Had he secluded himself on his own turf, he would surely have brought undeserved calamity upon his siblings and the members of the Woof Woof gang. But Chen Long was with the Special Affairs Bureau. Whatever happened, the Bureau would have their backs. Though Cheng Long had endured some hardship, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Lu Zhiyue deliberately brought back 2 roast ducks to the villa. The scene he'd imagined his younger siblings swarming toward him didn't materialize. That's odd. With the roast duck smelling so good, Xiaoqi's dog nose should have picked up the scent from miles away. Lu Zhiyue walked over to his younger sibling's room, puzzled. Not a single dog was in sight.
Meng Meng, Xiao Shi, Xiao Qi, where are you? Lu Zhiyue searched the entire villa but found no trace of his siblings. This sent a cold sweat running down his back. Just as he was about to rush out of the villa, he heard faint sounds coming from below. He suddenly remembered the villa had a basement. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Zhiyue as he sprinted toward the basement entrance. Pushing open the heavy iron door leading down, a chill swept over him. Lu Zhiyue's heart tightened as he hurried down the stairs toward the basement. With each step he took, the faint sound grew clearer, seemingly carrying a hint of faint cheers. He shoved the door open violently. What he saw next left him stunned. "Big brother! You're back!" A soft, sweet voice rang out as Meng Meng darted to Lu Zhiyue's side. Despite his sister's affectionate display, Lu Zhiyue remained tense, his eyes fixed intently ahead as he instinctively shielded Meng Meng behind him. Because standing before him was an unknown creature covered in creamy white fur, dotted with pale pink spots. Worth mentioning, this creature possessed two adorable large eyes, looking exactly like an exquisite doll. But it radiated an intense aura of spiritual energy. It was clearly a spirit beast. And what was truly terrifying was that Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi were less than half a meter away from that creature. Though he didn't know what exactly was happening here, a spirit beast appearing in the house couldn't possibly be a good sign. Perhaps this spirit beast was manipulating his younger siblings into doing something. At this thought, Lu Zhiyue's gaze grew even colder. Woo! Lu Zhiyue let out a dangerous growl from his throat, attempting to intimidate the creature and prevent it from harming his younger siblings. Upon seeing Lu Zhiyue, the spirit beast's fur began to shift, deepening to a rich purple hue, and its demeanor visibly tensed. Lu Zhiyue's growl had clearly taken effect. The spirit beast stretched out its short, stubby little legs from beneath its fur and started to run toward the rear. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Zhiyue immediately gave chase in the direction it fled. Chapter 144, Wasteland Spirit? Lu Zhiyue activated Shadowless Leg for a burst of speed. He was about to catch the furry spirit beast. The next second, a vortex resembling a black hole appeared beneath the ground. The furry spirit beast plunged headfirst into it, vanishing instantly from its original spot. Lu Zhiyue leapt after it. But he landed solidly on the ground. The black hole-like vortex beneath him gradually shrank and vanished. Refusing to believe it, Lu Zhiyue activated his ferocious blade and began digging into the earth. Only after digging 3 meters deep without finding anything did he finally stop. Damn it! Lu Zhiyue cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected this spirit beast to possess such an ability. "Bro, why are you digging holes like me now?" Hearing a voice above him, Lu Zhiyue looked up. He saw Xiao Qi already tucking into the roast duck, watching him from the edge of the pit. Lu Zhiyue immediately scrambled out of the pit. "I'm asking you, what was that spirit beast just now?" Lu Zhiyue stared at Xiao Qi with a serious expression. Before Xiao Qi could answer, Meng Meng and Xiao Shi came over. "Bro, you've got the wrong idea, that's our friend." "Friends?" Lu Zhiyue frowned. His younger siblings had befriended a spirit beast? Sensing something was off, Lu Zhiyue immediately gave all 3 of them a thorough once-over from head to toe. "Ha!" Lu Zhiyue let out a surprised exclamation after his inspection. They weren't being controlled by the spirit beasts, but he could sense a powerful force had entered their bodies. This power felt like spiritual energy. Could it be that his own evolution had influenced his younger siblings? Lu Zhiyue set this matter aside for the moment. His immediate priority was to uncover the truth about that spirit beast. "That's a spirit beast? What kind of friend is that supposed to be?" Lu Zhiyue pressed further. "Furryball isn't just any spirit beast. It's a wasteland spirit, and it means us no harm. It even brought us those glowing fruits to eat." Xiao Qi swallowed the bite of roast duck in his mouth and replied excitedly. "A wasteland spirit? Glowing fruit?" This made Lu Zhiyue frown even deeper. "Brother, let me explain." At that moment, Xiao Shi stepped forward and began explaining the situation to Lu Zhiyue. Because Lu Zhiyue had instructed them not to leave before entering seclusion, Xiao Qi, bored, discovered the basement here. When he stumbled in, he spotted the furball, the very same fluffy spirit beast from earlier. Xiao Qi had been holding half a sausage in his mouth when he was startled, causing him to drop it on the floor. Furryball picked up the half-eaten sausage, tasted it, and found it delicious. It then offered several glowing fruits to trade with Xiao Qi. Through this exchange, the two became good friends. Later, Xiao Qi introduced Xiao Shi and Meng Meng to Mao Qiu. Whenever the 3 of them got bored, they'd bring snacks to hang out with Fuzzy Ball. "Big bro, when you barged in just now, we were sharing fruit with Mao Qiu." Xiao Shi finished speaking and pointed to the fruit platter over there. Hearing this, Lu Zhiyue remained skeptical. "Are you sure that creature called Mao Qiu doesn't harbor any ill will toward you?" After all, his younger siblings were still too innocent. For their safety, Lu Zhiyue had to be cautious. "Fuzzy is really timid. You scared the pants off him just now. He wouldn't harm us." At that moment, Meng Meng spoke up in Fluffball's defense. Lu Zhiyue turned to look at Xiao Qi. "Xiao Qi, you said that guy called Mao Qiu is a wasteland spirit?" Facing his older brother's question, Xiao Qi nodded. Yep, Machio told me so himself. Lu Jiyue thought for a moment before asking again. Is there any way you can call Machio out? I'd like to have a chat with him. Fuzzy Ball's really timid. After you startled it like that, it probably won't dare come out now. But, Meng Meng said, her gaze shifting to the roast duck in front of Xiaoqi. She snatched the roast duck away, not even sparing the piece in Xiaoqi's mouth. Maybe we can lure it out with some delicious food. Meng Meng motioned for Lu Jiyue to step back outside the basement door while she placed the roast duck where Machio often appeared. Furry Ball, it was all a misunderstanding just now. That was the big brother we told you about. Don't be scared anymore. My big brother brought some crispy, fragrant roast duck, something you've never tasted before. Come out and try some. As Meng Meng spoke, she carefully tore off a small piece of the roast duck. The enticing aroma instantly filled the basement. She gently placed the piece on a clean plate she'd prepared earlier, then stepped back. Time ticked by, the basement so quiet you could hear everyone's faint breathing. Just as everyone was about to give up, a tiny crack suddenly appeared in the floor. The crack then transformed into the same black vortex as before. Immediately after, a small, furry figure poked its head out. The furball's big, round eyes darted warily around the room. After confirming there was no danger, its gaze finally settled on the plate of roast duck. Only then did it cautiously approach the roast duck, taking tiny bites one after another. Its expression was both adorable and utterly content. Hiding by the doorway, Lu Jiyue witnessed this scene and finally believed the furball truly posed no threat. Instead, he found himself utterly charmed by its cuteness. Is such an adorable little creature really a wasteland spirit? Lu Jiyue couldn't help but doubt. He moved forward slowly, trying to keep his movements calm and friendly. At that moment, the furball over there noticed him too. Its originally creamy white fur began to take on a purplish hue again. Lu Jiyue immediately stopped and called out. Hello, furball. I'm their leader. It was all a misunderstanding just now. Lu Jiyue flashed what he considered his most gentle expression. The fur that had turned pale purple slowly began to return to its original white. Lu Jiyue realized that the fur of the furball seemed to change color according to his mood. When eating the roast duck, the down feathers turned a bit pinkish. When startled, it turned purple. Lu Jiyue grabbed a roasted duck leg with his claw and held it out before the furball. Sorry for scaring you earlier. Consider this duck leg my apology. The furball timidly glanced at Lu Jiyue before extending two plump little paws from its fluff to take the leg. Thanks to the roast duck, Lu Jiyue finally managed to bridge the gap with the furball. After watching the furball finish the leg, Lu Jiyue couldn't resist asking the question on his mind. Chapter 145, Spirit Fruit that Boosts Spiritual Power. Though Lu Jiyue had many questions for Machio, he dared not be too direct, afraid of startling it. Furry Ball, my little brother and sister say they're good friends with you. Can I be your friend too? Machio looked at Meng Meng with its big, round eyes. Furry Ball, all the treats we brought you before were bought by my big brother. If you become good friends with him, you'll get to eat lots of delicious food and have lots of fun stuff in the future. It must be said, Meng Meng's assist was quite effective. Furry Ball looked at Lu Jiyue and then let out a childish voice. If I become your good friend, will I really get lots of tasty treats and fun things? Hearing Machio's voice, Lu Jiyue froze. That was Meng Meng's adorable childish voice, wasn't it? No wonder she got along so well with Xiaoqi, and the others kids are all about snacks and fun, right? Lu Jiyue immediately thought of something. Wait here for me. Lu Jiyue dashed up to the villa at lightning speed, grabbed a few items, and returned. What he brought were all kid-pleasing essentials. Chips, spicy strips, lollipops, all the snacks kids adore. And one thing kids absolutely couldn't resist: a tablet loaded with games and cartoons. Lu Jiyue opened all the snacks and launched a cat interaction game on the tablet, placing it before the furball. Furball grabbed the nearest lollipop and shoved it into its mouth. Instantly, its fur turned pink. Even its eyes glowed pink. Clearly, the lollipop was right up Machio's alley. Soon, the kitten's attention was drawn back to the game on the tablet. Like a cat playing with a mouse, he tapped the sparkling mice appearing on the tablet with his tiny paws. Each mouse vanished with a vibration upon being tapped, and this sensation instantly captivated the furball. He tapped away repeatedly with his little paw. The fur on his body grew even softer and pinker. Playing happily, Machio lifted his head to look at Lu Jiyue. Best friend. Furry Ball reached out its paw toward Lu Jiyue. Sure enough, winning over a little kid was a piece of cake. Lu Jiyue immediately reached out his hand. The instant his fingers touched the furball, the same black hole vortex appeared beneath them. Then, Lu Jiyue felt his body enveloped by an invisible suction force. When he came to his senses, he found his surroundings had completely changed. He had somehow arrived in a vast void. In this boundless void, starlight twinkled faintly. Upon closer inspection, the luminous points turned out to be fragments. These fragments scattered haphazardly throughout the space, their images flickering between clarity and obscurity, impossible to discern clearly. Coming to his senses, Lu Jiyue realized he was still holding Machio's small hand. He immediately turned to look at the little furball. Furry ball, where are we? Mao Chiu stared back with wide, innocent eyes and said to Lu Jiyue. This is my home. You're my friend, so I invited you here to play. Hearing this, Lu Jiyue lost his composure. This is your home? Mao Chiu nodded and pointed in a direction. Look over there. Lu Jiyue followed the direction Mao Chiu was pointing. To his astonishment, a towering tree was floating right there in the open sky. Its roots stretched downward endlessly, their depths invisible.
And upon this tree hung countless, densely clustered luminous fruits.
Glowing fruits.
Lu Jiyue immediately recalled the glowing fruit Xiao-Qi had mentioned.
I always sleep in that tree. Let me take you to see it. Furryball clutched Lu Jiao's hand tightly and led him toward the great tree.
Once they reached the tree, Mao Chiu bounced up like a small ball, leaping onto the branches to pluck 2 glowing fruits. Then it handed them to Lu Jiyao. These are for you. The moment Lu Jiyue touched the unfamiliar fruit, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. This is spiritual energy? He could actually sense spiritual energy within these glowing fruits. Eat it. It's delicious. Furryball looked at Lu Jiyao with eager anticipation. Lu Jiyue composed himself and swallowed the glowing fruit in one bite. Consumed spirit fruit, spiritual power +1. The sudden pop-up system notification instantly threw Lu Jiyue off balance. Eating this glowing fruit actually increased his spiritual power. This was spiritual power. Lu Jiyue looked at Mao Chiu excitedly. Mao Chiu, what exactly are these fruits? How could they contain spiritual power? These fruits are the crystallization of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. They've absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, so possessing spiritual power is perfectly normal. Mao Chiu said it casually, as if it were no big deal. Lu Jiyue immediately looked up to inspect. The tree was densely packed with spiritual fruits too many to count. Can I pick a few more? Facing Lu Jiao's request, Mao Chiu nodded. Help yourself. I could never eat all these fruits even if I tried every day. Lu Jiyue grew even more excited. These spiritual fruits and Mao Chiu actually eats them every day. Then the spiritual energy within him must be. Furryball, my brother told me you're a wasteland spirit. What exactly is a wasteland spirit? Could you explain it to me? Lu Jiyue had never heard of a wasteland spirit before, though he possessed a spirit technique called wasteland beast incarnation. He didn't know if wasteland beasts and wasteland spirits were the same thing. His own transformed wild beast was terrifying just from its appearance, but Furball. A wasteland spirit is one of the earliest beings to cultivate spiritual intelligence in the world. Lu Jiyue's eyes widened. Then what about the wasteland beast? Do you know what that is? Wasteland beasts are the forms wasteland spirits can take. Furball gestured casually with his hand. So you can take the form of a primordial beast? Lu Jiyue grew excited again. Of course I can. Lu Jiyue's eyes lit up with anticipation. Sensing his intent, the furball pursed its lips. But I've been dormant for far too long. My spiritual energy reserves are still depleted. I can't demonstrate it for you just yet. Sleeping? You've been asleep all this time? Facing Lu Jiao's question, Mao Chiu nodded heavily. That's right. I've been asleep for so very long. I only just woke up recently. It must be because of the revival of spiritual energy that I've awakened. Lu Jiyue murmured softly. What are you talking about? Seeing Mao Chiu blink its big eyes in curiosity, Lu Jiyue quickly explained. Those fruits replenish spiritual energy. Eat more of them, and the spiritual energy in your body will recover, right? Furryball shook his head. Just eating fruits is too slow. My body recovers faster on its own. In a few more days, my spiritual energy should be back to normal. Mao Chiu's words stunned Lu Jiyue once more. If what he said was true, just how much spiritual energy must be stored within his body? By the way, Fuzzball, you said this is your home. How did you end up in my basement? Hearing Lu Jiyue's question, Mao Chiu extended a tiny finger and pointed towards something nearby. Chapter 146, One-Click Teleport Home. There. That thing over there. Lu Jiyue followed the direction Fuzzball was pointing. It was pointing right at a pile of debris. However, that particular shard was different from the others. The others flashed with a steady, rhythmic glow. But this one flashed rapidly, like a signal light. That day, I ate a spirit fruit and was bored, tossing the pit around. I accidentally flicked it right into that shard. Then that shard emitted a blinding light, flashing rapidly. I moved closer, passed through it, and ended up in your basement. Hearing this, Lu Jiyue was stunned twice over. First, the spirit fruit he had just eaten actually had a seed. Second, that shard seemed to be a portal capable of traversing spatial dimensions. Seeing Lu Jiyue's curiosity, Mao Chiu simply pulled him over to the shard. As he drew near, Lu Jiyue faintly heard voices emanating from within the shard. Where did Mao Chiu take Big Brother? Why hasn't he come out yet? It was Mingming's voice. Lu Jiyue tentatively extended his paw. The next second, a powerful suction pulled him into the shards. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Jiyue found himself back in his own basement. Big Brother.
His younger siblings instantly swarmed around him. Then, Macho appeared here as well. Furryball, where did you take my big brother just now? I took him to my house. How could you do that? We were the first friends you made, and we've never even been to your house. You took my big brother home first, you're being unfair. Xiaoqi grumbled at Macho, puffing out his cheeks in annoyance. Sorry about that. How about I take you guys to my place to play now? Macho said, letting them grab onto his body. Lu Jiyue's mind was still reeling from the shard's events. He immediately grabbed onto Macho and followed it through the vortex once more, arriving back in that void space. The three Husky brothers, who had just stepped into this place, let out a series of startled cries as they realized where they were. Ah! Where is this? Are we floating in the air? Furball, why is your house so terrifying? No way, I'm afraid of heights. I can't look down. Seeing their fear, Macho promptly led them to the giant tree. Only when all three dogs firmly planted their paws on the tree trunk did they finally calm down. Welcome to my home. You're all my good friends now, so treat this place like your own. This is the first time I've ever brought so many good friends home. Furryball looked delighted, his soft fur glowing pink and utterly adorable. Lu Jiyue, seeing how sincere Macho was, regretted his initial actions even more. Macho, from now on, you can call me Big Brother along with my younger siblings. Whenever there's something delicious or fun, I'll make sure to think of you. Hearing Lu Jiyue's words, Macho jumped up excitedly. Really? Yay! I have a big brother now. I have brothers and sisters. Watching the furball's excitement, Lu Jiyue reached out and petted its head affectionately. Soft and fluffy, it felt incredibly comfortable. By the way, Macho, do you know where the other fragments lead? Faced with Lu Jiyue's question, Macho furrowed his brow. I don't know. I've been asleep for far too long. I've forgotten so many things. And these fragments fell dormant along with me after I slept. Now they need the core of a spirit fruit to activate. Lu Jiyue pondered Macho's words. So these fragments could lead anywhere. If only we could choose freely where to go. Lu Jiyue murmured to himself. I'll study them thoroughly later and see if I can recall any past memories. But even if I can't freely choose where to go, I can choose to go home from any place. Suddenly, Macho's next words interrupted Lu Jiyue's thoughts. Really? From anywhere to here? How do I do it? Lu Jiyue looked at Macho expectantly. Just crush the core of the spirit fruit and a temporary fissure tunnel will appear leading to my home. But it only lasts for 3 seconds. Lu Jiyue instantly grew excited. This meant that no matter how far away he was in the future, crushing the spirit fruit seed would instantly teleport him here. And he could even use the fragments to teleport back to the villa's basement in an instant. This was practically a one-click teleport home. But Lu Jiyue gently patted the furball's head. Silly furball, how could I just blurt out the method to enter my own home like that? I wouldn't tell anyone else, but since you're my big bro, I figured I could. And you know what? Only those who've eaten the spirit fruit can see my home. Lu Jiyue froze, surprised that entering this place came with so many conditions. This was even better. Now, when he used this method to escape, he wouldn't have to worry about luring enemies here. So can I come and go freely from now on? After all, it was Fuzzball's home, he should at least ask permission. Of course you can. Fuzzy Ball's home is Big Brother's home. Macho appeared remarkably magnanimous, waving his large hand as if offering the entire place to Lu Jiyue. Ouch, that hurts. Suddenly, Xiaoqi, who had been quiet all along, let out a pained howl. Everyone turned to look. They saw Xiaoqi clutching his stomach, writhing in agony. Scattered around him lay a trail of fruit pits. It was obvious that this glutton had secretly climbed the tree and eaten a bunch of spirit fruits while Lu Jiyue was talking to Macho. Xiaoqi, what's wrong? Did you eat too many fruits and get stuffed? Meng Meng and Xiaoshi looked at Xiaoqi with concern, but felt helpless. Lu Jiyue immediately stepped forward to check on Xiaoqi's condition. Bro, it hurts so bad. I feel like there's a bunch of gas rushing around inside me. Seeing Lu Jiyue approach, Xiaoqi immediately wrapped his arms around him. Brother, please save me. It hurts so much. Lu Jiyue immediately channeled his spiritual energy, projecting it onto Xiaoqi to examine him. After probing with his spiritual energy, Lu Jiyue discovered multiple streams of spiritual energy were violently colliding within Xiaoqi's body. He glanced at the fruit pits nearby. There were roughly 20 of them. Clearly, consuming too many spirit fruits had caused this accumulation of spiritual energy within his body. But with no proper vessel to contain it, this energy now wandered aimlessly through Xiaoqi's body, colliding chaotically. This situation immediately made Lu Jiyue's expression grow grave. If things went badly, Xiaoqi might even explode from the pressure. Chapter 147, By accident, a spiritual root emerges. Seeing Xiaoqi in such agony, Lu Jiyue panicked. He immediately grabbed Xiaoqi's body, flipped him upside down, and tried to force the spiritual energy out of him. But still, there was no effect whatsoever. I remember. I have a way. Just as the situation grew desperate, the furball, who had been frowning in deep in thought, suddenly shouted. It plucked several more spirit fruits from the tree. After removing the pits, it stuffed each spirit fruit into Shao-Chi's mouth one by one. Furry ball, what are you? Lu Zhiyao was puzzled by the furball's actions. If this continued, wouldn't the spiritual energy within Shao-Chi's body grow even stronger? Wouldn't that bring him closer to exploding from the overload? As long as he has enough spiritual energy within him, it will likely stimulate the growth of spiritual roots and spiritual pills inside his body. It's just that the process will be quite painful. Hearing Macho's explanation, Lu Zhiyue hurriedly helped stuff more spirit fruits into Shao-Chi's mouth. Whether Shao-Chi suffered or not was beyond concern now. There was simply no other option. As the constant feeding of spiritual fruits increased the spiritual energy within Shao-Chi, his agony grew more intense. His wails shook the heavens, leaving Xiao Shi and Meng Meng beside him utterly heartbroken. Only after feeding Shao-Chi until his belly swelled like a giant balloon did his wails gradually subside, replaced by low, muffled moans. His body no longer rolled violently as before, but began to tremble slightly, surrounded by a soft glow. The light gradually coalesced into tiny streams of spiritual energy, weaving through his body in an orderly fashion. It worked! The spiritual energy within him has stabilized. Furry Ball exclaimed with delight. Lu Zhiyue also sensed the situation with his own spiritual energy. He sensed the scattered spiritual energy within Shao-Chi gradually coalescing into a powerful source of energy at his dantian. As time passed, the light radiating from Shao-Chi grew increasingly dazzling. Finally, the light abruptly retracted, surging entirely into Shao-Chi's body. His form trembled slightly. When all was calm once more, Shao-Chi's eyes once filled with agony now shone with an unprecedented brightness and vitality. He sprang lightly to his feet. Damn! I've never felt this light in my body before. Shao-Chi exclaimed in delight. Is this what Big Brother meant by no harm comes to those who survive great calamities? Stepmother, my ass, it's blessed after misfortune. Lu Zhiyao instinctively slapped Shao-Chi across the face. To his surprise, even before his hand made contact, he felt a surge of resistance. This forced his hand to halt mid-air. Shao-Chi's eyes, which had been filled with fear of the impending blow, suddenly lit up. What is this? Lu Zhiyue froze in surprise. It was Shao-Chi who had just used the spiritual energy within his body to block Lu Zhiyue's slap. Try blocking me again. Lu Zhiyue shot him a glare that instantly turned Shao-Chi back into his timid self. Lu Zhiyue hastily scanned Shao-Chi's body with his spiritual energy. Sure enough, a spiritual root had formed in his dantian. However, it felt faint and elusive, likely still unstable. Ha! No spiritual pill? Lu Zhiyue searched Shao-Chi's body thoroughly but found no trace of a spiritual pill. Then he realized that all the spiritual energy originally within Shao-Chi's body was being absorbed by his spiritual root. It seems all that spiritual energy is being used to stabilize his spiritual root. Once the spiritual root stabilizes and sufficient spiritual energy accumulates, it should be able to cultivate a spiritual pill. Lu Zhiyue nodded repeatedly, surprised that Shao-Chi's gluttony had actually brought him good fortune. He'd stumbled upon a spiritual root by accident. After all, it took him several evolutions through the system just to grow his own spiritual root. With a spiritual root, Shao-Chi should now be able to absorb spiritual energy and transform it into spiritual power. Judging by how he just blocked my palm strike, this kid seems to have a natural talent for wielding spiritual power. He doesn't even need instruction. Bro, did I just become an immortal? Every time I breathe, this divine energy flows into me. It feels amazing. Lu Zhiyue shot him a disbelieving look. That's spiritual energy. With your current state, becoming an immortal? You wish. Damn it. So I can absorb spiritual power just by breathing now? Shao-Chi immediately perked up again. Does that mean I'll be as strong as you someday? Before Lu Zhiyue could respond, Xiao Shi and Meng Meng had had enough. One after another, they scrambled up the tree and began devouring the spirit fruits with wild abandon. Hey, you guys! Lu Zhiyue ultimately couldn't stop them. If his younger siblings could cultivate spiritual roots, not only would their power surge, but their lifespans would also extend significantly. This was clearly a blessing in every way. Furry Ball, I'm sorry about the spirit fruits you lost. I'll make it up to you with other tasty treats later. Lu Zhiyue shot an apologetic glance at Macho. But Macho waved it off generously. No worries, there's plenty more of these spiritual fruits. We'll never run out. Yangjiang Special Affairs Office. Ji Zhangming paced his office for half an hour. His mind was a tangled mess. As deputy director, he had been personally promoted by the director. Strictly speaking, Director Su Yuanchang could be considered his mentor. Therefore, Su Yuanchang held an exceptionally high status in his heart unmatched by anyone else. But just half an hour ago, when he mustered the courage to confess to Su Yuanchang, he found himself utterly unable to speak. His mind was completely occupied by that golden-eyed husky. Even when Su Yuanchang noticed his unease and pressed him for answers, his mouth remained sealed tight as if glued shut. Not a single word escaped him. Because he suddenly realized in his heart, he was actually leaning toward that golden-eyed husky. He even felt an uncontrollable urge to be loyal to it. This tormented Ji Zhangming's heart. He felt he had betrayed the chief. Knock knock knock. At that moment, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Ji Jiangming forced himself to push those thoughts aside and called out toward the door. Come in. The door swung open and 5 figures entered. Leading them was none other than Chang Long. The 4 others he brought were Niu Kai, Jiang Tao, Liu, and Huang Yu. Chang Long, what are you doing? Deputy Director, they're all members of the Wang Wang gang, true allies. Ji Jiangming was startled, then strode over. His face betrayed utter disbelief. When did this happen? Chang Long held nothing back, relaying everything he knew to Ji Jiangming. Ji Jiangming was deeply shaken. He never imagined that the Special Affairs Bureau had already been infiltrated by other organizations. He hadn't been aware of it at all. Soon, he pieced something together. It now seemed undeniable that this matter was inextricably linked to that golden-eyed husky. Chapter 148, Alliance? Ji Jiangming fixed his gaze on Niu Kai and Jiang Tao. So the reason you two were able to transform into psychics is because... Before Ji Jiangming could finish his sentence, Niu Kai and Jiang Tao nodded in unison. It was precisely because Lord Ha bestowed his divine power upon us that we were able to successfully transform into psychics. Liu and Huang Yu could have been transformed too, but His Majesty King Ha said it couldn't be too obvious, so only the 2 of us were chosen. At that moment, Ji Jiangming was utterly speechless. Every member of the Special Affairs Bureau yearned to join the ranks of psychics. To secure a transformation opportunity, everyone worked their asses off. Yet even for the Bureau's elite, who secured the chance to become psionics, failure remained highly probable. Yet in Haru's eyes, this incredibly difficult task was as simple as eating or sleeping. Ji Jiangming took several deep breaths before finally calming himself. He looked at Chang Long, the leader, his eyes filled with complex emotions. But as someone who had been through it, Chang Long understood exactly what Ji Jiangming was thinking. Bringing the 4 of them here had been precisely for this purpose. Deputy Director, I know what's weighing on your mind. Why don't you hear my story? Chang Long recounted the day he had attempted suicide but was saved by Lu Jiao, along with the words Lu Jiao had spoken to him then. The Wang Wang gang does exactly what the Special Affairs Bureau does. Did Ha Wang really say that? Ji Jiangming's face flushed with excitement. After hearing Chang Long's account, the tormented part of his heart felt like it had been unlocked. Chang Long nodded firmly. So, Deputy Director, you shouldn't feel any pressure or guilt. Whether it's the Wang Wang gang or the Special Affairs Bureau, we're all doing the same thing, working for world stability and maintaining order in the human realm. How can there be any talk of betrayal? Ji Jiangming's eyes suddenly cleared. Chang Long pressed his advantage. Besides, Deputy Director, you've seen it yourself. The Special Affairs Bureau is currently stretched thin. But the Ha King is different. Setting aside just how terrifyingly powerful the Ha King is, simply observing the Woof Woof gang's combat tactics shows they possess capabilities far beyond what our bureau can match. The Woof Woof gang may not be an official organization, but that doesn't mean all civilian groups are evil. Since there are like-minded organizations out there, why couldn't we form an alliance? An alliance? Ji Jiangming's eyes lit up instantly. Chang Long's words completely shifted Ji Jiangming's perspective. Right. An alliance. If the Special Affairs Bureau could ally with the Woof Woof gang, wouldn't it make dealing with spirit beasts and evil organizations much easier in the future? This would be a win-win for everyone. Ji Jiangming immediately had a goal in mind. Why not start by trying to persuade the director? At a mountain retreat. A figure clad in black robes and wearing a mask stumbled into a room. Before long, the figure engulfed in green flames. Spare me, High Priest. Spare me. Amidst his agonized wails, the occupants remained utterly silent. Finally, consumed by the green flames, the figure was reduced to a pile of charred remains. From the shadows of the room, a tall, dark green-skinned humanoid creature slowly emerged. He possessed lizard-like limbs covered in hard, rough scales. Each step he took produced a sharp scraping sound, as if blades were grinding against the floor. Most unsettling were the 2 long, forked tongues extending from the sides of its mouth, constantly darting through the air as it sniffed. Green flames periodically erupted from its jaws. To have even my shadow dragon perish at your hands, you deserve to die. Guards! At the sound of his furious voice, over a dozen black-robed figures surged forth from all directions. They knelt in perfect unison, one knee pressed to the ground. High Priest! Though their faces remained obscured, the black spiritual energy emanating from each figure grew denser by the moment. You, and you too. The High Priest pointed at 5 individuals as if mustering troops. The 5 robed figures immediately stepped forward. The High Priest opened his mouth, and a sphere shrouded in black mist coiled out. It seemed to harbor some terrifying entity within, though it was impossible to discern clearly with the naked eye. You. Open your mouth. The High Priest selected the strongest among the 5. The man immediately obeyed and opened his mouth. The High Priest tossed the black mist sphere into the man's mouth. This is a B+ grade treasure. Nurture it well within you. When the time comes, all it will take is the blood of several of you to awaken it. Go now. You know the consequences if you fail the mission. Yes. High Priest, we guarantee we will complete the mission.
The 5 cloaked figures departed swiftly, their departure tinged with a barely perceptible fear. A hint of an intriguing expression flickered across the High Priest's green face.
If they too fail to return, then it will be as good as confirmed.
A glint of shrewdness and malice flickered in his eyes. Then, it would be time for him to take matters into his own hands.
After several rounds of trials, Xiao Shi and Meng Meng successfully cultivated their spiritual roots. This process consumed at least 200 spirit fruits.
Fortunately, as Mao Qiu had mentioned, the tree bore an abundance of spirit fruits. 200 were hardly a significant amount. Lu Xiao stored all the spirit fruit pits in his spatial ring. These were the keys to entering this place. Just as Lu Xiao finished collecting the pits, the smartwatch around his neck buzzed. He looked closely and saw that the caller was Li Wanner.
Lu Xiao answered the call.
It turned out Li Wanner had returned to the villa but couldn't find them.
After assuring her they'd be back soon, Lu Xiao hung up. Furryball, you've been in a deep sleep all this time, haven't you?
The world has changed so much now.
Shall I take you out to see it?
A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Macho's eyes, but it quickly faded.
I can't go. The fur on Macho's body turned gray.
I can only go to the spatial fragment teleportation site and can't leave within 500 meters of that area.
Lu Xiao was startled by Macho's words. Why? Furball shook his head. I don't remember either. Anyway, if I go beyond that range, I'll automatically teleport back home. Lu Xiao's gaze toward Macho softened with a hint of pity.
It's okay. I'll have these guys come play with you more often from now on.
Lu Xiao stroked Macho's head, but noticed its fur remained dull and gray.
No wonder Macho was so innocent. He'd never been exposed to the pollution of the outside world. But this loneliness was too much. No wonder Little Ball wanted friends, his own brothers and sisters.
Wait. I have an idea. Lu Xiao suddenly had an idea. I have a way for you to see the outside world without ever having to go out.
Upon hearing this, the fur on Little Ball's body instantly turned white again.
Big brother, really? Chapter 149, Strange Weather. An unusual sight unfolded on a bustling street in Yangjiang City. 4 huskies marched down the street in perfect formation and order. Leading the pack was a husky with golden pupils, sporting a large camera around its neck. Upon closer inspection, one could see it also wore a Bluetooth headset on its ear. This unearthly procession instantly drew the attention of passers-by. Upon reaching a particularly crowded intersection, Lu Xiao turned back uneasily to remind his younger siblings. There are lots of people and cars here. Stay close to me, got it?
Got it, big bro.
Also, those white stripes on the ground over there? They're called crosswalks. You must use the crosswalks. If you get hit outside a crosswalk, no one will pay for your damages, got it? Zebra crossings on a main road? Can I take a dump here with my husky then?
If you dare embarrass me in public by making me look like a dog owner, I'll break your dog legs.
Faced with Lu Xiao's menacing glare, Xiaoqi immediately shoved the poop back up his butt. Mommy, look. The puppy is waiting for the red light too.
A little boy with a red scarf around his neck tugged at his mother's sleeve, pointing excitedly over there.
Xiaoqi, still reeling from his older brother's scolding, spotted the little kid and felt a mischievous urge. He made a fierce, scary face. Ha ha ha, Mom, that dog is making faces at me to play. Can I get one to take home? Keep one? They're all fakes.
These dogs love tearing up the house.
They'll rip apart your favorite toys and textbooks. Hearing this, the little boy's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately pulled out his thick homework book from his backpack.
Then he let out a loud cry, pretending to trip and fall, flinging his homework right in front of the huskies. Lu Xiao saw right through the little boy's cunning plan. Just as the dim-witted Xiaoqi lunged forward to shred the boy's homework, Lu Xiao swiftly stepped on his tail, pinning him down.
Xiao Shi, deliver the homework safely back. Following the order, Xiao Shi carried the homework back to little brother.
He even pointed to a mistake on the first page. Little brother's mother stared at it intently. She slapped the boy across the face.
6 + 2 = 9, right? No going out to play this week.
The boy, looking utterly dejected, covered his face and clutched his homework as his mother dragged him away.
Bystanders snapped photos of the scene. Holy crap, what a smart husky, it can even do math problems.
More and more people crowded around, nearly bringing traffic to a standstill.
Furryball, did you see that? That's a modern trait, loving to crowd around and snap photos with their phones. Let's head over to the shopping district over there.
Lu Xiao led his younger siblings away from the scene and headed toward the equally crowded shopping plaza.
Lu Xiao's earbuds kept transmitting Mocho's amazed exclamations. The buildings are so tall. So many strange people. Why are there so many four-wheeled monsters on the road? Aren't they afraid? Those aren't monsters. They're called cars, modern transportation. People can ride them to go very far away. Really? Can Macho ride in one of those cars to go far away too? Well, probably not.
A slightly disappointed voice came through the headphones.
Alright, I guess I was being greedy. Big bro, just the fact that you thought of this way for me to see the modern world makes me really happy. There seems to be another famous attraction over here. Let me take you to see it. Lu Zhiyao steered the conversation elsewhere. After walking just a few steps, the previously clear blue sky suddenly darkened. A strong wind also began to blow. Lu Zhiyue looked up at the sky in confusion, noticing that dark clouds had instantly filled the sky. Moreover, the number of these dark clouds was increasing at an alarming rate. This weather change is happening at an eerily fast pace. Just as Lu Zhiyue voiced his thoughts, a flash of light suddenly streaked across the sky. A bolt of lightning split the sky. Rumble. With the deafening sound, torrential rain poured down from the sky. It's raining. Quick, take cover. This is weird. I checked the weather forecast and it said it would be sunny today, so I came out. How come it's suddenly raining so hard? That lightning and thunder are terrifying. Let's find shelter quickly. Pedestrians who had been walking along the street rushed over to the shopping plaza to take shelter from the rain. Furry ball, it's pouring suddenly. Let's find shelter first. Lu Zhiyue also took his younger siblings to take shelter. Then he realized his call with Machio had somehow dropped. Ha! It's just raining. Why did my phone lose signal? I was planning to hail a cab home. My phone has no signal either. Hearing someone nearby say this, Lu Zhiyue glanced at his smartwatch. Sure enough, just as they said, there was absolutely no signal. Within moments, the raindrops grew heavier, stinging painfully against their skin. The lightning flashes grew brighter and brighter, each one seeming powerful enough to split the sky open. The thunderclaps were terrifyingly loud, causing some timid girls to cover their ears and hug their heads. Just as everyone was about to enter the shopping mall to take shelter, a sudden announcement echoed through the air: the mall had lost power. The once bright plaza plunged into darkness, halting those who had intended to seek shelter from the rain. People looked around and realized the surrounding buildings had also lost power. What a terrifying downpour. I want to go home. Wah, mommy, I'm scared. Suddenly, the air filled with children's wails, women's screams, and the clamor of chaos. Boom! Another thunderclap, followed by a blinding flash of light, sent a wave of gasps through the crowd. Look at the sky. Everyone looked up to see what was happening. What they saw left them all stunned. The once overcast sky had suddenly split open. This gap resembled a crack in the sky, emitting a faint purple glow from within. Another flash of lightning made the violet fissure grow wider. It seemed as though something was about to surge forth from that fissure. Big brother, I'm a little scared. Meng Meng, who rarely showed any signs of vulnerability, was startled by this sudden change in the weather. Lu Zhiyao reached out a paw to comfort Meng Meng. Don't be afraid, big brother is here. Lu Zhiyao then turned his gaze back to the sky. He sensed faintly that within the crack lay a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. Tap tap tap. The heavy rain pelting down from the sky made a surprisingly loud thud as it hit the ground. Everyone looked up. What was falling from the sky was still rain. They were clearly hailstones as big as bird eggs. It's summer now, how could it be hailing? If these hailstones were any bigger, they could kill someone. This is terrifying. This weather is so bizarre, could it be some kind of natural disaster? Whispers erupted among the crowd as everyone scrambled to avoid the hailstones. But one husky pushed through the crowd and stepped out into the hailstorm. Lu Zhiyao placed his paw on a hailstone, shock flashing in his eyes. The instant it touched the hailstone, a system notification popped up. Chapter 150, Hail? Spirit Crystals. Staring at the system notification, the shock in Lu Zhiyue's eyes lingered for a long time. Spirit crystals detected. What was falling from the sky wasn't hail at all, it was spirit crystals imbued with spiritual energy. Consuming will grant 1 evolution point. Proceed? However, these spirit crystals differed somewhat from the spirit beasts within spirit beasts. Though they only granted 1 evolution point, every little bit helped. Moreover, spirit crystals littered the ground everywhere. Accumulating small amounts would eventually add up to a significant number of evolution points. Lu Zhiyao immediately began devouring them frantically. Hey! Look at that dog, it's actually eating that hail. That's our dumb as a rock husky for you, won't even pass up hailstones. This comical scene instantly drew laughter from the onlookers, bringing a moment of lightheartedness to the tense atmosphere. Meng Meng and the other two, seeing their big brother's baffling behavior, rushed out as well. Big brother, why are you eating hailstones? Second brother, third sister, this hail tastes so refreshing. Try some. Meng Meng and Xiao Shi turned to see Xiao Qi also munching on hailstones. He was scooping handfuls off the ground and stuffing them into his mouth like candy beans. Momo and Xiao Shi, not wanting to be outdone, each popped one into their mouths. Then they discovered it was just as Xiao Qi had described. The moment the hail touched their tongues, it dissolved into a gas that shot straight toward their spiritual roots. Soon after, a faint warmth and tingling sensation spread through their spiritual roots. Lu Zhiyue looked up and explained to his younger siblings. This isn't hail, it's spirit crystals. Eating them should strengthen your spiritual roots. You should eat some too. As Lu Zhiyue finished speaking, the 3 husky siblings began devouring the fallen ice crystals with wild abandon.
Xiaoqi, seeking convenience, opened his mouth wide toward the sky, letting the spirit crystals fall directly into his mouth. Seeing that they could never consume all these crystals, Lu Jiyue considered gathering them for storage. But he soon realized this idea was utterly impractical. He observed that the spirit crystals falling from the sky could only remain intact for about 5 or 6 seconds. After that, they melted away like hailstones, vanishing into thin air. Moreover, these spirit crystals seemed to be surging forth from that crack in the sky. The fissure in the sky now appeared to be slowly repairing itself, gradually shrinking. Lu Jiyue didn't bother to think about it anymore, deciding to take what he could get. Why are those 4 huskies all eating the hailstones falling from the sky? Could it really be that delicious? Some of the others also grew curious about the hailstones. They reached out, caught a hailstone or two, and tentatively popped them into their mouths. The moment the hail touched their tongues, it vaporized into gas, surging wildly through their bodies. Ouch! My stomach hurts. Those who had eaten the hail out of curiosity quickly clutched their stomachs, wailing in agony. Those who hadn't managed to taste it yet hastily discarded the hailstones in their hands. Maybe these hailstones contain some kind of bacteria or something. How dare you eat them? But what about those huskies? They're fine. They're dogs. Dogs eat anything, even poop. Could you eat that? The man's words instantly silenced the others. The ones who had eaten the hailstones were still wailing in pain. Please, kind soul, call an ambulance for me. This hurts so much. But my phone has no signal either. What should we do? Chaos erupted on this side. Meanwhile, over 20 kilometers away at the Special Affairs Bureau, chaos reigned. Su Yuancheng frowned, gazing at the strange weather outside the window, and muttered to himself. What was bound to happen has finally come to pass. No sooner had Su Yuancheng finished speaking than someone burst into his office. Director, due to this inexplicable downpour, the entire city has lost power. A strange magnetic field has appeared, severing all communications. The entire city is now paralyzed. The assistant rushed into the office, reporting urgently. The power grid is undergoing emergency repairs. The police department is requesting we deploy personnel to maintain order. Commissioner, it's bad. At that moment, another figure burst into the office. Many people have accidentally ingested hailstones that fell from the sky, suffering severe abdominal pain. The Bureau's instruments detected significant spiritual energy within those hailstones. What? Spiritual energy in hailstones? Upon hearing this, Su Yuancheng immediately opened the window, reached out, and gathered a handful of hailstones in his palm. He popped the hailstones into his mouth. The hailstones instantly dissolved into spiritual energy, nourishing his body. Indeed, it contains spiritual energy. For spiritual energy users like them, this was an exceptional tonic. Yet Su Yuancheng couldn't bring himself to feel joy. For this also meant that these spirit-infused hailstones were equally excellent for spirit beasts. Who knew how many powerful spirit beasts this hailstorm would spawn? When that time came, a spirit beast surge might even occur. As more and more spirit beasts appeared, the consequences would be far more serious than merely causing panic and chaos among humans. By then, they might not even be able to protect people's lives. Have those who swallowed the hailstone shown any other changes? Reporting to the director, none so far. They're all complaining of stomach pain, and even painkillers aren't working. Su Yuancheng's brow furrowed even deeper. These hailstones contain spiritual energy. Ordinary people who consumed them couldn't process this energy, causing it to surge chaotically within their bodies, likely the cause of their abdominal pain. Do everything possible to prevent others from swallowing hailstones. As for those who have already swallowed them, monitor their conditions closely. If any other symptoms appear, notify me immediately. Reject the police department's request. Notify all spirit tamers in the Bureau to deploy to areas frequented by spirit beasts. Request military support if absolutely necessary. Additionally, gather all spirit energy practitioners from the Bureau. I need to convene an emergency meeting. Chapter 151, Summoning Spirits, Advanced. The bizarre spirit crystal rain ceased only after the eerie fissure in the sky vanished. The entire process lasted a full 2 hours. After the crystal rain ceased, the crystals scattered across the ground swiftly dissolved and vanished. The sky gradually returned to its former state. Thanks to this spirit crystal rain, Lu Jiyue gained a full 500 evolution points. If it weren't for the fact that after consuming a certain quantity, each spirit crystal now required dozens or even hundreds to yield a single evolution point, whereas before, a single crystal would grant 1 point. He felt he could stockpile enough evolution points for his next evolution solely from this spirit crystal rain. Still, he was thoroughly satisfied these 500 evolution points were essentially free. Moreover, thanks to this spirit crystal rain, his younger siblings had stabilized the newly sprouted spirit roots within their bodies. He believed it wouldn't be long before they could condense spirit pills just like him. Lu Jiyue kept pondering the reason behind this bizarre spirit crystal rain. After pondering for ages, he still hadn't come up with any answers. Maybe the Special Affairs Bureau knows something. I'll ask them when the time comes. Recalling he had connections within the official organization, Lu Jiyue decided to spare himself the mental effort of further speculation. Quickly, transport those who ingested the hailstones to the designated hospital. Soon, police and medical personnel arrived at the shopping mall.
Lu Jiyue looked over in that direction.
He saw people clutching their stomachs in agony being loaded into ambulances.
Does swallowing spirit crystals cause stomach pain?
This does look somewhat similar to how Xiaoqi felt stomach pain after eating too many spirit fruits before.
Just then, a foot clad in high heels kicked toward Lu Jiao's direction.
You worthless dog.
If it weren't for you, my husband wouldn't have eaten that damn hail. Now look at him suffering.
Human speed seemed painfully slow to Lu Jiyue. He dodged it effortlessly. Lu Jiyue turned to face the woman who had aimed the kick at him. She wore an elegant dress, her once perfect makeup now smudged. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at Lu Jiao.
Lu Jiao tilted his head. How could this be his fault?
It wasn't like he forced her husband to eat the hailstones. Some women really were beyond reason. The woman who hadn't managed to kick the dog wasn't about to give up.
She grabbed her handbag and swung it toward Lu Jiao.
Lu Jiyue had always adhered to the principle, I don't provoke others, and others don't provoke me. This crazy woman had provoked him once, twice now he was furious. He opened his mouth to catch the purse, then exerted force to spit it back at her. The bag instantly slammed into the woman's forehead. The force knocked her off balance, sending her tumbling backward.
Ah!
Her shrill scream echoed as her high heels flew half a meter away. They landed right in front of Xiaoqi. The scatterbrained Xiaoqi, of all people, stuck his nose out to sniff them, then immediately jumped back half a meter.
Damn it! Sticky!
The woman took quite a tumble and was wailing for someone to carry her. In the end, she got her wish and was carried into the ambulance alongside her husband. Fearing further trouble, Lu Jiyue hurriedly urged his younger siblings to leave this trouble spot. A pair of eyes in the crowd followed them until they disappeared. Big bro, I'd been eating hailstones for ages and I'm starving.
Can we go buy another roast duck?
Barely halfway home, Xiaoqi started whining about being hungry.
The spirit crystals dissolved into spiritual energy the moment they touched their tongues, absorbed by their spiritual roots. They certainly didn't fill the stomach. Lu Jiyue halted, a thought crossing his mind. Come on, let's go beg for food at Patha. Roast duck was delicious, but eating it all the time wasn't healthy.
Last time, Su Yen mentioned in passing that he developed a few new recipes and invited him to come taste them sometime.
Today was the perfect time. He could even bring a portion back for Mao Qiu. Besides, he wanted to see what the new members Si Chang and the others had recruited actually looked like. Wonder if that magic water he spiked with spit actually worked. Oh yeah, I haven't been streaming on Pathaha lately. I've gotten skinny from hunger. Big bro, how about I start streaming again tomorrow? Not that I'm doing it for the food, mind you, I just don't want to neglect my work. Xiaoqi was so thrilled at the thought of finally being able to eat his fill legitimately that he wasn't paying attention to where he was walking. He stepped on something and slipped, falling flat on his face. Ouch! Damn it! What the hell is this? Furious, Xiaoqi grabbed the culprit that had caused his fall from beneath his foot. A blue snake wriggled wildly in his grasp. Woof woof woof! Xiaoqi barked in fright before flinging the little green snake into the air. Just as it was about to land on Lu Jiyue's head, he jerked his head to the side and raised his paw. The little green snake landed right on his paw. To avoid hitting the ground, the little snake wrapped its tail around Lu Jiyue's paw several times. When it steadied itself and lifted its head, the sight of a pair of golden eyes froze the little snake solid with terror. Even its forked tongue hung limply to the side, forgotten and left out. This snake, what a cowardly little thing. Seeing this little green snake, Lu Jiyue immediately recalled the previous ghost dragon. Come to think of it, it's been so long since it swallowed that big spicy noodle. Why hasn't it made a move yet? Just as Lu Jiyue was puzzling over this, a system notification suddenly popped up. System function upgrade successful. Then, notifications about the system that had devoured the ghost dragon began appearing one after another. This system actually upgraded behind my back. Lu Jiyue couldn't wait to check the notifications. You have devoured a B-rank spirit beast. Evolution points plus 150. You have obtained one chance to randomly enhance a special skill. Do you wish to proceed? That's it? Nothing else? Lu Jiyue was dumbfounded after reading the system prompt. Wasn't he supposed to gain a special skill? Why did it turn into an upgrade for a special skill instead? Was this some kind of reverse upgrade? Lu Jiyue mentally cursed the system a million times over. Host's confusion detected. Due to host's enhanced strength post-evolution, consuming spirit beasts of a certain level or sufficient quantity is now required to acquire special skills or spirit arts. At that moment, the system thoughtfully provided Lu Jiyue with an explanation. After reading the system's explanation, Lu Jiyue reluctantly accepted it. It made sense, after all. Having grown stronger, he did need sufficiently powerful spirit beasts to further enhance himself. But if even the grade spirit beasts couldn't satisfy his evolved self anymore, wouldn't he need at least A grade or higher spirit beasts? Turns out, spirit beasts below B rank were only good for stacking up evolution points. Well, upgrading special skills now requires 50 evolution points anyway. Better than nothing. Besides, the random enhancement meant he wouldn't have to agonize over choosing between skills. Random special skill enhancement successful. Lu Xiao gazed expectantly, eager to see which skill had been so fortunate as to be selected. Summon Spirit Advanced. Use a part of your body to resurrect and summon a spirit beast you've killed. It can possess a designated creature, granting you 100% control over the revived beast for 30 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Special Effect 1. The chosen host automatically becomes your pet, granting 100% loyalty to you. Special Effect 2. After the spirit beast's revival period ends, it will automatically enter a dormant state within the host creature. The host has a chance to absorb and fuse with this spirit beast. Success grants the ability to freely switch between its original form and the spirit beast form. It's actually my newly acquired summoning spirit. When Lu Xiao clearly saw the upgraded summoning effect, the excitement in his eyes was nearly impossible to hide. Damn it! After letting out a heartfelt sigh, Lu Xiao, who now had a basic grasp of the unique skill of summoning spirits, immediately had an idea. His gaze fell upon the little green snake, which was quietly wriggling its body in an attempt to escape. Chapter 152, Little Pet Little Chung. A sly smile curved the corners of Lu Xiao's mouth. He gently raised his paw and pressed down on the little green snake's tail. Feeling the pressure on its tail, the snake struggled desperately at first. When it realized it was futile, it gave up. You'll be my test subject. After catching the little green snake, Lu Xiao quickly led his younger siblings to a secluded clearing with poor visibility. After scanning the area to confirm no one was around, Lu Xiao looked down at the little green snake in his claw. The little green snake was overcome with fear, its eyes looking almost vacant. Little one, don't be afraid. I'm going to give you a new life. Lu Xiao murmured gently before plucking a strand of dog hair from his body. With a part of my body, this hair is also a part of me. After murmuring to himself, Lu Xiao tossed the dog hair into the sky. Simultaneously, he activated his special skill, Summon Spirit. Soon, a blinding light erupted, and the ghost dragon he had slain appeared within it. However, the dragon's form was not solid but appeared transparent. Lu Xiao glanced at his younger siblings' expressions. He realized that only he could see the scene unfolding before him. With a flick of Lu Xiao's claw, the ghost dragon's translucent spirit form immediately shot toward the little green snake. At the same moment, the little green snake trembled violently, as if struck by electricity. Soon, the possession was complete. The young green snake's eyes, once filled with terror, suddenly flashed with an aura of authority. The next second, the once slender snake, barely 4 or 5 centimeters thick, swelled to 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A colossal python now loomed before them. It was none other than the shadow dragon slain by Lu Xiao earlier. The shadow dragon raised its head to look at Lu Xiao, its eyes brimming with loyalty. Lu Xiao's face lit up with joy. It worked! While Lu Xiao rejoiced on this side, his younger siblings nearly scared out of their wits upon seeing the scene. Ah! What a huge monster! Big brother, run! That thing could swallow us whole. Seeing Lu Xiao standing completely still, Meng Meng even activated her shadowless leg technique, instantly appearing beside him, determined to drag her big brother away from this place. Lu Xiao swiftly grabbed Meng Meng by the arm. Calm down, everyone. This is my new little pet. Pet? A pet? The 3 Husky brothers were stunned. This massive python's tongue alone was thicker than their legs. To ease his siblings' fears, Lu Xiao decided to put on a proper display. Beforehand, he'd hastily given the hybrid offspring of Yulong and the little green snake a name. It was less a naming and more a borrowing. Xiaoqing, come on, show us your dragon's tail strike. At Lu Xiao's command, the massive Xiaoqing executed a divine dragon tail strike toward the ground. A massive crater instantly appeared in the ground. Before his younger siblings could react in surprise, Lu Xiao issued another command. Xiaoqing, lift me up high. Xiaoqing immediately obeyed, gently lifting Lu Xiao with its tail and hoisting him high above its head. Whoa! So high! This is awesome! Amidst his siblings' stunned gazes, Lu Xiao was thoroughly enjoying himself. How about it? Want to give it a try? Before long, all 4 Husky siblings were neatly lifted high by Xiaoqing. The view from up here is so wide and the scenery is amazing. And the air is so fresh. Xiaoqing's body is so cool and refreshing. Bro, your little pet is awesome. The 3 pups' attitude toward this giant python did a complete 180. But once they'd had their fill of fun, Lu Xiao started to worry. This spirit summoning had never mentioned how to put the spirit back. With Xiaoqing's massive size, how was he supposed to carry it around? Wait. The Ming space can hold living creatures. Lu Xiao slapped his forehead as the realization hit him. But Xiaoqing was so big. Let's try it. Lu Xiao immediately activated the Nether Abyss. The next second, Xiaoqing was successfully sucked into his mouth and placed into the manifest space. Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction.
Once the 30-minute spirit possession period ended, Xiaoqing would revert to her original size of 4 or 5 centimeters. Then he could simply release her from the bright space. Xiaoqing, pull yourself together.
Integrate that spicy snack spirit into your body.
Then you'll be able to freely switch between both forms. Lu Zhiyue patted his belly and muttered to himself, sounding like an expectant mother talking to her unborn child.
Alright, let's keep moving.
This little interlude was quite the surprise.
Before long, Lu Zhiyue led his younger siblings to the Changhaha building. The moment they arrived, he spotted many unfamiliar faces.
Before he even reached the entrance, several figures in black suits hurried out to greet him. They pushed a specially designed cart toward Lu Zhiyue.
Please get in the car. Lu Zhiyue glanced at the men before him. After confirming he hadn't seen them before, he furrowed his brow deeply. Could these be new recruits to Si Chang's gang?
He immediately sensed them, yet detected no connection between himself and these individuals.
These people weren't his spiritual descendants. Then how did they know him? Big bro, this car is so soft and comfy. It even has air conditioning blowing inside. While Lu Zhiyue was still pondering, Xiaoqi jumped into the car first.
Meng Meng and Xiaoshi followed suit. All three little ones wore expressions of pure bliss. Seeing his younger siblings all inside, Lu Zhiyue figured it was his own property anyway, so he stopped overthinking it and climbed in too. The moment he sat down, he too wore a look of pure bliss. Holy crap! This car even has a massage function. All aboard, everyone. We're off. As the voice faded, the vehicle carrying Lu Zhiyue and the others began to be pushed by human hands.
Upon entering the first floor lobby, the scene inside made Lu Zhiyue's eyes widen in astonishment. Chapter 153, The Fake Husky. Lu Zhiyue was stunned. The first floor lobby was plastered with numerous portraits of him. Alongside his portraits were what appeared to be photos of Meng Meng and the others. Beside them hung a banner proclaiming, "Huskies, our eternal masters. Please provide our master with the finest service." Lu Zhiyue finally understood why he had never seen these people before, yet they treated him with such deference. It seemed to be precisely those corporate philosophies posted by Chong Haha. Making a whole group of people bow and scrape before a few dogs, it seems Si Chang paid these folks quite handsomely. Lu Zhiyue and his group soon boarded a private elevator. Upon reaching the 8th floor, the elevator doors opened, and Lu Zhiyue was stunned once more. This floor housed a vast banquet hall. It was filled with various freeze-dried treats, dog food, and delicacies. Upon closer inspection, several huskies were already sampling the treats. Lu Zhiyue, being the foodie that he was, instantly dashed forward. The other three were carried inside by attendants. "Masters, everything inside is prepared for you, feel free to indulge." After setting them down, the people departed. After surveying the scene, Lu Zhiyue realized it was all because of him they'd extended their affection for the husky breed to him as well. They'd even prepared such a large banquet hall for feeding them. The variety of food here was truly impressive, every flavor and type imaginable. Just as Lu Zhiyue was about to pick a cheese to sample, a voice reached his ears. "Hey, you newcomers! Don't you know the rules?" Lu Zhiyue looked up toward the source of the voice. It came from the group of huskies across the room. The fattest one stood at the front, chest puffed out, glaring at him. "You guys only got here because of my boss." The voice rang out again. It came from a husky missing a canine tooth, positioned just behind the fat one. It walked up beside the fat husky and pointed respectfully at its companion with a paw. "See those portraits in the first floor lobby? They're all of our boss. If it weren't for our boss, do you think you'd be able to come to a place like this and enjoy all this delicious food? Come greet our boss now, call him Big Brother, and you can feast to your heart's content." Amid the toothless husky's flattery, the chubby husky nearly lifted its head to the ceiling. Before Lu Zhiyue could speak, the hot-tempered Meng Meng couldn't hold back. Call him Big Brother? Does he even deserve it? He pees everywhere every day, can't even look at himself in the mirror. What a pathetic sight, yet he still dares to scare people. Lu Zhiyue stared at Meng Meng in disbelief. He never imagined his adorable, cute little sister could be so fiercely scathing when she cursed someone out. "Hey! How dare you talk back, you little? You think our boss would even need to lift a finger to kick you out?" Toothless Ha immediately flew into a rage, but the chubby Ha beside him held him back. "Hey, show some respect to the lady." Fat Ha stared at Meng Meng with lecherous eyes. "I'm usually pretty lenient with the ladies. Calling me Big Brother or not doesn't matter. Cut the crap, you disgusting dog. There's only one dog in this world I'd ever call boss, right, boss?" Meng Meng turned to look at Lu Zhiyue. The disgust she'd felt toward Fat Ha faded from her eyes, replaced by pure admiration for Lu Zhiyue. This scene instantly enraged Fat Ha, who slammed his paw down on the ground. Toothless Ha immediately turned his hostility toward Lu Zhiyue, standing beside Meng Meng. "Hey, you yellow-eyed kid. Get over here, kowtow to me, and call me Big Brother. Then we'll let this slide, and you can keep enjoying the food here. Otherwise..." Toothless Ha spoke while baring his sharp fangs. Lu Zhiyue couldn't care less. He gave him a dismissive glance before taking a bite of the nearby cheese. Then his eyes lit up. "Ha? Is this Su Yan's new creation? It's pretty tasty. Big brother. He's ignoring us. You gotta teach him a lesson and show him whose turf this is. Fat Ha, whipped into a rage by Toothless Ha's provocation, instantly flew into a fury. He waddled toward Lu Xiao, his massive hips swaying, clearly intent on teaching him a lesson. Lu Xiao didn't even bother to move. He opened his golden eyes and gave him a cold stare. One glance was enough to send Fat Ha tumbling backward, landing with a thud on the ground. Lu Xiao froze in confusion. Ha! He hadn't even activated his intimidating gaze yet. Now regaining his senses, Puffy realized he'd been intimidated by a mere glance from that kid across from him. Anger and embarrassment surged through him. Was it just his imagination? In that gaze, he thought he'd glimpsed something terrifying, a mix of authority, coldness, and murderous intent which had made his legs give way. I just twisted my ankle by accident. After desperately trying to save face, Pang Ha prepared to charge at Lu Xiao once more, intent on teaching him a lesson. Just then, a sound came from the elevator. Ding! As the elevator doors slid open, the Husky's gazes collectively turned toward it. A stunningly beautiful girl stepped out. Fat Ha immediately turned and dashed out, fawning over the girl's feet like a sycophant, then rolled around on the floor, acting all cute and cuddly. Toothless Husky immediately turned to the other Huskies behind him with a smug look and declared, "See that? She's the boss around here. Everything we eat and drink comes from her. She spoils our leader rotten. All he has to do is act a little cute, and she'll be wrapped around his little paw. Just wait and see. That yellow-eyed kid is finished." But just as Toothless finished speaking, the other Huskies witnessed a completely different scene. The girl's gaze didn't linger on Fat Ha at all. She hurriedly ran off in the opposite direction. She stopped before the yellow-eyed guy, crouched down, and respectfully called out, "Lord King of Huskies." The Huskies were stunned by this sight. What did she just call that yellow-eyed guy? Lord King Ha? This girl was none other than Su Yan. Upon hearing the staff report that several Huskies had arrived at Chonghaha, she immediately sensed him through her connection as a spirit descendant to Lu Xiao. That's why she rushed over here. "Lord Ha Wang, why didn't you tell us you were coming? I could have come to greet you personally. It's no trouble." "Oh? The three elders are here too?" Only then did Su Yan notice Meng Meng and the others. "Your Highness, please don't eat anything here. I'll cook something delicious for you myself." The other Huskies were even more shocked upon hearing this. The leader they revered as a god was actually going to cook for the yellow-eyed creature. "The food here is decent, but don't make special exceptions for the Husky breed just because of me. From now on, any stray dog that comes to Pet Ha is welcome here. But dogs who form cliques, pick fights, or cause trouble won't be allowed in." Lu Xiao paused, deliberately glancing toward where Fat Ha and Toothless Ha were standing. Fat Husky broke out in a cold sweat. Only now did he realize he was the imposter in the genuine article's territory. 5 minutes later, Fat Husky and Toothless Husky were politely escorted out. Seeing his free meal spot gone, Fat Ha flew into a rage and beat Toothless Ha senseless. "You wanted to stir the pot? You wanted to cause trouble?" Another of Toothless' sharp teeth was knocked out as he fled the scene, tail tucked between his legs. "Just because you've got those yellow eyes. Just you wait, next life, I'll be reborn with blue eyes." Fat Ha glared fiercely at the Pet Ha building before reluctantly leaving. Before he had gone far, a dark shadow appeared before him. With a wave of the shadow's hand, Fat Ha vanished instantly from where he stood. Chapter 154, snuffed out in Yangzheng City. Su Yuanchang swept his stern gaze across everyone present before speaking slowly. "The failure of our last operation should serve as a profound lesson for all of us." All the psychics present, along with Chang Long the only non-psychic among them, bowed their heads. Their last battle against that ancient serpent nearly cost them one of their own. Ever since, they'd been undergoing grueling training. But it was precisely because of that failure that we learned of another cloaked organization emerging alongside the Shadow Organization. Su Yuancheng's expression grew increasingly grave. "What are your thoughts on this cloaked organization?" Ji Zhangming, the deputy director, spoke up first. "Director, I believe the emergence of this cloaked men organization isn't necessarily a bad thing." Su Yuancheng raised an eyebrow at Ji Zhangming's words. "Oh? Care to elaborate on your thoughts?" All eyes turned to Ji Zhangming. "The ancient giant serpent we were unable to defeat last time was a Class B spirit beast controlled by the Shadow Organization. The more powerful these spirit beasts become, the easier they are to lose control. That serpent even started devouring its own kind later on. Fortunately, it was ultimately killed by the Cloaked Men organization." Ji Zhangming paused here, exchanging a glance with Chang Long. After Lu Xiao had dealt with the serpent and departed, Ji Zhangming and Chang Long had coordinated their story. They both claimed the ancient serpent was ultimately killed by the cloaked organization, whose members had taken away the corpse. At the time, Su Yuancheng didn't pursue the matter further upon hearing this. Instead, he immediately ordered an investigation into the Cloaked Men organization. "This alone proves the Cloaked Men possess capabilities rivaling our bureau. If that's the case, then the Cloaked organization is just as troublesome as the Shadow organization. Why do you still call it a good thing? Su Yuanchang pressed again. Precisely because both organizations possess formidable strength, they can counterbalance each other. Especially since the Cloaked Ones disrupted the Shadow Organization's plans, this time proof that these two factions are at odds. Ji Zhangming noticed the shift in Su Yuancheng's expression and continued. Their hostility means their ideologies clash. The Shadow Organization has always sought to exploit spirit beasts to disrupt global peace, aiming to rule the world through chaos. So, the Cloaked Organization's ideology is likely the exact opposite. Ji Zhangming looked at Su Yuancheng with an expectant gaze. His words implied that the Cloaked Ones, like their Special Affairs Bureau, stood as the Shadow Organization's adversaries, pursuing the same objectives as their bureau. His ultimate goal was to steer Su Yuancheng toward the idea of an alliance. However, Su Yuancheng's subsequent remarks quickly dashed Ji Zhangming's hopes. The deputy director's point is valid, but allowing these two major organizations to develop unchecked will inevitably become a major. Su Yuancheng's expression grew somber. Headquarters has stated they've intensified efforts against the Shadow Organization and seen recent progress. As for the Cloaked Men, they haven't expanded elsewhere yet. Therefore, Headquarters wants us to eliminate them right here in Yangzheng City. To support our efforts, Headquarters will soon be secretly deploying elite reinforcements. Hearing this, several faces in the room shifted slightly. Ji Zhangming was the most anxious. If things continued this way, it would drift further and further from his original plan. Director, we've been cracking down on these civilian organizations, but have we ever considered harnessing their power instead? Take the last incident, for example. The ancient serpent controlled by the Shadow Organization nearly cost us many team members. If it weren't for the Cloaked One's intervention, that spirit beast would still be rampaging. Zhangming, stop. Su Yuancheng cut Ji Zhangming off, his tone turning stern. Headquarters will never permit the existence of any organization outside official channels. You're educated professionals, you should know that throughout history, many revolutions were sparked by civilian groups. This matter is closed. Ji Zhangming felt reluctant, but since Su Yuancheng had spoken, he couldn't say anything more. Besides this matter, Headquarters has issued a notice regarding that bizarre hailstorm not long ago. Perhaps to lighten the mood, Su Yuancheng immediately changed the subject. The hail from the previous weather anomaly has been confirmed as crystals formed from spiritual energy referred to as spirit crystals. The people in the conference room began murmuring among themselves. Spirit crystals? Why would the sky suddenly start raining this stuff? Probably due to the spiritual energy revival. If this keeps up, who knows what the world will become? The murmurs ceased at the sound of Su Yuancheng's cough. These spirit crystals are extremely useful for us spirit energy users. Absorbing a certain quantity can enhance our abilities. That's why the Bureau employed special methods to preserve some. I'll distribute them to you shortly. Of course, these spirit crystals are also highly beneficial to spirit beasts. I dispatched personnel to prevent any spirit beast uprisings, but strangely, after the spirit crystal rain passed, the spirit beasts vanished. Where there's smoke, there's fire. This situation is far from simple. Therefore, you few will take turns leading teams to spread awareness throughout the city. Could it be that those spirit beasts are in seclusion, striving to break through their power limits? Chang Long voiced his theory, having thought of something. Su Yuancheng nodded. That possibility cannot be ruled out. But what worries me more is that individuals with ulterior motives might be taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble. The individuals Su Yuancheng referred to as having ulterior motives were, of course, members of the Shadow Organization and the Cloaked Men. Especially the Shadow Organization, they were masters at controlling spirit beasts. After the spirit crystal rain, the beast's power would likely become unstoppable. If the Shadow Organization managed to control them all, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. By the way, later you'll disguise yourselves and come with me to a place. The moment Su Yuancheng finished speaking, everyone present grew curious. Chapter 155, Where did he find all these people? Several spirit energy users, their features completely concealed, followed Su Yuancheng equally wrapped in layers to a hospital. Why is the director bringing us to a hospital? No idea, but the director bringing us here must mean something. We'll just follow along. As if they had been given prior clearance, the group whose appearance suggested anything but good intentions passed through the hospital unimpeded. Soon, they arrived at the door of a large ward. Before entering, they heard various cries of distress coming from inside. Su Yuancheng pushed open the door and led the group inside. The scene before them left them stunned. The ward was filled with patients, all seemingly afflicted by the same condition. All were clutching their stomachs in agony. Several nurses moved about the room administering pain medication. They administered painkiller injections to those who appeared to be in unbearable agony. But the effect of the injections seemed minimal. Director, what's wrong with these people? They look like they're in terrible pain. Could it be something with their pancreas? My uncle suffered from pancreatitis and was in agony just like them. It doesn't seem that simple. The painkillers aren't doing much. Su Yuancheng didn't rush to answer their questions. Pay close attention. See if you can sense anything from these people. The others complied after hearing his words. One by one, expressions of shock spread across their faces. Director, how could spiritual energy exist within these patients? Su Yuansheng promptly led the group into an empty ward nearby. He removed his mask and answered their earlier question. The patients you just saw are those who accidentally ingested spirit crystals during that spirit crystal rain. This ward only holds a portion of them, but I've already gathered all these patients within this hospital. After hearing Su Yuansheng's explanation, everyone looked utterly stunned. A single spirit crystal caused them this much pain? They're ordinary people whose bodies can't absorb spiritual energy. After ingesting the crystals, the energy likely released inside them and started running wild. Su Yuansheng nodded. The hospital currently lacks any effective treatment for this condition. For now, we can only wait for the spiritual energy within them to dissipate or be expelled naturally. But Su Yuansheng spoke as he pulled back the curtain separating them. Behind the curtain lay another dozen hospital beds. People lay unconscious upon them. The psychics now keenly sensed that the individuals lying here also possessed spiritual energy. Director, what is this? Besides what I just mentioned, there's another scenario, allowing these individuals' bodies to absorb the spiritual energy on their own. Absorb it on their own? Surprise flashed across everyone's faces. Su Yuansheng directed them to examine the individuals lying here. These individuals are examples of successful absorption, but they've remained unconscious ever since. Niu Kai approached a young man, reaching out to tickle the sole of his foot. The young man lay motionless on the bed, seemingly unaware, not stirring at all. Yet the medical monitors beside him showed all vital signs were perfectly normal. Failure to absorb the spiritual energy causes abdominal pain, while successful absorption plunges them into deep sleep. This spirit crystal is truly dangerous for ordinary people. I have a question. At that moment, Chun Long stepped forward with a hypothesis. So, those who can absorb spiritual energy within their bodies once they wake up, will they become spiritual energy users? Su Yuansheng shook his head. That's still uncertain. After all, how to awaken these individuals remains a challenge. Many people accidentally ingested spirit crystals, and there are others we don't know about who aren't in this hospital. Among them, there might be individuals who absorbed the spirit crystal's energy but didn't fall into a coma. Su Yuansheng spoke, then turned his gaze back to the group. That's why I brought you all here. I need you to search for them. If you find anyone matching this description, bring them to headquarters immediately. Su Yuansheng's gaze settled on Ji Zhangming. Zhangming, you have the advantage of moving freely through the skies. You must take special care with this matter. No problem. Leave it to me. Ji Zhangming readily took charge. The others echoed their agreement. They understood Director Su Yuansheng's concern. If those who absorbed spirit crystal energy accidentally became spirit energy users, the primary concern would be preventing them from being poached by evil organizations. At a time when the Bureau was desperately short-staffed and in urgent need of personnel, the ideal outcome would be to channel these individuals into official service. While Su Yuansheng was still preoccupied with various headaches, Lu Zhiyue on the other side was experiencing one pleasant surprise after another. Seeing over 20 elite operatives kneel before him in unison, Lu Zhiyue was utterly stunned. That single bottle of water laced with his saliva had actually been distributed to so many people? And they had all successfully transformed into his spiritual descendants. Your Highness, I am Lian, newly joined to the Woof Woof gang. My specialty is chemical research. Greetings, Lord Ha. My name is Yu Man. I practice judo. I've achieved some minor accomplishments in biomedical research. As he listened to each member introduce themselves, Lu Zhiyue's heart stirred repeatedly. Where on earth did Si Chang and the others find all these talented individuals? Though his heart raced with excitement, Lu Zhiyue kept his composure. His gaze swept over each elite kneeling before him. Seeing their eyes filled with reverence and anticipation, Lu Zhiyue knew it was time to speak. First, welcome all of you to the Woof Woof gang. I'm sure you've already gained some understanding of the gang and myself. For now, I have no specific demands. I only hope our new members will quickly become acquainted and understand one another. He couldn't think of anything else to say. Recalling how his first day at a new company in his previous life had been about familiarizing himself with the environment, Lu Zhiyue simply parroted similar words. Little did he expect that as soon as he finished speaking, Li Ke stepped forward to expand on his words. What His Majesty Wang means is that he hopes everyone can quickly understand each other's abilities so that we can more effectively tackle various challenges in the future. At the same time, he also hopes everyone can maintain a humble and learning attitude, constantly improving themselves. Lu Zhiyue shot Li Ke a look of utter disbelief. Was that really what he meant? At that moment, Lian stepped forward. He pushed his glasses up, appearing both professional and meticulous. Your Highness, through my research, I've discovered certain chemical agents that can temporarily enhance our people's overall capabilities. Would you like me to conduct further research in this area? Lu Zhiyue's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Chapter 156, Keeping a Low Profile is Too Hard. Are there any side effects? Lu Zhiyue paused briefly before asking this question. After all, everyone's safety was paramount.
His question instantly earned him a flicker of admiration in everyone's gaze. Lord Hawang truly lived up to his reputation, cherishing talent, impartial, and considering every member of the gang. They had truly chosen the right leader.
Your Excellency, side effects are unavoidable, Lian replied. But I can guarantee we'll minimize them primarily through post-treatment replenishment of stamina and nutrients. Upon hearing Lian's response, Lu Zhiyue's eyes lit up completely.
With such a valuable asset where side effects could be disregarded, development was a must.
Combined with the special skill Battle Roar, wouldn't their combat power skyrocket?
Then I'll leave further research in your capable hands.
Should you require anything, don't hesitate to ask. My guild and I will provide full support.
Yes, Your Highness.
At that moment, Yuman stepped forward.
Your Highness, while enhancing strength, we mustn't neglect physical conditioning and combat technique training. I'll leverage my expertise to design a comprehensive training program, enabling everyone to boost their combat effectiveness in the shortest time possible.
I think that's a good idea.
Seeing this, others also stepped forward to offer their insights.
Each hoped to contribute something meaningful to Lu Zhiyue using their unique talents.
Lu Zhiyue watched this scene unfold, his heart filled with satisfaction. He knew this team of diverse elites could achieve remarkable results even without his direct guidance.
He didn't have to lift a finger, didn't have to manage a thing, even the empty promises were being made for him. Lu Zhiyue felt he was probably the most carefree leader in the world. Yet he never imagined that in such a short time, the Woof Woof gang would expand into a team of over 30 members.
And he had a strong premonition that this was only the beginning. Among the new recruits, 2 had inherited his unique skill, Spirit Descendant Conversion.
This meant his spirit descendants could now develop their own spirit descendants. He tentatively called them second-generation spirit descendants.
Whether they were first-generation spirit descendants he had created or these second-generation ones, they were all 100% loyal to him.
However, the power inherited by the second-generation spirit descendants was only half that of the first generation. Fortunately, they could still randomly inherit one of his special skills. This way, the gap between first-generation and second-generation spiritual descendants wasn't too great.
In the future, top talents would be developed by him into first-generation spirit descendants, while those less outstanding would be developed by first-generation spirit descendants into second-generation spirit descendants. Leveraging the spirit descendants' transformation ability to amplify these individual strengths, Li Ke and Si Chang would then assign them to suitable positions.
The core principle is assigning roles based on aptitude.
At this rate, it seemed only a matter of time before their Woof Woof gang would surpass the Special Affairs Bureau.
At this thought, Lu Zhiyue felt a surge of satisfaction.
With Li Ke and Si Chang as his 2 strong arms, all he needed to do was voice his ideas, and they would lead the talented team to execute them. Sitting back and reaping the rewards, who could understand that feeling? What's more, these 2 were more than happy to oblige. They both felt that Lu Zhiyue's trust and heavy reliance on them was a supreme honor.
Your Highness, leave these matters entirely to us.
When the time comes, you'll simply come to inspect the results. Li Ke typed up what everyone had said on his computer, already beginning to strategize in his mind. Well, I'm confident in entrusting this matter to you all. I have other business to attend to and won't be lingering here.
Farewell, Your Highness. After being seen off, Lu Zhiyue immediately headed to where Su Yan was. To his surprise, his younger siblings were already tucking into a feast. After finishing the elaborate meal Su Yan had prepared, Lu Zhiyue began selecting treats for Mao Qiu.
These cheese sticks are made from premium milk sources. I've blended in plenty of healthy fruit and vegetable juices, not only nutritious but also incredibly palatable.
And these jerky strips are made from premium Wagyu beef.
I season them just right, retaining the perfect moisture level for an excellent texture and flavor.
This little can combines diced abalone with minced Australian lobster packed with umami flavor. After Su Yan's detailed introduction, Lu Zhiyue was dumbfounded. Are you even making proper pet snacks? Wagyu beef is one thing, but abalone and Australian lobster? He hadn't even tasted Australian lobster in his previous life as a human. Hawang, Pat Haha now specializes in high-end products.
These treats are mostly bought by wealthy families, they're not short on cash.
If we use low-grade ingredients, they won't even buy them.
We even launched a luxury line of pet products, with limited quantities and exclusive access. Now, many wealthy ladies are scrambling to get their hands on them just to save face.
Lu Zhiyue was stunned. Pet supplies are going the luxury route now? And judging by the looks of it, their company was doing quite well?
But then again, it's true, poor people's money is hard to earn, while rich people's money is practically endless. Coming up with this marketing model, that's pure genius.
Not only that, but our dog cafe's dogs are incredibly popular.
Many variety show and film production teams have approached us for collaborations, offering very high fees. This month, our company spent a bit more on product research and talent recruitment, so profits might only be around 100 million yuan.
But next month, it'll double, maybe even more.
Su Yan spoke with such ease that Lu Zhiyue felt like he was seeing an old acquaintance who once treated 100 million as a minor goal.
Lu Zhiyue was utterly dumbfounded. How long had it been since the company had grown to this scale? At this rate, wouldn't Chong Haha go public soon? Wasn't his original intention just to give the Wang Wang members something to do, to cover up their true identities? It's just too hard. Staying low-key is just too damn hard. But Lu Jiao's surprises for the day weren't over yet. He sensed something and immediately opened his mouth. Xiaoqing, whom he had placed in the Ming space, appeared before him. The moment she emerged, Xiaoqing slithered her way over, climbing onto Lu Jiyue before coiling herself around his neck. Su Yan, standing nearby, was startled by the sight. Hawan, what is this? Don't be afraid. This is my new little pet. Lu Jiyue's voice trembled with excitement because only after Lu Jiyue finished speaking did Su Yan dare to inch closer to examine Xiaoqing. The next second, in a daze, she glimpsed a colossal figure within the tiny snake, barely a few centimeters thick. Su Yan was so terrified she instantly fell backward onto the ground. An ancient giant python. It's that primordial serpent. Lu Jiyue witnessed this scene, yet his face betrayed not a hint of surprise. His earlier joy stemmed from Xiaoqing successfully merging with the spirit of the dark dragon. From now on, Xiaoqing's snake was the ghost dragon, and the ghost dragon was Xiaoqing's snake. It would still be his little pet, Lu Jiyue's. Chapter 157, Unknown Terrifying Creature. After eating his fill and snagging plenty of tasty treats, Lu Jiyue set off for the villa with his younger siblings. Come to think of it, ever since their owner Li Wana joined the Paw Patrol, she rarely returned to the villa. When she wasn't teaching at school, she was either at the company or on a plane. But it was largely thanks to her that Pet Haha could recruit talent from all corners of the world. Even traveling to distant locations for business negotiations was a matter of minutes. It was precisely because of her powerful transportation network that the company's growth had been so astonishingly rapid. Even when he went to the company today, Li Wana was still flying somewhere to negotiate a deal. Every member of the Woof Woof gang was racking their brains for the company's and gang's growth. Yet here he was, the boss behind the scenes, yawning constantly and wondering where he could catch some sleep. After his evolution, Lu Jiyue had planned to take a break and slack off for a while. But after visiting the company and seeing everyone working so hard, his conscience began to prick him. His subordinates were too outstanding, making him feel a hint of pressure and shame as their leader. Forget it. No rest for the strong. That shadow organization hadn't been completely eradicated yet. How could he sleep soundly? Resolved, Lu Jiyue decided to visit Maoqiu to consume more spirit fruits and bolster his spiritual power. He couldn't slack off on gathering evolution points either. His next evolution would require a whopping 10,000 points. If he didn't push himself to gather them, who knew how long it would take to evolve? Why does it feel like he's being forced to get stronger? XX. Unscrupulous capitalists truly have no conscience. Even this Husky knew you couldn't abandon the team to enjoy the good life alone. Bro, I'm stuffed from eating too much. Can we take a ride back? Hearing Xiaoqi's words, Lu Jiao suddenly slapped his forehead. Right. How could I forget that? You really shouldn't eat too much. It makes you dumb. Under the puzzled gazes of his younger siblings, Lu Jiyue spat out a spirit fruit seed from his spatial ring. As he crushed the seed, a black hole vortex instantly appeared before them. Lu Jiyue scooped up his siblings and tossed them inside, then leaped in himself the instant the vortex vanished. In an instant, they arrived at Maoqiu's home. Compared to their initial terror upon first arriving here, the three little ones felt much more at ease on their second visit. Where's Fuzzball? Is he sleeping by the spirit tree? The four little ones arrived at the spirit tree but found no trace of Maoqiu. Could he be waiting for us in the villa's basement? Meng Meng suggested. Let's go look for him in the basement. Wait. Lu Jiao immediately called out to them. His gaze fixed on a fragment floating nearby. At that moment, the fragment was rapidly flashing with bright light. Maoqiu had once mentioned that this meant the fragment had been activated. But Lu Jiao recalled that during their last visit, the fragments in this area hadn't been activated. Could it be that Maoqiu went to explore where these fragments lead? Lu Jiyue muttered to himself before turning to his younger siblings. Stay here for now. With that, Lu Jiyue headed toward the rapidly flickering fragment. Upon reaching the fragments, he first leaned in to listen. Unfortunately, no sound came from within. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Jiyue couldn't resist his curiosity and moved closer to the shard. Suddenly, a powerful suction enveloped him and pulled him into the shard. When Lu Jiyue regained consciousness and opened his eyes, the sight before him made his heart stop. He found himself in a void where chaos and darkness intertwined, the air thick with an ancient, decaying stench. Within this eerie space, light was twisted into bizarre shapes by an unseen force, illuminating a massive figure not far ahead. It was a creature that could make anyone tremble with fear at a single glance. Its sheer size defied imagination. Its entire body was covered in jet-black scales, its eyes like abysses burning with eerie green flames, coldly locking onto Lu Jiyue as if he were already its meal. The very next second after Lu Jiyue met its gaze, the colossal creature bared its razor-sharp fangs and unleashed a deafening roar. The sound seemed capable of tearing through the void, striking directly at Lu Jiyue's soul. An irresistible force surged from its massive jaws, swiftly enveloping Lu Zhiyue as if intent on swallowing him whole into the endless darkness. At this critical moment of life and death, Lu Zhiyue hesitated not a second. He retrieved a fruit seed from the bright space, crushed it swiftly, and in the instant of being swallowed, plunged headfirst into a black hole vortex that appeared out of nowhere. Returning to the furball territory, Lu Zhiyue felt the restraining force vanish instantly from his body, and he gasped for breath. Coming to his senses, he realized sweat had soaked through his fur. What on earth was that terrifying thing? Recalling the scene, Lu Zhiyue couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. "Big brother, are you okay?" His younger siblings gathered around, their faces filled with concern. Lu Zhiyue shook his head and immediately began instructing them. "You must stay far away from these fragments from now on, especially the ones that flash rapidly like that, understand?" Faced with their older brother's stern tone, the three little ones nodded solemnly. Lu Zhiyue exhaled deeply, then mentally queried the system. "System, what exactly was that terrifying thing I just encountered?" The system remained silent. It seemed the system could only answer questions about official matters. Just as Lu Zhiyue was still pondering the recent encounter, his younger siblings let out a startled cry. "It's a fur ball!" Lu Zhiyue snapped back to attention and looked up. Furry Ball, who had returned from a fragment, spotted them too and came running over joyfully. His fur, which had turned blue, gradually returned to its original white. "You're finally back. The video feed suddenly cut out, and I thought something terrible had happened to you. But I couldn't go out, so I randomly activated a few shards, hoping to get lucky and find you guys. But man, my luck was terrible. Thank goodness you're both okay." Furry Ball blurted out several sentences at once, explaining everything it had been up to while separated from them. Lu Zhiyue's expression turned grave. "Machio, did you check that fragment over there?" Machio followed Lu Zhiyue's pointing gaze. Upon seeing the fragment, its expression instantly turned serious. "You must never go near that fragment. The place it leads to is extremely dangerous." Hearing this, Lu Zhiyue grew slightly agitated. If Machio said that, he must have been there before. It likely knew what kind of terrifying creatures lurked within. Dangerous? But Big Brother just went there already. Xiaoqi, looking dazed, tilted his head and recounted what Lu Zhiyue had just done. Furry Ball instantly turned tense, staring at Lu Zhiyue. "Big Brother, you're not hurt, are you?" Lu Zhiyue shook his head, then eagerly pressed Machio for answers. "Where does that fragment lead? And what was that terrifying creature inside?" Chapter 158, Ancient Ruins, the True Rank of Spirit Beasts. The place that fragment leads to. Furball furrowed his brow and squinted, as if struggling to recall something. "In my hazy memories, it seems to be an ancient ruin." An ancient ruin? The moment Machio spoke, Lu Zhiyue's mind raced with possibilities. Right, such a terrifying place couldn't be ordinary. But he'd never heard of this ancient ruin before. How could such a monstrous creature exist there? "I went in once before my older brother did, and I saw that terrifying creature you mentioned." Machio continued. "That creature must be a guardian spirit beast protecting the ancient ruins." "A spirit beast? It didn't look like one to me." Lu Zhiyue found Machio's explanation hard to believe. "It's no ordinary spirit beast," Furry Ball said earnestly. "Just like me. I'm a spirit beast too, but I'm no ordinary one, I'm a wasteland spirit." Now Lu Zhiyue began to grasp what Machio meant. "You mean that guy is a high-level spirit beast, right?" Furball's eyes darted around before he gave a slight nod. "Then I'd guess that guy must be at least a rank." "What do you mean, a rank?" Hearing Lu Zhiyue's mutterings, it was now Machio's turn to be puzzled. "You've been asleep for so long, you don't even know this?" Lu Zhiyue proceeded to explain the classification system for spirit beasts to Machio. To his surprise, after hearing it all, Machio just kept shaking his head. "No. That's not how our spirit beasts are ranked." "What? Is there another way to classify spirit beasts?" Furry Ball nodded solemnly. "This might be how you classify spirit beasts in your new era, but I vaguely recall that before I fell into slumber, spirit beasts weren't ranked using some symbols like you just mentioned." "Characters?" Lu Zhiyue then realized that Machio must have been referring to letters. This piqued Lu Zhiyue's curiosity even more. Before Machio fell into slumber, it must have been a time when spiritual energy hadn't yet depleted. Back then, perhaps the world was brimming with spiritual energy, nourishing all living things and infusing the entire natural world with a sense of spirit. Spirit beasts born in such an environment must have been far more powerful than those of today. He wondered if this world could ever return to that era of abundant spiritual energy, where all things coexisted in harmony. After racking his brain for a while, Machio finally recalled some memories about spirit beast ranks. The most basic existence among spirit beasts is called a mortal spirit. They possess nascent spiritual awareness, able to sense and absorb the spiritual energy within heaven and earth. I believe there are minor subdivisions within mortal spirits, but I can't recall them clearly. The next major tier up is mystic spirits. At this stage, spirit beasts can take on human form.
Most mystic spirits possess unique innate abilities, and those in the mid to late stages can even wield spiritual energy to cast spirit arts. Hearing Macho say this, Lu Zhiyue immediately recalled the spirit beasts he had encountered.
Mystic spirits can take human form? Doesn't that mean there be rank or higher? So mortal spirits must refer to be rank and below spirit beasts.
Good grief, he'd been devouring nothing but the most basic level spirit beasts all along.
More powerful ordinary spirits could wreak havoc in the human world, while mystical spirits could leave official organizations utterly helpless. Then wouldn't spirit beasts above the Xianling rank be able to destroy an entire city with a single wave of their hand? Lu Zhiyao's thoughts churned with the furball's description. He realized his understanding of the spirit beast world might be just the tip of the iceberg. What realm lies beyond the Xian level? The furball fell silent for a moment, as if straining to recall distant memories. Above Xianling lies the realm of the sacred spirit. Sacred spirits are further divided into heavenly and earthly spirits. Earth spirit level spirit beasts can resonate with heaven and earth, harnessing natural forces for their own purposes. Their power is sufficient to shake mountains and shift rivers. Celestial spirits are rarer than earth spirits, possessing the power to command wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, even to influence time and space. Both heavenly and earthly spirits are further divided into 3 tiers: high, middle, and low. The gap between each tier is as vast as an abyss. Hearing this, Lu Zhiyue could no longer find words to describe his astonishment.
But unexpectedly, the furball hadn't finished speaking. I vaguely recall that beyond the Holy Spirit realm lies an even more mysterious realm, one that no one has ever confirmed reaching. But that realm is far beyond our reach. Pondering it serves little purpose. Lu Zhiyue took a long time to digest everything Mao Qiu had told him. Just listening to its lengthy introduction, Lu Zhiyao felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, making it hard to breathe. In his own estimation, he had always considered himself quite formidable. At this moment, the timeless wisdom of the old proverb proved true once more. Truly, beyond every person lies another, and beyond every mountain lies another. Had he lived in an era of flourishing spiritual energy, he would have been utterly lost. He was truly fortunate to be born in this era. This development utterly crushed Lu Zhiyao's plans to give up. By the way, what about the wasteland spirit? Aren't you a wasteland spirit? What rank are you? Lu Zhiyue suddenly realized that among all the ranks mentioned earlier, Machio hadn't even mentioned the wasteland spirit. Wasteland spirits are born from certain circumstances within the wasteland. They don't fall under these classifications, but their power lies somewhere between heaven spirits and earth spirits. Holy crap! Furball, you're actually that powerful. Lu Zhiyue's eyes lit up instantly. A powerhouse right beside him. Furry Ball scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. I'm not that powerful. My spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered yet. My strength might not even match yours, big bro. Plus, us wasteland spirits are bound by geographical restrictions. No matter how powerful we become, we'll never truly be free. As he spoke, the fur on Macho's body began to turn gray again. Suddenly, a paw rested on Fluffball's head. Don't worry. Your big bro here has plenty of unconventional methods. Who knows? Maybe one of them will lead to your freedom someday. Always keep hope alive. Really? A glimmer of hope lit up in Fluffball's eyes. Of course. Ask the others, when have I ever made empty promises? The 3 little ones behind him shook their heads in perfect unison. Lu Zhiyao hadn't exaggerated at all. The unorthodox methods he referred to were his own system. Who knows? Maybe one day, after devouring a powerful spirit beast or during his next evolution, the system would grant him such abilities? Life needed something to look forward to, after all. Oh, and you still haven't told me what tier is that spirit beast guarding the ancient ruins? Lu Zhiyue remembered the main task at hand. This ancient ruin, just the name made it sound like it was filled with treasures. He needed to gauge the spirit beast's strength. Once he was strong enough, he'd head straight to the ruins to hunt for treasures. But what Machio said next threw him off balance once more. Chapter 159, Assessing the Demon Spirit. If my senses aren't deceiving me, that's a demon spirit. Demon spirit? What the heck is that? Lu Zhiyao was stunned speechless. Though like the wasteland spirits, demon spirits aren't classified in the standard hierarchy, they are among the most peculiar and dangerous of all spirit beasts. They often fall into corruption for some reason, consumed by dark and evil forces. Moreover, demon spirits usually possess immense destructive power and are highly unpredictable. Their emergence brings disaster and chaos to the surrounding areas. Lu Zhiyue noted the resemblance between these demon spirits and the malevolent spirits he'd encountered before, though the disparity in their power was staggering. How could such a dangerous entity guard that ancient ruin? I suspect it must be bound by some restriction or seal. After hearing Macho's words, Lu Zhiyue pondered for a moment before a sly smile spread across his face. We'll find out if we try. Ha? Big bro, you're still going? No way, it's too dangerous. Facing the agitated furball, Lu Zhiyue shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm not going. It's just. Lu Zhiyue spoke as he bit off a tuft of fur from his body.
Then he blew it away in one breath. As the dog hairs flew through the air, each strand formed a distinct outline in Machio's eyes. Finally, they all transformed into Lu Zhiyue's likeness. This scene left Machio utterly dumbfounded. Not just Machio, all three little ones gasped in astonishment at the sight. Holy crap! When did Big Brother learn Sun Wukong's move? Xiao Qi, who had read Journey to the West, instantly grew excited, gazing at his big brother with admiration. Lu Zhiyue was thoroughly satisfied with the explosive reaction. He had merely activated Soul Split, imbuing these dog hairs with a thread of spiritual energy to transform them into his likeness. He'd foolishly tried using other lifeless objects for Spirit Split before, but after activating Summon Spirit last time, he'd gained enlightenment. That's how this dazzling spectacle came to be. After all, he had plenty of dog hair to spare. He shed quite a bit every day. After conjuring about a dozen copies of himself, Lu Zhiyue directed these duplicates to approach the shards together. Sharing the clone's vision, Lu Zhiyue saw the demon spirit again after they were teleported by the shards. Its form was mostly concealed within the mist, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Yet even its vague outline exerted an intangible pressure. The moment Lu Zhiyue's duplicates appeared, the demon spirit detected them. It closed in on the duplicates at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. Without even opening its mouth, a single breath eliminated more than half of the clones. Had Lu Zhiyue not possessed slowing vision to immediately control the three surviving clones to flee, the entire force would likely have been annihilated. This creature's power was truly terrifying. Though these clones possessed only a fraction of Lu Zhiyue's power, he had imbued each with a trace of his spiritual energy. The duplicates imbued with spiritual energy could be said to have doubled in power. Yet before this demonic spirit, they were still as fragile as paper dolls, wiped out in an instant. Lu Zhiyue immediately commanded the remaining three clones to scatter in three different directions at top speed. Following Lu Zhiyue's command, the clones moved at high speed along S-shaped trajectories. They maintained sufficient distance between each other to ensure that even if one clone met with misfortune, it would not affect the other two. Yet the demon spirit did not pursue. It stood rooted to the spot, coldly observing the duplicates. Roar! It opened its mouth, unleashing a deafening roar. A tangible wave of energy instantly erupted outward from the demon spirit's mouth. This energy caught up to the clones at an unimaginable speed. The last three duplicates instantly exploded. With that, all 10+ clones were annihilated. Lu Zhiyue couldn't help but whistle in awe at the demon spirit's power. There was no doubt that the demon spirit now far surpassed him in power. But just as the demon spirit dealt with those three clones, Lu Zhiyue noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The immense energy unleashed by the demon spirit's roar seemed to be repelled by an invisible force as it reached the edge of the mist. Moreover, he noted that the demon spirit had never stepped beyond the mist's edge. This scene immediately gave Lu Zhiyue a sense of certainty. It seemed to align with what Mao Qiu had mentioned. The demon spirit was indeed trapped within this mist by some powerful seal or restraining force. Its guardianship of the ancient ruins likely stemmed from the site itself being part of the seal, or perhaps the ruins concealed a crucial artifact capable of suppressing or controlling the demon spirit. Lu Zhiyue had initially considered using night stalking to sneak past the demon spirit's perception. But judging from the preliminary test, this creature was so powerful it didn't even need to see. It could sense intruders' locations purely through perception. Better not risk it. He'd reconsider this plan after strengthening himself. When Lu Zhiyue snapped back to reality, he was startled to find three dog faces and one furry face crowded close to his own. Big bro, what's the verdict? These guys couldn't wait to hear the results of his test. Lu Zhiyue had intended to tell the truth, but seeing the eager looks on his younger siblings' faces, his pride suddenly kicked in. After all, for so long, he had always been the towering, formidable figure in their eyes. After all, there hadn't been a single challenge he couldn't handle. If he told them now that the demon spirit was ridiculously powerful and he wasn't a match for it, how would they ever look at him again? Where would his authority as the eldest brother be? That demon spirit's strength is just average, really. So you mean you could beat it, big bro? Before Lu Zhiyue could respond to Xiaoqi's questioning, Meng Meng piped up confidently. Xiaoqi, could you think before you speak? Big brother is so powerful, who could possibly defeat him? It's just a demon spirit. Big brother said it's average, so how could he lose? Exactly. With Big Brother's formidable strength, he likely has no equal right now. It's just that the demon spirit probably looks terrifying, which is why it confused Big Brother at first. Xiao Shi chimed in to agree. Lu Zhiyue began to regret his actions. He sensed the situation was spiraling out of control. Big Brother is truly amazing. There must be treasures in that ancient ruin. Should we take care of that demon spirit now and go treasure hunting? Hearing Xiao Shi's innocent words, the furball, believing every syllable, stared at Lu Zhiyue with wide, round eyes full of anticipation. Lu Zhiyue let out a wry smile, inwardly screaming. This is it. There's no way to back out now. He had to find a way to shut them up. Lu Zhiyue immediately had an idea and pulled out all the treats he'd brought for Mao Qiu in one go. Sure enough, the sight of the treats instantly made Mao Qiu forget all about fighting the demon spirit. So many treats. Thanks, big bro. Bro, then we still. Lu Jiyue promptly clamped his paw over Shao Qi's mouth. Oh right. I just remembered something very important I need to do. Lu Jiyue slapped his forehead, feigning urgency, and promptly herded the three little ones to the fragment in the basement of the teleportation villa. After bidding farewell to Machio, Lu Jiyue led his younger siblings away from the villa. Back at the villa, to avoid exposing his lie, Lu Jiyue was forced to leave alone. Man, can't even go home. This is the price of pretending to be cool. Lu Jiyue sighed deeply twice, then slowly walked away. Less than 5 minutes after his departure, a figure appeared before the villa. Chapter 160, The Strange Older Brother. Inside the villa, 3 huskies huddled together, whispering among themselves. What's Big Brother up to now? No idea. Big Brother has a million things on his plate running the Woof Woof gang in the company. It's only natural he's busy. I can't wait to see Big Brother fight that demon spirit. Wonder how terrifying it really looks. As the 3 pups chatted, a figure approached them silently. Ah, I'm so sleepy. Suddenly, Shao Qi stretched and yawned. His gaze happened to catch the figure lurking in the corner. Ha! Big Brother, why are you back so soon? Meng Meng and Xiao Shi turned their heads at Shao Qi's words. To their surprise, the Big Brother who had left just minutes ago had already turned back. Whether it was an illusion or not, they felt their Big Brother was looking at them with a gaze that seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Brother, did you forget something and come back for it? Seeing their brother remain silent, Xiaoqi spoke up first. You idiot! Big Brother has a storage space in his stomach, what could he possibly forget? I bet he came back to take us with him. Meng Meng patted Xiaoqi on the head, confidently voicing her guess. The 3 little ones cast hopeful glances at their Big Brother. But no response came. 3 hours suddenly felt a bit strange. Big Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Just as the 3 began to grow suspicious, they finally heard their eldest brother's voice. Follow me. They watched as their eldest brother uttered just those 3 words before turning and striding toward the villa's exit. The 3 younger brothers exchanged a quick glance. Is it because the task Big Brother is about to undertake is difficult, so he's in a bad mood? No idea. Let's follow him and see. We don't want him chasing after us. The 3 huskies immediately followed suit. And so, they left the villa, crossed several streets, and arrived at the city's outskirts. There's no one around any further. Where is Big Brother taking us? Big Brother just keeps walking ahead without paying us much mind. Shao Qi, did you do something to upset him? The wrongly accused Shao Qi waved his paw dismissively. No way. Maybe Big Brother's just in a hurry to get to that place. Seeing their distance from Big Brother growing, the 3 cubs stopped worrying and hurried to catch up. It wasn't until nightfall that they saw their eldest brother finally stop at a cave ahead. Second brother, third sister, out here in the wilderness, could there be any nasty creatures? Xiaoqi, the largest of the 3, looked like a scaredy cat as he pressed close to Meng Meng. What are you afraid of? Big Brother is right ahead. Even if something nasty shows up, he'll take care of it. Hearing Meng Meng's words, Xiaoqi's previously hunched body instantly straightened. Yeah, my Big Brother's so awesome, I'm not scared of a feather. The words had barely left his mouth when he caught a glimpse of a ghostly face darting past him. Ah! Something nasty. Startled, Xiaoqi jumped up and landed straddling Meng Meng. This enraged Meng Meng so much she executed a shoulder throw, slamming Xiaoqi onto the ground. One more time you freak out like that, and I'll beat you senseless. Meng Meng. Suddenly, Xiao Shi's solemn voice rang out. Meng Meng looked up at the sound. To her shock, 5 figures had appeared ahead. Each wore a terrifying mask and was cloaked in a large black robe. Realizing something was terribly wrong, the 3 little ones immediately ran toward their Big Brother's location. Big Brother. It's those cloaked figures. The 3 youngsters quickly gathered around their eldest brother, panic evident in their eyes. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Quickly, get behind me. Hearing this, Xiaoqi and Meng Meng immediately obeyed and hid behind their Big Brother. Xiao Shi, however, frowned slightly and glanced at his older brother. What's wrong? Aren't you coming? Wanna wait around to get caught by those black-robed men? Come on, second brother. Don't cause trouble for our eldest brother. Seeing a hint of anger on their eldest brother's face, Xiaoqi quickly urged Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi stepped forward and walked over to his younger siblings. The very next second, Xiao Shi suddenly tackled his younger brother and sister to the ground. What are you doing, second brother? Meng Meng and Xiaoqi, who had been lying on the ground, scrambled to their feet in confusion. Upon seeing the scene before them, panic set in. Xiao Shi lay on the ground as well, but a vivid crimson stain spread across his stomach. A sharp claw was embedded in Xiao Shi's stomach. Their gaze shifted upward. The owner of that claw was none other than their eldest brother. Big Brother? Meng Meng and Xiaoqi stared in utter disbelief and shock. Why did you do this? Meng Meng's accusatory voice trembled slightly. But this so-called Big Brother seemed oblivious to her words, swinging another claw at Xiao Shi on the ground. This time, Xiao Shi rolled aside in time to dodge the attack.
Meng Meng snapped into action, activating her shadowless leg to instantly appear beside Xiaoshi. She grabbed him by the body and retreated at breakneck speed.
Second brother, are you okay? What's gotten into big brother?
Meng Meng frantically checked Xiaoshi's wounds, her voice trembling with worry. Xiaoshi kept his eyes fixed on the golden-eyed husky ahead, murmuring softly.
He's not big brother. The word struck like lightning, finally jolting Meng Meng and Xiaoqi into belated realization. That's right. Big brother would never hurt us, no matter what. They were absolutely certain of this. Even if their big brother got hurt himself, he wouldn't let them suffer the slightest harm. No wonder big brother seemed so strange along the way. Turns out he was an imposter. The three youngsters stared warily at the golden-eyed husky standing there, identical in appearance to their own big brother. Chapter 161, The Imposter.
Xiaoshi had sensed something off about this fake leader early on, but lacked concrete proof. But when the imposter attacked while his back was turned, he knew for certain. He had foreseen the attack thanks to his slowing vision, but in order to protect his younger siblings and because he was standing too close, he still took the blow. Fortunately, he swiftly channeled a thread of spiritual energy from his root to shield the impacted area, preventing the wound from becoming severe.
Imposter! What the hell do you think you're doing?
Meng Meng, now aware of the truth, roared furiously at the imposter.
Ha 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 ha.
At that moment, a sinister chuckle erupted from among several hooded figures nearby.
One of the cloaked figures stepped forward and beckoned toward the golden-eyed husky.
The golden-eyed husky immediately trotted over to him and sat obediently by his side. The cloaked figure reached out and stroked the golden-eyed husky's head. Good work! Realizing these black-robed figures were behind the trouble, Meng Meng opened his mouth, baring his teeth, itching to pounce and tear them all to shreds.
These huskies seem to be the target's minions. Let's take care of them first. As the words fell, the black-robed figures charged forward one by one. There are too many of them. We can't fight them all. Run first.
Seeing Meng Meng about to charge at the robed figures, Xiaoshi immediately shouted to stop her. Seeing that Xiaoshi was injured, Meng Meng had no choice but to swallow her anger for the moment. Together with Xiaoqi, they used their bodies to support Xiaoshi as they ran. But the cloaked figures behind them were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they caught up and closed in. Xiaoqi instantly activated his ferocious blade and charged forward to attack. Though he tore shreds from the robes of two of the cloaked figures, their strength proved formidable. Xiaoqi managed to inflict not a single scratch on them.
Xiaoqi, watch your right rear.
Xiaoshi, aided by his slowing vision, detected the cloaked figure's impending attack and promptly warned Xiaoqi.
Thanks to Xiaoshi's warning, Xiaoqi managed to dodge the attack. Meng Meng charged in to join the fray.
Using her shadowless leg, Meng Meng delivered a vicious bite to one of the weaker robed figures.
Damn it! Have you had enough of living? The enraged cloaked figure unleashed a barrage of attacks on Meng Meng. Fortunately, with Xiaoshi's timely warnings each time, Meng Meng managed to dodge every blow. Frustrated at their inability to subdue the two huskies, the leader of the black-robed men spoke up. Show us what you're really made of. Don't tell me you can't even handle these puny minions.
The black-robed man's attacks immediately intensified. Even with Xiaoshi's constant warnings to Meng Meng and Xiaoqi, the two couldn't withstand the relentless assault and were struck multiple times. Meng Meng and Xiaoqi were knocked flat to the ground, unable to fight back. Just as the cloaked figure prepared to deliver the fatal blow, Xiaoshi roared. Woof! Using his bark to momentarily distract the cloaked figures, Xiaoshi immediately rushed to his younger sibling's side. As the cloaked figure's attack closed in, he crushed a hidden fruit pit in his mouth at the critical moment. The moment the pit shattered, a black vortex appeared before them. The three pups, acting in perfect unison, plunged headlong into it. The black-robed figures watched helplessly as the huskies vanished into the vortex. Exchanging a glance, they immediately charged toward the black hole vortex. But they passed right through the vortex. When they tried again, they discovered the vortex had vanished. Damn it! The black-robed man cursed under his breath. Looks like we underestimated them. Even those dog minions possess such power. What do we do now? The leader glanced at the golden-eyed husky beside him. From the verification just now, it has achieved a level of realism that can fool even the most discerning eye. In that case, the hooded figure gazed into the distance, his eyes gleaming with shrewd calculation. He had already mapped out the next move. The furball, who had been sleeping, suddenly sensed something and opened its eyes. It immediately spotted three huskies nearby. Upon seeing their disheveled state, it immediately dashed out. What happened to you guys? The three pups quickly explained the whole story. Thank goodness second brother was smart enough to hide a spirit fruit seed in his mouth. Otherwise, we might have been done for right there. Meng Meng said, still visibly shaken. Alright, we need to tell big brother about this immediately. Meng Meng tapped open her smartwatch, only to realize there was no signal here. Machio immediately led them to the villa's basement. Only when Meng Meng tried to make the call did they remember. Big brother had left his smartwatch in the basement for Machio to watch the live stream of the outside world. Big brother said he had important business to attend to, but he didn't say where he was going. What are we going to do now?
Just as they were frantically trying to figure out how to contact their big brother, the hooded figure on the other side, accompanied by the golden-eyed Husky, had already arrived at the front of the Chonghaha building. After the first half of evening training ended, the members of the Wolf Gang gathered in the break room to drink water. After downing a large cup of water, do you notice something off about Ji Ming beside him? What's wrong? You keep rubbing your stomach feeling sick? It's not that I'm uncomfortable, it's just... Ji Ming frowned as he voiced his concern. Ever feel like something's been off with your stomach ever since the King of Ha bestowed divine power last time? His words prompted immediate agreement from the others in the break room. I feel it too. Sometimes it's really noticeable, other times I don't feel anything at all. I thought maybe it was just my imagination. Is it like something's trying to grow out of there? Yes. Exactly. You've totally captured how I feel. Me too. At that moment, Si Chang and Li Ku overheard the conversation. They exchanged a glance and then, in perfect unison, placed their hands on their stomachs. It turned out everyone felt this way. This must be the divine power bestowed upon us by His Majesty the King of Ha, transforming our mortal bodies. As the discussion grew more heated, Li Ku raised her voice to explain loudly. So that's it. I really do feel my physical strength increasing. I've read many novels with similar plots. Lord Ha Wang is so kind to us. Not only did he grant us divine power, but he's also transforming and strengthening our bodies. Thanks to Li Ku's words, everyone instantly began praising Lu Jiyue from the bottom of their hearts. This prompted Si Chang, standing nearby, to give Li Ku a thumbs up. Though Li Ku had just made that up on the spot, he trusted that the great Lord Ha would never do anything to harm them. Next time I see the King of Ha, I'll ask him about it properly. Li Ku thought to himself. Alarm! Alarm! An unidentified organism is breaching security. Suddenly, the company's broadcast system sounded an alarm, causing everyone to tense up. Someone has infiltrated the company. Chapter 162, Calling a Dog the King? Everyone tensed up at the sudden alarm. Si Cheng's expression grew even more serious. Could it be that black-robed figure from last time? Li Ku, equally tense, immediately pulled out his phone and checked the company's surveillance system. Soon, he spotted the intruding creature on the feed. Clicking in, he discovered the unknown creature triggering the alarm was a golden-eyed husky. It's His Majesty the Husky King. After clearly seeing the footage on the monitor, Li Ku finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since the last incident with the cloaked intruder, Li Ku had installed infrared alarms throughout the company. Little did he expect that the first time the alarm would sound would be because of His Majesty the Husky's arrival. His Majesty the Husky King? What's he doing at the company this late? Didn't His Highness the King of Ha already visit during the day? Could it be he's here to assign us a mission? Probably not. For previous missions, His Highness would notify us in advance through the software. The group began murmuring among themselves. Li Ku quickly quieted everyone and addressed the group. His Highness the King of Ha has graced our company once more. He's likely here to observe our training. Everyone, give it your absolute best, don't let His Highness down. Satisfied by their enthusiastic response, Li Ku finally relaxed. Rushing to the monitoring station at top speed, Li Ku immediately spotted the husky with golden eyes. Lord Ha! Li Ku rushed forward excitedly. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Did the alarm disturb you? The golden-eyed husky shook its head, then tilted its head forward. Li Ku frowned in confusion for a moment before instantly understanding. Your Highness, are you asking me to show you everyone's training progress? Seeing the dog nod, Li Ku promptly led the way. By the time they reached the training grounds, everyone was already waiting there. Welcome, Lord King of Huskies. All knelt on one knee in unison, casting reverent gazes toward the golden-eyed husky before them. The golden-eyed husky surveyed the dozens of people before him, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes before he returned to his usual composure. The crowd, having received no response for some time, began to grow uneasy. Why isn't His Majesty the King of Harsher speaking? Could it be he's dissatisfied with us in some way? Perhaps His Majesty the King of Huskies wants us to be more solemn, so we can perform better later. Li Ku, standing nearby, saw Lord Ha still holding back and immediately stepped forward to speak. Ahem, everyone, prepare yourselves. It's time to show His Highness the Prince of Ha the results of your training. After speaking, Li Ku gestured invitingly. Your Highness, I'll escort you to your seat. The golden-eyed husky shot him a glance but remained silent, striding forward. Li Ku frowned. Why is His Majesty the King of Hars so quiet today? But as a royal, it was only natural to be aloof. It seemed His Highness the King of Ha was aiming to cultivate a stern and distant image. Li Ku immediately understood and quickly caught up, leading the way. While everyone else nervously and intently demonstrated their training results, the golden-eyed husky sat quietly to the side. Occasionally, a barely perceptible glint of cunning flashed in those golden eyes. Its gaze swept across the crowd on the field, as if assessing something. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner outside the Pathaha building, 5 cloaked figures gathered, a projection materializing before them. Upon closer inspection, the feed was from the golden-eyed husky's perspective. They all stared intently at the unfolding scene. What is the origin of our target? How could they have so many powerful individuals under their command? After witnessing the training of those individuals, the hooded figures couldn't help but utter this heartfelt exclamation. It's just a dog. What method did it use to make a group of people submit to it? They were utterly perplexed. Yet, considering it had defeated two of their own kind and claimed the life of a B-rank spirit beast, this golden-eyed husky was indeed something special. Therefore, they had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation this time. At that moment, the leader of the black-robed figures exhaled a stream of black spiritual energy and muttered to himself. Proceed according to plan. The black spiritual energy enveloped the voice, instantly flying toward the visual sharing interface before them and transmitting into the golden-eyed husky's mind. Then, the golden-eyed husky began scanning left and right, searching for its target. Li Ku occasionally stole glances at His Majesty the husky ahead. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he kept feeling that Lord Hao seemed different today. And strange. I can't sense the connection between me and His Majesty the husky anymore. Li Ku murmured softly. As the spirit descendant of His Highness the King of Har, he shared an invisible bond with the king, enabling them to sense each other's presence. Yet today, that bond had vanished. Just as Li Ku pondered the reason, he felt a gaze settle upon him. The Har King, who had been observing the training grounds, had somehow fixed his gaze on him. Li Ku immediately grew tense. Your Majesty, do you require anything? The golden-eyed husky offered no reply. To ease his tension, Li Ku recalled the topic they had discussed earlier. Oh, right, Lord King of Huskies. The members of the Wolfgang have all mentioned that since you bestowed divine power upon us last time, they've been feeling something unusual in their stomachs. Could it be that the divine power you granted us is transforming our bodies? Upon hearing Li Ku's words, the golden-eyed husky's gaze darkened imperceptibly. Meanwhile, outside the Pet Haha building, several hooded figures overhearing the exchange grew visibly unsettled. Divine power? Have these people lost their minds? Addressing a dog as Your Highness and deluding themselves that it can grant them divine power? Utterly preposterous. These people are clearly insane. Who in their right mind would willingly serve a dog? Divine power? As if gods existed in this world. How laughable. I was actually wary of them earlier, but now it seems I was overthinking it. Exactly. Let's dispose of these fools swiftly, complete our mission, and collect our reward. The hooded figure on this side made up his mind and urged the golden-eyed husky once more. Woof! A bark echoed through the training ground, instantly halting everyone's movements. Li Ku, standing closest to the golden-eyed husky, nearly lost his footing in fright at the sound. Your Majesty, has something displeased you? The golden-eyed husky glanced at Li Ku. Then it extended a paw, pointing in a certain direction. Chapter 163, The Dog Demon Lord? Li Ku immediately looked in the indicated direction. To his surprise, the direction pointed to Su Yen. Then the paw shifted, pointing in another direction. Li Ku followed the gaze once more, only to find it now pointing precisely at Li Wanner, who had just entered the training ground. Finally, the claw pointed at another girl, none other than Su Man, the judo queen who had joined the guild not long ago. Li Ku immediately followed the instructions and brought the three of them before King Ha. Lord Ha, I've brought the people you requested. All three girls looked utterly bewildered. What do you want with us, King Ha? The golden-eyed husky didn't respond, instead rising and walking down the steps. After taking a few steps, he glanced back at the trio, then nodded his head forward, signaling for them to follow. The three exchanged puzzled glances. Still, they followed. Li Jian, seeing this, was about to follow too, but was halted by a single glance from the golden-eyed husky. Did I do something wrong? Lord Ha has never looked at me with such a cold gaze. Li Ku felt a pang of heartbreak at that moment. While Li Wanner and the others followed the golden-eyed husky in confusion, a shadowy figure appeared before the gates of Chong Haha. When will they come out? Maybe I should go in too? A man wearing a black baseball cap, a black short-sleeved shirt, and black shorts paced back and forth in front of the Pet Haha entrance. On his 15th back and forth pacing loop, his peripheral vision caught a faint shadow behind him. When he turned to investigate, he jumped half a meter in fright. Holy crap! His scream hadn't even finished echoing when the figure pounced on him with lightning speed. A cold, sharp object pressed against his neck, right against his carotid artery. The man dared not move a muscle, shifting only his eyes. That movement caused his eyes to lock instantly with a pair of deep, golden pupils. It's you! The man's initial panic and fear instantly gave way to astonished delight. Lord Dog Demon, I've finally met you. Lu Jius stared at the man before him, his expression filled with confusion. After leaving the villa, he had wandered aimlessly until arriving at the Chong Haha building. Upon arriving, he spotted this man acting suspiciously, pacing back and forth in front of the Chong Haha entrance. But most crucially, Lu Jius sensed a trace of spiritual energy emanating from this man. So, he instantly pounced, tackling the suspicious figure to the ground. But the moment the man saw him, he suddenly acted as if they were old acquaintances? And even called him Lord Dog Demon? Seeing this, the man immediately continued speaking. Lord Dog Demon, I know this must be confusing to you. Please hear me out. Lu Zhiyue loosened his grip slightly. He wanted to see what this man could possibly say. If he tried any tricks, Lu Zhiyue would tear him to shreds in an instant. Lord Dog Demon, my name is Yan Xiao. You must remember that bizarre hailstorm, right? I was sheltering from the rain at the entrance of that shopping mall. Lu Zhiyue listened to the fellow's account, growing more astonished by the minute. This Yan Xiao fellow claimed that after watching him devour the hailstones with such fury, curiosity got the better of him and he tried one himself. Unlike others who suffered stomach pains after eating the hailstones, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he felt a warm sensation spreading through his stomach. Later, he discovered he could actually see gases floating in the air. He could even absorb these gases into his body. He instantly realized that what was falling from the sky was no ordinary hail. Realizing this, he secretly ate a few more. The subsequent hailstones dissolved into gas upon entering his mouth, converging into his dantian. Deep down, he sensed that the golden-eyed husky who had led the hail-eating Lu Zhiyue himself must know something. So he kept hiding among the crowd, secretly observing Lu Zhiyue. He watched Lu Zhiyue eat the hailstones until this strange weather phenomenon ended. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiyue was suddenly overcome with regret. Before hearing this man's explanation, he had considered countless possibilities for why the other might recognize him. But he never imagined it would be this reason. Indeed, many people had seen him eating spirit crystals with his younger siblings back then. He'd been so focused on eating more spirit crystals to stockpile evolution points that he'd neglected the fact he'd exposed himself to public view. It seemed he needed to be more cautious in his actions from now on. Stealth was still the safest approach. After reflecting on his own actions, Lu Zhiyue turned his gaze back to Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao immediately continued his account. After watching you, Lord Dog Demon, leave, I immediately followed behind. Oh my! What followed was nothing short of astonishing. I witnessed with my own eyes how you, Lord Dog Demon, cast a spell to conjure a black hole, then vanished from that spot along with those other 3 huskies. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiyue paused briefly to think. He instantly recalled that such an incident had indeed occurred. Back then, too lazy to walk, he'd crushed the seed of a spirit fruit and used the black hole vortex to teleport straight to Macho's house. He never imagined this guy had witnessed it too. Lu Zhiyue once again reflected on how careless he had been. And he hadn't even noticed he was being followed. Then I lost track of you, but while following you, I saw you come to this building. So I kept hanging around here, hoping to run into you. I never imagined I'd actually run into you today. Yan Xiao finally explained the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiyue summoned his spiritual energy and began probing Yan Xiao's body. Indeed, as the fellow had claimed, spiritual energy was present within him. When Lu Zhiyue's spiritual energy reached Yan Xiao's dantian, he paused in surprise. He actually saw the embryonic form of a spiritual root within Yan Xiao. Lu Zhiyue immediately pieced together the information from Yan Xiao's words. After consuming the spirit crystal, his stomach no longer ached. Instead, he could absorb the spiritual energy floating in the air, and the embryonic form of a spiritual root had begun to take shape within his body. Lu Zhiyue instantly understood. Good heavens, so this man possessed extraordinary innate talent and exceptional gifts. If this were a cultivation novel, Yan Xiao would be the prodigy described within a natural-born cultivator. Lu Zhiyue withdrew his claws from Yan Xiao's neck. Yan Xiao instantly grew excited. What did this mean? It meant the Dog Demon Lord had actually listened to his explanation. And trusted him. Truly worthy of the title Dog Demon Lord, your speed is astonishing. Before I could react, you had me by the throat. I was just wondering how you could enter this building moments ago and emerge so swiftly. Witnessing your speed, I have no doubts left. Lu Zhiyue listened to Yan Xiao's words and grew puzzled. You mean I just entered this building? Chapter 164, The True and False Lord Ha. Yan Xiao, having absorbed spiritual energy, understood Lu Zhiyue's words. But he himself remained unaware, still believing Lu Zhiyue could speak human language. This only strengthened his conviction that the other was a dog demon. Yes, I saw you enter with my own eyes, Your Excellency the Dog Demon. Yan Xiao's words made Lu Zhiyue frown. Are you certain it was me you saw? Absolutely certain. Your golden pupils, Dog Demon Lord, are simply unforgettable. I couldn't possibly mistake you for anyone else. Besides, didn't you have several of your minions lurking around? Minions? Hearing this, Lu Zhiyue began to suspect Yan Xiao was talking nonsense. Yes, those few people dressed in black robes and wearing masks. Yan Xiao's words struck like a thunderclap, jolting Lu Zhiyue back to clarity. Weren't those figures in the black cloaks and masks members of the Shadow Organization? So when Yan Xiao mentioned seeing him enter the Chonghaha building earlier, this is bad. A sense of foreboding rose in Lu Zhiyue's heart, and he immediately sprinted into the Chonghaha building at breakneck speed. Lord Dog Demon, why did you go into that building again? Yan Xiao scratched his head in confusion. Well, I'll be waiting for you here then. The moment Lu Zhiyue stepped inside the Chonghaha building, he caught a familiar scent. It was the same scent as the man in the black cloak. Only. Lu Zhiyue sniffed again.
There was definitely a strong doggy smell. Why does this doggy smell feel so familiar? Lu Zhiyao followed the scent, only to accidentally trigger an infrared surveillance camera hidden in the corner. The alarm system instantly blared. Before long, Lu Zhiyao saw Li Ku rushing over. "Your Highness, I apologize. I forgot to turn off the infrared surveillance system. I hope I didn't disturb you? I'll shut it down immediately." "Huh? Where are the other three? Did you send them on a mission?" Li Ku glanced around, noticing no one beside Lu Zhiyue, and asked with confusion. Hearing Li Ku's words, Lu Zhiyue immediately grew serious. "Who?" "Li Wanner, Su Yan, and Su Man." Lu Zhiyue's frown deepened. It seemed he had arrived a step too late. "Where did I take those three?" Li Ku frowned, utterly baffled. "Your Highness, I'm afraid I can't answer that question." Lu Zhiyue realized his mistake and immediately began explaining to Li Ku. "Li Ku, that wasn't me just now. This is the real me." "Your Highness, are you all right?" Li Ku looked at Lu Zhiyue with a worried expression. He'd been wondering why His Highness seemed so off today. Now it seemed clear His Highness must be ill. Otherwise, why would he keep spouting nonsense like this? Seeing that Li Ku still hadn't grasped his meaning, Lu Zhiyue began to feel impatient. Usually, this guy would overanalyze even the slightest remark, so why wasn't he getting it today? The group he was with consisted entirely of women. He probably thought women were weaker and easier to control. They might even take them hostage. With that thought, Lu Zhiyue quickly explained himself again in brief. "The person you saw earlier wasn't the real me, it was an imposter created by the Shadow Organization. I didn't take Su Yan and the others, the imposter took them." This time, Li Ku understood Lu Zhiyue's meaning, though he was stunned. The sudden revelation was hard to process. The Lord of Har he had just seen was an imposter, and the Lord of Har he was seeing now was the real one? Don't trust him. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them. Lu Zhiyue froze for a second upon hearing it. It sounded like his own voice. Lu Zhiyue and Li Ku turned their heads to look. There stood a golden-eyed husky. Another Lord Husky? Li Ku glanced at the great king of huskies on the left, then turned back to look at the one on the right. After staring back and forth several times, he was completely dumbfounded. Two king huskies, identical in every way. He couldn't tell them apart at all. Don't trust him. He's the imposter. He was the one leading Su Yan and the others just now. The golden-eyed husky who had arrived later also insisted that the other one was the imposter. Li Ku stared at the two of them, suddenly lost in thought. After about a minute, Li Ku's expression suddenly brightened. "I know. There can only be one truth." Both Lu Zhiyao turned to look at Li Ku, a hint of anticipation in their eyes. "Your Highness Ha Wang, you've conjured up a duplicate of yourself just to toy with me, haven't you?" Li Ku wore a smug expression, convinced of his own cleverness. "Who's playing games with you? Do I look that bored?" One of the Lu Zhiyue brothers rolled his eyes at Li Ku in exasperation. He took the three female members away. Who knows what scheme he's cooking up? "Li Ku, gather the rest of the team immediately and search for their whereabouts." The other urged Li Ku sternly. Hearing the two Ha Wang's words, Li Ku felt his head spinning. Moreover, he had just sensed the connection with the Ha King, but could only vaguely detect that he was nearby. But he couldn't pinpoint which one it was. If one of these two Ha Wang figures was indeed an imposter, he couldn't tell them apart based on appearance alone. Even judging by the few sentences they'd just spoken, he couldn't tell which one was the real Ha King. "How about I go get the other members? Maybe we can all figure it out together?" "No need." At that moment, the golden-eyed husky to Li Ku's right spoke up. "Why bother with such a complicated identification process? Just let me take out this imposter and settle the matter." What a cool statement. Li Ku's inner scales instantly tipped toward the husky on the right. After all, their king of huskies had always been this domineering. Oomph. Who kills who? That's not so certain yet. At that moment, the golden-eyed husky on the left also fired back with a threat. Li Ku quickly stepped aside, clearing space for the two huskies to fight. He'd witnessed His Majesty the Husky King's strength firsthand. He didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. As he stepped aside, Li Ku reached behind him and unlocked his phone. Glancing at it out of the corner of his eye, he swiftly typed out a message and sent it off. 3 female members are missing. Everyone, please search immediately. Regardless of which of the two Ha Kings here is the real one, the fact remains that the whereabouts of the 3 female members are unknown. While these two Ha Wang figures, real or fake, were locked in combat, it was the perfect opportunity for others to search for the 3 missing female members. Just as Li Ku finished orchestrating these plans in secret, the battle between the genuine and fake Lu Zhiyao had already commenced. Chapter 165, Unmasked. Secret arts? You can mimic my face, my voice, but can you mimic my strength? Lu Zhiyue shot a contemptuous glance at the fake opposite him. He then launched his bloodthirsty pounce and charged forward. Just as Lu Zhiyue was about to pounce on the imposter, a shocking sight unfolded. The imposter's form suddenly blurred into a shadow, darting behind him at blinding speed. What the hell? Lu Zhiyue could scarcely believe his eyes.
That imposter had just used his signature skill, Shadowless Kick. Damn it, not only can it mimic my appearance, but it can also replicate my skills? Just then, the fake Lu Jiyue charged toward him again at breakneck speed. Isn't that the bloodthirsty leap I just activated? Startled, Lu Jiyue instantly shifted his stance and dodged to the side. Now he was truly baffled. How the hell did this thing pull that off? Li Ko, watching from the sidelines, was thrilled beyond words. What an amazing fight. If only I had popcorn and ice cream right now. Lu Jiyue quickly regained his composure. Once his mind was clear, the situation became crystal clear. If the opponent truly possessed his own level of strength, why go to the trouble of impersonating him and staging all these antics? Lu Jiyue turned his gaze toward the Husky standing there, a perfect replica of himself, even capable of replicating his skills. Without warning, he unleashed his fierce claw slash. The opponent dodged at lightning speed and immediately countered with the same skill. But this time, Lu Jiyue chose not to dodge. He stood his ground, waiting for the oncoming attack to strike him. 3 razor-sharp claw winds instantly struck Lu Jiyue's body. Despite being struck by the skill, a hint of delight flickered in Lu Jiyue's eyes. Just as I thought. Those 3 claw winds that just struck him merely ruffled his fur. Not only did they fail to draw blood, they didn't even leave a scratch on his fur. When did his fierce claw blade become so weak? This proved it. This guy can only mimic the appearance of his skills, not their true power. Those moves were nothing more than sleight of hand, utterly harmless to him. Seeing this, the golden-eyed Husky realized its cover was blown and immediately turned tail, bolting for escape. Li Ko, who had witnessed the entire scene, immediately shouted to Lu Jiyue. Lord Hawang, the imposter pretending to be you is trying to escape. Lu Jiyue shot Li Ko a glance. This guy really knew how to shift allegiances with the wind. Activating Shadowless Leg, Lu Jiyue's form blurred into an afterimage as he gave chase. Li Ko was left behind, his face a mask of panic. Oh no, oh no. What did Lord Hawang mean by that look he gave me just now? Was he blaming me for not recognizing him? It must be. I couldn't even recognize our revered and great Lord Ha. That imposter had us all fooled. Lord Ha must be terribly disappointed. I'm done for, I'm truly finished. There's no way I can keep the senior supervisor position now. To Lu Jiyue's surprise, though the other couldn't replicate his skill's power, he had managed to copy his speed. Even with his skill activated, he chased him all the way out of the company building and nearly caught up. As the other grew ever closer, Lu Jiyue gave himself a burst of speed. Just as he was about to catch up, a fireball shot out from somewhere. Lu Jiyue spotted the fireball early, altering his trajectory to dodge it. After dodging one, 3 more came in rapid succession. Lu Jiyue shifted direction again, evading them all. When he finally came to a halt, the golden-eyed Husky impersonating him had already sprinted across to the opposite side. 5 figures appeared beside it. They were members of the Shadow Organization, uniformly clad in black robes and wearing airy masks. Lu Jiyue narrowed his eyes, refusing to negotiate. He charged forward at blinding speed. The black-robed figures witnessed this and shifted their positions to the side, revealing 3 figures behind them. Lu Jiyue slammed on the brakes to a halt. Those 3 were none other than Li Wan'er, Su Yin, and Su Man. At that moment, all 3 were bound by chains radiating black spiritual energy, seated on the ground, appearing as though they had fallen into a deep sleep. One of the black-robed figures held aloft the fireball that had just attacked Lu Jiyue, pointing it at the 3 women. Lu Jiyue's eyes turned cold. Just as he suspected, this treacherous, cunning black-robed figure was using the 3 women as hostages to restrain him. Woo! Lu Jiyue let out a dangerous growl from his throat, warning the opponent. At that moment, one of the cloaked figures stepped forward. I'm rather curious, he sneered. How did a mere dumb dog manage to get so many people to willingly work for you? Lu Jiyue fixed the cloaked figure with a fierce glare. Calling him a dumb dog? Very well. He remembered. Even a beauty with such looks and figure obeys your every word. Have you mastered some secret art of mind control? The cloaked figure voiced his conjecture. If you reveal this secret art to me, I might even grant you a quick death. A sinister, cunning glint flickered in the eyes beneath the mask. I do indeed possess a secret technique. Lu Jiyue replied slowly. The black-robed figure grew agitated upon hearing this. Spill it. What kind of secret technique is it? You want to learn it? It won't do you any good even if you did. Lu Jiyue chuckled. The black-robed man instantly protested. What do you mean? If a dog can learn it, how could I possibly fail? Lu Jiyue shook his head. Because this secret art depends on looks. As for you, you wouldn't be able to use even a bit of it. The black-robed man instantly flew into a rage. Wasn't that essentially saying his looks were worse than a dog's? What do you mean by that? I mean you're so ugly it hurts the eyes. Even if you mastered this secret technique, it wouldn't work. No one would give you the time of day. Lu Jiyue's words completely enraged the cloaked figure. You're asking for trouble. The hooded figure signaled to the others behind him. Move, he barked. Except for the one restraining the three captives, the remaining cloaked figures swiftly closed in. Black spiritual energy coalesced in their hands into razor-sharp blades, pointing directly at Lu Jiyue. A grim atmosphere hung heavy in the air. A few cloaked figures were hardly worth Lu Jiao's attention. But the leader of the black-robed men sneered coldly. "If you dare resist even once, I'll have my comrades kill one of you." The hooded figure glanced at the companion holding the fireball. The other immediately nodded in acknowledgement of the order, drawing the fiery orb closer to the three men. Chapter 166. How did you do that? Attack! At the black-robed man's command, several figures in black robes immediately launched their attack on Lu Jiyue, who was trapped in the center. Lu Jiyue, seeing this, didn't stop moving as he began dodging. While dodging, he glanced over at the three being held hostage. Seeing that he truly offered no resistance, only evasion, the cloaked figures instantly realized their tactic of using hostages to coerce him was working. Their attacks grew increasingly fierce. But they never expected this golden-eyed husky's speed to be extraordinary. No matter how many fierce attacks they unleashed, they couldn't even touch a single strand of its fur. The leader of the black-robed men immediately withdrew from the fight. He approached the hostage. He pointed a sword formed from spiritual energy at one of their necks and bellowed at the husky in the center of the fight. "Hey, you stupid dog. If you don't surrender peacefully right now, these beauties won't live to see tomorrow." The black-robed man was certain this dog was a lecherous beast. Otherwise, why were all his captives women? And the fact that it refused to fight back with these women only reinforced his belief. This thought only reinforced the cloaked man's conviction that his decision to order these three women brought along had been brilliant. Sure enough, the moment his words left his mouth, the golden-eyed husky froze in place. The other black-robed men surrounding him paused their attacks, visibly startled by the scene. The leader of the black-robed men immediately shouted, "You fools! Attack now!" Upon receiving the order, one of the cloaked figures tentatively fired a short arrow formed from black spiritual energy at the golden-eyed husky. To their shock, the dog didn't dodge at all, allowing the arrow to pierce its chest. This scene instantly stunned everyone present. They never imagined this dog would go this far for three women. The leader of the black-robed men couldn't help but feel a surge of smug satisfaction at the sight. A dog is just a dog. How could it compare to us humans? Those flower bear men are such useless fools. This stupid dog was so easy to manipulate, yet it actually died at his hands. Poof. It only took a little trick to get this dumb dog's secret. Looks like the high priest's precious gift will accomplish the task perfectly without even needing to make an appearance. Just as the black-robed figure basked in self-satisfaction, the fierce attacks channeled by the other black-robed figure struck the golden-eyed husky one after another. Then, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. The moment the attack struck the husky, its form instantly vanished, leaving only a tuft of fur floating in the air. What the? Before any of the robed figures could react, a piercing scream erupted from the leader standing nearby. "Ah! My hand!" The leader's right hand, the one holding his weapon, had vanished without a trace. Scanning the area, he discovered his right hand had materialized mid-air. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Behind the severed hand, the form of a husky slowly materialized. It was that golden-eyed husky. Lu Jiyue infused his severed hand with spiritual energy, hurling it like a weapon toward the leader of the black-robed figures. Seeing his severed hand hurtling toward him like a missile, the black-robed figure flashed a hint of terror in his eyes. Fortunately, he reacted in time, dodging the potentially fatal strike at lightning speed. But the residual force from the severed arm crashing to the ground still knocked him flat, leaving his entire body aching. Lu Jiyue seized the moment to release the restraints binding the three figures on the ground. He then infused each with a small amount of spiritual energy, reviving them. "My head feels so dizzy." "Ha! Lord Ha!" Watching the three slowly regain consciousness, Lu Jiyue gave them a brief instruction. "You three take care of yourselves. I'll go deal with this trouble." With that, Lu Jiyue turned and swiftly approached the black-robed figure whose arm had been severed. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with terror as he stared at Lu Jiyue. His sole remaining hand slowly retreated backward, desperately trying to distance itself from Lu Jiyue. "How did you do that?" A mysterious smile crept across Lu Jiyue's face. He naturally wouldn't tell the black-robed man that he had activated Soul Split at some point. The moment his clone appeared, he had immediately triggered Night Stealth, vanishing without a trace. While the clone distracted the cloaked figure, he had quietly approached the leader. Seizing the moment, he launched his stealth breaking strike, severing the man's arm. The fool thought that would be enough to control him, muttering to himself. It made Lu Jiyue want to laugh. Lu Jiyue was no one to be so easily manipulated. "You called me a dumb dog, didn't you?" Lu Jiyue extended his claw, crushing the cloaked figure's face under his boot. The stomp knocked the mask right off his face, revealing a face with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks. "TSK. No wonder you wear a mask. Your hideous ugliness can't even be concealed by it." Lu Jiyue savagely took revenge for being called a dumb dog. The black-robed figure struggled desperately to break free, but he found that even using every ounce of strength he possessed couldn't budge the dog's claw from his face. Instead, the sharp claws left several bloody gashes across his face. Seeing this, the other black-robed figures rushed over to help. Facing the charging figures, Lu Jiyue unleashed a single eye of intimidation, freezing them in terror. He then flicked several streams of spiritual energy from his hands. The powerful spiritual energy struck the robed figures, sending them flying several meters away. The residual force dragged them several meters along the ground. Lu Jiyue couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of this spiritual energy. Though the terms spirit energy and spiritual power differed by only one character, their practical effects were worlds apart. Now that he possessed spiritual power, he no longer needed to activate skills. This raw force alone could inflict devastating damage on his enemies. Watching his comrades get sent flying by such overwhelming force, the one-armed black-robed man was utterly dumbfounded. Only now did he realize how foolish he had been. He had severely underestimated his opponent. Lu Jiyue turned his gaze back to the one-armed cloaked figure. Still think I'm a dumb dog? He was dead serious about that. Call him a dog, but don't call him a dumb dog. The black-robed man's eyes, which had been filled with fear when looking at Lu Jiyue, suddenly flashed with a ruthless glint as if he had thought of something. Immediately, he bit down hard on his tongue. The blood that spurted from his tongue was instantly sucked away by a powerful force. A sphere shrouded in black mist shot forth. Feeling the transformation within his body, a sly gleam flashed in the black-robed man's eyes as he opened his mouth toward Lu Jiyue's direction. Chapter 167, B+ Spirit Beast the Vicious Lizard. Lu Jiyue, who had long noticed the change in the black-robed man's gaze, dodged out of the way in advance. The one-armed figure in black robes expelled a sphere shrouded in dark mist from its mouth. The sphere grew larger and larger, the surrounding black mist gradually thickening. When it reached its maximum size, it exploded. A figure emerged from the black mist. Lu Jiyue narrowed his eyes slightly. Finally, it appears. He knew these cloaked figures wouldn't come alone. And now, they've summoned the spirit beast? Lu Jiyao could sense that this spirit beast was significantly more powerful than the Yin dragon from last time. Based on his estimation, its rank should be around B+. If that were true, then as long as he successfully devoured it, he would have a chance to acquire spirit magic. At this thought, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Lu Jiyue's eyes as he gazed at the dark mist. This scene caught the one-armed man in black robes off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Had he seen correctly? He had played his trump card, bringing out this B+ level treasure, yet the Husky not only showed no fear. He could even see a hint of anticipation in its eyes? No, he must have seen wrong. The other black-robed figures, who had been beaten senseless by Lu Jiyue, now limped over to the one-armed man, dragging their wounded bodies. The high priest gave us this big treasure. Surely it can beat that Husky? At first, they had been quite confident. But after witnessing the golden-eyed Husky's power in the recent battle, it had already shaken their confidence to its core. Of course. A B+ grade treasure could easily obliterate a mountain. That Husky's origins may be unknown, but the fact he can't even transform into an ancient creature just remains a dog shows his power is limited. Earlier, he was just playing tricks to make us look foolish. Just watch how he dies in a moment. The one-armed figure in black robes spoke with unwavering certainty. His eyes, filled with deep hatred, locked onto Lu Jiyue, as if he already envisioned the scene of victory. The black mist gradually dispersed, revealing a creature before them, a lizard-like being with an oddly elongated tail, as if supersized. It's a malignant lizard. I had the honor of seeing one at the high priest's. One of the black-robed figures erupted with excitement upon seeing the colossal creature. I've witnessed the malignant lizard's power firsthand, utterly unstoppable. Victory is ours. These words instantly lifted the spirits of the black-robed men. The gloom vanished from their faces, replaced by fervor and anticipation. The one-armed cloaked figure even let a cold smile curve his lips, as if he could already see Lu Jiyao being torn to shreds by the evil lizard. Exactly. When the vicious lizard enters the fray, who can stand against it? That fellow is nothing more than a dog. How could he possibly compare to the prized treasure our high priest has painstakingly cultivated? The one-armed black-robed figure's lips curled into a cold smile. He vowed to make the vicious lizard pay for the loss of his arm. The vicious lizard turned its gaze toward the golden-eyed Husky. A flicker of light danced in its silver eyes as its dark brown tongue flickered in and out of its mouth. It sensed the extraordinary power of its opponent across the way, and this only fueled its excitement. Lu Jiyao stood his ground, sizing out the colossal creature before him. A frown creased his brow. Why did the spirit beasts the shadow organization brought out have to be one uglier than the next? Didn't they know he was a bit of a beauty obsessed? This giant lizard only had a slightly handsome tail, the rest of it was utterly repulsive. It seemed coated in some unknown slimy substance, and just looking at it was nauseating. Though Lu Jiyue inwardly despised the lizard before him, he made no outward move. He decided to play it safe for now. He'd observe what kind of strength the creature possessed first. The vicious lizard was already itching to start the fight. Its cheeks puffed up like it was inflating, and its tail, tipped with silver spikes, whipped the ground rhythmically.
Then, with a strange roar from its mouth, its form vanished from its spot and it charged toward Lu Zhiyao at breakneck speed. The colossal lizard, as big as a truck, charged straight at him. Lu Zhiyao activated Spirit Monkey Leap, executing several agile jumps to evade the collision. Though the colossal lizard missed its target, the gust of wind it generated knocked down nearby branches. If it had connected, even massive buildings would collapse instantly. This gave Lu Zhiyao a rough assessment of the giant lizard's capabilities. This lizard possesses formidable strength and speed. In my current state, going toe-to-toe with it won't end well. No sooner had Lu Zhiyao muttered this to himself than the giant lizard launched another attack. This time, it whipped its long tail, lashing out toward Lu Zhiyao. The tail sliced through the air, leaving trails of silver afterimages as it whipped toward Lu Zhiyao with a piercing whistle. Lu Zhiyao instantly executed the shadowless kick, evading the strike. The vicious lizard's tail struck several large trees beside him. The trees snapped clean in half at the waist, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar that kicked up a cloud of dust. The malignant lizard is truly formidable. The black-robed figures who had been closely monitoring the battlefield were now visibly excited. That husky can only dodge attacks so far, he's completely defenseless. The giant lizard truly lives up to its B+ spirit beast rating. Exactly. Though that husky is incredibly fast, I don't think he can hold out much longer. We'll complete our mission soon. The black-robed figures were already celebrating victory prematurely. But the next second, their smiles froze on their faces. The seemingly defenseless husky, enveloped in a rising white mist, transformed into a colossal dog with 9 tails. How is this possible? The black-robed men were so shocked their brains froze on the spot. How could a tiny husky transform into a colossal creature nearly the size of a giant lizard? Could this be its true form? The black-robed figures exchanged glances, their eyes now heavy with gravity. What's the panic for? Even if that is his true form, it might not be able to defeat the evil lizard. The evil lizard hasn't even unleashed its full power yet. The one-armed hooded figure's words instantly steadied the other's nerves. Exactly. The evil lizard will definitely defeat that dog. The group fell silent once more, their attention refocusing on the battlefield. As they watched intently, they failed to notice 3 figures appearing not far behind them. Chapter 168, The Vicious Lizard's Ultimate Move. Li Wanner, Su Yan, and Su Man exchanged glances, made a few hand signals, then charged in perfect unison toward the direction of the black-robed figures. Woof! The golden-eyed husky impersonating Lu Zhiyao sensed something amiss and let out a loud bark. Only then did the hooded figures snap back to attention, spotting the trio behind them. But it was too late. 3 of the cloaked figures took solid kicks from the trio. You damn women, daring to ambush us from behind? The ambushed cloaked figures instantly boiled with rage, clashing with the 3 female members of the Wolfgang. Sisters, show them what we're made of. Prove to Lord Ha that we women aren't pushovers. Right on. Capture these black-robed men. Su Man, the judo queen, took on all 3 at once, absorbing most of the pressure. Li Wanner and Su Yan weren't weak either, putting their recent training to use and landing solid blows on the black-robed figures. Seeing the fierce resistance from these 3 women, the black-robed figures dropped their complacency and fought back with all their might. While the battle raged fiercely here, the situation on Lu Zhiyue's side grew even more spectacular. After Lu Zhiyue activated his beast form and transformed into a giant dog, the massive lizard became even more enraged. Its massive frame charged toward Lu Zhiyue once more with brutal force. Lu Zhiyue, now enlarged himself, showed no mercy. He charged straight into the collision. Boom! The collision sent a deafening roar through the air. Dust swirled as the ground trembled slightly under the immense force, filling the air with the pungent smell of scorched earth. Lu Zhiyue seized the momentum to unleash his bloodthirsty pounce, pinning the giant lizard beneath him. He followed up with ferocious blade, sinking his teeth into its belly. Clang! Unexpectedly, the lizard's seemingly black skin was actually metallic. Lu Zhiyue's teeth sank into it, producing a fierce metallic clang. Damn it, you're metal-plated or something? Lu Zhiyue cursed under his breath. But having activated his special skill, even metal couldn't withstand Lu Zhiyue's sharp teeth. His teeth pierced the giant lizard's skin, yet he couldn't tear off any flesh in one bite. SSS. The vicious lizard let out a pained hiss. It refused to give up, sinking its jaws into Lu Zhiyue. But this bite did not go smoothly. The lizard felt a powerful force resisting it. It couldn't break through this resistance, its teeth couldn't even graze the opponent's fur. Lu Zhiyue, still sawing back and forth with his teeth, trying to tear a chunk of flesh from the giant lizard, flashed a hint of amusement in his eyes at the sight. He had expended several points of spiritual energy to form a protective shield around himself. Naturally, the giant lizard couldn't harm him easily. But while spiritual energy was useful, it was finite. His beast transformation was also draining his reserves. He needed to finish this quickly. With that thought, Lu Zhiyue gave a sudden, powerful tug and finally tore a chunk of flesh from the giant lizard. But unexpectedly, the lizard's flesh oozed that disgusting mucus. After biting it off with great effort, it slipped right out of his mouth because of that damn slime.
To the vicious lizard, this spectacle was nothing less than Lu Jiyue openly taunting it. Roar! The beast let out a furious roar, its black spiritual energy surging around its body. It lowered its body, fixing its gaze on Lu Jiyue. Seeing this, a flicker of excitement danced in Lu Jiyue's eyes. Here it comes! Here it comes! This big lizard is finally going to show its true power. As vast amounts of black spiritual energy gathered in the vicious lizard's mouth, a tremendous force coalesced within its jaws. Then, its tongue shot out. A thick beam of energy radiated outward, sweeping toward Lu Jiyue. The moment the energy erupted, the surrounding temperature plummeted several degrees, and a thin layer of frost formed wherever it touched. And it moved with blinding speed. Lu Jiyue, seeing this, abruptly stretched his body, attempting to evade it. Unexpectedly, the energy spread rapidly even after hitting the ground. Lu Jiyue instantly felt something amiss at the base of his tails. Focusing his attention, he saw that 3 of his 9 tails had frozen solid into ice. Lu Jiyue immediately activated the shadowless leg technique. Before his tails froze completely, he transformed his body into a shadow and broke free. The area where he had just been standing, spanning over 20 meters in diameter, was now completely frozen solid. It was practically a natural ice rink. This giant lizard's ultimate move is pretty formidable, huh? Having witnessed the vicious lizard's ultimate attack, Lu Jiyue saw no point in wasting time. He channeled his spiritual energy, determined to finish this quickly. The vicious lizard, frustrated that its icy breath had nearly frozen the giant dog, tried to unleash another blast. But Lu Jiyue wouldn't give it that chance. His form closed in on the lizard like a ghostly apparition. Within mere seconds, he unleashed hundreds of claw strikes upon it. Though none dealt fatal blows, the relentless assault was enough to unsettle the colossal beast. The wyvern roared furiously, its massive body thrashing wildly as it tried to shake Lu Jiyue off. Yet Lu Jiyue clung to it as if glued, refusing to budge no matter what. Found it! Lu Jiyue's eyes flashed with excitement. Suddenly, his body surged forward. He gathered a portion of his spiritual energy into his claws and delivered a fierce strike to the evil lizard's head. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the blow struck the beast squarely in the head, causing its massive frame to stagger involuntarily. A visible dent formed in its skull as it felt an unprecedented wave of pain. Lu Jiyue had circled the beast, launching hundreds of attacks, precisely to pinpoint its weak spot. Unexpectedly, the normally tough skull proved to be its weak spot. Seizing the moment, Lu Jiyue launched another bloodthirsty pounce, knocking the beast to the ground. He followed up with ferocious blade, unleashing a furious assault on its skull. Sensing danger, the lizard hastily raised its tail to shield its head. But Lu Jiyue's claws pierced its scalp like lightning, driving deep into its skull. Roar! The lizard let out a piercing scream as its massive body began thrashing wildly, attempting to fling Lu Jiyue off. But Lu Jiyue seized the moment, relentlessly deepening his assault. Finally, after several devastating blows to its skull, the giant lizard ceased struggling, its body stiffening. As the monstrous lizard's massive body crashed to the ground, the fierce battle concluded with Lu Jiyue's victory. Meanwhile, the 3 female members of the Wolfgang, outnumbered, had fallen into a disadvantage. Yet, upon seeing the fallen lizard, their eyes filled with excitement and thrill, and they managed to turn the tide of the battle. How could this be? The vicious lizard actually lost. Everyone watching the scene felt a chill run down their spines. Not only did the evil lizard lose, it seems to be dead. One of the black-robed figures voiced the even more heartbreaking truth. Seeing the situation was beyond salvaging, the one-armed leader of the black-robed group bellowed. Retreat! Just as they managed to create distance from the 3 female members and prepared to flee. A towering shadow blocked their path. Chapter 169, Playing Dead? The black-robed figures were instantly engulfed by the immense shadow. Looking up, they saw a monstrous dog with terrifying fangs glaring at them menacingly. The hooded figures froze in terror, their hearts skipping beats. 2 of the more timid ones went weak in the knees and collapsed to their knees on the ground. Spare us, Dog King! Spare us, Dog King! Lu Jiyue had teased them enough and promptly returned to his normal size. This battle had drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, the spiritual energy expended by the beast avatar could gradually recover over time. Additionally, his other spiritual technique allowed him to increase his spiritual power daily. That's why Lu Jiyue wasn't stingy with his spiritual energy. Looking at the black-robed figures before him, Lu Jiyue didn't rush to swallow them whole like last time. Instead, he turned his gaze to the golden-eyed husky beside him, a perfect replica of himself. How did you do that? The one-armed black-robed figure at the front glared at Lu Jiyue, refusing to answer. Lu Jiyue wasn't one to tolerate such insolence. He opened his mouth wide and, right before the other 4 robed figures, swallowed the man whole. This act sent shivers down the spines of the remaining cloaked figures. One of them, desperate to survive, grabbed the husky and hurled it forward. A black aura coalesced in his hand and shot forward. Instantly, the husky in his grasp transformed. Lu Jiyue stared intently and chuckled. He'd been wondering why the dog smelled so familiar. It was the chubby husky he'd seen at Pet Ha. Your Excellency the Dog King, this is dark capacity, the ability of the man you just consumed. He can extract memories from living beings' minds and reshape them into the forms of their own kind based on those memories. Hearing this, Lu Jiyue finally understood. It seemed that after Fat Ha was expelled from Chonghaha, he had been captured by these black-robed men. After extracting the memories from its brain, they transformed Fat Ha into the image of himself stored within those memories. Fat Ha's ability to replicate others' skills was likely achieved by extracting memories from Li Wanner and the others' memories of the robed figure he had swallowed. Your Excellency the Dog King, shall I dispose of this dog? I can handle it. Seeing the black-robed man about to strangle the plump dog in his hands, Lu Jiyue hastily shook his head. Put it down. I, Dog King. The cloaked figure tossed the fat dog into the nearby bushes. The dog, moving at what felt like the fastest speed of its life, bolted away in a flash. This gave the hooded man a glimmer of hope. If they could spare even this dog, perhaps they might spare their own lives too. How do I remove that pursuit technique from my body? These shadow organization agents had tracked him down and found his pet dog here, all because that cloaked figure had marked him with a secret technique, sacrificing his own life in the process. He had to get rid of this mark. It was incredibly annoying. He was losing all sense of privacy. Well, the black-robed figures exchanged nervous glances before stammering out a trembling reply, "We don't know." Lu Jiyue frowned. But seeing how terrified they looked, he figured they weren't lying. Fine. Might as well squeeze more info about this shadow organization out of them. Your organization. Before Lu Jiyue could finish his sentence, the corpse of the vicious lizard nearby suddenly showed signs of life. A bright light flared from the tail of the lizard, which had been utterly lifeless. Then, several sharp spines on the tail shot toward Lu Jiyue's direction. What the hell? Is it coming back to life? Lu Jiyue dodged to the side at full speed, bewildered. Ah! As Lu Jiyue dodged out of the way, he heard several screams. Realizing something, Lu Jiyue turned to look back. The bodies of the four black-robed figures had been pierced by the spikes and collapsed to the ground. Lu Jiyue hurried closer to inspect them. All four showed no signs of life. Lu Jiyue hurried back to the giant lizard's corpse. He confirmed the giant lizard was dead as a doornail. However, the tail caught Lu Jiyue's attention. He realized the spikes on its tail had been artificially added. Therefore, those spikes weren't meant for him. But those black-robed figures. Could it be that the shadow organization's people have actually made it this far? Lu Jiyue frowned. To prevent leaks from their own ranks, they'd gone so far as to plant traps in advance, even sacrificing their own men. This shadow organization was truly wicked and sinister. To prevent the giant lizard's corpse from causing any further trouble, Lu Jiyue opened his mouth and sucked the body into the dark space. Of course, he didn't spare the bodies of those four cloaked figures either. It was a pity he hadn't managed to extract any information from them. But judging by today's events, Lu Jiyue narrowed his eyes slightly, making a decision in his heart. He couldn't allow himself to remain in this passive position. Since this shadow organization kept targeting him, Lu Jiyue wasn't one to be pushed around. He would seek out this shadow organization himself. If possible, he would uproot this trouble entirely. Lu Jiyue knew this would be no easy feat. But he'd already crossed paths with the shadow organization multiple times, and the feud had grown deep. It was either the shadow organization eliminating him, or him eliminating the shadow organization. This was inevitable. Ouch. Lu Jiyue suddenly slapped his forehead as an idea struck him. I was too eager to eat. I should have at least examined those bodies first. Lu Jiyue scolded himself. The origins of these black-robed figures also puzzled Lu Jiyue. Though clearly human, their bodies exhibited varying degrees of animalistic traits. Not only did they possess spiritual energy, but they could also manipulate it, albeit black in color. Their ability to manipulate this dark spiritual energy bore a faint resemblance to the way one might control ordinary spiritual energy. Lu Jiyue was deeply curious about how they achieved this. They do bear some resemblance to psychics. Lu Jiyue mused. Perhaps the shadow organization, like the Special Affairs Bureau, had also mastered a method to alter human physiology for spirit energy absorption. But whether it was the Special Affairs Bureau's psychics or the shadow organization's black-robed figures, they still seemed inextricably linked to animals. Lu Jiyue began to wonder. Could it be that the human body truly lacks the innate ability to absorb spiritual energy? No. There must be a way. As this thought crossed Lu Jiyue's mind, a certain person immediately came to mind. Just then, a clamor erupted from the other side. Numerous figures rapidly surged toward their location. Li Wanner and the other two instantly recognized them. It's the rest of the Woof Woof gang. Lord Ha Wang. The group began calling out to Lu Jiyue from a distance. Li Ku, running at the front, shouted excitedly to Lu Jiyue. Lord Ha Wang, we've captured a suspicious individual. Chapter 170, The Genius Among Geniuses. A suspicious individual? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyue felt a vague premonition stir within him. When they brought the suspect before him, Lu Jiyue found himself both amused and exasperated.
He had been thinking about this very person just moments ago, and now here they were, standing before him. Li Ke saw His Majesty the Ha King smile upon seeing the suspect and assumed he'd made the right arrest. He immediately began his report. This suspicious individual has been loitering near the Ha mansion, muttering something about dog demons and insulting Your Highness. How shall we deal with him, Your Highness? The suspect was now bound and gagged with a cloth stuffed in his mouth, unable to speak. He could only make muffled sounds, his eyes wide as if he had 1,000 things to say. Lu Zhiyue immediately signaled Li Ke to remove the cloth from the man's mouth. Your Highness, you wish to interrogate him? Right away. Li Ke promptly stepped forward and tore the cloth from the suspect's mouth. Lord Dog Demon. These people wouldn't listen to me at all. They just came up and hit me a few times, then tied me up like this. You have to stand up for me. Hey, you bastard. You're actually turning the tables and accusing us? Li Ke looked utterly astonished. And you even dared to insult His Highness the King of Ha. Seeing the man about to be beaten again, Lu Zhiyue immediately stepped in to stop it. You've got the wrong idea. He's not some suspicious character. The members of the Woof Woof gang froze upon hearing Ha Wang's words. Wrong person? And from the sound of it, Lord Ha even knew this man? This made them tense up instantly. Especially those who had gotten physical during the arrest. Li Ke was also panicking inside. Oh no, oh no. His Highness the King of Ha was already disappointed in me because of what happened before, and now we've arrested the wrong person. Ah, the heavens are against me. Wait, could the Lord Ha they're referring to be you, Lord Dog Demon? Yan Xiao finally caught on belatedly. Lu Zhiyue remained non-committal. Li Ke finally came to his senses and timidly asked. Your Highness, is this man your? Lu Zhiyue shook his head. Just a stranger I met today. Hearing this, Li Ke and the rest of the Woof Woof gang members all breathed a sigh of relief. Dog Demon. Though Lord Ha Wang only met me today, I've secretly admired him for ages. Yan Xiao, hearing this, began to make amends. And I've made a momentous decision. All eyes turned to Yan Xiao. He spoke with utmost sincerity, enunciating each word clearly. I'm joining you. From now on, I too will pledge my loyalty to the great Lord Ha. Everyone exchanged glances, falling into silence. As members of the Woof Woof gang, they had all been recruited as talent into the organization. This was the first time they'd ever seen someone come knocking on their door. And most crucially, this matter wasn't something they could decide on their own. Ultimately, it was up to His Majesty King Ha. Their gazes swept around the room before settling on the favorites by Lord Ha's side Li Ke and Si Chang. Li Ke, sensing the collective gaze, dared not speak out due to recent events. In the end, it was Si Chang who stepped forward. Your Highness, this. Lu Zhiyao glanced at Si Chang, then shifted his gaze to Yan Xiao across the room. Si Chang's eyes darted around, suddenly recalling something. Our Woof Woof gang members are all talented in various fields. You just said you want to join us. What special skills or strengths do you have? Yan Xiao frowned at the question. You need special skills and strengths too? But upon reflection, he conceded it made sense. Anyone who wants to pledge loyalty to His Majesty the King really needs to have something impressive to offer. My specialties? Well, I eat well, sleep soundly, and avoid internal conflicts. I never get bogged down in trivialities. Yan Zhao's words left the crowd silent once more. That's it? What kind of special skill is that? Couldn't be more ordinary. Seeing the reaction, Yan Xiao quickly tried to redeem himself. I may not have any standout talents, but I've lived through a lot and can pretty much do a little bit of everything. No one spoke again, but everyone agreed that someone like him was definitely beneath His Majesty the King of Ha. Great. Eating well, sleeping soundly, and avoiding internal conflicts, that's an excellent talent. At that moment, Lu Zhiyue stepped forward and spoke up. Everyone froze. Even Yan Xiao himself was stunned. He'd intended to lighten the mood with some humor, but he'd accidentally hit the nail on the head. The members of the Woof Woof gang were initially puzzled, but gradually came to understand and appreciate it. Truly, the King of Ha, his unconventional approach was incredibly cool. How could anyone possibly guess what King Ha was thinking? Lu Zhiyue wasn't joking around. He genuinely thought Yan Zhao's points were solid advantages. Though they were ordinary points, eating well, sleeping well, and avoiding internal conflicts were things many adults couldn't manage. Moreover, people like this tend to navigate life's challenges with fewer detours. But the most crucial point of all, Yan Xiao was a genius with extraordinary talent and unique bone structure. While the Special Affairs Bureau was struggling to inject humans with animal marrow to create psychics, this guy just popped a few spirit crystals and started growing his own spiritual roots. Yan Xiao is truly a genius among geniuses. Lu Zhiyao wouldn't let this slip by. He promptly rewarded Yan Xiao with a cup of divine water laced with his own saliva. At first, Yan Xiao looked somewhat reluctant. But when he saw the others staring at the cup in his hand with eyes that gleamed like they were looking at gold, he instantly knew this water was something special. Never one to waste an opportunity, he downed it in one gulp and smacked his lips. Sweet.
Lu Jiyue watched the scene unfold, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him as if he'd just taken a sip of someone else's spit. So this guy doesn't hold back because he genuinely enjoys tormenting others. Soon, Yan Xiao felt the benefits this cup of water brought him. A powerful force surged through his body, transforming him from head to toe. He felt refreshed and invigorated. Not only was his body filled with unprecedented strength, but he also felt lighter. Just as Yan Xiao was savoring the various changes in his body, he noticed something peculiar. How did a ginseng root grow out of my stomach? Yan Xiao's words immediately sent the members of the Woof Woof gang into fits of laughter. Our new member sure has a sense of humor. Amidst the uproarious laughter, Lu Jiyue grew visibly agitated. His expression turned grave as he approached Yan Xiao. Lu Jiyue immediately summoned his spiritual energy to examine Yan Xiao's body. What he discovered left him utterly astonished. Chapter 171, Spirit Roots Solidified for Everyone? The embryonic spiritual root within Yan Xiao had actually solidified and fully developed. Not only that, he also detected a faint, barely perceptible sphere attached to Yan Xiao's spiritual root. If he wasn't mistaken, that was the embryonic form of a spirit pill. Lu Jiyue truly hadn't anticipated this outcome. Yan Xiao's exceptional talent, combined with the benefits of becoming his spiritual descendant, had allowed him to leapfrog through levels, reaching his current state. Thankfully, the guy hadn't actually formed a spirit pill yet. Otherwise, he'd be furious for half the night. Comparing people to people, no, comparing people to dogs, it'd drive a dog mad. Thank goodness he had that cheat code. But someone with Yan Xiao's god-defying talent? You'd be hard-pressed to find another. Otherwise, the Special Affairs Bureau wouldn't be going to such lengths to modify psychics. In a way, Lu Jiyue had gotten incredibly lucky to recruit someone like him. Lord Dog Demon, no, Lord Hao Wang, what's going on? How did a ginseng root grow inside me? Yan Xiao stared at Lu Jiyue with utter bewilderment. That's not ginseng. It's the spiritual root you've condensed. Spiritual root? Lu Jiao's words instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. What on earth was this spiritual root? Lu Jiyue felt it necessary to explain spiritual roots, spiritual pills, and spiritual energy to everyone. After Lu Jiyue's thorough explanation, everyone finally looked as though they had an epiphany. So, only those with a spiritual root growing within them can absorb spiritual energy. After absorbing enough spiritual energy to nourish the spiritual root, it will grow a spiritual pill. This pill can then convert spiritual energy into a certain amount of spiritual power. After grasping these interconnected concepts, all members of the Woof Woof gang cast envious glances toward Yan Xiao. The new member is truly fortunate not only to receive His Majesty the King's divine power, but also to be granted a spiritual root by His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiao realized they had misunderstood again. Although Yan Xiao's spiritual root had accelerated its growth because he had become his spiritual descendant, it wasn't as if His Majesty had bestowed it upon Yan Xiao. But the members of the Woof Woof gang didn't understand the intricacies of the situation. They all believed that when their great Lord Ha bestowed divine power upon the new member, he had also graciously granted him a spiritual root. Even Yan Xiao had come to believe it. Thank you, Lord Ha. I will serve you faithfully from now on. At first, Yan Xiao hadn't realized how significant this spiritual root was. But upon overhearing the others whispering envy and resentment toward him, his face nearly split from grinning. This new recruit must be the first person King Ha has ever bestowed a spiritual root upon, right? You bet. I'm so jealous. Me too. I'll work harder for the gang and strive to earn a spiritual root from Lord Ha one day. The murmurs naturally reached Lu Jiyue's ears. To prevent everyone from overthinking and feeling resentful, Lu Jiyue quickly offered a small consolation. No need for the rest of you to worry. Before bestowing divine power upon you, I've already planted seeds within your bodies. When the time comes, spiritual roots will sprout within you too. The moment Lu Jiyue spoke these words, he distinctly felt everyone's eyes light up instantly. Really? Of course it's true. It's only a matter of time before your spiritual roots emerge. The time frame varies, though, depending on individual aptitude. Unaccustomed to lying, Lu Jiyue shifted his gaze toward the air. Thank you, Lord Ha. Long live Lord Ha. The crowd suddenly erupted into cheers. Lu Jiyue, however, felt troubled inside. This promise seemed a bit too grand. What if I can't pull it off later? Your Highness, when one cultivates the longling root, does the lower abdomen feel hot and burning? Go Lin suddenly blurted out. The others immediately fell silent, awaiting Lu Jiyue's response. Seeing their expectant gazes, Lu Jiyue steeled himself and nodded. He recalled experiencing that sensation when his spiritual roots and spiritual pill first emerged. The members of the Woof Woof gang instantly grasped the implication. Their excitement was palpable. Lord Hawan was telling the truth. He wasn't favoring the new members. It was simply that their innate talent wasn't up to par, causing their spiritual roots to manifest later than others. I knew something was off with my belly lately, turns out it was preparing for my spiritual root to emerge. Thank you, Lord Ha. One after another, the members of the Woof Woof gang erupted with excitement. Even Li Ke rushed over to Lu Jiyue in excitement.
Your Highness, you are truly benevolent. We mistook an impostor for you, yet not only did you forgive our mistake, you bestowed such a tremendous gift upon us. To serve under you is nothing short of a heavenly blessing.
Well, as long as you've learned your lesson, it's fine. It didn't cause any real harm. Just be more careful next time.
Lu Jiyue was a bit baffled by their reactions and replied in a daze.
No. There absolutely won't be a next time.
A resolute gleam flashed in Li Ke's eyes.
Alright, I trust you. Lu Jiyue reached out and patted Li Ke on the shoulder.
Taking advantage of the moment, he used his spiritual energy to scan Li Ke's body.
It's the embryonic form of a spiritual root. Lu Jiyue finally understood what had caused their earlier excitement. To confirm his suspicions, Lu Jiyue summoned Li Wanner, Su Yan, and the other two. Are you three alright?
Under the guise of concern, Lu Jiyue ran his claws over their bodies. Of course, he wasn't trying to take advantage of them. He merely wanted to use his spiritual energy to check if their bodies were like Li Ke's.
The results were identical to Li Ke's.
The embryonic forms of spiritual roots had also appeared within them, differing only in size. It seemed the other members had also developed embryonic spiritual roots to varying degrees.
Lu Jiyue immediately lost his composure.
Official research had spent so long without discovering a way for humans to absorb spiritual energy independently, relying instead on extracting animal marrow to barely produce a half-finished product.
Yet now, every single member of the Woof Woof gang was forming spiritual roots. Why was this happening? Lu Jiyue forced himself to calm down and began to ponder. Was it because of his recent evolution?
After all, his spiritual descendants could inherit a portion of his power. Perhaps their bodily structures had been altered as well.
Lu Jiyue could think of no other explanation.
No wonder his younger siblings could cultivate spiritual roots just by eating spiritual fruits. It wasn't solely due to the fruits themselves, but also because of him, their eldest brother. Lost in thought, Lu Jiyue was abruptly snapped back to reality by the voices of the three people before him.
Your Highness, we're doing just fine.
Li Wanner and the others couldn't calm down, still reeling from the sight of their Lord Ha fighting so valiantly just moments ago. You have no idea how incredible Lord Ha was just now. That enormous lizard monster Lord Ha took it down in just a few strikes.
The trio began recounting Lu Jiyue's heroic deeds to the others. Through their rose-colored glasses, Li Wanner and the others painted Lu Jiyue's actions in the most exaggeratedly glorious light. Lu Jiyue blushed at the praise and quietly slipped away.
The members of the Woof Woof gang listened intently to the vivid, animated accounts from their three female comrades.
Meanwhile, in a certain mountain retreat, a chilling laugh echoed through the air. Chapter 172, The Missing Siblings. Ha ha ha.
As the chilling laughter echoed through the room, the figures cloaked in black trembled, casting timid glances toward the center.
High Priest, what is this? Each of them was sweating bullets, terrified that a wrong word or action might reduce them to a pile of black ash in the next instant. EXI is dead.
Hearing the High Priest utter these words, the terror and dread on the masked figures' faces were too intense for their veils to conceal. Evil Slime was the spirit beast the High Priest had nurtured with his own vital essence. Surely he would kill them all to vent his rage. Just as the robed figures were counting down their final moments, a voice unexpectedly echoed from the other side. Though Yuxi is dead, its demise proves my conjecture correct. Detecting genuine relief in the High Priest's tone, the group collectively exhaled, each feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death.
High Priest, what do you mean by that?
I shared the evil lizard's perspective and saw its killer. The High Priest Green Lizard's gaze grew unusually deep.
After slaying the evil lizard, he devoured it.
At these words, every robed figure in the chamber paled with shock, exchanging stunned glances.
Devoured.
One of the cloaked figures trembled, his voice quivering as if searching for deeper meaning within that single word.
He is the very one I've been searching for, the soul devourer recorded in ancient texts. The flames in Green Demon Lizard's eyes burned ever brighter. No wonder Black Wolf risked his life to issue this bounty. That's the soul devourer, long extinct according to ancient texts. I've finally found him. Ha 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 ha.
The Green Demon Lizard's laughter grew more chilling, his eyes brimming with boundless excitement.
High Priest, what shall we do next?
Poof. The Green Demon Lizard exhaled a plume of black smoke from its nostrils. I'll take care of that soul-devouring beast myself. Lu Xiao arrived at the rooftop of the Changhaha building. He opened his mouth and released Xiaoqing, who had been residing in the light space. Hiss. The moment Xiaoqing emerged, she immediately slithered up Lu Xiao's neck, her forked tongue flicking back and forth across his face.
Alright.
Xiaoqing, you're a snake, not a dog. Xiaoqing gazed at Lu Xiao, her tongue still flickering in and out, a shadow of sadness flickering in her eyes.
Are you resentful that I didn't release you to fight? As Xiaoqing's master, Lu Xiao instantly sensed her thoughts. He extended his claw and gently tapped Xiaoqing's head, offering a stroke. Alright, next time I'll definitely let you fight first.
At these words, Xiaoqing happily flicked her forked tongue and twisted her body into an S shape. Lu Xiao suddenly remembered something, yanking Xiaoqing off his neck and setting her on the ground. Xiaoqing, from now on, you'll guard this area for me.
For the time being, you'll serve as the guardian beast here, okay? Xiaoqing nodded at Lu Zhiyao. Such a good girl. Lu Zhiyao stroked Xiaoqing with his claw, and Xiaoqing looked thoroughly content. Members of the shadow organization might come looking for Chong Haha again. Leaving Xiaoqing here to guard the place would give him some peace of mind. Should I move Chong Haha to a safer place? Suddenly, Lu Zhiyao realized there was another place that might also be targeted by the shadow organization. That was the villa where he and his younger siblings lived. Instinctively reaching for his smartwatch to contact his siblings, Lu Zhiyue remembered he'd left it in the basement. Nothing bad will happen, right? Lu Zhiyue felt an inexplicable sense of panic rising within him. After instructing Xiaoqing to find a place to hide and guard the area, he hurriedly left and rushed toward the villa. But after running just a short distance, Lu Zhiyue abruptly stopped and slapped his forehead. I forgot about that again. Lu Zhiyue immediately retrieved a spirit fruit seed from the Ming space, crushed it, and instantly traversed the black hole to reach Macho's home. After searching and finding Macho absent, Lu Zhiyue swiftly teleported to the basement. The entire villa was empty, not a trace of the three little ones anywhere. This instantly sent Lu Zhiyue into a panic. He wanted to rush out to search, but had no idea where to look. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he returned to the basement. He found his smartwatch and opened it. There were several missed calls from his younger siblings. This made Lu Zhiyue's heart tighten once more. The fact that they had called him meant something serious must have happened. Just then, the smartwatch rang. Already anxious and flustered, Lu Zhiyue steadied herself and looked. It's Meng Meng. Lu Zhiyue quickly answered the call. Hello, Meng Meng? Are you guys okay? What happened? Where are you now? Lu Zhiyue fired off 3 questions in rapid succession. The voice on the other end sounded equally agitated upon hearing Lu Zhiyue's tone. Brother! Is that you, brother? Hearing Meng Meng's puzzling words, Lu Zhiyue frowned and asked. Did you run into that fake husky impersonating me? It really is you, big brother. You're finally back. You have to be careful of that imposter. So after Fat Ha impersonated him, the first place it went wasn't Pet Ha. This news made Lu Zhiyue worry all over again. I've already dealt with that imposter. How are Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi? Are you all okay? Big brother, don't worry. We're all fine, except second brother got hurt a bit. Hearing that Xiao Shi was injured, Lu Zhiyue frowned. You weren't at the villa. Where did you go? I don't even know where I am. Second brother and Xiao Qi aren't with me either. It's a long story. Meng Meng then recounted their ordeal over the phone. After escaping the cloaked men and fleeing to Macho's house, the three of them grew increasingly anxious when they couldn't reach Lu Zhiyue, fearing their eldest brother might be in danger. The three decided to go out and search for Lu Zhiyue. Macho feared they might encounter imposters or the black-robed men again if they ventured out, so he had them pick some spirit fruits, remove the seeds, and carry them along. That way, if anything happened, they could return here immediately. Xiaoqi didn't want to waste the fruit flesh, so he volunteered to eat it all first. Just as he finished collecting the pits and was about to leave, he accidentally slipped on a pit underfoot. Several seeds flew out, triggering one shard after another. While trying to stop the seeds from activating more fragments, Xiaoqi accidentally touched one and got sucked in. My second brother and I didn't even have time to react before we were each sucked into the fragments that activated around us. So now, the three of us have no idea where each other is. Lu Zhiyue was dumbfounded after listening to Meng Meng's account. Chapter 173, The Heavenly Eye System. Lu Zhiyue felt like the sky had fallen. He'd only stepped out for a moment, yet his younger siblings had vanished without a trace. He cherished these three little ones almost more than his own life. Meng Meng, quickly look around you and see what's nearby. Big brother will come find you right away. Big brother, don't worry. I've already called second brother and Xiao Qi. They're safe for now, just like me. Meng Meng sensed her eldest brother's panic and hurried to reassure him. And thanks to you, we're all pretty strong now. We can take care of ourselves. Meng Meng's reassurance worked Lu Zhiyue's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled a little. No wonder he hadn't seen Macho. The little furball was probably darting between the fragments searching for them. Meng Meng, tell Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi to stay put and avoid moving around. Macho has a 500-meter range, he can't go too far. Big brother is working on finding you right now. Don't be afraid. I'll get you home as soon as possible. Fortunately, when Li Ku developed the smartwatch for them, he had anticipated their difficulty in charging it, so it was designed with both a battery and solar power. As long as the battery wasn't depleted, the watch wouldn't run out of power as long as the sun was shining. Oh, and the watch has GPS tracking. With that thought, Lu Zhiyue rushed back to Pet Haha at top speed. When Lu Zhiyue found Li Ku, he was still giving Yan Xiao his initiation training. Upon learning about the three elders' situation, he immediately began searching for their location on the computer. Li Ku operated the computer, his solemn face furrowing with concern. King Ha. Sensing something was amiss, Lu Zhiyao hurriedly asked. What's going on? Can't get a location. Seems like it's being affected by that strange magnetic field that's been popping up lately. Completely lost? Not even a rough location? Li Ku operated the computer with a grave expression. Finally, he shook his head under Lu Zhiyue's disappointed gaze. But I do have an idea. Hearing this, Lu Zhiyao's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Recently, I managed to hack into Yangjiang City's security system and integrated most of its surveillance feeds into our exclusive software for the Woof Woof Gang. You can freely view the surveillance footage within the software, Li Ku said as he operated the computer, pulling up numerous surveillance feeds. Not only that, he summoned all members of the Wolf Gang, assigning each to monitor a specific set of feeds. The entire team searched the feeds for any sign of the three Huskies. Many hands make light work. With everyone pitching in, they managed to review every single surveillance feed. Unfortunately, they found no trace of Meng Meng and the others in the footage. This outcome left Lu Zhiyue feeling deeply disappointed. Li Ku, who had been watching Lu Zhiyue closely, spoke up again at that moment. We've been reviewing standard security footage. As far as I know, the authorities also operate a specialized surveillance system targeting criminals, the Sky Eye. The Sky Eye system has a much wider coverage area, but its encryption is extremely robust. Due to the appearance of the spirit beast, additional layers of security have been added. Even the police department requires authorization from the Special Affairs Bureau to access it. Authorization from the Special Affairs Bureau. Lu Zhiyue murmured to himself, then instructed Li Ku to wait there while he took Li Wan'er away. Though the Special Affairs Bureau was over 20 kilometers from Changhaha, Lu Zhiyue reached the destination in mere minutes aboard Li Wan'er's aircraft. After instructing Li Wan'er to hover the aircraft and wait for him, Lu Zhiyue cloaked himself and sprinted toward the target location alone. Inside the Special Affairs Bureau office, Li Yu was organizing Spirit Beast files when he suddenly sensed something and looked up from his work. The boss is here. Li Yu discreetly glanced left and right at his colleagues. Seeing everyone absorbed in their tasks, he gently set down the files and slipped out of the office. Li Yu quickly made his way to the men's restroom. After checking each stall to confirm it was empty, he pulled back the curtain covering the window and opened it. Then, a figure appeared outside the window. It was a husky with golden eyes. Master! Li Yu tried to keep his voice low, but his excitement was still evident. 3 minutes later, Li Yu emerged from the restroom. Instead of returning to his own office, he headed toward the Information Management Department's office. After arriving at the department, Li Yu checked that no one else was nearby before entering the office. Due to recent staffing shortages, only 2 people remained there organizing various information. The 2 inside heard the movement at the door, turned around, and saw Li Yu. Li Yu stared intently at the 2 men before him, his expression grave. Confusion spread across their faces. What are you doing here? A hint of disappointment flashed across Li Yu's face. Master, you should handle this. I failed. As Li Yu's words left the 2 men utterly bewildered, the silhouette of a husky materialized out of thin air on the empty ground beside him. Before the 2 could react, Lu Zhiyue activated Eye of Intimidation. The 2 before him froze instantly, paralyzed with fear. Upon seeing the fear in their eyes, Lu Zhiyue then activated Desire Manipulation. Their eyes immediately grew vacant. Special Affairs Bureau agents possess strong mental fortitude, making reliance solely on Desire Manipulation potentially ineffective. Earlier, Li Yu had attempted to use the Desire Manipulation he'd inherited from Lu Zhiyue, but it hadn't worked. Therefore, Lu Zhiyue first frightened them, instilling fear within them. Once the desire to survive surfaced in their hearts, he activated Desire Manipulation, ensuring its success. Li Yu stepped forward and waved his hand in front of them. After confirming they were successfully controlled, he shot Lu Zhiyue an incredibly adoring look. You're truly amazing, Master. Let's get down to business first. Lu Zhiyue's mind was entirely preoccupied with his younger siblings at that moment. Under his command, the 2 immediately activated the surveillance system of the Sky Eye. Simultaneously, Lu Zhiyue contacted Li Ku. With their coordination, Li Ku successfully infiltrated the Sky Eye system and gained viewing permissions. Seeing the operation succeed, he used self-hypnosis to erase the memory of this entire sequence from the 2 individuals. Just as Lu Zhiyue prepared to leave, he turned to Li Yu. Plant a seed of desire within their minds to prevent them from recalling this later. Oh, got it. Li Yu proceeded to carry out Lu Zhiyue's instructions. Lu Zhiyue once again unleashed the Eye of Intimidation upon them, using fear to ignite the desires within their hearts. Soon, the seeds of desire took root within them. There. These 2 are now your minions. Li Yu watched his master vanish back into the darkness, his heart racing with excitement. My master came to handle business and even sent me 2 minions. He had always envied Niu Kai and Jiang Tao before. Though all 3 were the master's minions, those 2 had been assigned to become psychics and were now favored figures before the bureau chief. He, however, had been forced to lurk in obscurity. But today, he saw hope again. As long as he quietly served his master, the master would surely remember him. Rushing back to Changhaha at full speed, Lu Zhiyue immediately headed to where Li Ku was. But Li Ku delivered a brutal piece of news. The surveillance system hasn't detected the three elders either. They must be in another city, or even farther away. Just when Lu Jiyue thought things couldn't get any worse, he received a call from Meng Meng. Chapter 174, Spirit Descendant Transformation escalates again. Brother, I can't stay here any longer, a spirit beast tide has erupted. Before Lu Jiyue could ask further, Meng Meng hurriedly hung up.
Almost as if the three youngsters had coordinated, Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi called him next.
Xiao Shi's area was suddenly hit by an earthquake. A tsunami erupted where Xiao Qi was. All three were forced to evacuate their positions due to the emergencies.
They hurriedly called Lu Jiyue to report their situations before rushing to handle the emergencies unfolding around them.
No matter how many times Lu Jiyue tried calling them, not a single one picked up. Damn it all to hell, this is way too melodramatic. Lu Jiyue couldn't help but curse under his breath. First the spirit beast surge, then the earthquake and tsunami. Lu Jiyue couldn't help but recall the strange weather that day when the celestial crystals appeared. The events the three youngsters had experienced might also be consequences of the accelerated revival of spiritual energy. Li Ku, immediately check which regions experienced earthquakes and tsunamis. Hack into the official archives and see where spirit beast swarms appeared. Receiving the order, Li Ku immediately began operating the computer as Lu Jiyue requested. Your Highness. That damn magnetic field again. The network seems to be down. No sooner had Li Ku spoken than a loud crack echoed, plunging the entire building into darkness. Li Ku peered outside. The entire city's blacked out. But we have backup generators here at Pet Ha. Where are you headed, Lord Ha? Lu Jiyue waved his paw at Li Ku behind him and sped off. Seems like finding his little brother and sister would have to be his own job. Once in a deserted spot, Lu Jiyue crushed a fruit pit and teleported to the furball's home. Fuzzball still wasn't there. Seeing the large area of activated fragments over there, Lu Jiyue walked over. Let's start searching from the right side. As Lu Jiyue's muttered words faded, a sudden flash of light erupted before his eyes. A furry figure appeared before him. Furry ball! Lu Jiyue exclaimed excitedly. The fur ball, whose once velvety coat had turned gray, shifted its fur slightly to a grayish-white hue upon seeing Lu Jiyue. Brother, what about Meng Meng and the others? Lu Jiyue nodded, indicating he understood. I'm so sorry. I've searched through over a dozen fragments, but still haven't found any trace of them. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have told them to take some fruit pits with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have. Silly furball, it's not your fault. Lu Jiyue reached out a paw and ruffled Mocho's fluffy head. I'll search with you. We'll find them eventually. Hearing this, Mocho perked up again. Alright, I'll keep searching. Wait a moment. Lu Jiyue quickly called out to Mocho. Aren't you restricted to moving within 500 meters of the spatial fragment teleportation site? But Meng Meng and the others are in a complicated situation now. Lu Jiyue explained the situation the three little ones were facing to Mocho. So what should we do now? Lu Jiyue gestured for Mocho to stay calm, asking for a moment to think. He then opened the system panel, and several prompts immediately popped up. No need to guess these were likely the rewards from devouring that giant lizard and those black-robed figures earlier. But Lu Jiyue had no time to examine these notifications. His first instinct was to locate the skill, Spirit Descendant Transformation. System upgrade, Spirit Descendant Transformation to Advanced. 50 evolution points deducted. Special skill, Spirit Descendant Conversion, intermediate level upgraded to advanced level. Spirit Descendant Conversion Advanced, you may infuse your power into a target through your saliva, transforming them into your Spirit Descendant. They will inherit 1/3 of your strength, which will grow in tandem with your own power. Furthermore, Spirit Descendants will obey you unconditionally, following your will without question. Currently capable of converting 100 Spirit Descendants. Special Effect 1, your bond with Spirit Descendants strengthens, allowing you to communicate with a designated one across distances. Each conversation consumes 1 spirit power, with a 30-minute cooldown. Lu Jiyue had been worried that his upgraded skill might not achieve the desired effect, but after reading the special effects, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then began to carefully sense the changes. Sure enough, after the skill upgrade, his connection with the Spirit Descendants had significantly strengthened. Digital avatars appeared in his mind, each corresponding to his current Spirit Descendants. By directing his consciousness toward these digital avatars, he could choose to expend spirit power to converse with them across distances. Lu Jiyue first located the digital representation of Meng Meng, then expended a small amount of spiritual energy to speak with her. Meng Meng, are you okay? Ha? Big brother's voice? Am I hearing things? It's not an auditory hallucination. Tell your big brother how are you doing now? I'm fine now, but... Lu Jiyue only heard half of it before the words abruptly cut off in his mind. This sucks. We barely got a few words in. Lu Jiyue cursed angrily. But at least he could use this ability to confirm his younger siblings were safe. It was just that the cooldown period was far too long. Big bro, nobody's talking. What's wrong with you? Lu Jiyue snapped back to reality at Mochio's words. Mochio, I have a way to let you sense Meng Meng and the others from a greater distance. But in exchange, you'll become my subordinate completely, bound to obey me unconditionally. Are you willing? Without even pausing to think, Mochio nodded eagerly at Lu Jiyue's proposal.
Think it through carefully.
Don't answer so quickly. You're my big brother. I'm supposed to be your little brother anyway. Isn't it only right to listen to you? Seeing Mochio's sincere expression, Lu Jiyue said no more. All right. From now on, I promise to treat you like my own little brother just as kindly as I treat Meng Meng and the others. Lu Jiyue took Mochio's paw and gently bit a small wound into it. He transformed Mochio into his own spirit descendant. But what happened next left Lu Jiyue utterly stunned. Chapter 175, Dare to Mess with Me. After Lu Jiyue's saliva merged into Mochio's body, its form began to tremble slightly, enveloped by concentric rings of delicate light.
Immediately, the fur ball's body started to transform. Its originally fluffy, soft fur gradually became tough and glossy. Its form rapidly expanded within the glow, its limbs thickening into powerful limbs. The tips of its claws flashed with a sharp, icy glint, as if capable of tearing through any obstacle. Most astonishingly, the fur ball's back began to bulge as a pair of enormous wings slowly unfolded. Covered in intricate scales, the wings shimmered with a dazzling, rainbow-like brilliance. With each flap of its wings, it stirred up fierce gusts of wind, whipping out debris from the surrounding airspace and forming a miniature storm. A beast unlike any seen before stood before Lu Jiyue. The gentle, adorable little furball had been replaced by a majestic, awe-inspiring beast. Lu Jiyue looked up at the massive creature before him, struggling to suppress the shock within his heart. Furball? Brother! A deep, magnetic voice echoed, nearly causing Lu Jiyue to stumble backward in surprise. Regaining his composure, Lu Jiyue suddenly recalled what Furball had said earlier. Mochio, is this your wild beast form? Yes, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Still a bit confused, Lu Jiyue heard Mochio continue. I thought it would take much longer to transform into my wild beast form. I never imagined you were this powerful, big brother. Lu Jiyue smiled at Mochio, but a flurry of questions swirled in his mind. He never imagined that biting Mochio would allow him to transform into his wild beast form. Moreover, this wild beast form of Mochio looked so imposing and majestic, just standing there from afar was enough to inspire awe. After the initial surprise, the two wasted no more time dwelling on other matters. After dividing up the spatial fragment areas they would each be responsible for, they immediately set out on their search. Just as Lu Jiyue and Mochio plunged into the spatial fragments, an evil force approaching Yanjiang City halted. The green lizard raised a hand, signaling the black-robed figures behind him to halt. He carefully sensed the surroundings, then furrowed his brow deeply. How peculiar. The target's location has shifted again. Originally, he had sensed the target's presence in Yanjiang City, but for some time afterward, he could no longer detect it. Assuming it was due to excessive distance, the green demon lizard continued leading his men toward Yanjiang City. But the moment they entered Yanjiang's territory just now, he could clearly sense the target's location again. But the exact location wasn't in Yanjiang City at all. Could that bastard actually teleport? The green demon lizard cursed inwardly, then immediately changed course with his men, racing toward the target's location. After racing forward at full speed for some time, the green demon lizard abruptly halted his squad once more. The target had vanished again. Could the tracking magic have failed? Impossible. The green demon lizard immediately dismissed the thought. He turned to the cloaked figure beside him, his eyes flashing with ruthless intent. Then, with a mere wave of his hand, the cloaked figure flew toward him of its own accord. Under the robed man's terrified gaze, the green demon lizard severed one of his fingers. The green demon lizard offered the severed finger as an offering, and a blood talisman instantly materialized. As the blood talisman materialized, a trace of smug satisfaction flickered in the green demon lizard's eyes. This pursuit technique has been reactivated. No matter how you try to hide, you won't escape my grasp. But the next second, the smug look on the green lizard demon's face froze solid. What the hell? I still can't sense it. This time, the green lizard severed the black-robed figure's entire hand, simultaneously producing a compass filled with black mist. He bound the compass to the pursuit's secret art through a sacrifice of flesh and blood. As the green demon lizard channeled a surge of spiritual energy into it, the compass needle began spinning rapidly. The green demon lizard watched the compass needle intently. The black-robed figure beside him, now missing a hand, was even more anxious. If they failed to locate the target's position this time, he feared he himself would be sacrificed into the device. But, as they say, what you fear most is what comes to pass. The compass needle spun like a high-speed gyroscope, whirling endlessly without settling on a specific direction. This proved the target had vanished into thin air. Damn it! The green lizard was on the verge of erupting in rage, and the one-handed cloaked figure had already lost all will to live. Then, in the next instant, a turning point appeared. A red light flared on the compass, then the needle stopped spinning and pointed in a direction. The one-handed black-robed man breathed a sigh of relief. He wouldn't die.
But before he could savor his relief for even a few seconds, a curse shattered the air. Damn it, you dare play me! The green demon lizard, having clearly seen the compass's precise directional indication, was utterly enraged. A green flame shot straight toward the one-handed man in black robes. The flames, like a ferocious beast, engulfed his entire body in one gulp. High priest, spare me! The black-robed figure screamed in agony, but soon fell silent. Only a pile of ashes remained. The other robed figures trembled in terror. The green lizard's fury erupted because the compass needle pointed to a location thousands of kilometers away. But this was only the beginning. After that, the compass needle either failed to indicate a specific location or swung wildly, pointing east one moment, west the next, then south. This enraged the green demon lizard so much that it killed 3 robed figures in one breath. Had he not needed to spare some to serve him and handle his affairs, the dozen or so robed figures he brought along wouldn't have been enough to satisfy his killing spree. This only deepened the green demon lizard's resentment toward that golden-eyed husky. Just you wait. No matter what tricks you pull, no matter where you hide, I'll find you. The reason the green demon lizard found himself in this predicament was purely because Lu Xiao kept shuttling between the spatial fragments. When he returned to the void space where Maoqiu resided, the pursuit magic could no longer pinpoint his location. Only when he traversed a spatial fragment and arrived at a tangible location would his position be revealed. But these spatial fragments led to all sorts of places, naturally in every direction. Unaware of this, Lu Zhiyue now traversed a fragment and emerged into uncharted waters. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After gulping down several mouthfuls of water, Lu Zhiyue suddenly remembered he was now a dog and could dog paddle. By some instinct, he managed to swim successfully in the water. After struggling to the surface for 2 gasps of fresh air, just as he prepared to survey his surroundings, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the air. Chapter 176, The Descent of Divine Consciousness. A thunderous boom erupted, shattering the tranquil waters like a crack of lightning. Immediately after, a series of explosions echoed in rapid succession, sending shockwaves rippling across the surface. Even the spot where Lu Zhiyue lay trembled slightly. He snapped his head up, gazing toward the source of the noise. In the distance, several warships plowed through the waves, their cannons firing relentlessly as thick smoke billowed into the sky. Holy crap, a military exercise? Lu Zhiyue immediately dove beneath the surface. He had just spotted the national flag above it was Japan's. Damn it, I've ended up in a foreign country. Lu Zhiyue thought to himself. After sensing through his connection with the Lingy that his younger siblings weren't nearby, Lu Zhiyue immediately pulled out the fruit core. That was close blown to bits. Gotta get out of here. Lu Zhiyue crushed the fruit core and departed. On a nearby warship, a soldier observing the scene through binoculars shouted excitedly to his comrade beside him. Guess what I just saw? A husky. His companion shot him a look of utter disbelief. Bro, this is deep water. How the hell did a husky get here? I swear it's true. Look for yourself. The other soldier, unable to resist, finally looked through the binoculars. After scanning the direction indicated and finding nothing, the soldier, convinced he was being pranked, suddenly witnessed an unbelievable sight. Out of nowhere, a husky materialized in the previously empty waters. And that husky had golden eyes. Lu Zhiyue surfaced and frowned upon seeing this familiar scene. Wrong place, wrong place. I've been here before. Lu Zhiyue spoke, then immediately crushed a fruit pit and departed. At that moment, the 2 soldiers excitedly summoned their commander over. The officer examined the area for several minutes. Not only was there no golden-eyed husky, there wasn't even a trace of one. He turned and delivered a hard slap to each of them. If you dare pull another stunt like this, I'll make you commit seppuku. Returning once more to the void space, Lu Zhiyue did not rush to traverse another spatial fragment this time. He had already searched through several spatial fragments in succession. Fortunately, the locations he teleported to held little danger. But continuing this search indefinitely felt like wandering aimlessly. After reconnecting with his younger siblings to confirm they were out of immediate danger, Lu Zhiyue breathed a slight sigh of relief. He then opened the system panel. Searching aimlessly like this, who knew how long it would take? He might as well take a moment to check the system notifications. Perhaps there might be an unexpected reward. You have consumed a B+ level spirit beast. Evolution points plus 200. You have consumed 5 unknown species. Evolution points plus 100. Acquired special skill spirit parasitism. Detected a similar skill split spirit. Both skills have now fused into the spirit technique Divine Mind Descent. Divine Mind Manifestation Basic, select an inanimate object. After imbuing it with spiritual energy, you may share its physical perspective. Simultaneously, project your consciousness onto the object, temporarily animating it and transforming it into your likeness, endowed with a fraction of your power. Special Effect 1, parasitize within a living being using a fragment of your body. Consume spirit energy to possess the host at any time. Each second consumes 1 spirit energy point, with a maximum possession duration of 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Two special skills have fused into a new spirit technique. After reading the description of this spirit technique, Lu Zhiyao suddenly had an idea. Possession. If I could possess my younger siblings, I wouldn't just know their whereabouts, I could also rescue them from danger when they're in trouble. Lu Zhiyue, struck by this realization, immediately showered the system with heartfelt praise. System, you're amazing. I knew I made the right choice following you. You really deliver exactly what I need. Wait, isn't there a prerequisite for this possession? Lu Zhiyue snapped out of his excitement and scrutinized the spirit technique's description. Use a part of my body? System, were you a serial dismemberer in a past life? Why are you always trying to use my body parts to activate skills? Sure, dog hair is technically part of my body, but I can't exactly make my siblings eat my dog hair from a distance. Lu Zhiyue fumed at the system, venting his frustration. Then, the crafty little devil had an idea. Wait. Part of my body. In a way, my saliva is part of my body too. Then I've already met that prerequisite. System, you agree, right? At that moment, the system pretended not to hear. Not saying anything, huh? I'll try it myself. But upon closer inspection, his spiritual energy was now down to just over 20 points, still short of the basic 30 required. But Lu Zhiyue quickly devised a solution. Eating just one of the spirit fruits from the fur ball would increase his spiritual power by 1 point. Lu Zhiyue immediately rushed to the spirit tree and devoured 2 or 3 dozen spirit fruits. His stomach bulged noticeably from the feast. Let's test it first. Refusing to waste any, Lu Zhiyao collected the fruit pits before activating Divine Mind Descent. Suddenly, his mind transformed as if into a system interface, presenting numerous objectives for him to choose from. Lu Zhiyue's heart leapt with joy. It actually works. That means I can possess any of my spirit descendants. Lu Zhiyue swiftly selected to possess Meng Meng. Everything went black before his eyes, then his vision shifted. Holy crap! Lu Zhiyue tried to utter a sound, but what came out was Meng Meng's soft, cute voice. Success! When Lu Zhiyue regained his senses and surveyed his surroundings, he witnessed a truly shocking sight. Meng Meng was perched atop a 10-meter-tall tree. Beneath the tree, layer upon layer of animals had gathered in a circle. Each animal radiated spiritual energy clearly, they were all spirit beasts. At that moment, all these spirit beasts were glaring intently at him up in the tree. Lu Zhiyue roughly counted them, there were at least 70 or 80. Every kind of creature imaginable. So this is the spirit beast surge Meng Meng mentioned. Lu Zhiyue's eyes turned cold as he resolved to eliminate these spirit beasts during his possession period. Otherwise, Meng Meng would soon be in grave danger. Fortunately, even in his possessed state, Lu Zhiyue could still freely use his various skills. Seeing the spirit beasts beneath the trees already beginning to climb the slopes and crash into the trunks, Lu Zhiyue let out a cold snort before activating Abyssal Devouring Space. His mouth opened wide, transforming into an abyss that instantly sucked the closest spirit beasts into the dark void. The spirit beasts froze in shock at the sight. Before they could react, Lu Zhiyue opened his mouth again with renewed force. Half of the smaller spirit beasts, utterly defenseless, were sucked into Lu Zhiyao's mouth without resistance. The remaining large spirit beasts finally snapped to attention. As if they'd seen a ghost, they took off running. How could Lu Zhiyue possibly let these white as snow evolution points slip away? The faster they ran, the more excited he became. Chapter 177, Ancient Spirit Beasts? Meng Meng felt a wave of dizziness before regaining her senses. When she finally made out her surroundings, she froze in shock. Wasn't I up in the tree? How did I end up on the ground? And where are those spirit beasts? Just as Meng Meng was puzzling over it, she heard movement in the nearby grass. She squinted and saw a leopard spirit beast. Meng Meng instantly tensed up. But unexpectedly, the creature seemed even more nervous upon seeing her. The leopard spirit beast stared at Meng Meng, trembling all over as if it had seen a ghost. Hey! Momo found it odd and was about to ask something. But the moment the leopard spirit beast heard her voice, it bolted away in a panic, scrambling to escape. Its powerful paws kicked up a cloud of dust. A leopard, afraid of dogs? While Meng Meng scratched her head in confusion, Lu Zhiyue had already returned to the void space and opened the system to check her newly acquired evolution points. Meng Meng really is my little lucky charm. Just one possession session earned me this many evolution points. Through that possession, Lu Zhiyue had not only devoured numerous spirit beasts but also briefly surveyed Meng Meng's surroundings. She was in a wild forest, and most of the spirit beasts he had devoured were wild animals. Several species among them only inhabited tropical regions. Moreover, the terrain was quite rugged, suggesting it was a place rarely visited by humans. After gathering this information, Lu Zhiyue hurriedly exited the void space during the possession cooldown period. He went to Pet Haha to ask Li Ke to use this information to pinpoint the locations. Based on the details Lu Zhiyue provided, Li Ke quickly pinpointed several potential locations within the Dragon Nation. Li Wanner then boarded a plane with several members of the Woof Woof gang, determined to locate Meng Meng at these sites as swiftly as possible. Lu Zhiyue returned to the void space once more.
Seeing his spiritual energy nearly depleted, he turned his attention to the spirit fruit of the furball once more.
Just as he was nearly finished eating, Machio returned.
Big brother. Hearing the furball's excited voice, Lu Jiao thought he had found something. He looked closely. To his astonishment, it had brought back a colossal creature.
Lu Jiao immediately climbed down from the tree and approached the furball. What on earth did you bring back?
Furry ball had reverted to its previous adorable, fluffy form and circled around the large creature it had brought back. I just crawled through a cave and found this guy in there. Lu Jiao examined the unfamiliar creature, part rhinoceros, part something else entirely, and gave it a nudge with his paw. He discovered its body was surprisingly hard.
Dead? Furry ball nodded.
It was already dead when I got here.
Lu Jiao sensed lingering spiritual energy within the creature's corpse. It has spiritual energy.
This creature must have been a spirit beast in life.
Furry ball nodded.
And I can sense a familiarity in its spiritual energy, though I can't quite place it.
Hearing this, Lu Jiao grew even more curious.
Even if he didn't know what kind of creature it was, tossing it into the dark space would turn it into evolution points anyway.
With that thought, Lu Jiao opened his mouth and swallowed the corpse whole.
Before long, the system's notification chime sounded.
This caught Lu Jiao off guard. Huh, this fast?
Opening the system notification, Lu Jiao was instantly stunned.
You have devoured an ancient spirit beast. Evolution points plus 300.
Acquired special skill Gigantification. Gigantification basic, using this skill increases your size by 10 times.
That corpse I casually picked up was actually an ancient spirit beast?
Lu Jiao was stunned, and to top it off, he'd gained a special skill for free. Though it wasn't particularly useful to him. But it was still a special skill. He had devoured so many spirit beasts before, only gaining evolution points. The system had never granted him a special skill. One could only imagine how formidable this ancient spirit beast must have been in life.
Right.
That's why the aura felt so familiar. It's an ancient spirit beast.
Furry ball's excited words snapped Lu Jiao back to reality.
Furry ball, what exactly is this ancient spirit beast?
Lu Jiao felt utterly perplexed.
Machio shook his round little head from side to side.
It's probably like what you told me before, big brother, the difference between ancient people and modern people.
But the spiritual energy back in ancient times was incredibly pure.
The spirit beasts back then were way more powerful than the ones we have now. After Mocho's explanation, Lu Jiao immediately understood.
Then this creature must be an ancient spirit beast of the Xianling level at the very least. Then he realized something. Furry ball had mentioned that due to depleted spiritual energy, many spirit beasts had fallen into slumber. Then the appearance of this ancient spirit beast must mean, as the pace of spiritual energy recovery accelerates, are ancient spirit beasts beginning to awaken one after another?
Furry ball nodded.
That should be the case.
Lu Jiao's expression grew solemn.
It seemed that living in this world would bring more than a few challenges.
Realizing the world was now fraught with danger, Lu Jiao wasted not a single minute.
As soon as the cooldown for Divine Mind Descent ended, he immediately expended his spiritual energy to begin the possession. This time, he chose the wounded young warrior. That familiar sensation returned. As Lu Jiao opened his eyes, the world spun violently around him.
Lu Jiao glanced down and realized he was plummeting at breakneck speed.
On either side lay the jagged cliffs and crumbling walls torn apart by the earthquake. Gazing down at the bottomless abyss below, Lu Jiao instantly straightened his body and activated the skill Bloodthirsty Dive. After 2 consecutive mid-air jumps, he swiftly activated Spirit Monkey Leap, lightly tapping the cliff walls before nimbly landing on solid ground. Once on solid ground, Lu Jiao breathed a heavy sigh of relief.
My possession timing was truly perfect this time.
Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But reaching the ground didn't mean safety for Lu Jiao. The earthquake continued. Barely seconds after stepping onto solid ground, the earth cracked open again under the violent tremors. Lu Jiao activated his Shadowless Leg technique, fleeing the danger zone at top speed.
After sprinting a considerable distance, Lu Jiao finally felt the tremors beneath his feet weaken. Moo! A sudden sound echoed from ahead. Lu Jiao looked ahead and saw another fissure created by the earthquake.
A wild bull spirit beast was stuck within the fissure. The crack was only about a meter wide, and a row of trees and grass grew in front of it. Without careful observation, the fissure was easily missed. The wild ox spirit beast had likely fallen in after failing to notice the gap beneath its feet.
Heh, stuck like that must be uncomfortable, huh? Why don't you come into my mouth?
Without waiting for its consent, Lu Jiao opened his mouth and swallowed the wild ox spirit beast whole. After devouring the wild ox, Lu Jiao discovered an elephant wedged beneath the fissure. But this elephant wasn't a spirit beast. As the time for possession drew near, a voice suddenly echoed from ahead.
Whoa! Lu Jiao looked up and instantly tensed. Over 10 meters across the fissure, a troop of monkeys had appeared. And every single one of them was a spirit beast. Meanwhile, the time Lu Jiao could possess Xiaoshi was rapidly counting down. Chapter 178, Reunion. Xiaoshi slowly opened his eyes, still groggy. Blinding white light flooded his vision. Did I fall to my death? Have I come to heaven? Big brother, Meng Meng, and Xiaoqi. Will I never see you again? Just as a wave of sorrow began to rise in Xiaoshi's heart, he suddenly heard a voice. R. Xiaoshi frowned. That sounds like an elephant's trumpet? Are there elephants in heaven too? Just as Xiaoshi was puzzling over this, an elephant's trunk suddenly appeared before his eyes. Startled, he sat up immediately. Then he realized he was actually on top of an elephant. The white things he'd seen earlier were just clouds in the sky. What on earth is going on? Before Xiaoshi could make sense of it, a sound came from beside him. Ooh. He turned his head and saw several monkeys. Xiaoshi immediately grew wary, for these monkeys radiated a spiritual energy. Clearly, they were no ordinary primates. But soon, Xiaoshi realized they seemed to harbor no ill will toward him. In fact, they were trying to win him over? The monkeys held bananas, apples, wild greens, and other items in their hands, persistently offering them to Xiaoshi. One monkey had even used a tile to scoop up a bowl of water. Every single one of these monkeys was bowing and scraping before him. They kept casting fearful glances at the elephant beneath Xiaoshi. Just as Xiaoshi was utterly perplexed, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Xiaoshi, it's Big Brother. I'm communicating with you across the void. Big Brother. Xiaoshi was deeply moved upon hearing this familiar voice. Don't be afraid. That elephant is possessed by a powerful spirit beast. It will protect you. Big Brother will bring you home as soon as possible. Alright, Big Brother. Xiaoshi's eyes welled up with tears upon hearing these words. Lu Jiyue, on the other end, detected the choked-up tone in Xiaoshi's voice, but the remote conversation had already ended. In the final 2 seconds of his possession over Xiaoshi, Lu Jiyue activated his skill, Summon Spirit. He resurrected the giant lizard he had previously slain and bound its spirit to the elephant. Lu Jiyue knew the giant lizard's strength well, so Xiaoshi was still relatively safe. Now, only Xiaoqi remains. With another cooldown period ahead, Lu Jiyue decided to use this time to curry favor once more. He relayed the location details of Xiaoshi to Li Ku while checking for updates from Meng Meng. Just as Lu Jiyue reached the pet haha level, he received some good news. That strange magnetic field had vanished, allowing Li Ku to relocate the smartwatch's position. After a series of operations by Li Ku, the location of the 3 little ones was immediately pinpointed. To Lu Jiyue's astonishment, Xiaoqi was the farthest away. The tracking data showed he was in a sea area over 10,000 kilometers away from them. Your Majesty Hao Wang. At that moment, Li Ku suddenly let out a startled cry. The third elder's location is gone. Lu Jiyue tensed immediately upon hearing Li Ku's words. What do you mean by that? Either the smartwatch is malfunctioning, or the third elder has reached a location beyond tracking. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyue, overcome with urgency, crushed the fruit pit right before Li Ku's eyes and vanished into the void. Li Ku, who witnessed the entire scene, stared wide-eyed in shock. Was that a black hole just now? You can even summon black holes. Lord Hao Wang is terrifyingly powerful. After returning to the void space with his heart pounding, Lu Jiyue was immediately pounced upon by a figure. Big Brother. Wah? Lu Jiyue looked closely. Xiaoqi had actually returned. Lu Jiyue glanced at the furball nearby and instantly realized it was the furball that had successfully tracked down the fragment Xiaoqi had slipped through, leading him back. No wonder the location signal vanished. It couldn't be tracked in the void space. Xiaoqi was soaked through and looked utterly bedraggled. Bro, you wouldn't believe it. After that tsunami swept me out to sea, I almost got eaten by this enormous fish. A huge fish, it must have been a shark. Seeing Xiaoqi was unharmed, Lu Jiyue's heart finally settled. I'll be watching to see if you're still so careless in the future. Lu Jiyue resumed his stern expression and gave Xiaoqi a firm poke on the head with his paw. If he had hands, he would have grabbed Xiaoqi by the ears for a scolding. It's all this big dog's fault. How are second brother and third sister? Don't worry, they'll be home soon. After all, he was his own flesh and blood. Lu Jiyue didn't want to be too harsh on him. Oh, right, Big Brother. I actually made a discovery on this trip. Suddenly, Xiaoqi's face lit up with a smug expression. This piqued Lu Jiyue's curiosity. Just now, I got swallowed by this enormous fish. I was terrified and strained with all my might to get out. Then somehow, this powerful force surged through me. I just followed my instincts and channeled that energy ripping right through the fish's belly and bursting out. Then I ran into Maoqiu, who brought me home. After hearing Xiaoqi's story, Lu Jiyue immediately began examining his body. To his astonishment, he discovered a spirit pill had formed within Xiaoqi's spiritual root. Though the spirit pill was still tiny, about the size of a golden bean, capable of storing only a small amount of spiritual energy. But for Xiaoqi at this stage, it was already astonishing. Who would have thought that through sheer accident, Xiaoqi had inadvertently tempered himself, even forming a golden bean through his own efforts? Truly, misfortune can sometimes turn out to be a blessing in disguise. His silly little brother truly had dumb luck.
After Xiaoqi returned, Meng Meng and Xiaoshi were also picked up by Li Wanner's plane. The three little ones collapsed into sleep the moment they got home. Meng Meng even hugged her big brother as a pillow, refusing to let him go. She claimed it made her feel safe. Lu Jiyue had no choice but to indulge her. After all, he spoiled her. Watching these three little troublemakers drift off to sleep, Lu Jiyue felt drowsiness wash over him too. After all that commotion, he was now utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. At least, in the end, they were reunited. Lu Jiyue drifted off to sleep, leaning against his younger siblings. While Lu Jiyue and the others slept soundly, Su Yuancheng, the director of the Special Affairs Bureau, was so anxious he couldn't even eat his meal. He wished he could visit the hospital 8 times a day, and now he was back in the hospital ward once more. Chapter 179, Just Let Me Die. How is it? Su Yuancheng asked the doctor before him, his brow furrowed. The doctor in the white coat sighed and shook his head. It's still the same as before. Su Yuancheng's heart sank. He walked past the doctor and entered the hospital room. Inside, Mei Li fluttered her translucent wings, channeling green energy toward the patient lying in the bed. She was already drenched in sweat. The patients who had accidentally ingested spirit crystals suffered unbearable pain that no method could alleviate. Only Mei Li's healing power could ease their agony. Only when Mei Li was present could these individuals find temporary respite from torment and rest properly. But Su Yuancheng understood this was not a sustainable solution. Mei Li, take a break, Su Yuancheng urged. Su Yuancheng watched as Mei Li's lips turned pale, having skipped even the lunch delivered earlier, and urged her to take a break. But Mei Li shook her head. Their suffering is too agonizing. Some have even contemplated ending their lives because of this pain. I cannot stop so easily. No sooner had Mei Li finished speaking than the effects of her extreme exhaustion hit her like a wave of dizziness. With a heavy thud, she collapsed to the ground. Su Yuancheng rushed over to check on her. Are you all right? Mei Li shook her head vigorously, trying to clear her mind. Without Mei Li's healing power, the bone-piercing agony once again engulfed the patients here. Cries of agony rose in waves. Seeing this, Mei Li struggled to stand and release her healing power once more, but Su Yuancheng stopped her. Don't push yourself. You won't be able to keep this up. The thought that if she truly collapsed, these people might be left unattended finally persuaded Mei Li to stop pushing herself. Go rest somewhere else. Su Yuancheng pulled Mei Li to her feet, intending to lead her away. As they neared the doorway, a hand tugged at Su Yuancheng's sleeve. Let me die. A man, pale and ravaged by agony, pleaded with Su Yuancheng in a voice bordering on supplication. Su Yuancheng felt a pang of unease. There's already a way to save you. Help is on its way from Jinghai City. Hang on a little longer. Trust me. Su Yuancheng's words finally persuaded the man to release his grip. After leading Mei Li out, Su Yuancheng lit a cigarette, a rare gesture for him. Director, what you just said. It's true. Before Mei Li could finish her sentence, Su Yuancheng responded directly. Headquarters does indeed have a countermeasure in place, but it won't be our turn at Precinct 007 anytime soon. Su Yuancheng took a drag and continued. But the doctor said these people's physical conditions won't hold out much longer. So they might not even make it until headquarters arrives. Su Yuancheng trailed off. It wasn't just these individuals, those who had been in a persistent coma were in an even more critical state. Mei Li's expression also grew grave. My abilities are still too weak. Seeing Mei Li reflecting on herself, Su Yuancheng shook his head repeatedly. I'm such a useless director. Director, please don't say that. Su Yuancheng's expression suddenly shifted. But if we could find someone who successfully absorbed a spirit crystal without falling into a coma, and study why, maybe those people could be saved. Upon hearing this, Mei Li immediately replied. Hasn't the deputy director been searching for such individuals all along? I'm confident there will be good news soon. Let's hope so. Seeing the powerful director so troubled by this matter, Mei Li felt an indescribable ache in her heart. She silently activated her abilities within her body. A look of delight then spread across Mei Li's face. It definitely will. Seeing Mei Li like this, Su Yuancheng frowned in surprise. Director, besides healing power, have you forgotten what other abilities I possess? Su Yuancheng's face immediately lit up with delight. You mean you predicted these people would be safe? Mei Li nodded solemnly. Good. 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 Su Yuancheng promptly tossed the cigarette in his hand into the trash can, the gloom on his face vanishing. He considered two possibilities in his mind. First, headquarters had dispatched personnel in time to rescue those people. Second, Ji Zhangming had fulfilled his promise and located the person they were seeking. As Ji Zhangming neared the outskirts of Yangjiang City, he sneezed twice in quick succession. He immediately accelerated and darted behind a large tree ahead to conceal his presence. At that moment, a man on the ground suddenly looked up at the sky. Finding nothing there, he frowned. I clearly heard someone sneeze. Could it be that I haven't rested well these past few days, causing me to hear things? The man finally dismissed his doubts and continued onward. Ji Jiangming, seeing that the man hadn't noticed him, followed once more. He'd been tailing this man for quite some time now. It all began over 2 hours earlier. Ji Jiangming was on a mission to locate someone when he suddenly sensed the presence of a spirit beast. When he finally tracked the creature's trail to a certain location, the spirit beast lay dead, its corpse abandoned there. A man was furtively surveying the surroundings. Only after confirming no one was present did he leave the area. Ji Jiangming immediately realized something was off about this man. He followed the man all the way to this location. Throughout the journey, the man repeatedly pulled out his phone, attempting to navigate to a location. However, it seemed his phone had no signal, rendering navigation impossible. Finally, the man pulled out a paper map and began searching using the most primitive method. Unexpectedly, over 2 hours passed and the man had walked from the city into the suburbs. Something feels off. Why is it getting more and more desolate the further I go? After walking another 10 minutes or so, the man stopped when he saw no buildings around him and began to feel suspicious. He pulled out the map again to check. I've been following this route the whole time, haven't I? He held the map up, trying different angles to examine it. Just then, a sharp projectile shot from the man's hand. It streaked straight toward Ji Jiangming in the sky. Fortunately, Ji Jiangming reacted swiftly, flapping his wings to accelerate and dodge it. He actually spotted me. Just as Ji Jiangming thought to himself that this man was no ordinary opponent, several more blades shot toward him. Fortunately, in the sky, Ji Jiangming's speed was immense, and the weapons couldn't come close to him. With a graceful aerial flip, he evaded the final projectile. As he flipped, the object in his pocket fell out due to gravity. It landed precisely at the man's feet. The man immediately picked up the object that had fallen to the ground. It was an ID card. His eyes widened as he read the contents. Then he felt a powerful gust of wind rushing toward his face. Ji Jiangming dodged it and counterattacked with fierce momentum. The man shouted urgently. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. We're on the same side. Chapter 180, about to be exposed? Ji Jiangming didn't halt his attack despite the man's words. Seeing this, the man immediately somersaulted backwards several times. Once steady on his feet, he immediately identified himself. I'm here on orders from the Jinghai headquarters. Ji Jiangming's sword, materialized from spiritual energy, was about to strike down on the man when it abruptly halted upon hearing those words. He halted directly before the man. You're truly sent by headquarters? Absolutely true. The man spoke while producing his credentials. Having confirmed each other's identities, the two found a spot to exchange information. Headquarters has a lot on their plate, so they've been dispatching psychics like us to Yanjiang one after another. I'm the first one assigned here. The man introduced himself as Xiang Ming, a psychic sent by headquarters. You're a psychic too, so why don't you have any animal traits? Ji Jiangming scrutinized the man from head to toe, his expression filled with confusion. Actually, I'm using a method to conceal them. Xiang Ming spoke, then revealed his true form. He had 2 cat ears. And a long cat tail swayed behind him. This is a technique recently developed by headquarters. I'll teach it to the comrades at branch 007 when the time comes. I see. Ji Jiangming felt a surge of delight at Xiang Ming's words. With this technique, they would no longer be outsiders among humans. They wouldn't have to bundle themselves up so tightly just to venture outside. I don't know if it's just my bad luck or what, but as soon as I arrived in Yangjiang City, the weather turned bizarre. The weather even messed up my phone's navigation and I'm hopeless with directions. But Xiang Ming suddenly changed the subject. It was also during that bizarre weather that I actually discovered quite a few spirit beasts in Yangjiang City. Ji Jiangming gave a wry smile. Yeah, that's exactly why we requested reinforcements from headquarters. We need to eliminate these spirit beasts before they grow too powerful. Otherwise, Yangjiang City won't be peaceful. Ji Jiangming suddenly recalled the bureau chief mentioning that a spirit beast surge might occur in the future. No. I saw several spirit beasts, and they were extremely strange. Xiang Ming's expression turned serious. Those were just a few huskies. They showed no spiritual energy fluctuations, so I didn't notice them at first. But I saw them devouring the spirit crystals falling from the sky. If they were ordinary animals, a single spirit crystal would cause them immense pain. Yet they were stuffing handfuls into their mouths. That's when I immediately confirmed those huskies were spirit beasts. And powerful ones at that. Ji Jiangming tensed up the moment he heard this. Is that so? Those spirit beast huskies were just walking around the city like that? Xiang Ming nodded. You bet. They even formed a little pack. One of them had golden pupils, seemed like the leader. At the mention of golden pupils, Ji Jiangming's eyes shifted imperceptibly. Did you see 4 husky spirit beasts? Yes. Ji Jiangming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So this Ming was referring to His Majesty the Husky and the 3 elders. Deputy Director Ji, was your 007 unit aware of these spirit beasts' existence? Hearing Xiang Ming's question, Ji Jiangming shook his head repeatedly. I was just asking casually. Then we must report this matter to the bureau immediately.
Xiang Ming suddenly grew agitated. I lost track of those spirit beasts when I got separated from the crowd, so I have no idea where they are now. But I'm certain that if we don't eliminate those husky spirit beasts soon, they'll pose a huge threat and trouble to Yangzheng City. Deputy Director G, take me to headquarters immediately. I need to inform the director about this and make sure he takes it seriously. Deputy Director G? Are you even listening to me? Ji Jiangming snapped back to reality when Xiang Ming called out to him again. Of course, I'll take you to the bureau. Then let's go now. Xiang Ming stood up immediately and waited for Ji Jiangming nearby. Deputy Director, I'll leave the navigation to you. Ji Jiangming's mind was filled with conflicting emotions at that moment. If he brought Xiang Ming to the bureau and the chief learned of Lord Ha's existence, then his relationship with His Excellency the King of Ha might be exposed. The thought of that scenario made Ji Jiangming shake his head repeatedly in his mind. No. He couldn't let Xiang Ming be taken to the bureau like this. But what could he possibly do? Though Ji Jiangming had led Xiang Ming there, he'd been racking his brain for a way to stop Xiang Ming from revealing this matter. If there's truly no other way, then I'll have to resort to that method. Ji Jiangming steeled his resolve and made a decision. He glanced back at Xiang Ming, who remained oblivious, still following behind him. Xiao Ming, his legs aching from the long walk, gazed at the towering building before him and let out a heartfelt exclamation. Wow, is Precinct 007 really that well funded? They can actually rent out an entire building for offices? Ignoring Xiang Ming's remark as if he hadn't heard it, Ji Jiangming urged him to enter the building. Pong ha ha? Why does your bureau have such a name? As Xiang Ming stepped inside, a growing sense of unease washed over him. We need to conceal our existence from the outside world, so we came up with this bait and switch approach. Ji Jiangming improvised on the spot, hoping this excuse would fool Xiang Ming. Upon hearing this, Xiang Ming's face lit up with sudden understanding. Brilliant idea. Who'd suspect a building plastered with pet photos is actually a covert government agency? Xiang Ming praised the idea while surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the portraits over there. The numerous portraits of huskies instantly put Xiang Ming on guard. His wariness turned to alertness as a creature appeared nearby. The creature that appeared was none other than the golden-eyed husky he had seen before. Xiang Ming instantly realized. This isn't Precinct 007. He turned to look at Ji Jiangming behind him. Deputy Director Ji, what do you mean by this? Before Xiang Ming's words had fully left his mouth, Ji Jiangming, already primed for action, moved. Taking advantage of Xiang Ming's lack of readiness, he pinned him to the ground. Xiang Ming's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He couldn't believe this deputy director would collude with a spirit beast to harm him. Lord Ha Wang, I've temporarily subdued him. Hurry over. As soon as Ji Jiangming spoke, Xiang Ming saw the golden-eyed husky dart toward him at incredible speed. Then, Xiang Ming watched helplessly as the golden-eyed husky opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged viciously at his throat. Chapter 181, Thoughts on an Alliance. The searing pain in his neck made Xiang Ming realize this time, he was truly finished. Deputy Director Ji, how can you justify this to the director? How can you justify this to the entire Special Affairs Bureau? Xiang Ming's words failed to elicit even a flicker of remorse or regret from Ji Jiangming. Xiang Ming gave a bitter smile, closed his eyes, and ceased struggling. Strangely, the pain in his neck lasted only a second before vanishing. As the restraints binding his body loosened, Xiang Ming opened his eyes in confusion. He saw Ji Jiangming standing beside the golden-eyed husky, gazing at him with an expression he couldn't fathom. Xiang Ming reached up to touch his neck, feeling only a faint, tiny scratch. This only deepened his confusion. What exactly do you want? Xiang Ming's question went unanswered, but his body's rapid transformation soon provided the response for them. What kind of poison did you give me? Feeling the strange changes within his body, Xiang Ming stared intently at them as he demanded. This time, Ji Jiangming finally spoke. But his words left Xiang Ming utterly baffled. You'll thank His Majesty the Ha King later. His Highness the King of Ha? It? Xiang Ming stared at Ji Jiangming in utter disbelief. You're actually calling a spirit beast a king? And what nonsense about me being grateful to it? I, Xiang Ming, would rather die jump off this cliff than show gratitude to a spirit beast. Ji Jiangming didn't argue, merely watching him with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. He knew from experience soon enough, Xiang Ming would be eating his words. Soon, Xiang Ming realized something was off about this poison inside him. He felt no discomfort from the poison. Instead, his entire body felt unblocked and clear. He even sensed a powerful force inexplicably surging within him. This force coursed through his body, leaving a wave of exhilaration wherever it passed. When the unusual sensation ceased, Xiang Ming had confirmed one undeniable fact. He had grown stronger. He could make his knuckles crack with a light clench of his fist. The overwhelming sense of power surging through his body filled him with inexplicable excitement. What on earth is going on? Could it be that some new kind of drug had been injected into my body? Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the thought. This guy's imagination really runs wild.
Long before Ji Jiangming brought this man to Chongha, Ji Jiangming had already found a way to contact him. He explained the situation and asked him to step in and turn this psychic sent from the Jinghai headquarters into an ally. Ji Jiangming knew full well that without harming anyone, this was the only way to ensure the man kept his mouth shut. Their identities would remain undisclosed. Gaining another psychic was beneficial for Lu Zhiyue, especially one from Jinghai headquarters. Such talent was undoubtedly rare. Yet this whole situation made Lu Zhiyue feel strangely reminiscent of pyramid schemes recruiting members. Xiang Ming was now in a daze. For beyond the physical transformations, he sensed profound psychological shifts taking hold within himself. He found himself inexplicably filled with a sense of awe toward that husky spirit beast he had once despised. The more he looked at that golden-eyed husky, the more he sensed an imperial aura emanating from it. Staring even a moment longer made his knees tremble, compelling him to kneel. Seeing the effect was slow to take hold, Lu Zhiyue resorted to his old trick of pouring fuel on the fire. He cranked the charm aura to its maximum setting. This time, Xiang Ming, who had been struggling to resist the psychological pressure, finally couldn't hold on any longer. He dropped to one knee before Lu Zhiyue. Then, as if snapping out of a trance, Xiang Ming realized he had knelt before the husky spirit beast. He immediately slapped himself across the face. He tried to snap himself back to his senses. He tried to stand up. But his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, utterly unable to move an inch. Moreover, the gaze he cast upon the husky grew increasingly peculiar. He began to perceive it as a sacred, untouchable being. It was the object of his devotion, his newly born faith. The last shred of Xiang Ming's sanity drove him to bite his tongue, hoping the pain would snap him back to clarity. "Damned spirit beast, what kind of dirty trick did you pull?" These were the words Xiang Ming had intended to hurl at the golden-eyed husky. But upon reaching his lips, it instantly transformed into, "Your Excellency, Lord Ha, I shall serve you faithfully henceforth." As the last shred of his original sanity vanished, Xiang Ming became utterly and unconditionally obedient to Lu Zhiyue's spirit descendant. "What is your name?" Lu Zhiyue inquired. "Your Highness, my name is Xiang Ming." "Xiang Ming, your willpower is formidable." Lu Zhiyue praised him. Among all the spirit descendants he had taken in, Xiang Ming was the one who had maintained his clarity of mind the longest. Moreover, from what had just transpired, Xiang Ming proved to be an exceptionally loyal individual, refusing to betray his original organization even at the last moment. He possessed a touch of that rare, unwavering loyalty. "Li Ke, you may come over for your initiation training now." Lu Zhiyue addressed Li Ke directly through telepathic communication. Ji Jiangming finally relaxed completely. Now that Xiang Ming was in the same boat as him, there was nothing left to worry about. "By the way, Deputy Director Ji." Lu Zhiyue suddenly remembered something and turned his gaze toward Ji Jiangming. "Your Highness, just call me Little Ji." Ji Jiangming appeared visibly flustered. "What are your instructions? I hear you've been considering an alliance between our Wolf gang and the Special Affairs Bureau?" Ji Jiangming felt inexplicably tense. "Yes, Your Highness. With spirit beasts running rampant and dark organizations growing increasingly brazen, I believe an alliance." As he spoke, Ji Jiangming glanced uncertainly at Lu Zhiyue. The alliance proposal was his own idea, and he wasn't sure if Lord Ha Wang approved. After all, the other party possessed strength that rendered alliances unnecessary. I agree with your idea." Lu Zhiyue's next words filled Ji Jiangming with excitement. His support for the alliance wasn't without reason. Currently, the Wang Wang gang operated like a shadow, perpetually concealed in the dark. First, they wanted to keep a low profile. Second, they feared official organizations like the Special Affairs Bureau would label them as dark forces and crack down on them. Though with the gang's current strength, they had little to fear. But antagonizing the authorities was never worth the trouble. Thus, the alliance Ji Jiangming proposed not only addressed the above concerns but also provided a means to jointly resolve emergencies when they arose. "This matter is yours to handle." Facing Lu Zhiyue's expectant gaze, Ji Jiangming's eyes hardened with resolve. "Yes, Your Highness." Ji Jiangming believed it was only a matter of time before this mission succeeded. After all, there were already quite a few of their people within the bureau. The only tricky part was the bureau chief. The moment Ji Jiangming thought of Su Yuancheng's call came through. This made Ji Jiangming tense up. Surely the director hadn't caught on to anything? Chapter 182, This Isn't Betrayal. You mean those who accidentally ingested the spirit crystals still haven't returned to normal? Facing Lu Zhiyue's inquiry, Ji Jiangming nodded. Our director is at his wits' end over this. He just called to ask if I'd found anyone who absorbed spirit crystals without ill effects. Upon hearing Ji Jiangming's words, Lu Zhiyue immediately thought of Yin Xiao. "The person you're looking for, I happen to have one here." "Your Highness Ha, is this true?" Ji Jiangming instantly grew excited. "Of course. He just joined the Wolf gang not long ago. This is fantastic." Ji Jiangming never imagined that the person he'd searched high and low for would be right here in the Wolf gang. It was like searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. "What do you need this person for?" Ji Jiangming quickly explained the situation. Upon hearing it was to save those who had accidentally ingested spirit crystals, Lu Jiao's eyes darted around. No need for all that trouble.
I have a way to save them. Yangjiang City Special Grade Hospital.
Ji Zhongming arrived here with the 3 individuals behind him. Among them was Xiang Ming, who had completed his gang initiation training.
The other 2, their faces concealed by masks, were Zhang Wei and Lu Chao, members of the Wang Wan gang who had inherited the ability to transform into spirit descendants.
Once we're inside, keep quiet.
Leave everything else to me. Ji Zhongming gave his instructions before leading them into the hospital.
Upon reaching the designated spot inside the hospital, Ji Zhongming spotted Su Yuanchang waiting by the ward entrance from a distance.
Zhongming, you're finally here. I've been waiting since your call.
Su Yuanchang approached with a broad smile.
He quickly noticed the 3 people behind Ji Zhongming.
Xiang Ming promptly stepped forward to introduce himself.
Hello, Director Su. I'm Xiang Ming, the psychic sent by Jinghai headquarters to assist you. Here's my credential. Xiang Ming swiftly produced his credentials for Su Yuanchang to inspect. Hello, Comrade Xiang Ming. You must have had a long journey. And those 2 others are.
Su Yuanchang glanced at the 2 standing at the back, a hint of confusion creeping onto his face. Xiang Ming spoke up again. These 2 are the individuals Deputy Director Ji mentioned on the phone, the ones capable of saving those who accidentally ingested spirit crystals. They also came with me from Jinghai.
Due to the magnetic field interference, we couldn't notify you in time.
Their identities must remain confidential due to certain special circumstances. Moreover, they must depart immediately after completing their work here, so...
Su Yuanchang nodded repeatedly. I understand.
I'll do everything I can to support their work. Having already confirmed Xiang Ming's identity, Su Yuanchang harbored little doubt about his words. Combined with Mei Li's earlier prediction, they provisionally accepted the theory that those 2 individuals had also been dispatched by Jinghai. Xiang Ming led the 2 men into the hospital room, instructing Su Yuanchang and Ji Zhongming to wait outside.
Zhang Ming, you mentioned earlier how you encountered that Xiang Ming. Ji Zhongming prompted. Right, Xiang Ming. How did you encounter Xiang Ming again?
I saw him take down a spirit beast. He had spiritual energy flowing through him, yet he looked like a perfectly normal person.
So I just followed him.
Ji Zhongming recounted to Su Yuanchang how he and Xiang Ming had become acquainted through conflict.
Ah, that's quite a coincidence.
But you only mentioned discovering Xiang Ming alone.
What about those other 2?
Su Yuanchang chuckled a few times before his expression abruptly shifted.
Ji Zhongming's heartbeat quickened.
Comrade Xiang Ming told me that because the 2 individuals held extremely important positions, he couldn't afford any mishaps. He first arranged for them to stay at a hotel. If you don't believe me, Director, you can ask him yourself when he comes out later. Fearing his words might lack credibility, Ji Zhongming added another sentence.
Su Yuanchang remained silent, staring at Ji Zhongming for several seconds.
Then he laughed, reaching out to pat Ji Zhongming on the shoulder.
I'm just teasing you. Out of everyone in this bureau, if I trust anyone, it's got to be you. You're the man I trained myself. Su Yuanchang's seemingly light-hearted words struck Ji Zhongming like a sharp blade piercing his heart.
Why would the chief say something like that out of the blue? Could it be he really had discovered something? He had always believed he would never betray the chief, even unto death. But... no.
Ji Zhongming's eyes instantly cleared. This wasn't betrayal.
While he had indeed deceived the director, he had never done a single thing that harmed the director or the Special Affairs Bureau. On the contrary, everything he'd done had benefited them.
How could this be considered betrayal?
Ji Zhongming instantly ceased his internal conflict.
Director. If one day you discover I've lied to you,
please believe me, it would be a lie told with good intentions.
I'm the soldier you trained. I would never do anything to harm you. Faced with Ji Zhongming's sudden earnest words, Su Yuanchang felt momentarily at a loss.
Haha, Zhongming.
You've really grown. Now you can even tease me.
Creak. Just as the 2 were speaking, the ward door swung open. Xiang Ming emerged, leading 2 others with him.
Why are you out so soon? Could it be? Su Yuanchang immediately grew tense. Those people are fine now. Xiang Ming's words did little to ease Su Yuanchang's anxiety.
He rushed into the ward and saw the patients, who had been tortured beyond recognition, now looking perfectly fine. Their faces had regained color, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Only then did Su Yuanchang feel completely at ease. Just then, Ji Zhongming entered and whispered into his ear.
Commissioner, it's time to erase their memories. Su Yuanchang nodded. Soon, personnel from the department responsible for this task arrived. They produced a bell.
This bell was a mystical artifact capable of influencing brainwaves, causing people to forget certain memories. Their bureau relied on this mystical artifact to erase the memories of ordinary people.
The memory cleansing process was completed swiftly.
At that moment, Xiang Ming, who had seen the 2 off, returned. Su Yuanchang, having finally resolved a major challenge, wore a rare smile on his face.
Comrade Xiang Ming, you've worked so hard. Today, I'll treat you to a welcome dinner. Thank you, Director. Shortly after they stepped out of the hospital, those within the hospital whose memories had been erased awoke simultaneously. They exchanged knowing glances before rising to their feet. After being discharged one after another, they regrouped at the next intersection outside the hospital. Once assembled, the group set off in a specific direction. After some time, they arrived before a large building. Chapter 183, Work Results. Li Ke stood at the floor-to-ceiling window. Spotting the crowd gathered before the building, he dashed inside. Your Highness, they're here. Lu Zhiyao nodded. Then I'll go give them their initiation training. As soon as Li Ke stepped outside, 3 figures dashed toward the entrance. Big brother. The 3 youngsters instantly surrounded Lu Zhiyue. What are you doing here? Today, when Xiao Hui was in the garden, someone passing by saw him. Could Xiao Hui be taken to the zoo? Xiao Hui was the elephant possessed by that giant lizard. They brought it back too, temporarily keeping it at the villa. Xiao Hui wasn't as promising as Xiao Qiang and failed to absorb the giant lizard's spirit. The giant lizard now slumbers within Xiao Hui's body, making him just an ordinary elephant. Keeping an elephant at home was indeed too conspicuous. Lu Zhiyao felt it necessary to find a more suitable host for the giant lizard. Wait! A brilliant idea suddenly popped into Lu Zhiyue's mind. He still had a whole pack of dog brothers under his command. If the dog brothers could successfully absorb the spirit essence of the spirit beasts he had slain, wouldn't that mean he'd indirectly possess an ultra-powerful spirit beast legion? Lu Zhiyao grew more and more excited as he thought about it. But one problem remained before him. He had slain many spirit beasts, but few were truly formidable. Each of his canine brothers would need at least one spirit beast of B rank or higher. When they all transformed into their ancient forms, it would be utterly majestic. It truly was a case of spirit beasts are scarce when you need them most. Lu Zhiyao recalled the demon spirit he had glimpsed after being accidentally sucked into the spatial fragment. If only I could slay the demon spirit and make it my own. Lu Zhiyao's thoughts were grand, but he knew he wasn't at that level yet. Wait, what about the Shadow Organization? Lu Zhiyao even began to look forward to the Shadow Organization delivering him some takeout. In a luxurious courtyard in Yangjiang City. The original inhabitants of this courtyard now lay defeated in the northwest. After setting the corpses ablaze with a burst of flame, the green lizard sneezed several times in succession. After blowing his nose, the green lizard produced an object. It was that compass. The compass needle remained fixed, pointing steadfastly in one direction. This time, the green lizard didn't rush to follow the needle's direction to find the target. His previous frantic search had left him somewhat wary. He'd been led around like a monkey, running back and forth between several locations. This time, he'd learned his lesson. He decided to wait until the compass bearing remained unchanged for an extended period before setting out. If that needle hasn't budged by tomorrow night, oomph. The green demon lizard narrowed its flame-filled eye sockets. He was already looking forward to meeting that golden-eyed husky. Lu Zhiyao was preoccupied with thoughts of his canine brothers, wanting to check on how they were doing lately. But suddenly, several members of the Woof Woof gang appeared, claiming they needed to report on their recent work progress. Before he knew it, Lu Zhiyao was ushered into the conference room by them. Ji Ning stepped forward first. King Ha, regarding the mecha concept you mentioned earlier, I've modified our gang server into a lightweight version based on various factors and circumstances. As Ji Ning finished speaking, Su Yan stepped forward as the demonstrator. Su Yan first donned the specially designed large cloak. Then she pressed a red button on the cloak. The cloak instantly contracted, molding itself into a form-fitting leather combat suit against her body. Even the mask covering her face transformed into a combat visor. Lu Zhiyue, who had been feeling drowsy, instantly perked up at the sight. He never imagined that a casual idea he'd casually mentioned could be so ingeniously integrated into the daily gang uniform. Moreover, the sleek, streamlined beauty of the armor reminded him of protagonists in Hollywood blockbusters. Ji Ning continued explaining his invention to Lu Zhiyue. This combat suit utilizes the latest nanomaterials, lightweight yet resilient. It automatically adjusts to the wearer's physique and responds instantly to their movements, ensuring optimal comfort and flexibility. It incorporates an energy recycling system that harnesses usable natural energies like solar and wind power for self-charging. Additionally, it's equipped with an emergency power surge device that significantly boosts speed and strength during critical moments. As Ji Ning finished his explanation, Su Yan began a demonstration. Without any visible effort, she seemed lifted by an invisible force, effortlessly leaping over the conference room's central table and landing with perfect poise, not a sound to be heard. The display left everyone present in awe. Lu Zhiyao couldn't help but imagine how exhilarating it would have been to possess such a suit of battle armor in his previous life. And this visor, Su Yan gestured to the combat mask covering her face, integrates an advanced respiratory filtration system, night vision, facial recognition, and communication capabilities. In extreme environments, it ensures members' safety and uninterrupted communication. But what's even more noteworthy? Su Yan spoke as he lightly touched a hidden button on the mask. Several concealed points on the visor emitted a faint glow.
This mask also houses an advanced intelligent analysis system that can analyze battlefield conditions in real time and provide tactical recommendations.
Excellent. Very impressive. Lu Jiyue nodded repeatedly.
If he had hands right now, he would have clapped non-stop for 3 minutes. Your Highness, King Ha. At that moment, the person behind him couldn't wait to share his own achievements. The potential enhancing serum I mentioned to you last time, I've developed it and achieved preliminary success in testing.
The speaker was none other than Lian, the leader of the research team.
His eyes sparkled with excitement as he held a delicate test tube in his hand.
The test tube contained a pale blue liquid that faintly glowed under the light. It can rapidly unlock human potential, enhancing strength, speed, and reaction time. And
Lian abruptly stopped mid-sentence. He made a cut on his own hand. Blood immediately surged out in a rush.
A question mark formed in Lu Jiao's mind.
Under Lu Jiao's puzzled gaze, Lian opened the vial and downed it in one gulp.
Then an unexpected scene unfolded.
The wound on his hand, which had been gushing blood moments before, quickly stopped bleeding.
After a while, one could even see the wound slowly beginning to heal.
Though the pace was somewhat slow. This potion was still in its early stages of research, so achieving this effect was already quite impressive.
Moreover, in cases of severe bleeding from injuries, this serum might just save a life.
I've already discussed this with Dr. Ji Ming. He's reserved a compartment in the combat mask specifically for storing this serum. In emergencies, our people can directly consume the serum through the visor.
Lu Jiyue had assumed the new members would need time to integrate into the gang.
But unexpectedly, they had already begun cooperating and assisting each other.
Lu Jiyue had to admit he'd underestimated them. Chapter 184, The Spirit Crystal Rain Strikes Again.
The members of the Woof Woof gang continued their reports.
Throughout the entire process, Lu Jiao felt incredibly excited.
He never imagined they'd accomplished so much behind his back. No wonder those big corporations were always secretly poaching talent from their competitors. The value one talented individual brings could rival an entire department.
Your Highness.
Suddenly, a member of the Wolf gang rushed over in a hurry.
Spirit crystals are falling outside again. Lu Jiao immediately rushed to the window and peered out.
He saw the sky had opened a larger gap, just like last time. This time, there was no transition of rain. Spiritual crystals began falling directly to the ground. And this time, the spirit crystals were all the size of eggs.
No exaggeration, they could kill someone.
The cars parked outside were pounded by the falling spirit crystals, each impact creating a deep dent. People in the distance scrambled for cover, fleeing this natural disaster.
But Lu Jiao, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of delight.
Quick! Gather all the members of the Woof Woof gang. He intended to lead them all in a frenzied devouring of the spirit crystals.
He'd been pondering how to fully cultivate the spiritual roots with the gang members.
This shower of spirit crystals had arrived at the perfect moment. Upon receiving Lu Jiao's command, all members of the Woof Woof gang immediately halted their tasks and gathered on the rooftop of Pet Ha. Donning battle armor and combat masks, they had no worries about the egg-sized spirit crystals injuring them. Just as the gang members were engrossed in their frantic devouring of spirit crystals. About 50 kilometers away, in a luxurious courtyard, Green Lizard, who had been resting in his room, suddenly sensed something. Like a ghostly apparition, it instantly materialized outside. The spirit crystals falling from the sky instantly dissolved into a wisp of black mist upon touching his body, merging seamlessly into his flesh. He drew a deep breath, his face radiating satisfaction. Spirit crystals within a 3-meter radius instantly flew toward him. They transformed into wisps of black mist and merged into his body. The green flames in the green demon lizard's eyes burned ever brighter.
Men!
At the green demon lizard's thunderous command, black-robed figures concealed throughout the courtyard emerged one after another.
Go! Capture spirit beasts for me, the more, the better.
This is the perfect time to cultivate our precious treasures. Yes, High Priest. The cloaked figures immediately set out to carry out their mission upon receiving orders. The green demon lizard opened its mouth, expelling 5 spheres shrouded in thick black mist. Within each sphere, a dark, blood-red mass could faintly be discerned. My little darlings, feast to your heart's content. The green demon lizard's deep, seductive voice echoed through the air. The 5 spheres, shrouded in thick black mist, seemed to respond to its call, drifting slowly toward an open area in the center of the courtyard. Spirit crystals falling from the sky seemed guided by an invisible force, flocking toward their location. As countless spirit crystals were devoured, the black spheres grew larger and larger. Finally, each reached the size of a human infant.
Excellent! Excellent!
The green demon lizard grew excited at the sight. Now all you need is the flesh and spiritual energy of those spirit beasts as nourishment for your growth.
You'll be born soon. The maniacal expression on the green demon lizard's face intensified. Out of 5, surely one will succeed in inheriting the true bloodline of the demon spirit?
The green demon lizard knew its actions were insane. Simultaneously birthing 5 malevolent spirits each imbued with a single drop of demonic essence blood. This was a tremendous challenge for him.
If they all simultaneously developed the urge to turn against him, he feared. Yet not a flicker of hesitation crossed the green demon lizard's eyes. His ambition and greed had devoured all reason. As long as he could cultivate a powerful being who truly inherited the demon spirit's bloodline, he would not hesitate to become a stepping stone himself. By now, the black-robed figures had returned with the captured spirit beasts. With a wave of the green demon lizard's hand, the robed figures placed each spirit beast near the black sphere. As the beasts drew near, the black mist swirling around the sphere began to surge violently. It was as if a starved beast had finally caught the scent of prey. The spirit beasts let out piercing wails as their flesh and spiritual energy rapidly dissipated under the sphere's suction, transforming into nourishment for the birth of these malevolent spirits. Ha 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 ha! Faster! More! The green demon lizard cackled wildly, his laughter echoing through the courtyard, filled with madness and anticipation. Meanwhile, the members of the Woof Woof gang were frantically devouring spirit crystals. Nourished by the crystals, the embryonic spiritual roots within their bodies grew increasingly tangible. Lu Jiyue wasn't idle either. He too was devouring these spirit crystals. His depleted spiritual energy still hadn't been replenished. However, the spirit crystal rain lasted even less time than the previous one. As soon as the crystals ceased falling from the sky, Lu Jiyue immediately led everyone to focus on the crystals scattered across the ground. If they didn't devour these spirit crystals quickly, they would vanish immediately. Lord Hawang, look over there. A member of the Woof Woof gang pointed toward the distant horizon, his voice tinged with astonishment. Lu Jiao followed the direction of his finger and saw a flash of light darting through the crack in the sky that was about to close. Then, at the last moment, the light shot out of the crack. The light sliced through the sky, hurtling straight toward their location. Lu Jiyue kept his eyes fixed on the sky above. He watched as the light rapidly approached, finally landing about 10 kilometers away from their position. Lu Jiyue vaguely recalled that area was a planned development zone. What is that? Many members of the Wolf Gang witnessed the scene. Falling from the sky. Could it be some kind of treasure or something? A strange flutter stirred in Lu Jiao's heart. He then activated Spirit Monkey Leap and plunged straight down from the rooftop. Lord Ha is going treasure hunting. Lord Ha, you must bring the treasure back for us to see. Lu Jiyue sprinted toward the spot where the light had landed at top speed. Just then, he sensed a disturbance emanating from his right rear. Lu Jiyue turned his gaze in that direction. Upon recognizing what it was, his pupils instantly contracted. A tide of spirit beasts. What shocked Lu Jiao was, this spirit beast tide numbered in the hundreds, perhaps even thousands. They were now surging madly toward the direction where the light had fallen. The sheer mass of beasts formed an unstoppable torrent surging forward. Just as Lu Jiyue was puzzled, he saw behind the tide of spirit beasts. An orderly force was following closely behind. A well-equipped, highly trained military force. At the forefront of the army, leading the charge, were the psychics of the Special Affairs Bureau. Chapter 185, The Human Spirit Beast Melee. Seeing this spectacle, Lu Jiyue first activated Night Stealth, concealing his form. Then he activated Shadowless Leg, dashing at top speed toward the spot where the light had fallen. Soon, a massive crater appeared before Lu Jiyue. It was clearly caused by the beam of light that had fallen from the sky. The crater was roughly 2 meters deep. After leaping down, Lu Jiyue began rummaging through the pit filled with broken rocks and muddy soil. Soon, he unearthed an oval-shaped object covered in sticky mud. Lu Jiyue stared closely. The object was wrapped in layers of white silk threads. It resembled a giant insect cocoon. Hearing movement behind him, Lu Jiyue quickly stowed the object away in his spatial pocket. After climbing out of the pit, he didn't choose to leave. Instead, he found a suitable spot to observe the unfolding situation. Soon, the tide of spirit beasts behind him reached the deep pit. But the pit was now completely empty. The spirit beasts, finding nothing, began to grow restless and frenzied. At that moment, the pursuing army arrived at the scene. Quick! Surround these spirit beasts at top speed. Don't let them escape and harm innocent civilians. The well-trained troops immediately formed a large encircling perimeter. They then deployed various offensive weapons to prevent the beasts from breaking through the encirclement. 4 tanks even rolled in from behind, blocking all 4 directions to prevent the spirit beasts from escaping. Then came the intense assault. Fire! Bombardment! All 4 tanks opened fire on the surging tide of spirit beasts. War flames erupted, and severed limbs scattered everywhere. At this moment, they cared little for the commotion they caused, focused only on swiftly eliminating these spirit beasts. But such tactics could only eliminate the lower-tier spirit beasts within the horde. The more formidable ones not only dodged nimbly but also waited for opportunities to counterattack the troops. At this critical moment, the spirit energy users accompanying the troops sprang into action. Each assigned to a specific area, they worked alongside a squad of spirit tamers. They swiftly eliminated over 100 spirit beasts. Yet this number represented only a fraction of the spirit beast tide. Yet the battlefield had already shifted. Roar! A commanding roar echoed through the air. The spirit beasts no longer scattered about to serve as cannon fodder. Instead, they gathered together, their eyes fixed on the humans with shared hatred. Roar! The roar echoed once more. The spirit beasts instinctively parted to form a path. A massive lion stepped out from within, striding forward. Roar! The lion roared furiously. Suddenly, without warning, a soldier positioned toward the outer edge of the army flew toward the lion. Ah! Help! Amidst the soldier's screams, the lion bit off his head in one swift motion. It left no time for the humans across the way to react or come to his rescue. The lion's body began to transform after devouring the soldier's head. Strands of translucent mist began to seep from its body. A force surged into the headless soldier's body. Then, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. The lion's body gradually shriveled and collapsed to the ground. And astonishingly, a new head sprouted from the neck of the headless soldier. A lion's head. A spirit beast with the head of a lion and the body of a human appeared before them. This spectacle astonished even Lu Jiyue, who had been watching from the sidelines. Is that even possible? It seems the spirit crystal rain has had quite an effect on those spirit beasts. Then, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Go! Find suitable vessels for yourselves. The lion-headed, human-bodied spirit beast could actually speak human language. As the words left its mouth, the spirit beasts behind it simultaneously launched an attack on the humans across the way. Danger! Grab your weapons and protect yourselves. The humans across the field recognized the threat and swiftly aimed their weapons at the spirit beasts. But the spirit beasts were simply too numerous. Moreover, the lion-headed, human-bodied spirit beast commanded them from the rear. Lower-tier spirit beasts charged forward, absorbing most of the firepower. The more formidable ones waited for opportunities to attack the humans. Soon, a small number of people still fell victim to the spirit beasts. Just as before, after being killed by the spirit beasts, their corpses were also seized. Soon, a horde of creatures emerged neither fully human nor fully beast. This greatly increased the burden on the minds of the spirit energy users. For now, the appearance of these spirit beasts was strikingly similar to their own. The psychics desperately tried to stop these spirit beasts. But alas, their numbers were simply too overwhelming. They simply couldn't handle them all. Just then, a deafening roar erupted overhead. 2 fighter jets were approaching. Everyone, withdraw from the combat zone. Seeing the fighter jets circling overhead, a glimmer of hope flickered in the soldiers' eyes, which had been filled with despair. They began evacuating the battlefield at top speed. But the lion men wouldn't let them have their way. He commanded his spirit beasts to charge into the ranks of soldiers, creating as much chaos as possible. For a moment, the fighter jets in the sky could not distinguish friend from foe and were unable to engage. Sitting inside one of the fighters, Su Yuancheng could no longer stand it. Lower altitude. I'm going in to support. Su Yuancheng leapt from the fighter jet. After landing, he moved with agile precision through the chaotic battlefield. As he moved, he hurled serpentine shadows, condensed from spiritual energy, at the spirit beasts. The serpentine shadows instantly coiled around the spirit beasts' limbs and bodies. Explode! With Su Yuancheng's furious shout, the serpentine shadows detonated, sending fragments of flesh and blood flying. It's the director! Su Yuancheng's arrival instantly galvanized the Special Affairs Bureau personnel. All Bureau personnel, listen up! We must unleash our full strength to eliminate the spirit beasts here. The consequences of failure are unimaginable. Yes, sir. Under Su Yuancheng's leadership, the Special Affairs Bureau agents began to exert their full strength. With Su Yuancheng personally joining the fray, the atmosphere on the battlefield ignited instantly. The combat will of the Special Affairs Bureau members surged to unprecedented heights. They swiftly adjusted their tactics, dividing their forces into several squads. Each squad, led by a powerful psychic, focused on key targets within the spirit beast, tied those creatures already transforming into hybrid human-beast forms. Su Yuancheng personally engaged the lion-headed, human-bodied spirit beast. The battle on this front gradually reached a stalemate. Suddenly, Lu Jiyue spotted a figure on the battlefield. Lu Jiyue noticed that figure because he was absolutely certain the person was acting suspiciously. He squinted closer and was stunned to recognize the figure. It was Cheng Long. While everyone else was desperately fighting the spirit beasts, Cheng Long trailed behind, fixated on delivering finishing blows to the defeated spirit beasts. After finishing them off, he shifted his stance unnoticed. With that sway, the spirit beast he had finished off vanished as if it had never existed. Lu Jiao witnessed this scene and suddenly remembered. His storage jade had been kept with Cheng Long all along. Cheng Long had just stowed one spirit beast's corpse into the storage jade when he set his sights on another. Just as he was about to proceed, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Cheng Long, what are you doing? Cheng Long froze for a moment. Realizing the voice belonged to His Majesty the King of Ha, he immediately answered in his mind. The chief steward informed me that slain spirit beasts might find new hosts and return to life. Only by handing them over to Lord Ha for disposal can we prevent these spirit beasts from reappearing and wreaking havoc upon the world. Li Ke said that? Then Cheng Long's storage jade must contain quite a few spirit beasts.
If he swallowed them all at once, that would be a hefty haul of evolution points. Alright, proceed with utmost caution. Lu Zhiyao watched the battlefield for a moment longer. He noticed that every time Chang Long acted, his own people planted within the Special Affairs Bureau would provide cover. Combined with the sheer number of spirit beasts, his sneaky actions somehow went undetected. Finding the spectacle rather tedious, Lu Zhiyue yawned. Enough watching. Time to go study the treasure that fell from the sky. Chapter 186, The Troublesome Treasure. On a large table rested an oval object roughly the size of an ostrich egg. Your Highness, is this the treasure that fell from the sky? The members of the Woof gang gathered around the platform, walking in an orderly circle. Lu Zhiyao nodded. Looks like a giant insect cocoon. Could there be some kind of life developing inside? Can I touch it? Lu Zhiyue agreed to the members' request. A male member immediately reached out excitedly. But before his fingers could make contact, he felt an invisible elastic force. His hand was repelled, stopping half a meter away from the oval object. Seeing this, others also reached out to touch it. But they met the same fate as the first man. Lu Zhiyue wasn't surprised by this scene. Ever since he had unearthed this object from the deep pit, he had sensed a powerful resistance emanating from it. He had only managed to place it into the alternate dimension by forcibly summoning the power within his body. Lord Ha Wang, what exactly is this treasure? Lu Zhiyue shook his head. Wow, even Lord Ha doesn't know? Everyone grew even more curious about this object. Li Ku. Lu Zhiyao beckoned Li Ku over and whispered a few words in his ear. Soon, Li Ku returned with a pile of items as requested. There were iron hammers, saws, even a sharp laser cutter, and several test tubes that looked ordinary but contained special chemical solutions. Following Lu Zhiyue's instructions, Li Ku first picked up the hammer and swung it down at the white oval object. But Li Ku was suddenly thrown back by a powerful resistance. Seeing this, Lu Zhiyue summoned the spiritual energy within his body. Enveloping the hammer in his spiritual energy, he guided it toward the oval object. Empowered by his spiritual energy, Lu Zhiyue succeeded in striking it. But the oval object showed no trace of impact, as if nothing had happened. Next came the saw, and even the cutting tool failed to leave even the slightest mark on it. Interesting. Lu Zhiyao grew increasingly intrigued. The harder something was to obtain, the more precious it must be. He was now more curious than ever about what this thing was. As the final chemical agent dripped onto the oval object, everyone held their breath. The liquid slid off the oval object onto the marble slab. The marble slab instantly corroded, forming a large hole. The oval object tumbled down onto the floor. The remaining chemical even etched marks into the floor. But to their disappointment, not a single mark was left on the oval object. Holy crap, this thing's toughness is beyond belief. This thing is way too stubborn. Harder to deal with than some women. After all, it fell from the sky. So what if it fell from the sky? Our great Lord Ha must have a way to crack this thing open. At that moment, someone shouted out. All eyes immediately turned to Lu Zhiyue. Just as Lu Zhiyue was about to use a skill to test it, he suddenly stopped. Holy crap! I can't try this. This is a trap. If he actually used his skill and it still didn't work, where would he hide his face? Wouldn't the dignity of His Majesty the Ha King be shattered into pieces? This absolutely cannot happen. Lu Zhiyue deeply regretted bringing this thing back for everyone to see. He should have taken it home to study it in secret. Fortunately, his most loyal lackey spoke up at that moment. As far as I know, unclaimed treasures generally need to be refined. Refining a treasure demands considerable time and effort. The more powerful the treasure, the greater the time and effort required. A mere treasure? Our Lord Ha certainly has his ways, but refining treasures cannot be rushed. Rushing for quick results is the worst approach. If we ruin such a treasure in the process, it would be a disaster. Li Kei stated solemnly. The others nodded in agreement. Exactly as the chief steward said. Lu Zhiyue silently crowned Li Ku as his mouthpiece in his mind. Lu Zhiyue enveloped the oval object with his spiritual energy, opened his mouth, and withdrew it back into the Ming space. Once I refine this treasure, I'll show you all something truly remarkable. Wonderful. Thank you, Lord Ha. Lu Zhiyao nodded with a smile on his face. Deep down, however, he hoped these people would be a bit more forgetful. Forget about this matter. Come to think of it, maybe Machio knows about this thing? Lu Zhiyue suddenly remembered something. After all, as a living fossil, Machio might know something. This time, Lu Zhiyue didn't hide it from anyone. He directly took out a spirit fruit seed and crushed it. When the black hole vortex appeared, it drew gasps from everyone. Good heavens! It's a black hole. Lord Ha Wang's power is so immense he can create a black hole. Unbelievable, I'm actually seeing a black hole with my own eyes. The rest of the conversation faded away as Lu Zhiyue passed through the vortex and entered the void. Ha! Where's that fur ball again? Lu Zhiyue scanned the surroundings but found no trace of the fur ball. Oh right, telepathic communication. This skill was indeed useful, but it drained a bit of spiritual energy each time, leaving Lu Xiao feeling a little pained.
No worries, I'll just eat a few more spirit fruits later. With his little abacus clicking away, Lu Xiao finally began his telepathic call. Furry ball, calling furry ball. I need to talk to you. Where are you? Soon, Lu Xiao heard Macho's reply echoing in his mind. The next second, an expression of utter disbelief spread across his face. Chapter 187, The Breath of a Demon Spirit. Lu Xiao, who had been anxiously waiting in the void space, finally saw Macho return. Furry ball, are you sure? The moment Macho appeared, Lu Xiao couldn't help but ask. Bro, why don't you come with me to check it out? After a moment's consideration, Lu Xiao agreed to Macho's suggestion.
Soon, Lu Xiao followed Macho to the designated spatial fragment and teleported to the location Macho had just been in.
The moment they landed, Macho hurriedly pulled Lu Xiao into hiding. Bro, it's over there. Macho pointed over there. Only then did Lu Xiao notice the courtyard obscured by several large trees.
I distinctly sensed the faint aura of a demon spirit lingering within that courtyard.
Macho's words made Lu Xiao tense up. He recalled the last time he had encountered a demonic spirit.
The oppressive pressure the demon spirit had exerted on him was still vivid in his memory.
At least that one was confined within the ruins. But this one now. Furry ball, how powerful is the demon spirit inside? Furry ball shook his fluffy head. I'm not entirely sure. Didn't you say demon spirits wouldn't easily appear in the mortal world? Faced with Lu Xiao's confusion, Furball shook his head again. Lu Xiao suddenly remembered something. He quickly pulled the smartwatch from his neck to his face. He tapped the screen with his claw. He then located a specific function. He opened the map within.
Ever since his younger siblings had accidentally scattered across the globe last time, Liku had immediately added a world map to the smartwatch. This way, no matter where they went in the future, he could pinpoint their exact location. Lu Xiao stared intently at the map, then suddenly his eyes widened in shock.
They're actually in Yangjiang City. They were still in Yangjiang City. A demon spirit had appeared in Yangjiang City. Lu Xiao furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Furry ball, I'll go inside and take a look. Be careful, big brother. Lu Xiao activated night stealth, cloaking his form in darkness. To avoid making any noise, he didn't leap into the courtyard. Instead, he approached the doorway and activated shadow leg, transforming his body into a shadow that slipped through the door crack. Under the enhancement of night stalking, even his shadow vanished from sight. Lu Xiao slipped inside almost without a sound. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, his sensitive nose twitched. Why does this place feel like it has a familiar scent? Lu Xiao sniffed again, carefully. But the courtyard was filled more with the scent of something burnt, and for a moment, he couldn't quite place it. Almost there. Almost there. Ha ha ha. Heaven is on my side. Just then, Lu Xiao suddenly heard an extremely excited voice. He moved slowly, creeping closer to the source of the sound. Soon, a figure gradually came into view before Lu Xiao. At just a glance, Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes tightly. What the hell is that? It looks terrifying. That was Lu Xiao's first impression of the creature. It was a creature that was half human, half beast. Its torso was human, but its limbs and head resembled some hideous reptilian creature. Even the exposed skin was a sickening deep green. For Lu Xiao, who was a total visual person, this was undoubtedly a strong visual shock. Kind of painful to look at. I'm a visual creature, after all. Never mind, never mind. I'll just go home and stare in the mirror to give my eyes a break. Lu Xiao blinked a few times and continued to look. At first glance, he confirmed the creature wasn't a demon spirit. Demon spirits were merely terrifying in appearance, not ugly. In a way, they were actually pretty cool. Suddenly, a voice reached Lu Xiao's ears. It turned out the voice he'd heard earlier had come from this half-human, half-beast creature. It seemed to be speaking to something ahead, muttering strange words Lu Xiao couldn't understand. What the hell is getting this ugly thing so worked up? Could it be that spirit creature Maochio mentioned? Lu Xiao continued to slowly shift his position, trying to see more. Suddenly, Lu Xiao saw the ugly creature, which had been ranting away, abruptly fall silent. Its head whipped around toward him. Caught off guard, Lu Xiao found himself staring directly into a pair of bright green eyes. Those weren't eyes in the traditional sense. They were two green flames. They looked utterly eerie. Lu Xiao instinctively felt a surge of tension. Has it spotted me? Just as Lu Xiao was deciding whether to make a move, another strange sound erupted. Then came a startled cry. High Priest, it's almost done. The figure who had been watching Lu Xiao turned his head back at the sound. They swiftly moved to a spot where Lu Xiao could no longer see them. High Priest? Lu Xiao furrowed his brow. He knew immediately that this must be some sort of cult leader. He had also just heard phrases like almost successful. What was about to succeed? Recalling the furball mentioning the presence of demonic spirits here, Lu Xiao immediately thought. Could someone be secretly cultivating demonic spirits here? With that thought, Lu Jiyue no longer cared about being discovered. He immediately adjusted his position. He had to get to the bottom of this. Then, a strange scene unfolded before his eyes. 5 spheres, each over a meter in diameter, floated mid-air. Upon closer inspection, each sphere contained a distinct, tangible silhouette, as if it were about to burst free at any moment. The black-robed figures. Before he could study the 5 dark spheres further, Lu Jiyue spotted several figures beside the black spheres. They were his most familiar enemies, the black-robed men. So that ugly bastard they call the High Priest is from the Shadow Organization? The black-robed ones, the Shadow Organization, the Demon Spirit, Yangjiang City. Piecing these key pieces of information together, Lu Jiyue arrived at a conclusion. They were after him. And within those 5 massive black spheres, demon spirits were likely being cultivated. Lu Jiyue believed there was a 9 in 10 chance they were cultivating these demon spirits specifically to target him. With this realization, Lu Jiyue resolved to stop them. But at that very moment, the figure known as the High Priest had already made his move. He slit his own wrist and splashed his blood onto the 5 black spheres. The blood touched the spheres and was instantly absorbed. Next, each of these spheres began to react violently. The creatures inside couldn't wait to burst out, distorting the spheres into all manner of shapes. Roar! Suddenly, piercing roars rent the sky. The black spheres exploded one after another with thunderous booms. Lu Jiyue watched the scene unfold, his heart screaming in horror. Damn it, too late! Chapter 188, Demon Spirit Cultivation Successful? After the black spheres exploded, one after another, hideous creatures emerged. Enveloped in black spiritual energy, they darted frantically around the courtyard. The green demon lizard watched this spectacle, his face brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Ha 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 ha! My little darlings, you're finally out! The green demon lizard's gaze swept over each of them. Then, upon spotting one covered in pitch-black scales, with blood-red eyes and wings like blades, the green demon lizard's eyes instantly brightened several degrees. He immediately slashed his hand again, using the blood to lure the spirit closer. The specter, sensing the scent of blood, charged straight toward the green demon lizard. While it greedily drank his blood, the green demon lizard examined the spirit. Demon bloodline. It worked! The green demon lizard shouted excitedly. Lu Jiyue, lurking in the shadows, lost his composure upon hearing this. Could it be that he had actually succeeded in cultivating it? Suddenly, the green demon lizard detected something else, causing it to frown. Seeing the frown, Lu Jiyue felt a surge of satisfaction. Ha! Got you showing off, didn't I? Failed, huh? No matter. Just a few flaws. They can be corrected later. The green demon lizard smoothed out its frown. Though imperfect, this way he wouldn't suffer backlash. Later, he could fix the flaws while making this precious treasure more obedient. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this thought, the green demon lizard couldn't help but burst into laughter. His joy even drove him to kill a black-robed figure for amusement. He tossed the slain figure to his precious creature as a snack. Lu Jiyue, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. They were his own comrades, after all, and he killed them so casually. This was more brutal than any tyrant, utterly inhumane. Roar! Just as the green demon lizard gazed at the malevolent spirit before him with the affectionate look reserved for a beloved son, the evil spirit suddenly let out a loud roar. It glared viciously at the location where Lu Jiyue stood. Then, it flapped its wings and flew toward that spot at breakneck speed. Oh no, I've been spotted. Lu Jiyue scrambled to flee outward. He hadn't expected the creature behind him to be so incredibly fast. As it closed in, Lu Jiyue activated the Spirit Monkey Leap technique. He leapt out of the courtyard. The pursuer behind him still closed in relentlessly. PSSST. PSSST. Suddenly, a faint sound reached Lu Jiyue's ears. Lu Jiyue glanced over to see that the furball had already opened the black hole vortex, waiting for him. Lu Jiyue dove headfirst into the vortex alongside the furball, vanishing from the scene. The pursuing evil spirit scanned the surroundings. Upon realizing its target had vanished, confusion flickered in its eyes. At that moment, the green demon lizard emerged from the courtyard with the others. What's going on? Did you find something? The evil spirit flapped its wings and returned to the green demon lizard's side. It shook its head at him. The green demon lizard stroked the spirit before him. I intended to make that soul devourer serve me. Now that I have you, that soul devourer will perfectly compensate for your shortcomings. Rest assured, I will sacrifice it to you when the time comes. Roar! The evil spirit roared loudly, as if in response. From now on, you shall be called Demon Wing. The green demon lizard then beckoned to the remaining 4 evil spirits. They obediently approached. Demon 2, Demon 3, Demon 4, Demon 5. From now on, Demon Wing is your leader, your king. The 4 spirits clearly harbored some reluctance toward the green demon lizard's arrangement. Born together, why should that guy be the leader? One of them even glared at Moe with a defiant look. Moe suddenly soared into the air, flying toward that spirit without warning. After sweeping the rebellious spirit to the ground in one swift motion, it tore a chunk of flesh from its forelimbs before soaring back to its original position. Then, its eyes black with a hint of crimson swept over the remaining spirits. Under their watchful gaze, it chewed the flesh in its mouth before finally swallowing it whole. After this display, the remaining spirits were thoroughly subdued, acknowledging the demon wing as their leader. The green lizard demon greatly admired Moe's handling of the situation, his gaze toward Moe now carrying a hint of a father's affection. The robed figures witnessed this scene with utter shock. They had never seen such an expression on the high priest's face before. At that moment, the two black-robed men sent to scout returned. High priest. There are numerous spirit beast tracks to the southwest. The green demon lizard nodded. Winged demon, did you hear that? Those are all ingredients for your growth. Go and feast to your heart's content. Roar. With a long roar, Magic Wing soared toward the southwest. You must grow swiftly too. Follow him. The green demon lizard didn't forget to instruct the remaining evil spirits. Though these spirits weren't as powerful as Magic Wing, they were still transformed from demonic essence blood. Individually, each was nearly a grade in power. They were significantly stronger than the previous evil snakes and shadow dragons. As for the demon wings, that goes without saying. Born at the A rank level. With proper nurturing and his meticulous cultivation, it could reach S rank in no time. Then, by sacrificing that soul devourer, a true demon spirit would be born. With the demon spirit backing him, he might just break through the restraints imposed by the elders of the Shadow Organization and gain complete freedom. Then, he would seize control of the Shadow Organization back. The world would soon belong to him, the green demon lizard. At this thought, the green demon lizard let out a maniacal laugh. Back in the Void Realm, Lu Jiao recounted the scene he had just witnessed to Mao Qiu. Cultivate a spirit beast? Buzzball pondered Lu Jiu's words. And it seems that Kid actually succeeded in doing it. Lu Jiu's words made the furball frown even deeper. If that's really the case, things are getting tricky. It seems it wasn't entirely successful. That ugly bastard also mentioned something about defects or something. Only then did the expression on Mao Qiu's face ease slightly. I knew it. Demonic spirits aren't that easy to cultivate. If it's flawed, it can't reach the true power of a demonic spirit. But from my hazy memories, cultivating a demon spirit requires its essence blood. How did they obtain it? Lu Jiu shook his head, then fell into the same confusion as Mao Qiu. Could it be they have a sleeping demon spirit in their possession? The moment Lu Jiu voiced this conjecture, the atmosphere grew slightly tense. Brother, do you really think those people are after you? Lu Jiu nodded. Most likely. Then, Mao Qiu's expression turned slightly worried. Lu Jiu reached out and ruffled his furry head. Don't worry. Thanks to you, I found out about this ahead of time. Now that I know their intentions, I can prepare in advance. Lu Jiu spoke, his gaze growing deep as he began formulating a plan in his mind. Chapter 189, Su Yuancheng's Growing Suspicion. Director, the cleanup is complete. Su Yuancheng, his face worn with fatigue, nodded. This spirit beast surge had exacted a heavy toll. Over 20 military personnel had been sacrificed. Over 10 Special Affairs Bureau agents were injured. 2 others had fallen into deep comas after their spirit beasts were devoured. Yet, despite such a heavy price, they still failed to prevent some spirit beasts from breaking through the encirclement and escaping. The Special Affairs Bureau's work must continue. Director, are you all right? Ji Zhangming approached with a look of concern. Why don't you go rest? Leave the rest to me. Facing Ji Zhangming's kind offer, Su Yuancheng's expression shifted slightly. During the previous battle, he had noticed. Ji Zhangming's strength had surged dramatically at some point. During the fight against that lion spirit beast, he had nearly been defeated. It was only through Ji Zhangming's timely intervention at a critical moment that he managed to turn the tide. Later, during the hunt for other spirit beasts, Ji Zhangming had also demonstrated formidable prowess. Even after such a grueling battle, not a trace of fatigue showed on his face. Zhangming, I hadn't realized your strength had grown so much during this time. Looks like you've been putting in a lot of hard work behind the scenes. Ji Zhangming gave a humble smile at Su Yuancheng's words. Not really. I'm still nowhere near the director's level. Here, have some water. Ji Zhangming said, opening a bottle of water for Su Yuancheng. As Su Yuancheng took the bottle, his fingers brushed against Ji Zhangming's hand. From that brief contact alone, he sensed a surge of abundant spiritual energy. Moreover, this spiritual energy seemed poised to solidify into tangible form. Su Yuancheng was instantly thrown into confusion. Director? Su Yuancheng snapped back to reality, took the bottle, and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. His mind instantly flashed back to that day at the hospital. Ji Zhangming had spoken those strange words to him. After returning to the bureau, Su Yuancheng found an excuse to dismiss everyone and went alone to his office. After locking the door behind him, he picked up the desk phone. His hand hovered over the dial pad for a long moment before he finally resolved to press the numbers. Hello, this is Su Yuancheng, Chief of Precinct 007. I'd like to inquire about something. Click. A spark lit up as Su Yuancheng lit his third cigarette. Through the swirling smoke, his ashen face was faintly visible. He had called Jinghai headquarters to inquire about their rescue efforts in Yangzheng City. The response was that the rescue operation hadn't reached their jurisdiction yet. In other words, the two masked individuals who had come to the hospital that day were not sent by Jinghai headquarters at all. They were two unidentified individuals. What gave him a headache, however, was that he had confirmed Xiang Ming's identity with headquarters. He was indeed sent by headquarters. But if that was the case, why would Xiang Ming team up with Ji Zhangming to deceive him? And what exactly was Ji Zhangming trying to convey with his earlier words? What depressed Su Yuancheng was that Ji Zhangming was arguably one of the people he trusted most within the bureau. He refused to accept this outcome. Knock knock. At that moment, the office door was knocked upon. Su Yuancheng stubbed out the cigarette, less than half of it remaining. He rose, opened the window, and then approached the door. Director, cough cough, have you been smoking? The assistant was immediately choked by the thick smoke lingering inside. Ji Zhangming, standing behind him, looked at Su Yuancheng with confusion. Director, didn't you quit smoking? Su Yuancheng gave a perfunctory smile before cutting straight to the point. What's this about? The assistant handed the documents to Su Yuancheng. We've tallied the number of escaped spirit beasts and their approximate escape routes. But most of the bureau's personnel are currently recuperating. We don't have many people available to deploy for clearing these spirit beasts. Who do you suggest we send out? Before the assistant could finish speaking, Ji Zhangming volunteered. Director, I can handle this. Let me take care of it. I guarantee I'll complete the mission as quickly as possible. Don't worry too much. Ji Zhangming's gaze toward Su Yuancheng was filled with concern. Su Yuancheng instinctively avoided his gaze. He knew Ji Zhangming probably thought he was troubled by these spirit beasts. Director? Ji Zhangming waited for Su Yuancheng's response. Under his gaze, Su Yuancheng shook his head. No need. Ji Zhangming's brows furrowed deeply at the words. Why? My initiative and investigative skills are both strong. I'm the best candidate for this operation. Besides, this can't wait. Every moment delays increases the risk of the spirit beast injuring someone. There's also a higher chance it will be spotted by more people, which would make cleanup operations for the bureau incredibly burdensome. Ji Zhangming simply couldn't fathom why the chief wouldn't assign this task to him. His desire to take it wasn't for any other reason. He simply wanted to lighten the director's load. I have other matters to entrust to you. After saying this, Su Yuancheng glanced at his assistant beside him. The assistant, knowing when to leave, exited the office and closed the door behind him. Director, what's got you so troubled? As soon as the assistant exited, Ji Zhangming eagerly inquired. Su Yuancheng sighed and walked over to the window. I need you to look into something. Look into something? Ji Zhangming looked puzzled. Isn't that the job of the audit department? What exactly do you want me to investigate? Investigate an organization. Su Yuancheng's gaze fixed on Ji Zhangming. Staring into his eyes, he uttered his second sentence. The organization of the cloaked figures. Ji Zhangming's expression remained impassive. But a flicker of panic surfaced within him. Didn't you say last time that headquarters had already sent people to investigate? Su Yuancheng shook his head. I suspect this organization is plotting a massive conspiracy. That's why I need to obtain information on them as quickly as possible. What about the shadow organization? The shadow organization must be investigated as well, but this cloaked men group has only appeared in Yangzheng City, so... Su Yuancheng didn't continue. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Ji Zhangming's eyes and said, Zhangming, you understand what I mean, right? Ji Zhangming nodded, simultaneously averting his gaze from Su Yuancheng. Since it's an order from the chief, I'll certainly find a way to get it done. Su Yuancheng stepped in front of Ji Zhangming and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. I trust you. You should know that. Ji Zhangming didn't look up at Su Yuancheng but nodded again. Go handle it. After leaving the director's office, Ji Zhangming leaned against the wall and exhaled a heavy breath. Even if he were completely dense, he understood exactly what the director meant by his words. Director! Ji Zhangming's eyes darkened momentarily, then brightened as something crossed his mind. He immediately perked up and left the room. Barely 2 seconds after his departure, the office door, which had been ajar, finally closed. Chapter 190, Macho's New Spirit Technique. Pat's Haha Tower. After all members of the Woof Woof gang assembled on the rooftop, they boarded the cloaked aircraft. Everyone, I've urgently gathered you here for this meeting because a threat targeting His Majesty the Dog King has emerged in Yangzheng City. As soon as Li Ke spoke, every face grew grim. Someone actually dares to threaten His Majesty the King of Dogs? Who are they? They must be out of their minds. What's their background? Take them out. Li Ke gestured for silence. Lord Ha's prowess is evident to all. He resolves troubles almost every time without needing our intervention. But, Li Ke emphasized his words. This time, His Majesty did not handle it alone. Instead, he chose to inform us. Do you know why? Everyone looked at Li Ke with puzzled expressions. Please enlighten us, Chief Steward. A hint of shame flashed across Li Ke's face. His Highness the King of Ha has bestowed divine power upon us time and again, yet whenever something occurs, our contribution as the Woof Gang hasn't been particularly significant. Therefore, I believe this time, His Highness the King of Ha intends to test us. To see if our Woof Gang has the capability to stand on our own. As soon as Li Ke spoke these words, everyone nodded in sudden understanding. Lord Ha also warned me that the enemy we face this time is exceptionally powerful. But the stronger the enemy, the more it proves our strength, don't you agree? Yes. The others echoed in unison. Therefore, we must eliminate the enemy completely before they can harm His Highness the King. Do you all agree? Agreed. This is a prime opportunity to prove ourselves. We absolutely cannot let it slip away. Everyone agreed with Li Ke's proposal. Li Ke nodded repeatedly as he observed their reactions. If Lu Jiyue had been here to hear these words, he would likely have been both amused and exasperated. He had simply given Li Ke one brief instruction. The gist was that someone was coming for him in Yangzheng City, and he told the Wangwang gang members to prepare for battle. But now, Li Ke had already decided to take the Wangwang gang members to handle the trouble alone. Li Ke opened his laptop, located a specific address, and turned the screen toward the group. The enemy is in a luxury compound on the outskirts of Yangzheng City. I've identified the residents of this compound. Their IP addresses across all platforms have been inactive for nearly 2 days. My assessment is that they've likely been killed. Just 10 minutes ago, I deployed a drone to reconnoiter the compound. But the moment it entered the compound's 10-meter radius, it was attacked by a dark figure. Without any basic intelligence on the enemy, we must be fully prepared. Everyone nodded in agreement. Specialization is key. The combat plan will be entrusted to Gulin and Suman. Thank you for taking on this task. Upon receiving the assignment, Gulin and Suman immediately began discussing the details using the location data stored in their computers. Regarding weapons, equipment, and such. Before Li Ke could finish, Si Chang and Ji Ming raised their hands to volunteer. And make sure to stock up on all the potential enhancing serums developed by the research team. This time, we're going to fight a glorious victory. Soon, the entire Woof gang was mobilized. Eager to prove themselves to Lord Ha, the gang members threw themselves into the task with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyue wasn't idle either. Perched on the spirit tree, he devoured the spiritual fruits voraciously. And he too reached a conclusion. Consuming spirit fruits could restore his original, depleted spiritual energy. However, once his spiritual energy was fully replenished, consuming the fruits could no longer increase it. After replenishing his spiritual energy, Lu Jiyue stopped eating the fruits but kept picking them. Following the previous spirit crystal rain, nearly all members of the Woof gang had begun to cultivate spiritual roots. Yet these newly sprouted spiritual roots remained unstable. Consuming these spirit fruits would help them solidify rapidly. Of course, beyond this benefit, there was another crucial point. Only those who consumed the spirit fruits could be transported into this void space. He had already planned to strike while the shadow organization lurking in Yangzheng City was still unaware, catching its members off guard with the help of the Wangwang gang. Though the 5 evil spirits on that lizardman's hand looked formidable. Especially the one that inherited the demonic spirit's essence. But the members of the Woof gang aren't weak either. Plus, we have the numbers and know how to wield weapons. Lu Xiao still held some confidence in this battle. But the battlefield is unpredictable. Therefore, for the safety of his own people, the spirit fruits course served as their lifeline. Sometimes having too many allies isn't ideal. He'd end up freeloading quite a few spirit fruits from Macho. It made him feel a bit embarrassed. Furry Ball, don't you feel bad about this? Furry Ball waved his hand dismissively beneath the tree. Go ahead and pick as many as you want, big bro. Spirit fruits aren't nearly as tasty as potato chips. After saying that, Fuzzy Ball popped another potato chip into his mouth. Xian. Hey, Big Pot, we're off to fight at Sihu. I can help you out too. Moshio mumbled with a mouthful of chips. You'll help me? Yep. Macho swallowed the chips in his mouth and excitedly began describing his plan. When you lure the enemy within 500 meters of me, I'll unleash my beast form and scare the crap out of them. If they don't get within 500 meters, I've got other tricks up my sleeve. Hearing this, Lu Jiyue perked up immediately. What method? I just discovered it these past couple days. I've got a new spirit technique. Big bro, I'll show you how it works. Mao Qiu said, extending his hand still sticky with potato chip crumbs. His small hand waved lightly toward the direction of the spirit tree. 3 sharp flashes of white light shot out. 3 deep gashes instantly appeared on the spirit tree. Mao Qiu! Lu Xiao cried out in anguish upon seeing the 3 deep gashes. Fortunately, the spirit tree possessed self-healing abilities and began to slowly mend itself. Wait! Hadn't the technique Mao Qiu just unleashed been his special skill, Fierce Claw Blade? Lu Jiyue finally realized. Upon learning this spirit technique was inherited from his own elder brother, Mao Qiu grew even more excited. Big bro, you rock. Lu Jiyue hadn't expected that the power unleashed by this skill, inherited by Machio, would be so formidable.
It seemed that inheriting skills was tied to the spirit puppet's own strength.
That was good news.
Even if Machio couldn't break the 500-meter distance restriction, he could still use this skill to help him.
Lu Jiyue now felt even more confident about the impending battle. With just a bit more preparation, we can move out. But what Lu Jiyue didn't know was that the members of the Woof Woof gang had already taken the initiative. Chapter 191, Operation. Everyone.
We're now 1 kilometer above our target location.
Li Wanner's words instantly galvanized everyone.
Li Ku produced the fly-shaped surveillance devices Ji Ming had worked through the night to create.
5 in total were dropped from the aircraft. The footage revealed the layout of the luxurious courtyard in clear detail, yet the atmosphere felt unnervingly oppressive.
Like sharp-eyed scouts, the 5 fly-shaped surveillance devices darted through every corner of the courtyard, capturing any possible clues.
Look, movement over there.
Go Lin suddenly shouted, pointing to a corner of the screen. In a secluded garden, several figures were moving swiftly, seemingly engaged in some secret activity.
Li Ku immediately zoomed in on the scene.
It's those black-robed figures again.
Recognizing their silhouettes, Li Ku shouted. Damn shadow organization.
They keep causing trouble for Lord Ha one after another.
This time, we'll show them what we're made of. The members, now aware of their enemy's identity, were filled with indignation.
Shoo! Quiet! I think I heard something. Li Ku's words instantly silenced the group. On the screen, a figure cloaked in black knelt before one of the courtyard rooms.
High Priest, all the surrounding spirit beasts have been sacrificed. If the spirit beasts are gone, then bring living humans for sacrifice.
A sinister voice echoed from within the room.
Yes, High Priest.
The members of the Woof Woof gang who overheard this exchange all paled.
They actually want to capture living people for sacrifice. How vile. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred.
The surveillance feed began shaking violently, followed by a burst of static.
Something's happening.
Li Wanner stared intently at the screen and shouted the warning. A dark figure suddenly darted out from the shadows at astonishing speed. In an instant, it knocked all the surveillance cameras to the ground.
It's a terrifying creature radiating black spiritual energy.
One member who had inherited Lu Jiao's slowing vision shouted out what they had just witnessed. It's likely a malevolent spirit cultivated by the Shadow Organization.
It might be more powerful than any spirit beast we've encountered before. Everyone must be extremely cautious during the upcoming operation.
Yes.
Li Ku then began deploying the next phase of the operation.
Gu Lin, Suman, you lead the close combat squad to engage the cloaked figures and the demonic spirit beasts, creating an opening for our assault.
Si Chang, Ji Ming, you two will provide long-range support using your tech gear. Pay special attention to the weak points of those shadow spirit beasts. Li Wanner, you'll handle aerial reconnaissance and report enemy movements at all times.
The potential potions are ready.
Remember to take them in emergencies. Roger that. The team responded in unison, each adjusting their readiness for the impending battle. Begin the operation.
At Li Ku's command, the members of the Woof Woof gang on the aircraft swiftly donned their gear. One by one, they leapt nimbly from the cabin, using specially designed gliders to land silently around the perimeter of the courtyard. As the last 2 members jumped, a tiny figure sprang from an angle and landed on one of them. By the moonlight, the tiny figure was revealed to be a small green snake. Its appearance went entirely unnoticed as it silently coiled around one member's shoulder. The members of the Woof Woof gang moved with seamless coordination. Like ghosts in the night, they advanced toward their target without a sound. At that very moment, the green lizard within the courtyard discovered the damaged surveillance cameras.
Then it caught the scent of something unfamiliar in the air. Interesting.
A sinister grin spread across the green lizard's face as the cameras instantly ignited, reducing themselves to ashes. The cloaked figures in the courtyard reacted instantly. They swiftly dispersed, each taking up advantageous positions around the courtyard, preparing to ambush the intruder. Just then, dozens of figures flashed into the courtyard. When the cloaked figures recognized the new arrivals, astonishment spread across their faces. These intruders wore specially designed, form-fitting battle armor and helmets. As they entered the courtyard, they instinctively spread out, surrounding the black-robed figures in the center. Though their faces remained obscured, the black-robed figures could sense the intense aura of lethal intent emanating from these intruders. As members of an evil organization, the cloaked figures encountered this situation for the first time. They couldn't shake the feeling that their roles had been reversed. "Who are you?" one of the cloaked figures demanded.
"Long live Lord Ha. Attack!"
Instead of receiving an answer, the black-robed men were met with sudden aggression. The close combat squad led by Golin and Suman erupted instantly, pouncing like cheetahs on prey as they launched a surprise assault on the robed figures. Caught off guard, the hooded figures were forced back by the relentless assault. Only then did they realize their opponents were not only skilled but also dangerous. Now, each black-robed figure unleashed their full strength, preparing to strike back. Meanwhile, Si Chang and Ji Ming provided long-range support from a distance using their technological equipment.
Jamming spray ready. Fire.
At the command, grenade-like devices were hurled toward the black-robed figures.
The moment they landed, they released thick yellow smoke.
Not only did it severely obstruct the cloaked figure's vision, but the acrid odor emanating from the smoke also contained toxins. After accidentally inhaling a breath, the cloaked figures bent over, coughing violently.
In contrast, the members of the Woof gang, protected by their battle helmets, remained completely unaffected. Their vision inside the helmets remained crystal clear.
Seizing this perfect moment to strike, a barrage of weapons was unleashed upon the black-robed figures. Flying swords, hidden weapons, bullets. A fierce and relentless barrage of attacks slammed into the hooded figures.
Ah!
The two cloaked figures at the front were struck, letting out agonized screams.
The remaining cloaked figures immediately shielded themselves with black spiritual energy, barely evading the onslaught.
But by then, numerous figures had already charged into the front lines. The close combat squad of the Woof gang surrounded the robed figures and began their assault.
Though the robed figures shielded themselves with dark spiritual energy, the close combat squad deliberately targeted their vulnerable points. Eyes, mouths, certain areas below the waist. This left the robed figures defenseless. The defenses formed by the black spiritual energy shattered. Once their defenses were breached, the robed figures launched a counterattack. At this moment, Guilin drew the majority of the firepower while simultaneously signaling Suman with a light from his battle helmet. Upon receiving the signal, Suman immediately used her supple body to weave through the black-robed figures. With blinding speed, she slipped a small bomb into the crotch of one of them. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Amidst a series of explosions, the cloaked figures were blown to smithereens. This stunned the green lizard, who had been watching from the sidelines. He had remained a spectator because he hadn't taken these men seriously at all. He never imagined that in just a moment, the intruders would eliminate all the black-robed figures in the courtyard. For these individuals to possess such formidable strength, could it be? Could they belong to some powerful organization? Chapter 192, The Resurrected Shadow Dragon? Which organization sent you? Green Lizard demanded in a low voice, glaring at the figures before him. But the members of the Woof squad weren't about to answer him. Though they appeared silent now, they were already communicating frantically within their battle helmets. This lizard man who looks two-thirds ugly must be the high priest those robed figures called for, right? He looks dangerous. Don't underestimate him. Now, I'll quickly outline a battle plan for everyone. Seeing their silence, the green lizard spoke again. Regardless of which organization you belong to, daring to oppose the shadow organization will not end well for you. If you know what's good for you, withdraw now. I'll overlook what just happened. Having witnessed their moves and strength, the green lizard had no desire to engage further at the moment. He had more important matters to attend to. Besides, if they truly belonged to a powerful organization, antagonizing an entire group would bring no benefit. The green lizard assumed the others would obediently leave upon hearing this. But unexpectedly, attack! A fierce shout rang out, followed by dozens of figures charging toward the green demon lizard. I gave you a chance. You're the ones who chose to die. The green demon lizard snorted coldly, the flames burning in its eyes intensifying. Then, numerous green flames materialized out of thin air. With a wave of the green demon lizard's hand, the eerie green flames surged toward the members of the Woof gang. The gangsters immediately scrambled to evade. Though agile, the eerie green flames seemed possessed of a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing them. One or two members who let their guard down were swiftly engulfed by the green flames. Li Wanner, who had been keeping the aircraft hovering mid-air, spotted this and immediately shouted to Xiao Feifei. Activate the dry ice jet system. Li Wanner issued the command decisively. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Feifei activated the system and several small hatches rapidly opened beneath the aircraft's fuselage. Waves of white dry ice mist erupted with powerful air currents, shooting directly at the green flames below. The dry ice sublimated instantly upon contact with the flames, absorbing vast amounts of heat. The fire rapidly cooled and extinguished. Phew, that was scorching hot. Thank goodness my battle armor is fireproof. Seeing its green nether fire extinguished, the green demon lizard flew into a rage. Come out, my precious ones. Let me see what you're made of. As the green demon lizard finished speaking, 5 figures emerged from different shadows. Seeing these 5 hideous creatures, each with its own distinct features, the members of the Woof gang were startled. Holy crap, 5 evil spirits. This is gonna be a real handful for us. Si Chang, buff everyone up now. As Si Chang unleashed his battle roar, a thunderous cry echoed, and the members of the Woof gang instantly felt an invisible surge of power coursing through their bodies. At that moment, the 5 evil spirits charged toward them from different directions. We can't maneuver in the courtyard, everyone retreat outside first. Ji Ming, fire the cannonballs to slow down the evil spirits. Upon receiving the order, Ji Ming, lying in wait at a distance, immediately fired his cannon. The members of the Woof gang seized the opportunity to retreat outside the courtyard. After the cannon fire ceased, the 5-souled devouring beasts' roars echoed across the land. Roar! One of the spirits, its head adorned with a rhinoceros horn and its body covered in pitch-black scales, opened its gaping maw, spewing highly corrosive black venom from its mask. Wherever it struck, the ground was corroded into pitted craters. Even solid boulders were reduced to crumbling debris. The demons are too powerful. We must split up. The Woof gang immediately scattered in different directions. Roar! Another demon let out a piercing howl, flapping its wings as it soared into the sky. As if under its command, the other 4 demons swiftly adjusted their positions, closing in from all sides to encircle the members of the Woof gang. We're surrounded. Don't panic. Quickly split into several groups, each assigned to one spirit beast. Ji Ming, support us. After Li Ku issued the command, everyone responded swiftly. They immediately split into 5 teams based on their respective abilities. Ji Ming unleashed a barrage of projectiles with his ranged weapon, attempting to disrupt the evil spirit's formation. The teams immediately launched attacks on their assigned demons. But the demons' strength far exceeded expectations. Not only were they astonishingly fast, but their defenses were incredibly strong. Ordinary non-physical attacks couldn't inflict any real damage on them. The demon in midair flashed a look of contempt. To its eyes, the actions of those below were nothing more than futile struggles. It flapped its wings, stirring up a fierce wind that swept up dust and debris from the ground, forming a massive whirlwind. This confined the vision and movement of the Woof gang members to a very small area. One of the larger spirits, seeing this, charged headlong into the vortex, preparing to tear them all apart. Everyone, be careful. The members of the Woof gang immediately swallowed their potential unleashing potions. The potions took effect rapidly within their bodies. Their reaction speed, strength, and endurance all saw a significant boost. After dodging the malevolent spirit charging like a mountain, Li Ku shouted, "Don't lose heart. Let's take it on together." Li Ku's figure charged forward first. He charged at the demon, swinging his long sword down hard on its head. Yet it only left a shallow scratch on its hard scales. All or nothing. The other members charged forward as well. Seeing this, the remaining evil spirits joined the fray. But the demons were simply too powerful, and the Woof gang members quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Li Wanner watched from the plane, her heart pounding with anxiety. Xiao Fei instantly transformed the aircraft into a fighter jet. It began strafing the demons below with machine gun fire. The demon in midair sensed the attack and immediately lunged toward Li Wanner's location. Li Wanner and the fighter jet were knocked out of the sky by the demon's collision. Just before hitting the ground, Xiao Fei ejected Li Wanner from the aircraft. Li Wanner landed safely on the ground, while Xiao Fei and the fighter jet crashed nearby, bursting into flames. Xiao Fei! Li Wanner cried out in anguish. But Li Ku's situation was no better. The demon's assault was fierce, knocking down most of the Woof gang members. Roar! The demon with a rhinoceros horn on its head charged excitedly toward the fallen members of the Woof gang. Its sharp horn instantly locked onto one of them. At that critical moment, the small green snake coiled around the member's shoulder suddenly shot into the air. The tiny green snake vanished, replaced by a massive python. The giant python blocked the demon's path, absorbing the deadly blow. However, several scales were knocked off its body in the process. The green demon lizard nearby witnessed this scene, a look of shock appearing on its face. Is that the ghost dragon? Chapter 193, The Green Demon Lizard's Shock. The green demon lizard could scarcely believe its eyes. Wasn't the shadow dragon dead? Wasn't it killed by that husky? The green demon lizard stared several times, confirming it was indeed the shadow dragon. Could it be? An unbelievable thought surfaced in the green demon lizard's mind. A look of utter disbelief spread across the green demon lizard's face. Could all these people be sent by that husky? With the shadow dragon's assistance, the Woof gang members seized the opportunity to retreat to a safe distance. At that moment, the green demon lizard also rushed over at top speed. Yao Long! The green demon lizard roared at the giant serpent before him. Get back to my side. The giant serpent gave the green demon lizard a cold glance, ignoring him completely. It was no longer the shadow dragon, it bore a new name bestowed by its master. It was now called Shao Qing. Yu Long, are you certain you wish to betray me? The green demon lizard narrowed his eyes, his gaze betraying anger. He never imagined that the spirit beast he had nurtured with so much effort would one day turn against him. Hiss! Shut up, old Biden. Very well. Very well. Seeing that the shadow dragon actually found his nagging annoying, the green demon lizard's already green face turned a shade paler. Husky, it seems I truly underestimated you. Magic wing, I bestow it upon you. Hearing the green lizard's words mid-air, the demon wing let out an excited howl to the heavens. Then it plunged toward the giant serpent on the ground. Xiao Qing whipped her tail, attempting to knock it off balance. Unexpectedly, it was instead seized by the sharp claws extended by the demon wing. The claws scraped away the hard scales on her tail, piercing deep into flesh. SSS! Xiao Qing let out a pained hiss. Yan Xiao, who was handling long-range attacks alongside Ji Ming, immediately shouldered his rocket launcher and aimed it at the demonic spirit upon witnessing this.
Ji Ming hurriedly called out to stop him. Ordinary attacks won't work on that demon. Provoking it now will be dangerous. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiao suddenly realized something.
Not only did he not stop his actions, but he took a deep breath and focused intently. Once the target was locked in, he fired immediately.
Oh man, we better move locations fast.
If that evil spirit comes back for revenge, we're in big trouble. Ji Ming slapped his thigh and started packing up to move. But the next second, a scene unfolded that left him utterly stunned. Amid the roar of the rocket launcher, a blinding flash of fire streaked across the sky.
Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the demonic wings were forced open by a sudden surge of force.
The demon wing stared in disbelief.
How could a human weapon possibly harm him?
This was nothing short of an insult. As this thought raced through its mind, the blackness swirling around the demon wing churned violently, revealing its shocked and furious expression. Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng seized the chance to break free from her bonds and retreated to the side.
This can't be possible.
Ji Ming stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the scene unfolding before him.
Yan Xiao, your rocket launcher has been modified?
Ji Ming turned to Yan Xiao, his voice thick with astonishment. Yan Xiao gave a faint smile and shook his head.
I just added my own strength to it. What?
It's the power I gained after His Majesty the King of Ha bestowed divine power upon me.
Don't you have it?
Yan Xiao said, then proceeded to demonstrate it for Ji Ming. First, he spread his hands wide, then, as if amused, he swung them toward the machine gun ahead. A fierce blast of energy instantly cleaved the sturdy machine gun in two.
Ji Ming, Omega. Lord Ha treats everyone equally. You should all possess it, but perhaps you just don't know how to wield it?
Yan Zhao's words echoed through the combat helmets, reaching the ears of the other members of the Wolf gang.
Yan Xiao, is wielding this kind of power complicated? Li Ke's voice came through Yan Zhao's combat helmet. It's quite simple. I'll teach you. Sink your chi into your dantian.
Once you sense your spiritual root, carefully feel the power surrounding it. Once you locate that force, try to harness it. All members of the Wolf gang began exploring the power within their dantian as Yan Xiao instructed.
There's no power. Did I mess up somewhere? Me neither. My spiritual root doesn't seem to have fully developed yet.
Yan Xiao quickly spoke up to reassure them.
Don't worry. Focus intently, take deep breaths. Concentrate your attention on your dantian.
Under Yan Zhao's thorough guidance, Ge Lin's slightly excited voice came through the battle helmet. My spiritual root seems to have sprouted a tiny bean.
That's right. The power is hidden within that little bean. Try to draw power from it. Careful. At that moment, sounds of combat erupted from within the battle helmet.
Yan Xiao immediately focused his gaze. He saw the malevolent spirits launching another attack on the members of the Wolf gang.
Dr. Ji Ming, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to support the others. Yan Xiao summoned that same power from within his body and channeled it into his feet.
Then, as if wings had sprouted beneath his feet, he sprinted at a speed of 800 meters per second.
Gasp!
Xiaoqing was gravely wounded once more while protecting the Wolf gang members. Just as the demon wing was about to finish her off, Yan Xiao arrived. He channeled power into his shoe and slammed it hard into the demon wing's nose. The blow interrupted the demon wing's attack, and the shoe, by sheer coincidence, got stuck on its nose. Then, an indescribable stench filled his nostrils. Roar! With a furious roar, Magic Wing tore the shoe to shreds. Not satisfied with shreds alone, he tossed the remains at his feet and stomped on them repeatedly. Seeing this, Yan Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. Heh, guys sweat a lot from their feet. That's pretty normal, right? Enraged beyond reason, the demon wing abandoned the giant python it had nearly swallowed whole. It flapped its wings and charged straight toward Yan Zhao's position. Faced with the demon wing's fierce attack, Yan Xiao turned and fled in terror. I'm sorry. I'll change my shoes and socks more often. Seeing the demon wing toyed with by a mere human, the remaining 4 evil spirits paused their attacks on others. They watched the spectacle with a hint of schadenfreude. It was clear they harbored some resentment toward the demon wing being treated as their leader. Only now did the green demon lizard come to his senses. He never imagined he could be stunned time and again by this group. If he hadn't misread the situation, that person had just used spiritual energy. Though it was still immature, it already possessed a tangible, substantive power. What astonished him most was how effortlessly that person wielded it. He had endured considerable hardship just to acquire spiritual power himself. Then he spent even more time mastering its application. Even now, he dared not casually expend this precious spiritual energy. He hadn't even spared a single drop of it to cultivate his demonic wings. Spiritual power is not the same as spiritual energy. Countless pure spiritual energies must be refined to distill a single drop of spiritual power. Spiritual power is also extremely difficult to replenish once used. Ever since he had no choice but to exhaust all the spiritual power within his body last time, it took 3 months for his spiritual power to recover. It was only through the earlier spirit crystal rain that he managed to replenish the depleted reserves.
But that person just casually used it up. As if it cost nothing. Chapter 194, His Majesty the King of Ha arrives. Bro, I really can't make heads or tails of this thing. Mao Qiu stared at the oval-shaped object before him, which resembled a giant insect cocoon, for a long time. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. Lu Zhiyue, who had hoped to glean some insight from Mao Qiu, felt a twinge of disappointment in his eyes upon hearing this. But the disappointment in Lu Zhiyue's eyes quickly transformed into anticipation. I can sense a powerful force within this. This must be something valuable. Brother, you should keep it safe. It must be valuable, otherwise, it wouldn't have triggered the spirit beast tide's uprising. As Lu Zhiyue spoke, he stowed the object away into his spatial ring. The moment he finished storing it, Lu Zhiyue suddenly sensed something. His expression instantly turned grave. Noticing Lu Zhiyue's change, the furball hurriedly asked, "Big bro, what's wrong?" Lu Zhiyue had no time to explain to Mao Qiu. He immediately activated Divine Sense Descent. The next second, a deafening roar erupted before Lu Zhiyue. He focused his eyes and saw a terrifying creature lunging toward him, claws extended. Just as its claws were about to strike, Lu Zhiyue unleashed Shadowless Kick, transforming his form into a shadow. He easily evaded the attack beneath the claws. This sudden turn of events left the demon-winged creature momentarily stunned. Lu Zhiyue's current host was none other than Yen Xiao. Through the spiritual connection between kindred spirits, he had sensed Yen Xiao's life was in danger. That was why he had intervened just now. Wasn't that guy a demon spirit descendant cultivated by the Shadow Organization? How did he end up here, attacking his own people? Had they launched a surprise attack on his territory? Lu Zhiyue scanned his surroundings. What he saw left him stunned. Members of the Wolf gang were fully armed and gathered here. And not far away was that courtyard. Looks like he'd got it all backwards. It was his men who attacked the Shadow Organization. At this thought, Lu Zhiyue's eyes widened in shock. These bastards, they've got some nerve. To pull off something this daring behind his back. And what was going on inside Yen Xiao's body? Lu Zhiyue sensed it. He discovered that the inner core within Yen Xiao's spiritual root had already partially formed. But the spiritual energy within was severely depleted. Lu Zhiyue had an idea and immediately retrieved several spirit fruits from the Ming space. While he still had time during his possession, he frantically stuffed the spiritual fruits into Yen Xiao's mouth. At that moment, the malevolent spirit nearby charged toward him once more. As the evil spirit closed in, Lu Zhiyue continued to devour the spirit fruits relentlessly. Only when the evil spirit was less than 10 centimeters away did he finally activate Eye of Deterrence. The enemy's form froze as if struck by a petrification spell. The possession time was about to expire. Lu Zhiyue seized the moment to activate Spirit Monkey Leap. He leapt onto the evil spirit's back, using it as a springboard to propel himself a great distance forward. He landed beside the other members of the Wolf Gang. Lord Hao Wang says we must retreat. Lord Hao Wan will be here shortly. As Lu Zhiyue finished speaking these two sentences, the time for his possession ended. When his consciousness returned, Lu Zhiyue found himself back beside Mao Qiu. Furry Ball, the Wolf Gang launched a preemptive strike against the Shadow Organization. I must go assist them now. Upon hearing this, Mao Qiu immediately followed Lu Zhiyue to the spatial fragment that led near the courtyard. At the same time, Green Lizard could no longer hold back and confronted Magic Wing. Magic Wing, what's wrong with you? Why can't you even handle a single human? Magic Wing was so furious that puffs of white breath streamed from his nostrils. He had been on the verge of killing the human, only for the man to suddenly pull off some other trick. Especially that single glance they shared just now. The most terrifying image of his entire life flashed through his mind. For that split second, he'd even lost control of his own body. The green demon lizard glared at the demon wing with frustration. But remembering he was still a fledgling cub, he channeled a portion of his spiritual energy into him. Go! This time, you must not disappoint me again. Roar! Mo-ing roared in response, then soared into the air with an overbearing presence. His crimson eyes fixed intently on the direction where the members of the Wolf Gang stood. And you lot, attack together. Their flesh and blood are the finest nourishment for you. Green Lizard's words instantly stirred the four evil spirits into action. The four fiends scattered at the command, swiftly encircling the Wolf Gang members from all sides. Meanwhile, the demon wing above descended upon them in an instant. At that moment, Yen Xiao suddenly realized the power of the void within him had returned. He immediately positioned himself in front of the others, channeling this power within his body to confront the demon wings charging head-on. But the demon wings, now infused with the green demon lizard's spiritual power, were no longer what they once were. With a single flap of its wings, it unleashed a powerful energy wave. It sent Yen Xiao flying a considerable distance. Fortunately, the members of the Wolf Gang behind him caught him. Everyone, charge together. Lord Hao Wang will be here soon. We're not scared of a damn thing. With this powerful shout, the members of the Woof Woof gang instantly ignited with fighting spirit. Si Chang immediately boosted everyone's stats. Everyone unleashed their skills and charged toward the 5 malevolent spirits. Though the gang members' spirit was high, the earlier battle had drained most of their stamina. They couldn't hold out against the 5 evil spirits' fierce assault. A large wave of members was knocked flying, and the spirits roared as they charged toward them. At that critical moment, several piercing beams of white light suddenly appeared before the demons, striking them with brutal force. Clang! 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 A series of violent metallic clangs echoed through the air. At that very moment, all members of the Woof Woof gang sensed something, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Lord Ha Wang has arrived. All eyes turned in the same direction. When their gazes landed there, shock washed over every face. Even the green demon lizard, upon seeing the 5 demon spirits, couldn't help but reveal a hint of disbelief. Emerging from the southeast were 2 colossal creatures. One was a ferocious giant dog with 9 tails. The other was a colossal creature with rainbow-colored wings, its form resembling that of a saint. The appearance of these 2 colossal creatures nearly obscured half the sky. Chapter 195, Underestimating this Husky. Lord Ha? Yan Xiao snapped out of his shock and asked the members of the Woof Woof gang beside him in confusion. That's Lord Husky's true form. Hearing this, Yan Zhao's eyes gleamed with admiration as he looked at Lu Zhiyue. I see. Lord Ha Wang is just so cool and majestic. But what's the deal with that giant beast beside Lord Ha? Probably a new recruit His Majesty the King of Ha recently took under his wing. After all, our Lord Ha has such immense dog charm. The green demon lizard stared intently at the 2 colossal beasts, his expression dark and brooding. It's that Husky soul devourer. The green demon lizard had previously shared the evil lizard's perspective and witnessed the giant dog's form. It knew that the giant dog was the golden-eyed Husky in disguise. However, what it had seen through the evil lizard's eyes was utterly different from what it was witnessing with its own eyes now. The sheer size of that giant dog was awe-inspiring even from a distance. It radiated an intangible sense of oppression. It seems I underestimated him. The green demon lizard narrowed its eyes, knowing a fierce battle was imminent. Furry Ball gazed at Lu Zhiyue with utter admiration. Bro, you're huge. Bigger than me. Cough cough cough. Lu Zhiyue felt a bit embarrassed by the furball's innocent remark. What the little furball was referring to, of course, was his size. After activating beast form, an idea struck him. He activated the new skill he'd acquired earlier, gigantification. His form grew tenfold under the wilderness beast avatar. That's why he looked so enormous now. So large that even he felt slightly unaccustomed to it. Magic Wing, have you spotted that giant hound yet? Devour it, and you'll become a true demon spirit. Hearing the green demon lizard's words, Magic Wing's deep crimson eyes locked onto Lu Zhiyue. Lu Zhiyue, without a word, charged straight toward Moe. Lu Zhiyue's massive frame moved with each step as if the earth trembled beneath his feet. The dark mist swirled around his demonic wings, transforming them into 2 razor-sharp black blades. He thrust them viciously toward Lu Zhiyue's position. Just as the blades were about to pierce Lu Zhiyue's body, he instantly activated Night Stalker. He vanished right before the demon wing's eyes. When Lu Zhiyue reappeared, he had already circled behind the demon wing. He raised his massive claw and unleashed Ferocious Blade. Simultaneously, Lu Zhiyue channeled several points of spiritual energy into the attack. The claw strikes, now infused with powerful spiritual energy, surged toward the back of the demon wing. Just then, the demon wing sensed danger. Its wings, which had transformed into sharp blades, reverted to their original form as it spread them wide to evade the attack. But the spirit-infused claw strikes seemed guided by navigation, striking the demon wing's tail nonetheless. Roar! A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, and the demon wing let out a piercing scream. Turning to look, he saw his tail had been severed. The demon wing glared viciously at Lu Zhiyue, its eyes filled with hatred. Just then, the other 4 beasts charged toward Lu Zhiyue simultaneously. Seeing this, the furball behind Lu Zhiyue immediately reached out and waved at one of the evil spirits. 3 flashes of white light erupted, followed by the agonized howl of one demonic beast. The slowest demon bore 3 bloody wounds. The furball's intervention delayed one demon's advance, but the remaining 3 still charged toward Lu Zhiyue. Lu Zhiyue showed no sign of panic. He blew on a few hairs on his body. Then he activated Split Spirit. Instantly, 3 giant 9-tailed dogs identical to him materialized in the same spot. Whoa! This spectacle drew gasps of astonishment from everyone present. Lu Zhiyue commanded his duplicates to deal with the weaker malevolent spirits while he turned his attention to the one most likely to become a demonic spirit. The green demon lizard could no longer remain calm. With a swift movement, it joined the fray. He sensed that this husky's power had surged dramatically in a short time. But his own demons were newly cultivated, their power not yet fully developed. If this continued, he feared they might all fall to this husky. With the green demon lizard's intervention, Lu Zhiyue's clones were swiftly scattered. The green demon lizard held nothing back now, infusing each of the 4 evil spirits with a portion of its spiritual energy. The 4 evil spirits visibly grew several times larger before his eyes. The wounded spirit instantly recovered. Look! Those evil spirits seem to have grown stronger. The members of the Woof Woof gang grew tense at the sight. Even though Lord Ha is formidable, they're still outnumbering him. We should go help Lord Ha. But we're not strong enough. Rushing in recklessly might only complicate things for Lord Ha. Unless. At that moment, all eyes turned to Yan Xiao in unspoken agreement. Yan Xiao, please teach us again what you've shown us before. Yan Xiao, upon whom great hopes rested, immediately agreed. He began teaching everyone once more. At the same time, Lu Zhiyue activated Bloodthirsty Pounce, successfully pinning the demon wing beneath him. Just as he was about to press his advantage, he sensed a wave of heat approaching from behind. A flash of movement, a green flame streaked past him. The green demon lizard had teleported over. The 4 specters behind it immediately surrounded Lu Zhiyao. The green lizard dragged Magic Wing to the side. He pulled a bottle from his robe. With a forceful squeeze, the bottle shattered, revealing a large mass of blood inside. This is the essence of my heart's blood. It will greatly enhance your power, allowing you to share in the spiritual energy within my body. Upon hearing this, Mo Ying's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and swallowed the essence of heart blood in one gulp. Meanwhile, the green demon lizard beside him wore a grave expression. While the heart essence blood could indeed accelerate Mo Yi's growth at an unprecedented rate, greatly enhancing his power. But his body would suffer severe backlash from MOE. The stronger MOE became, the more devastating the backlash would be. Moreover, the damage inflicted upon his body was irreversible. Yet in this situation, he had no other choice. As the green demon lizard's heart essence blood was devoured by the demon wing, its body began to undergo astonishing transformations. Its eyes blazed an even deeper crimson, the black mist swirling around it thickened, and its form swelled dramatically. A heart-stopping aura radiated from its entire being. Roar! The demon wing let out a piercing cry to the heavens. It seemed as though the very heavens and earth trembled at the sound of its roar. The green demon lizard nearby immediately suffered backlash, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, performing a complex series of hand seals. A crimson rune materialized, sealing over the area near his chest. Only after completing these actions did the green demon lizard feel somewhat better. He glared at the 9-tailed giant hound across the field, his eyes filled with hatred. The price I've paid, I'll make you pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Chapter 196, Prove Yourself. Lu Zhiyue, who had temporarily repelled the 4 evil spirits, also noticed the changes in the demon wings over there. Where did that lizard man get all these methods to enhance these evil spirits? No sooner had Lu Zhiyue voiced his confusion than the strengthened demon wing, swift as an arrow released from its bowstring, charged toward him. Its wings transformed once more into razor-sharp black blades, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle as they aimed straight for Lu Zhiyue's vital points. Lu Zhiyue swung his claws, clashing with the black blades. Clang! 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 The metallic clang echoed through the air, sending ripples of shockwaves and sparks flying. The demon wings, now vastly more powerful, attacked with relentless ferocity. In the blink of an eye, they launched over a dozen attacks against Lu Zhiyue. Throughout his battle with the demon wing, Lu Zhiyue also had to guard against sneak attacks from the 4 malevolent spirits. Yet even so, he did not fall behind. Due to distance limitations, Macho couldn't rush to Lu Zhiyue's aid. Instead, he periodically unleashed his furious claw wind to harass the malevolent spirits. Not far away, Xiao Chang also wanted to join the fight to support Lu Zhiyue. But Lu Zhiyue, seeing her severely wounded, stopped her. Then something occurred to him. Taking advantage of Macho's renewed harassment of the evil spirits, he activated Spirit Monkey Leap and jumped onto the head of the demon wing. Then, with a powerful leap, he vanished hundreds of meters away. Lu Zhiyue's eyes darted around, spotting a mole not far away. He immediately locked onto its position, using his spiritual power to bind the mole and transport it before him. Before his massive form, the mole now resembled a tiny ant. Watching the terrified creature on the verge of paralysis, Lu Zhiyue instantly activated Summon Spirit. A dazzling flash of light erupted. The once tiny mole's form began to rapidly expand. Then, the mole vanished, replaced by a colossal creature resembling a rhinoceros, its entire body made of black mystical iron. This was the ancient spirit beast that Macho had brought back and Lu Zhiyue had swallowed earlier. He had accidentally discovered that he could also use Summon Spirit to call forth the spirit form of this ancient spirit beast. Little Black, go! Lu Zhiyao, as usual, gave it an easy-to-remember name based on the ancient spirit beast's physical traits. Upon hearing Lu Zhiyao's command, Xiaohei obediently nodded. He charged toward the evil spirits over there. The scene unfolded so swiftly and unexpectedly that it stunned everyone for a moment. After Xiaohei appeared, the green demon lizard sniffed the air, a hint of alarm flitting across its face. This scent, how is it so similar to that ancient ruin? The green demon lizard narrowed its eyes. He realized how little he truly understood this golden-eyed husky. Even if it was an extremely rare soul-devouring beast, it was still, above all, a beast. Yet for a beast, The methods and tricks at its disposal were simply too numerous. Not only dazzling, but consistently unpredictable. Xiao Hei charged straight in to take on both opponents, instantly relieving Lu Jiyue of much of the battle's intensity. Lu Jiyue retrieved some spirit fruits from the clear space, consumed them to replenish his spiritual energy, and resolved to end this battle swiftly. He zeroed in on the weakest of the evil spirits. You'll be my appetizer. Lu Jiyue activated Shadowless Leg, his form shifting like a ghostly apparition to appear before his targeted evil spirit. Almost simultaneously, he unleashed his Deterrence Eyes. The opposing evil spirit's pupils instantly contracted violently, its mind thrown into chaos and consciousness shattered. Seizing the moment, Lu Jiyue followed up with Ferocious Blade, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into his claws. His claws shot toward the demon's throat in an instant. With a sharp swish, Lu Jiyue's claws, gleaming with a bitter cold light, seized the demon's throat with pinpoint accuracy. The spirit's body convulsed violently, emitting piercing wails of agony, yet it possessed no strength left to resist. Lu Jiyue's claws sliced through the spirit's defenses as easily as cutting paper. Blood spurted forth, staining the surrounding air crimson. The members of the wolf gang nearby witnessed this scene, their blood boiling with excitement. King Ha is awesome. After witnessing this spectacular battle, several members of the wolf gang suddenly felt faint, shimmering beams appear within their bodies. Combined with Yin Zhao's instruction, they successfully tapped into a surge of power from these beams. I did it. Me too. One after another, they succeeded in an instant. A dozen or so people in the blink of an eye. Veteran members like Gu Lin, Li Ku, and Si Chang were among them. What are we waiting for? Let's go support Lord Ha first. Charge. A dozen figures instantly plunged into the battlefield. At the same time, Lu Jiyue was about to devour the slain evil spirit. Suddenly, the corpse of the evil spirit transformed into a dense black mist and shot violently toward another direction. Lu Jiyue followed its path with his gaze. That black mist was actually swallowed whole by the demon-winged beast. As the vapor descended, the demon wing's form swelled dramatically. Damn it! Seeing his prize slip away into another's grasp, Lu Jiyue seethed with fury. He leapt forward, landing before the demon wing. The demon wing flapped its wings violently, whipping up a storm of flying sand and stones. The stones and sand, whipped by the gale, formed a whirlwind vortex that instantly engulfed Lu Jiyue. Then, with a fierce sweep of his wings, countless black blades surged toward Lu Jiyue within the whirlwind vortex. Roar! Lu Jiyue unleashed a furious roar, activating his Battle Roar. The demon wing's attack power instantly halved. The black swords were further delayed by half a second due to the accompanying stunning effect. With his combat power temporarily boosted, Lu Jiyue unleashed several claw strikes within that split second. He sent all the black blades flying back in the direction they had come from. Simultaneously, the members of the Wolf gang felt a powerful force surge through their bodies. The 10-person squad that had rushed out to assist immediately surrounded one of the evil spirits. Using their respective skills combined with that semi-materialized force within them, they restrained the malevolent spirit. We don't need to be extraordinary, just hold this one down. Once Lord Ha Wang takes care of that winged demon, this one's time will be up. Agreed. Lu Jiyue glanced to the side during a lull. Holy crap, that's spiritual energy. Lu Jiyue was genuinely taken aback by his own team's unexpected display of strength. He had planned to use spirit fruits to strengthen the members' spiritual roots. But unexpectedly, not only had they reinforced their own spiritual roots, they'd also cultivated semi-materialized spiritual pills and transformed them into spiritual energy. Though the spiritual energy was still immature, it already possessed a degree of tangible power. How did these guys pull this off? Once the battle ended, he would have to ask them properly. Lu Jiyue's piercing gaze locked onto the malevolent spirit before him once more. Whatever method that lizard man had employed, this evil spirit's power had surged significantly. But now he could focus solely on it. Killing it was only a matter of time. Daring to compete with Lu Jiyue for prey? They must be tired of living. Just as Lu Jiyue prepared to unleash his full power and eliminate this evil spirit with maximum speed, an unexpected twist erupted. Chapter 197, Approaching the Demon Spirit. Sacrificial Array, activate. A strange green light suddenly erupted from the green demon lizard's body. Spreading its limbs wide, the light rapidly expanded, forming a complex rune array. Then, radiating outward from the green demon lizard, it spread until the entire battlefield was shrouded in an ominous green glow. Just as Lu Jiyue and the others wondered what new trick the lizard man was up to, suddenly, Xiao Hei and the three demon spirits being held back by the Wolf squad let out agonized cries simultaneously. Their cries were filled with resentment and hatred. Each struggled frantically. But the green light instantly spread over them, binding them tight. Like spider silk, they were swiftly dragged toward the green demon lizard. Lu Jiyue didn't know what the lizard man intended to do, but judging by the situation, it couldn't be anything good. I have to stop him. Lu Jiyue immediately accelerated, chasing after the three demon spirits. Seeing this, the demon-winged creature blocked Lu Jiyue's path with its own body. In that single moment, Lu Xiao watched helplessly as the three evil spirits were swallowed whole by the lizard man. The lizardman's belly bulged as if it would burst. One could still see the evil spirits inside struggling to break free from the belly. As an even more powerful green light flared up, enveloping the green demon lizard, the surrounding space warped violently. A sense of foreboding gripped Lu Xiao, and he immediately launched a vicious attack at the demonic wing before him. Done! At that very moment, the green demon lizard roared in fury. A powerful surge of energy erupted from that eerie green light, hurtling straight toward Lu Xiao and the demon wing. Lu Xiao darted to the side, only to realize the energy had never been aimed at him in the first place. Roar! Moe neither dodged nor evaded, taking the full brunt of the energy blast and letting out a cry. Then, to everyone's astonishment, something unexpected happened. Through the green demon lizard's series of actions, Moe grew even stronger. By activating the sacrificial array, the green demon lizard used its own body as a vessel to absorb and refine the power of the four malevolent spirits, then channeled that energy into the demon wing. Roar! The demon wing's form swelled dramatically once more, radiating an even more formidable aura. Its wings grew wider, gleaming with an eerie, chilling light. As the demon wing grew stronger, the entire battlefield was shrouded in gloom. Thunder roared and lightning flashed, as if the very forces of nature were responding to the demon wing's metamorphosis. Lu Xiao's expression turned grave. For after this evil spirit grew stronger, he detected a familiar scent emanating from it. That scent bore an uncanny resemblance to the true demon spirit he had encountered in the ancient ruins. This meant that with each new surge of power, the evil spirit drew closer to becoming a true demonic spirit. This development drastically reduced his chances of victory. Moreover, his remaining spiritual energy could no longer sustain his beast form for much longer. Should we retreat first? No way, no way. My brothers are all watching over there. If I retreat now, I'll lose both face and credibility. At that moment, Lu Xiao felt a pang of regret. Why did he have to show off for so long? Instead of unleashing his full power to slay that evil spirit from the start. Now he'd given it a chance to grow stronger. And that lizard man called the high priest. He should have disposed of that inhuman, beastly abomination first. None of this would have happened. After absorbing this power, the demon wing grew even more savage and arrogant. It let out another piercing howl, charging toward Lu Xiao with utter contempt. The green demon lizard watched it all unfold with cold, unflinching eyes. To turn the tide of battle, he had paid too high a price. Yet behind that cost lay immense power. At this moment, the demon wing was infinitely close to becoming a true demonic spirit. This battle, they would win. The demon wings on the battlefield did not disappoint the green demon lizard. The demon wings no longer relied solely on physical attacks. It could now harness the spiritual energy within its body to unleash explosive damage. After clashing head-on once and sensing its power, Lu Xiao began using the shadowless leg technique to evade its attacks as much as possible. But the creature seemed like a perpetual motion machine, unleashing an endless barrage of techniques. One moment it spewed poisonous mist, the next it conjured a hurricane, and then it fired swords. Within mere seconds, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, leaving the surrounding 100 meters utterly devastated. The members of the Woof Woof gang could only watch helplessly from the edge of the battlefield. The moment they stepped into the fray, they were flung back by the overwhelming force. Xiao Hei tried to rush in to help, only to be swept a kilometer away by a hurricane. Even Macho's long-range attacks couldn't penetrate the battlefield. Everyone grew tense for Lu Xiao trapped within the chaos. That demon suddenly grew so powerful. Could His Majesty the Ha King possibly? Did you get your brain fried in that last fight? When has Lord Ha ever been defeated? That demon is strong, but our Lord Ha is a god slayer and Buddha slayer. Wang Wang reminded everyone of Lord Ha's past heroic deeds, instantly restoring their confidence in him. Didn't we just awaken the power within us while watching the battle? Maybe Lord Ha deliberately prolonged the fight with that demonic spirit just to help us grasp the concept through observation so we could all unleash our inner power. Holy crap, you're right. We can't let His Majesty down. Let's all watch the battle seriously. All eyes turned back to the battlefield. Facing the demon wing's relentless assault, Lu Xiao could evade the attacks but found no opening to strike back. Seeing his remaining spiritual energy couldn't sustain his beast form much longer, Lu Xiao suddenly thrust off with all his might. He lunged toward the demon wing's assault. Mid-air, he instantly activated Shadowless Leg, transforming his form into a shadow that slipped through the demon wing's attack. He immediately threw a strand of hair to unleash Split Spirit. As his clone materialized, Lu Xiao's body swiftly retreated. While retreating, he retrieved spirit fruits from the bright space. Thankfully, I picked plenty of spirit fruits before coming. Otherwise, my spiritual energy would be completely depleted. Lu Xiao devoured the spirit fruits frantically to replenish his energy. Roar! At that moment, the demonic wing, having witnessed Lu Xiao's technique, let out a furious roar charged with spiritual energy. Lu Xiao's countless clones instantly dissipated under the force of that roar. Seeing this, Lu Xiao hurriedly stuffed more spirit fruits into his mouth. Guh! Suddenly, something extremely hard lodged in Lu Zhiyue's throat. He spat it out to examine it. It was that white oval object which he had mistakenly swallowed as a spirit fruit. At that very moment, Lu Zhiyue felt a powerful force bearing down on him. In the blink of an eye, Mo Ying's figure materialized before Lu Zhiyue. This is teleportation. Before Lu Zhiyue could react, Mo Yi's wings, transformed into razor-sharp blades, lunged toward him. Holy crap, I'm done for! With no time to dodge, Lu Zhiyue frantically channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to repel the demon wing. But instead of being repelled, the oval-shaped object was flung right before the demon wing. The demon wing cast a contemptuous glance at it, utterly dismissing this fragile-looking object resembling a bird's egg. Even if a block of mystical iron stood before him, his wings could shatter it as easily as cutting through mud. He simply swept through it with his wings. Just as the demon wings were about to touch the white object, a brilliant white halo erupted from its surface. Clang! Roar! Immediately, the demon wings let out a piercing scream. Chapter 198, Mark of Terror, One Shot to the Soul. Lu Zhiyue stared in disbelief. The demon wings had been snapped clean off. At the same time, a white, circular object stuck to a black feather rolled to Lu Zhiyue's feet. Holy crap! Lu Zhiyue's current state of mind could only be described by these 4 words. He immediately examined the oval-shaped object. Discovering not a single scratch on its surface, Lu Zhiyue was even more shocked. Mo Ying stared intently at the white object. He couldn't fathom how that white thing could be so hard it snapped his own wings. Mo Yi gritted his teeth, biting off his own severed wings and swallowing them whole. Then a miraculous sight unfolded. His severed wings actually began to regrow. But the newly grown parts appeared far more fragile. Lu Zhiyue stowed the items back into his spatial ring before summoning the system in his mind. Earlier, when Magic Wing had suddenly teleported in front of him to ambush him, he'd nearly lost face in front of his subordinates. This time, he was going to take it seriously. System, upgrade skills. Lu Zhiyue went all out, upgrading several frequently used skills to advanced levels. He also upgraded the gigantification skill to intermediate level. His form surged tenfold from its original size. Now so massive that even standing upright, he felt dizzy looking down. After briefly reviewing the changes from the skill upgrades, Lu Zhiyue turned his cold gaze toward the demon wing. A flicker of surprise crossed the demon wing's eyes. How could that giant hound increase its size so dramatically in the blink of an eye? Compared to that colossal hound, he now felt utterly insignificant. And the gaze that dog directed at him had changed. It had become cold and bloodthirsty. In that instant, Mo Yi's heartbeat suddenly raced. He had the illusion that the opponent had suddenly grown stronger. Impossible. Mo Yi immediately dismissed the thought. That giant hound had already been no match for him just moments ago. If not for that unknown artifact, it would have perished beneath his wings long ago. So what if it grew larger? No matter how large the form, without sufficient power, it's nothing but an empty shell. Realizing this, the demon wing let out a cold laugh. So what if it grew larger? Nothing but bluster. Once he devoured this giant hound, he would become a true demon spirit. At this thought, Magic Wing's entire body began to boil with excitement. Roar! Mo Yi roared furiously and instantly charged toward Lu Zhiyue. Lu Zhiyue stood rooted to the spot until the demon wing arrived before him. His golden pupils flashed with a brilliant light. Eye of Intimidation activated instantly. A golden imprint erupted from Lu Zhiyue's eyes, striking deep into the demon wing's mind. The next second, the demon wing's body began to tremble uncontrollably. As if seeing a ghost, he immediately lowered his head, unable to meet Lu Zhiyue's gaze. He desperately wanted to flee, but his trembling limbs refused to obey his commands. No matter how fiercely he commanded his mind, every part of his body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Lu Zhiyue's face. Having learned from his previous mistake, Lu Zhiyue hesitated not a moment this time. He immediately activated Frenzied Blade. His claws and fangs instantly glowed with a bloodthirsty crimson light. The very space around the crimson glow began to warp. Lu Zhiyue unleashed the Black Tiger heart-piercing strike. His claws plunged into the demon wing's body. When his claws reappeared, a massive black heart lay before him. Gazing at the still beating organ, Lu Zhiyue opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Then, he turned to look at the demon wing and grinned. To the demon wing, that grin was nothing short of a hellish smile. A flicker of unwillingness passed through the demon wing's eyes before its lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground. Mo Ying, who had been on the verge of becoming a demon spirit, was thus destroyed by Lu Zhiyue's hand. Staring at Mo Ying's corpse, Lu Zhiyue seized the moment while still in his beast form, swallowing the body whole into the dark void within his stomach. Lu Zhiyue wiped his mouth, and his body vanished instantly from where he stood. When his ghostly form reappeared, he was already behind the green demon lizard, which was fleeing at breakneck speed. Lu Zhiyue accelerated to catch up, then opened his abyssal maw. The green spectral flames coalescing in the green demon lizard's hands were swallowed whole by Lu Zhiyue before they could be unleashed. And so, the battle ended. Damn it! I forgot to take a prisoner for questioning. Lu Xiao glanced regretfully into the dark space with his consciousness. He realized the dark space had given him no chance for regret. Both the demon wing and the lizardman's bodies had already been nearly melted away. Impulsive, so impulsive. Lu Jiyue's form returned to that of a normal husky. After reflecting on the battle, Lu Jiyue muttered a post-fight complaint. If I'd known this would happen, I would have upgraded my skills sooner. Had he not been hoarding his evolution points for his next transformation? He would have upgraded all his skills to advanced levels long ago. After upgrading his Eye of Intimidation to advanced level, it gained an additional special effect. Upon activating the skill, there was a 1 in 10 chance of successfully planting a mark of fear in the opponent's mind. Once the mark was successfully planted, the opponent would suffer physical paralysis whenever they looked directly into his eyes. For as long as the mark persisted, he would forever be the most terrifying presence in their mind. Lu Xiao couldn't tell if he should consider himself lucky or the demon-winged creature unlucky. With a 1 in 10 chance, he had activated Eye of Terror just once and it had struck true. He had successfully planted the mark of fear within the demon wing's mind. Then there was the similarly upgraded Ferocious Blade. The upgrade added a Crimson Fury effect. Once his claws and fangs entered this Crimson Fury state, they could tear through anything. Thus, extracting Blackwing's heart proved effortless for Lu Xiao. It seems that evolution points should be spent when necessary after all. Lu Xiao mused inwardly. The special skills gained after leveling up can sometimes be powerful enough to take down an enemy in one move. What a time saver. Today's battle had taken him so long, and he'd nearly been ambushed by that guy in the middle. He hoped it hadn't ruined his image in his minions' eyes. Now his subordinates had all cultivated spiritual pills and could wield spiritual energy. Compared to them, his performance as the leader seemed a bit lackluster. He didn't want the pressure either, but those guys worshipped him like a god on a daily basis. He had to make sure his strength matched his status. No way. I need to come up with some excuse to wriggle out of this. Lu Jiyue thought to himself, glancing worriedly toward the Wang Wang gang. Sure enough, they were engaged in a heated discussion about him. Chapter 199. Everyone condenses their Dan. Ha Wan He. So fierce. He took out that evil spirit in one move. So Lord Ha was just toying with it all along. Wah, so touching. Lord Ha did all that for us. Damn it, we're such a disappointment. We wanted to impress Lord Ha so badly, but ended up just watching from the sidelines. Lu Xiao, sneaking around like a thief, perked up his ears to catch every word of his subordinates' discussion before letting out a heavy sigh of relief. He had seriously underestimated his standing in their eyes. Even if he felt defeated in this battle, they'd find a suitable excuse for him. I was even thinking of activating my charm deactivation aura to argue with them, but now it seems completely unnecessary. Overhearing the Wang Wang gang members' conversation, the furball beside him couldn't help but feel unsettled. So you're actually this low-key, big brother. Big brother, you're so mean. With such incredible strength, you kept it hidden all this time and made me worry for so long. Some members actually succeeded in condensing their half-spirit pills just by watching the battle. This left the remaining members who hadn't succeeded feeling utterly frustrated. They hung their heads in shame. How could they face Lord Ha Wang now? But at that moment, Lu Jiyue had only one thought. That was to get everyone out of here as quickly as possible. The commotion they'd caused here was far too loud. Authorities would surely send people to investigate. Yet Li Wanner's spirit companion, Little Feifei, had been injured in the earlier plane crash and couldn't reshape the aircraft. Lu Jiyue quickly devised a solution. After discussing it with Machio, Lu Jiyue summoned Li Ku. He instructed Li Ku to distribute the spirit fruits he had previously gathered among the members of the Woof Woof gang. After eating these fruits, remember to keep the pits. Crush them with some force. Lu Jiyue demonstrated with a seed he pulled out. Like this. A black hole vortex will appear before you. No sooner had Lu Jiyue finished speaking to the Wang Wang gang members than a commotion erupted on the horizon. Several helicopters were rapidly approaching their location. Lu Jiyue immediately signaled everyone to eat the spirit fruit and crush the pits. Soon, Lu Jiyue led all members of the Woof Woof gang into the void space of the furball. Before anyone could gasp in astonishment, Lu Xiao barked out an order. Everyone, stay put. The moment Lu Jiyue spoke, every member of the Woof Woof gang froze in place as if struck by acupuncture, standing rigid as wooden posts, not daring to shift an inch. They didn't even dare blink. Lu Jiyue quickly began explaining the area to them, emphasizing the matter of the spatial fragments. He instructed them to walk around the spatial fragments to avoid a repeat of the previous incident. Only after learning the precautions of the void space were the Wolfgang members finally permitted to move freely. Each marveled at the sights, eyes wide as they scanned their surroundings. Soon, their attention was drawn to the spirit tree standing not far away. What a huge tree! And it's glowing. Are those the same fruits Lord Ha just gave us? Lu Xiao and Mao Qiu acted like tour guides, leading everyone over to the spirit tree. Mao Qiu reverted to his fluffy, adorable form. Lu Jiyue cleared his throat to quiet the group before introducing them. Allow me to introduce you to the fourth elder. Greetings, fourth elder. The group responded in unison with a loud greeting. Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction and continued. This is the fourth elder's territory. That spirit tree over there belongs to him. The spirit fruits growing on it will be extremely beneficial for you if you eat them. Moreover, the fourth elder has stated that you may consume these spiritual fruits at your leisure. But be careful not to discard the pits carelessly. Hearing this, the crowd's faces lit up with excitement. Thank you, fourth elder. Long live the fourth elder. As the crowd expressed their gratitude and respect, a peculiar sensation welled up within the furball, who was experiencing this feeling for the very first time. It couldn't quite put its finger on how to describe it, but it felt amazing. Furryball even thought giving away an entire spirit tree wouldn't be a problem. Though the furball was extremely generous, Lu Xiao still set a rule that each person could only pick 5 spirit fruits. He feared their bodies might not withstand consuming too many spiritual fruits. The effects of the spirit fruits on the members of the Woof Woof gang were astonishingly rapid. For those who had already formed their half-spirit pills, the fruits made their pills take on a more solid form. Though their internal spiritual energy reserves remained modest, the power they could wield now doubled in intensity. Those with slightly weaker aptitude who hadn't yet formed spirit pills began to crystallize rudimentary forms under the fruit's influence. Essentially, every single member had condensed a spirit pill, enabling them to wield spiritual energy to varying degrees. The speed of this transformation left Lu Xiao speechless. Without exaggeration, any member of the Woof Woof gang plucked at random could now single-handedly take on a C+ grade spirit beast. The more skilled members, like the former boxing champion Gulin, could even take on a B grade spirit beast without issue. With his underlings possessing such strength, his own power as the leader had multiplied exponentially. While Lu Zhiyue was feeling the pressure here, the other battlefield had already drawn a large crowd. The devastated landscape left everyone stunned. Sheriff, our men have searched the entire vicinity. Nothing found. At that moment, a search team returned to the scene. Sheriff Lu Ben frowned in confusion. But our men clearly saw quite a few people here from a distance. We've searched thoroughly. The only habitable place nearby is that courtyard, and there's not a soul inside. Lu Ben fell deep in thought. They had been guarding this place the entire time and hadn't seen any vehicles leave. If there really were dozens of people here, as their own men claimed, they couldn't have vanished into thin air, could they? Perhaps what our men saw wasn't human at all. The commotion here doesn't sound like something humans could cause either. His subordinate's words made perfect sense. Lu Ben nodded in agreement. Notify the Special Affairs Bureau to send personnel. Simultaneously, seal off the perimeter and prevent anyone else from approaching this location. Yes, sir. Over 20 minutes later, the Special Affairs Bureau team rushed to the scene. Upon receiving the report, Su Yuancheng personally led a team of over 20 agents to the scene. Upon witnessing the situation firsthand, they realized it was far worse than what had been described over the phone. Su Yuancheng's expression turned grave. Even after their team had dealt with that wave of spirit beasts, the aftermath had never been this devastating. One could only imagine the immense power of whatever entity had wrought such devastation. With that realization, Su Yuancheng immediately issued orders. Conduct a thorough search of this area. See if we can find any clues. Chapter 200, The Shock from the Shadow. Director, take a look at this. Su Yuancheng looked up. The man was carefully cradling something in his thick gloves. It was a black feather. Though called a feather, it was razor-sharp so much so that it had sliced a hole through the man's thick gloves. Tian Zichuan. Su Yuancheng called out a name. A short boy with round glasses and a mushroom haircut stepped forward. He extended his hand and gently touched the black feather with his index finger. Tian Zichuan immediately closed his eyes. Immediately, tiny luminous particles began to appear around him. The minute luminous particles began to gather around the black feather. After a few seconds, the particles began to rapidly rearrange themselves. They formed an image. Everyone present gasped at the sight. There, in stark relief, appeared a ferocious and terrifying creature. Its wings were like swords, its form immense, radiating a heart-stopping aura of power. The image lasted for 3 seconds before vanishing. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on Tian Zichuan's forehead. Tian Zichuan was one of the specialists dispatched by headquarters to provide support. Like Meili, he possessed a special ability. By touching objects, he could perceive the information behind them. He could even recreate scenes associated with them. This ability proved invaluable during investigations of unusual incidents. Su Yuancheng's expression grew grave. From the scene Tian Zichuan had just replayed, he could sense the immense power and danger emanating from the creature within the vision. Director Su, this is a feather from a malevolent spirit. Its power is immense. Tian Zichuan stated solemnly. An evil spirit. Could this be the shadow organization's doing again? Su Yuancheng looked utterly perplexed. What exactly are these shadow organization people constantly showing up in Yangjiang City for? Recalling the image of that malevolent spirit moments ago, Su Yuancheng still felt a lingering sense of dread. If such a powerful evil spirit were to wreak havoc in Yangjiang City, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. Can you roughly assess this evil spirit's level?
Su Yuansheng had already ordered his men to inspect the area with instruments.
The spiritual energy concentration here was so intense that even the most advanced instruments couldn't register it. Tian Zichuan shook his head. It's impossible. Because this evil spirit is already dead. Hearing this, everyone froze in shock. The evil spirit was dead? Just how powerful was the entity that killed it? Could it be that an even more formidable spirit beast has appeared? While the demon's demise was certainly welcome news, if it had been slain by an even more formidable spirit beast. Director, I've collected some fur.
At that moment, another person hurried over.
Tian Zichuan immediately activated his special ability on the hairs. Those glowing particles surged forth from Tian Zichuan once more.
Soon, another image appeared before everyone's eyes. It showed the back view of a colossal beast with 9 tails. The beast's presence was overwhelming, its colossal form nearly piercing the clouds. Though only seen from behind, its silhouette radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression. A single glance at this replayed scene was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The image lasted only 2 seconds before vanishing. Yet all the Special Affairs Bureau personnel present remained frozen in shock for a long while. Among them, a few eyes flickered with a barely perceptible flicker of joy amidst their shock.
Wasn't that their own Lord Ha?
Who would have thought it was him who devoured that powerful evil spirit?
Then it made perfect sense.
Among the crowd, Mei Li felt a surge of astonishment mixed with a peculiar sensation. She was certain this was her first encounter with this terrifying creature.
Yet why did she feel a vague sense of familiarity? Huff. Tian Zichuan gasped for air, his clothes soaked through with sweat.
Su Yuansheng was the first to regain his composure, his eyes fixed on Tian Zichuan with concern.
What do you think? Did that evil spirit kill it? Tian Zichuan took 2 more deep breaths to steady himself. Then he nodded. Just as expected. Then what's the level of this spirit beast? Before Su Yuansheng could finish his question, Tian Zichuan shook his head again.
This sent a wave of excitement through the crowd.
Su Yuansheng was no exception.
He hurried over to Tian Zichuan.
Could this spirit beast be dead too? No. Tian Zichuan denied it sharply.
He pushed his glasses up his nose with a small gesture that felt incredibly heavy to everyone watching.
Everyone held their breath, waiting intently for Tian Zichuan's next words. Because
I detected no spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from this creature.
The crowd gasped again. No spiritual energy? What does that mean? Su Yuansheng was utterly perplexed. Could it be that this creature isn't a spirit beast after all?
Tian Zichuan's face had gone pale. He too was deeply puzzled.
Perhaps there's something wrong with my abilities. Or perhaps the spirit beast is so powerful that my abilities can't perceive much of it. Everyone leaned toward Tian Zichuan's second point. Though they hadn't even seen the spirit beast's face.
That overwhelming sense of awe at first sight lingered in their minds long after.
Director Su, should I report this to headquarters? Tian Zichuan looked at Su Yuansheng with solemnity.
Sent from headquarters, he had encountered many formidable spirit beasts before. When he learned he was being assigned to a minor city-level location, he had felt a touch of disdain. He had assumed these minor city-level special affairs bureaus were nothing but a waste of resources. But today's events had completely changed his perspective. Never mind that spirit beast with unfathomable power just now. Even a malevolent spirit like the one before it was something he'd scarcely encountered at headquarters. This clearly showed that these small city-level special affairs bureaus were truly living in the thick of it.
Su Yuansheng gave a wry smile. The answer was obvious. This spirit beast was far beyond their capabilities.
Then please inform headquarters.
Su Yuansheng said, sounding somewhat helpless.
Surveying the battlefield around him, Su Yuansheng sighed, able to roughly imagine the scene. He'd heard headquarters had begun implementing a challenge-based promotion system.
This challenge-based promotion system didn't consider seniority, age, or background. It only looks at ability.
If you want a certain position, you just need to successfully challenge the person currently holding it to take their place. Though brutal, this method greatly ignited people's fighting spirit and potential. It's also a survival rule better suited to this era. Su Yuansheng lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. It seemed his days in office were numbered. But before that, he still had things he wanted to accomplish.
Su Yuansheng pulled out his phone and opened a location tracking app. A red pin moved across the map.
After a moment, the red dot came to a stop at a specific location. Su Yuansheng zoomed in to examine the location of the red marker.
The following displays a row of location information. Chanhaha Office Building.
Chapter 201, instantly crossing 1,000 miles, green netherfire.
Roof of the teaching building at Keeman University. Lu Jiao stood there, watching the students coming and going below.
Still the same feeling, this wonderful campus atmosphere.
After soaking it all in, Lu Jiyue finally remembered his mission. Time to see what I've gained. Summoning the system, Lu Jiyue began reviewing the system prompts. Holy crap, 2 special skills. Score, score. Lu Zhiyue immediately checked the descriptions of these 2 special skills. Instant teleportation basic, within 0.1 seconds, you can instantly move from your current location to a designated spot, ignoring spatial obstacles. Maximum range, 50 kilometers. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Green Netherfire basic, this fire attaches to enemies, dealing continuous flame damage that bypasses partial defenses and directly erodes their vitality. Beyond physical damage, enemies touched by the flames experience gradually fading consciousness, causing significant drops in attack and defense power. After reading these 2 skill descriptions, Lu Zhiyao felt a surge of excitement. Time to test these new skills. Lu Zhiyue scanned the rooftop, finally settling on the eastern campus dormitory building the farthest point from him. With his choice made, he immediately activated Instant 1,000 Miles. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhiyue vanished from one end of the rooftop, as if swallowed by space itself. Instantly, his figure materialized in an open area in front of the East Campus dormitory building. Before Lu Zhiyue could marvel at the skill's effectiveness, a startled female scream pierced his ears. Ah! Lu Zhiyue turned to look. He saw a female college student dressed lightly, hanging laundry on the dormitory rooftop. Judging by her reaction, she had been startled by his sudden appearance. Woof! Lu Zhiyue apologetically called out softly to the girl. Once she realized the sudden intruder was just a small dog, the girl's nerves finally settled. Is someone secretly keeping a dog on the roof? And it's a Siberian Husky. The girl didn't seem afraid of dogs. She slowly walked up to Lu Zhiyue. Your Husky is actually quite handsome. She stared at Lu Zhiyue for a moment before tentatively reaching out her hand. After confirming the Husky wouldn't bite, she finally placed her hand on its head and began petting it. What a nice texture. Little mutt, you scared the living daylights out of me. Now tell me, how are you going to make it up to me? Lu Zhiyue, whose head was about to explode from all the petting, sighed in exasperation. Some college girls now they're even trying to scam a little dog? Lu Zhiyue slid down to the ground. What else can I do to make it up to you? I'll just have to make it up with my body. Come on, I'll let you pet me to your heart's content. Just as Lu Zhiyue braced himself for his sacrifice, a new wave of shrieks erupted. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps as 3 or 4 female students rushed onto the rooftop. What's going on? What's happening? The girl who had been petting the dog immediately stood up and asked the others, their faces filled with panic. Dorm leader, we found a huge nest of cockroaches in our dorm. They're huge, almost as big as half a fist. We're scared to death. Dorm leader, you're brave, think of a solution. None of us dare go back to the dorm now. Brave? Lu Zhiyue turned her head to look at the girl beside her who was called the dorm leader. Just now, someone had screamed bloody murder at her. Hearing her roommate's words, dorm leader Wang Xiaoqiao furrowed her brow tightly. She might be braver than most, but who wouldn't be terrified by a cockroach half the size of a fist? Wang Xiaoqiao, still frowning, suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Glancing to the side, she saw Lu Zhiyue staring at her. A sudden idea struck her. I've got an idea. Dorm leader, what is it? Everyone turned to look at her. Wang Xiaoqiao grinned mischievously and picked up Lu Zhiyue. Little guy, you scared me just now. To make it up to me, go take care of the cockroaches in our dorm. Without asking if Lu Zhiyue was willing, she led her roommates in kidnapping him away. What was even worse was that once they reached the dorm door, they shoved Lu Zhiyue inside and immediately slammed the door shut. Little second, go get him. Lu Zhiyue listened to the voices behind the door, his face twisted with resentment. Women, truly unreasonable creatures. I'm the mighty king of Ha's. With all my underlings at my command, and they send me to deal with a mere cockroach. This is a complete waste of my talents. Just as Lu Zhiyue was ranting, he suddenly felt an itch on his body. Something was crawling. He looked up. His gaze locked with a cockroach as big as his own paw. Its antennae were still twitching. This close encounter instantly made Lu Zhiyue understand why girls were so terrified of cockroaches. Disgusting. Terrifying. Lu Zhiyue, utterly repulsed, spun his body like a washing machine drum, finally flinging the giant cockroach off. He stared in horror as a vast army of cockroaches appeared before him. Holy, my trypophobia is kicking in. What the hell have these college girls been feeding them in their dorms? How else could they grow so huge? The swarm of cockroaches stared at Lu Zhiyue without fear, their eyes fixed on him as if plotting to devour him together. You don't think I'm king material, huh? Perfect, I'll test that green flame on these cockroaches. Lu Zhiyue's heart stirred, and he activated Green Nether Flame. A faint, eerie green flame began to glow on his claws. Burn! Lu Zhiyue commanded in a low voice. With a flick of his claw, the ghostly green flame, as if possessed of its own will, transformed into a slender thread and shot precisely toward the swarm of cockroaches. The cockroaches that touched the flames instantly let out piercing squeals. They scattered in all directions, desperately trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. But the ghostly green flames clung to them like flesh-eating maggots, refusing to let go. Before long, the dormitory's cockroach army was utterly annihilated by the green netherfire, leaving only charred remains scattered across the floor. Lu Jiyue shook the dog hair from his coat, inwardly gloating. Better watch your step next time. Remember to run the moment you see me. This green fire is pretty useful, though it really is green, so green it makes me feel a little uneasy. Lu Jiyue exhaled, blowing away the charred powder left behind by the cockroaches. He then approached the door and began pounding on it with his paw. Soon, the door opened a crack. Only after confirming the dorm was truly cockroach-free did the female students fully open the door. Holy crap, this dog is amazing. Not a single cockroach left. How did he do it? You didn't eat them all, did you? The female students who had been clamoring to pet the dog immediately withdrew their hands upon hearing this. Lu Xiao wasn't having any of that. You're insulting dogs, huh? You wicked women. Alright. Little Xiao Ha is still our dorm's dog hero. Girls, come on, grab some treats to reward him. My cake got crawled on by a cockroach, Xiao Ha, you can have it. My jerky too. And this yogurt is precious. Watching the snacks being tossed his way, Lu Jiyue was furious. Hey! Am I the trash can here or what? The next second, a small, milky-scented garment landed on his head. This bra's been crawled on by cockroaches. I don't want it. Lu Jiyue. Chapter 202, A Done Deal. Outside the Changhaha office building. A figure came to a halt there. This person was none other than Su Yuanchang, director of the Special Affairs Bureau. Su Yuanchang pulled his phone from his pocket. The red dot on the location app remained stationary. Su Yuanchang tucked his phone away. He gazed at the building before him, his expression darkening. Just as Su Yuanchang lifted his leg to walk toward the building, his keen senses detected movement behind him. He turned around and saw a figure had indeed appeared behind him. Director, you're here. It was Ji Jiangming who appeared before Su Yuanchang. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yuanchang's eyes. You knew I'd come and waited here for me? Ji Jiangming smiled but offered no reply. Let's have a proper talk. With that, Ji Jiangming led the way into the building ahead. Su Yuanchang paused for a few seconds before lifting his leg and following suit. Ji Jiangming led Su Yuanchang into a tea room. Director, please sit. Watching Su Yuanchang settle into a seat, Ji Jiangming pushed a cup of tea toward him. Su Yuanchang stared at the cup before him, making no move. Ji Jiangming smiled, took Su Yuanchang's cup to his own side, and pushed his own cup towards Su Yuanchang. Su Yuanchang still made no move. After taking a sip from both cups, Su Yuanchang finally spoke. There's no need to prove any of this to me. Ji Jiangming's gaze faltered for a moment. Director, if there's anything you want to know, just ask. Su Yuanchang smiled, though it was more of a bitter smile. Jiangming, you should know this, you're the person I trust most in the entire bureau. Ji Jiangming remained non-committal. Director, do you recall what I said to you in the hospital? I know you probably suspected me because of those words, but they were my true feelings. Su Yuanchang suddenly grew agitated. Jiangming, why? Why did you do it? I still can't understand why you betrayed me, why you betrayed the bureau. Director, this wasn't my choice, and it wasn't betrayal. Su Yuanchang cut him off immediately. Then what is it? A servant cannot serve two masters. You're the deputy director, the second in command here. If headquarters finds out you're colluding with civilian organizations, do you have any idea what consequences you'll face? Su Yuanchang grew increasingly agitated, even rising to his feet. In contrast, Ji Jiangming remained calm, sipping his tea steadily. Seeing this, Su Yuanchang's emotions settled somewhat, and he sat back down. He downed the tea in front of him in one gulp. I came here today to get you to make a decision. But I should know what your choice will be. I won't say much to headquarters, but I will submit your resignation. From now on, you can go your own way. After speaking, Su Yuanchang rose and walked toward the door. His hand paused mid-air as he reached for the doorknob. We'd be better off not meeting again. After all, we're already enemies now. Director. Just as Su Yuanchang was about to step through the door, Ji Jiangming called out to him. Su Yuanchang turned to look at him, puzzled. You and I can never be enemies. We can only be allies. Ji Jiangming's words only deepened Su Yuanchang's confusion. What do you mean by that? Ji Jiangming remained silent, glancing at the empty water cup on the table. Su Yuanchang realized something and tried to gag, but at that moment, he felt an unusual sensation spreading through his body. 15 minutes later, the two sat down together again. Su Yuanchang's face was as dark as night. Ji Jiangming, how can you do this to me? Ha. Hearing Ji Jiangming's insolent chuckle, Su Yuanchang's darkened face flushed with anger. Oh, Director, I did it all for your own good. Aren't you just getting stronger? I heard about it. Headquarters implemented a challenge-based promotion system. What I did was to protect your position as director. Ever since Ji Jiangming learned that Lord Hawang possessed divine water, a substance that not only bestowed divine power upon its recipients but also transformed them into loyal followers of Lord Hawang himself, he sought an opportunity to obtain the divine water from Lord Ha. His plan was to find a way to get Su Yuanchang to drink it. That way, it would be a done deal.
By then, even if he refused to agree to the alliance, it would be out of his hands. At this moment, Ji Jiangming felt not a shred of remorse, only pure delight. Now that the director was on his side, he would never again feel he had let the director down. He could finally sleep soundly at night. Ji Jiangming was delighted, but Su Yuancheng was seething. Seeing Ji Jiangming's smug expression, Su Yuancheng angrily grabbed the water glass on the table and slammed it onto the floor. Ji Jiangming, quick as a flash, caught it and placed it back where it belonged. Even if I'm no longer this bureau chief, I'll never do anything to betray the Special Affairs Bureau. Director, let's not dwell on this now. We should meet His Majesty the Ha King first. Bah! What nonsense about His Highness the King of Ha. He's nothing but the head of an evil organization. Even if you poison me, so what? Before Su Yuancheng could finish, a figure materialized out of thin air in the tea house. Staring at the husky that had materialized before him, Su Yuancheng froze in shock. He blinked rapidly, trying to convince himself he wasn't seeing things. Ji Jiangming, however, had already sprung into action. He dropped to one knee before the husky and shouted respectfully. Hail His Majesty the Husky King. Ji Jiangming, have you lost your mind? Su Yuancheng never could have imagined that the Lord of the Huskies, Ji Jiangming, referred to the leader of this cloaked, sinister organization was actually a dog. Still the wisest dog of all the husky. But soon, Su Yuancheng felt like he was going mad too. For he actually sensed an indescribable aura of majesty and sanctity emanating from this husky before him. Though barely knee-high, the puppy radiated an overwhelming presence, generating an invisible sense of pressure. Under this pressure, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel on the ground like Ji Jiangming and worship this husky with utmost devotion. Chapter 203. Do you want to become stronger? Lu Zhiyue cast a faint glance at Su Yuancheng before him. Truly worthy of being the head of the bureau to have held out this long. Just as Lu Zhiyue silently praised Su Yuancheng, he saw the man kneel before him. Thud. After a long internal struggle, Su Yuancheng ultimately succumbed to his emotions and dropped to one knee. Though his body betrayed his submission, Su Yuancheng's expression remained defiant. When Lu Zhiyue caught a flash of resolve in Su Yuancheng's eyes, he sensed something was amiss. Instantly, he channeled his spiritual energy to restrain Su Yuancheng. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Su Yuancheng's mouth. The bastard had actually tried to bite his tongue to kill himself. Fortunately, Lu Zhiyue had caught him in time. Even under spiritual energy control, he still tried to resist, attempting it again. Lu Zhiyue frowned. This stubborn fool. Your life now belongs to this king. Without my permission, you dare not act recklessly. Lu Zhiyue addressed Su Yuancheng in a tone dripping with command. This was the first time he'd ever referred to himself as this king, and he found it surprisingly easy to say. It felt rather satisfying. Facing Lu Zhiyue's command, defiance still flashed in Su Yuancheng's eyes. But he realized that now that the restraints on his body had vanished, he truly couldn't control himself from harming himself. What kind of poison is this? Su Yuancheng's eyes widened in utter disbelief. What poison? What you drank was divine water. Divine water that grants you divine power. Ji Jiangming explained from the side. Pa! Su Yuancheng spat in disgust. Though he did feel an extra surge of power within his body. Perhaps it was merely an illusion brought on by the poison. Could it be some kind of addictive drug? Now Su Yuancheng began to understand why Ji Jiangming had betrayed him. This evil cloaked men organization actually used such a vicious drug to control people. If not for his own formidable willpower, he felt he too would have been corrupted. Lu Zhiyue paid no mind to Su Yuancheng's actions. After all, he had become his spirit descendant and would obey him completely. Though his thoughts weren't yet fully aligned with his own. Lu Zhiyue remained unconcerned. Sooner or later, he would be charmed into submission like the rest of his minions. To prove this point, he deliberately refrained from activating his charisma aura. Had he activated it, no matter how strong Su Yuancheng's willpower or mental fortitude, he wouldn't have been able to resist Lu Zhiyue's charm and would have surrendered completely. But that would take all the fun out of it. Your Highness, Lord Ha, Director Su merely needs a moment to understand. Please forgive him. Lu Zhiyue waved his paw dismissively. It's fine. What exactly do you want me to do? Su Yuancheng was now drenched in sweat. He was struggling to resist the overwhelming urge deep within him to submit to this powerful husky. This mental exhaustion felt worse than slaying 100 spirit beasts in one breath. This king doesn't need you to do anything. Just continue doing what you were doing before. What do you mean? Su Yuancheng stared at the husky before him in confusion. Lu Zhiyao ignored him this time, turning instead to Ji Jiangming. You explain it to him. I have matters to attend to and must depart. Farewell, Your Highness. Ji Jiangming, are you out of your mind? Addressing a dog as Your Highness? Have you any sense of decency left? Before Lu Zhiyue had fully exited the room, Su Yuancheng's furious words reached his ears. I can't wait for the day this guy bows down and calls me Your Highness too. The thought of that moment amused Lu Zhiyue. By the time Lu Zhiyue arrived at the abandoned factory, the three Husky brothers had been waiting there for ages.
Big brother, why are you so late? Meng Meng complained with a hint of reproach. It's my fault, I got held up with something. Seeing his sister upset, Lu Jiyue hurried over to placate her. In the end, he paid the price of a bag of freeze-dried treats and 5 cans of canned food to successfully placate her. So, did you get the job done? Anything Big Brother asks me to do, I'll definitely get it done. Meng Meng said triumphantly before turning around and giving a loud bark. Woof woof woof. Amidst the barking, several figures burst out from the abandoned factory. These were none other than Lu Jiyue's canine brothers. Leading the charge was the Labrador, Bess. Xiao Shui, Delu, and several other dogs followed closely behind. Ha Wang! Ha Wang! The dogs surrounded Lu Jiyue, their tails wagging so wildly they seemed ready to snap. Lu Jiyue was soon covered in wetness as each dog took turns licking him. Alright. Calm down, show some restraint. Lu Jiyue shouted, and the dogs finally settled down. Holy crap, Base, that gold chain around your neck is seriously thick. Xiao Shui, that princess dress you're wearing, it's designer, right? Delu, you're actually carrying a Louis Vuitton bag? After not seeing them for a while, Lu Jiyue was stunned by how much his doggy buddies had changed. Heh, our fans got us all this stuff. We owe everything we have today to Boss Ha. You bet. The smartest move we ever made was choosing the right boss. Hearing them say this, Lu Jiyue's thoughts churned. Back then, these dogs had all been wandering the streets. When Lu Jiyue rescued them, he brought them to this abandoned factory. Back then, there were plans to rebuild this place, but for some reason, it never happened. King Ha, you called us here, you're not making us reminisce about the past, are you? Those days were too tough, I don't miss them at all. Hearing the dog's words, Lu Jiyue felt both amused and exasperated. Bringing you here certainly wasn't to remind you of those hard times. Then why? The dogs all turned to Lu Jiyue with expectant gazes. Do you want to get stronger? Instead of answering their question, Lu Jiyue posed one of his own. The pups looked at each other, utterly confused. I think. At that moment, Base stepped forward. Even though life as a celebrity dog is pretty sweet right now, I want to get stronger so I can do something for you, King Ha. Base looked dead serious, his expression as resolute as if he were enlisting for military service. Hearing Base speak, the other dogs grew enthusiastic as well. Then I want to get stronger too. I want to fight for you, King Ha. I want to contribute my share too. Seeing the dogs rallying to the cause, Lu Jiyue felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, dogs are the most loyal companions in the world. King Ha, how do we get stronger? Base stared at Lu Jiyue with his big round eyes, tilting his head first to the left, then to the right. The heavy gold chain around his neck jangled with every movement. To grow stronger, you must walk an unconventional path, and it all depends on your own destiny. After speaking, Lu Jiyue activated his special skill, Summon Spirit. Immediately, several massive and terrifying figures materialized before the dogs. Chapter 204, Ancient Ruins? Woof woof woof. The dogs yelped in terror at this sudden spectacle. Though fear flickered in their eyes, they stubbornly stood their ground, shielding Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue found the scene both touching and amusing. Don't be afraid. I've already killed them. Hearing this, the dogs finally calmed down a little. Lu Jiyue proceeded to explain to them. Ha Wang, you mean we should choose one of these spirit beasts to possess us? Lu Jiyue nodded. Once the possession period ends, the spirit beast will slumber within your bodies. At that point, if you can absorb and fuse with the spirit beast inside you, you'll have successfully grown stronger. Then I'll give it a shot. Me too. As the dogs responded, Lu Jiyue guided the spirit beasts to possess them. The spirit beast that had temporarily possessed the elephant, along with the ancient spirit beast that had inhabited the mole, were both recalled by Lu Jiyue. Combined with the 2 malevolent spirits he had slain earlier, there were now 4 spirit beast essences present. Though the number wasn't enough to share among all the dogs, it remained uncertain whether they could successfully absorb these 4 spirit beast essences. They would have to try one by one. The dogs possessed by the spirits transformed into the forms of their original spirit beasts. If anyone stumbled upon this scene, witnessing 4 such terrifying spirit beasts, they'd likely be scared to death. That's precisely why Lu Jiyue chose this abandoned factory. He had already scouted the area and confirmed no one came near here anymore. He recalled Li Wan'er mentioning rumors that this place was haunted. Lu Jiyue waited there with his younger siblings for half an hour. The outcome surprised Lu Jiyue. Base and Delu had actually succeeded in absorbing the spirit beasts within their bodies. What surprised Lu Jiyue most was Base. It had chosen none other than the malevolent spirit destined to become a demonic spirit. He had been certain Base would fail, who would have thought. Truly the leader with the gold chain. Delu proved no slouch either, absorbing the spirit essence of that ancient spirit beast. Both dogs were ecstatic upon discovering they could freely switch between their 2 forms. Especially when Base transformed into spirit beast form and discovered he could fly, he immediately circled the abandoned factory twice. If not for Lu Jiyue fearing someone might spot them and ordering it to land immediately, it would have flown off into the distance. Ha Wang, I feel terrifyingly strong right now. Me too. Any enemies we can use to practice on?
Seeing Base and Big Six looking so mighty, the other dogs instantly grew jealous.
Lu Xiao promptly had the remaining 2 spirit beasts possess the other dogs to give them a try. Fearing the disappointed dogs might feel disheartened, Lu Xiao didn't forget to comfort them.
Don't be sad if you couldn't absorb a spirit beast to grow stronger.
Maybe these spirit beasts just aren't suited for you. There will be other chances in the future. Besides, Dog Cafe is so profitable, we still need you guys.
Fortunately, the dogs were simple-minded and easily appeased without much persuasion.
After 2 rounds of trials, the remaining 2 spirit beast essences were successfully absorbed by 2 more dogs. After spending half a day achieving this result, Lu Xiao was thoroughly satisfied. He immediately assigned tasks to the 4 dogs.
Mantu, you'll stay at Dog Cafe to watch over and protect your brothers and sisters there. De Lu, you'll handle security for the Pet Haha building. You have a partner named Xiao Cheng, but she's injured and needs time to recover. For now, the main responsibility will fall on you.
Riceball, when you're free, swing by Keeman University. We've got brothers there too.
Keep an eye on the stray cats and dogs and help maintain order.
Yes, King Ha.
Base grew anxious seeing everyone else assign tasks while he remained idle.
King Ha, what about me? What about me?
You, well, for now, you'll be shadowing me.
Bess perked up instantly at the suggestion. King Ha, are we about to do something big? The remote outskirts of Yangjiang City.
Base shifted into his spirit beast form, spreading his wings and soaring freely through the sky. A figure was perched upon its back.
None other than Lu Xiao. Bess, faster. This isn't thrilling enough. Hold on tight, Hawang.
Bess immediately accelerated, executing a 180-degree dive.
Thrilling. Thrilling. Whoa.
Lu Xiao had always wanted a special flying skill. But it had never materialized. Fortunately, Base served as his temporary flying mount, and today he finally got his fill of soaring. Of course, his request for Base to bring him here wasn't solely to fulfill his flying dream.
Lu Xiao opened his smartwatch and checked the map inside.
Bess, fly another 20 kilometers southwest.
Got it.
Bess moved swiftly, and before long, Lu Xiao spotted a mountain peak.
Lu Xiao opened the map again to double-check.
This must be the mountain Li Ku mentioned.
Lu Xiao murmured to himself. Base, descend. I need to go to that mountain. Upon receiving the command, Base immediately complied. As Base smoothly descended, Lu Xiao could finally make out the mountain's distinct outline.
Its slopes were steep and rugged, shrouded in swirling mist. They approached the mid-slope slowly, finally landing on a relatively flat rock.
King Ha, what are we doing here?
Bess switched back to his Labrador form and walked beside Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao recalled what Li Ku had told him back at Pet Ha.
Your Majesty, I found some information on the Grey Web indicating that something unusual has appeared in a mountain range near Yangjiang City. It appears someone has discovered an ancient ruin.
But everyone who entered that mountain has lost contact, and the helicopters sent in have gone missing too.
Authorities have now classified this as a special incident. Personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau should be dispatched within the next couple of days. But the mountain range lies on the border between Yangjiang City and neighboring Beijing City. It remains unclear which city Special Affairs Bureau will be assigned.
Lu Xiao's thoughts gradually returned, and his expression grew grave. I heard there are ancient ruins on that mountain.
Ancient ruins? What kind of thing? Bess's little head had never heard such a term before. It's a place that could be very dangerous. Lu Xiao spoke, his mind drifting back to the previous incident. That terrifying demon spirit and the ancient ruins it guarded. Surely not every ancient ruin has a demon spirit guarding it? Lu Xiao murmured to himself.
He hadn't made any preparations for this trip, merely wanting to investigate before the authorities arrived. He suspected the authorities would dispatch the Special Affairs Bureau of Yangjiang City this time.
Otherwise, Yangjiang City's Special Affairs Bureau wouldn't still be unaware of the situation. How did he know this? Because the core members of Yangjiang City's Special Affairs Bureau were now his people. If there were any news, he would have known. If it's dangerous, why are we even here? Base asked in confusion.
You fool! Danger often comes hand in hand with opportunity and treasure.
This was also the primary purpose of Lu Xiao's journey. Chapter 205, The Ruins Entrance? After surveying the mountain with Base, Lu Xiao noticed something amiss.
The mountain's surface appeared chaotic, with scattered rock fragments, crisscrossing fissures, loose soil, and a dull color. These signs pointed to a past landslide on the mountain.
Bess, let's head to the base of the mountain.
Bess shifted back into spirit beast form, carrying Lu Xiao as it flew down to the mountain's base.
Standing on Beisai's back, Lu Xiao watched as it landed steadily at the base.
The scene before him confirmed his earlier suspicions. This mountain had indeed suffered a violent collapse.
A massive, bottomless hole gaped before them.
At the edge of the hole, piles of rock debris towered like mountains, starkly contrasting with the lush vegetation surrounding them. A hole this massive at the foot of the mountain.
Bess exclaimed in astonishment. Let's go down.
After flying into the cavern, Bess paused.
Lu Zhiyao jumped down and immediately began surveying the surroundings. The light inside the cavern was dim, and further in, there was no light at all. But this posed no problem for Lu Zhiyue and Base, who possessed titanium alloy eyes. King Ha, look over there. Hearing Base's call, Lu Zhiyue looked over. What met his eyes were two helicopter wrecks, twisted and deformed, scattered across different spots on the cave floor. They were likely sent to investigate the missing aircraft. Lu Zhiyue stepped forward to inspect them and found no human remains among the wreckage. Strange. Where are the people inside? How could anyone survive a crash like this? Before Lu Zhiyao could ponder further, Baixi's voice echoed again. How could there be buildings here? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiyue instantly teleported to Baixi's side. He stared intently and saw that traces of a structure were indeed visible beneath the mud. The structure seemed buried beneath the earth. It seemed that a landslide had caused the surrounding rocks and soil to crumble away, revealing this portion. Is this the ancient ruins? Lu Zhiyue glanced at Base, who was still in his spirit beast form. Bess, clear away this soil and rock. Bess immediately flapped his wings, sweeping away the soil and rocks surrounding the structure. Now, the shape of the structure became much clearer. King Ha, this looks like a huge gate. Bess exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Zhiyue, who witnessed it, was also deeply shocked. Who could have imagined such a thing existed at the foot of a mountain? Rumble. Just then, the ground beneath them began to shake violently, with dirt and rocks tumbling down continuously. King Ha, the ground seems to be shaking. Lu Zhiyue noticed that the tremors were making the massive gate before them grow increasingly distinct, its entire form now fully revealed. Ha Wang, shouldn't we get out of here? We don't want to get buried in this mess. Lu Zhiyue shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on the gate before him. Then he activated beast form. Transformed into his wild beast form, he charged toward the gate without hesitation. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed, accompanied by increasingly intense vibrations beneath their feet. But to Lu Zhiyao's surprise, his full-force collision hadn't even managed to crack the door open. I refuse to believe it. Lu Zhiyue activated gigantification once more. His form instantly filled the entire cavern. His head protruded outside the hole. He could only pull his head back. Lu Zhiyue, now many times larger, charged toward the gate once more. Thud. This time, Lu Zhiyue saw the door crack open a tiny gap under his impact, but it sprang back shut the very next second. Seeing brute force wouldn't work, Lu Zhiyue recalled another method. Then let's see if the shadow form of the shadowless kick can get through. Lu Zhiyue immediately activated shadowless leg, transforming his form into a shadow. But unexpectedly, it still didn't work. Any place where a shadow could exist, Lu Zhiyao could enter. But now he couldn't enter this place. This meant there wasn't a single ray of light inside. Shadows couldn't exist at all. King Ha, maybe we should step outside for a moment. This place feels like it's about to collapse again. After Base's warning, Lu Zhiyao finally gave up on ramming the door again. Returning to his normal form, he leaped onto Base's back. As Base flew out of the massive hole, he witnessed a shocking sight. The mountain before them was slowly beginning to crack open. Cracks spread like a spider web at an alarming speed. Accompanied by a deep rumbling, the mountain seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Bess, fly higher. Lu Zhiyue shouted. At his command, Base flapped his wings fiercely, carrying Lu Zhiyue straight into the clouds, far away from the collapsing area. When they reached a safe altitude and looked back at the once serene peak, it had been utterly transformed. At its center, a massive gash gaped like the open maw of a colossal beast, devouring everything around it. The bottomless abyss now seemed to connect with some hidden space deep within the mountain's core. What on earth is going on? Base's voice trembled slightly. Though it remained a mere spirit within, it had never witnessed such a breathtaking sight. Fly back again. Lu Zhiyao instructed Base. He was now certain this was the location of that ancient ruin. That solid stone door was the entrance. Wait. Find cover quickly. Bess was about to spread his wings and fly back when Lu Zhiyao stopped him again. Though completely baffled, Base obeyed. Under Lu Zhiyao's direction, Base landed in the nearby dense jungle on higher ground. King Ha, aren't we supposed to go back? Lu Zhiyao's expression grew solemn. He had just spotted several figures approaching the ruins. Lu Zhiyue instructed Base to switch back to his Labrador form. Bess, I'm sorry to inconvenience you, but I'll release you later. After speaking, Lu Zhiyue swallowed Bess into the light space in one swift motion. Immediately afterward, he activated Night Stalker. After concealing his form, he sped toward the ruins at breakneck speed. Only when he neared the massive fissure did Lu Zhiyue slow his pace. Then, his keen ears picked up faint sounds emanating from within the fissure. Is the Jiang Special Affairs Bureau that efficient? They're already here? Lu Zhiyue twitched his nose, straining to detect the scent in the air. This scent. Lu Zhiyue frowned, then leapt forcefully toward the fissure and plunged inside. Landing as lightly as possible, he cautiously made his way deeper inside. Soon, several figures came into view before his eyes. As he got a clear look at them, Lu Zhiyue's pupils contracted slightly. Just as I thought. Chapter 206, Entering the Ruins. The figures nearby were not from the Special Affairs Bureau. Dressed in black robes and wearing eerie masks. They were none other than members of the Shadow Organization. Lu Jiyue's gaze grew intense. The Shadow Organization got wind of this too? He hadn't anticipated that possibility. The Shadow Organization members were now attempting to open the stone door. Lu Jiyue remained hidden nearby, observing. As he watched, he noticed these hooded figures were different from the ones he'd encountered before. They first tried pushing the stone door with their hands. When they realized it wouldn't budge, one of them suddenly roared. The figure beneath the cloak vanished, replaced by a massive, muscular armored vehicle. The stallion charged fiercely at the stone door. The stone door remained unmoved. Then, an even more astonishing sight unfolded before Jian Lu Jiao. One by one, the cloaked figures transformed into animal forms. Giant oxen, giant wolves, giant crocodiles. But upon closer inspection, these beasts bore no resemblance to the animals he was accustomed to seeing. They only bore a rough resemblance in form. Strange. The black-robed figures I've seen before were half human, half beast. These ones have transformed directly into beasts. And their strength seems to have increased significantly after the transformation. Lu Jiyue observed from the sidelines, silently musing to himself. One thing was certain, the black-robed figures before him were far more formidable than any he had encountered before. But their transformations weren't the only surprise they held for Lu Jiyue. After transforming, they realized brute force alone wouldn't open the stone door. They all turned their gaze toward the giant wolf. Senior brother. The giant wolf nodded. Then, astonishingly, it turned toward the stone door. Using its spiritual power. Lu Jiao's eyes widened, certain he hadn't misseen. It can wield spiritual energy. Looks like this giant wolf has also cultivated a spiritual root and spiritual essence. Lu Jiao observed for a moment longer. He discovered that the giant wolf was the strongest and only being here capable of wielding spiritual power. However, the others seemed to be in the same stage as the recent members of the Woof Woof gang. They had already cultivated spiritual roots but were still in the stabilization phase. This was evident as the spiritual energy they projected was beginning to take on a more tangible form. After attempting to open the stone door with its spiritual power and finding it impossible, the giant wolf ceased wasting its energy. Truly befitting an ancient ruin, a mere stone door is this sturdy. Senior brother, what should we do next? There must be some kind of mechanism or trap. Let's search together. The members of the Shadow Organization immediately shifted back into human form. They began searching the stone door. Just then, Lu Jiyue keenly sensed movement above. Soon, the Shadow Organization members sensed it too. Someone's coming. Hide. All members of the Shadow Organization instantly vanished into the surrounding shadows. Lu Jiyue swiftly adjusted his position, observing the situation from an even more concealed vantage point. The sounds from above grew closer and closer. There seemed to be quite a few people coming. Soon, about a dozen people descended to this level. Lu Jiyue scanned the group. All unfamiliar faces. They were all wearing the uniform of the Special Affairs Bureau. No doubt about it, they were from the Bianjiang Special Affairs Bureau. Here. They quickly spotted the stone door as well. It really is a ruin. Hiyong, didn't your master enter ruins before? Go figure out how to open this door. The team member named Hiyong stepped forward, shining a powerful spotlight to examine the stone door before them. My master said the architecture in ruins is incredibly intricate and can't be approached with conventional thinking. Hiyong suddenly stopped in front of the stone door, to its right. A series of ancient symbols were carved upon it. Do you recognize these symbols? Hold on, I'll take a photo and send it to my master. Hiyong took out his phone and began operating it. While waiting, the others began trying to open the stone door. They soon discovered brute force seemed useless. My master is calling. Hiyong excitedly answered the call. Hello, master. You can only roughly guess the meaning of a few characters? Then what do the characters you deciphered mean? Alright, I understand. Goodbye, master. Hiyong put away his phone and walked to the stone gate under everyone's expectant gaze. So, what's the plan? If there's no way, I'll just go up and get the explosives myself. Hiyong raised his hand to signal for silence. After examining the stone door once more, he turned to address his teammates. Everyone, see those protruding structures on the stone door? Grab hold of those protrusions and pull outward with all your strength. Hearing this, everyone rushed forward and began pulling on the protruding structures as Hiyong instructed. These structures, seemingly mere decorations, concealed hidden mechanisms. As they pulled, the stone door suddenly emitted a deep rumbling sound. It's moving! It's moving, someone shouted excitedly. Sure enough, with their combined effort, the stone door slowly swung outward, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Lu Jiyue, watching from the side, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He knew why it wouldn't budge, turns out you had to pull it outward. Still, the Jiang Special Affairs Bureau folks here were pretty impressive. They'd actually figured out how to open this stone door. As he watched the Special Affairs Bureau personnel enter the passageway, Lu Jiyue remained rooted to the spot. He hadn't forgotten there was still a group of people here. Only after the sounds of the Special Affairs Bureau agents faded did the Shadow Organization members reveal themselves. Follow. Several cloaked figures swiftly followed the stone door passageway that the Special Affairs Bureau had just opened ahead. A moment later, Lu Jiyue also entered the passageway. Do you think these two groups will clash? If they do, who would have the upper hand? The Special Affairs Bureau has more men, but those Shadow Organization members, whatever method they use to transform into beasts, seem incredibly formidable. Should I intervene when the time comes? Lu Jiyue pondered silently, his footsteps never faltering. Only then did Lu Jiyue notice the intricate totems and runes carved into the walls. As if they were recording something. I did hear Macho mention ancient spirit beasts, but I don't recall him ever speaking of ancient humans. With such abundant spiritual energy back then, surely humans couldn't have remained unchanged under those circumstances? Lu Jiyue pondered, growing increasingly curious about the events of that era. With two groups ahead, Lu Jiyue dared not speed up, so he continued walking slowly. After an unknown amount of time, the walls ahead finally changed. Instead of runes and patterns, they were now covered in statues. Statues of all kinds of animals. Chapter 207, The Sculptures Awaken. Lu Jiao's gaze was instantly drawn to these lifelike sculptures. Before him stood a statue resembling a monkey, yet bearing 6 arms. As if possessed, Lu Jiyue reached out his claw toward the statue. The moment his claw's nails touched it, something flaked off the statue's surface and fell to the ground. Lu Jiyue immediately withdrew his hand. So fragile. Did I damage an artifact? When Lu Jiyue looked back at the statue, his pupils suddenly contracted. The layer covering the statue's surface, which had appeared to be dust or old paint, began flaking away, revealing beneath it fine, lifelike hair and skin texture. Holy crap, why does it look so lifelike? Whether it was his imagination or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that this 6-armed monkey was about to come to life at any moment. Just as Lu Jiyue reached out to touch it again, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Pricking up his ears, he recognized the sound of combat. 2 groups fighting? Lu Jiyue abandoned his earlier thoughts and immediately sprinted forward. Soon, he reached the source of the commotion. A chaotic scene unfolded before him, with 2 groups locked in fierce combat. At this moment, all members of the Shadow Organization had fully transformed into beasts, while the agents from the Bianjiang Special Affairs Bureau had also manifested psychic abilities. Although the beast-transformed Shadow Organization members held the upper hand in strength, the Special Affairs Bureau outnumbered them and managed to hold their ground for the moment. However, under the Shadow Organization's relentless assault, the Special Affairs Bureau teammates holding the outer defenses quickly began to falter. Ion, take that wooden box and get out of here. Under no circumstances can it fall into the Shadow Organization's hands. An older man tossed the wooden box he was holding to Hiyong. Hiyong caught the box and immediately turned, sprinting deeper into the ruins. The Shadow Organization spotted Hiyong and swiftly changed direction, giving chase. But Hiyong's teammates stepped forward, holding off the Shadow Organization. Only then did the bystander Lu Jiao realize that their fight was over that wooden box. What's inside that wooden box? This piqued Lu Jiao's curiosity as well. Ah! The giant wolf lunged at a psychic from the Special Affairs Bureau, sinking its teeth deep into his throat. The other psychics, seeing this, tried to rush in to help. But the Shadow Organization's beast-like attackers were too fierce, they could barely protect themselves. The giant wolf tore a gaping, bloody hole in the psionicist's throat. The man showed no signs of life. Ah, biao! Witnessing the loss of a teammate, the Special Affairs Bureau agents were overcome with grief. But they were no match for these beast-like Shadow Organization members, forced into a steady retreat. Lu Jiyue, who had intended to pursue the wooden box, halted in his tracks. He had some connection to the Special Affairs Bureau. Should he intervene and help? Just as Lu Jiyue pondered this, the entire ruins suddenly began to tremble faintly. As the tremors grew stronger, the sculptures on the walls began shedding layers of dust like crusts. As the grime and filth peeled away, more vivid fur and texture emerged beneath. Lu Jiao suddenly noticed that the eyes of one eagle-like statue shifted subtly. Damn it, could those statues really be coming to life? The moment Lu Jiao uttered this internal rant, the previously motionless statues suddenly moved in unison. They charged toward the Shadow Organization and Special Affairs Bureau agents locked in combat. The statues are alive. Only then did they notice this unbelievable spectacle. Both groups abandoned their fight and scrambled to fend off the attacking statues. Lu Jiyue sensed danger and swiftly sidestepped. A 6-armed monkey charged violently toward the spot he had just occupied. That's not where I was just. Before Lu Jiyue could register his surprise, the 6-armed monkey lunged toward his current position. But I'm invisible. How can it sense me? Just as Lu Jiyue prepared to reveal himself and eliminate the 6-armed macaque, it scratched its head in confusion and shifted its target. It charged toward the nearest beast-transformed member of the Shadow Organization. This 6-armed macaque was ferocious. After leaping onto the Hummer, it clamped down with all 6 hands, gripping the vehicle tightly.
Then it opened its mouth, baring its teeth, and began tearing at it frantically. The Hummer, in pain, tried every trick to shake off the six-armed macaque. But those 6 arms clung to it like ropes, binding it tightly. Before long, the flesh on the Hummer's back was devoured, exposing its bloody skeleton. Meanwhile, the others were in dire straits. Except for the giant wolf, who fared somewhat better, they were all overwhelmed by the attacks of the reanimated statue animals, scrambling desperately to defend themselves.
Stop fighting these things. Retreat from this place. The Special Affairs Bureau agents hurriedly retreated deeper into the ruins.
As they retreated, the statue beasts focused their full attention on the shadow organization. After the giant wolf killed an eagle, it was immediately entangled by the 6-armed macaques. He repelled the 6-armed macaques with his spiritual power, then surveyed the situation. Though he possessed the strength to handle these creatures, his companions were all injured. These ghostly creatures were numerous, and prolonging the fight would only lead to trouble.
Moreover, they needed to conserve their strength to reclaim what was taken by the Special Affairs Bureau. Follow me out of here. The giant wolf roared, leading his companions toward the direction the Special Affairs Bureau had fled. Then, a strange phenomenon occurred. The ferocious statue animals halted in their tracks, refusing to pursue. This scene left Lu Jiyue deeply puzzled. Moreover, he observed a hint of apprehension flicker across the faces of these statue-like beasts. Could it be that something deep within the ruins held something they feared? Lu Jiyue did not rush to catch up with the Shadow Organization's footsteps. Instead, he revealed himself. The statue beasts, seeing Lu Jiyue suddenly appear, became savage and ferocious once more. Without a word, Lu Jiyue charged straight into the fray. He also released Base, who had been waiting in the light space. Bess, who had been bored to the point of falling asleep, instantly perked up at the sight before him. This was his first fight since becoming stronger. Lu Jiyue unleashed bloodthirsty pounce, knocking the 6-armed macaque flat. He immediately activated Frenzied Blade. A single claw ripped open its throat. Before the 6-armed macaque could fully draw its last breath, Lu Jiyue opened his mouth and swallowed it into the dark space. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Bess was utterly dumbfounded. Seeing his boss perform so impressively, Base stepped up to show off his own skills. His wings transformed into blades, slicing through the charging boar's legs before thrusting into the bodies of 2 beasts. Holy crap, I'm actually this strong. Bess was stunned by his own actions. Ever since nearly stepping into a trap during their last battle, Lu Jiyue now acted as swiftly as possible. Avoiding unnecessary complications, his mindset resembled that of an office drone counting down the minutes until quitting time, finish the job and get out of here. Thus, in under 3 minutes, he and Base had disposed of all the animal statues. He couldn't tell if it was because he'd grown stronger or if these sculpted beasts had simply exhausted too much of their power in the previous fight. Lu Jiyue felt they were far weaker than he had anticipated. After the fight, Lu Jiyue began cleanup. He tossed all the corpses on the ground into the dark space, leaving it to devour them clean. Oh, the fallen agent from the Special Affairs Bureau? He didn't consume that one. Only now did Lu Jiyue find time to check the system notifications. Chapter 208, The Sleeping Colossus. Devoured several ancient spirit beasts, low tier, evolution points plus 1,600. Acquired new spirit technique, Spirit Healing. Spirit Healing consumes spiritual energy to heal wounds. Lu Jiyue was stunned after reading the system notifications. Those resurrected sculpted beasts were actually ancient spirit beasts. Though low tier, they still granted him a significant number of evolution points. Moreover, it seemed that consuming such a large number had even granted him a new spirit technique. This is great. This is great. The description of the newly acquired spirit technique was simple yet brutal. But it was exactly what Lu Jiyue needed. King Ha, you're so handsome. If I were a little, I'd be head over heels for you. Bess gazed at Lu Jiyue with pure adoration. Lu Jiyue got goosebumps upon hearing this. He urged Base to switch back to his Labrador form before tossing him into the light space. Then, he activated Night Stalker to cloak his form once more, venturing deeper into the ruins. He had no idea what lay further within. As Lu Jiyue ventured deeper, the space within actually grew wider and more expansive. Whoa, this place is something else. Lu Jiyue scanned the area and discovered statues ahead. This discovery thrilled him, and he immediately rushed over. Upon closer inspection, he noticed numerous scratches covering the statues. Lu Jiyue extended his claw and scraped one himself. The statues showed no reaction whatsoever. It finally dawned on him why all the statues here bore scratches. It must have been the Special Affairs Bureau or the Shadow Organization who did this after seeing the statues. It seemed these were just ordinary statues after all. Moreover, upon closer inspection, these statues differed from the ones he had seen before. The animals here were far larger, with more peculiar physical features. And human statues have appeared. These human figures wore ancient attire, their long hair bound in buns. Lu Jiyue gazed at the statues and began to ponder. These must be humans from ancient times, right? How did humans coexist with these ancient spirit beasts?
After staring at them for quite some time, fully convinced these statues would never come to life, Lu Jiao finally continued walking forward. He Chang clutched the wooden box, his heart filled with worry. He wanted to contact headquarters for backup, but this godforsaken place had zero signal. I wonder how they're holding up. While worrying about his teammates, He Yang dared not relax. First, he feared encountering unforeseen challenges ahead. Second, he dreaded the shadow organization closing in from behind. I wonder if there's a way out from this side. Just then, the powerful spotlight on his head tilted downward. When he reached up to adjust it, the sight before him sent him collapsing to the ground in terror. He Yang's eyes widened in shock, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The sight before him surpassed all his wildest imaginings. Several creatures of suffocating size lay motionless ahead, their bodies nearly filling the entire space. Yet for some unknown reason, they showed no reaction whatsoever to He Chang's intrusion. Even so, He Chang remained frozen in shock for a long time. The creature's appearance was unlike anything he had ever seen before, certainly not any animal known to modern science. Their skin was covered in strange patterns that emitted a faint glow, appearing even more mysterious under the dim light. What are these creatures? He Chang murmured, his voice trembling with fear. He forced himself to stay calm, but his legs grew weak beneath him, barely able to bear his weight. Finally calming down somewhat, He Chang recalled what his master had once told him. Ancient beasts recorded in the classics. Ancient spiritual beasts. After all this time, could such creatures still exist in this world? After several deep breaths, He Chang finally stood up. Summoning his courage, he approached one of the colossal beasts. He reached out to touch it. Then his pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed faint signs of life emanating from the colossal creature. These terrifying beasts were alive. Perhaps they were dormant here for some reason. At this thought, cold sweat beaded on He Chang's forehead. If they were dormant, it meant these terrifying beasts could awaken at any moment. The realization made his legs go weak again. He Chang, when did you become such a coward? If you're this scared, wouldn't it have been better to just be an ordinary person back then? After a round of self-talk, He Chang felt somewhat better. We can't stay here much longer. He Chang's expression turned grave. Whether these creatures suddenly awoke or the shadow organization caught up, either outcome would be a catastrophe he couldn't bear. He Chang forced himself to focus, scanning his surroundings for a route that would disturb these colossal creatures as little as possible. Just then, something tapped him on the shoulder. Ah! Already on edge, He Chang nearly melted into dust from the shock. He couldn't help but yell out loud. The next second, his mouth was covered. He Chang, it's us. Hearing the familiar voices of his teammates, He Chang slowly began to calm down. But his nerves quickly snapped taut again. His earlier shout could very well have awakened these colossal beasts. The others now caught sight of the sleeping beasts ahead. The group stood frozen in place, not daring to move or even breathe heavily for a full minute. Seeing that the beasts remained completely still, just as before, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We need to get out of here as quickly as possible. He Chang was the first to regain his composure and address his teammates. Just then, they quickly noticed a narrow passage between the giant creatures barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Exchanging glances, they unanimously agreed to proceed through this passage. He Chang, clutching the wooden box, led the way through. After what had just happened, he knew these behemoths wouldn't be easily roused. With that thought easing his nerves, he crossed surprisingly quickly. Hurry up! He Chang hushed his voice, urging his teammates to follow. At that moment, a commotion erupted behind them. Chapter 209, The Awakening of the Ancient Spirit Beast. As they ventured deeper, Lu Jiao heard commotion ahead once more. Are they fighting again? Lu Jiao quickened his pace. When he arrived, the scene before him froze him in place. Blood. Extremely bloody. Limb fragments littered the ground. Blood mingled with dust, staining the earth a deep crimson. A colossal beast stood with a corpse trampled beneath its feet, a human leg still clenched between its jaws. Lu Jiao's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of this colossal beast. It was a creature with a dinosaur-like head that walked upright. Though its aura of spiritual energy was faint, it radiated a subtle, oppressive presence. Is this a genuine ancient spirit beast? Lu Jiao recalled the behavior of those animal statues earlier. So this creature was the very existence those statue animals feared? Wait a minute. There seemed to be more than one of these creatures. Lu Jiao soon noticed several massive figures lurking behind the kunlun-like creature. They lay sprawled or reclined on the ground, motionless. They appeared to be in a deep slumber. Recalling what Mao Zedong had mentioned earlier about ancient spirit beasts gradually awakening, Lu Jiao grew even more certain that the creature before him was a genuine ancient spirit beast. We must take it down while it's still newly awakened and hasn't fully regained its strength. Having made up his mind, Lu Jiao immediately activated Primordial Beast Avatar before charging toward his target. The terror-headed creature sensed something, its eyes focusing intently in one direction. A giant dog with 9 tails suddenly materialized before it. The dinosaur-like creature spat out the human leg from its mouth and swiftly dodged. A ruthless gleam flashed in Lu Jiao's eyes as he unleashed bloodthirsty pounce. Crash!
A thunderous crash echoed as Lu Jiyue brought the terror dragon creature crashing to the ground. His claws slashed viciously, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Roar! The terror-headed creature roared in pain and rage, its eyes gradually turning red. Then, a startling transformation unfolded. 2 identical heads sprouted from either side of the terror-headed creature. All 3 heads opened their mouths, bearing sharp teeth, ready to lunge at Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue leapt out of the way just in time. This creature actually had some skills. But its luck was running out. It had just awakened only to encounter him. As the 3-headed dinosaur-like creature charged toward him, Lu Jiyue unleashed the fierce claw blade, sending several sharp claw winds attacking the 3 heads of the dinosaur creature. The dinosaur head dodged immediately. Unexpectedly, the claw strikes feinted, directly targeting the eyes of the heads on the left and right. Roar! The creature let out a pained cry. Blood tears streamed from the eyes on its left and right heads. Lu Jiyue had blinded them. The remaining central head's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Fixing its gaze on the direction of the 9-tailed giant dog, it charged forward at breakneck speed. Die! The next second, the 9-tailed giant dog vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already hovering above the dinosaur's head. Lu Jiyue pounced onto its body, unleashing frenzied blade. Both front paws plunged into the neck on either side of the dinosaur's head. His jaws clamped down hard on the neck of the central head. His claws and jaws exerted force simultaneously. The dinosaur head's 3 heads snapped clean in half. Only half remained, connected by flesh, swaying precariously in midair. Thud! The battle ended with the sound of the colossal creature crashing to the ground. Lu Jiyue shook the blood from his claws and muttered to himself. With so many skills now, I keep agonizing over which one to use to finish them off. Feels like I've got choice paralysis. Looks like I'll need to carve out time to practice these skills. Some of them just don't get enough chances to shine. Lu Jiyue realized that after every battle now, he gained some insights and reflections. This experience enriched his combat knowledge. He glanced over at the sleeping creatures, noting they showed no signs of waking. His gaze then settled on the lifeless body of the terror dragon. Wonder how many people ended up in that thing's belly. Did the Shadow Organization and Special Affairs Bureau suffer total casualties? That giant wolf looked pretty powerful. I doubt Ganyu died that easily. Killing this thing would be revenge for the Special Affairs Bureau. Lu Jiyue muttered to himself as his sharp claws sliced into the dinosaur's belly. He wondered if the creature had swallowed that wooden box along with its victims. Better to check just to be safe. And see just how many people it had devoured. As Lu Jiyue's sharp claws sliced open the colossal abdominal cavity of the dinosaur-like creature, a pungent, blood-soaked stench mingled with an odd, peculiar odor assaulted his senses. Lu Jiyue frowned, forcing back the nausea as he carefully searched through the mangled, bloody entrails. This creature didn't bother chewing its victims much. Lu Jiyue had already turned up 2 or 3 intact human palms and soles. Suddenly, his claws struck something hard. Could that wooden box really have been eaten? Lu Jiyue hastily pulled the object free. What appeared was not a wooden box. Instead, it was a bead roughly the size of a fist. What is this? Lu Jiyue suddenly sensed a familiar energy within the bead. Spiritual energy. The bead actually contained spiritual energy. Though minimal, Lu Jiyue could still sense it. Lu Jiyue promptly wiped the bloodstains clean from the bamboo. A bead appeared before Lu Jiyue, dull on the outside, yet glowing faintly within. This must be a spirit pill. It must be that creature just awakening, when its spiritual energy is at its lowest. Lu Jiyue felt a surge of excitement. He sensed that consuming this spirit pill would surely bring him benefits. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the impulsive Lu Jiyue tossed the bead into his mouth. Fortunately, he was still in his beast form, so the fist-sized orb wouldn't get stuck in his throat. Unlike when devouring corpses, Lu Jiyue didn't place the spirit pill into his dark space to absorb it. Instead, he swallowed it directly into his body. The moment it entered his stomach, Lu Jiyue felt the pill melt smoothly within his belly. A small amount of spiritual energy instantly erupted from within. It then spread throughout his limbs and bones. It seemed to be fortifying every part of his body. Finally, like countless rivers flowing into the sea, it all converged into his own spiritual pill, gradually transforming into his own spiritual energy. Though the spiritual energy within this pill was not abundant, Lu Jiyue clearly sensed it. His total spiritual power had increased. Driven by curiosity, Lu Jiyue opened his system panel for the first time in ages. He checked his spiritual energy readings. Chapter 210, Holy Spirit? 140. Lu Jiyue felt a surge of excitement. Initially, his spiritual power had only been 100. By relying on devouring chi to transform into power each day, he could generate an additional 1 point of spiritual power. Combined with converting devoured spiritual energy into his own, he had likely accumulated around 20 points of spiritual power on his own during this period. He never imagined the dim spirit pill would suddenly grant him nearly 20 points of spiritual power. One could only imagine if that spirit pill had been at its peak potency, it would likely have granted 2 or 3 times that amount.
With this increase in spiritual power, his beast form could now be sustained for much longer. Moreover, he sensed that once his spiritual power reached a certain threshold, he would likely gain additional benefits. Much like evolution points, once enough points were accumulated, one could evolve. It's just that the changes brought by this spiritual power weren't explicitly stated. If I could consume these elixirs daily, my spiritual power would skyrocket. No need to go through all that trouble refining spiritual energy or absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation. At this thought, Lu Jiyue's eyes lit up with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon the sleeping colossal beasts. These must be ancient spirit beasts in slumber. They must all have spirit pills inside them. Exactly. While they're asleep, we can just take their spiritual pills, no need to fight them at all. Lu Jiyue slammed his paw down and immediately rushed forward. Lu Jiyue didn't even bother to examine the appearance of the ancient spirit beast before him. All he cared about now was its body. More accurately, he was interested in the spirit pills inside its body. Ouch, this one's defenses are a bit too strong. Not worth the trouble. Lu Jiyue brought his claws together, grinding them against each other like sharpening a blade. Then he unleashed Frenzied Blade. Only then did the blade slice smoothly through its belly. After a thorough search, he indeed found the spirit pill inside. Just as Lu Jiyue happily pulled out the elixir to clean it. Unnoticed by him, a pair of eyes slowly opened. The crimson-eyed fox opened its eyes to witness a bloody scene. She witnessed her sworn enemy, the vicious stag beast, having its belly ripped open by a nine-tailed giant dog. The beast held its elixir. Swallowed it whole. The crimson-eyed fox's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually swallowed the spirit pill whole? Is he out of his mind? But why is he completely fine after swallowing it? Wait. His spiritual power is actually increasing. Could it be he's converting all the spiritual energy within the pill into his own? Realizing this, the crimson-eyed fox's heart was thrown into turmoil. In all her long years, she had never heard of a spirit beast enhancing its power by devouring another spirit beast's elixir. After all, each spirit beast's spiritual energy was unique. Complete compatibility between two spirit beasts was virtually impossible. Moreover, as vessels for storing spiritual energy, spiritual pills possessed an extremely unstable internal structure. Like miniature energy volcanoes, the slightest mishandling could trigger an explosion. Therefore, even if a spirit beast obtained another's demon core, it would never consider consuming it directly. In most cases, the demon core would be used to forge weapons. Alternatively, special medicines are employed to gradually neutralize the violent energy within, slowly releasing the stored spiritual energy bit by bit. Swallowing it whole? Not even a thought. At this moment, the nine-tailed giant dog before the crimson-eyed fox stared at it as if it were a ghost. What terrified her even more was that the nine-tailed giant dog had just ripped open the belly of another ancient spirit beast. With practiced ease, it plucked out the spirit core. Without so much as a glance, it tossed it into its mouth like candy and swallowed it whole. The crimson-eyed fox felt the blood in his entire body freeze instantly. After swallowing the spirit pill, Lu Jiao couldn't wait to glance at the interface again. It's up to 180. One more pill and I'll hit 200. At that moment, Lu Jiyue also sensed a subtle shift emanating from his spiritual pill. He sensed the pill had grown slightly larger. Moreover, the spiritual energy within felt more substantial. The power unleashed by just 1 point of spiritual energy now nearly matched what 2 points had previously achieved. One more pill should get me to 200. Maybe there'll be even more surprises. Lu Jiyue looked at the other ancient spirit beast with delight. Holy Spirit, spare my life. Holy Spirit, spare my life. A voice reminiscent of an ancient woman from a television drama reached Lu Jiyue's ears. Ha! When did another one awaken? Lu Jiyue stared in astonishment at the ancient spirit beast before him. This ancient spirit beast bore a striking resemblance to a fox. Yet its fur shimmered like flames, each strand subtly blending a deep crimson hue at its tip. A pair of dazzling crimson eyes, beautiful as two fiery rubies. At this moment, those eyes were fixed intently on Lu Jiyue. Beyond shock and fear, they held a hint of complex emotion. Holy Spirit, please spare me. The crimson-eyed fox's voice trembled slightly, yet it struggled to maintain composure. She knew that before such an existence, only wisdom and sincerity might offer a sliver of hope. Holy Spirit? That name sounds familiar. Hearing the crimson fox address him thus, Lu Jiyue felt an immediate sense of familiarity. Right. When Fuzzball explained the ranks of spirit beasts to me, he mentioned holy spirits. But holy spirits could resonate with heaven and earth, harness natural forces for their own use, and even possess the power to reverse time. He certainly wasn't that powerful. So why was this crimson fox calling him that? Why do you call me that? Unable to figure it out, Lu Jiao asked directly. Because, my lord, the abilities you have displayed are unlike anything we have ever witnessed. The crimson-eyed fox answered respectfully. To directly consume a spirit pill without harm, and even transform it into your own power, such divine prowess can only belong to a sacred spirit. Hearing this, Lu Jiao froze in surprise. So these spirit pills weren't meant to be consumed casually?
This time, it really wasn't because he was amazing, he genuinely had no idea. No one had ever warned him about the dangers of consuming spirit pills carelessly. But he had already consumed it, and he seemed perfectly fine. Was it just good luck? No, it must be because of the system. After all, he possessed the mightiest devouring system. What's a mere elixir? He'll devour it without hesitation. He wasn't bragging. What in this world couldn't he consume? Well, actually, there is something he can't eat. Even though he was a dog in this lifetime. He just won't eat it. So you've been awake since dawn, watching me devour the spirit pill? A cold gleam flashed in Lu Jiyue's eyes. The crimson-eyed fox trembled violently. Holy Spirit, spare my life. This humble red-eyed fox did not mean to spy on your holiness. Why should I spare your life? Your spirit pills are useful to me, but you yourself are of no use. Lu Jiyue spoke with a deliberately insolent tone. Holy Spirit, I can be of use to you. Please hear me out. The red-eyed fox's plea instantly piqued Lu Jiyue's interest. Chapter 211, The Holy Spirit's Tomb, The Mystic. Lu Jiyue raised one eyebrow, a playful smile curling his lips. He was curious to hear what tricks this red-eyed fox could pull to save its own skin. Oh? Then tell me, how exactly can you be of use to me? Seeing this, the red-eyed fox immediately knelt lower, its voice tinged with urgency and supplication. Your Holiness, as a revered Holy Spirit, the low-grade mystical spirit pills you just consumed must be of little use to you. But I know the location of a Holy Spirit's tomb. Within it lie not only the spiritual pills left behind by that Holy Spirit, but also many treasures it collected during its lifetime. It's said to hold extremely precious ancient cultivation texts as well. Lord Holy Spirit, if you were to obtain these things, I believe it would greatly advance your cultivation. Lu Jiao's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam upon hearing this. He had to admit, the fox's words had stirred a powerful desire within him. But foxes are the most cunning creatures, one cannot trust them so easily. Oh? So the Holy Spirit's tomb truly holds such treasures? This humble servant dares not deceive the Holy Spirit. If that's the case, why don't you go get them yourself? Don't all these treasures tempt you? Under Lu Jiao's relentless questioning, the red-eyed fox trembled with nervousness. Every word I've spoken is the truth. My power is too weak to enter the Holy Spirit's tomb. More importantly, shortly after learning this news, I fell into a deep slumber here. Only then did Lu Jiao begin to find the red-eyed fox's words somewhat more credible. Then where did you hear this news? Having asked, he naturally wanted to get to the bottom of it. From the master of this place. The red-eyed fox's words immediately piqued Lu Jiyue's curiosity. The fox must be referring to the owner of this ruin, right? The sharp-eyed red-eyed fox, noticing the flicker of interest in Lu Jiyue's eyes, continued without pause. This place was built by a mystic. We low-tier mystical spirits were all drawn here by that mystic. Mystic? What was that? An ancient cultivator? That cultivator, unable to advance further in cultivation and facing imminent death, coupled with the increasingly sparse spiritual energy, conceived the idea of extracting marrow essence from our spirit beasts to revert to their primordial state as spirit beasts. Lu Jiao was utterly shocked upon hearing this. Did that mystic ultimately succeed? He did not achieve complete success. The crimson-eyed fox hastened to reply. He selected the most powerful spirit beast among us to extract its marrow. Whether it was the marrow rejecting him or his method being inherently flawed, he ultimately ended up as a monstrous hybrid half-human, half-beast. He perished in this very place not long after. Half-human, half-beast Lu Jiyue immediately thought of the Shadow Organization. Especially that lizard man. Could it be that the Shadow Organization had obtained ancient spirit beast marrow from some ruins and used a special method to mass-produce these half-human, half-beast creatures? Lu Jiyue found this highly plausible. At the same time, he recalled the psychic warriors enhanced through modern science and technology. It bore a striking resemblance to this method. It seems that humans, whether in ancient times or today, have an inextricable connection with spirit beasts. Lu Jiao spoke with a hint of confusion. What about the spirit beasts whose marrow fluid was extracted? They die instantly. Lu Jiao wasn't surprised by the crimson-eyed fox's answer. Marrow fluid, the very name suggested its vital importance to spirit beasts. If they could survive extraction, the mystics wouldn't have gone to such lengths to lure these beasts here. After that, I fell into a deep slumber here. When I awoke, I found you, Holy Spirit. The red-eyed fox recounted the general circumstances to Lu Jiyue. Now Lu Jiyue had a rough idea of the situation. Then the mystic must have a spirit pill inside him too, right? The red-eyed fox nodded. Yes, it does. Where did he fall? Take me there. Upon hearing Lu Jiyue's commanding tone, the red-eyed fox grew visibly delighted. This meant she had become valuable to him. Her life was temporarily spared. Holy Spirit, please follow me. Wait. Lu Jiyue's words instantly froze the crimson-eyed fox stiff with fear. Holy Spirit. Hold on. I need to deal with the spirit pills from these two beasts first. The red-eyed fox watched helplessly as Lu Jiyue slit open the bellies of the remaining two companions who hadn't yet awakened. Not content with swallowing the spirit pills, it ended up devouring the entire corpses of the spirit beasts. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. The crimson-eyed fox shuddered at the thought of how he'd nearly met the same fate, gutted and devoured whole, bones and all, leaving not a single trace behind. She shuddered at the thought. Her beautiful fox fur was soaked through with cold sweat. Enough. Lead the way. The red-eyed fox rose shakily, her tail tucked tightly between her legs, fear filling her eyes. Her voice trembled as she replied, "Yes, Holy Spirit. Please follow me." Watching the crimson-eyed fox so terrified, Lu Jiyue felt not a shred of awareness about how terrifying his own actions must have been to her. After all, she was an ancient spirit beast, how could she be so timid? To conserve his spiritual energy, Lu Jiyue reverted to his normal husky form. She also released base. Seeing this, the crimson-eyed fox was startled once more. It can switch forms at will. And it can summon spirit pets. He truly is a sacred spirit. A newfound reverence flickered in the crimson-eyed fox's eyes. Simultaneously, she made a silent vow within herself. She would prove herself to the Holy Spirit. Strive to become one of the Holy Spirit's spirit pets. Not only would she save her own life, but she would also gain the Holy Spirit's protection. Killing two birds with one stone. As the crimson-eyed fox pondered this, she suddenly sensed a blatant gaze fixed upon her. She turned her head to look. It was the Holy Spirit's own spirit pet, glaring at it with those fierce, large eyes. Could it be that it sensed the red-eyed fox threatening its status as the divine spirit's favored spirit pet? The red-eyed fox's mind raced with calculations. No, she had to cultivate a good relationship with the Holy Spirit's spirit pet too. They stared at the red-eyed fox for a long moment. "Your Highness, where did you find such a fox? It's rather beautiful." Bess whispered quietly into Lu Jiyao's ear. "Do you like it?" Faced with Lu Jiyue's counter-question, Bess nodded shyly. "I do. So you like the sassy ones, huh? Not trashy at all. I sniffed it, this fox is different." Seeing Bess's silly expression, Lu Jiyo laughed. "Ha ha ha." Just then, laughter echoed from nearby. "Ha Wang, did you hear someone laughing? Sounds kinda sleazy," Bess said, glancing at Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue, with his keen hearing, naturally caught it. And the sound seemed somewhat familiar to him. Chapter 212, If you die by my hand, consider yourself lucky. It's that giant wolf. Lu Jiyue had just emerged from the passageway on that side when he spotted a figure standing atop the building ahead. That figure was none other than the Shadow Organization's giant wolf. In his hand, he held an ancient medicine bottle. Below him lay 3 or 4 people. They were agents from the Special Affairs Bureau. One of them was He Yong, the man who had fled with the wooden box. But the wooden box was no longer on his person. Instead, it lay nearby, smashed into 2 pieces. Lu Jiyue, with his keen eyes, immediately realized the giant wolf had snatched the wooden box. And what it held in its paws must be what was inside the wooden box. It's the marrow fluid left behind by that mystic. The red-eyed fox recognized it the moment he saw the bottle. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyue fixed his gaze back on the giant wolf. Then, they witnessed the entire body of the giant wolf undergoing astonishing changes at a visible speed. Eerie blue patterns began to emerge across its body. Its originally black-gray fur grew long and thick, emitting a faint silver glow. The wolf's entire skeletal structure shifted, accompanied by audible cracking sounds. Its entire body grew to an extraordinary size and bulk. At that moment, the figures lying on the ground all rose to their feet. They exchanged glances. Not only had they failed to protect the item, but members of the Shadow Organization had snatched it away and consumed it. Given the situation, staying meant certain death. With looks of reluctance, they began running in the opposite direction of the giant wolf. "Think you can run? Did I say you could?" The giant wolf's body swelled once more. With a sudden leap, it transformed into a black bolt of lightning, instantly covering dozens of meters to block the fleeing figures. The giant wolf opened its gaping maw, its sharp fangs gleaming coldly. A thick, foul stench assaulted their senses, sending a chill down their spines. Faced with this sudden, terrifying display of power, the Special Affairs Bureau agents turned deathly pale. "Everyone, be careful." Resolved to fight to the end, several members reached into their pockets, each pulling out a blue pill and swallowing it. The blue pills seemed to greatly enhance their strength. The giant wolf, however, looked on with disdain. In his view, this was undoubtedly a futile struggle. The giant wolf let out a deafening roar, its body enveloped in concentric rings of blue energy fluctuations. This was the power amplification granted by the marrow fluid, elevating his strength to unprecedented heights. Die! The giant wolf's form darted forward like a specter. Within 2 seconds, one member of the Special Affairs Bureau lay dead in a pool of blood. The remaining 3 witnessed this scene, realizing they were now nothing more than fish on a chopping block to the giant wolf. Paralyzing terror gripped their hearts, momentarily robbing them of any will to resist. But the giant wolf's sharp, blood-stained claws were already upon them. Just as despair gripped them, a series of fierce claw strikes erupted from the side. They instantly repelled the giant wolf's claws. "Who?" The The wolf roared furiously, whirling around as its bloodshot eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the sudden attackers. Several agile figures leapt from the shadows, landing lightly nearby. It was Lu Jiu at base and the crimson-eyed fox. The claw strike moments ago had come from Lu Jiu. The giant wolf scanned the three figures. When its gaze fell upon the golden-eyed husky, the giant wolf froze abruptly. He sensed a familiar aura. The pursuit's secret art? The giant wolf narrowed his eyes, fixating on the golden-eyed husky. A husky capable of bearing the pursuit's secret art of their shadow organization. This one clearly wasn't some ordinary creature. Oomph. You refused the path to heaven, yet forced your way into hell. You stupid dog, dying by my hand is actually a blessing for you. The giant wolf visibly perked up at the sight of the pursuit's secret art. Ignoring the Special Affairs Bureau agents, base, and the red-eyed fox beside Lu Jiu, it charged straight toward Lu Jiu's position. Lu Jiu's gaze turned icy. Calling him a dumb dog? Very well, you've stepped right on his trigger. He was going to beat this giant wolf into a pulp. But before Lu Jiu could act, the crimson-eyed fox beside him charged forward first. Holy Spirit, allow me to teach him a lesson. The red-eyed fox was utterly thrilled. This was a golden opportunity right before its eyes. A chance to impress the Holy Spirit. How could she possibly let it slip away? The crimson-eyed fox instantly darted before the giant wolf. She extended her claws, which glowed with an eerie crimson light. The giant wolf, seeing this, flashed a hint of contempt in its eyes. Its massive form arced through the air, lunging fiercely at the crimson-eyed fox. The two clashed mid-air, claw shadows and crimson light intertwining, producing a series of piercing metallic clangs. The air itself seemed torn apart by the sheer force. But the crimson-eyed fox overlooked one crucial detail. She had only just awakened, her spiritual energy and power severely depleted. Facing the giant wolf's assault, she was already struggling to keep up. Overestimating your strength? Die. As the giant wolf's contemptuous voice echoed, an even more powerful surge of energy erupted from its body. Its claws transformed into the scythe of death itself, bearing devastating force as it closed in on the crimson-eyed fox. A flicker of terror crossed the crimson-eyed fox's gaze, but she gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand her ground. Though her speed began to wane and the crimson glow on her claws dimmed, she refused to retreat. At that critical moment, several green flames materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward the giant wolf. Feeling the heat wave, the giant wolf stumbled back several steps. A burnt smell filled its nostrils. The green flames singed its fur, releasing a foul, acrid stench. Lu Jiu flashed forward, appearing before the crimson-eyed fox. Stand down. Facing Lu Jiu's unquestionable command, the red-eyed fox obediently stepped aside. Lu Jiu's gaze, sharp as a torch, swept over the giant wolf. He extended a claw, beckoning the beast closer. You're asking for it. The giant wolf brushed the scorched ash from its fur and lunged toward Lu Jiu. Its form surged like a black storm, instantly closing the distance between them. As it neared Lu Jiu, its form suddenly blurred mid-air. In an instant, it split into countless afterimages, attacking Lu Jiu from every angle. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy, Lu Jiu caught sight of several powerful floodlights on the ground out of the corner of his eye. At least there's some light. Lu Jiu muttered under his breath before instantly unleashing the shadowless kick. His form instantly dissolved into a shadow, leaving the giant wolf with nowhere to strike. After striking at thin air several times, the giant wolf began scanning the surroundings for Lu Jiu's form. The next second, a flash of golden light erupted. The wolf's eyes locked onto a pair of golden pupils. At the same moment, Lu Jiu's figure materialized. From those golden pupils, a beam of golden light instantly surged forth and pierced into the giant wolf's eyes. Chapter 213, Spiritual Healing. Boom! A thunderous crash. Lu Jiu pinned the giant wolf beneath him with brutal force. His claws plunged deep into the wolf's throat. Only now did the wolf's unfocused pupils snap back into sharp focus from the pain. Then, utter disbelief filled its eyes. Just now. Just one glance at the golden eyes of this husky. An utterly terrifying scene had automatically formed in his mind. Complete loss of bodily control. By the time he snapped back to his senses, the icy claws had already slit his throat. Impossibly. The giant wolf refused to believe he could lose so easily, but his throat, gradually choking off his breath, reminded him his end was near. A glint of madness and ferocity flashed in the giant wolf's eyes. We'll both die together. The giant wolf let out a snarling roar from its mangled throat. The next second, the giant wolf's body swelled rapidly like a balloon, then exploded in an instant. The explosive force radiated outward violently from the wolf's center. Lu Jiu, relying on his astonishing reflexes, rolled away just before the blast hit. But the wolf's self-detonation dealt area of effect damage, and Lu Jiu felt a sharp pain in his right front paw, the limb closest to the beast. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing a battlefield strewn with destruction. The giant wolf's remains lay scattered across the ground, with only a few larger bones and fragments of fur left to prove its existence. The thick, chilling stench of blood hung heavy in the air. The giant wolf's suicide attack had indeed proven devastating. Even several Special Affairs Bureau agents standing a considerable distance away were knocked unconscious by the blast. Base and the red-eyed fox were also pushed back several meters by the shockwave. King Ha! Your paw! Base let out a startled cry. Lu Xiao looked down. His entire right front paw had been blown to shreds. 2 bones were shattered and the pad was a bloody mess. It was the kind of sight that caused psychological pain just to look at. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Lu Xiao activated his newly acquired spirit technique, Spirit Healing. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The wounds on Lu Xiao's right front paw began healing at a visible pace. The severed claws regrew and the mangled paw pads gradually regained their original pink hue and elasticity. Lu Xiao quickly checked the system prompt. 15 spirit points deducted. Ouch, that stings. It already deducted 15 spirit power? This scene left Base and the Crimson-Eyed Fox utterly dumbfounded. Especially the Crimson-Eyed Fox, the shock surging through its mind was nothing short of overwhelming. Is this the power of a holy spirit? To recover so effortlessly even after being injured. This only intensified the Crimson-Eyed Fox's desire to keep Luo Zhiyue as his spirit pet. King Ha, how did you do that? Does it still hurt? Base rushed over to Lu Zhiyue, scrutinizing his right front paw from every angle before leaning in to sniff it. Not a bit of pain left. Lu Zhiyue shook his paw, finding it as agile as before. Yet resentment still boiled within him. A single spirit pill barely added 20 points of spiritual power. That damn wolf had to pull one last trick before dying. It cost him a whopping 15 points of spiritual power. Though this spiritual power could be restored, Lu Xiao was still furious. Recovery takes time, damn it. Right. Lu Xiao realized that since this giant wolf could wield spiritual energy, it must have a spiritual pill within its body. Plus, it had just consumed marrow fluid to enhance its strength, so the quality of that spirit pill must have improved significantly. Lu Xiao immediately began searching the area. At this moment, his keen canine sense proved invaluable. Guided by his keen canine sense of smell, Lu Xiao eventually located the giant wolf's spirit pill buried in a pile of dirt. How can it be so small? Looking at the pill before him, barely the size of a pigeon's egg, Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Seems that marrow fluid wasn't much use after all. Could it be that the stuff had an expiration date? Lu Xiao shook his head, dismissing such idle thoughts. The sins you've committed, let your elixir pay for them. Though it was small, he had to eat it. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Sure enough, just as expected. After consuming this spirit pill, his spiritual power increased by a mere 13 points. That's 2 points less than what he'd spent healing himself. For the first time, Lu Xiao felt he'd gotten the raw deal in a fight. King Ha, what should we do with them? Base approached the 3 unconscious humans and nudged them with his head. Hey, no sleeping here. He realized they weren't responding. Looks like they're all pretty badly hurt. Lu Xiao studied the trio thoughtfully. He had already infiltrated the Yangjiang Special Affairs Bureau to a significant extent. Should he infiltrate the neighboring city of Bianzhong too? Oh right, he possessed a special ability to plant seeds of desire within male bodies. He should plant one in each of these guys. Who knows? They might come in handy someday. Lu Xiao acted like an ante spotting empty bottles on the street, grabbing them for free, planting seeds of desire within these 3 men's bodies. Alright, let's go. King Ha, are we just leaving them here? Someone will come to rescue them. When Lu Xiao planted those seeds of desire, he'd given them a cursory examination. None had suffered life-threatening injuries. The Special Affairs Bureau will come to carry them away later. Reaching the dead end, Lu Xiao found the path terminated. He turned to look at the Crimson-Eyed Fox. Caught in Lu Xiao's gaze, the Crimson-Eyed Fox immediately sped up in fright. Holy Spirit, I shall continue to guide you. The Crimson-Eyed Fox approached the stone wall and began to feel along it with its claws. Its claws lightly traced the stone surface as if searching for something. There should be a switch here. The red-eyed fox murmured softly. Her paw finally came to rest on a seemingly ordinary stone slab, though the texture around its edges was slightly different. Found it! The red-eyed fox exclaimed with delight. Holy Spirit, please wait a moment. I shall open the passage for you at once. The red-eyed fox pushed the stone slab with all her strength. With a faint mechanical whirring, the stone wall slowly slid apart, revealing a deep, dark passageway. Just as the stone wall fully opened, several cold flashes suddenly shot out from within the passage, streaking straight toward Lu Xiao's face. Your Holiness, beware! The Crimson-Eyed Fox instantly demonstrated its abilities, darting forward to shield Lu Xiao. Her claws flicked through the air like a weaver, spinning an invisible net that deflected each projectile with a sharp clang. During this exchange, 2 projectiles pierced the red-eyed fox's left shoulder before it could be intercepted. Yet she remained steadfastly in front of Lu Xiao, not shifting her stance at all. Only after the projectiles ceased did the Crimson-Eyed Fox cautiously glance behind her. Holy Spirit, I had no idea there were hidden traps here. Please forgive me. Fear was written all over Crimson-Eyed Fox. She had witnessed the power of this golden-eyed husky before. If he misunderstood that she had deliberately led him here to trigger the traps, she was certain she'd meet a gruesome end. So she chose to shield him with her own body, even if it meant getting hurt. Such a minor wound was nothing compared to her life. This demonic tyrant before her was the kind who devoured people whole, leaving no trace. Chapter 214, Because You're Kind. Am I really that terrifying? Lu Jiyue wondered inwardly. The crimson-eyed fox's reaction made him begin to reflect on himself. Wasn't he supposed to be the dashing, irresistible type? How had he become a figure radiating murderous intent in the eyes of this fox? I won't kill you. After much deliberation, Lu Jiyue concluded these 4 words were likely what the fox most wanted to hear. Thank you, Lord Holy Spirit. The crimson-eyed fox visibly relaxed upon hearing these words. Lu Jiyue glanced at the wound on the red-eyed fox's shoulder. He had indeed intended to kill the fox and consume its spirit pill at first. But this fox was clever. By offering something that piqued his interest, it demonstrated its value. Lu Jiyue had already decided not to kill it. Even without the fox's subsequent actions, he wouldn't have gone back on his word. After all, his dog's character was famously good. Having learned from the earlier hidden weapon incident, the crimson-eyed fox had grown wiser this time. She instructed Lu Jiyue to wait outside first. She entered first to scout the area. Lu Jiyue naturally agreed. Hawan, why is this fox so afraid of you? Bess looked at Lu Jiyue with a puzzled expression. Seeing Bessie's innocent expression, Lu Jiyue found himself growing curious too. If this fox fears me so much, why aren't you afraid of me? Because you're kind. Lu Jiyue nearly burst out laughing. He's kind? Is there something wrong with your sense of right and wrong? Hawan, I'm your bassist. I'm with you through thick and thin. Whatever you do is right. You are my moral compass. Ha-men. You brat, did you pick up all these bad habits at Dog Cafe? Where did you learn this nonsense? Nah, not at all. I just have too many fans got a little influenced by osmosis. Just then, the crimson-eyed fox returned. Just in time to witness Lu Jiyue in base roughhousing. So the Holy Spirit has such a friendly side too? Lu Jiyue immediately regained his serious demeanor upon seeing the red-eyed fox. After all, in others' eyes, he was now the embodiment of the Holy Spirit. He couldn't afford to be anything but serious. Seeing this, the crimson-eyed fox instantly dismissed his earlier conjecture. So, the Holy Spirit only shows this side to his spirit pets. The crimson-eyed fox shot an envious glance at Base. Holy Spirit, I've thoroughly searched the area and found no hidden weapons or traps. Please follow me. The crimson-eyed fox stepped into the passage first, its tail swaying gently as it waited for Lu Jiyue to follow. Lu Jiyue stepped into the passageway. Though the crimson-eyed fox had already checked the area, he remained secretly vigilant. After all, it never hurt to be cautious. But Bess beside him lacked this awareness. Base charged in recklessly, pawing at the ground one moment and sniffing the walls the next. He seemed as though he hadn't been out for a stroll in 3 days, his excitement tinged with a touch of recklessness. King Ha, could there be treasure here? Like in those stories glittering gold, rooms piled high with riches. Bess suddenly turned to ask Lu Jiyue excitedly. Stories are rich, reality is lean. What's that supposed to mean? No treasure but bones? Lu Jiyue regretted explaining this to a dog brain. Holy Spirit, it's just ahead. The crimson-eyed fox's voice rang out. Lu Jiyue looked up. The path ahead suddenly opened up. After taking a few more steps, a spacious stone chamber came into view. An ancient altar stood at the chamber's center. The altar was engraved with intricate runes that glowed faintly. King Ha, there seems to be something inside. Lu Jiyue fixed his gaze upon the altar. He discovered a corpse placed at the very center of the altar. Is that the Xian person? Lu Jiyue turned to ask the crimson-eyed fox beside him. The red-eyed fox nodded solemnly. Lu Jiyue slowly approached a bit closer. He noticed the altar's glow seemed to emanate from the corpse lying still at its center. After getting closer for a closer look, a flash of astonishment crossed Lu Jiyue's eyes. This corpse hasn't decomposed? Lu Jiyue stared at the corpse in astonishment. It possessed a human body, yet bore the head of a black bear. The corpse was clad in ancient robes, weathered by time yet showing no signs of decay. It seemed merely asleep, not truly dead. At that moment, the crimson-eyed fox approached as well. Seeing this scene, she too was startled. How could this be? I clearly witnessed his demise with my own eyes. Why hasn't his body decayed? The red-eyed fox, filled with questions, moved closer to investigate. A bright light suddenly flared up on the altar. It sealed the crimson-eyed fox out. This sudden turn of events instantly made the red-eyed fox exceptionally cautious. She pressed her tail tightly against her body, then began examining the runes on the altar. It's these runes. That mystic must have used some ancient secret technique from the texts to create a barrier. That's why the mystic's corpse hasn't decayed because of this barrier. The red-eyed fox suddenly understood. Yet a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes next. But he's already dead, why would he need a barrier to preserve his corpse? Lu Jiyue watched silently as this unfolded. The red-eyed fox glanced at Lu Jiyue beside her, and the confusion in her eyes vanished instantly. Right. The one beside her was a sacred spirit. Who cares what that mysterious man was thinking? Even if he were still alive, he wouldn't stand a chance against this holy spirit. Why was she overthinking this? Holy spirit, that mystic has reached mid-tier cultivation. The spirit pill within his body should be of greater benefit to you. The crimson-eyed fox spoke respectfully to Lu Jiyue. I am merely a low-tier mystic spirit, far inferior to that mystic. With my strength, I doubt I could break through this barrier. Therefore, I humbly request the Holy Spirit to retrieve it personally. Lu Jiyue cast a faint glance at the red-eyed fox. Before he could make a move, Base beside him sprang into action first. It's just retrieving an item. No need for His Royal Highness to do it himself. I'll handle it. Watching Base charge straight toward the altar, Lu Jiyue shouted. Bess, wait. It was too late. Base's body had already surged forward. The Base's speed was so swift it instantly shattered the barrier. Immediately, the altar emitted a deafening roar, causing the entire stone chamber to tremble. The runes on the altar suddenly blazed with intense light. At the same moment, the corpse of the black bear-headed humanoid, which had lain motionless, showed a faint sign of life. Chapter 215, wasn't he dead? As the runes on the altar surged with light, the black bear-headed corpse suddenly opened its eyes. Yet, there was no spark of life in those eyes. Instead, a powerful aura surged forth from its body, instantly filling the entire stone chamber. The red-eyed fox let out a startled cry, swiftly retreating several steps, its eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Lu Jiyue's expression shifted slightly at the sight. Wasn't he dead? The red-eyed fox looked utterly bewildered. But soon, she sensed something. This mystic is indeed dead. There are no signs of life left in him. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiao's gaze immediately locked onto the black bear-human hybrid. He realized it was exactly as the red-eyed fox had said. He's dead, so why is his body? Just as Lu Jiyue was puzzled, at that very moment, a far more powerful force erupted from within, carrying dense spiritual energy. Sweeping toward them, Lu Jiao and the crimson-eyed fox instinctively stumbled back over 10 meters. However, at that very moment, the force locked onto Base. What the hell is this? It feels like some filthy thing has wrapped itself around me. Base struggled in midair a few times, then seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. This force was slowly pulling him toward the center of the altar. Bess! Shift forms! Lu Jiao shouted urgently. Bess tried to obey, but found itself completely bound by the force, unable to shift forms. Lord Hawang, it's no use. Lu Xiao, hearing this, was about to intervene. But a thought flashed through his mind. He immediately abandoned his rash plan and turned his fierce gaze toward the crimson-eyed fox beside him. What exactly is going on here? Lu Xiao demanded in a deep voice. The red-eyed fox looked equally tense. She shook her head and replied. Though I know this mystic is powerful and well-versed in ancient texts and secret arts, I truly have no idea what's happening now. However, she suddenly remembered something and continued. I've heard of a secret technique that allows cultivators to seal away part of their power or consciousness within their bodies, to be used for rebirth or inheritance in the future. Lu Jiao's heart stirred at these words. Could it be that this mysterious figure intends to seize Base's body to achieve rebirth? The crimson-eyed fox nodded solemnly. A cold glint flashed in Lu Jiyue's eyes. You old bastard! How dare you set your sights on my people? No, my dog. Though the term old bastard felt somewhat inaccurate, Lu Jiyue couldn't spare the energy to dwell on it now. As Base closed in on the mystic's corpse, Lu Jiyue extended his claws, unleashing fierce fury claws. A piercing claw wind surged toward the Xian practitioner's corpse. Yet midway, it was halted by the barrier. Refusing to accept defeat, Lu Jiyue unleashed green netherfire. Clusters of green flames surged forward. Perhaps due to the corrosive nature of the green nether flame. Though the barrier still blocked the flames, visible ripples now rippled across its surface. It's working. Lu Jiyue glanced over at Base again. He noticed Base had fallen asleep at some point. Damn it! That ancient thing seems to be eroding Base's consciousness. Knowing time was running out, Lu Jiyue immediately spent evolution points to upgrade the green netherfire. Green nether flame intermediate. This flame clings to enemies, dealing sustained fire damage that bypasses partial defenses and directly erodes their vitality. Beyond physical damage, enemies touched by the flames experience gradually fading mental clarity, causing significant drops in attack and defense. Special Effect 1 slows the enemy for 3 seconds. At first glance, the upgraded green nether flame only gained an additional special effect. But in reality, its potency has increased considerably. Lu Jiao unleashed green netherfire once more. Go! Lu Jiao commanded in a low voice. The upgraded green nether flame surged forth like a sentient venomous serpent. It clings to the barrier, searing a gaping hole through it. The green flames flew through the hole and instantly clung to the corpse of the black bear man. The moment the flames touched the corpse, they burned with frenzied intensity.
The green netherfire's special effect manifested, enveloping the black bear human corpse in a faint green mist. Its movement slowed, and the once powerful aura began to falter. If you want to be reborn, hurry up and go queue up for reincarnation with the King of Hell. Lu Jiyue felt a slight sense of relief at the sight. Just then, the slumbering base let out a faint moan. It seemed as though base was expelling the corrupted fragments of his consciousness. Yet, at this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. The black bear human corpse, which had seemed suppressed by the green netherworld flames, suddenly erupted with an even more violent surge of power. This force was no longer chaotic and disordered like before, but appeared unusually concentrated, as if it possessed its own will. No! Lu Jiyue's heart raced with alarm. He accelerated toward base, fearing the Xian practitioner might have another trick up his sleeve. But this time, he was wrong. This newly awakened force abruptly shifted direction, no longer targeting base. Instead, it lunged like a starving wolf toward the crimson-eyed fox nearby. The crimson-eyed fox, sensing this sudden threat, paled instantly. Already drained of spiritual energy and wounded, if that Xian practitioner targeted her now, she feared. The thought of finally regaining consciousness only to have that Xian cultivator seize her body filled the crimson-eyed fox with intense resentment. She retreated swiftly, attempting to distance herself from that force. But that force was clearly far too powerful for her. It seemed to lock onto her like a dead weight. No matter how she dodged, she couldn't escape its pursuit. Holy Spirit, save me! Despair tinged the crimson-eyed fox's voice as she turned to Lu Jiyue, her eyes pleading for help. Responding to the crimson-eyed fox's plea, Lu Jiyue accelerated with a leap, landing before her. Roar! Lu Jiyue unleashed his battle roar at the invisible force. As the skill temporarily weakened the force's effect, Lu Jiyue turned and shouted to the crimson-eyed fox. Use this moment to flee as far as you can. A resolute glint flashed in the crimson-eyed fox's eyes. She understood this was her only chance. Her form erupted like an arrow released from its string, shooting toward the stone chamber's entrance. That force was extremely cunning. Knowing Lu Jiyue was a formidable opponent, it sidestepped him and immediately gave chase after the crimson-eyed fox. A flicker of worry crossed Lu Jiyue's mind. That crimson fox was quite the charmer, and base liked her too. Lu Jiyue truly hoped that Shenrun wouldn't take over her body. At this thought, Lu Jiyue looked toward the altar and the corpse before him. Let's see if destroying this place will do any good. Soon, both the altar and the corpse were smashed to pieces by Lu Jiyue. At that very moment, Lu Jiyue, with his keen hearing, caught a faint shriek. It's that crimson fox. Could it be that the mystic had succeeded after all? The thought weighed heavily on Lu Jiyue's mind. He immediately activated his shadowless leg technique, rushing toward the source of the sound at top speed. When he arrived at the scene before him instantly made his eyes widen in astonishment. Chapter 216, From now on, I've got your back. The crimson-eyed fox lay sprawled on the ground, a gaping wound in its right flank, blood gushing freely. The culprit responsible for her injuries was none other than a Special Affairs Bureau agent who had been knocked unconscious. None other than that man named He-Yong. Lu Jiyue stared in utter shock at the scene before him. He sensed that He-Yong's aura had completely changed. Therefore, after failing to get what he wanted from the crimson-eyed fox, that mysterious figure had shifted his target to the unconscious He-Yong lying on the ground. Beyond just his aura, He-Yong's entire demeanor, gaze, and expression had transformed. This was no longer the He-Yong he once knew. He had become a completely different person. As the new He-Yong prepared to strike the crimson-eyed fox with lethal force, Lu Jiyue executed a bloodthirsty leap. After two midair jumps, he lunged toward him. He-Yong's reflexes were lightning fast. Just as Lu Jiyue was about to tackle him, he sidestepped out of the way. Holy Spirit! The crimson-eyed fox's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope upon seeing Lu Jiyue. Holy Spirit? Hearing the crimson-eyed fox's words, He-Yong seemed to recall past events. His gaze toward Lu Jiyue filled with apprehension. Red-eyed fox, you actually found a Holy Spirit to back you up. You're lucky this time. With those words, He-Yong vanished in a flash, fleeing the scene at breakneck speed. Lu Jiyue did not pursue him, instead turning his attention to the severely wounded red-eyed fox. How are you? I shan't die, my lord. I have yet to inform the Holy Spirit of the location of your sacred tomb. I shan't allow myself to be harmed. The red-eyed fox spoke nervously, unaware of the blood spilling from his mouth. A pang of unease gripped Lu Jiyue's heart. At first, he'd thought the fox was clinging to life by acting this way toward him. But now it seemed she had adopted this as her very way of survival. Reflecting deeper, Lu Jiyue felt a pang of pity for the fox. In their previous era, where the strong ruled supreme, lacking sufficient strength meant one could only survive by keeping a low profile. Was she wrong? Not really. She was just trying to survive. Lu Jiyue said nothing. He leaned his head closer to the crimson-eyed fox. The crimson-eyed fox trembled visibly at his approach. Holy Spirit! Master, what are you about to do? Don't you want to know about the Holy Spirit's tomb anymore? Lu Jiyue showed no reaction to the red-eyed fox's words, instead leaning his head closer to her.
He opened his mouth. At that moment, the Crimson-Eyed Fox felt utterly defeated. At this moment, she was utterly spent, completely drained of strength to resist. In the end, she couldn't escape death after all. If death must come, so be it. She'd had enough of this life, cowering in fear every day. Death would be a kind of liberation. With this realization, the Crimson-Eyed Fox felt a strange lightness wash over her. Her body stopped trembling with fear. Closing her eyes, she faced her fate with calm acceptance. Soon, a cool, gentle touch spread across her wounded shoulder. And then, there was no next. The Crimson-Eyed Fox opened her eyes in confusion. She looked at Lu Jiayue before her, puzzled. He just licked his own wound? What did that mean? It didn't take long for the red-eyed fox to realize. Her weakened body suddenly surged with a newfound strength. The bleeding from the wounds on its shoulder and right lower abdomen quickly stopped, replaced by a warm, tingling sensation. The wounds seemed to be slowly healing. But the Crimson-Eyed Fox's astonishment didn't end there. She discovered that a portion of spiritual energy had also surged into her depleted spiritual pill. She looked up at Lu Jiayue in disbelief. Holy Spirit, what are you? From now on, I'll have your back. The crimson pupils of the red-eyed fox widened instantly. Those words struck her heart like heavenly music. At that moment, Base, who had been left behind, caught up. He had overheard the exchange. With the Fox King watching your back, little fox, your luck is just beginning. You'll be able to walk all over Yangjiang City from now on. Lu Jiao shot Base a glare. Of course, King Ha said you can't run red lights, no compensation if you get hit. Though the Crimson-Eyed Fox couldn't understand Base's words, she was still deeply moved. Thank you, Holy Spirit, for taking me as your spirit pet. Crimson-Eyed Fox will serve you faithfully from now on. Ahem. Hearing the Crimson-Eyed Fox's words, Lu Jiayue nearly choked on his own spit. I don't need your service. Then I'll be your slave, willing to lay down my life for you. Not needed either. Then. Enough. Lu Jiao cut her off. From now on, you don't need to prove your worth. Just do what a fox should do. Or whatever you want to do. Like him, for instance. Lu Jiayue held up Base, who was rolling around on the ground, as an example. I'm a dog, after all. A dog should act like a dog. Far from toning it down, Base rolled around even more enthusiastically. Complex emotions welled up in the Crimson-Eyed Fox's eyes. In all her years, she had never heard such words. Do what you want. She murmured, as if somewhere in the dark recesses of her heart, a vibrant sprout of life had begun to grow. At that moment, He-Yong, who had already escaped the entire ruins, belatedly came to a halt. He glanced back, but no one was following. He sensed something was amiss. A Holy Spirit? If that dog truly was the Holy Spirit, wouldn't killing him be as easy as lifting a finger? Why let him go? That dog's strength was formidable, but it hadn't reached the level a Holy Spirit should possess. There wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy around it. Moreover, if he truly were a Holy Spirit, he should have sensed me the moment I awoke. How could he have been given so many chances, even allowing him to escape? All these inconsistencies made He-Yong immediately certain that the dog was not a Holy Spirit. That red-eyed fox had been lying to him all along. Very well, red-eyed fox. You truly live up to your name as a fox daring to deceive me. He-Yong glared at the building before him with a mix of fury and cunning. He shifted his stance and moved to a specific spot. Scrutinizing the solid stone wall before him, he quickly identified an inconspicuous spot. This spot will be your grave. A sinister smile curled at the corner of He-Yong's mouth as he slammed his hand down on the spot. In an instant, the once solid structure began to shake violently. He-Yong immediately retreated from the area. After putting some distance between himself and the site, he came to a halt at a certain location. Before long, the structure shook violently, erupting in a deafening roar before collapsing in an instant. Only after witnessing it become a pile of rubble did He-Yong depart with satisfaction. Chapter 217, I'll handle the dismembering. I'll have 7 parts sugar, with milk foam on top, please. Lu Jiao had barely touched down when he heard a muffled murmur. He looked up and saw Maoqiu fast asleep on a spirit tree nearby. Dreaming about bubble tea even in her sleep, this little glutton. Lu Jiayue walked over to the spirit tree, plucked a leaf, and held it close to Maoqiu's nostrils, gently brushing it against his snout a few times. Achoo! Furry Ball sneezed loudly and woke up. Spotting Lu Jiayue before him, he nearly tumbled from the tree. Bro, when did you get here? Why have you been sleeping so soundly lately? Not a shred of alertness. Haha, I stayed up late playing games with Xiaoqi and the others yesterday. Oh, right, why'd you suddenly show up here, bro? Lu Jiayue recalled what had happened just 2 minutes prior. He, Base, and the Crimson-Eyed Fox were inside the ruins, barely exchanging a few words. Suddenly, the ruins shook violently. The structures were about to collapse, burying them underground. Lu Jiayue quickly placed the Crimson-Eyed Fox and Base into his lightspace. Of course, he also brought the remaining 2 Special Affairs Bureau agents inside. Only after completing these actions did he take out a fruit kernel, crush it, and return to the furball. Come on, I'll introduce you to some new friends.
Hearing Lu Zhiyue's words, the furball, who had been yawning moments ago, instantly perked up.
Back in the villa's basement, Lu Zhiyue finally released everyone from his spatial pocket. Hey, Ha Wang, where'd you bring us?
The burly bass was immediately filled with curiosity about his surroundings.
Wow, such cute dolls.
Bess mistook Macho for a plush toy and opened his big mouth to grab it. Seeing this, the furball used its spiritual power to send him flying half a meter away.
Ouch. The doll hit me. Bess, take a good look, this isn't some doll.
At that moment, a voice trembling with fear rang out.
Holy Spirit, what is this? The crimson-eyed fox stood silently behind Lu Zhiyue. A pair of eyes stared fearfully at the adorable yet terrifyingly imposing furball.
The Holy Spirit had promised to protect her. At this thought, a flicker of confidence flickered in the red-eyed fox's eyes, and the fear began to fade.
It's fine. She's one of us. Lu Zhiyue explained aloud. This fox is a Xianling spirit.
Furball also began to scrutinize the crimson-eyed fox. Though it's a low-tier mystic spirit.
Wonder what innate talent it's awakened.
The crimson-eyed fox stared in shock, stunned that the other had seen through its true nature with just a glance.
His name is Ball of Fur. He's a wasteland spirit. Greetings, Lord Ball of Fur.
The red-eyed fox greeted politely, then suddenly her expression turned stunned, as if she'd heard something utterly astonishing.
A wasteland spirit? Lord Furball is a wasteland spirit? Yes, a wasteland spirit. The crimson-eyed fox was utterly stunned. She had heard of the wasteland spirits. The wild spirit race was extremely rare. And it was said that wasteland spirits possessed abilities no weaker than those of holy spirits. However, they were usually bound by some kind of mission or restriction, unable to roam freely like holy spirits. She never imagined she would witness a wild spirit with her own eyes today. Furry ball, what is this? Lu Zhiyue suddenly stumbled over her words. Red something fox? How about calling you Little Red?
As Lu Zhiyue introduced the creature, she suddenly gave the crimson-eyed fox a name.
What do you think of that name? Lu Zhiyue thought he was being quite democratic.
If the red-eyed fox didn't like the name, he certainly wouldn't force it. Thank you, Lord Holy Spirit, for bestowing this name.
Little Red likes it very much. Lu Zhiyue frowned. Little Red, you really don't have to. Little Red doesn't understand what the Holy Spirit meant. Ah well, she wouldn't change her personality overnight. Maybe after spending more time with them, she'd be assimilated eventually.
Now we have Xiaoqing and Xiaohong, let's aim to assemble a full rainbow squad someday.
Just then, a commotion came from outside. Moments later, Xiaoqi appeared at the doorway. Big brother. Come quick, Big brother's here. I knew I smelled your scent. All three little ones gathered here without exception. They bounded over to Lu Zhiyue. Ha? A fox?
The three little ones immediately surrounded the red-eyed fox as if they'd discovered something fascinating. The red-eyed fox looked at the three little ones before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Zhiyao, and instantly grew tense again. These are my little brothers and sisters, Xiao Shi, Xiao Qi, and Meng Meng. Lu Zhiyue hurriedly introduced them, feeling like a tour guide in that moment.
This is Xiao Hong, a fox who's lived for many years. Wow, an old fox demon? So cool. Little Red looks so pretty. Daji, is that you? I'm Xiao Tianquan. All three little ones' eyes sparkled with excitement.
Greetings, young Master Shi.
Greetings, young Master Qi.
Greetings, young Master Meng Meng.
The red-eyed fox didn't know how to describe this feeling.
It felt like receiving a tiny bit of attention. There are two dead bodies over here. Xiao Qi caught sight of the two figures nearby out of the corner of his eye.
Lu Zhiyao finally remembered this matter. We need to find a way to deal with these two. If they wake up, it'll be trouble. Dispose of them? I'll dismember them. Upon hearing Lu Zhiyue's muttered words, Xiaoqi immediately bared his sharp teeth. This frightened Lu Zhiyao into shouting a halt. Wait. Spare them. What's this about dismembering? What's this about Su Daji and the Heavenly Hound?
You're banned from watching TV from now on. I wasn't watching TV, I was watching Douyin. Xiaoqi said with a pout.
Just as expected. Douyin is no joke. Then cut back on watching this stuff. Lu Zhiyue shooed Xiaoqi aside.
After checking that both of their vital signs were stable, he placed them back into the light space.
Oomph. Big brother's mean. You eat people and don't even spit out the bones. What's wrong with me sharing the corpse?
Lu Zhiyue lunged forward and smacked Xiaoqi's head twice with his paws.
Ouch. Big bro, I'm sorry. I'll listen to you from now on. But. A burst of laughter reached everyone's ears. Lu Zhiyue looked up in surprise.
The one who had just laughed out loud was none other than the red-eyed fox, Xiaohong.
I'm sorry, Holy Spirit. I shouldn't have. Ha ha ha. To everyone's surprise, Lu Zhiyao joined in the laughter the very next moment.
Little Qi, who had been scolded, saw everyone laughing and found himself grinning dumbly too. The crimson-eyed fox's eyes sparkled with emotion.
This atmosphere was something she'd never even dared to dream of.
Meng Meng, take Xiaohong to clean up and get her something to eat. Lu Jiyue, seeing Xiaohong covered in grime, instructed his only sister. Got it, big bro. After giving his instructions, Lu Jiyue decided to go out and make arrangements for the two Special Affairs Bureau agents. That mysterious figure had taken over Hiyong's body. Who knew where he'd gone now? The sudden collapse of that ruin might very well be his doing. After all, he was the one who knew that place best. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Jiyue's eyes grew deep and intense. Chapter 218, What brand of plastic bag can hold so much? Yangjiang Special Affairs Bureau, Director's Office. Director! Director! The assistant rushed into the office breathlessly. Su Yuancheng perked up at the sound. The assistant paused, startled by the sight of the unshaven man before him. Director, have you been troubled by anything lately? Su Yuancheng casually wiped his face. He didn't respond to the assistant's question. What's going on? The assistant finally remembered why he was there. Someone came to the bureau and started spouting nonsense, saying they were going to. Su Yuancheng frowned. Go on. The assistant swallowed hard, glanced at Su Yuancheng, then said. The visitor said he came to challenge you, claiming you lack the capability to serve as Yangjiang City's bureau chief. He also said. At this point, the assistant dared not continue. He paused for a moment, studying Su Yuancheng's expression. Continue. Su Yuancheng remained expressionless, his tone utterly flat. He said he's determined to take this bureau chief position. After delivering this report, the assistant was furious, yet their director remained utterly expressionless. Director, this man is outrageously arrogant. Even though he's from headquarters, behaving like this. Understood. Bring him in. Su Yuancheng cut the assistant off. The assistant was utterly baffled. Director, you. Su Yuancheng raised his hand, signaling him to stop speaking. Just do as I say. Yes, sir. The assistant exited the room. After closing the door, he frowned, utterly baffled. What's gotten into the director? Why isn't he reacting to any of this? Has he suffered some major setback? The assistant left the room, still puzzled. Left alone in the office, Su Yuancheng finally opened a drawer, took out his razor, and began grooming himself. He had arrived in style, and he intended to depart with dignity. This was a stubborn bit of pride at play in this middle-aged man. When the assistant brought him back, a group of other people had gathered behind him. They were all there to watch the spectacle. Su Yuancheng didn't shoo them away. Instead, he opened the door, implicitly allowing their presence. You're the chief of Yangjiang City? What surprised Su Yuancheng was that the one spouting such bold claims was a young man who looked barely in his 20s. But it wasn't entirely surprising. Someone who spoke with such youthful bravado couldn't be much older. Yet Su Yuancheng did not underestimate the youth before him because of his age. My name is Su Yuancheng. I am the director of the Yangjiang Special Affairs Bureau. Su Yuancheng introduced himself politely. The young man held his head high, clearly not taking him seriously. My name is Zhuo Di. I'll soon be the new director of Yangjiang City. Su Yuancheng showed no reaction to this declaration. Instead, the bureau staff watching from outside grew indignant. After all, Su Yuancheng had served as their chief for several years, and they had always treated him with utmost respect. This young upstart not only spoke with arrogance and contempt but showed not a shred of respect. It was truly infuriating. This wasn't just a slap in the face to their chief, it was a slap in the face to the entire bureau. What brand of plastic bag is this, with such incredible capacity? What brand of skincare does he use to have skin this thick? He just spouts off like that. Does he really think being bureau chief is that easy? As soon as Zhuo Di heard those people whispering behind his back, he immediately charged in and grabbed the man who looked the most robust. He yanked him by the collar right up to his face. You think you can take me on with 2 legs and 1 arm? The man dragged out happened to be a spirit tamer from Team A. Being yanked out so brutally, coupled with Zhuo Di's earlier disrespect toward his own bureau chief, made him furious. Fine, bring it on. If you can't even beat me, then get the hell back where you came from. Go for it. Show him what you're made of. The onlookers cheered their own man on. Zhuo Di positioned himself as instructed, feet apart, left hand clasped behind his back. The tension in the air was palpable. The chosen spirit tamer was Bao Gang, a powerhouse renowned throughout Team A. Facing Zhuo Di's challenge, Bao Gang's lips curled into a cold smirk. He flexed his muscles, preparing for battle. Today, I'll teach you a lesson in humility. Before Li Gang's words had fully left his mouth, his body was already in motion. Like a cheetah poised to strike, he lunged fiercely at Zhuo Di. He eschewed complex maneuvers, opting instead for raw power as he swung a punch straight at Zhuo Di's midsection. However, Zhuo Di's reflexes were extraordinary. He shifted his body slightly to the side, effortlessly evading Li Gang's heavy punch. Simultaneously, his right hand shot out like lightning, striking Li Gang's side with blinding speed. Bao Gang saw the strike seemed somewhat casual and assumed the force wouldn't be too great. He resolved to absorb the blow with his body, intending to close in and deliver a devastating counter. But unexpectedly, before Zhuo Di's palm even reached Bao Gang, he felt a tremendous force surging toward his abdomen. Thud!
The sound of a heavy object crashing into the wall echoed through the room. Everyone watched as Bao Gang's body slid down the wall, his face contorted in agony. How is this possible? Bao Gang couldn't believe what he was seeing, but the searing pain in his abdomen forced him to accept the reality. He had been defeated in a single move by this greenhorn. Oof. Sometimes you should know your own place before you speak. A bunch of frogs in a well, never having seen the sky, yet thinking there's nothing beyond it. Zhuodi's words carried devastating impact. Earlier, they had dismissed the kid's boasts as mere bluster and posturing. But judging by his display of power just now, it seemed he might not be bluffing after all, but genuinely brimming with confidence in his abilities. This left everyone's faces alternating between green and purple with rage, yet none dared utter another word. Bao Gang's face was twisted with frustration. He hated his own incompetence. Not only had he failed to prove himself, but he'd also brought shame upon their bureau. Zhuodi shot them all a look of utter contempt. No wonder public safety in Yangjiang City is so poor, constantly begging headquarters for resources and assistance. Headquarters really should come see this place for themselves. Turns out they've been keeping a bunch of useless people here. Good thing I arrived now. If I'd been any later, with a lot of you, Yangjiang might have already been overrun by spirit beasts. Zhuodi! A furious shout cut off Zhuodi's continued taunts. All eyes turned toward the office. Chapter 219, The Marrow of Ancient Spirit Beasts. You are unworthy. The one who had just called out Zhuodi was none other than Su Yuancheng. His previously composed expression had vanished, replaced by a face twisted with anger. He could tolerate Zhuodi questioning his abilities. But he had witnessed the relentless dedication of every team member at the bureau. Some hadn't taken a single day off in months, and some hadn't reunited with their families for work in ages. Zhuodi knew nothing of this, and he had no right to judge them. I admit you have some skill, but you have no right to dismiss their sacrifices. Su Yuancheng's tone hardened abruptly, his gaze turning sharp. Effort? Where? I haven't seen any. Zhuodi wore a mocking expression. You mean these guys who talk a big game but can't even land a single blow against me? Su Yuancheng's expression darkened further. Su Yuancheng, you're about to step down. There's no need to waste your time and breath defending these people here. Hand over 007 to me. I guarantee I can do a better job than you. Zhuodi looked utterly arrogant. We'll see if you have the guts. You're just a greenhorn. Today, this elder will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Su Yuancheng slammed his fist on the table so hard that the force sent the documents flying. Everyone else froze in shock. Su Yuancheng showed no reaction to Zhuodi's disrespect toward him. But no one expected his reaction to be so intense when Zhuodi insulted them. Seeing this, Zhuodi grew even more excited. Alright then, let's find a place to get started right away. I can't wait to take over this place. Don't say I'm picking on you just because you're old. Su Yuancheng refused to waste any more breath on verbal sparring. Instead, he called for people to clear the area. The two men soon stood atop the stage. Equipment had been set up on the platform to record the fight. Upon receiving the news, agents from the 007 Bureau rushed over. Ji Zhangming also arrived. Upon hearing that the yellow-haired brat had brazenly insulted Su Yuancheng, Ji Zhangming was so enraged he wanted to teach him a lesson. Chang Long struggled to restrain him. Don't be impulsive. Trust the director. Let Chu Hang handle this himself. Hearing Chang Long's words, Ji Zhangming seemed to recall something and immediately calmed down. The surrounding crowd, however, began buzzing with discussion. I heard that young punk named Zhuodi took down Bao Gang from Team A with a single palm strike. Bao Gang's got muscles like steel cables. And that guy even gave him an advantage 2 legs and 1 arm. With strength like that, no wonder he dared to challenge our chief directly. Is he really that good? Then, can our chief hold his ground? Enough talk. It's about to start. Let's see how it plays out. Upon hearing those remarks, Chang Long couldn't help but feel anxious for Bureau Chief Su Yuancheng. Zhuodi was a talent sent from headquarters, a place already brimming with exceptional individuals. Among those talents, he was the cream of the crop, a true genius. Though he couldn't fathom why they'd zeroed in on Yangjiang City so suddenly, but Chang Long's eyes were filled with worry. Meanwhile, Ji Zhangming, observing from the sidelines, casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and began cracking them open. This puzzled Chang Long. Had his counseling been that effective? Had he gone too far? Boom! As the bell rang, the two fighters on the stage instantly clashed. Both silently agreed not to display their psychic powers right away. Instead, they clashed using only the most fundamental combat techniques. Zhuodi, brimming with confidence, finally gave Su Yuancheng a proper look after his attacks were repeatedly blocked. You, the chief, are actually quite a bit stronger than those useless team members. Su Yuancheng ignored Zhuodi and instead swung an even more powerful punch at him. At the same time, he realized his strength, speed, and reaction time had all improved significantly. Seeing this, Zhuodi swung a punch to meet his own. Thud! Their fists collided, producing a dull thud. Zhuodi was knocked back several steps by the immense force. In contrast, Su Yuancheng remained firmly planted where he stood. This left Zuo Di feeling a bit embarrassed. Director Su seems to be giving it his all. Well, I won't hold back either. Su Yuancheng glanced at his fist with a hint of surprise. Immediately, Zuo Di before him revealed his characteristic traits as a psychic. Everyone witnessing this scene froze in shock. The animal traits Zuo Di revealed were unlike anything they had ever witnessed before. As Zuo Di's psychic traits manifested, the atmosphere around the entire arena instantly froze. His eyes flashed with an unnatural glow, and mottled patterns faintly shimmered beneath his skin, giving him an ancient appearance. Even more shocking, his limbs gradually elongated, sharp claws sprouting from his fingertips. His back slowly arched upward, and a pair of wings covered in black feathers suddenly unfurled. What is this? Su Yuancheng's heart raced with dread. He had witnessed many forms of psychic energy users, but never anything so bizarre and powerful. The spectator stands erupted in a roar of commotion, whispers and murmurs filling the air. Why does that kid's psionic form look like that? Shouldn't it be a feature of some kind of animal? But I can't figure out what animal those features belong to. Ji Jiangming's hand froze mid-bite on a sunflower seed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Beside him, Changlong frowned deeply, tension mounting within him. Zuo Di observed their reactions with satisfaction. Let me tell you, my psionic enhancement didn't use some ordinary spirit beast marrow like yours. What I use is... Zuo Di swept his gaze over them, speaking with an air of superiority. The marrow fluid of ancient spirit beasts. At these words, everyone was stunned. A psionic enhanced with ancient spirit beast marrow? That must make him incredibly powerful. No wonder this kid is so arrogant he comes in and immediately challenges our chief. This challenge is completely unfair. How come he gets ancient spirit beast marrow, while most of us can't even get ordinary spirit beast marrow? Everyone began to grumble in indignation. Zuo Di, however, was thoroughly pleased with himself. Ancient spirit beast marrow? Something so precious, do you even deserve it? Who cares about marrow fluid? Cut the crap. Su Yuancheng revealed his own spirit energy form and charged at the arrogant Zuo Di. A flicker of contempt crossed Zuo Di's eyes. Then I'll show you what I'm made of. As Zuo Di's words fell, the black wings on his back flapped violently, stirring up a whirlwind that instantly created distance between him and Su Yuancheng. His figure streaked like black lightning, claw blades flashing coldly as he closed in on Su Yuancheng. Chapter 220, You didn't spare him either. Facing Zuo Di's assault, a look of gravity flashed in Su Yuancheng's eyes. Go! With Su Yuancheng's low command, tangible serpentine shadows surged towards Zuo Di. Clang! 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 Each serpentine shadow struck Zuo Di's sharp claws, producing a piercing metallic clang. The impact sent a tingling sensation through Zuo Di's claws. A flicker of surprise crossed Zuo Di's eyes. He can use spiritual energy too? Zuo Di exclaimed in astonishment. He could sense a trace of powerful spiritual energy within those serpentine shadows. Su Yuancheng, standing opposite Zuo Di, was equally astonished at that moment. Shouldn't his snake shadows be translucent? Why did they now appear indistinguishable from real snakes? And each one radiated a powerful force. Wait a minute. What had entered his body? Su Yuancheng finally realized. Something had appeared inside him. That ginseng-like root seemed to have formed a small bead. This tiny bead seemed to contain immense energy. When had it appeared? That ginseng-like growth had sprouted after he absorbed the spirit crystal some time ago. But this bead. It must have been that day. Su Yuancheng jolted awake. The image of a golden-eyed husky flashed through his mind. Could it be? Before Su Yuancheng could dwell on it further, Zuo Di's attack struck again. Having witnessed Su Yuancheng's capabilities, Zuo Di held nothing back, unleashing his trump card. The black wings on his back suddenly blazed with intense light, transforming into sharp black feathers that shot forth like arrows. Seeing this, Su Yuancheng's heart sank. He swiftly retreated, attempting to dodge while simultaneously summoning serpentine shadows to block the barrage of black feathers. But the sheer number of feathers overwhelmed him. The serpentine shadow dissipated after blocking only a fraction of the onslaught. The overwhelming assault closed in, leaving Su Yuancheng nowhere to hide. As countless razor-sharp black feathers closed in on him. Suddenly, a jolt of clarity struck Su Yuancheng's mind, as if an insight had suddenly dawned upon him. He closed his eyes and moved instinctively. The next second, his figure vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. The black feathers plunged into the ground like arrows. Where is he? A look of utter disbelief flashed in Zuo Di's eyes. The man had vanished right under his nose. The others below the stage stared wide-eyed in shock. The director vanished. Just as everyone was searching for Su Yuancheng's whereabouts, Zuo Di let out a piercing scream. Ah! Zuo Di, who had been suspended midair, was violently slammed onto the ground. Zuo Di's face was filled with disbelief as he tried to struggle to his feet. But, the next instant, a foot slammed down on Zuo Di's chest. Like a jack, it pinned him down, preventing any movement. You lost. Su Yuancheng regarded Zuo Di impassively, his pupils glowing faintly gold. No! Impossible! Zhuodi roared. He couldn't accept this outcome. Just now, he had suddenly appeared behind him and ambushed him. That was a sneak attack. A despicable tactic. Zhuodi struggled to resist, attempting to counter with his spiritual energy, only to find it utterly futile like an ant shaking a tree. How did you do that? Why didn't I sense a thing? Zhuodi immediately replayed the battle in his mind. His attack was clearly about to land on Su Yuancheng. That bastard vanished like a ghost. In an instant, he appeared behind him and struck. From his original position to behind him, no matter how fast he was, it couldn't have been done in such a short time. Unless he had just teleported behind me. Yes, teleportation. But how could he possess the ability to teleport? He had already reviewed Su Yuancheng's records before arriving. Wasn't his trump card those snake shadows? How did he suddenly gain teleportation too? You've lost. Su Yuancheng spoke again in a calm tone, withdrawing the foot that had pinned Zhuodi down. At that moment, Zhuodi froze. Whether it was the brutal stomp he'd just endured or something else, he suddenly felt that the Su Yuancheng before him wasn't the same man from moments ago. Shaking his head, Zhuodi immediately stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief and defiance. What kind of skill is it to only attack from behind? If you've got the guts, fight me head on. Zhuodi shouted at Su Yuancheng. But Su Yuancheng seemed to dismiss him with a wave, pointing toward the surveillance equipment. Zhuodi instantly tensed up. The footage of their fight would be sent to headquarters. Just then, Su Yuancheng turned to leave the stage. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd below. Qianlong jumped to his feet in excitement, but Ji Zhangming beside him remained utterly unmoved, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. The chief won. The chief is so awesome. Let's see if that kid's still cocky now. Where's all that arrogance from before? If I were him, I'd dig a hole and bury my face in it. He wanted to be chief? He should be toilet attendant. He even used ancient spirit beast marrow, and that's all he's got? What a waste on someone like him. Don't be so harsh on him. He may have lost the challenge, but he's also lost face. You didn't go easy on him either. While everyone cheered Su Yuancheng's victory, they didn't forget to heap scorn on Zhuodi. The more arrogant Zhuodi had been, the more satisfying it was for them to tear him down now. These harsh voices reached Zhuodi's ears, stinging his nerves relentlessly. He'd arrived brimming with confidence, boasting about everything. If he returned in disgrace like this, how could he possibly face the headquarters? Zhuodi's bloodshot eyes locked onto Su Yuancheng as he prepared to leave the ring. Once I've come, there's no turning back. Countless black feathers coalesced into a sharp blade in Zhuodi's hand. Gripping the blades, he lunged forward, stabbing viciously at Su Yuancheng's back. Director, watch out. Ji Zhangming, watching from below the stage, spotted the attack instantly. He immediately shifted into his psionic form. Spreading his wings, he charged toward the stage at breakneck speed. He attempted to stop Zhuodi. But the distance was too great. He watched helplessly as the blade was about to pierce Su Yuancheng's body. Get out of the way. A sharp command erupted from Su Yuancheng's throat. A powerful wave of pressure surged towards Zhuodi. The blade in his hand seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. I refuse to believe in this nonsense. A flash of ferocity flickered in Zhuodi's eyes. He immediately summoned every ounce of spiritual energy within his body, channeling it into his sword-wielding hand. He aimed to thrust the blade forward with every ounce of strength. But in the next instant, a shadow seemed to flicker before his eyes. A pair of hands clamped around his throat, forcing his eyes forward to meet a pair of golden pupils. Then, Zhuodi witnessed the most terrifying sight of his life. Chapter 221, he'd been surrounded all along. Clang! Zhuodi's blade clattered to the ground. His sword-wielding hand remained frozen in mid-air. His entire body froze rigidly in place. Even stranger was the expression on his face. His pupils dilated to their maximum, filled with terror. His face had turned deathly pale. Ji Zhangming stopped in his tracks just in time. Looking at Zhuodi's state, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Faced with this bizarre scene on the stage, someone immediately spotted the key detail. Look! Why is there a pool of liquid under Zhuodi's feet? Holy crap! That liquid looks like it's flowing down his crotch. Did that kid just pee himself? At that moment, Su Yuancheng's body on the stage trembled slightly. Su Yuancheng immediately closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the golden light faded from his pupils, replaced by utter bewilderment. His astonishment grew when he realized one hand was clamped around Zhuodi's throat. He snatched it back in shock. Just then, Zhuodi, who had remained motionless, finally reacted. A flicker of clarity returned to his vacant pupils. His body began to tremble slightly. Ah! Realizing he could move again, Zhuodi scrambled away from Su Yuancheng. Seeing Zhuodi's strange reaction, Su Yuancheng instinctively moved toward him, intending to lend a hand. Are you okay? To Su Yuancheng's surprise, this gesture only made Zhuodi more agitated. Don't come any closer. Please. Zhuodi scrambled backward again. Seeing Zhuodi like this, Su Yuancheng froze in fear, unable to make another move. Confusion surged within him. What on earth was happening? He only remembered facing Zhudi's attack with no way to dodge it. The next second, it felt like he'd lost consciousness. When he came to, this was the scene before him. What baffled him even more was the look in Zhudi's eyes, as if he were staring at a ghost. It was utterly baffling. Where had that arrogant Zhudi gone? Zhudi, you. Su Yuanchang was just about to ask something. Zhudi, however, seemed startled once more and quickly interrupted him. I lost. I'll get the hell out of here right now. After speaking, Zhudi paid no heed to his trembling legs or the damp chill beneath his pants. He paid no heed to the strange looks from others. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. To escape. Escape this terrifying place. Using hands and feet to scramble to his feet, Zhudi fled at the fastest pace he could manage. Even after Zhudi vanished from everyone's sight, they remained frozen in shock from the recent events. Once again, Ji Jiangming was the first to regain his composure. He led the applause. The chief is awesome. With Ji Jiangming's lead, everyone present began clapping wildly. The chief is incredible. He beat that kid to a pulp. Director, you're our eternal legend. The director is awesome. Bureau 007 is awesome. By the end, everyone instinctively chanted in unison, the director is mighty. Bureau 007 is mighty. Su Yuanchang, who had been completely bewildered, suddenly felt a surge of emotion upon witnessing this scene. It turned out everyone trusted him so deeply, supported him so wholeheartedly. He even felt ashamed that he had ever considered leaving this place. Fortunately, he hadn't acted on it. If he had, he would have been a deserter. Not only would he have let down everyone in the bureau, he would never forgive himself. Thank you all. From now on. Su Yuanchang took a deep breath, as if steeled by resolve. From now on, I will do my utmost to lead everyone in building Bureau 007 into an even stronger force. I won't let anyone bully us around anymore. As soon as Su Yuanchang spoke these words, thunderous applause erupted once more. Half an hour later, a knock sounded at the door of Su Yuanchang's office. Before Su Yuanchang could speak, the door swung open. Ji Jiangming stepped inside. Director, I heard you called for me? Su Yuanchang didn't look up at Ji Jiangming but gestured toward the tea table beside him. Sit there. Ji Jiangming sat down beside the tea table and noticed a pot of brewed tea already waiting there. Su Yuanchang rose from his seat and had barely reached the table when he saw Ji Jiangming pick up a cup and start drinking without a word. Aren't you afraid I might have poisoned the tea? Faced with Su Yuanchang's words, Ji Jiangming burst into laughter. Poison it if you want. I'll drink it anyway. With that, he tilted his head back and drained the cup in one gulp. Fine tea. A rare smile finally touched Su Yuanchang's face. This is the premium Longjing tea you asked for last time, the one I couldn't bear to part with. Ji Jiangming's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Why are you willing to share it with me now? You didn't actually poison it, did you? You ungrateful bastard. I'll kick you through the wall. Unconsciously, the two had reverted to their former familiarity. Ha, that golden-eyed husky. Su Yuan originally wanted to say king of huskies, but a tangled emotion in his heart made him hesitate. He's the one who helped me win this match, right? Ji Jiangming remained non-committal. Why would he do that? Su Yuanchang pressed further. Director, even without Lord Ha Wang's assistance, you could have won this match entirely on your own merits. Ji Jiangming set down his teacup and looked at Su Yuanchang with a serious expression. Su Yuanchang scoffed. Do I not know my own abilities? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ji Jiangming suddenly and without warning picked up the scalding teapot from the table and hurled it at Su Yuanchang. Su Yuanchang instinctively caught the teapot and placed it steadily back on the table. What are you doing? Ji Jiangming didn't answer his question, instead giving the teapot on the table a meaningful look. Not a single drop of the tea threatening to spill over had spilled. Only then did Su Yuanchang realize something. He had caught the teapot without even touching it with his hands. Unconsciously, he had tapped into a force within his body. Under that force, everything he did seemed effortless. This is the divine power bestowed upon you by His Majesty the King of Ha. Besides this, you should have also inherited some of His Majesty's abilities. Seeing the growing confusion on Su Yuanchang's face, Ji Jiangming decided to demonstrate it outright. Like this one I inherited. Ji Jiangming began demonstrating the special skill he had inherited from Lu Xiao. Immediately after, Su Yuanchang witnessed a truly unforgettable scene. Ji Jiangming opened his mouth wide, and out came a person, alive and well. That person was none other than Changlong. Changlong frowned, wiping the saliva from his body. Deputy Director, could you please not come looking for me next time? I'm a bit of a neat freak. Ji Jiangming had inherited Lu Xiao's unique skill, Abyssal Devouring. To be precise, it was the Abyssal Devouring space. Unlike Lu Xiao's ability, which divided into light and dark realms, Ji Jiangming's inherited skill possessed no special effects. It merely created an alternate dimension within his stomach. Its function was nearly identical to Lu Xiao's original skill, Abyssal Devouring Space. Ji Zhangming's stomach-based dimensional space could store both living and dead matter. Su Yuancheng was stunned by the sight.
Had he not witnessed it himself, no amount of explanation from others would have convinced him. He had 1,000 questions on his mind, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ji Zhangming, however, gave a slightly embarrassed smile.
I'm not the most promising one. I inherited a rather specialized ability. Everyone else inherited incredibly powerful abilities. Some even inherited 2 different abilities at once. Changlong, show us.
Changlong immediately demonstrated his inherited ability, Bloodthirsty Leap, executing a spectacular double aerial jump for Su Yuancheng.
Changlong, you too? Only then did Su Yuancheng belatedly realize. Changlong was also one of the golden-eyed Huskies people.
It turned out he'd been surrounded all along.
Chapter 222. Perhaps they were right.
After some experimentation, Su Yuancheng discovered it was exactly as Ji Zhangming had described.
He had gained a new ability. He could conjure fire out of thin air. And it was green fire.
Quick, put this fire out. You'll burn the whole office down. Ji Zhangming's voice snapped Su Yuancheng out of his shock. Changlong immediately grabbed the tea from the table to douse the flames.
But to their astonishment,
the tea water had no effect whatsoever on extinguishing this green flame. Seeing this, Ji Zhangming immediately stripped off his clothes, covered the green flames, and then, along with Changlong, began stomping on them frantically.
It took tremendous effort for the 2 of them to finally extinguish the fire.
The bad news was, both their shoes had been burned through with a large hole.
Chief, you owe me 2 pairs of shoes. This fire is way too intense. Regular water can't even put it out.
If you'd used that skill on that kid Zwadi back then, you'd have burned every hair on his body. The 2 chattered away, only to realize no one was responding. They spun around in shock. Su Yuan was gone.
Where's the chief? He was just here a moment ago.
Just as they were puzzling over it, a pair of hands silently rested on their shoulders.
I'm right here. Su Yuancheng's eyes were now filled with excitement.
Because he had just discovered he could teleport.
Holy crap, Director, you're amazing. You've actually inherited 2 abilities from Lord Ha.
Ji Zhangming's face was filled with envy.
Su Yuancheng's eyes were equally filled with excitement and thrill. I told you so. Even without Lord Ha's help, with your current abilities alone, you could still beat that kid Zwadi. Forget you, Director, I feel like I could beat him too. This time, Su Yuancheng didn't argue with Ji Zhangming.
Something occurred to him, and he immediately walked over to his computer.
Su Yuancheng began reviewing the video footage of his confrontation with Zwadi. Minutes later, Su Yuancheng's face was etched with shock and disbelief.
He finally understood what had transpired during the period when he'd lost consciousness.
He was absolutely certain that it wasn't him who had defeated Zwadi.
Though the body was his own, but Su Yuancheng still couldn't fathom how this had happened.
But it definitely had something to do with that golden-eyed husky.
He recalled certain plot points from movies and novels.
Was it that golden-eyed husky that possessed me at the critical moment and defeated Zwadi? Su Yuancheng murmured to himself.
What shocked him was how incredibly brief the entire process of defeating Zwadi had been. Having watched the video, he still couldn't grasp exactly how Zwadi ended up scared out of his wits. Clearly, in the footage, he had merely glared at Zwadi.
Although his hand was on Zwadi's neck, he distinctly remembered exerting no force whatsoever. And Zwadi had looked at him like he was a ghost. What terrifying vision had Zwadi witnessed? Su Yuancheng couldn't fathom the reason behind it. But this incident made him realize the sheer terror of this golden-eyed husky.
And then there was. Although Su Yuancheng didn't know why the golden-eyed husky had helped him, he was undeniably indebted to it for this particular incident. Without its intervention, relying solely on his own efforts, the position of bureau chief would likely have fallen into Zwadi's hands. What he cared about, of course, wasn't the position of bureau chief. It was the entire personnel of the 007 Bureau. Zwadi possessed formidable abilities, but he lacked the art of human relations.
And he certainly didn't know how to treat people well.
If he were to become director, who knows how he'd torment the bureau's staff.
At this thought, the lingering resentment in Su Yuancheng's heart dissipated considerably. Changlong. Su Yuancheng suddenly called out Changlong's name. He immediately stepped forward. Director, what is it? Tell me, why did you? Su Yuancheng then began questioning Changlong about the golden-eyed husky. After hearing Changlong's account, he stared at him in disbelief. You actually tried to kill yourself? Su Yuancheng was visibly shaken.
Director, please calm down. I was just being foolish at the time, and it's all in the past now. Su Yuancheng fell deep in thought. He knew exactly who Changlong was. Besides Ji Zhangming, he was one of the few people in this bureau whom Su Yuancheng truly valued and felt close to. At the same time, he was the only person Su felt indebted to and guilty toward. During that mission, Changlong had taken the brunt of a spirit beast's sneak attack to protect him, only to be unexpectedly injured by the spirit beast's backlash. Otherwise, Changlong might have even been promoted to deputy director by now. Though Changlong himself never made a big deal out of it, Su Yuancheng always felt he owed him.
When he learned Chang Long had even contemplated suicide over it, his sense of guilt reached an absolute peak. Learning that the golden-eyed Husky had appeared in time to save him and bestowed divine power upon Chang Long, Su Yuancheng found himself overwhelmed with complex emotions. Director, Lord Ha Wang truly isn't some evil organization. He does the same work as our Special Affairs Bureau, constantly safeguarding peace in this world. Moreover, Lord Ha Wang has been quietly eliminating members of the Shadow Organization. He was also the one who killed the spirit beast the Shadow Organization released to cause chaos last time. Hearing Chang Long speak so earnestly on behalf of that golden-eyed Husky, Su Yuancheng's resolve began to crumble. This world is changing too fast. Relying solely on our own strength and that of the Special Affairs Bureau, we truly can't accomplish much. Our power is too insignificant. But Lord Ha's emergence has already altered this situation. Su Yuancheng's expression grew grave as his mind raced. Perhaps they were right. Just then, the office door was violently pounded. Director, it's bad. Chapter 223, A Tomb in the Sea? Su Yuancheng frowned as he looked at the three people before him. This is the bad news you mentioned? His assistant hurriedly produced several items. These were recovered from the three of them. Identification? Chang Long and Ji Zhengming examined the documents. Director, they're compatriots. From neighboring Bianjiang. From the Special Affairs Bureau of Bianjiang? Su Yuancheng grew even more puzzled. Why are they in Yangjiang City? They seem to have suffered serious injuries. Let's get them to the hospital first. Quickly call the Bianjiang Special Affairs Bureau and find out what's going on. While Su Yuancheng was busy handling these matters, Lu Jiyue, on the other side, had already begun listening to Xiao Hong recount the story of the Holy Spirit's tomb. In the sea? Lu Jiyue repeated Xiao Hong's words, a hint of surprise visible on his face. What kind of tomb could possibly be built in the sea? To answer you, Holy Spirit, to be precise, the Holy Spirit's tomb is on the seabed. In waters less than 1,000 kilometers from here. Xiao Hong explained. Why would the Holy Spirit choose to build its tomb at the bottom of the sea? It's said that the Holy Spirit's true form is some kind of sea creature. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyue finally nodded. Who knew even a divine spirit valued returning to its roots? So where exactly is it? Xiao Hong pondered for a moment. I recall this tomb is situated on the right side of a circular island. But after so much time has passed, who knows if the terrain has changed? A circular island. After hearing Xiao Hong's words, Lu Jiyue murmured to himself before immediately making a phone call. Moments later, Li Ku appeared before him carrying a laptop. Li Ku, seeing Xiao Hong for the first time, wore an expression of surprise. Has His Highness the Fox King acquired a new pet? This time, he's even taken in a fox. Your Highness, here are the satellite map data you requested. Li Ku displayed the computer screen for Lu Jiyue to see. Xiao Hong, take a look, is this the place? Lu Jiyue turned to Xiao Hong for confirmation. Xiao Hong studied the computer screen before her, her cautious gaze tinged with a hint of scrutiny. This is a modern electronic device, a computer. It won't harm you. Lu Jiyue patiently explained. Only then did Xiao Hong cautiously approach the computer screen. She stared intently at the images on the screen, as if comparing them to scenes from her memory. After a moment, Xiao Hong nodded slightly. Lord Holy Spirit, this looks very much like the place in my memory. The outline of the circular island and the relatively deeper waters on the right side all match the location of the tomb I know. A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Jiyue's eyes upon hearing this. He turned to Li Ku and said, Li Ku, zoom in on this area of the map, especially the section to the right of the island. We need more detailed information. Li Ku swiftly operated the computer, and the map gradually zoomed in, revealing details before everyone's eyes. Xiao Hong scrutinized it once more and finally confirmed the location. That's it. The tomb of the Holy Spirit lies hidden in the depths of this sea area. Your Highness, should I prepare supplies for an investigation? Li Ku asked excitedly. Not yet. The words came not from Lu Jiyue, but from Xiao Hong. Lu Jiyue and Li Ku both looked at her in confusion. They asked in unison. Why not now? Xiao Hong immediately explained the reason to them. At midnight on the 15th day of every month, a massive vortex appears there. This vortex is incredibly powerful, capable of swallowing any object that comes near. Only during the brief calm after the vortex dissipates does the tomb's entrance appear. That's the sole opportunity to enter. But this window is extremely brief, and other dangers lurk during that time. That's why I know the location of the Holy Spirit tomb but can't enter it. Lu Jiyue listened, his brow furrowing as his expression grew grave. It seemed the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Xiao Hong, what exactly do you mean by other dangers? Lu Jiyue pressed, hoping to gather more information to formulate a thorough plan. Xiao Hong pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Beyond the threats posed by the whirlpool itself, undersea tombs often contain intricate mechanisms and traps designed to protect the burial site from intrusion. Moreover, it's said that sacred spirit tombs are guarded by powerful guardian spirit beasts. Beyond that, the unpredictable nature of the ocean floor itself poses constant threats. Li Ku couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath upon hearing this. This mission was unexpectedly arduous. Your Highness, I can have the diving equipment and protective gear prepared. Beyond that, we can also arrange for detection instruments to identify traps and mechanisms. Lu Zhiyao nodded at Li Ku's words. We still have a few days before the 15th, use this time to make thorough preparations. Yes, sir. Lu Zhiyao suddenly remembered something. Does that mystic also know the location of the Holy Spirit's tomb? Facing Lu Zhiyao's question, Xiao Hong nodded. Of course they do. After receiving Xiao Hong's affirmative answer, Lu Zhiyao fell deep in thought once more. If the Xianren knew about it too, wouldn't it be highly likely he'd show up there on the 15th? On land, Lu Zhiyao still had some confidence in defeating the Xianren. But in the sea, besides the doggy paddle, a skill he possessed since birth, he possessed no other aquatic abilities whatsoever. And this was the ocean depths. And Xiao Hong mentioned there might even be powerful guardian spirit beasts there. It seemed entering that sacred spirit tomb would indeed prove quite difficult. Li Ku, are there any good swimmers in the Woof Woof gang? Lu Zhiyao began questioning Li Ku. Since he himself was weak underwater, he'd better arrange for more of his own people. At least there's strength in numbers. If all else failed, he could improvise with various equipment. Have the R&D department urgently develop weapons or devices that can be deployed underwater during this period. Li Ku diligently jotted down every instruction Lu Zhiyao gave. Just then, Lu Zhiyao suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. He recalled having a spirit descendant in the Special Affairs Bureau who had been modified into a spirit energy user. And the substance he'd injected was dolphin marrow fluid. His name was Jiang Tao. Lu Zhiyao's face lit up with delight. This would be a major asset for him in the sea. I need to figure out how to borrow Jiang Tao from the Special Affairs Bureau. Lu Zhiyao thought. This shouldn't be too difficult. After all, both the director and deputy director of Yangjiang City's Special Affairs Bureau were now his people. Borrowing someone for temporary use? Piece of cake. With that thought, Lu Zhiyao activated the telepathic communication ability within his Lingy transformation and initiated a conversation with Ji Zhangming. After conveying his request to Ji Zhangming, Lu Zhiyao recalled another matter. Most dogs are born knowing how to swim. His canine brothers might just lend him a helping paw when the time came. He had slain several ancient spirit beasts within that ruin, now he could let his canine brothers attempt fusion once more. With that thought, Lu Zhiyao sprang into action without delay. Chapter 224, entirely at your disposal. What? They found the ruins? What? The ruins collapsed? Within mere minutes, Su Yuanchang learned a series of shocking revelations. He had originally been informed that the ruins were located at the border between Yangjiang City and Bianjiang City, but headquarters had not notified them. Instead, they had notified Bianjiang City. This left him feeling deeply aggrieved. But upon learning that only 3 out of the dozen-plus people sent by Bianjiang City had survived, his resentment vanished completely. He even felt a sense of relief. Yet, the people from Bianjiang City were also his compatriots, and he still felt profound sorrow. After negotiating with the envoys from Bianjiang and returning their people, Su Yuanchang returned to his office, deep in thought. Judging by Zuo Di's arrival from headquarters and the matter of the ruins, headquarters truly did not value Yangjiang City. Seated in his office, sunlight filtered through the curtain slits, casting a heavy glow upon his furrowed brow. His mood was as complex as the shifting light and shadow. He felt dissatisfaction with headquarters' decisions, profound sorrow for his compatriots' misfortune, and a deep sense of helplessness and resentment that his team's hard work had gone unrecognized. He recalled his years of dedication at the Yangjiang Special Affairs Bureau. Every mission undertaken, every spirit beast vanquished, every report submitted. Everyone poured out the blood, sweat, and tears of him and his team. Yet whenever resources were allocated, headquarters seemed to forget their existence. This unfair treatment left Su Yuancheng feeling a sense of defeat unlike any he had ever known. Enough, enough. Su Yuancheng shook his head and gave a wry smile. Now was not the time to wallow in emotion. If that was the case, he would make changes himself. Change the current state of their 007 bureau. Su Yuancheng thought of that golden-eyed husky. At that moment, Ji Zhangming burst into Su Yuancheng's office. Director, Lord Hao Wang sent word he wants to borrow someone from you. Su Yuancheng raised an eyebrow, a thought occurring to him. Perfect. He could use this opportunity to meet that golden-eyed husky. Looking up at the towering building before him, Su Yuancheng couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Returning here now, his state of mind felt entirely different. Soon, Su Yuancheng was ushered into the building and met with Lu Zhiyao. Behind him, Ji Zhangming and Jiang Tao immediately dropped to one knee upon seeing Lu Zhiyao, respectfully addressing him. Your Highness, the King of Ha. When Su Yuancheng learned that Jiang Tao was also part of the Golden-Eyed Husky group, he wasn't nearly as surprised as he had been the first time. The bureau had been thoroughly infiltrated by him. Even he, the bureau chief, had been. Seeing their reactions, Su Yuancheng cast an uneasy glance at Lu Zhiyao. Ha! If you're uncomfortable with the title Director Su, you don't have to use it. Lu Zhiyue looked at Su Yuancheng and said indifferently. But Su Yuancheng didn't let Lu Zhiyue's words go unanswered. Your Highness. Lu Zhiyue's expression remained unchanged, but inside he was secretly delighted. Ha ha ha. How long has it been? Impressed by me now, huh? Took that, didn't you? So satisfying. Even better than reading a feel-good novel. Director Su, what brings you here? Lu Zhiyue didn't like beating around the bush, so he cut straight to the chase. Thanks for last time. Su Yuancheng looked slightly uncomfortable, avoiding Lu Zhiyue's gaze and looking away instead. Lu Zhiyue knew he was thanking him for helping him win the competition by possessing his body. It was nothing. If Director Su truly wishes to repay me, there's actually something I need your help with. Su Yuancheng froze at the words. He hadn't expected Lu Zhiyue to be so straightforward. What? Besides Jiang Tao, is there another psychic in your bureau who excels in aquatic environments? After some discussion, Su Yuancheng roughly grasped Lu Zhiyue's intentions. He also seized the opportunity to learn about the events unfolding within the ruins. The Shadow Organization went too? And they drank the ancient marrow fluid? And the ancient spirit beast? What? Mystics? Su Yuancheng was stunned by each revelation, one more shocking than the last. His face could not possibly show any greater shock. If those ancient spirit beasts escape, won't they endanger the entire city? Su Yuancheng was about to rush out upon hearing this. Those ancient spirit beasts have already been dealt with. Director Su, there's no need to worry. At this, Su Yuancheng's movements froze. You took care of them all? Su Yuancheng's eyes widened, filled with utter disbelief. It seemed he had underestimated this Husky's capabilities. Ancient spirit beasts are nothing. What troubles me is that Xian practitioner. Lu Zhiyue proceeded to recount the story of the Xianren within the ruins. Su Yuancheng and the others wore expressions that were nothing short of spectacular. When they learned that the deceased Xianren had reincarnated by seizing another body, their concern deepened significantly. The person he possessed was from the Bianjiang Special Affairs Bureau. Should I inform the Bureau? Lu Zhiyue shook his head hastily. The fewer people who know about this, the better. That Xianren won't be returning to the Bureau anyway. Hearing Lu Zhiyue's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Then how do you plan to deal with that mystic? Su Yuancheng asked solemnly. Since he's a cultivator from ancient times, his strength shouldn't be underestimated, right? We don't know his whereabouts, whether he went to Bianjiang City or our Yangjiang City. As the bureau chief, Su Yuancheng always had to consider more angles. Don't worry. Lu Zhiyue looked at Su Yuancheng reassuringly. On the 15th, he'll most likely show up before us on his own. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Su Yuancheng and the others, Lu Zhiyue didn't hold back, revealing the matter concerning the Holy Spirit's tomb. After all, they were all on the same side, nothing needed to be kept secret. If things go as expected, that mysterious figure, number 15, will appear near the tomb. But out at sea, my abilities won't be very effective. Upon hearing Lu Zhiyue say this, everyone finally understood why he needed people with strong swimming skills. Jiang Tao grew even more excited upon hearing this. He had been waiting for an opportunity to prove himself before the King of Harbin. And now, the chance had arrived. Your Highness, I can breathe underwater. I can be your most capable assistant. Hearing Jiang Tao's words, Lu Zhiyue's eyes lit up. You can breathe underwater? Jiang Tao nodded emphatically. It's a power I gained after injecting the dolphin marrow fluid. Excellent. I'll be counting on you then. I won't let the King of Ha down. King Ha, I can fly. I'll provide support from above the sea surface when the time comes. Ji Zhangming also wanted to contribute. Lu Zhiyue naturally couldn't let his goodwill go to waste and agreed. Li Ji, observing the scene, immediately fired up the group. King Ha will remember everyone's contributions in his heart. When the time comes, he will bestow even more divine power and resources upon you all. Jiang Tao and the others all expressed that they had already received too many blessings from His Majesty the King of Ha and needed nothing more. Li Ke seized the moment to raise the stakes further. The King of Ha will never shortchange any one of you. At that moment, Su Yuancheng, standing nearby, was lost in deep thought. Thinking of the headquarters of the heartless, Su Yuancheng, who had been hesitating to speak, seemed to make up his mind. I can hold my breath for over half an hour. I should be able to help too. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone turned to look at Su Yuancheng in surprise. Right. Director, you were injected with snake marrow fluid. Snakes can hold their breath underwater for ages. Director Su, you're willing to help me? Lu Zhiyue seemed genuinely surprised. Your Highness, I'm at your command. Chapter 225, Sea Dragon Eel. For the 15th of this month, everyone had made extensive preparations. Li Ke first formed a task force within the Woof Woof gang. The team comprised members with exceptional aquatic skills. Li Ke also spent a fortune renting a yacht and hired diving experts to train the team. Additionally, they purchased a large quantity of oxygen tanks. Dozens, if not hundreds, of tanks were used just for underwater training alone. Dr. Ji Ming's research team worked tirelessly to develop various underwater equipment and weapons. Members of the Special Affairs Bureau made 2 covert visits during this period. As for Lu Jiyue, jolted awake by the blazing sun, Lu Jiyue rose with a sigh, stretching his lazy limbs. The sounds of university students laughing and joking drifted up from below. Class is over? Lu Jiyue looked down from the classroom building and saw the vibrant college students, books in hand, chatting and laughing as they emerged from the building. Lu Jiyue lifted his nose and took a deep, satisfying sniff of the air. Ah, the sweet scent of youth. After indulging in a bit of melodrama, Lu Jiyue finally got down to business. While everyone else was busy preparing, he certainly wasn't idle. Should be about time, right? Lu Jiyue opened the system panel. Sure enough, several notifications popped up. For the past few days, he had been scouring every corner of Yangjiang City in search of spirit beasts. But his search had a purpose. In the past, he had mostly devoured land-dwelling spirit beasts. The skills he had acquired were mostly for use on land. Suddenly needing to do something in the sea, he realized how severely lacking he was in this area. Thus, he began to close the barn door after the horses bolted. He wondered if devouring aquatic spirit beasts might grant him skills suited for the water. Devoured D-rank spirit beast, evolution points plus 50. Devour C-grade spirit beast, evolution points plus 80. Damn it! Lu Jiyue, who was usually polite and well-mannered, couldn't help but let out a curse. Even though these beasts are low grade, didn't they say devouring a certain number would grant skills? Do you have any idea how much effort it took me to devour these beasts? I've been drinking buckets of water every single day lately. I can't even keep up with peeing. I have to get up twice in the middle of the night just to go. And this constant fishy taste in my mouth, do you think this is easy for me? Lu Jiyue vented his frustration at the system with several angry complaints. The more he ranted, the more aggrieved he felt. Woof woof woof. The commotion atop the teaching building drew a crowd of students looking up. Look, what's that dog doing up there on the roof, barking and ranting? Could it be that his beloved female dog was stolen and now he's threatening to jump? These days, dogs are more loyal than men. Ding. System detects host's need. Useful intelligence now available. Just as Lu Jiyue finished his rant, the system suddenly issued a voice notification. Lu Jiyue instantly pulled off a textbook perfect face flip. System, my dear system, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Hurry up and tell me your intel. Consume 500 evolution points to exchange for intelligence? Seeing the pop-up system panel, Lu Jiyue's vision went black. What kind of shady system are you? 500 evolution points for a single piece of intel. Do you have any idea how hard it was to save up these evolution points? You just ask for them like they're nothing. You could have just taken it by force, yet you insist on offering me a piece of intel. Detected that host does not require this service. Service will be permanently disabled in 10 seconds. Wait. System, I accept. Consume 500 evolution points for the intel. Lu Jiao practically shouted, terrified the system would shut down the service the very next second. You better make sure this intel is useful. Lu Jiyue gritted his teeth as he spoke. Transmitting intelligence. A flash of light illuminated the system interface as a message rapidly appeared. Intelligence, deep within the southern waters of Yangjiang City lies a slumbering aquatic spirit beast. Consuming its spirit pill grants underwater-related skills. After reading the contents, Lu Jiao's face lit up with delight. Damn it, system. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Now I've suffered all this hardship for nothing. A slumbering underwater spirit beast? That must be an ancient spirit beast, right? But no worries, as long as it's still asleep, I can slip through the cracks. No sooner had Lu Jiyue finished his mutter than another message popped up on the system panel. Additional intelligence, this spirit beast is known as the sea dragon eel. It possesses a ferocious temperament and the ability to manipulate water currents and create illusions. Based on spiritual energy fluctuations, it may awaken at any moment. After reading this update, Lu Jiyue's face turned slightly green. Well, those 500 evolution points sure were well spent. Thanks a lot for letting me know it could wake up any second. Lu Jiao, who had been about to vent his frustration at the system, thought that wasting even a single second would increase the chances of the underwater spirit beast awakening. He forced himself to swallow the words on the tip of his tongue. He turned and left the place. By then, people had already gathered spontaneously beneath the teaching building, blankets in hand, preparing to catch the dog. Who would have thought the dog would just walk away like that? Damn it, it's playing with us. What a dog. When it comes to being a dog, you've got it down. Lu Jiao had walked off too quickly to hear these complaints. Instead, he sneezed several times in a row. Must be all that seafood I've been eating lately. Lu Jiyue sent a message to the internal software of the Wang Wang gang while on the road. He then found a secluded spot, ready to activate instant travel, when a thought struck him. This skill could only teleport 50 kilometers. Plus, it had a half-hour cooldown. Realizing he might need to use it again later, Lu Jiao gritted his teeth and decided to spend evolution points to upgrade the skill.
Instant teleportation intermediate. Within 0.1 seconds, you can instantly move from your current location to a designated spot, ignoring any spatial obstacles in between.
Maximum travel distance is 500 kilometers.
Can be used twice consecutively.
Cooldown, 15 minutes.
The upgraded instant teleportation increased the teleportation distance tenfold and allowed 2 consecutive uses. The cooldown time was also halved.
This is sufficient. Lu Zhiyue closed the system panel. After confirming no one was around, he activated instant travel. The next second, Lu Zhiyue materialized on a secluded coastline near the southern waters of Yanjiang City.
Far removed from the city's clamor, only the gentle lapping of waves against the sandy shore broke the silence, occasionally pierced by the cries of seagulls. Lu Zhiyue stood atop a massive rock formation, surveying the sea. I can't wait for Li Ku and the others. I need to investigate this as quickly as possible. Hopefully that sea dragon eel hasn't awakened yet. Lu Zhiyue silently prayed. After calculating how far he could likely dive within his breath-holding limit, he took a deep breath and plunged into the sea. With a splash, Lu Zhiyue's body vanished into the icy seawater, the surrounding world instantly plunging into a dark and profound abyss. Using the current's momentum, he plunged toward the ocean depths at an astonishing speed.
Chapter 226, Awakening. As Lu Zhiyue descended, he vigilantly scanned his surroundings, wary of missing even the slightest anomaly.
The seabed held far more mysteries than the land, teeming with bizarre marine creatures darting through the darkness. After swatting away a large-faced fish attempting to feign injury, Lu Zhiyue hastened his descent with growing urgency. If he couldn't find that sea dragon eel soon, he'd suffocate. After swimming a considerable distance, Lu Zhiyue finally sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Lu Zhiyue paused to sense it carefully. Upon discovering the energy was remarkably stable, his heart leapt with joy. Good.
It seems it hasn't awakened yet. With that thought, Lu Zhiyue mustered all his strength and swam recklessly toward the source of the spiritual energy.
He had only swum for about 10 seconds.
Suddenly, unusual dark currents began churning in the water. Lu Zhiyue's heart clenched. No way, I can't be that unlucky, right? Did I wake it up just by coming here? System notice, the sea dragon eel has awakened. At that moment, the system's voice broadcast echoed in Lu Zhiyue's mind. Lu Zhiyue cursed inwardly 1,000 times over. Warm reminder my ass. You heartless piece of junk. System's thoughtful response, the system truly has no heart. Ever since that last sneaky upgrade, the system seemed different. It's gotten kinda cheeky. Lu Zhiyue was about to vent his frustration at the system when a fierce undercurrent suddenly surged ahead. He swiftly adjusted his posture, harnessing the current's momentum to navigate the water with agile ease. Roar! A piercing cry suddenly shattered the undersea silence, causing the surrounding water to tremble as if the entire ocean itself was shaking. Damn it! Lu Zhiyue spun around and began swimming upward at full speed. His limbs transformed into arrows in the water, each stroke propelling him toward the surface. Yet he sensed an oppressive presence closing in behind him. Lu Zhiyue summoned a thread of spiritual energy within him, probing the waters behind. Though he couldn't detect the sea dragon eel's form, his spiritual energy sensed several surging currents rapidly sweeping through the area he had just passed. The currents were moving with terrifying speed, poised to engulf Lu Zhiyue at any moment. With his breath nearing its limit, Lu Zhiyue contemplated using instant 1,000 miles once more. Just then, Lu Zhiyue suddenly saw a dark shadow sinking from the sea surface. He squinted to look closer. It was a robot. And it was equipped with oxygen-supplying gear. Lu Zhiyue immediately accelerated, rushing to the robot's side. He immediately took 2 deep breaths from the oxygen apparatus. Just as the torrential water behind him threatened to engulf him again, the robot in front of him suddenly extended a rope and secured it around Lu Zhiyue. Then, 2 large holes appeared beneath the robot's chassis. Inside, some mechanism seemed to activate, generating an instant surge of immense thrust. This sudden thrust felt like a submarine rocket launch, instantly propelling Lu Zhiyue and the robot upward. The speed was astonishing, nearly piercing through the water's resistance as they shot toward the open sea. Lu Zhiyue felt the roaring sound of water rushing past his ears gradually fade, replaced by the increasingly clear sound of air. Whoosh! The instant his head broke the surface, Lu Zhiyue greedily inhaled a lungful of fresh air, the suffocating pressure in his chest vanishing instantly. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was being carried by the robot at an incredible speed toward a small cruise ship on the surface. On board were none other than the members of the Wolfgang, led by Li Ku. When they received Lu Zhiyue's message, Li Ku and the others had been conducting diving exercises nearby. This must be Lord Hawang testing us. He wants to see how well our training has paid off. Li Ku looked utterly convinced, certain this was exactly how things were unfolding. He immediately rallied his crew and raced over in the cruise ship. Sure enough, upon arrival, they witnessed Lord Hawang feigning weakness. At that moment, the members of the Wolf gang on the cruise ship were nervously watching the surveillance screen. Will the Haichen 2 hold up? What if it fails Lord Ha's test? Everyone held their breath for the robot Haichen 2. Fortunately, the outcome was satisfactory. Seeing Lu Zhiyue successfully brought to the surface by the Haiqian 2 robot, everyone visibly relaxed. This robot invented by the research team is seriously awesome. Everyone showered Haiqian 2 with the highest praise. The moment Lu Zhiyue stepped onto the deck, he was surrounded by members of the Woof Woof gang. Lu Zhiyue looked around and noticed everyone was wearing diving suits and carrying diving equipment. These guys, are they this fast? Your Highness we're ready. What trials await us next? Yan Xiao, ever the straight shooter, fired off the question to Lu Zhiyue with unbridled enthusiasm. This startled Li Ku beside him, making him flinch. Trial? Lu Zhiyue froze upon hearing Yan Xiao's words, glancing at Li Ku. Li Ku instantly understood Lord Hao Wang intended to play this charade to the very end. He wanted everyone to lower their guard before springing a surprise test on them. Ahem. Li Ku cleared his throat, about to speak, but Yan Xiao beat him to it once more. Your Highness, stop pretending. Chief Steward Li Ku already told us you're testing us. But Your Highness, your acting is terrible. We've seen your true strength before. Yan Xiao stared at Lu Zhiyue with a look of utter understanding. Only then did Lu Zhiyue realize something. So they thought he was putting on an act, feigning weakness to test them. He admitted he was somewhat formidable on land, but in water, he truly. Just then. Suddenly, torrential currents erupted from the sea, forming massive waves that crashed against the cruise ship. The ship rocked violently. Lu Zhiyue's expression immediately turned grave. Was the sea dragon eel attacking them? I see. The real test lies beneath these waters. At that moment, Yan Xiao, who had been observing Lu Zhiyue, brightened and shouted. Guys, let's go. Wait, there's something in the sea. Before Lu Zhiyue could finish his sentence, Yan Xiao plunged into the sea with a splash. With someone taking the lead, the others weren't about to be outdone. Like dumplings being tossed into boiling water, they plunged into the sea one after another. In an instant, the deck was left with only Lu Zhiyue, the cruise ship captain, and Li Ku. Li Ku, you. Lu Zhiyue felt like today wasn't his day to speak. His words were cut off once more. Your Highness Hao Wang. I've learned quite a few techniques from everyone these past days. Now, allow me to demonstrate my progress. Eager to show off, Li Ku immediately grabbed the Haiqian 2 and plunged into the sea. Leaving Lu Zhiyue standing there, flustered in the sea breeze. You idiots! What's the harm in letting me finish speaking? An ancient spirit beast has awakened in these waters. Chapter 227, Spiritual Power Combined with High Tech? As the commotion beneath the surface grew louder. Fearing those blockheads might come to harm, Lu Zhiyue hastily grabbed an oxygen tank and strapped it to himself. He plunged into the sea as well. The seawater in this area was now murky, and Lu Zhiyue could see nothing. Yet he could sense chaotic energy fluctuations. After swimming downstream for a while, Lu Zhiyue spotted a massive dark shadow. Scattered around it were over a dozen black dots. Upon closer inspection, those weren't mere dots at all. They were members of the Woof Woof gang. Are they trapped by that sea dragon eel? With that thought, Lu Zhiyue immediately quickened his pace toward the dark mass. Whoosh! Before he could swim a few strokes, the sea dragon eel let out an agonized wail. Immediately after, Lu Zhiyue saw the massive dark shadow thrash about like a mad beast. It began thrashing wildly. It looked as if it had been electrocuted. Lu Zhiyue was utterly bewildered. Then, an even more unexpected scene unfolded. The sea dragon eel suddenly began thrashing wildly. The surrounding seawater seemed pulled by some force, forming a massive whirlpool. Sucking everything nearby into its depths, including the members of the Wangwang gang surrounding the sea dragon eel. Lu Zhiyue saw this and inwardly screamed in alarm. But what the gangsters did next left him dumbfounded. Every member swiftly activated the emergency escape devices strapped to their bodies. As the devices activated, transparent bubble shields instantly launched from each member's back. These shields not only blocked the murky seawater but also cleverly utilized fluid dynamics to stabilize their position within the vortex. The interior of the shields was filled with pure oxygen, allowing the members to continue breathing. Even more astonishingly, these bubble shields contained miniature thrusters. Using built-in controls, the Wolf Gang members deftly adjusted their direction and speed, moving through the sea like submarines. They precisely evaded the sea dragon eel's wildly lashing tail and the chaotic whirlpools swirling around them. Is it really that advanced? High-tech truly changes lives. Lu Zhiyue was profoundly stunned by the high-tech prowess and teamwork displayed by the Woof gang members. Just then, Li Ku issued an order through the team communicator. Prepare to activate the electromagnetic interference net again. We need to paralyze its nervous system. The other members responded swiftly, releasing a net woven from microscopic metal wires from their respective equipment. The net instantly energized upon contact with seawater, generating a powerful electromagnetic field. This time, Lu Zhiyue saw clearly. The sea dragon eel had indeed been electrocuted. Even more impressive, besides the electric net, Lu Zhiyue saw them pull out another massive device. Ready, 3, 2, 1, activate the sonic oscillator. At Lika's command, the members of the Woof gang simultaneously activated the sonic oscillator devices on their gear. These devices instantly released high-frequency sound waves. Propagating through the water, the waves converged into a powerful energy surge, striking the sea dragon eel's vital core. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the ocean floor. The colossal body of the sea dragon eel convulsed violently under the sonic assault. Finally, it collapsed lifelessly onto the seabed, stripped of all ability to resist. The surrounding seawater grew even murkier from the powerful energy shockwave. Lu Jiyue, who witnessed it all firsthand, was stunned into silence. Though he knew the newly awakened sea dragon eel was indeed relatively weak, it was still an ancient spirit beast. Could it really have been wiped out by the members of the Woof gang? No, not yet. The sea dragon eel had merely lost its ability to resist, it wasn't dead yet. With that thought, Lu Jiyue pushed the matter from his mind and quickened his pace toward the sea dragon eel. The moment he drew near, Lu Jiyue sensed intense spiritual energy fluctuations. And this spiritual energy fluctuation wasn't coming from the sea dragon eel. Lu Jiyue turned his head and discovered that the spiritual energy fluctuations were actually emanating from Xiao Xiao. How could this guy's spiritual energy be so abundant? With this question in mind, Lu Xiao scrutinized Yan Xiao closely. Then he discovered the source of the problem. The members of the Woof gang here are actually providing spiritual energy support to Yan Xiao. This spiritual energy flowed through Yan Xiao's body as a conduit, then fueled the electric grid and sonic weapon. No wonder. Lu Xiao suddenly understood. He had always thought that the sea dragon eel, being an ancient spirit beast, shouldn't be that fragile. High-tech combined with ample spiritual energy, the fact that the sea dragon eel hadn't died under such an assault was impressive enough. But the most impressive part was these members themselves. How did they come up with this plan? Absolutely brilliant. Lu Jiyue thought to himself that once they reached the surface, he absolutely had to ask them about it. Upon reaching the sea dragon eel, Lu Jiyue noticed it was still attempting to gather strength for a counterattack. He immediately unleashed the Eye of Intimidation directly at its eyes. After successfully paralyzing the sea dragon eel's body, he raced to find the location of the sea dragon eel's stored spirit pills with the help of the Woof gang members. After gutting the creature to retrieve the elixir, the sea dragon eel lay on the verge of death. After cutting open its belly to retrieve the elixir, the sea dragon eel lay on the verge of death. After stowing the elixir in his spatial storage, Lu Xiao now faced a new dilemma: the enormous body of the sea dragon eel. This creature was simply too massive, there was no way he could swallow it whole. The netherworld abyss's telekinetic pull proved ineffective against such a massive target. But simply abandoning it on the ocean floor would be such a waste. It was all evolution points. Just as Lu Jiyue was considering taking a few bites before moving on, the members of the Woof gang gathered around. They used the same metal net as before to encircle the sea dragon eel. They then had the robot Haichen 2 pull the net along in front. As Haichen 2 exerted its strength, Yan Xiao channeled spiritual energy into it. The other members became Yan Xiao's spirit charging treasures, supplying him with spiritual energy. Seeing this, Lu Jiyue joined in, offering the spiritual energy within his own body. Since I'm already here, I might as well participate. As the collective spiritual energy flowed in, Haichen 2 surged with energy like it had been injected with adrenaline. Pulling the metal net, it slowly dragged the massive sea dragon eel toward the surface. Under the influence of the spiritual energy, the seawater became soft and compliant, reducing resistance to their progress. While channeling his spiritual energy, Lu Jiyue inwardly marveled at the Wang gang's innovative fusion of technology and spiritual power. Why hadn't he thought of this? Truly, 3 heads are better than 1. With so many talented individuals in the Woof gang, their minds were undoubtedly sharper than his own. After considerable effort, the metal net finally surfaced, carrying the sea dragon eel with it. Chapter 228, Talent, Water Avoidance. After expending considerable effort to haul the sea dragon eel's carcass to the surface, the Wang gang members sprang into swift action. Using the ship's crane equipment, they carefully hoisted the sea dragon eel onto the deck. The moment it landed, the entire cruise ship seemed to sink noticeably. Its head couldn't fit on deck and hung over the edge. When Lu Jiyue finally exhaled and snapped back to reality, he found everyone staring at him with expectant eyes. Lord Hawang, have you passed our test? Lu Jiyue nodded his head so vigorously it nearly turned into a rattle. This operation had truly revealed the full might of the Woof gang. Only now did he realize that the faction he had casually founded back then had grown into a formidable force. His original intention had been merely to use his faction to slightly restrain the Special Affairs Bureau of Yangjiang City. Little did he expect that the Special Affairs Bureau of Yangjiang City had already been infiltrated by him. Even his own faction had grown far beyond his expectations. And throughout the entire process, Lu Jiyue had barely lifted a finger. His inaction had unexpectedly yielded remarkable results. This feeling could be summed up in one word: awesome. So satisfying it made him soar. By the way, back when you were down there supplying Yan Xiao with spiritual energy and then integrating it with high-tech weapons, who came up with that idea? Hearing Lu Zhiyue's question, everyone turned to look in the same direction. Lu Zhiyue followed their gaze. It was that kid Yen Xiao. I noticed everyone's spiritual energy felt a bit weak, while mine was stronger. Then I accidentally discovered their spiritual energy could be channeled into my body. After passing through me, the energy that came out was even more potent. Plus, I've had experience in actual combat where I channeled spiritual energy into weapons, doubling their damage output. That's how I figured out this method. After Yen Xiao finished speaking, Li Ku beside him nodded in agreement repeatedly. Yen Xiao's help is incredible. We found that this spiritual energy can only flow through his body. If anyone else tries to transmit even a little bit, they can't handle it, it feels unbearably intense. After hearing their explanation, Lu Zhiyue regarded Yen Xiao with a look tinged with astonishment. Was this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? The other's weak spiritual energy likely stemmed from their spiritual pills not being sufficiently stable. Thus, the spiritual energy within their pills hadn't solidified fully, resulting in weaker potency. Unexpectedly, they had thought to transmit their spiritual energy into Yen Xiao's body to go through the motions and enhance it. Come here. Yen Xiao approached at Lu Zhiyao's command. Lu Zhiyue summoned a thread of spiritual energy within him and probed through Yen Xiao's body. This inspection left him astonished once more by this youngster, Yen Xiao. How much time had passed? The volume of the spiritual pill within this kid's body had actually doubled. Everyone else's was only the size of a peanut. His was as big as a plum. Moreover, the spirit pill radiated a golden glow all over, looking distinctly different from the others. Yen Xiao, that kid, truly possesses extraordinary talent. This is likely the key reason he can serve as a spiritual energy transmission hub. King Ha, what's wrong with me? Yen Xiao looked puzzled, asking cautiously. Lu Zhiyue looked at him intently. Given your outstanding performance just now, I hereby appoint you as a holy knight. The moment Lu Zhiyue spoke these words, Yen Xiao's heart burst with joy. Thank you, your highness. He noticed the envious glances others were casting his way. Lu Zhiyue waved his hand. You shall all be granted knightly titles as well. Should anyone demonstrate even greater prowess or make more significant contributions to the Woof gang in the future, I shall bestow additional titles upon them individually. Thank you, Lord Ha. Long live Lord Ha. Lu Zhiyao stared at the massive sea dragon eel on the deck, deep in thought. Li Ku, has the Woof gang recently recruited any talent in medical research or similar fields? Yes, we've recruited several such talents recently. Li Ku nodded repeatedly. Your Highness, what might you require? Then could they extract the marrow fluid from this creature? Lu Zhiyao recalled what had happened earlier. If they could extract the marrow fluid from the ancient spirit beasts, and then attempt to infuse it into their own bodies, it might further enhance their abilities. After hearing Lu Zhiyao's words, Li Ku made a phone call to verify the information. Upon receiving confirmation that it was worth trying, he relayed the information truthfully to Lu Zhiyao. Lu Zhiyue nodded. Then we'll leave the sea dragon eel to them for research. If they could truly extract the marrow fluid, sacrificing a few evolution points wouldn't matter. After exchanging a few more words with Li Ku, Lu Zhiyue activated instant travel and teleported back to the rooftop of the teaching building at Kimin University. Immediately afterward, he retrieved the sea dragon eel's spirit pill from his Ming space. The sea dragon eel's spirit pill was as big as an apple. Lu Zhiyue tossed it into his mouth and forced it down his throat. Just as he nearly choked on it, the pill dissolved into a powerful force that surged into his body. Lu Zhiyue sensed that part of this immense power was absorbed by his own spiritual pill. Another portion spread throughout his body, fortifying every inch of his flesh. Visibly, his own elixir began to grow larger. Lu Zhiyue immediately opened his interface panel. He saw the spiritual power bar on the interface surge by over 30 points. Wow, this sea dragon eel is impressive. But the real surprise was yet to come. The system promptly popped up a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully consuming the sea dragon eel spirit pill. You have acquired the water-type talent Water Evasion. Talent? Water Evasion? Lu Zhiyue immediately opened the interface again. A new section had appeared, Talents. Talent, Water Evasion. System, what exactly does this Water Evasion talent do? Host's confusion detected. Water Avoidance, this talent grants the host the ability to move freely underwater, breathing as easily as on land without water pressure restrictions. Movement speed in water is significantly enhanced. Additionally, the host's sensory perception underwater is heightened. Great! 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 Upon learning of the water avoidance talent's capabilities, Lu Zhiyue exclaimed good 3 times in succession. What had once been a major weakness underwater was now greatly mitigated by this talent. This weakness was greatly mitigated. Not only could he now move through water as effortlessly as on land, but at the very least, he no longer had to worry about suffocating from lack of oxygen. Being able to breathe freely and move without restriction meant he no longer had to worry about being unable to use his skills underwater. With this realization, Lu Zhiyue felt even more confident about tackling the Holy Spirit tomb. On the 15th, that Xian practitioner absolutely must come. A gleam of determination flashed in Lu Zhiyue's eyes. This way, he could seize both the treasures within the Holy Spirit Tomb and that Xian practitioner in one fell swoop. No need for 2 separate trips. Ha. Lu Zhiyue let out a wicked grin. His plans were falling into place perfectly. But as always, dreams are lush while reality is stark. Who knows what unexpected twists might arise? Pa. That's an unlucky thought. I'm just wasting my energy on this. Lu Zhiyue shook his head, refusing to dwell on what hadn't happened yet. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Just deal with whatever comes our way.